In a bid to gain admission to Longke University, Jiang Fan submitted a portion of the formulas and data pertaining to controllable nuclear fusion. The result sent shockwaves through the ranks of the nation's foremost experts. Chapter 1. The Abnormal Control of Scores. As spring waned and summer approached, the weather began to grow sweltering. At Lingzhou City No. 1 High School, within the classroom of Class 36, a bespectacled middle-aged man clutched the results of the city's third mock examination. This simulated assessment held paramount importance, as it could essentially determine the outcome of the college entrance examination in 20 days. The students gazed at the teacher with expressions of palpable anxiety. Chu Ruoshi scored a total of 710 points, ranking first in the entire school. Wow! The students erupted in exclamations of astonishment and envy. Zhang Sanfeng achieved a total of 673 points. Lu Yihong. Jiang Fan scored 300 points, placing him at the bottom of the entire school. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's score, the classroom erupted into laughter, with many students beginning to murmur amongst themselves. Perhaps the most diligent student in our class is Jiang Fan, yet he consistently ranks last. Even our class's king of naps scored higher than him. Truly, the mind is a marvelous thing. Indeed, with a total score of 750 points, he only managed 300 points. Our school is supposed to be a key high school. This is truly a disgrace to our institution. Hearing these remarks, the teacher at the podium could only shake his head in resignation, while Jiang Fan, however, wore a subtle smile as a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The tester has completed the 8th controllable score examination. Completing the final one will activate the technological system. Failure will result in the automatic disappearance of the system. Indeed, Jiang Fan is a reincarnator, reborn into a parallel world as a 17-year-old self in the second year of high school. Simultaneously, an unactivated technological system appeared in his mind. In his previous life, Jiang Fan was a researcher, and from the system's introduction, he learned that it contained scientific technologies from his planet within a span of 500 years. As a researcher, he understood all too well what acquiring these technologies would entail. However, to possess the system, he must complete the system's testing tasks. At first glance, the tasks appeared deceptively simple, yet in reality, they were exceedingly stringent. The task required him to achieve a total of 300 points across 9 consecutive examinations during high school to activate the system. Many classmates might remark that scoring 300 points in an exam is trivial. Scoring above 300 points is indeed simple. But if he could only score exactly 300 points, neither more nor less, across 9 consecutive tests, any deviation would necessitate recalculating the entire sequence, rendering the challenge self-evident. In his previous life, as a science prodigy, Jiang Fan believed he faced no difficulty. However, he soon overestimated his capabilities. Initially, his total scores would fluctuate by plus or minus 1 or 2 points. It was only after tirelessly reviewing all high school knowledge day and night that he gradually stabilized his total score at 300 points. Now, having achieved 300 points in 8 consecutive tests, only one final attempt remained to activate the technological system. At this moment, a sense of exhilaration coursed through him. With merely 20 days until the college entrance examination and one more test in between, this would be his last opportunity. Yet, before his excitement could linger for a minute, he heard the homeroom teacher announce from the podium. In 20 days, the college entrance examination will commence. However, according to a decision by the Municipal Education Bureau, the examination scheduled for 10 days from now is canceled. Jiang Fan's previously smiling demeanor instantly froze. He stood there, dazed for several minutes before he could comprehend the situation. He could not reconcile himself with this reality. After being tormented by the system for an entire year, studying day and night, he was on the brink of the final examination that would lead to the successful activation of the system, only to be told by the teacher that it had been canceled. No one could accept such a fate. Bang! Jiang Fan sprang to his feet in agitation, toppling his chair. The examination. It cannot be canceled. He shouted vehemently at the homeroom teacher, his hands trembling and breathless from excitement. The teacher, taken aback by Jiang Fan's sudden outburst, responded with derision. What's this? With your score of 300 points, do you really need to prove your intelligence with another examination? The classmates laughed heartily, regarding him as a fool. To their surprise, Jiang Fan remained resolute in his fervor. The Education Bureau cannot dismiss this. No, there must be an examination. The teacher and students looked at him curiously. Jiang Fan, what are you talking about? As a lowest scorer in the school, you have no standing to speak. Jiang Fan's heart brimmed with unwillingness. With only one more exam, he could activate the system, which contains scientific technologies from the next 500 years. 5 centuries of scientific advancements. For a researcher, this meant he could develop numerous groundbreaking technologies. Jiang Fan believed that if he obtained the system, He could single-handedly propel the technological advancement of Longke and even the world. In present-day Longke, high-tech innovations are consistently hindered by the beautiful country. As a patriotic researcher, Jiang Fan yearned to shatter this predicament. He had often envisioned that upon activating the system, he would lead the researchers of Longke in developing superchips, controllable nuclear fusion, MECHs, aircraft carriers, spacecraft, or even more advanced technologies like space elevators and time machines. Yet, all of this was on the verge of collapse due to the Education Bureau's abrupt cancellation of the examination, a reality he could not bear. The homeroom teacher, observing Jiang Fan's furrowed brow and reddened eyes, felt his own temper rising and shouted, "Jiang Fan, sit down." In a frenzied outburst, Jiang Fan retorted, "Your decision will ruin the entire technological landscape of Longke, leaving our nation perpetually subservient to the beautiful country." The classmates seated beside Jiang Fan shifted uneasily away, gripped by fear. Everyone believed that Jiang Fan had lost his sanity. He could not fathom how, after a year of relentless study, he consistently ranked last in every examination. Anyone who labors so diligently each day, only to find their grades stagnating, would likely experience a profound internal collapse. His classmates regarded him with pity, exhaling resigned sighs. Even the homeroom teacher hastily contacted Jiang Fan's parents. After venting his frustrations, Jiang Fan noticed the peculiar gazes of his classmates and realized he was powerless to alter this grim reality. Ultimately, he could only remain seated in silence. Chu Ruoxi turned back to observe this boy, whose efforts surpassed her own by 100-fold, and felt an inexplicable sense that he was somehow different. She had always harbored curiosity about Jiang Fan, as he never engaged with his peers, ignored the teacher's lectures, and solely immersed himself in his own reading. On one occasion, Chu Ruoxi stealthily retrieved a mathematics test paper from the trash, which Jiang Fan had completed. The answers to the major problems were present without any workings shown, merely the results. Upon performing the calculations, she discovered that all the answers to the significant questions were indeed correct. Moreover, even the final bonus question was flawlessly answered. This revelation piqued her interest in Jiang Fan. His parents soon arrived at the school and took him home. As he departed, his gaze was vacant, resembling that of someone truly deranged. In truth, only he understood that he had lost all hope within. In his previous life, Jiang Fan graduated and spent 5 years researching nanomaterials, with the nation investing $3 billion annually. However, due to numerous technological constraints, they achieved no significant breakthroughs. Thus, he was acutely aware that developing new technologies required vast amounts of human, material, and financial resources. If he possessed a technological system, it would revolutionize everything. Chapter 2. The School Belle's Visit. 2 days later, on a sunny Sunday morning, a middle-aged woman carrying a basket of groceries strolled into an old community of 5-story low-rise buildings, constructed of brick and tile. The walls were adorned with moss and climbing vines. As she passed the gazebo, she noticed many people sitting beneath it, enjoying the pleasant weather since it was a day off work. Guichin is back from shopping. Someone greeted her. Indeed, the woman nodded, forcing a smile. She then entered the stairwell of Building 3. Under the gazebo, a curious individual remarked, "Oh, the sun has risen in the west today. Usually, she is quite the joker. Yet today, she is silent. Are you not aware? Her son has gone mad." Mel? Several inquisitive onlookers quickly gathered around the speaker. Just 2 days prior, her son, Jiang Fan, had ranked last in his school exams. Unable to cope with the humiliation, he lost his sanity. Impossible. Everyone knows Jiang Fan. He has always been bright, obedient, and excelled in his studies. We even called him a prodigy. How did he score last? That's what they say, clever in youth but not in maturity. Alas, it's truly pitiable. A middle-aged woman sighed, feigning sorrow, yet inwardly relishing the turn of fortunes. At Jiang Fan's home, Li Guichin placed the basket down and knocked on her son's door. "Son, rise and have something to eat. Don't dwell on it too much. It's merely an exam. If necessary, we can forego schooling. Your father and I can support you for a lifetime." Jiang Fan had been lying in bed for 2 days, refusing to respond or eat, no matter what his parents said. Seeing her son still silent, Li Guichin gave up. She sat in the living room, gazing at the wall full of awards, unable to hold back her tears. Her son had always been her pride, intelligent and well-behaved, consistently ranking at the top of his class. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon entering his senior year, he transformed. He never socialized with classmates and spoke only when absolutely necessary, dedicating all his time to studying. His efforts multiplied 100-fold, yet his grades plummeted from the top to the bottom, hovering around 300 points. Watching her son's relentless dedication, Li Guichin refrained from commenting. fearing he would feel overwhelmed. As she reminisced about better days, a sudden knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. At this hour, Jiang Fan's father should be at work. Li Yiqing, Bujlet, wiped her tears and rose to open the door. Upon opening it, she was taken aback by the sight of a graceful girl standing there, her exquisite features evoking astonishment. With a face like a painting, eyes like autumn waters, a delicate nose, full lips, a slender waist, and long, elegant legs, she resembled a fairy. "Hello, Auntie. I am Chu Ruashi, Jiang Fan's classmate. Is he home?" Hearing the girl's voice, snapped Li Guiqing to attention. "Yes, do come in." She ushered Chu Ruashi into the living room, hoping that a conversation between classmates might uplift her son. "Son, your classmate Chu Ruashi has come see you." Li Guiqing called, but there was still no response from within. Sighing, she turned to Chu Ruashi, shaking her head in resignation. "Em Trudisore. This exam has hit Xiao Fan hard. He has been in bed for 2 days. I regret making you come here, but thank you for visiting. Auntie, may I have a few words with Jiang Fan?" "Chu Zusi Inguit?" "Of course, but it's all right. I'll speak to him at his door." "Thank you, dear." Chu Ruashi approached Jiang Fan's door and spoke through the crack. "Jiang Fan, hello, I am Chu Ruashi. You may not know me, but that's inconsequential. I want to say that you are not the fool your classmates claim. In fact, you are quite intelligent, though I don't know the reasons behind your current state. I hope you can regain your spirits. High school is not over yet, and the college entrance examination is part of it. I urge you to participate and show those who look down on you what you're capable of." Jiang Fan suddenly sat up in bed, a spark igniting within him. Yes, the college entrance examination is indeed a part of high school. It is just another test. If I can also score around 300 points on this exam, it would fulfill the system's evaluation and activate it. He excitedly called out to the system in his mind. "System, are you there?" "Ding, present." "Can the college entrance examination serve as a test?" "Ding, certainly." "Wonderful. Truly, there is a way out." Jiang Fan jubilantly leaped from his bed, flinging open the door and seizing Chu Ruashi's hand. "Thank you, classmate. You have saved the Dragon Nation and its future. On behalf of the Dragon Nation, I express my deepest gratitude." Chu Ruashi was taken aback by Jiang Fan's sudden exuberance. Could he truly have lost his mind? Once she regained her composure, she noticed Jiang Fan still holding her hand and quickly withdrew it, her cheeks flushing, as the belle of Lingzhou First High School. She had never had another boy hold her hand like that. Sensing her discomfort, Jiang Fan felt he had been too impulsive and apologetically said, "I'm sorry, Chu classmate. I got overly excited. Your words meant so much to me." "Thank you. It's no problem. I'm just glad you can regain your spirit." "Chu Zusi Zipli?" Slightly awkward. "Rest assured, Chu classmate, I won't let you down." Jiang Fan vowed earnestly, seeing the determination in Jiang Fan's eyes. Chu Ruashi felt a surge of hope, believing he would surely achieve remarkable results in the upcoming examination. "Yes, I believe in you. You will astonish them all." "Indeed." Jiang Fan nodded vigorously. Returning to school, Jiang Fan immersed himself in his studies with renewed vigor. This time, he was not alone. Chu Ruashi took the initiative to request to be his desk mate. From then on, no matter how late Jiang Fan studied, the determined Chu Ruashi would remain by his side. She held on to a belief. If Jiang Fan could do it, so could she. Thus, the school gained another fervent learner. And this one was the belle herself. Time flew by swiftly, and the college entrance examination arrived as scheduled. All senior students were eager to showcase their abilities. When the final exam concluded, a wave of relief washed over everyone. In that moment of liberation, some leapt, some tumbled, and smiles illuminated every face. Yet, a few students bore expressions of disappointment, having not performed to their potential. Among those emerging from the examination hall was Jiang Fan, his brow unfurled, his demeanor relaxed and natural, a stark contrast to the diligent student he had been. Suddenly, someone clapped him on the shoulder. "Hi, Jiang classmate, how did you do?" Turning to see Chu Ruashi, Jiang Fan beamed a radiant smile. "Perfectly." Seeing Jiang Fan's sudden smile made Chu Ruashi blush for reasons she couldn't quite understand. "How about you?" Jiang Fan inquired. "I should have no problem scoring 700 points. Chapter 3, Results Announcement. As time flowed like a river, days turned into nights. Time swiftly approached the day of results. At noon, a multitude eagerly awaited by their computers, anxious to discover their scores at the earliest opportunity. Jiang Fan was equally exhilarated. Despite his confidence, he could not shake the nagging fear of potential errors from the examiners. As each second ticked by, he sat at the computer, flanked by his parents, who shared in his tension, frequently glancing at the clock, hoping for their son to achieve a commendable score. Jiang Fan's father, Jiang Jinghua, cradled a cup of goji berry tea, sipping it intermittently. Throughout Jiang Fan's life, he had been his father's pride, yet in the past year, his son's inexplicable decline in academic performance had cast a shadow of doubt. Nevertheless, Jiang Jinghua held steadfast belief in his son's capabilities. Meanwhile, Li Guiqin clasped his arm, her heart fervently praying for her son's success, still haunted by the memory of Jiang Fan's previous erratic behavior. As the clock struck 11:59, with just 1 minute remaining until the examination results would be revealed, those 60 seconds felt interminable, each tick heightening their anxiety. Jiang Fan and his parents fixated on the second hand of the clock, mentally counting down. 3, 2, 1. Ding! The clock chimed the hour. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Fan refreshed the web page, revealing fields for his examination number and ID. His slender fingers danced across the keyboard with remarkable speed, entering the 2 strings of numbers. He then maneuvered the mouse to the query option. Click! Jiang Jinghua and Li Guiqin's hearts raced in sync with the sound of the mouse's click. The web page transitioned, but Jiang Fan's results did not immediately appear. Instead, a small circle spun in the center of the screen, endlessly rotating. What a wretched website! Jiang Jinghua exclaimed, momentarily disregarding decorum. Li Guiqin cast a reproachful glance at her husband, but quickly returned her focus to the screen, fearful of missing her son's results. The circle spun for a full 10 seconds before vanishing, and Jiang Fan's scores finally emerged. Chinese, 60, Mathematics, 60, English, 60, Comprehensive Science, 120, total, 300. Jiang Jinghua and Li Guiqin were rendered speechless, their hearts sinking. It seemed their son had not escaped the clutches of misfortune even during the college entrance examination. In that moment, a system notification echoed in Jiang Fan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully passed the technology systems test. System binding is now activating. Jiang Fan trembled with excitement, his heart shouting, "At last, I have succeeded. My efforts over the past year have not been in vain." He firmly believed that once the system was fully bound, he would undoubtedly become one of the most formidable researchers in Longke. As Jiang Fan reveled in the promise of a bright future, Jiang Jinghua let out a heavy sigh. Alas, Li Guiqin quickly tugged at his arm, signaling him to keep his thoughts to himself, recalling how difficult it had been for Jiang Fan to recover from his previous breakdown. Understanding his wife's intent, Jiang Jinghua placed a reassuring hand on Jiang Fan's shoulder and spoke earnestly, "Son, it's all right. If necessary, we can start over." Jiang Fan remained silent, as another voice resonated in his mind. Ding! System binding successful. You have received a beginner's gift package. Jiang Fan's heart swelled with pride. Finally, it has arrived. Opening the gift package, he heard the system announce, "The beginner's gift package has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have received the principles of controllable nuclear fusion." Jiang Fan was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated such a generous reward from the system. He had some understanding of controllable nuclear fusion, which harnesses energy through the fusion of lighter atomic nuclei into heavier ones, releasing immense power. For instance, hydrogen bombs are a form of nuclear fusion, producing catastrophic energy upon detonation. Yet this energy remains uncontrollable. However, the system's reward promised a method of maintaining nuclear fusion at a stable temperature, generating vast amounts of energy. It is well known that humanity primarily relies on non-renewable energy sources, such as oil and coal, which will eventually be depleted. Controllable nuclear fusion presents a clear advantage. 1. It releases greater energy than nuclear fission. 2. It offers an inexhaustible fuel supply. 3. It produces no pollution. Thus, controllable nuclear fusion stands as the most perfect alternative to traditional energy sources. Historical advancements in energy invariably lead to significant technological breakthroughs. Jiang Fan was convinced that once controllable nuclear fusion was realized, the development of spaceships and flying saucers would no longer be mere fantasies. With the principles of controllable nuclear fusion swirling in his mind, Jiang Fan clenched his fists, filled with excitement and exhilaration. "This is fantastic," he exclaimed joyously. Jiang Jinghua and Li Guiqin exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if their son had lost his mind once more. The thought brought tears to Li Guiqin's eyes. "Son, from now on, we won't worry about school. As long as our family is safe and sound, that is enough." Seeing the tears glistening in his mother's eyes, Jiang Fan quickly suppressed his joyful demeanor and reassured her, "Mom, don't worry. I'm perfectly fine." Li Guiqin, relieved by her son's normal demeanor, pressed on, "Are you truly okay, my son?" "Yes. I'm a bit hungry, Mom. Could you prepare me something to eat?" "Of course. I'll get right on it." Li Guiqin hurried into the kitchen. Her heart lightened, knowing her son's mental well-being was what truly mattered, regardless of his academic path. Everything will be all right. Jiang Jinghua patted his son's shoulder. Jiang Fan caught the glimmer of disappointment in his father's eyes, but felt compelled to activate the system. Reflecting on the sacrifices his parents had made for him over the past year, enduring ridicule from others, he felt a pang of guilt. Just as Jiang Fan grappled with his feelings of indebtedness, another notification resonated in his mind. Ding, mission issued. Achieve admission to Long Science and Technology University. Mission reward. Blue Star Super Mathematics Overview. No penalties for mission failure. Jiang Fan was momentarily stunned. The system was offering him admission to Long Science and Technology University? With a mere score of 300, it seemed implausible. Not only was it the premier research institution in Longwa, but he doubted even a typical vocational college would accept him. How could he possibly navigate this predicament? Jiang Fan understood that as a researcher, gaining entry into a top-tier institution was crucial for accessing resources necessary for his work. Although he now possessed a system, he recognized the necessity of an optimal research environment. The formula for controllable nuclear fusion was monumental, and despite having the theoretical knowledge, he needed substantial resources to bring it to fruition. Chapter 4. The Bounty. Jiang Fan returned to his bedroom and entered into his mobile browser. How to get into Long Science and Technology University with a score of 300. The first link on the webpage read, which institution excels in excavation technology? Longwa's Sandong turns to Lanxiang. The second link on the webpage reads, do not despair over failing the college entrance examination. Re-enroll with Wenba. Wenba Repeating School will help you gain admission to your dream institution next year. The third link states, Jiangnan Leather Factory is hiring. The owner, Huang He, is recruiting with his sister-in-law. Jiang Fan, after browsing through the content, felt utterly overwhelmed. What on earth was this? After searching for a considerable time, he could not find a suitable answer. Throughout history, perhaps only Jiang Fan has encountered such a predicament. A student who scored 300 in the college entrance examination could never dream of attending Longke University. Students at Longke University certainly do not score 300. Jiang Fan closed the webpage and promptly posted a question on Jihu. With a score of 300, how can I enroll in Longke University? In the posting section, there was a reward feature. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Fan decided to offer a bounty of 10,000 yuan. Initially, he considered offering 100 yuan, but then, with a determined heart, he opted for 10,000 yuan, believing that a generous reward would surely attract a courageous soul. If spending 10,000 yuan could secure his admission to Longke University, it would be well worth it. Xiao Fan, dinner is ready. At that moment, Li Guiqin called out, come on, Mom. Jiang Fan stood up and headed to the dining room, where he discovered his father on the balcony, smoking a cigarette. Jinghua, it's time to eat. Li Xiao'er said. Oh. Jiang Jinghua replied, taking a deep drag before extinguishing the cigarette in an ashtray filled with water. At the dinner table, the atmosphere was unusually quiet. Jiang Fan was preoccupied with thoughts of how to gain admission to Longke University. Jiang Jinghua was troubled about his son's future, while Li Xiao'er simply hoped for her son's well-being, believing that everything would be manageable as long as he was fine. Xiao Fan, do you have any plans? Jiang Jinghua finally inquired, wishing to understand his son's mindset. Father, I truly have no idea for now. At that moment, Jiang Fan was indeed at a loss. The system had assigned him a task, and he could only receive a reward upon its completion. However, with his score of 300, he could not fathom how to gain admission to Longke University. Why not, Dad? Use your connections to help me get into a vocational school. Jiang Jinghua was actually against the idea of Jiang Fan repeating a year, fearing that another failure might lead his son into a deep depression. Let us discuss this in a few days, Jiang Fan replied evasively. After dinner, Jiang Fan returned to his room and opened his phone to check the question he had posted on Jihu. As he had anticipated, a generous reward had indeed drawn many responses, and the comments were quite lively. Commenter 1. Are you sure you're not out of your mind? Commenter 2. With a score of 300, how do you expect to enroll in Longke University? You might as well dream. Commenter 3. Full-time self-study is your best option. For just 998, you can bring home the admission notice from Longke University. Commenter 4. My uncle's aunt's third uncle's younger aunt's cousin is the admissions director at Longke University. For 1 million, I can guarantee your admission. Commenter 4. I'm an outlaw named Zhang San, and I got my eyes on you. Commenter 5. Just kneel at the entrance of Longke University. Let them see your sincerity. I'm sure Longke University will be moved by your spirit and accept you as a student. Commenter 5. Kneeling at the entrance of Longke University. You might make 1,000 a day. The poster should just give up on the idea of attending. Commenter 5. If you beg at the entrance of Longke University, you could at least guarantee a daily income of 5,000. Commenter upstairs. Is it really 5,000 a day? I'm going right over to kneel and beg. Jiang Fan was on the verge of despair as he scrolled through the comments, and just when he was about to seek other avenues, he stumbled upon a useful piece of information. Commenter 9999. Foolish poster. Longke University is a top-tier technological academy in Longwa with a score of 300. The only way to enter is if you invent a spaceship. An idea struck Jiang Fan. While he could not invent a spaceship, he did possess the principles of controlled nuclear fusion. If he could send part of the formula and data over, surely gaining admission to Longke University would be within reach. Without hesitation, he rewarded commenter 9,999 and then turned off his phone. At the Toboggan Internet Cafe, Machine 99, the young man awaited entry into the game. Due to a slow network connection, it took longer than expected. Bored, he picked up his phone and opened Jihu to pass the time, discovering a post offering a reward of 10,000. Curiously, he clicked on it. With a score of 300, how can I enroll in Longke University? He could not help but exclaim in frustration. This foolish poster must be out of his mind. His companions, intrigued, leaned in to see what was happening and soon joined in the ridicule. The young man casually commented beneath the post, "Foolish poster. Longke University is a top-tier technological academy in Longwa. Unless you invent a spaceship, a score of 301 get you in." He then closed his phone and entered the game. After finishing a round, he inadvertently reopened his phone to check how the poster was faring amidst the ridicule. To his astonishment, Jiu notified him that his response had been accepted by the poster, earning him a reward of 10,000 yuan. What in the world? He was momentarily stunned, and his companions were equally dumbfounded. Wow, that is impressive. In the afternoon, Jiang Fan organized the controlled nuclear fusion formula and data that the system had rewarded him with on his computer. He opened Longke University's official website and located the submission email for community research projects, specifically established for external contributors. As long as the submissions passed professional review, they would receive corresponding funding for their research. Each year, they received thousands of submissions, but only one or two would truly be pursued for research. Jiang Fan compiled the controlled nuclear fusion formula and data into a compressed file and sent it to the relevant email at Longke University, adding a note. "I hope to gain admission to your esteemed institution." Upon successfully sending the email, Jiang Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He checked his WeChat and discovered that someone had added him to the class group for Class 36 of High School 1, where messages were constantly flashing. Upon entering, he realized that the homeroom teacher had compiled all the student scores into a table and shared it in the group. Among the 56 students, the highest score was 708, achieved by Chu Ruoshi, with 10 students scoring between 600 and 700, 37 between 500 and 600, 7 between 450 and 500, and one student, Jiang Fan, with a score of 300. It was clear that both Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoshi had become the topics of discussion among their classmates. The accolades, flowers, and applause were all directed towards Chu Ruoshi, with classmates showering her with compliments while in their little group. Jiang Fan became the object of mockery and a source of confidence for others. Chapter 5. Research Review. Jiang Fan refrained from speaking in the group, feeling that it held no significance, and quietly exited the chat. When an observant classmate noticed Jiang Fan's departure, Tian Xiaohua exclaimed, "Oh, why did our class's last place student leave the group?" Lu Xiao remarked, "He must be too embarrassed to stay." Niu Feifei added, "If I were him, I would have dropped out by now. His dismal score dragged down our entire class and robbed our teacher of a bonus." Zhang Xiaodong, reflecting on his previous uproar in class, "I thought he would return to redeem himself and score 400 points, yet he managed only 300. Alas, it seems his intelligence quotient is indeed a significant flaw." Li Lily, "Last time, I was almost driven to madness. This time, I fear Jiang Fan may truly lose his sanity." Hee. Li Peng, "With a score of 300, I doubt even a vocational school would accept him." Wuwa. Li Lili, "I heard you had a secret crush on Jiang Fan in your sophomore year, didn't you?" Hee. Li Lili, "I must have been blind at that time to find him appealing." Chu Ruoshi, "We are all classmates. Is this behavior truly appropriate?" Zhu Zuxi, observing her classmates mock Jiang Fan, felt a surge of anger and promptly exited the group chat. She muttered to herself, "Humph, devoid of any human compassion. It's perhaps best not to maintain contact with such classmates in the future." As she thought of Jiang Fan, she sighed in resignation. During this final stretch, he has worked so diligently, yet the results remain disheartening. Surely, Jiang Fan must be feeling quite miserable. What if he cannot bear the weight of it all? With this thought, she resolved to reach out to Jiang Fan for some words of comfort, only to realize she hadn't added him on WeChat. Oh well, perhaps a visit to his home tomorrow would suffice. At Kyoto Longke University, In the Office of Civil Technology Project Review, Wu Jiming, having toiled throughout the day, stretched and prepared to conclude his work. Suddenly, an email titled Formulas and Data for Controlled Nuclear Fusion caught his attention. Wu Jiming had once been a research scientist specializing in controlled nuclear fusion, but due to age and health concerns, he had transitioned to his current role as a reviewer, which involved examining submissions of technological projects from the public. This position could be deemed leisurely or strenuous, depending on one's sense of responsibility. Fortuitously, Jiang Fan's submission had landed in the hands of Wu Jiming. He opened the email and downloaded the attached files to a designated folder. "Old Wu, are you still here after hours?" A colleague greeted him. Wu Jiming smiled and replied, "I'll be leaving shortly. You go ahead." "Old Wu, don't take everything so seriously. You put in so much effort reviewing emails, but how many projects do we approve in a year? It's a success if we manage to." Wu Jiming chuckled, but remained silent. Once the email attachment finished downloading, he skillfully unzipped the file and began to peruse its contents. He was acutely aware that while the nation was advancing rapidly, high-tech sectors remained a notable weakness. The future of a country's strength hinges on its technological prowess. Although he was no longer on the front lines of research, he hoped to discover promising projects through his work, thus contributing to the scientific community in a meaningful way. Wu Jiming scrutinized the document, noting that the first section contained the submitter's understanding of controlled nuclear fusion. After reading it, he nodded in approval. The submitter's grasp of the subject was impressively profound, at least on par with his own. He then opened the second section, which detailed specific data and formulas related to controlled nuclear fusion. The more he read, the more engrossed and exhilarated he became. The precision of the data was astonishing, akin to results obtained post-successful controlled nuclear fusion. He hastily retrieved his notebook from his time at the Research Institute, filled with data gathered over 2 decades of experimentation. Wu Jiming compared the confirmed data in his notes with that in the submitter's document and was astounded to find them identical. He then proceeded to scrutinize the uncertain data. While some discrepancies existed, he found the submitter's figures to be more credible. As he delved deeper, however, he encountered content that was somewhat beyond his comprehension. As a former researcher, Wu Jiming possessed a fierce spirit of inquiry, and he began to consult reference materials for the arcane formulas. He continued this endeavor until the sound of his phone jolted him back to reality. It was his 10:30 p.m. alarm reminding him to sleep. Upon looking up, he realized the office was cloaked in darkness, save for the glaring light of his computer screen. Rubbing his weary eyes, he stood to switch on the lights, illuminating the office. Once seated again, his gaze returned to the document on the screen. A sense of urgency washed over him. The likelihood that this document was 90 accurate weighed heavily on his mind. If true, its significance could warrant classification as state secrets. This thought sent a chill down his spine. His immediate impulse was to report the findings without delay. He retrieved his phone and, without hesitation, called the director of the Technology Project Review Office. The call connected swiftly. "Hello, Old Wu, what is going on?" came the loud voice on the other end, accompanied by background noise. "Director Ma, today I received a submission regarding controlled nuclear fusion, detailing data and formulas." Before Wu Jiming could finish, Director Ma interrupted. "Old Wu, let us discuss the project tomorrow. I'm currently out and it's not convenient. Let us leave it for now." "Director Ma, please listen to me." The line went dead with a series of beeps. "What nonsense?" Wu Jiming slammed his phone down onto the desk, leaning back in his chair, his chest rising and falling in frustration. His eyes returned to the document on the screen, feeling as if the weight of 1,000 burdens had settled upon his shoulders. If this document proved authentic, the implications for the nation's controlled nuclear fusion efforts would be monumental, potentially saving a decade of research time. What did that equate to? For instance, the state invests $3 billion annually for controlled nuclear fusion research. Over 10 years, that totals $30 billion. Furthermore, consider the human resources involved. A controlled nuclear fusion project typically requires at least 100 researchers. The value of 100 top-tier talents over a decade is immeasurable. With this realization, Wu Jiming picked up his phone again and dialed Director Ma. "Director Ma, please listen to me. This document is incredibly important." "Old Wu, do you realize what time it is? Can we discuss this tomorrow?" Director Ma's irritation was palpable. He was out enjoying drinks with friends, and Wu Jiming's persistent calls were dampening his spirits. "Director, we can't wait until tomorrow." "Then wait you must. I am the director, not you," Director Ma snapped, before abruptly ending the call. Chapter 6, Experts Gather. Moments later, Wu Jiming steeled himself and dialed another number. The call connected quickly. "Dean Li. This is Wu Jiming from the Office of Civil Technology Project Review at Longke University. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. Is there something urgent? Reviewer Wu? Dean Li asked amiably. Wu Jiming relayed the situation to Dean Li, who was taken aback. Where are you now? I'm at the Office of Civil Technology Project Review, Wu Jiming replied. All right, wait there. I'll be there shortly. Dean Li hung up and quickly changed into a white shirt. Old Li, it's nearly bedtime. What are you up to? Dean Li's spouse inquired. Please get some rest. There's a matter regarding the research that requires attention. You're on the brink of retirement, yet you remain perpetually busy. Remember to return early and refrain from toiling until the wee hours. Your health is no longer what it used to be. Understood, Director Li replied, promptly exiting the room. Wu Jiming awaited Director Li in the Research Project Review Office. As the head of the project research group, it was customary for Wu, as a primary reviewer, to first report the projects he approved to Director Ma of the Research Project Review Office. Following Ma's approval, the project research group would then determine the research's value and the financial investment required. However, Wu bypassed Director Ma and directly contacted Director Li, a breach of protocol that could result in disciplinary action. Yet, with urgency at hand and knowing Ma's usual inaction, he felt compelled to reach out to Director Li directly. Approximately 10 minutes later, Director Li entered the room without any unnecessary pleasantries and approached Wu Jiming. Where are the documents? I need to review them. Wu stood up, gesturing for Director Li to take a seat. The documents remained open on his computer desktop. Upon sitting, Director Li donned his glasses, took hold of the mouse, and began to browse through the materials. He glanced briefly at the first section, deeming it unimportant, before delving into the second section with increasing focus. The complexity of the formulas and data therein was astounding, many figures precise to more than 10 decimal places. If the data were indeed accurate, it would imply that the submitter had achieved significant advancements in controlled nuclear fusion research. This realization ignited a spark of excitement within Director Li. While he grasped the initial formulas and data in the second section, the latter parts baffled him. What is your name? He inquired, looking up at Wu Jiming. Director, my name is Wu Jiming. Jiming, do you comprehend the data and formulas in the latter part of this section? Director Li asked. I understand only about a third of it, Wu candidly replied. And what does this 3H23H4176107107EV signify? Wu proceeded to explain the meaning of the formula, and Director Li's understanding began to take shape. Albeit he was no expert in this field, they continued to discuss various formulas until neither could decipher any further, at which point they ceased their examination of the documents. Jiming, how do you possess such knowledge? Director Li inquired, curiosity pica. Director, I was previously engaged in controlled nuclear fusion research before my health led me to this position. Oh, that makes sense. Had this document fallen into the hands of another, it might have been dismissed as mere refuse. By the way, where is Director Ma? Wu recounted the prior events to Director Li, who was immediately incensed. Director Li retrieved his phone to make a call, only to find it was switched off. Director, do not be upset. It is quite late, Wu suggested. It was then that Director Li glanced at the time on his phone, realizing it was already 12:21 a.m. Never mind, this document is of utmost importance. By the way, Jiming, which private institution sent this document? Director Li asked. If my conjecture is correct, it appears to be from an individual. An individual? Director Li exclaimed in disbelief. Such intricate formulas and data could not possibly be the work of a single person. Controlled nuclear fusion is a monumental endeavor. Wu then showed Director Li the email, which stated, I hope to gain admission to your esteemed university. Controlled nuclear fusion? And this is merely for admission to Longke University? With this document, not only would admission to Longke University be assured, but it would likely attract attention from institutions worldwide. After a moment of contemplation, Director Li resolved to further verify the authenticity of the document. He promptly contacted professors specializing in plasma physics at Longke University and subsequently reached out to experts in magnetic materials and new magnetic substances. Within an hour, over a dozen leading experts convened in the Research Project Review Office at Longke University. Prior to their arrival, Director Li had instructed Wu to print multiple copies of the materials. As the clock struck 2:58 a.m., the assembled experts perused the documents with expressions of astonishment. Once everyone had finished, Director Li addressed them. Esteemed colleagues, each of you is a leading expert in your respective fields. Please share your thoughts on this document. Based on the data and formulas presented, the credibility is exceedingly high. Even if there are minor discrepancies, this represents a qualitative breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion research. I specialize in magnetic materials, and from the document alone, the tokamak's circular magnetic confinement device is flawless. Currently, developed nations' large-scale, conventional tokamaks achieve plasma temperatures of 4 For billion degrees under short pulse, on the order of seconds, operating conditions, with fusion output exceeding 16 megawatts. The plasma temperature outlined in this document reaches 600 million degrees, with power surpassing 20 megawatts, which is even higher than that released by developed countries. If the formulas and data are accurate, the development of a new tokamak magnetic ring device could place us at the forefront globally. Each expert provided their insights, analyzing the document's contents, and ultimately, 90 endorsed its feasibility. The discussion continued until 6 a.m., when a professor specializing in superconductivity proposed utilizing Hucking's supercomputer to further validate the formulas and data. Chapter 7. The Supercomputer. The suggestion from the superconductivity professor received unanimous agreement. A supercomputer processes vast amounts of data and performs high-speed calculations beyond the capabilities of standard personal computers, achieving speeds of over 1 trillion calculations per second. It is predominantly employed in national high-tech sectors and cutting-edge research, representing a nation's scientific prowess and playing a crucial role in national security, economic, and societal advancement. It serves as a significant indicator of a nation's technological development and overall strength. Hucking's supercomputer is among the most advanced in the Long Kingdom, primarily used for research, but also handling large-scale domestic commercial projects, thereby securing research funding for Hucking. The distance between Longke University and Hucking was a mere 20-minute journey. Director Li promptly called the president of Longke University, briefly outlining the situation. President Liu Yongxiang was left astounded. If what Director Li claimed was true, this document could save the Long Kingdom a decade in research on controlled nuclear fusion, marking it as of extraordinary significance. Due to time constraints, Principal Liu promptly arranged for a school bus to transport a group of professors to Hucking, while he hurriedly set off from his home to join them. In his rush, he skipped breakfast, but upon learning that Dean Li and the professors had also missed their morning meal, he instructed his assistant to purchase some steamed buns and soybean milk along the way. When they arrived at the entrance of the supercomputer facility, they discovered that the head of the supercomputer, Wang Hongbo, had yet to arrive. Without his guidance, the security guard would not permit their entry. Given the exorbitant cost of the supercomputer and the critical nature of the projects it housed, access was strictly forbidden without the authorization of the relevant personnel. Dean Li contacted Wang Hongbo, who indicated he would arrive in about 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Principal Liu had also made his way there, and the esteemed experts and professors were seated in the lobby, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to validate the formulas and data concerning controllable nuclear fusion mentioned in the documents. Should their findings prove accurate, Longwu would attain a leading position globally in the realm of controllable nuclear fusion. Ladies and gentlemen, I have brought steamed buns and soybean milk. Please enjoy a light meal to tide you over, Principal Liu announced. Thank you, Principal Liu, they responded, not hesitating to partake. Having endured a sleepless night, they were indeed quite hungry, and they eagerly began to eat without any pretensions. Principal Liu then pulled Dean Li aside to inquire further about the situation. Such an important document, and they merely seek admission to Longke University? Principal Liu inquired in astonishment. Indeed, I reviewed the original email, and that is precisely what it stated. Dean Li confirmed. Principal Liu began to contemplate the implications. Should they successfully validate the document, they could admit such a student to Longke University, thereby securing a significant achievement for the institution. The government would undoubtedly provide substantial support for Longke University's research projects in the future. With this thought, Principal Liu felt a surge of anticipation, hoping that the supercomputer would encounter no issues. Once everyone had finished their buns and soybean milk, Wang Hongbo arrived, visibly surprised to see a gathering of more than a dozen experts and professors. What is going on here? Didn't Dean Li mention we were merely running a set of formulas and data on the supercomputer? Surely, it wouldn't require this many individuals. Moreover, these experts were all top-tier professionals in their respective fields. Feeling a bit embarrassed for making so many professors wait, he addressed them, esteemed experts and professors. I sincerely apologize for the delay. Haha, not at all. It worked out perfectly as we managed to have breakfast. One of them replied. Xiao Wang, stop with the pleasantries and let us in. Principal Liu interjected. Principal Liu, you are here too. Wang Hongbo greeted in surprise, not having anticipated that the president of Longke University would personally oversee the matter. Chief Engineer Wang, please lead us inside, Dean Li urged. Wang Hongbo glanced at the group, feeling somewhat conflicted. The control room had strict regulations regarding the number of individuals allowed at any given time, which could not exceed 5, to minimize external influences on the supercomputer's operations. However, given that these individuals were all esteemed experts, he couldn't afford to offend any of them. Noticing Wang Hongbao's troubled expression, Dean Li asked, "Is there a problem, Chief Engineer Wang?" "You are aware of the rules here," Wang Hongbao replied. Principal Liu, sensing that Wang Hongbao was still concerned about regulations at this juncture, expressed his displeasure. "Xiao Wang, do you have any idea what project we are running on the supercomputer? If you continue to delay, I fear you may find your tenure as chief engineer coming to an end. Open the door. I will take responsibility for any issues that arise." Hearing Principal Liu's insistence, Wang Hongbao reluctantly allowed everyone to enter, reasoning that Principal Liu would shoulder any responsibility. Yet, he was intensely curious about what research project warranted such a gathering of esteemed experts. Once inside, everyone donned white, dust-proof suits, and, under Wang Hongbao's guidance, they entered the supercomputer's operation room. Without further ado, Dean Li plugged in a USB drive at the appropriate station and addressed Wang Hongbao, Chief Engineer Wang. "Shut down all currently running projects. Let us commence." "What? Shut down all running projects? Dean Li, are you joking?" Wang Hongbao exclaimed, taken aback. They were currently operating 4 large-scale projects simultaneously, including 1 national research project and 3 commercial projects valued at $1 billion each. To have Dean Li demand the cessation of all operations was unprecedented. "Dean Li, you should be aware of the supercomputer's hardware specifications. A 7168X2 Intel Hexa Core Xeon X5670 at 293 GHz, 7168 NVIDIA Tesla M2050 at 1 GHz, and 2048 Hex Core FT1000 at 1 GHz. Its peak computational speed reaches an astonishing 1 quintillion calculations per second. I could allocate 1/10 of its capacity, which would suffice for your research project," he suggested. However, his proposal was met with immediate opposition from everyone present. Allocating merely 1/10 of the supercomputer's capacity for the calculations concerning controllable nuclear fusion would take an eternity. "Xiao Wang, do you comprehend the nature of the project we are executing? Controllable nuclear fusion. You must be aware of the vastness of its data." Principal Liu interjected. "Controllable nuclear fusion?" Wang Hongbao echoed, astonished. He was well aware of its significance, having overseen several runs on this supercomputer in the past, each requiring a minimum of a full day's time to complete. If all ongoing projects were to be halted, he truly felt ill-equipped to make such a decision. Dean Li chose not to press Wang Hongbao further and directly called Zhou Huai to the National Research Institute for Controllable Nuclear Fusion. Upon hearing that they had acquired a highly classified document on controllable nuclear fusion, Zhou Huai was immediately exhilarated. He indicated he would arrive shortly. Currently, he was grappling with a bottleneck in the controllable nuclear fusion project, having seen no progress for over a year, and his anxiety was palpable. After hanging up, he promptly reported the matter to the authorities, and soon after, Wang Hongbao received the order to cease all current projects and fully cooperate with Dean Li. Chapter 8. The Authority of Director Ma. At 9:30 a.m., in the Office of Civil Technology Project Review at Longke University, Wu Jimin had spent the entire night without rest due to the document concerning Jiang Fan's controllable nuclear fusion. Around 6 a.m., when the professors set off for Hucking, Dean Li had not permitted him to accompany them, insisting instead that he remain by his computer. He understood well that if this document were validated, it would undoubtedly be classified as a national top-secret document. Before departing, Dean Li had issued a directive that this document must not be seen or forwarded by anyone. Having gone without sleep and sustenance, Wu Jimin was now both hungry and fatigued, relying solely on water to stave off his hunger. The office hours for the Technology Project Review Office commenced at 9 a.m., with 5 personnel present, 4 reviewers and 1 director. Typically, the atmosphere was lethargic, and the few present had yet to arrive. After several more minutes, 1 reviewer entered and greeted Wu Jimin, who was seated at his desk. "Old Wu, good morning." "Good morning," he replied. "Life is tedious, and work is exhausting. Why take it all so seriously? Life offers few opportunities for revelry. Let us live freely while we can." In a light-hearted yet scathing manner, Xiao Lu recited a humorous poem that subtly mocked Wu Jiming for his punctuality. He commuted to work diligently, never late and never leaving early, yet he remained the lowest-paid employee in the office. The reason for this unfortunate circumstance was that he had offended Director Ma. Around 10 o'clock, Director Ma sauntered into the office with a leisurely air. He greeted his colleagues with cheerful smiles, but as he approached Wu Jiming, his expression darkened instantly. The previous night, while enjoying drinks with friends, Wu Jiming had incessantly called him, causing his friends to jest at his expense for being an ineffective leader unable to manage his subordinate. Having endured Wu Jiming's previous insubordination, today he resolved to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, what would become of his authority? In truth, Wu Jiming had no intention of provoking anyone. He merely wished to perform his duties diligently and contribute positively to the nation by discovering commendable projects. However, Director Ma's mindset diverged sharply from his own. Their department functioned merely as an auditing body, approving only a couple of projects each year, leading him to adopt a lackadaisical approach to work since his salary would remain unaffected. On several occasions, feeling the monotony of work, he had suggested an outing to KTV with colleagues, only for Wu Jiming to outright reject the idea and reprimand Director Ma. At that time, Director Ma, recognizing his own fault, had swallowed his pride, but afterward he consistently sought reasons to dock Wu Jiming's pay. "Wu, come to my office," Director Ma declared coldly, striding directly into his private office. Wu Jiming refrained from following, remembering that Dean Li had instructed him to remain vigilant at his computer. Settling into the comfort of his executive chair, Director Ma schemed. Although he lacked the authority to dismiss Wu Jiming, he was determined to make him aware of his position, lest his role as director be undermined. However, after a considerable time had elapsed without Wu Jiming's arrival, he found himself perplexed. Typically, Wu was quite obedient regarding work matters. What could be the reason for this unexpected behavior? Rising again, Director Ma ventured to the office area and discovered Wu Jiming staring blankly at his computer screen. Rage surged within him as he approached, slamming his hand on the desk and shouting, "Wu, didn't you hear me calling you?" The rest of the office staff were startled by the sudden outburst, but upon realizing it was directed at Wu Jiming, they exchanged glances and stifled laughter, clearly enjoying the spectacle. "Director Ma, if you have something to say, please do so here. I cannot leave my post," Wu Jiming retorted. "What? Is your behind glued to that chair?" Director Ma mocked, prompting laughter from the others. Wu Jiming remained silent, resolutely seated. This only fueled Director Ma's amusement. He relished Wu Jiming's defiance, believing it provided the perfect justification to discipline him. "Wu, I warn you, your current behavior is a blatant affront to authority, and I have the right to report you for disciplinary action. Over the past year, how many projects have you approved? How many have entered the research phase? None. I presume. It appears you are merely coasting along, wasting the nation's resources. If I were you, I would have resigned long ago. You are of an age where I have shown you respect, yet you choose to act superior due to your experience," Director Ma vented, his words growing increasingly harsh, causing some colleagues to wince at the tirade. While it was true that Wu Jiming did not socialize much with him, it was equally true that he was the most diligent and earnest worker among them. Director Ma, having intended to reprimand him today, now saw no need to hold back. If Wu could not endure the chastisement and chose to resign, so much the better. Director Ma unleashed a verbal onslaught for over 10 minutes, his remarks becoming intolerable. Yet Wu Jiming remained silent, focused solely on safeguarding the files on his computer. "Director Ma, I believe you might be thirsty. Why not have some water?" one of the auditors suggested flatteringly. Director Ma accepted the cup, took a sip, and glanced at Wu Jiming, surprised by his lack of retort. He had anticipated that a slight provocation would elicit a response, allowing him to accuse Wu of insubordination and send him home without pay for reflection. It appeared that Wu was remarkably composed. Thus, Director Ma decided to adopt a different tactic. "Wu, given your defiance, I'm assigning you the task of cleaning the restroom for a week." Wu Jiming understood that Director Ma was merely seeking to provoke him, no matter his actions. The director would not relent. For now, he resolved to protect the files and address other matters later. If necessary, he would resign and seek a modest job elsewhere to sustain himself. "Why are you still standing there? Go clean the restroom." Director Ma barked. At that moment, rhythmic footsteps echoed in the corridor. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and armed special police officers stormed in, surrounding everyone present. Shocked, the employees began to reflect on their past misdeeds. Most anxious of all was Director Ma, who had recently partnered with friends to open a bar, a clear violation of regulations prohibiting state employees from engaging in private business. However, such a breach did not warrant the involvement of special police. As Director Ma's mind raced with worry, Dean Liu entered, accompanied by an officer. "This is Wu Jiming," Dean Liu introduced. The officer addressed Wu Jiming, inquiring, "Nothing has been disturbed, correct?" Wu Jiming stood and replied earnestly, "No." "Remove everything," commanded the officer, and several special police promptly affixed seals to Wu Jiming's computer and carried it away. Soon after, another group entered, confiscating all other computers and office supplies. In mere moments, the entire auditing office was stripped bare, leaving only desks and chairs. After the military officer and the special police departed, Director Ma, bewildered, turned to Dean Liu and asked, "Dean Liu, our department 1 TB disbanded, will it?" Dean Liu cast a cold glance at him, replying, "Your department has not been disbanded. You have been dismissed." "Why?" Director Ma exclaimed in disbelief. "From now on, Wu Jiming will serve as the head of the auditing office, while you await an investigation." Chapter 9. An Unexpected Turn. Lingzhou City, Happiness Community, Building 3. Today marked the second day since the exam results were announced, and Jiang Fan's parents, Jiang Jinghua and Li Guiqin, had taken a day off to stay home with their son. Jiang Fan scored only 300 points on his college entrance examination, and they feared he might despair and do something foolish. Surprisingly, however, Jiang Fan had risen early for a run, then returned home to shower and eat, showing no signs of distress whatsoever. In fact, during breakfast, he even recounted a joke, albeit a rather unfunny one. At that moment, Jiang Fan rummaged through cabinets, searching for something. "What is wrong with our son?" Li Guiqin whispered to Jiang Jinghua. "He scored 300 points on the exam, yet he seems so cheerful. Do you think he is just putting on a facade?" "Oh, our son hasn't. He smiled all year during his senior studies, since yesterday's results. He has been laughing intermittently, and even telling us jokes," Jiang Jinghua replied. "Perhaps he is trying to mask his true feelings to avoid worrying us. Who knows how many tears he has shed alone." Li Guiqin pondered over her son, who had worked tirelessly throughout the year, only to achieve a mere 300 points in the college entrance examination. She felt a profound sense of injustice on his behalf, and tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks. "Guiqin, what are you doing? If your son sees you like this, it will surely sadden him. Since he doesn't want us to be disheartened, let us instead accompany him in joy." Upon hearing Jiang Jinghua's words, Guiqin wiped away her tears. "Dad, Dad!" Jiang Jinghua heard his son's call and promptly responded, "Coming." He then turned to Li Guiqin beside him, saying, "Remember to be happy." Guiqin nodded, though her heart was heavy with sorrow. Jiang Jinghua emerged from the bedroom and entered the living room, where he found Jiang Fan waiting for him, holding a childhood game controller. "Dad, let's play a couple of rounds." Jiang Jinghua was taken aback, then laughed. "Are you seeking revenge for your childhood?" Jiang Fan chuckled in response. Jiang Jinghua took a game controller and sat down on the mat. They were playing the classic fighting game, King of Fighters. As Jiang Jinghua fumbled with the somewhat unwieldy controller, memories of Jiang Fan's 8th birthday flooded back. He had spent half a month's salary to buy this gaming console for his son, which had thrilled Jiang Fan for months. Every time he came home from work, his son would eagerly beg him for a few rounds of gaming. Since Jiang Fan had always been exceptionally bright, consistently ranking first in his class, Jiang Jinghua had never restricted his gaming time. Moreover, Jiang Fan was disciplined. After an hour of play, he would voluntarily turn off the game and immerse himself in books. This filled Jiang Jinghua with immense pride. "Dad, you've chosen your signature hero, Iori Yagami. Are you afraid now?" "Ah." Jiang Jinghua chuckled, recalling how, in their childhood, whenever he picked Iori, Jiang Fan had almost never managed to defeat him. "Then I shall choose my signature hero, Kyo Kusanagi," Jiang Fan declared. Once they selected their characters, they clicked to enter the game. On the television screen appeared a fighting arena, with Jiang Jinghua's Iori, his red hair cascading over one eye, exuding an effortless coolness. Jiang Fan's Kyo donned baggy attire that subtly revealed his well-defined muscles, sure to attract the gaze of many girls were he to appear in reality. The battle commenced. Jiang Jinghua, controlling Iori, launched a shadow dance attack towards Kyo, who deftly leaped aside to evade it. "Well done, kid. You managed to dodge that. Haha. Now, taste my signature move, the Kyo Kusanagi," Jiang Fan retorted, maneuvering Kyo right next to Iori. "I'll counter with my signature 100 Flame Kick," Jiang Jinghua shouted back. "And I'll unleash my special technique, the Furin Kazan," Jiang Fan called out. The living room echoed with their exclamations as Li Guiqin watched the father and son engrossed in the game, unable to suppress her laughter. It felt as though time had transported her back to Jiang Fan's childhood. Behold the ultimate move, the 8-headed serpent. Cry out and perish. Seeing Jiang Fan's health bar dwindle to a mere sliver, Jiang Jinghua activated his ultimate skill. However, Jiang Fan performed a series of evasive rolls, then executed a ground roll to close the distance, grinning as he declared, "Team Captain S super move, the Dragon S Fury. Cool." Jiang Jinghua's Iori collapsed, and he protested, "I let you win. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. Let us go again." "Dad, your skills have definitely declined," Jiang Fan teased. "Enough chatter. Select your character." Jiang Jinghua playfully tapped Jiang Fan on the back of the head. "Bring on, but no cheating," Jiang Fan warned. "Am I the type to cheat? What about when you touched my hand during my ultimate move? That was an accident. I believe it was intentional." They bantered back and forth, while Li Guiqin found their lively exchange utterly delightful. Their home had never been this animated before. just as they were relishing this harmonious moment. A sudden knock at the door interrupted them. "Mom, someone else knocking." Jiang Fan alerted. "All right, you two keep playing. I'll answer the door." Li Guiqin replied as she stood and walked to the entrance. Upon opening the door, she was astonished to find the beautiful girl from last time standing there. "Hello, Andy." "Oh, Ruoshi is here. Come in." Li Guiqin calmly veiled her. Chu Ruo, she was taken aback. She hadn't expected Annie to remember her name from a month ago when she had last visited. Following Li Guiqin into the living room, she was momentarily dumbfounded by the scene before her. It was entirely different from what she had anticipated. She had come today primarily to comfort Jiang Fan, having even researched how to console a student who scored only 300 points in the exam. She memorized several inspirational passages, believing they would surely help Jiang Fan. Yet now, she saw Jiang Fan and his father joyfully engrossed in their game, devoid of any sorrow. What is going on? Has Jiang Fan lost his mind? Or have I misread his exam results? She glanced curiously at Li Guiqin. "Auntie, is Jiang Fan all right?" "Oh, he is fine. His skills are quite impressive now, even surpassing his father's." Li Guiqin responded. Chu Ruo, she looked utterly speechless. She had clearly inquired about Jiang Fan's exam results. Yet Li Guiqin chose to comment on his gaming prowess instead. As the television displayed the letters KO once more, Jiang Jinghua threw down the game controller in frustration. "I'm done. I always lose. All right, Xiao Fan. Stop playing. Look who is here." Jiang Fan then noticed Chu Ruo, she for the first time. At that moment, Chu Ruo, she, clad in a white knee-length dress, revealed her long, fair legs, causing Jiang Fan to momentarily lose his composure. Although they had been desk mates for over 10 days, he had never truly taken a good look at her. Her bright, clear eyes, elegantly arched brows, and flawless complexion with a hint of rosy hue, paired with her delicate lips resembling rose petals, struck him speechless. Chapter 10. Eating Watermelon. Chu Ruo, she felt a bit shy under Jiang Fan's gaze, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Li Guiqin instantly perceived her son's feelings, casting a playful glance at him. What a silly boy. Any girl would feel bashful under such scrutiny. To prevent Chu Ruo, she from feeling awkward, she turned to Jiang Fan and said, "Xiao Fan, go get some fruit for Ruo Shi." Jiang Fan quickly snapped back to reality and hurried to fetch some fruit. Moments later, he returned from the kitchen, carrying half a large watermelon. He placed it on a coffee table and addressed the still shy Chu Ruo Shi, saying, "Classmate Ra, would you like some watermelon?" As Li Guiqin noticed the uncut watermelon on the table, 3 lines of annoyance appeared on her forehead. "My silly son, how can anyone eat a watermelon that isn't sliced?" She thought, bemused, realizing he was just like his father. However, she refrained from criticizing her son in front of Ruo Shi, wanting to maintain his dignity. Given that Chu Ruo, she had made 2 visits to their home recently, Li Guiqin speculated that she might indeed have feelings for her son. If the 2 of them could develop a relationship, that would be wonderful. With Chu Ruo Shi's ethereal beauty and her son's handsome looks, any offspring they might have would undoubtedly be exceptionally attractive. Upon reaching this point, Li Guiqin could not help but chuckle. Jiang Fan, puzzled, glanced at his mother, Li Guiqin, and inquired, "Mom, what is the matter?" Li Guiqin hurriedly replied, "Oh, it's nothing, hee. You two continue your conversation. I'll go and cut the watermelon for you." "Auntie, no need, I'm not eating." Chu Ruo Shi quickly interjected. "It's all right. Consuming watermelon in the summer is refreshing and helps to beat the heat." After saying this, Li Guiqin proceeded to the kitchen to fetch a fruit knife. Jiang Fan suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to cut the watermelon earlier, feeling a bit embarrassed as he smiled at her. Seeing Jiang Fan's goofy grin, Chu Ruo Shi couldn't help but smile back, thinking to herself, "I've only ever seen Jiang Fan's serious and studious side. I never imagined he could be so endearing." The atmosphere grew slightly awkward as Jiang Fan remained silent. However, noticing he wasn't as disheartened as she had anticipated, Chu Ruo Shi decided to abandon her prepared motivational story and casually asked, "Jiang Fan, are you particularly skilled at playing games? I played with my dad when I was young, but I haven't played in 10 years. Today I'm just looking to relax and play a bit with him." Jiang Fan replied candidly. Chu Ruo Shi was indeed taken aback by Jiang Fan's demeanor today. Her impression of him was still rooted in the image of a diligent student who seldom spoke to others. Yet today, Jiang Fan was quite charming. At that moment, Li Guiqin returned with the fruit knife and proceeded to slice the watermelon. Jiang Fan quickly grabbed a piece and offered it to Chu Ruo Shi. "Here, Chu Ruo Shi, have some watermelon." "Thank you." Chu Ruo Shi accepted the slice and began to nibble on it delicately. Li Guiqin, with her cheerful disposition, engaged in animated discussions with Chu Ruashi about television dramas, clothing, and cuisine, treating her as if she were her own daughter. Jiang Fan could only occasionally chime in. Jiang Jinghua, observing from the sidelines, felt a pang of anxiety. Why was his wife so oblivious and not encouraging their son to interact more with Chu Ruashi? He cleared his throat meaningfully a couple of times to signal Li Guiqin, but she remained blissfully absorbed in conversation. Eventually, he could no longer contain himself and addressed Li Guiqin. Guiqin, didn't you mention you wanted to buy clothes today? The weather is pleasant. Let us go. Li Guiqin was taken aback and blurted, when did I say I wanted to buy clothes? Jiang Jinghua raised his eyebrows at her. You mentioned it yesterday. Have you forgotten? Only then did Li Guiqin grasp her husband's intentions, smacking her thigh and exclaiming, oh dear, how could I forget about that? Ruashi, you and Xiao Fan continue chatting at home. I need to go to the mall with your uncle. We might not be back until evening. Li Guiqin emphasized the word evening, hinting that she did not wish to interrupt their time together. Then, Auntie, you go ahead with your business. I'll just have a few words with Jiang Fan before I leave. Ruashi said, Ruashi, since you've come all this way, make sure to stay and play a little longer. You and Xiao Fan should have lunch together. After saying this, Li Guiqin called Jiang Fan aside and handed him 1,000 yuan. Mom, this. Xiao Fan, treat your classmate to something delicious for lunch. Jiang Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Jinghua patted his son, who was half a head taller than him, with a knowing expression. Then he and Li Guiqin left. The key was that Jiang Fan genuinely did not understand. In his previous life, he had dedicated himself entirely to research and had never dated. He didn't even have a single friend of the opposite sex. Suddenly faced with a classmate as ethereal as a fairy, he felt somewhat lost on how to proceed. Sweaty palms betrayed his anxiety. After some idle chit-chat, Chu Ruashi eventually broached the purpose of her visit. Jiang Fan, what are your plans moving forward? Jiang Fan naturally aspired to attend Longke University, as it was the premier institution for technology in Longwa. Gaining admission there would greatly facilitate his research endeavors. However, it had been a day since he sent out his application, and he was unsure whether it had been received. When he organized his documents, he had specifically focused only on the relatively simpler aspects of controllable nuclear fusion, just in case the recipient found it too complex. He anticipated that news would arrive in a couple of days. I'm awaiting an admission notice from Longke University, Jiang Fan explained. What kind of news? Chu Ruashi asked. Puzzled. The admission news from Longke University. Longke University? You applied there? Chu Ruashi's eyes widened in astonishment as she stood up. Jiang Fan, who had scored only 300 points in the college entrance examination, had applied to Longke University. Was he not seeking trouble? The admission scores for Longke University had consistently exceeded 630 points, with some popular programs soaring to 670 points. In the Kyoto Hucking Supercomputer Control Room, Zhou Huide, the chief engineer responsible for the controllable nuclear fusion project, was brimming with excitement as he gazed at the 4 characters displayed on the supercomputer. Program correct. Everyone understood the significance behind those words. The implications were monumental. Zhou Huide then addressed everyone present. No one is to leave this room. Immediately hand over all mobile communications, or face charges of treason. The experts and professors present concurred with Zhou Huide's decision. After all, this was controllable nuclear fusion, an energy project capable of transforming global technology. Subsequently, Zhou Huide reported the situation to the government, who promptly dispatched 5,000 special police officers and 10 helicopters under his command. Once everyone had signed confidentiality agreements, a portion of them was isolated. This matter pertained to national interests, and Zhou Huide had to proceed with utmost caution. Minister Zhou, here is the submission from the controllable nuclear fusion candidate. Zhou Huide opened a thick stack of documents and began to skim through them. Jiang Fan, male, 18 years old. Chapter 11. The Elder Long takes action. At the headquarters of the Kyoto Penguin Group, a military jeep sped towards the towering building and came to a halt beneath it. 2 personnel quickly disembarked and hurried into the lobby. They approached the front desk and presented their identification. We are from the National Security Bureau. Where's your group? As highest leader. The receptionist, startled by the credentials, quickly responded, Please wait a moment. I'll contact our leadership. The receptionist reported the situation to their administrative department head over the phone. The administrative head then informed their vice president, Gao Zhuwei. Soon, the receptionist relayed to the 2 defense personnel, Hello, our president Gao is in the general manager's office on the 21st floor. The 2 defense personnel wasted no time and took the elevator straight to the 21st floor. Upon arriving at the general manager's office, President Gao warmly welcomed them. Although he was unaware of the matter at hand, He knew to treat anyone from a national department with utmost respect. Please take a seat. I'll brew you some tea. Vice President Gao offered. No need. We are from the National Security Bureau, and here are our credentials. Vice President Gao glanced at the documents, noticing the yellow pentagram and the words National Security Bureau emblazoned on it, accompanied by a steel seal. Although this was his first encounter with such credentials, he could ascertain their authenticity upon seeing the vivid red seal. Please, if you have matters to discuss, go ahead. I am currently the highest authority at Penguin Group. Vice President Gao stated, as their boss, Mr. Ma, was away in a foreign country for closed-door training, leaving him to handle the company's affairs. This also presents an opportunity for him to showcase his capabilities. The two defense personnel wasted no time and directly stated, "We require you to delete the data of a specific account along with any traces it has left behind." Upon hearing their demands, Vice President Gao promptly declined. The deletion of a set of data from the database is the gravest taboo of their Penguin Group. Erasing user data would inevitably engender distrust among users. If such actions were to be exposed, it could trigger a butterfly effect, resulting in a mass exodus of users and potentially leading to a catastrophic collapse. One of the security personnel, witnessing Vice President Gao's resolute refusal, slammed his hand on the table and declared, "I am not here to negotiate, but to inform you." Having ascended to his position, Vice President Gao had weathered numerous storms. Even when faced with state officials, he adhered to protocol. When core corporate interests were at stake, he had no choice but to refuse. "Gentlemen, please take your leave. Deleting data is absolutely forbidden within our Penguin Group," Vice President Gao asserted. The national security officer, unfazed by his words, promptly made a phone call. Moments later, he settled onto the sofa, waiting. Indeed, within 2 minutes, Vice President Gao's phone rang. Upon seeing it was a call from their superior, Mr. Ma, he hurriedly answered. The result was an immediate reprimand from Mr. Ma. "Have you grown tired of living? Do you wish to drag the entire group down with you? I hired you to solve problems, not to create them. Collaborate with the security personnel as instructed. And if you continue to prattle on, I won't stop you from going to jail." After hanging up, Vice President Gao dared not utter another word and led the two security personnel to the database office. "What data do you wish to delete?" Vice President Gao inquired. "First, help us trace a specific set of data. Jiang Fan from Lingzhou City, age 18, ID number 41. "Very well, I will have the data technicians retrieve it immediately." Shortly thereafter, the technicians extracted the data. The security personnel reviewed the email's path and found it had only been sent to the Longke University email, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. They then instructed, delete all personal data related to him, including any correspondence. Within 2 minutes, Jiang Fan's Penguin email account was completely erased. Once the two security personnel departed, Vice President Gao was drenched in cold sweat. Had it not been for Mr. Ma's timely call, he might have found himself in dire straits today. In the office of the principal at Longke University, Principal Liu addressed the head of the admissions office. "Why is the admission notice taking so long? It has been over 10 minutes. The admissions director, looking helpless, explained that their admission notices were produced in bulk according to a schedule, while Principal Liu's desire for a custom notice would naturally require more time. Despite the mere passage of 10 minutes, Principal Liu had already pressed them multiple times. "Principal, I have already instructed them to expedite the process. It should be ready soon." Principal Liu, aware that creating a custom notice is indeed more troublesome, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. News had reached them from several top-tier universities in Longwa, including Huking, Longke University, and Jiang University. Although Jiang Fan had applied to their institution, there was no guarantee that the other universities would not entice him away. "Didactoli, when will Minister Zhou's helicopter depart?" "In an hour. Minister Zhou is currently coordinating with the Lingzhou municipal government." "Very well, we must secure Jiang Fan at all costs. If we can enroll him at Longke University, our funding and admissions will undoubtedly elevate to a higher tier." Both Director Li and the admissions office head felt their enthusiasm surge. "Principal, should we invite Elder Long to assist? It would give us a greater advantage." "Elder Long." Principal Liu pondered. Elder Long was a distinguished academician at Longke University, particularly renowned for his contributions to nanotechnology and rocket fuel research. At over 60 years of age, he was still actively teaching and leading the Materials Research Institute at Longke University. Given Elder Long's reputation and expertise, he would indeed carry significant weight. "All right, I will call Elder Long now." However, before the principal could even dial, an elderly gentleman strode in unannounced. With his snowy hair and youthful visage, he appeared sprightly. "Xiao Lu, you discover such a promising talent, and do not inform me?" If those old geezers from other institutions snatch him away, we will incur a great loss. Principal Liu quickly rose, welcoming him with a broad smile. Elder Long, I didn't want to disturb you. Nonsense, Elder Long retorted, showing no regard for Principal Liu's feelings. Yet, Principal Liu maintained his cheerful demeanor. Just earlier, Director Li suggested bringing you on board. I was just about to make the call. Enough with the pleasantries. Let me see that student's information. Principal Liu promptly produced a stack of documents and handed them over. Elder Long perused the materials briefly before nodding in satisfaction. Very impressive. I want this young man. Upon hearing this, Principal Liu was filled with elation. As long as Elder Long was willing to intervene, this matter should be resolved without issue. Chapter 12. The Arcade. The midday sun of summer blazed like a searing flame, scorching the earth. The entire Lingzhou city felt as though it were trapped within a colossal steamer, with streets devoid of life. Occasionally, a stray cat would dart by, hastily seeking a shaded refuge. At the entrance of a shopping mall, a young girl clad in a white dress gazed at the relentless sun, her delicate brows furrowing in discomfort. Under such a scorching sun, if I return home, I might as well lose a layer of skin. Beside her, a handsome boy with bright teeth and refined features also felt the oppressive heat wave enveloping him. He turned to the girl and said, "Classmate Chu Ruoshi, let us wait until it cools down before heading back." Chu Ruoshi nodded in agreement. It seems we have no other choice. The two then retreated into the mall. Jiang Fan, you can call me Chu Ruoshi or just Ruoshi. Adding classmate makes things feel overly formal, especially since we shared a desk before. Jiang Fan pondered for a moment and realized she was right. However, calling her simply Ruoshi felt too intimate, and after much deliberation, he finally replied, "I will stick to calling you classmate Chu Ruoshi. I can't bring myself to call you anything else." Chu Ruoshi rolled her eyes. "Fine, suit yourself." The mall they were in was a comprehensive complex. The first floor featured gold jewelry and cosmetics. The second was dedicated to clothing, while the third floor boasted a food court, KTV, cinema, arcade, and various entertainment options. This mall was conveniently close to Jiang Fan's home. They initially intended to eat and return, but they had underestimated the intensity of the summer sun. Chu Ruoshi considered, since they had nothing else to do, they might as well spend the afternoon enjoying themselves. Jiang Fan, let us head to the third floor to play. Sure, Jiang Fan replied. Today, his mother, Li Guichin, had given him 1,000 yuan. After spending 68 yuan on their meal, he still had 932 yuan remaining. Furthermore, his father had sent him a message on WeChat, insisting that he must spend the entire 1,000 yuan on entertainment, or he would not be allowed home. If he didn't return home by nightfall, he was to find a decent hotel. Jiang Fan felt somewhat overwhelmed upon receiving such a message from his father, Jiang Jinghua. He and Chu Ruoshi shared a purely platonic relationship, far from what his father imagined. Yet, inexplicably, a flicker of anticipation stirred within him at the thought of such an event occurring. However, given his current disposition, even if such a situation were to arise, he likely wouldn't dare to act inappropriately. Together, Chu Ruoshi and Jiang Fan ascended to the third floor of the mall via the elevator, which opened directly into an arcade. As soon as they stepped out, a wave of sound assaulted their eardrums. Chu Ruoshi, brimming with excitement, dashed inside, recalling how long it had been since her last visit. The last time she had been to an arcade was at the tender age of 9, and the familiar melodies instantly transported her back to her childhood. She turned to Jiang Fan, calling out, "Jiang Fan, hurry up. Let's have some fun in here." "All right, I'll go get some tokens." "You're treating me today, hee," she declared without a hint of modesty, as both her and Jiang Fan's families were relatively well off, making the need for strict divisions unnecessary. "Don't worry. My mom provided the funds," Jiang Fan replied earnestly. "Funds? What funds?" I'm just going to get tokens," Jiang Fan said, walking away, unable to divulge that it was dating funds. He feared that such a revelation might frighten the young girl away. Although a novice in romance, he was not foolish. Jiang Fan exchanged 200 yuan for game tokens and approached Chu Ruoshi with 2 boxes in hand. "Chu Ruoshi, I've got the tokens. What do you want to play?" "Wow, so many? That's fantastic," Chu Ruoshi exclaimed, her excitement reminiscent of a bouncy little rabbit. "Jiang Fan, let us play this shooting game. It was my favorite when I was little." As Jiang Fan deposited the tokens into the machine, the screen lit up to signal the commencement of the game. This was a 2-player shooting battle, and Chu Ruoshi handed Jiang Fan a virtual submachine gun, explaining how to use it. "Just follow my lead, shoot where I shoot." "All right, Zhu Si," he replied. The game commenced, and Chu Ruoshi, in her exuberance, unleashed a torrent of fire upon the advancing monsters, indifferent to whether she hit or missed. Jiang Fan, however, adhered to her earlier advice, targeting the monsters' heads, their Achilles heel, which could result in instant demise. With each shot, he expertly struck the monsters squarely in the head. Wow, Jiang Fan, look, I hit so many monsters. Chu Ruashi beamed at him, blissfully unaware that it was Jiang Fan who had made those hits. He chose not to correct her, enjoying the sight of her joy. After a few rounds, Chu Ruashi grew weary of the shooting game and wandered over to a basketball machine. Jiang Fan, let us play this one. I'm a sharpshooter. Jiang Fan inserted a token, and the basketball game began. Chu Ruashi confidently picked up a basketball and effortlessly made a shot. I'm so skilled, she boasted. Indeed, quite impressive, Jiang Fan acknowledged. As she continued to sink basket after basket, her shooting percentage was commendable, but as they reached the second level, where the hoop moved back and forth, she found herself struggling, pouting in frustration. Chu Ruashi, let me help you shoot, Jiang Fan offered. She passed him the basketball, and with a gentle toss, he made a flawless shot. Wow, Jiang Fan, you're amazing. You made a perfect shot with the moving hoop. Her praise flustered him, and he replied, the hoop moves at a speed of 0.3 meters per second, with a swing amplitude of 1 meter, and the ball takes 0.5 seconds to reach the hoop. Based on the parabolic arc, you should release the ball just as the hoop reaches its maximum swing in the opposite direction. Aiming for the center, Chu Ruashi stared at Jiang Fan in astonishment. Wouldn't he expect that someone who scored only 300 on the college entrance exam could articulate such a theory? Give it a try, Jiang Fan encouraged. Taking the basketball, Chu Ruashi followed his instructions, waiting for the hoop to change direction before launching her shot. The ball traced an elegant arc through the air and swished through the net. Yay, I made it, she cheered, her joy infectious. I want to shoot again. She picked up another basketball, biding her time, and when the moment was right, she launched it again, another successful shot. She continued to score several more, recalling how in her childhood, she would often fail at this moving hoop challenge. Little did she know, Jiang Fan's advice had propelled her to the third level today. In her excitement, she impulsively hugged Jiang Fan to celebrate. Startled by her sudden embrace, he froze in place. Taken aback. Chapter 13, Account does not exist. As Chu Ruashi came to her senses, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly released him, stepping back in a flurry. Jiang Fan, I'm so sorry. I got too carried away. In her childhood, whenever her father took her out to play and she had a great time, she would habitually hug him in delight. The excitement of the moment had caused her to instinctively embrace Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan stood there, still reeling from the unexpected gesture, having never experienced such an embrace from a girl before. He stared at Chu Ruashi, his cheeks flushing crimson. Noticing his embarrassment, Chu Ruashi teased, didn't he expect that a big boy like you would be shy? Since that moment, when Chu Ruashi inadvertently hugged Jiang Fan, their relationship began to shift in subtle, yet significant ways. Eventually, they played through all their tokens and emerged from the arcade. Chu Ruashi walked ahead, while Jiang Fan trailed behind, secretly admiring the lively girl with her lustrous black hair cascading down her back, swaying rhythmically as she moved. Lost in his admiration, he was caught off guard when Chu Ruashi suddenly turned around, their gazes locking. Jiang Fan swiftly averted his eyes, with a playful glint in her sparkling eyes. Chu Ruashi approached him and said, come on, admit it. You were just sneaking a peek at me. Caught in her accusation, Jiang Fan stammered, I was looking at the cinema in front of us. Chu Ruashi glanced at the nearby cinema, her fair hand instinctively covering her mouth as she giggled. Jiang Fan was genuinely adorable. He couldn't even fabricate a proper excuse, as the cinema was to their left, while his gaze had clearly been directed straight ahead. Hey, Jiang Fan, why don't we catch a movie? Chu Ruashi suggested. Sure, Jiang Fan agreed enthusiastically. They entered the cinema, where after a brief deliberation, Chu Ruashi selected a romantic film titled The Girls We Once Pursued. Jiang Fan purchased 2 tickets and approached her, saying, Chu Ruashi, I got the tickets. Let us head in. Is that all you bought? Just the movie tickets? Chu Zusi Inguit pulled out. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Fan was certain that purchasing the tickets was sufficient for entry. Observing his dazed expression, Chu Ruashi couldn't help but chuckle. It was clear that Jiang Fan was quite the straightforward boy. Thus, she decided to provide a hint. Isn't it essential to accompany a movie with a generous serving of popcorn? It was only then that Jiang Fan realized this, hastily procuring a large bucket of popcorn. Upon his return, Chu Ruashi noticed he had also purchased 2 cups of beverages, surprised at his sudden enlightenment. They promptly entered the screening room together. Due to the still sweltering weather outside, the audience was sparse, with fewer than 10 attendees when the film commenced. As Jiang Fan had chosen a large bucket of popcorn, the armrest of his seat could not accommodate it, forcing him to hold it in one hand, while Churuashi occasionally snatched a handful to enjoy. The film style leaned towards a light-hearted narrative interspersed with youthful romance, a genre that Churuashi particularly cherished, eliciting her melodious laughter throughout. Jiang Fan smiled in agreement. Yet his focus was hardly on the cinematic display. Rather, he covertly stole glances at Churuashi while munching on popcorn. He found himself puzzled, unable to comprehend why he was so drawn to her, an impulse he seemed powerless to control. Before the film had even reached its midpoint, the entire bucket of popcorn had vanished. Most of it consumed his eyes while he admired Churuashi. Hey, it's empty. Juzusi Weetspa. This time, Jiang Fan, displaying remarkable awareness, stood up and exited the room. Shortly thereafter, he returned with 2 large buckets of popcorn. How did you manage to buy more popcorn? Aren't you prohibited from re-entering once the film has started? Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly. I purchased another ticket. You're impressive. Churuashi commended him with a thumbs up. She had initially assumed they would share the 2 buckets. Yet, Jiang Fan placed one of the buckets on the empty seat beside him and held the other between them. Churuashi thought nothing of it and resumed watching the film. To her astonishment, Jiang Fan, with his insatiable appetite for popcorn, finished both buckets in no time. Just as he prepared to venture out for more, Churuashi quickly grabbed his arm, whispering, "The movie is nearly over. If you want to eat, you can wait until it concludes." Burp. Jiang Fan inopportunely let out a loud belch, causing Churuashi to look at him in astonishment. He quickly clarified, "I just had too much soda." Once Churuashi redirected her attention to the screen, Jiang Fan realized he had unwittingly overindulged. He had consumed nearly 2.5 buckets of popcorn himself. The remainder of the film concluded amidst his intermittent belching. Feeling somewhat melancholic after watching the film, Churuashi lamented the fact that the female lead did not end up with the male lead, but chose a rather greasy older man instead. Jiang Fan. Why didn't he, the male lead, Ku Jingting, simply take Xinjiai for himself? Jiang Fan was caught off guard by the sudden question, utterly unprepared to respond, as he had no knowledge of who Ku Jingting or Xinjiai were. Throughout the film, he had been covertly admiring Churuashi. If I were to date someone, no matter the circumstances, I would never part ways with him, Churuashi mused aloud. By the time they exited the mall, it was already 5 p.m., and the sunlight outside had softened considerably. Churuashi stretched her arms, feeling invigorated as she hadn't enjoyed herself like this in ages. Me too, Jiang Fan replied, glancing at Churuashi. Let us head back, Jiang Fan. All right, Jiang Fan followed her. However, as they approached an intersection, they discovered the road was blocked, completely devoid of any vehicles. Given the situation, it seems a national leader is here for an inspection. Juzusi Zima, let us take the back streets, Jiang Fan suggested. Indeed, as they walked, the two engaged in delightful conversation, although it was mostly Churuashi speaking, while Jiang Fan occasionally chimed in, still adjusting to conversing with girls. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the entrance of the school. Jiang Fan, let us take a stroll around the campus. Once college begins, who knows when we'll return? Mentioning college reminded Jiang Fan of the email he had sent yesterday. It had been a whole day, and he had yet to receive any news from Longke University. Thus, he checked his phone to access his QQ email. When he entered his account, the result displayed that the account did not exist. This left him utterly disheartened. Thinking he might have mistyped, he entered it again, yet the same message appeared. He halted, his brow furrowing in distress. It's over. Chapter 14, School. Jiang Fan could never have anticipated that the email he sent to Longke University regarding controllable nuclear fusion had been classified as a state secret, leading to the deletion of his account. Churuashi observed Jiang Fan's troubled expression, confused as to why he had suddenly shifted from jovial to pensive. Jiang Fan. What is wrong? Nothing, he replied. He then reasoned that QQ Email, being the largest internet enterprise in the country, should not have experienced a hacking incident. It was likely an upgrade or system maintenance, and he decided to address it later once he got home. If all else failed, he would call customer service for assistance. From Jiang Fan's demeanor, Churuashi sensed that his mood had soured since entering the school grounds, leading her to speculate that it must be a source of sorrow for him. After all, he had worked tirelessly for a year, only to score a mere 300 on the college entrance exam. No one wishes to relive such experiences. Jiang Fan, why don't we head back? Churuashi suggested, hoping to ease his spirits. However, Jiang Fan smiled and replied, let us continue exploring. Who knows when we'll be able to return to our alma mater? Are you all right? Churuashi inquired, concerned he might become upset again. Me? I'm doing just fine. Jiang Fan responded, stealing a glance at Chu Ruoshi's sparkling eyes. As clear as a mountain stream. Previously, he had devoted his energy solely to studies and research, never truly noticing a girl. Yet today, he discovered how captivating they could be. Seeing Jiang Fan's expression return to normal, Chu Ruoshi agreed to wander around school. She inhaled deeply, reminiscing about her 3 years of youth spent here, unable to suppress a sigh. I used to feel immense pressure in my senior year. Sometimes, I would dream of exams, even while sleeping, wishing for high school to end swiftly. Yet now that the day has come, I find myself feeling a twinge of reluctance. Jiang Fan followed Chu Ruoshi's gaze, observing the main road of the school lined with towering poplar trees, rustling gently in the breeze. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting playful shadows on the ground that danced like twinkling stars, mingling with the light spots on the ground, creating a flowing river of stars. He had never realized how beautiful the campus was, much like he had never noticed how enchanting his deskmate, Chu Ruoshi, truly was. As life slowed down, allowing him to savor the world around him, he was met with delightful surprises. They strolled side by side, and as Chu Ruoshi glanced at their elongated shadows on the ground, overlapping one another, a sweet sensation blossomed within her heart. Yet soon after, a sense of melancholy washed over her. She was acutely aware that with Jiang Fan's score of 300 on the entrance exam, their paths were destined to diverge, and the gap would only widen with time. Chu Ruoshi suddenly seemed to recall something as she turned around, joyfully addressing Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, you should consider repeating your studies. Repeat? Jiang Fan had never entertained such an idea. His sole aspiration was to gain admission to Longke University and fulfill the tasks assigned by the system, thereby unlocking further technological rewards. Although the system's tasks had no time constraints, and repeating a year could indeed secure him a place at Longke University, he understood all too well that time was the most precious commodity for a researcher. Within a year, he might very well have implemented the concept of controllable nuclear fusion that resided in his mind. Thus, he had no intention of repeating. If he had not received any news from Longke University in the next couple of days, he planned to visit personally, confident that with the formula for controllable nuclear fusion awarded by the system, Longke University would have no reason to reject him, unless, of course, they were ignorant of its significance. Seeing Jiang Fan lost in thought, Chu Ruoshi assumed he was seriously contemplating her suggestion and continued, who knows, if you repeat, you might even gain entry to Hucking University, and I could be your senior. Hee hee. Her laughter was so sweet that Jiang Fan momentarily found himself entranced. If they ended up at the same school, they could indeed meet every day. However, Jiang Fan swiftly dismissed the notion. Life is precious, love even more so. For the sake of research, both can be forsaken. I do not intend to repeat, he declared firmly, upon hearing Jiang Fan's resolute statement. Chu Ruoshi felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, as though a pair of scissors had severed the budding friendship they had established that day. If Jiang Fan chose not to repeat, their paths would likely diverge indefinitely. Just as Chu Ruoshi began to feel melancholic, a familiar voice echoed, Ruoshi, you're here. To her astonishment, it was their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, accompanied by 4 or 5 of their classmates. Hello, Teacher Wang. Hello. Have you received your admission letter from Hucking? Mr. Wang inquired with a beaming smile. Not yet, but the admissions office called to say it has been sent out and should arrive in the next couple of days. Juzusi Ziplit, that's wonderful. I never expected to teach a student who ranked first in the entire school this year. It's an honor for me as well, haha. Mr. Wang beamed with pride, while the classmates looked at Chu Ruoshi with envious eyes. It's all thanks to your guidance, Teacher Wang. Juzusi Modetli Zet Ponde. Hearing her words brought immense comfort to Mr. Wang. When you return from your break, do come and visit. That would truly make me happy, haha. Teacher, I'll always be your student, no matter where I go. Mr. Wang's smile widened, and he thought to himself how considerate Chu Ruoshi was. The students around Mr. Wang began greeting Chu Ruoshi. Hey, Jiang Fan, what are you doing back at school? One classmate exclaimed, recognizing him. This is Jiang Fan? We didn't even recognize him. It was no wonder they failed to recognize Jiang Fan. His previous appearance had been disheveled from the stress of studying, with unkempt long hair and a lack of proper attire, making him resemble a beggar. Yet now, Jiang Fan had undergone a remarkable transformation, his hair neatly trimmed, revealing his handsome features, and he was dressed smartly. He had transformed from a poor underachiever into a dashing young man. Mr. Wang paid little mind to Jiang Fan's change, as he had previously scored merely 300 points. However, being a teacher, he offered a few perfunctory words. Jiang Fan, although your grades are lacking, I suggest considering a vocational school to learn a trade At least you'll be able to earn a living in society. Several classmates couldn't help but chuckle at Mr. Wang's words and began to tease. I heard the Shandong Lanxiang Vocational School has a good excavator program. Graduates can earn at least 4 or 5,000 a month. That sounds suitable for Jiang Fan, haha. Chapter 15. A major incident seeing her classmates ridicule Jiang Fan. Chu Ruoshi felt a surge of displeasure. She turned to Lu Ji, who had once been the class representative for studies, and said, Lu Ji, you consistently scored over 600 points in our mock exams. How did you end up with only 498 in the college entrance exam? Upon hearing Chu Ruoshi's words, Lu Ji, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly turned pale with embarrassment. He had performed poorly in the exams due to anxiety, resulting in a score of 498, which had left him in tears for several days. Now, being reminded of it by Chu Ruoshi, he felt the sting of sadness return. But he didn't want to lose face in front of the beautiful class flower. I just didn't do well, he stammered. A friend beside him chimed in to defend him. True, Lu Ji didn't perform well this time, but he still scored nearly 500 points, which is 200 points higher than Jiang Fan. Hearing his friend's words, Lu Ji felt a bit of relief. After all, he was still far superior to Jiang Fan. Chu Ruoshi, noticing they dared to compare themselves to Jiang Fan, grew even more irate and retorted. When we entered senior year, you were our class's top student. Yet, in just 1 year, you scored 498 while I scored 708. Let me calculate. That is a difference of 210 points. Wow, that is quite a gap. There must be millions of candidates in between. How did you manage to fall to the bottom? Sigh, it's truly disheartening. Chu Ruoshi's knack for delivering cutting remarks left Lu Ji's face alternating between red and pale, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Seeing his distorted expression brought Chu Ruoshi a sense of secret satisfaction. Dare to act up again, and I'll make you question your very existence. Lu Ji had never anticipated that the usually gentle Chu Ruoshi would be so sharp-tongued today, her words striking deep and inflicting wounds. Jiang Fan was equally taken aback by Chu Ruoshi's unexpected remarks, which contrasted starkly with her usual lively and endearing demeanor. He recognized that she was indeed defending him. And witnessing Lu Ji's increasingly withdrawn expression made him want to laugh. Though he typically cared little for such matters, he found Chu Ruoshi's teasing entertaining. Mr. Wang, concerned that Lu Ji might harbor lingering resentments, quickly interjected, Lu Ji plans to repeat a year. I believe that if he maintains a relaxed mindset, scoring over 700 next year will pose no problem. Upon hearing Mr. Wang's words, Lu Ji felt a surge of confidence. Don't worry, teacher. Next year, I'll make sure to score first in school. Good. I believe in you, Mr. Wang said, patting Lu Ji's shoulder with satisfaction. Teacher, Jiang Fan and I are going to take a stroll around the school. We'll talk to you later. Zhu Zhu, unable to tolerate Lu Ji and his companions any longer, greeted Mr. Wang before taking Jiang Fan's hand and leaving. Mr. Wang and their classmates exchanged bewildered glances. What is going on? They wondered. Chu Ruoshi actively took Jiang Fan's hand. A single thought arose in their minds. Could it be that Chu Ruoshi is in a relationship with Jiang Fan? Yet upon further reflection, they dismissed the notion. After all, Chu Ruoshi had been accepted into Longke University, while Jiang Fan was destined for a vocational school. The disparity between them was staggering. One could be said to be in the heavens while the other was on the ground. However, after witnessing Chu Ruoshi so fiercely defend Jiang Fan, perhaps there was a possibility. After all, it was unlikely that such a gentle and kind class flower would utter such remarks without reason. Indeed, from an aesthetic standpoint, the handsome young men and beautiful women seem quite a fitting match. However, in terms of academic prowess, their disparities are alarmingly vast. Subsequently, several classmates exchanged glances before turning their attention to Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang, could it be that they are romantically involved? One student inquired. Another classmate promptly dismissed the notion, asserting absolutely not. Chu Ruoshi is the belle of our school and an academic prodigy, while Jiang Fan is merely a slacker. You are right, another student concurred. Zhu, the school flower, is inherently kind-hearted. She must feel pity for Jiang Fan, who is rather dim-witted, and thus wishes to assist him. Indeed, such a possibility exists. Teacher Wang, having listened to their analysis, cast another glance at the departing Chu Ruoshi and Jiang Fan. Logically, they had already graduated, and he had no authority to interfere in students' romantic affairs. Nevertheless, Chu Ruoshi was his most outstanding student, and he harbored reservations about her being led astray by a wastrel. Regardless of whether they were in a relationship, he resolved to discuss this matter with Chu Ruoshi's parents. Meanwhile, the happiness community was cordoned off, allowing only residents to enter while prohibiting anyone from exiting. The elderly gatekeeper, once a familiar presence, had been replaced by heavily armed special police officers. Individuals desiring entry were subjected to stringent verification, ensuring they were indeed residents of the community. Moreover, no one was permitted to leave. The residents, having never encountered such an extensive display of force, began to speculate fervently amongst themselves. With such a commotion, could it be that terrorists have been discovered in our community? One mused. Nonsense. If they had found terrorists, we wouldn't be allowed in. They would have evacuated everyone long ago. Based on my years of experience, it's likely that a prominent figure's identity has been exposed. You might be onto something, another replied. It turns out there has been a big shot residing in our community all along, yet we were none the wiser. If only we knew who it was. We could forge a good relationship, and perhaps they could assist us in the future. Presently, all the residents were aware that this significant figure resided in Building 3, although the specifics eluded them. Due to the presence of dozens of fully armed special police officers below Building 3, the residents were confined to their homes, unable to leave their apartments. From the adjacent Building 5, many curious residents leaned out of their windows to observe the situation, simultaneously relaying updates in their residents' WeChat group. The WeChat group for the happiness community boasted 302 members, yet typically only a handful engaged in conversations, with the majority remaining silent. However, today was different. The group buzzed with activity. Within a mere half hour, the group had accumulated tens of thousands of messages. After a long day of shopping, Jiang Fan, burdened with numerous shopping bags, grew increasingly irritated by the incessant notifications on his phone and ultimately silenced it. Meanwhile, Li Guiqin reveled in her shopping spree, having seized a rare opportunity to indulge, purchasing over 10 articles of clothing. Upon arriving at the community entrance, they were taken aback by the overwhelming scene. Their neighborhood had been sealed off, with more than a dozen heavily armed special police officers standing in formation. Li Guiqin hesitated, had apprehension palpable. At that moment, Grandpa Zhang from the community management, spotting them, excitedly exclaimed to an officer, "It's them. They are Jiang Fan's parents." Following this, the officer waved his hand, and several special police officers swiftly approached Jiang Fan and Li Guiqin. Their hearts sank as they exchanged a glance. A single thought racing through their minds. Something grave had happened to their son. Chapter 16, The Contest. The officer approached Jiang Fan and Li Guiqin, saluting them before stating, "Your son's name is Jiang Fan, correct?" Yes. Jiang Fan replied, before cautiously inquiring, "Officer, has my son done something wrong?" The officer paused, realizing they might be overthinking the situation. Nevertheless, in the presence of so many onlookers, he refrained from elaborating, simply stating, "Please accompany me for a moment." Subsequently, several special police officers positioned themselves on either side of Jiang Fan and Li Guiqin. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Fan's heart raced as he glanced at his wife, who mirrored his confusion and concern. Regardless of what transgression Jiang Fan may have committed, as his father, he was determined to ensure his son's safety. He grasped Li Guiqin's trembling hand and followed the officer into the community. At the entrance of Building 3, an elderly man remarked, "Long Lao, I didn't expect you to be here as well. Xiao Xiaodai, had I not come today, I fear that Jiang Fan would have been snatched away by you." Long Lao retorted candidly, "Haha, Long Lao, you flatter yourself. I merely represent Longke University to discuss matters with Jiang Fan," Xiao Shan replied, feigning nonchalance. Originally, he had come to recruit Jiang Fan, confident that his reputation would secure the young man's admission without issue. However, Long Lao's unexpected presence complicated matters. "Do you think I am unaware of your intentions?" After decades of interactions, there is no need for pretense, Long Lao stated straightforwardly. Both Long Lao and Xiao Shan were national-level academicians, having received the National Lifetime Achievement Award, a distinction bestowed upon no more than 5 individuals throughout the history of Longwa, with only the 2 of them still alive, underscoring their esteemed status. Seeing that Long Lao was prepared to speak candidly, Xiao Shan welcomed the opportunity to engage in open competition. The stakes were high for Longke University in securing Jiang Fan's allegiance. "Long Lao, you wish to take Jiang Fan under your wing, don't you? And if so, what of it?" Long Lao, having been exposed by Xiao Shan, recognized that Longke University had come well prepared. It seemed that substantial investments would be necessary to secure Jiang Fan. Fortunately, upon arriving, Principal Liu had granted him absolute authority. Once Jiang Fan was secured for Longke University, he could negotiate any terms he desired. "Hee Long Lao, you're quite advanced in age. How could you possibly have the energy? Look at me. I'm just over 50, in the prime of my life, brimming with vigor. Shall we have a contest? A marathon of 42 kilometers. and I'll run it straight through. Long Lao, undeterred, rolled up his sleeves. Xiao Shan recognized that when Long Lao was 60, he had indeed completed a marathon, achieving a commendable position. A race of endurance was certainly not his forte, and he would undoubtedly be no match for Long Lao. Long Lao, while I may not fare well in a marathon, how about a swimming contest instead? You may choose between 500 meters or 1,000 meters. And I'll even let you swim 100 meters first. What do you say? What nonsense! Who doesn't he know that I am a landlubber? Long Lao retorted furiously. Ultimately, the two men engaged in a heated argument, their faces flushed with indignation, nearly on the verge of a physical altercation. A representative from Beida Longwa intervened, suggesting, Long Lao, Xiao Lao, why not let Jiang Fan decide upon his return? Long Lao, casting a disdainful glance at the representative, replied, What? You, a junior, wish to compete with us? You ought to assess your own capabilities. The representative from Beida Longwa felt utterly disheartened. Great. He truly should not have meddled in such affairs. Ultimately, he could only retreat a few steps in boredom, standing beside the representative from schools such as Kyoto University and Huazhong University of Science and Technology. When they arrived, they were filled with confidence, certain they could entice Jiang Fan to their institution. However, upon sighting Elder Long and Xiao Shan, they realized their hopes were in vain. Even when the representatives of these few schools combined their influence, they could not compare to the weight carried by either Elder Long or Elder Xiao. Privately, they reported the situation to their respective university presidents. Upon learning that both Elder Long and Elder Xiao had personally come to vie for Jiang Fan, the presidents understood the futility of their efforts. As they observed the fierce competition between Elder Long and Elder Xiao, they felt a flicker of hope, recalling the saying, when the clam and the snipe quarrel, it is the fisherman who profits. Just as the representatives from the nation's premier universities were scheming against one another for Jiang Fan, an officer arrived with Jiang Fan's parents in tow. Before the officer could utter a word, Elder Long strode forward, firmly grasping Jiang Jinghua's hand, and said, You must be Jiang Fan's father, Jiang Jinghua. Elder Long had seen Jiang Jinghua's photograph and background in Jiang Fan's dossier. Caught off guard by this sudden encounter, Jiang Jinghua, with a look of bewilderment, replied, Yes. Yes. Greetings, I am Long Jinghua from Longke University. The name struck Jiang Jinghua as somewhat familiar, yet he could not place it. Repeating Longke University, Long Jinghua in his mind, his eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief washing over him. Long Jinghua of Longke University was a top academician in Longwa, having made significant contributions to nanotechnology and rocket fuel, and a recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award. He had previously seen Elder Long's interview on television. How could such a prominent figure unexpectedly stand before him, holding his hand? What could this possibly signify? Was it related to his son? As Jiang Jinghua pondered these questions, a middle-aged man in his 50s grasped his other hand. Greetings, I am Xiao Shan from Hucking University. Upon hearing this introduction, Jiang Jinghua's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Although Xiao Shan's renown did not quite match that of Elder Long, his accomplishments were equally impressive, and he too had received a Lifetime Achievement Award from Longwa. The simultaneous handshake from two of the nation's leading figures left Jiang Jinghua feeling utterly overwhelmed. What virtue had he possessed to be so honored in this lifetime? Seeing Xiao Shan mimic his actions, Elder Long, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Mr. Xiao, I was the first to shake Jiang's hand. What are you trying to take from me? Do you not understand the respect owed to elders? Xiao Shan retorted, You are grasping one hand of Jiang, while I hold the other. Neither action interferes with the other. How can you claim I am snatching? Just as the two were on the verge of a dispute over their hold on Jiang Jinghua's hand, the officer interjected, Elder Long, Elder Xiao, let's first attend to the matter at hand. With that, Elder Long and Xiao Shan released Jiang Jinghua's hand, allowing the officer to escort Jiang Fan as parents upstairs. They closely followed, as if fearing their departure. Witnessing this scene, the representatives from other schools sighed in resignation. What they had hoped would be an opportunity had instead left them without even the chance to converse with Jiang Fan's parents. Chapter 17, The Butterfly. Jiang Jinghua opened the door, and the officer, accompanied by several special police officers, entered. The others waited at the threshold, fully aware that Jiang Fan's research on controllable nuclear fusion was classified as a national secret, accessible only to authorized personnel. Moments later, a special police officer emerged, carrying a computer, while another, armed, followed closely behind. Inside, several special police officers scanned the room with various unfamiliar instruments until all inspections ceased, leaving Jiang Jinghua and Li Guiqin utterly perplexed. Mr. Jiang, rest assured, We will compensate you for your computer and the items we have taken, the officer assured them. Jiang Jinghua, however, was not interested in compensation. His sole desire was to ascertain the fate of his son, Jiang Fan. Yet, the officer had yet to provide any information. Producing a satellite phone, the officer dialed, "Minister Zhou, we have taken the relevant items from Jiang Fan's home, but he is not there." "Understood," the officer replied after relaying the information to Jiang Jinghua. "Mr. Jiang, where is Jiang Fan now?" "I do not know," Jiang Jinghua answered. "Then please call Jiang Fan." "I can make the call, but can you tell me what has happened to him?" Jiang Jinghua implored. He had just realized that the entire neighborhood lockdown was for his son, and that both Elder Long and Elder Qiao had come for Jiang Fan. He was certain something significant had occurred. Otherwise, such a spectacle would not be warranted. "All I know is that Jiang Fan invented materials for solar photovoltaic panels. Beyond that, I am unaware," the officer stated. However, these were merely the words attributed to Minister Zhou, intended to obscure the fact that Jiang Fan had developed controllable nuclear fusion. The technology surrounding solar photovoltaic panels was not groundbreaking. The techniques were largely established and well accepted by the public, thus unlikely to raise suspicions. After all, there had been students in the past who had invented technologies and were subsequently recruited by the nation's top institutions. If the world were to be informed that Jiang Fan had developed the formula and data for controllable nuclear fusion, it would likely cause an uproar. And scrupulous foreign adversaries would probably dispatch spies or assassins to eliminate Jiang Fan, a scenario that had occurred before. Therefore, presenting Jiang Fan's research as merely solar photovoltaic panel materials served as a protective measure for him. Upon hearing the officer's explanation, Jiang Jinghua felt a surge of excitement. Everything that had transpired previously suddenly made sense. Elder Long and Elder Qiao had mentioned representing Longke University and Hucking University, respectively. Were they perhaps seeking to recruit his son? His heart raced at the thought, and he glanced eagerly at Li Guiqin, who remained in a state of shock, unable to grasp the situation. However, he knew he must contact Jiang Fan immediately to ensure his son returned swiftly. If Elder Long and the others grew impatient and left, he would regret it immensely. Who would have thought his son could achieve such feats, inventing materials for solar photovoltaic panels? This was a source of immense pride for him. What did it matter if his college entrance examination score was only 300? He could still attend the nation's top institutions. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became, promptly retrieving his phone to call his son. At that moment, Jiang Fan was blushing, bashfully holding hands with Chu Ruoxi. As they rounded the corner, Chu Ruoxi glanced back and finally released Jiang Fan's hand, huffing, "Umph. A group of sycophants. Just wait until Teacher Wang is absent. I will teach you a lesson." When Chu Ruoxi turned back to face Jiang Fan, she noticed his face was flushed. "Hey, Jiang Fan, what is wrong with your face?" she asked, puzzled. Jiang Fan touched his warm cheeks and hurriedly explained, "It's just that the weather is too hot." Chu Ruoxi paid it no mind and prepared to lead Jiang Fan onward. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan's heart was tumultuous. This was the first time a girl had held his hand. And for such an extended duration, he could distinctly feel the electric thrill that pulsed from Chu Ruoxi's touch. His heart raced wildly. Could this be the sensation of infatuation? Just as Jiang Fan was lost in his thoughts, his phone rang, and upon checking, he saw it was a call from his father, Jiang Jinghua. "Hello, Dad. Xiao Fan, where are you?" came Jiang Jinghua's excited voice through the line. "I'm at school with Chu Ruoxi." As Jiang Fan uttered Chu Ruoxi's name, he felt a brief flutter of anxiety in his heart. "Oh," before Jiang Jinghua could respond, another man's voice, deep and resonant, echoed through the phone. "Hello, Jiang Fan. We have received your email. Are you available to talk?" Upon hearing the mention of the email, Jiang Fan's heart tightened, and he glanced at Chu Ruoxi, who was chasing butterflies. "I'm available." "Good, please hold on." A few seconds later, the sound of a door closing was heard, and the man spoke in hushed tones before abruptly ending the call. The gist was that from this moment on, he must keep the contents of the email confidential and could only disclose to the outside world that he had developed materials for solar photovoltaic panels. The caller also instructed him not to leave the school, as they would soon come to pick him up. Jiang Fan hung up, feeling no surprise. Having once been a researcher, he understood the significance of the controlled nuclear fusion formulas and data he had sent. It was certainly worthy of being classified as a state secret. He felt quite satisfied with the government's reaction. Given the nation's attention, he surmised that there would be no issues at Longke University. Thinking of the impending rewards from his system, Jiang Fan couldn't help but smile. "Jiang Fan, what are you grinning at? Come help me catch that butterfly." "Oh," Jiang Fan replied, and he hurried to join Chu Ruoxi in her pursuit of the beautiful butterfly. The butterfly danced gracefully, its delicate, soft wings slightly translucent, resembling pure white gossamer, adorned with intricate, exquisite patterns that were both elegant and enchanting. Although the butterfly did not fly swiftly, Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoxi found it impossible to catch it, just as they were about to give up. The butterfly lightheartedly settled on a flower by the roadside. Chu Ruoxi raised a slender, pale finger to her lips. Shoo! Then she stealthily approached the butterfly, slowly extending her little hand. And then, with a swift motion, she lunged. The butterfly, unhurried, flapped its wings and soared higher. Oh no, so close. She could only watch as the butterfly ascended into the sky, shimmering with golden light under the sun. Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter's rotor filled the air. Hey, Jiang Fan, look, a helicopter is flying by. I want to experience it. Chapter 18, Military Helicopter. In the principal's office of Lingzhou No. 1 High School. Mr. Wang, this year, your student Chu Ruoxi from class 36 has truly excelled, bringing honor to our Lingzhou No. 1 High School. Just a few days ago, during an educational conference, I specifically mentioned our school in praise. Principal Ma expressed joyfully, his gaze toward Mr. Wang filled with appreciation. Mr. Wang, hearing the principal's commendation, felt as if he had just consumed honey, his heart brimming with pride. This is all thanks to Principal Ma's leadership that our Chu Ruoxi has achieved such remarkable results. Well, let us continue to strive this year and aim for even greater achievements to bring glory to our school. Principal Ma reassured him, rest assured. I have great confidence this year. By the way, our class's study committee member, Lu Ji, has faced setbacks in today's exam. He usually scores around 650 points and plans to repeat a year here. Mr. Wang pointed at Lu Ji and subsequently handed Principal Ma his previous history grades. Upon seeing the scores consistently around 650 points, Principal Ma felt particularly pleased. With such results, if Lu Ji repeated a year, he might even surpass Chu Ruoxi and produce a student scoring over 700 points. Principal Ma set down the report card and glanced at Lu Ji next to Mr. Wang. Not bad. At that moment, Mr. Wang suddenly wore a distressed expression and said, Principal Ma, although Lu Ji usually scores well, he only attained 498 points in this year's college entrance examination. Our school only accepts students scoring above 550 points for repetition. What do you think? Their school indeed had this rule, established by Principal Ma himself, to enhance the college admission rate. In truth, a score of 550 already met the threshold for first-tier universities. Students who chose to repeat generally did so because they did not gain admission to their desired institutions. By repeating for a year, they would be highly motivated to study, fostering an excellent learning environment. Moreover, in the following year's examination, even with subpar performance, they were likely to score at least 550, ensuring admission to an undergraduate university, which would effectively boost the school's admission rate. This was the rationale behind Principal Ma's decision to only accept students with scores above 550. However, Lu Ji, in this instance, scored only 498, falling short of the required threshold. Principal Ma glanced at Lu Ji's history grades once more. Finally, with a smile, he addressed Lu Ji. Which school is your target? Huaqing University. Lu Ji responded resolutely. His choice of Huaqing University as his goal was largely influenced by Chu Ruoxi's admission there. After all, who wouldn't be enamored with such a beautiful campus belle? He had just envisioned the exhilarating scene of encountering Chu Ruoxi at Huaqing after successfully repeating a year. He would tell her that his motivation for attending Huaqing was her. Such was the power of love. He believed Chu Ruoxi would be moved to tears, eventually becoming his girlfriend. Their love story would become a cherished tale at Lingzhou No. 1 High School. With this thought, his determination intensified. Principalement, equally delighted. Slapped the table and exclaimed, All right, on account of Mr. Wang, I will make an exception and admit you. Make sure to work hard with Mr. Wang this year. Thank you, Principal Ma. I will certainly give my all. Lu Ji replied joyfully. Good, you may leave now. I need to discuss something with Mr. Wang. Lu Ji cast a grateful glance at Mr. Wang and exited. Mr. Wang, indeed, this year, Chu Ruoxi has excelled. But Jiang Fan only scored 300 points in the entrance exam, the lowest in our school's history. Isn't this tarnishing our school's reputation? Ling So No. One high school is a key high school. Not only does this lower our admission rate, but it also drags down our overall average score. In the future, we should counsel such underperforming students to abandon the college entrance examination. Principal Ma expressed his indignation. Understood, principalement. In the future, if I encounter students like Jiang Fan, I will certainly advise them to give up on the examination. That's the right attitude, Mr. Wang. Sometimes, you're just too lenient. Just as the two were discussing Jiang Fan, a security guard in uniform barged in. Principal, it's bad. Our school has been occupied. Principal Ma was startled by the guard's exclamation. Shaoli, have you been drinking? What nonsense are you talking in broad daylight? No, really. There are so many people armed. The guard stammered, gesturing wildly. The principal's office is located on the 3rd floor. As he approached the window and drew back the curtains, he was instantly taken aback. Outside the school gates, hundreds of armed officers clad in black, brandishing submachine guns, surged in, effectively encircling the entire campus. Moreover, a military helicopter gradually descended onto the playground. Principal Ma was left utterly dumbfounded by such a formidable display. What could possibly be the reason for this? Was there a terrorist threat at their school? Just as he was consumed by confusion, he caught sight of 2 figures disembarking from the helicopter. One was a tall and imposing man, unmistakably a soldier, and his demeanor suggested he held a high rank. Beside him was a middle-aged man in a tailored suit. Upon closer inspection, Principal Ma realized with a start that it was none other than the mayor of Lingzhou City. In a flurry, he dashed out of the principal's office to greet the mayor, followed closely by Teacher Wang and the security guard. Overcome with excitement, Principal Ma stumbled on the staircase, nearly losing his balance, but fortunately, he managed to grasp the railing for support. Upon reaching the 1st floor, he hastened towards the playground, calling out breathlessly from a distance. Mayorden, I was unaware of your esteemed visit, and I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Mayor Deng, however, wasted no time with pleasantries and promptly inquired. Is there a student named Jiang Fan at your school? Jiang Fan? Yes. Principal Ma replied, his mind racing with questions. Was this grand display of force related to Jiang Fan? Had he committed some offense? It seemed all too likely. Otherwise, why would there be so many armed officers? The implications were dire. Had Jiang Fan engaged in something as heinous as murder or arson? With this troubling thought, Principal Ma hastily distanced himself from Jiang Fan, adding, Mayor Deng. Jiang Fan was indeed a student of our school, but he has since graduated and, strictly speaking, no longer belongs to us. Mayor Deng regarded Principal Ma with a piercing gaze before asking, Where is he now? Where? He is not at school. Principal Ma was unaware that Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoshi had come to the school. Just as Mayor Deng was about to speak further, one of his aides interrupted him. Having noticed a boy and a girl approaching from the edge of the playground. Jiang Fan, where are you going? Come back. Chu Ruoshi called out anxiously as she saw Jiang Fan heading towards the helicopter. Classmate Chu Ruoshi, weren't you just saying you wanted to ride in a helicopter? Gome, let me take you. Jiang Fan replied playfully, but Chu Ruoshi, alarmed, rushed over and grabbed his hand, exclaiming, Are you crazy? That SA military helicopter. Chapter 19, Let her go. Jiang Fan was indeed aware that the helicopter was there to pick him up. He had received prior communication from a government official. Just as he was about to explain this to Chu Ruoshi, Teacher Wang and the security guard arrived, witnessing Principal Ma deep in conversation with Mayor Deng. Upon seeing Jiang Fan moving towards the helicopter, Teacher Wang's heart sank. He wouldn't dare cause trouble again, would he? After Principal Ma's earlier admonishment regarding Jiang Fan, he resolved not to let him create another disturbance. You all, come with me and stop Jiang Fan. Don't let him interrupt the important discussion between the principal and Mayor Deng. With Teacher Wang's command, Lu Ji took the lead. Eager to demonstrate his worth after Teacher Wang had spoken favorably of him to the principal. The security guard, though wary of confronting the special officers, felt confident in handling students, and thus they followed suit, hoping to impress the principal for potential promotions. The group positioned themselves in front of Jiang Fan, blocking his path to the helicopter. Teacher Wang raised his voice to reprimand him. Jiang Fan, you academic underachiever, if you want to act foolishly, do it at home. This school is not your playground. Lu Ji echoed. Jiang Fan, if you take another step forward, don't blame us for giving you a beating. Jiang Fan gazed at the group obstructing his way, perplexed. The helicopter was there for him, yet these individuals stood in his path. Hearing Lu Ji threaten Jiang Fan, Chu Ruoshi stepped protectively in front of him, hands on her hips, fiercely pointing at the group. Lu Ji, if you dare lay a finger on Jiang Fan today, you'll have to answer to me. Chu Ruoshi's youthful features, still carrying a hint of baby fat, rendered her fierce declaration more endearing than intimidating. Lu Ji, feeling a pang of jealousy at Chu Ruoshi's defense of Jiang Fan, retorted, Ruoshi, why are you so protective of him? He.S. just a useless student. You're bound for Longke University, so it's best to keep your distance. Chu Ruoshi's cheeks puffed up in indignation. Mind your own business. Jiang Fan felt an inexplicable joy at Chu Ruoshi's defense. Especially as he observed her anger, he found her irresistibly cute, and an impulse to pinch her cheek surged within him. Classmate Chu Ruoshi, that helicopter is here to pick me up. Didn't you just say you wanted to ride in one? I'll take you now. Jiang Fan addressed her, dismissing the need to engage with the obstructed classmates. At his words, Lu Ji and the others erupted into laughter. Even Teacher Wang and the security guard couldn't suppress their amusement. Haha, you think that military helicopter is here for you? Hilarious. Jiang Fan, you should consider a visit to the 5th Hospital, Lingzhou City Mental Health Center. Haha, this was undoubtedly the most ludicrous joke of the century. Chu Ruashi frowned slightly, observing Jiang Fan's calm demeanor, perplexed by his seemingly nonsensical remarks. Principalma, still unaware of the unfolding situation on the playground, received a phone call. It was from the admissions office of Kyoto University. He glanced at Mayor Deng, hesitating whether to answer. Not answering was not an option, as it was Kyoto University, yet answering would divert his attention from Mayor Deng. Noticing Principal Ma's troubled expression, Mayor Deng said, "If you have a call, you should take it." With Mayor Deng's permission, Principal Ma stepped aside to answer the phone. Meanwhile, Mayor Deng glanced over at Jiang Fan, who was surrounded by laughter, feeling a sense of satisfaction. It appeared that Lingzhou No. 1 high school still valued the friendships among its students. Minister Zhou, now that we've located the individual, let us wait a moment for Jiang Fan to bid farewell to his classmates. Zhou Huai nodded, silently observing Jiang Fan, marveling at how such a young high school student could have contributed to the monumental project of controllable nuclear fusion. Although the documents he had submitted contained only partial formulas and data related to controllable nuclear fusion, they were substantial enough to alter the trajectory of their entire project over the next decade. At this moment, Principal Ma was utterly astonished, incredulously speaking into the phone. "What did you say? You wish to admit Jiang Fan through special channels?" "Yes, Jiang Fan. But he only scored 300 points? That places him among the lowest in our school." "I'm aware of that, Principal Ma. As long as you can persuade Jiang Fan to join our school, we can offer you a guaranteed admission slot. What do you think?" The head of the admissions office at Kyoto University stated that he was currently at Jiang Fan's residential complex, where he observed both Elder Long and Elder Chi seated beside Jiang Fan's parents, rendering the representatives from other institutions utterly speechless. A sudden inspiration struck him, prompting him to retrieve the phone number of Principal Ma from Lingzhou City No. 1 High School. Silently, he made his way to the corridor and dialed the number. Upon hearing the conditions proposed by the Kyoto University admissions officer, Principal Ma was immediately filled with excitement. Kyoto University ranks among the top 5 in Long Country, with an entrance score threshold exceeding 640 points. When the other party noticed that Principal Ma remained silent, he presumed the offer was not enticing enough, and reiterated over the phone, "Principal Ma, let me put it this way. If you can persuade Jiang Fan to attend Kyoto University, I will grant you 2 guaranteed admission spots." "What do you say? 2 guaranteed admission spots?" Principal Ma gasped in astonishment. He was acutely aware of the weight that such an offer carried. For an ordinary individual, gaining admission to a prestigious institution could alter the trajectory of their entire life. This opportunity was priceless, beyond any monetary measure. Most importantly, securing 2 guaranteed spots from Kyoto University would undoubtedly attract numerous exceptional students to their high school, thereby naturally elevating their admission rates. Perhaps it could even pave the way for his own promotion. With this thought in mind, Principal Ma readily consented. From the earlier conversation, he had gleaned that Jiang Fan had developed solar photovoltaic materials. It seemed that Mayor Deng's personal visit was indeed related to this matter. Initially, he had speculated that Jiang Fan might have been involved in some scandalous act, which had stirred such a commotion. However, upon reflection, he realized that even a breakthrough in solar photovoltaic materials did not warrant such grandiose measures. Yet, at this moment, he had no time to ponder further. The priority was to secure Jiang Fan's agreement to attend Kyoto University, thus ensuring those 2 coveted spots. Seeing that Teacher Wang and others were still obstructing Jiang Fan, Principal Ma felt a surge of urgency and hurried over. At that moment, Jiang Fan was also feeling a surge of anger. He had initially intended to ignore Lu Ji and the others, but their relentless aggression was intolerable. "Ruo Shi, do not associate with this academic wastrel," Lu Ji exclaimed, grasping Chu Ruo Shi's wrist in an attempt to pull her aside. "Lu Ji, let go of me." Chu Ruo Shi firmly stood in front of Jiang Fan, protesting. "I will not release you," Lu Ji stubbornly retorted. Jiang Fan's expression instantly turned frigid as he coldly addressed Lu Ji. "Release her. Do not be afraid. I am here." Jiang Fan's commanding shout alerted both Mayor Deng and Minister Zhou Huaida to the brewing conflict. Minister Zhou gestured to the guards beside him, and over a dozen armed guards rushed forth, weapons drawn, targeting everyone except Jiang Fan. Lu Ji, taken aback by such an intimidating display, felt his body tremble at the sight of the dark gun barrels, which loomed like black holes ready to consume him. Instinctively, he relinquished his grip on Chu Ruoxi's wrist, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "And no, please do not kill me. I surrender," Lu Ji stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his legs quaked uncontrollably, a wave of yellow liquid escaping him, filling the air with an unpleasant odor. The students behind Lu Ji were equally terrified, trembling and gazing fearfully at the special police, huddling together in silence. Chu Ruoxi, too, was pale with fright, resembling a small white rabbit surrounded by a pack of hungry wolves, trembling in trepidation, just as she felt overwhelmed by fear, confusion, and helplessness. A warm hand enveloped her cold one. A sense of security washed over her, as if she had spotted a glimmer of light in the darkness. A lighthouse for a lost ship, a home for a wandering child. Chu Ruoxi, do not be afraid. I am here, a deep voice whispered in her ear, prompting her to instinctively lean closer to this person. Mayor Deng and Minister Zhou approached swiftly. Mayor Deng. His expression stern, scolded Principal Ma. How have you educated your students? Allowing them to bully Jiang Fan? It seems you are unfit to be a principal. Mayor Deng's heart raced. After all, Jiang Fan was personally endorsed by Minister Zhou, and his significance was only second to that of the national leader. If anything were to happen to Jiang Fan in front of Minister Zhou, Mayor Deng would be finished. Principal Ma quickly acknowledged his fault and turned to reprimand Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang, how have you educated your students? If Jiang Fan is frightened, can you bear the responsibility? Teacher Wang looked utterly bewildered at Principal Ma's outburst. What is happening? In the office, Principal Ma had not spoken this way. He had previously suggested that for students like Jiang Fan, one should be ruthless, lest a single mouse dropping spoil the pot of porridge. Now, however, Principal Ma's words painted Jiang Fan as a precious gem. Teacher Wang longed to explain, but faced with such an overwhelming presence of armed special police, the pressure was suffocating. He felt as though his throat had been glued shut, struggling to articulate a single word. Finally, after a prolonged silence, Minister Zhou turned to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan? Yes. Jiang Fan nodded in response. Let's have a discussion. All right. With no further pleasantries exchanged, Minister Zhou strode towards the helicopter, with Jiang Fan following closely. Upon reaching the helicopter, Minister Zhou halted. Jiang Fan also stopped, maintaining a distance of about 1 meter, awaiting his inquiry. After a long pause of over 10 seconds, Minister Zhou finally spoke. How confident are you in the veracity of the information in the documents? 100%, Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly. Minister Zhou's previously impassive demeanor shifted as a flicker of emotion crossed his face. From the unwavering determination reflected in Jiang Fan's eyes, he discerned that the young man was not deceiving him. The most controllable fusion reaction is the deuterium-tritium reaction, but tritium, T, has a short half-life. How do you propose to resolve this issue? Minister Zhou directly posed a question that had stumped them until now. Tritium acts similarly to a catalyst in nuclear fusion. Currently, the consumption-to-breeding ratio of tritium is quite low. Thus, it is imperative to meticulously control the dissipation of tritium at every stage. The first wall, which is in direct contact with the plasma, retains tritium for the longest duration and requires strict regulation. Otherwise, as tritium diminishes, it could lead to the extinguishing of the plasma and the cessation of the reaction. Addressing this aspect of tritium is of utmost importance. Jiang Fan elaborated for over 10 minutes, while Minister Zhou grew increasingly animated, experiencing an epiphany. Ultimately, Minister Zhou produced a small notebook, diligently recording the key points that Jiang Fan articulated. The insights Jiang Fan shared were derived from the controlled nuclear fusion knowledge he had been rewarded with by the system just days prior. After receiving the system's reward, this knowledge had seamlessly integrated into his mind, as if it were innate. When Minister Zhou posed his question, Jiang Fan had instantly conjured the solution to the problem in his mind. After concluding his explanation, Minister Zhou remained engrossed in his notes for an additional 2 minutes before finally halting his pen, excitement radiating from his gaze as he clasped Jiang Fan's hand. A genius. Truly a genius. Jiang Fan, would you be willing to join the Long country's controlled nuclear fusion research facility? Having been a researcher in his past life, Jiang Fan felt immense joy at the prospect of joining such a significant national research project. However, his primary task from the system was to secure admission to Longke University. Researching controllable nuclear fusion is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a day or two. I wish to prioritize my studies. Minister Zhou Huai chuckled. Your participation in our project will not hinder your academic pursuits. In truth, I have a request regarding controllable nuclear fusion. My score in the college entrance examination was merely 300 points. That is not an issue. You may choose any school in Longwa, he replied. Thank you. Jiang Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. I should be the one expressing gratitude. The documents you submitted could potentially save Longwa a decade in its research on controllable nuclear fusion. By the way, I have yet to introduce myself. I am Zhou Huaid, the chief engineer at the Northern Controllable Nuclear Fusion Research Base in Longwa. Hello, Uncle Zhou. All right, let us head back to your home. Those old fellows can hardly wait to meet you. Zhou Huaid wore a broad smile. This was perhaps the happiest he had been in the past decade. Upon finishing his sentence, he took Jiang Fan by the arm and led him toward the helicopter. Uncle Zhou, may I make a small request? What is it? My classmate would like to take a ride in the helicopter as well, if that is possible. Zhou Huaid pointed at Chu Ruashi. Are you referring to your little girlfriend? She is not my girlfriend. She is merely a classmate. Zhou Huaid observed Jiang Fan's slightly flushed face and smiled knowingly. Very well. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Jiang Fan exclaimed joyfully. Chu Ruashi had been anxiously watching the situation unfold, fearful that these individuals might apprehend Jiang Fan due to his perceived offense. She regretted having suggested the helicopter ride, believing it had prompted Jiang Fan to offend Mayor Deng and the others. While Chu Ruashi was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard a deep, resonant voice call out, "Have Chu Ruashi come over." Puzzled, she obediently approached, standing beside Zhou Huaid. She wore a distressed expression as she pleaded for Jiang Fan. Uncle, Jiang Fan did not mean to offend. Could you please not apprehend him? Zhou Huaid was momentarily taken aback before nearly bursting into laughter. It seemed this little girl had misunderstood him, yet he chose not to elaborate further and simply stated, "Board the helicopter." Chapter 21. Onward to Kyoto. With a resounding whoosh, the helicopter ascended gradually, flying southeastward. On the playground, an officer spoke into a walkie-talkie. Fall back. Target. Happiness Community. Upon receiving orders, all special police officers boarded military SUVs and sped away. Linzhou City No. 1 High School returned to a state of tranquility, as if the earlier events had never transpired. Principal Ma, Teacher Wang, and Lu Ji gazed incredulously at the distant helicopter, their heads tilted upwards, feeling as though they were in a dream. As the special police departed with their assault rifles, Lu Ji could no longer hold himself up and collapsed onto the ground, unable to rise again. Several classmates were also drenched in sweat, their foreheads glistening. At this moment, Teacher Wang finally regained his ability to speak. Stuttering as he addressed Principal Ma, Principal, what is happening?" Principal Ma snapped back to reality, and upon seeing the others, his temper flared immediately. Jiang Fan has been granted direct admission to Kyoto University. As long as he agrees, they even offered 2 additional slots for our school, and you've completely ruined it. You will not be leading the advanced class this year. What? Jiang Fan has been accepted to Kyoto University? Teacher Wang was utterly bewildered, and several classmates widened their eyes in disbelief. Jiang Fan being accepted to Kyoto University? This is preposterous. Kyoto University ranks among the top 5 institutions in Longwa. How could someone with a mere 300 points in the exam possibly qualify? How can this be? What is impossible about it? Jiang Fan invented a solar photovoltaic material. Principal Ma's anger escalated as he spoke. The 2 coveted slots at Kyoto University had been dashed due to Lu Ji and the others' blunders. The thought of losing such opportunities was agonizing. Principal Ma glared at the culprit, Lu Ji, who remained seated on the ground, dazed and emitting a peculiar odor. Teacher Wang. As for him, our school does not accept morally corrupt students. With that, Principal Ma stormed off, unwilling to concede defeat just yet. He resolved to visit Jiang Fan's home to speak with his parents, hoping for another chance. On the helicopter, Chu Ruashi, donning noise-canceling headphones and fastened with a seatbelt, sat in her seat, her excitement akin to that of a child riding a roller coaster for the first time, pressing her face against the window to gaze below. Jiang Fan, look. Wow, our school appears so small now. Jiang Fan, see how we are flying higher than the television tower. Jiang Fan, is that Lingzhou Westlake? It's truly beautiful. Jiang Fan responded to her with a broad smile. This world is such that the familiar becomes enchanting when viewed from a different perspective. Zhou Huaid watched the two with a warm smile, filled with a deep sense of nostalgia for youth. Wow, Jiang Fan, look at the sunset clouds. How spectacular. Jiang Fan turned to gaze out the window at the setting sun, which painted the sky in hues of crimson. The earth below was draped in a delicate veil of twilight, rendering everything akin to sepia-toned photographs, exuding a unique charm. The clouds closest to the sunset appeared as though they were caught in a blaze, vivid red, while those slightly further away exhibited shades of yellow, orange, and deep crimson. It seemed as though a mischievous cloud child had accidentally spilled a palette of colors across the sky, adorning it in such exquisite beauty. Chu Ruashi had never witnessed a sky so breathtaking, and it felt so close that she could almost reach out and touch it. She turned to glance at Jiang Fan, whose face was illuminated by the sun's afterglow, making him appear strikingly radiant, captivating her completely. The helicopter gradually descended, landing in a vacant square in front of Happiness Community. The area had already been cordoned off, devoid of any onlookers. Once the helicopter touched down and the rotor blades ceased their whirring, Jiang Fan and Chu Ruashi removed their noise-canceling headphones and disembarked. Zhou Huide led Jiang Fan toward the community entrance, but Chu Ruashi was stopped at the gate since she was not a resident. Just as Jiang Fan was about to explain, Chu Ruashi interjected, "Jiang Fan, I won't be going in. My dad just texted me to come home." "All right," Jiang Fan replied. "See you tomorrow." Chu Ruashi smiled. "See you tomorrow, Chu Ruashi." Jiang Fan returned her smile. Subsequently, Zhou Huide guided Jiang Fan into the community. It was then that Chu Ruashi realized she had yet to add Jiang Fan on WeChat. She turned around only to see him already inside the community. "Never mind, I'll do it tomorrow." At Jiang Fan's home, as Jiang Fan returned, the elders Long and Xiao, who had been surrounding Jiang Jinghua and Li Guiqin, immediately shifted their attention to Jiang Fan. "Young Jiang Fan, I am Qiao Shan from Huaqing University." "Young Jiang Fan, I am Elder Long from Longke University. Welcome to our school. Once you join, you will be my student." Elder Long and Elder Qiao vied to introduce themselves to Jiang Fan. At that moment, representatives from other schools, seizing the opportunity as Mr. Jiang and his wife were left unattended, swiftly encircled them. "Mr. Jiang," one of them began, "I am from the admissions office of Peking University. Our offer is undoubtedly superior to that of Longke University and Huqing. If you allow Jiang Fan to study with us, we can arrange for a residence in the capital and provide a family apartment. You could relocate to Beijing seamlessly." The admissions head from Longhua Beida interjected, grasping Li Guiqin's arm. "Sister Li, you must have heard of Peking University's reputation. It is among the top-tier institutions in Longhua. We do not indulge in frivolous promises. If Jiang Fan enrolls in our school, we will grant a one-time scholarship of 1 million and a monthly stipend of 10,000. Jiang Jinghua and Li Guiqin were left utterly bewildered. Just that morning, they had been fretting over their son's educational prospects, and by afternoon, representatives from the nation's elite universities were clamoring for Jiang Fan's attention. Such a scenario was beyond their wildest dreams. "Dear sister, heed my words. Peking University's conditions are merely average. If your son joins us, he will be guaranteed a spot in our doctoral program," another voice chimed in. The Jiang household was abuzz with excitement, reminiscent of a bustling morning market. Zhou Huide, observing the scene, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. However, he could not afford to lose focus. He needed to escort Jiang Fan to Beijing, where a cadre of experts and researchers awaited his arrival. While Jiang Fan's documents had indeed passed through supercomputer calculations, many of the formulas and data regarding controllable nuclear fusion remained perplexing to them. Thus, Jiang Fan's elucidation was essential. Not only did the professors crave knowledge, but they also required a first-hand assessment of Jiang Fan. "Everyone, please settle down. As for which school Jiang Fan will attend, I cannot interfere. But you are all aware that we have pressing matters at hand." With that, Zhou Huide's words silenced the representatives who acknowledged the urgency. "Jiang Fan, prepare yourself. We will depart for Beijing in 10 minutes. Chapter 22, A Lack of Interest. In the WeChat group of the Happy Community, I noticed these individuals heading to the Jiang residence. Could it be that old Jiang is the esteemed figure they speak of? Someone mused. Given old Jiang's social standing, how could that be? Last time we went fishing, he had to consult his wife for anything over $20 for bait. You don't understand. Great figures often embrace simplicity. Just look at old Jiang's demeanor. He has the countenance of a man of stature. Strangely enough, that does ring true. Isn't old Jiang in the owner's group? Why hasn't he spoken up? Let me ask him." Previously, Jiang Jinghua had muted the group chat due to its incessant chatter, and despite his acquaintances reaching out via WeChat, he received no response. At that moment, upon hearing Minister Zhou's declaration about Jiang Fan's impending journey to Beijing, Li Guiqin felt a pang of reluctance. After all, their son had never been away from them since childhood. The thought of him suddenly moving 1,000 kilometers away to an unfamiliar city filled her with concern. Jiang Fan hastily packed 2 outfits into his backpack, signaling that he was ready. "Uncle Zhou, I'm all set," he announced. Having spent a year in Blue Star, he was eager to witness the advancements of Longhua's technology firsthand. At that juncture, Li Guiqin approached him, grasping his hand. Son, you must take care of yourself in Beijing. Eat well, and don't overexert yourself studying as you did in your senior year, she implored, unable to hold back her tears, her heart heavy with reluctance. Though she did not wish to hinder her son's future, Jiang Jinghua placed a reassuring hand on Li Guiqin's shoulder. Our son has developed solar photovoltaic materials, and with so many top universities vying for him, this is a blessing. Why are you crying? Jiang Fan was acutely aware that he had consistently ranked at the bottom of his class over the past year, subjecting his parents to ridicule. He knew his mother had silently wept countless times on his behalf. Yet, to activate the technological system, he had no choice but to endure. Now that the system was activated, he silently vowed to make his parents proud from this day forward. Mom, Dad, thank you for your understanding and unwavering support over the past year. I know my actions have caused you both distress. Thank you, Jiang Fan expressed, kneeling before his parents and bowing deeply 3 times. Xiao Fan, please rise. Mother feels no grievance, not in the slightest. Li Guiqin hurriedly pulled him up. However, recalling the burdens and disdain her son had faced, she couldn't help but feel sorrow for him, and tears streamed down her cheeks once more. Jiang Jinghua's eyes glistened with emotion as he stepped forward and embraced his son. My boy, you have finally made me proud. Nearby, some onlookers were visibly moved, particularly Long Lao, who felt a deep sense of satisfaction. It seemed he had chosen wisely. Throughout Longke's 5,000-year history, every loyal and patriotic hero had loved their family and honored their parents. One must question the patriotism of someone who does not cherish their own family. Zhou Huai, seeing Jiang Fan's display of emotion, felt a surge of approval. Regardless of his academic achievements, at the very least, Jiang Fan would not betray his country. This notion significantly enhanced Zhou Huai's appreciation for him. After Li Guiqin had imparted her words of wisdom to Jiang Fan, Zhou Huai produced a card and stated, "This is a 1 million reward from the state for Jiang Fan's invention." How much? Li Guiqin gasped in astonishment, her jaw dropping. She and Jiang Jinghua had worked diligently for over a decade to save a little over 500,000. Yet, their son, having invented solar photovoltaic materials, was immediately awarded a sum equivalent to their household's income over many years. In her shock, pride swelled within her. She had never anticipated her son would achieve such greatness. She accepted the bank card, beaming at Zhou Huai. Thank you, esteemed leader. Thank you, nation. Son, you have proven yourself. Do remember to repay your country in due course. Yes, I understand, Mom. Jiang Fan replied affirmatively. Well, it's getting late. Let's be on our way. With that, Zhou Huai led Jiang Fan and the others away. Li Guiqin and Jiang Jinghua accompanied them to the community entrance, watching as Jiang Fan boarded a helicopter. Jiang Jinghua couldn't help but feel envious, murmuring to himself, "This rascal has quite the connections. I've never even been in a helicopter." With Jiang Fan's departure, the happy community lifted its lockdown. The residents, eager and curious, quickly emerged from their homes to investigate the situation. Having lived in the aging community, they were all familiar with one another. Before long, they gathered to discuss. I never imagined old Jiang was such a significant figure. He kept it well hidden. Indeed, with this commotion, he must be at least a major general. Too bad we won't see him again. Old Jiang is commendable, but his son is a disappointment, scoring only 300 on the college entrance exam. What a disgrace. Exactly. What does it matter if one is a notable figure if their child fails to excel? That ultimately tarnishes the family name. True enough. No matter how impressive someone may be, having a good son is the ultimate blessing. Lao Lu is indeed quite remarkable. His son achieved a score of 586 on the college entrance examination and has been accepted into a prestigious university. Although my son attends an average high school, he has impressively gained admission to a top-tier institution as well. Wow. How extraordinary it is to have a university student emerging from our community. Lao Lu, you must treat us to a feast. Once the acceptance letters arrive in a couple of days, I shall host several tables for a celebratory banquet. Excellent. We shall enjoy a few drinks together then. Just as they were extolling the virtues of Lao Lu's child, Jiang Jinghua and Li Guiqin approached, causing their laughter to cease abruptly, replaced by expressions of astonishment. One resident, quicker to react than the others, inquired of Jiang Jinghua, "Old Jiang, weren't you taken away by the authorities?" "Taken away? For what purpose?" Jiang Jinghua asked, bewildered. "Did not those individuals visit your home just now?" At the mention of this, Jiang Jinghua was brimming with excitement, eager to share his news. He rolled up his sleeves and began to boast, leaving everyone in a state of shock. "Our community was sealed off because your son Jiang Fan developed solar photovoltaic materials? Indeed. What did you think? And that's not all. Let me tell you, Long Lao from Longke University and Xiao Lao from Huaqing University are vying for your son. You jest, for that is the pinnacle of academia in Longhua. Just as skepticism began to surface, Principal Ma from Lingzhou No. 1 High School hurried over and asked, "May I know who the parents of Jiang Fan are?" "I am," Jiang Jing replied. Principal Ma seized Jiang Jing's hand and said, "Greetings. I am the principal of Lingzhou No. 1 High School. Congratulations. Your son Jiang Fan has been accepted into Kyoto University." Kyoto University? Not interested. Chapter 23. Energy. In the conference hall of the First-Level Research Institute in Kyoto, dozens of esteemed scientific experts, most of whom were over 40, were gathered. Those invited here were recognized for their exceptional achievements in their respective fields. Only a few among them were privy to the urgent agenda of the meeting, yet due to confidentiality agreements signed earlier, they dared not discuss it with others, waiting instead for directives from higher authorities. 2 hours elapsed without anyone emerging to preside over the meeting, causing some experts to grow restless. This is outrageous. 2 hours have passed, and they treat our time so lightly. Indeed, I have an ongoing research project that has reached a critical juncture. Yet I was summoned here at short notice. Oldly, remain calm. The gathering of so many top-tier researchers suggests something significant is afoot. I am researching a new type of energy fuel. Is there anything more pressing than new energy? Oldly retorted. In this era, society is in dire need of a new type of energy, as traditional sources like coal, natural gas, and oil are non-renewable, due to rampant extraction over the years. The remaining reserves are estimated to last merely 80 years. Hence, nations are fervently pursuing the development of alternative energy sources to replace traditional ones. If new energy is not developed within the next 80 years, human progress will come to a halt, potentially reverting society to a pre-industrial state. Oldly, how far along is your research on solar energy? Haha, that's a secret for now. What could possibly be secretive? Our aircraft carrier engine project currently requires a robust energy source to power the engine. In terms of energy, I believe nuclear energy offers the strongest output. You are not mistaken. The power unleashed by a nuclear explosion is evident, yet it is an uncontrollable energy source. Ultimately, humanity's ideal energy lies in controllable nuclear fusion. But the challenge of achieving it is monumental. This is a project for the century. Without a century's time, it is difficult to realize. Several scientific professors engaged in discussions about the future direction of energy development. At that moment, Dean Li entered the podium of the conference hall. As they noticed someone entering, the room fell silent, and at last, they would learn the purpose of this urgent meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for summoning you from your research projects on such short notice. Without further ado, please sign the confidentiality agreement, and we shall proceed to the main topic of today. Upon hearing about the confidentiality agreement, the researchers felt a surge of excitement, for they understood that signing it indicated the matter at hand was anything but ordinary. Perhaps someone had made a breakthrough in new technology. The agreements were distributed, and everyone promptly signed their names, eagerly awaiting Dean Li's announcement. However, Dean Li did not speak, but rather handed each person a document, announcing, "You have 1 hour to review the materials." Expressions of confusion spread across the room as numerous elderly professors retrieved their glasses from their pockets. They were eager to discover what significant information warranted a confidentiality agreement. As they perused the document titled Controllable Nuclear Fusion, astonishment washed over them. They were all aware that controllable nuclear fusion had been a national priority project for years, yet it had seen no major breakthroughs, leading to a shift in focus towards solar, wind, and hydro energy. Due to the immense funding required for controllable nuclear fusion, rumors circulated that the government planned to pause the project for some time. Now, suddenly gathering them here and requiring confidentiality raised eyebrows. Could it be that there had been a significant breakthrough in controllable nuclear fusion? All eyes fixated on their documents, each hoping to uncover the answers they sought. After reviewing the first section, they found nothing particularly remarkable, prompting them to delve into the second section, which detailed the principles and formulas of controllable nuclear fusion. The more they read, the more their excitement grew, faces reflecting sheer astonishment. The atmosphere was thick with silence, punctuated only by the sound of pages turning. An hour later, Dean Li softly inquired, "Have you all finished reviewing?" Heads lifted in unison, gazing at Dean Li, none daring to speak, still enveloped in the shock of the contents. After a brief pause, an elderly professor incredulously posed the question, "Is this document accurate?" With that professor's inquiry, an eerie silence enveloped the room once more. All eyes fixed on Dean Li, eagerly awaiting his response. "We have verified the results through Huaqing's supercomputer simulations," and they are indeed correct. Dean Li's succinct declaration left everyone astounded, mouths agape. They felt as though the documents in their hands weighed a ton. If what Dean Li asserted was true, it implied that Longke had made a substantial breakthrough in controllable nuclear fusion, based on the principles and data outlined in the document. They speculated that Longke could achieve controllable nuclear fusion within 50 years. If this were realized, the technological landscape of Longke would undergo a monumental transformation. They all understood that with the reform of energy would come the emergence of new technologies. Much like the reason humanity struggles to develop spacecraft. Simply put, current fuels cannot support interstellar travel. However, should controllable nuclear fusion be achieved, a minuscule energy device harnessing it could unleash tremendous power. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan arrived in Kyoto alongside Minister Zhou Huai. It was already 9 p.m., and rather than taking Jiang Fan out for a meal, Zhou drove directly to the first research institute. Jiang Fan, take a moment to rest. In 5 minutes, I will escort you to the conference hall to elucidate the principles of the formula and the plans for its future implementation. All right, Jiang Fan nodded in agreement. No need to be anxious. After Zhou Huai finished speaking, he exited. An assistant waiting at the door addressed him. Minister Zhou, here are the materials you requested for investigation. Zhou Huai accepted the documents and began to peruse them. Among them was a photograph of Chu Ruoxi. 5 minutes later, Zhou Huai smiled and returned the materials to the assistant. Please ensure these documents are completely destroyed. Understood, Minister Zhou. The assistant proceeded to a shredder, depositing the documents inside. Zhou Huai approached Jiang Fan's lounge and knocked twice on the door before opening it. Jiang Fan, are you ready? Yes. Jiang Fan stood up and followed Zhou Huai to the conference hall. Chapter 24. The Conference. Upon returning from Lingzhou City, Elder Long and Elder Qiao also arrived at the meeting hall of the Research Institute. As the assembly of experts and professors beheld their entrance, they were filled with reverence. Rising to greet them, the achievements of these two elders in the realm of scientific research within Long Country remain unparalleled to this day, earning them a significant standing globally. Numerous researchers regard them as lifelong aspirations. After Elder Long and Elder Qiao gestured for everyone to be seated, they too took their places. Subsequently, Dean Li presented them with a confidentiality agreement and relevant documents. While they were acutely aware of Jiang Fan's advancements in controllable nuclear fusion, the necessary protocols still had to be adhered to. Many in the audience began to whisper amongst themselves. Do you suppose the documents on controllable nuclear fusion were developed by Elder Long or Elder Qiao? You might be onto something. Who in all of Long Country possesses a higher level of research expertise than they? Especially Elder Long. His prowess in nanomaterials and rocket fuels is unmatched. I suspect he may very well have authored these documents on controllable nuclear fusion. Elder Long is truly remarkable. If only I could attain half of his technical prowess. Keep striving. We still have a chance. Just as the audience speculated about the authorship of the controllable nuclear fusion documents, Dean Li addressed everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, since we are all present, let us commence the main agenda of today's meeting. I believe many of you have questions regarding this document on controllable nuclear fusion. Now, let us invite the author to provide a report and explanation. Upon the conclusion of Dean Li's statement, everyone turned their gaze toward Elder Long and Elder Qiao, applauding. However, they soon realized that neither elder had any intention of standing. Assuming the applause lacked fervor, the audience increased both the speed and intensity of their clapping. At that moment, the conference doors swung open, and a young man, appearing to be in high school, entered. Confusion swept through the assembly. This was a state secret meeting. How could someone simply walk in? The applause dwindled to a scattered halt as all eyes focused on the young man. As he approached the podium, no staff members intervened to escort him away. An astonishing thought struck everyone. Could this young man be the author of the controllable nuclear fusion document? However, they quickly dismissed the notion. No, this is absolutely impossible. How could someone so young, looking at most 18 or 19, have developed controllable nuclear fusion? It is well known that a researcher is typically in a learning phase until the age of 28, making it implausible for them to produce significant scientific projects. The prime age for researchers lies between 28 and 35, when individuals possess abundant energy, rich experience, and agile thinking, making breakthroughs in research more likely. Of course, this is not an absolute rule. It merely reflects the trend for the majority of researchers. While the assembly speculated about Jiang Fan's identity, Dean Li addressed them once more. Allow me to introduce him. This is Jiang Fan, the very author of this document. What? This document on controllable nuclear fusion was genuinely authored by him? How can this be? The crowd gasped in disbelief, their mouths agape in astonishment. Elder Long and Elder Qiao exchanged knowing glances, clearly pleased with the audience's reaction, and could not suppress their laughter. Upon first receiving Jiang Fan's information, they too had been taken aback, though they had mentally prepared themselves. Encountering such a young individual in person was still somewhat difficult to reconcile. It was a challenge for anyone to accept that an 18-year-old had accomplished controllable nuclear fusion. Dean Li, observing the incredulity among the experts and professors, continued, in today's rapidly changing society, we must not view the current generation of young individuals through the lens of outdated perspectives. The fact that someone so young can produce such significant scientific achievements should fill us with pride and gratitude. It signifies that the future strength of Long Country will rest in the capable hands of this younger generation. Dean Li's words elicited a wave of enthusiastic applause. Indeed, achieving controllable nuclear fusion at such a tender age portended immeasurable future accomplishments. As predecessors, they ought to feel a sense of pride. Noticing the audience's acceptance of Jiang Fan, Dean Li leaned in to speak quietly to him. Jiang Fan, why don't you take the floor? Jiang Fan nodded in affirmation. Thank you all for your encouragement. Today, I will elucidate the principles of the formula and outline our plans for future implementation. First, let me introduce the principles behind the plasma formula for controllable nuclear fusion. Plasma plays a crucial role in the study of controllable nuclear fusion. The reason is straightforward. As long as the temperature is sufficiently high, electrons will detach from atoms, revealing the fourth state of matter. We are all familiar with the fundamental equations governing the elusive behaviors of plasma, the Vlasov and Maxwell equations. Just as Newton's laws govern the motion of three bodies, the Navier-Stokes equations govern fluid motion, and the Boltzmann equation governs the movement of large numbers of molecules. Jiang Fan held no materials in hand. All knowledge resided within his mind. He expounded for nearly 2 hours, and the experts and professors, who had initially harbored doubts, soon realized Jiang Fan's expertise was profound. He articulated many concepts that had previously puzzled them in a clear and accessible manner. This instilled within them a newfound confidence in the future feasibility of controllable nuclear fusion. They believed that under Jiang Fan's leadership, the controllable nuclear fusion team would undoubtedly achieve success within 20 years. Perhaps in their lifetime, they might witness Jiang Fan's groundbreaking work in controllable nuclear fusion. If that were to occur, Long Country would undoubtedly undergo a transformative revolution, and the global landscape would shift because of Jiang Fan's contributions. The Dragon Nation shall no longer be subjugated by the beautiful nation. Contemplating this, every expert and professor wore expressions of exhilaration, eager for this moment to materialize immediately. Yet, deep within their hearts, they understood that despite Jiang Fan's theoretical framework being valid, numerous challenges would arise during practical implementation. Nevertheless, with Jiang Fan's theory as a guiding beacon, achieving controllable nuclear fusion is merely a matter of time. Upon concluding his discourse, a thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Esteemed seniors, are there any remaining questions? At that moment, an expert stood up and posed a query that piqued everyone's interest. According to your plan, how long will it take to achieve controllable nuclear fusion? Chapter 25, A Choice to Believe. Upon hearing this question, Jiang Fan gazed at the eager faces of the experts and professors, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied slowly, theoretically, it would take 5 years. The moment the audience heard Jiang Fan's assertion of 5 years, laughter ensued. This young lad is still too naive. After all, at merely 18 years of age, he lacks practical research experience, and such an optimistic outlook is understandable. Indeed, while theoretical research is one aspect, practical application is an entirely different matter. Funding, personnel, materials, technological constraints, temperature, humidity, weather conditions, geographical location, and so on all influence the success of research endeavors. Nonetheless, I do admire this young man. At least he dares to dream. Many of our research projects have been birthed from audacious imagination. Jiang Fan observed the audience, noting how his words had enlivened the atmosphere, and he himself felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. In reality, his earlier remark about 5 years was already a conservative estimate, as the system had indicated a timeline of just 1 year. Fearing that he might alarm them, Jiang Fan intentionally extended the time frame, yet they still misconstrued it as a jest. However, he chose not to clarify. After the laughter subsided, the audience posed numerous specialized questions to Jiang Fan, all of which he answered meticulously. Minister Zhou Huai had indeed underestimated the insatiable thirst for knowledge among these experts. Their inquiries flowed incessantly, without a moment's pause. It was not until 2 a.m. that Minister Zhou, concerned for the health of the experts, enforced a conclusion to the meeting. They all departed with a sense of unfulfilled curiosity, many taking the opportunity to shake hands with Jiang Fan on their way out. Eventually, only Elder Long and Elder Qiao remained in the conference hall. Elder Long, why are you not heading home to rest at this late hour? Elder Qiao inquired. Huh? What schemes are you concocting? Don't think I'm unaware. Jiang Fan is mine to claim. Elder Long replied candidly. Elder Long, I could yield to you on other matters, but this young man, I too must have him. Elder Qiao declared with an air of determination. Are you challenging me? Let us see who prevails. The two appeared ready to clash, prompting Director Li to intervene swiftly. Elder Long, Elder Qiao, combined, you both exceed a century in age. Engaging in a brawl at this hour would only invite ridicule. With this, Elder Long and Elder Qiao begrudgingly separated. Considering your age, I shall not hold this against you. Elder Qiao remarked. Do not think that just because I'm 10 years your senior, I cannot handle you. Director Li, observing their banter, found himself both amused and exasperated. Gentlemen, it is already 2 a.m. Let us return to rest. Your health is of utmost importance, Director Li urged. I am in excellent health, Elder Long retorted. I am perfectly fit as well. Elder Qiao chimed in. Director Li glanced at the graying hair of both elders, resembling two children at play, and felt a mix of amusement and frustration. Elder Long, Elder Qiao, I am well aware of your good health. However, Jiang Fan has just spoken for 5 to 6 hours and must be exhausted as well. Does he not deserve rest? Upon hearing this, both elders recognized the truth. If Jiang Fan, such a precious gem, were to overexert himself, it would be a significant loss for the Dragon Nation. Persuaded by Director Li, they eventually departed. Jiang Fan was assigned a room at the Research Institute for rest. Subsequently, a meal was prepared and brought to him. Jiang Fan, feeling quite famished, realized that since lunch with Chu Ruoxi, he had not eaten a morsel in over 10 hours. Once Minister Zhou believed Jiang Fan had sufficiently dined, he finally voiced the question that had been lingering in his mind. Jiang Fan, do you truly believe that controllable nuclear fusion can be achieved within 5 years? Indeed, Jiang Fan replied, swallowing a mouthful of rice. Upon receiving Jiang Fan's affirmative answer, Minister Zhou was instantly filled with fervor. As the chief commander of the Dragon Nation's controllable nuclear fusion project, he had long dreamt of successfully realizing this endeavor. Yet, reality had been merciless. After 10 years of oversight and with over 30 billion invested by the state, progress had been made, but no significant breakthroughs had been achieved. This year, due to fiscal strains, the government had decided to pause the controllable nuclear fusion project. This pursuit represented a decade of his dedication. No one could harbor deeper feelings for it than he. Despite his immense reluctance, without a technological breakthrough, he felt utterly powerless. Until he encountered Jiang Fan, who ignited a spark of hope within him. Hearing Jiang Fan assert that controllable nuclear fusion could be realized in 5 years, even though he felt it might be improbable, he was willing to believe and take a chance. After all, many things in this world appear impossible until someone dares to believe and persist, which is how the seemingly unattainable is achieved. Thus, Minister Zhou resolved to take this risk. Otherwise, he might never witness the success of controllable nuclear fusion in his lifetime. Your theory is sound, but practical implementation will encounter numerous challenges, Minister Zhou articulated to Jiang Fan. As Jiang Fan savored the last grain of rice in his bowl, he finally set down his chopsticks and turned to Minister Zhou, gazing earnestly into his eyes. 1 year. I require merely 1 year to successfully conduct research on controllable nuclear fusion. Minister Zhou's eyes widened, and his breath quickened as he distinctly heard the rapid thumping of his heart. 1 year, he stammered, disbelief etched across his face. If Jiang Fan had suggested 5 years, he could have reluctantly accepted it. However, the claim that controllable nuclear fusion could be achieved within just 1 year struck him as inconceivable. He understood the immense challenges of realizing controllable nuclear fusion better than anyone. It was not a problem to be solved overnight. Yet, gazing into Jiang Fan's resolute eyes, he felt compelled to believe. Jiang Fan, are you serious? Uncle Zhou, just as you mentioned on the journey here, many things in this world are indeed incredible. Just like the feudal society before the Industrial Revolution, who would have believed that humanity could invent airplanes and trains? After hearing Jiang Fan's words, Minister Zhou steeled his resolve. He decided to embark on this audacious journey with Jiang Fan. Even if it ended in failure, he would have no regrets in his lifetime. How much funding will be required in total? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Fan replied, 100 billion. When Jiang Fan uttered the figure, Zhou Huaid was not taken aback. On the contrary, when Jiang Fan remarked that it was too little, he began to harbor doubts. Ultimately, Zhou Huide gritted his teeth and declared, "All right, I shall apply tomorrow." Chapter 26, The Control of Scores. The following day, in Lingzhou City, within a prestigious residential complex. "Dad, I'm off to school to collect my admission notice." A girl cheerfully exclaimed. "Xiaoxi, let me drive you." The middle-aged man replied indulgently. "Oh, Dad, I'm already 18, an adult. Besides, the school is so close. I can walk there in no time." The girl hastily refused, though her thoughts wandered elsewhere. "All right, just remember to take an umbrella to shield yourself from the sun," the middle-aged man cautioned. "Got it, Dad," she replied, yet she did not grab the sunshade hanging by the door. Instead, she gleefully opened the door and stepped out. With her hair styled in a ponytail and adorned with two lovely butterfly clips, she walked with a bounce, resembling two real butterflies dancing atop her head. La 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 la. She hummed a tune as she strode down the road, clearly in high spirits. The sky above was exceptionally clear, with fluffy white clouds lazily drifting across the azure expanse, imparting an indescribable sense of bliss. The girl swiftly arrived at the happy community, making her way to Building 3 with ease. "I wonder if that guy's awake yet?" she mused as she climbed the stairs. Upon reaching the door, she adjusted her light blue dress and checked her subtle makeup in her phone before finally knocking with satisfaction. The door swung open promptly. A middle-aged woman appeared, and upon seeing the girl, her face broke into a radiant smile. "Ruoshi, come in and have a seat." Chu Ruoshi followed her into the living room, beaming. "Andy, where's Jiang Fan?" Li Guiqin retrieved some fruit from the refrigerator and replied, "Xiao Fan has gone to Kyoto." "Didn't he tell you?" "Kyoto?" Chu Ruoshi's face registered confusion. Subsequently, Li Guiqin recounted Jiang Fan's circumstances, and she finally understood that he had developed solar photovoltaic materials. The recollection of yesterday's events suddenly illuminated everything. Upon learning that Jiang Fan had been accepted by several universities, a wave of joy washed over Chu Ruoshi. Just the day before, she had felt disheartened by a score of merely 300 on the college entrance exam, and yet today he had received offers from multiple institutions. Hearing that one of them was Longke University, Chu Ruoshi's excitement soared. If Jiang Fan chose Longke University, it meant they would be classmates. The thought made her giggle with delight. "By the way, Ruoshi, I heard from Xiao Fan that you did quite well in your exams. Which school did you get accepted to?" "Ligiki Ninkidat. Any, I applied to Longke University, and I'm going to collect my admission notice today." "Longke University? Oh my, Ruoshi, you are truly remarkable. Not only are you beautiful, but you excel academically as well. It seems you and Xiao Fan might be classmates after all." Li Guiqin's fondness for Chu Ruoshi grew with each passing moment. The lively and adorable girl resembled a little fairy. She mused to herself how wonderful it would be if Ruoshi could become her son's girlfriend. After chatting for about half an hour, Chu Ruoshi requested Jiang Fan's contact information from Li Guiqin and then bid farewell to head to school for her admission notice. Although she felt a tinge of disappointment at not seeing Jiang Fan, the prospect of attending the same school as brightened her spirits once more. A gentle breeze caressed her face, akin to a mother's tender touch, evoking a profound sense of comfort. Nearby, the chirping of birds in the trees added to the delightful atmosphere. Unable to contain herself, Chu Ruoshi grasped her skirt and danced as if she were a princess. The school was not far from Jiang Fan's home, and she soon arrived at the first high school, rather than visiting the reception to fetch her admission notice. She headed directly to the principal's office on the third floor, as the notices for prestigious schools were delivered there to prevent loss at the reception. She approached the door and was about to knock when she overheard the principal conversing with her class teacher about Jiang Fan. "Mr. Wang, how could you not notice such a brilliant genius as Jiang Fan? How did you manage to be a class teacher without realizing his potential?" Mr. Wang replied defensively. "Principal Ma, you know how intense the senior year is. There are minor tests every 3 days and major ones every 10. I can't focus on just one student." Principal Ma slammed the table and shouted, "Don't give me excuses. I refuse to believe that you didn't notice that Jiang Fan consistently scored 300 points across multiple exams. He's controlling his scores. Do you understand what that means?" He continued, "Ask any high school student in Lingzhou City if they can maintain a total score of 300 across 9 consecutive tests, with individual subject scores consistently at 60 in Chinese, math, and English, and 120 in comprehensive studies. Controlling scores." Chu Ruoshi gasped at the principal's words, suddenly struck by the realization that Jiang Fan's previous scores did indeed hover around 300. Could it be that he was genuinely controlling his scores? If that were the case, his abilities were unfathomably formidable. The strictness of maintaining a score of exactly 300, neither more nor less, was staggering. One must master all high school knowledge. accurately determining which questions to answer correctly and how many points to allocate to each. Even high school teachers would hesitate to claim they could maintain such precision in their subjects. Jiang Fan, however, succeeded in achieving an exact score across all disciplines for 9 consecutive tests. The thought sent shivers down Chu Ruashi's spine. It dawned on her that Jiang Fan was, in fact, an extraordinary academic prodigy. Unable to suppress her laughter, she recalled the classmates who had mocked Jiang Fan as foolish. It was they who were the true simpletons. In the office of a National Science and Technology Administration of Long Country, Zhou Huaid sat with his head bowed, enduring a reprimand from a stern-faced, middle-aged man. Zhou Huaid, 10 billion? 10 billion. How dare you utter such a sum? Do you think the fiscal revenue of Long Country is simply a breeze? The controlled nuclear fusion project is on the verge of being halted, and you suddenly demand 10 billion in funding? Over the past decade, this project has cost the nation over 30 billion. As the chief commander, what results have you produced? You want another 10 billion? Get out of here. Halt the controlled nuclear fusion project immediately. Zhou Huaid silently bore the brunt of his superior's wrath, refraining from retorting, for in truth, he had achieved nothing in the past decade. Only after the tirade subsided did he slowly respond. Chief, this is the signature of top researchers from various fields in Long Country. They unanimously believe that Jiang Fan's controlled nuclear fusion can be realized. Chapter 27, The Scheme. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan was roused by a phone call. The night prior, he had told Zhou Huaid that he could develop controlled nuclear fusion within a year, leading to an extensive discussion that lasted over an hour. By the time the meeting concluded, it was already past 2 in the morning, and when he finally lay down to sleep, it was nearly 4. Minister Zhou Huaid informed Jiang Fan about his visit to the National Science and Technology Administration today to apply for funding. He would take Jiang Fan to the controllable nuclear fusion base in northern Longwood tomorrow. Thus, Jiang Fan had planned to rest well today, anticipating a flurry of activities upon arriving at the northern base. However, before he could even reach 9 o'clock, an unfamiliar phone call jolted him awake. Had he known, he would have turned off his phone. With a sense of resignation, Jiang Fan answered the call. Hello, this is Jiang Fan. Who is this? Jiang Fan. It's Xiao Shan from Longke University, your Uncle Xiao. Jiang Fan immediately recalled a rivalry with Old Xiao alongside Old Long Uncle Xiao. Is there something you need? Indeed. Since this is your first day in Kyoto, I, as your host, would like to invite you to tour our beautiful Longke campus. As you know, our university boasts stunning scenery. Thank you for your kind invitation, Uncle Xiao. But before Jiang Fan could decline, Xiao Shan interjected, Jiang Fan. My niece Xiao Yifei happens to be free today. You two should explore together. Xiao Shan's words carried a hint of implication, though Jiang Fan had yet to officially declare his school of choice. He had already set his heart on Longke University and was not inclined to give old Xiao any false hopes. As the saying goes, where there is no hope, there is no disappointment. Just as Jiang Fan was about to politely refuse, a voice echoed in his mind. System, appropriate arrangements for relaxation can indeed enhance research efficiency. Choice 1. Agree to accompany Xiao Yifei on an 8-hour tour of Longke University and receive the Night Owl capsule, allowing the host to stay up late without harm for a total duration of 10,000 hours. Choice 2. Decline the invitation with no reward. Jiang Fan felt a surge of energy. A Night Owl capsule? The ability to stay up late without adverse effects for 10,000 hours. As a diligent researcher, staying up late was commonplace. Just last night, he had burned the midnight oil until 4 in the morning, and he had yet to recover. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan selected option 1 and replied to Xiao Shan, All right, Uncle Xiao, I will head over now. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's response, Xiao Shan beamed with satisfaction, convinced that all men succumb to the allure of beauty. It seemed his plan was on the verge of success. He then made a call to Xiao Yifei. 20 minutes later, a tall and curvaceous young lady emerged from the main entrance of Longke University, clad in a delicate spaghetti strap top layered with a sheer white shawl and a purple miniskirt that accentuated her long, fair legs. As the girl drew closer, her arched brows framed large, enchanting phoenix eyes, complemented by a finely sculpted nose, luscious lips, and a chin that resembled the delicate petals of a white lotus. Every smile and frown radiated charm. Xiao Shan gazed at the girl with evident approval. Yifei, it's up to you this time. No matter the method, ensure that Jiang Fan enrolls in our university. Uncle, rest assured, the title of Longke's most beautiful campus flower is not for naught. Xiao Yifei replied confidently. Excellent. Once you complete the task, I will speak to the school about granting you extra credits. Thank you, Uncle. Just watch. Xiao Yifei exclaimed joyfully. With her senior year approaching, she was keenly aware that she needed additional credits, especially with her upcoming internship, leaving her little time to accumulate them. If her uncle intervened, she would no longer have to worry about credits. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Xiao Yifei pouted, "Uncle, why isn't that Jiang Fan arrived yet? He would dare stand us up, would he?" Jiang Fan was her ticket to credits. She couldn't let him slip away. "I'll give him a call." Just as Xiao Shan retrieved his phone, he spotted Jiang Fan approaching, dressed in a white t-shirt and khaki casual pants. "Jiang Fan, over here." Xiao Shan waved, delight flooding his heart upon seeing Jiang Fan again. Without Old Long's interference this time, he was confident he could secure Jiang Fan. As Jiang Fan approached, he greeted, "Hello, Uncle Xiao." Good. Jiang Fan, let me introduce you to my niece Xiao Yifei." Jiang Fan looked at the girl beside Xiao Shan, noting that she wore high heels, making her nearly as tall as his own height of 183 meters. "Hello there, little brother." Xiao Yifei extended her long, fair hand toward him. Jiang Fan hesitated momentarily, then shyly reached out his right hand. As soon as his hand brushed against Xiao Yifei's soft, delicate one, his face involuntarily flushed. System, countdown initiated 7:59:59. Seeing Jiang Fan's reaction, Xiao Yifei couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, he seems to be quite innocent, still unacquainted with the world. That only made her feel more confident. With a little strategy, he would obediently follow her lead. Soon enough, she would secure her credits. With that thought in mind, Xiao Yifei turned to Xiao Shan, "Uncle, don't you have other matters to attend to?" Xiao Shan was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to chat with Jiang Fan a bit longer. But upon hearing Xiao Yifei's remark and her approving gesture, he realized his niece was undoubtedly confident in her abilities. Yes, Jiang Fan, I must attend an important meeting. Today, Yifei will guide you on a tour of Longke University. Uncle, Before Jiang Fan could finish, Xiao Shan hastily departed. Jiang Fan watched him leave, feeling a bit forlorn and uncertain about what to do next. In his previous life, as a researcher, he was least adept at conversing with girls, especially those who were beautiful and alluring. He glanced at the system timer. 7 hours, 58 minutes. And 32 seconds left to complete the task, his brow furrowing in concern. "Little brother Jiang Fan, let us go. Sister will take you to explore the small woods at Longke," Xiao Yifei said enticingly, her tongue playfully licking her luscious lips. Jiang Fan was taken aback, feeling goosebumps all over and unable to meet Xiao Yifei's gaze. Soon, Xiao Yifei swayed her figure and headed towards the Longke campus. Jiang Fan looked at the rewards for the system task and made a decisive choice, following her. Chapter 28, Stinky Little Brother. Within Longke University, there was a lotus pond adorned with pink lotus flowers, resembling maidens clad in rosy garments, their heads crowned with yellow lotus seed pods, standing gracefully. When a gentle breeze blew, these maidens danced lightly. Some buds, still closed, glistened with droplets of water under the sun, appearing exquisitely radiant. "Little brother Jiang Fan, which do you think is more beautiful, these charming lotuses or your sister?" Xiao Yifei asked sweetly, flashing a flirtatious smile at him. "Charming lotuses?" Jiang Fan thought it peculiar to describe lotuses in such a way. He glanced at the remaining time in his mind, 7.5 hours, to fulfill the task. He had no choice but to respond, "You are beautiful." Xiao Yifei, covering her mouth with a giggle, teased, "Little brother Jiang Fan, I'm only 3 years older than you. No need for such formalities. It makes me feel ancient." "Oh," Jiang Fan nodded, somewhat dismissively. "It's often said that women 3 years older are like gold bricks. Little brother Jiang Fan, do you prefer older girls?" Listening to Xiao Yifei's flirtatious tone, Jiang Fan felt a wave of discomfort. Reflecting on his previous research days, he realized how blissful life had been then. Although she faced formulas, materials, and equipment daily, it was far preferable to feeling uncomfortable in the presence of Xiao Yifei. Noticing Jiang Fan's face flush and his silence, Xiao Yifei surmised that he must harbor feelings for her, albeit shyly. Indeed, the young lad was still just a boy, and it seemed her academic credits were secure. At that moment, Xiao Yifei's phone chimed. It was a message from her uncle, Xiao Shan. "Xiao Shan, Yifei, how's it going with Jiang Fan?" Xiao Yifei replied with a grin. "Everything is under control. Xiao Shan, keep it up. Once you succeed, I'll apply for a special contribution award from the principal on your behalf." The mention of the special contribution award made Xiao Yifei beam even brighter. This prestigious accolade at Longke University is highly esteemed, awarded to students who either contribute significantly to the university or to the nation. It is undoubtedly one of the highest honors at Longke University. The thought of her uncle willing to advocate for her filled her with exhilaration. and she promptly responded with an enthusiastic okay. With the allure of the Special Contribution Award, Qiao Yifei planned to unleash her charm on Jiang Fan. She glanced at Jiang Fan, who was walking ahead, and noticed his physique was quite commendable. If not for his somewhat foolish demeanor, he would indeed be a fitting boyfriend. Oh dear, Qiao Yifei quickly chastised herself for such thoughts. How could she entertain such ideas about someone who had just reached adulthood? At Longke University, she was surrounded by suitors, yet none had captured her interest. Nevertheless, she resolutely decided against dating someone 3 years her junior. Gathering her thoughts, she reminded herself to prioritize the task assigned by her uncle. Academic credits and the Special Contribution Award were paramount. With a slight smile gracing her lips, she called out to Jiang Fan, "Hey!" Upon hearing Qiao Yifei's voice, Jiang Fan turned, only to find her crouched on the ground, appearing pained. Driven by an instinct to help, he hurried over to assist her. Qiao Yifei feigned a slip, collapsing into his embrace like a delicate flower, her feminine scent enveloping him and igniting a rush of hormones within him. His cheeks flushed, and his heartbeat quickened, his breath becoming slightly heated. As Qiao Yifei lay against Jiang Fan's chest, the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat resonated in her ears. The warmth of his body, just a layer of fabric apart, caused her cheeks to redden inexplicably, and her heart raced. She quickly extricated herself from his hold, hurriedly adjusting her attire. "Jiang Fan, I'm fine, I just tripped." "Oh," Jiang Fan replied, turning back to continue walking. Meanwhile, he resolved to maintain his distance from her for the next 7 hours. Otherwise, he feared his heart would betray him. Qiao Yifei took a moment to compose herself. Her original plan was to feign a fall to stir Jiang Fan's protective instincts, creating an opportunity for physical contact, and then employ a little strategy to ensure he would be captivated by her. However, plans often falter, and to her surprise, she found herself feeling a flutter of emotions when she collapsed into his arms. After walking for over 20 minutes, they spotted a bench, and Qiao Yifei suggested taking a break. Jiang Fan agreed, and as he sat, he marveled at the beauty of Longke University. Suddenly, he recalled that Chu Ruashi had been accepted into Longke University as well. If he were to attend, they would be classmates, strolling together on the grass each day. What a delightful thought! Yet, Jiang Fan dismissed the idea. His ambition was to become a distinguished researcher, contributing to the advancement of technology for the Dragon Country and humanity. Nonetheless, the memory of the vivacious Chu Ruashi scolding Lu Ji brought a smile to his lips. Observing this, Qiao Yifei mused that Jiang Fan seemed to possess a brooding charm, someone with mischievous thoughts but lacking the courage to act. She resolved to further entice him, determined to ensnare him completely. "Jiang Fan, it's so hot today." Jiang Fan, pulled from his reverie by Qiao Yifei's words, focused his attention on her. Sensing his gaze, she began to fan herself with her sheer white shawl, exclaiming, "It's unbearably warm." With that, she let the shawl slip from her shoulders, revealing a delicate camisole that showcased her fair skin. Qiao Yifei felt a surge of satisfaction at this display. "Oh dear, Jiang Fan, your shoelace is untied. Let me help you." Jiang Fan was about to decline her offer, but Qiao Yifei had already crouched directly in front of him, bending down to tie his shoelace. I can do it myself," he stammered, flustered. The man's hormones surged once more. He quickly averted his gaze, though his eyes betrayed him, and wandered back to her. Qiao Yifei deliberately took her time tying the shoelace, stealing glances at Jiang Fan, who was staring at her intently. With a playful huff, she thought, "Little lecher. For the sake of credits and the Special Contribution Award, I suppose I can indulge you, cheeky lad." Chapter 29, Nano-Measurement Technology. Unaccustomed to such encounters, Jiang Fan could hardly withstand the mounting excitement, and soon he found his nose bleeding profusely. As Qiao Yifei realized the situation, she quickly retrieved tissues to help stem the flow. However, the heat within Jiang Fan was overwhelming, making it impossible to stop the bleeding. In a rush, Qiao Yifei escorted him to the school's infirmary, where the doctor treated him, finally bringing the bleeding under control. Qiao Yifei was quite alarmed, fearing for Jiang Fan's well-being. If he lost too much blood, her credits and Special Contribution Award would be in jeopardy. "Doctor, what happened to him?" The doctor glanced at Qiao Yifei before responding. "This young man has a lot of heat in him. He should wear more clothing." Qiao Yifei looked at her own alluring figure, instantly grasping the doctor's implication. A wave of embarrassment washed over her. Doctor, is he all right now?" she inquired, genuinely concerned for Jiang Fan's health, as it directly affected her academic future. The doctor replied casually, "Make sure he drinks plenty of water and stays in an air-conditioned environment. That will prevent the nasal blood vessels from swelling." "Thank you, doctor." Jiang Fan, said appreciatively. As they departed, the doctor gave Jiang Fan a knowing pat on the shoulder, silently conveying, "Young man, my help ends here. The rest is up to you." Upon leaving the infirmary, Qiao Yifei glanced at the time. It was nearly noon. "Jiang Fan, let me take you to lunch." "Okay." Thus, the two made their way to the cafeteria for lunch. As they ate, Qiao Yifei contemplated her strategy. She could no longer rely on her physique to entice Jiang Fan, fearing that if he lost too much blood, he might faint, leading to more trouble than it was worth. Thus, she resolved to take him to a cozy cafe and bookstore on campus after their meal. It was a perfect venue for reading and conversing, where she could showcase her intellectual prowess. Qiao Yifei was not only the belle of Longke University, but also a veritable academic prodigy. She consistently ranked first in her major, and she had participated in numerous research projects alongside her uncle, Qiao Shan. If she casually mentioned these experiences, Jiang Fan would likely be left in awe. With this thought, Qiao Yifei turned to Jiang Fan and said, "Junior Jiang, we have a wonderful cafe and bookstore at Longke. The ambience is delightful, and I often go there to enjoy coffee and read. It's quite pleasant. Let me take you there shortly." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan's interest was piqued. A cafe and bookstore? How splendid. This would allow him to avoid excessive conversation with Qiao Yifei. If he could endure 8 hours, he would complete the system's task and receive his reward. He glanced at the task timer. 5 hours remained. If he could spend 5 hours reading in the afternoon, it would be ideal. After finishing their meal, they proceeded to the cafe and bookstore that Qiao Yifei had mentioned. She presented her membership card and led them to a cozy corner. The cafe's decor exuded an inviting atmosphere conducive to reading and chatting. With an abundance of books available for free borrowing, Jiang Fan surveyed his surroundings and found himself quite enamored. As Qiao Yifei began to discuss the research project she had been involved in, Jiang Fan stood up and walked over to the bookshelf. Searching for a book that piqued his interest, he ultimately selected The History of Blue Star Technology. As a researcher from a parallel world, he was not yet familiar with the current technological landscape of Blue Star, and this book would provide valuable insights. Noticing Jiang Fan's choice, Qiao Yifei was somewhat surprised. "Jiang Fan, do you have an affinity for books on technology?" she inquired. He nodded in affirmation. This delighted Qiao Yifei, as her own field of study was material science, and she understood much about the materials used in various technological research endeavors. "What aspect of technology do you find intriguing?" she asked. "I was previously quite fond of nanotechnology, but lately I've developed an interest in space-related technologies," Jiang Fan replied. In his past life on Earth, he had primarily focused on nanotechnology research. After arriving on Blue Star and encountering the system, his curiosity expanded to encompass technologies beyond humanity. He believed that human technology was currently constrained by many limitations, making it impossible to explore advanced technologies in the short term. Take controlled nuclear fusion, for instance. Without the system rewarding him with formulas and data, he would have been unable to achieve it even with a lifetime of effort, not to mention space technologies like spacecraft, time machines, and space elevators. He was now convinced that superior civilizations must exist beyond Earth, and the system in his mind served as compelling evidence of this. Jiang Fan theorized that the system must be a conduit from an advanced civilization, attempting to impart advanced technologies to humanity to expedite its scientific development. Therefore, to explore civilizations beyond humanity, he must focus his research on technologies related to space, in hopes of uncovering answers or guiding humanity to a better future. Of course, Qiao Yifei was unaware of Jiang Fan's profound thoughts. She assumed that his interest in space technology stemmed merely from a curiosity about the cosmos. Space technology is quite broad, and there are few researchers in this field. You must work hard. Perhaps one day, interstellar tourism will depend on you, she teased playfully. Jiang Fan, however, maintained a serious demeanor. After pondering for a moment, he nodded in agreement. Observing his earnestness, Qiao Yifei couldn't help but chuckle at his adorable naivety. "Jiang Fan, you mentioned an interest in nanotechnology. I'm currently involved in a project on nanomeasurement technology using atomic force microscopy," she began to narrate animatedly, confident that her knowledge would impress him. After elaborating on her project, Qiao Yifei couldn't resist boasting. "Isn't it particularly impressive?" Yet Jiang Fan merely replied with a hint of nonchalance. "The nanomeasurement technology is rather outdated and has numerous drawbacks." "Outdated?" Qiao Yifei felt a surge of indignation. This technology was overseen by her uncle, Qiao Shan, a distinguished academician in the Dragon Kingdom and a recipient of its Lifetime Achievement Award. To have Jiang Fan deem it obsolete was intolerable. Noticing her skepticism, Jiang Fan continued. "While nanomeasurement technology has its limitations, a relatively advanced alternative exists: optical interference measurement technology, which utilizes interference patterns of light to enhance measurement resolution. The methods include dual-frequency laser interferometry, optical heterodyne interferometry, X-ray interferometry, and FB standard tool measurement. Xiao Yifei's jaw dropped in disbelief as she processed his words, her expression one of astonishment. Chapter 30. The commander's decision as the clock approached 6 in the evening. Jiang Fan suddenly heard the voice of the system in his mind. System, congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task. You have earned a night owl capsule. Would you like to use it? Use it, he proclaimed. As his words faded, a silver light enveloped his mind, revealing a dialogue box. He focused his thoughts on it, which displayed that it could negate 10,000 hours of sleep deprivation, an invaluable boon for his health. Jiang Fan chuckled to himself, relieved that he would no longer have to worry about the toll of sleepless nights. With the task completed, he felt no need to linger with Xiao Yifei any longer. Thus, he concocted an excuse. Thank you, Xiao Yifei, for showing me around Longke University today, but I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Taken aback, Xiao Yifei pondered how Jiang Fan, who had just shared so much about nanotechnology, knowledge she had never encountered before, could suddenly wish to depart. Particularly perplexing was that he seemed to possess a deeper understanding of nanomaterials than her own uncle. Though she couldn't definitively validate the principles he discussed, her intuition suggested he was onto something significant. Just as she was grappling with her thoughts, her phone rang. Uncle, she answered. Yifei, have you succeeded in securing Jiang Fan? Xiao Shan inquired. Uncle, let us set that aside for now. Have you heard of optical interference measurement technology in nanotechnology? Xiao Yifei asked. Optical interference measurement technology? Xiao Shan echoed. She recounted Jiang Fan's insights on the subject, and as she finished, he fell into deep contemplation, realizing it was the first time he had heard of this technique and that, theoretically, it appeared sound. If this optical interference measurement technology were validated, it would surpass the atomic force microscopy technology he was currently investigating by leaps and bounds. Feeling a surge of excitement, Xiao Shan thought to himself that verifying the technique's validity could be accomplished through experimentation. Yifei, come to the nanotechnology laboratory immediately. I believe what you've described has a high degree of feasibility. After ending the call, Xiao Yifei was left in shock. Could Jiang Fan's assertions truly be accurate? Yet, he was merely a high school student. How could he possibly grasp such intricate nanotechnology? However, time was of the essence, and she had to hurry to the nanotechnology laboratory. Her uncle would likely wish to conduct an experiment to validate this technology. Jiang Fan returned to the first-level research institute and sought out Zhou Huide. As he knocked on Zhou's door, a cloud of smoke enveloped him, nearly causing him to choke. Zhou Huide was seated on the sofa, smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing Jiang Fan's troubled expression, he inquired, Cough? Uncle Zhou, what troubles you? Oh, Xiao Fan, come in and sit down, Zhou Huide responded, finally realizing the situation and opening a window to let the smoke escape. After Jiang Fan took a seat, Zhou poured a glass of water and placed it in front of him, then slowly spoke. The research funding has not been approved, and the leadership has decided to suspend the controllable nuclear fusion project. Suspended? Jiang Fan exclaimed, clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. He had anticipated the worst-case scenario would merely involve a lack of funding, but he never imagined that not only would the funding be denied, but the project itself would be halted. If that were the case, the rewards from the system for controllable nuclear fusion would remain unfulfilled. Uncle Zhou, did you show that documentation to the leadership? Jiang Fan asked. I did, and it even bore the signatures of the experts from yesterday's meeting. However, the leadership stated there was nothing they could do. This was the result of a collective decision by several leaders regarding national research funding. Without finances, controllable nuclear fusion cannot be developed, Zhou explained. Is there truly no alternative? Jiang Fan pressed, unwilling to concede defeat. Sigh, none at all. Zhou Huide replied with a resigned sigh. Jiang Fan lowered his head in silence, his resolve not yet broken. Achieving controllable nuclear fusion was essential for a qualitative leap in future technologies. Controllable nuclear fusion represented a new form of energy, capable of producing immense power, even from a minuscule energy device. For instance, current aircraft carriers rely on conventional fuels like oil, which not only consumes vast amounts of it, but also limits the efficiency of kinetic energy conversion. In contrast, controllable nuclear fusion would deliver extraordinarily powerful thrust, enabling an aircraft carrier weighing 70,000 tons to accelerate rapidly. This merely scratched the surface of controllable nuclear fusion's potential applications. Once the technology matures, it will permeate every facet of human existence. Observing Jiang Fan's despondent demeanor, Zhou's heart sank further. However, the leadership had stipulated one condition. If we could achieve stability for 100 seconds, they would reconsider my application. But that condition is nearly impossible to fulfill. Upon hearing that there was a glimmer of hope, Jiang Fan's spirits lifted as he eagerly inquired, "What condition?" "Sigh. The leadership said we must stabilize nuclear fusion for 100 seconds within a month," Zhou relayed. "Stabilizing nuclear fusion for 100 seconds?" Jiang Fan echoed, contemplating the enormity of the task. "Indeed, achieving stability for even a second has eluded our base thus far." Zhou lamented. "Uncle Zhou, I believe I can accomplish it," Jiang Fan declared resolutely, looking Zhou in the eye. "Really?" Zhou was momentarily taken aback, but his excitement quickly tempered into skepticism. How could that be possible? For nuclear fusion to become a usable energy source, the fusion of deuterium and tritium nuclei must be maintained at a critical point to continuously output energy. For instance, plasma temperatures need to reach 4 billion degrees, and pulsed fusion output must exceed 16 megawatts. Controllable nuclear fusion technology hinges on maintaining these temperature and power levels. Any slight fluctuation in temperature would disrupt this balance, leading to failure. Although Jiang Fan's theoretical framework and data for controllable nuclear fusion seem promising, they require a budget of 10 billion. Yet, the leadership's stance is clear: no funding, yet they expect results. It is a Herculean task. Xiao Fan, I believe your theory is sound, but we currently have no funding for this project, Zhou lamented. Uncle Zhou, I understand the situation. If we only need the nuclear fusion to maintain stability for 100 seconds within a month, I believe it is feasible with our existing equipment and materials. Jiang Fan stated calmly. Zhou pondered this, realizing it was indeed a viable approach. After all, they had invested over 30 billion and had the necessary materials and equipment at their disposal. With this thought, Zhou's excitement rekindled as he grasped Jiang Fan's hand and exclaimed, "Xiao Fan, our fate hangs in the balance once more. Tomorrow, I will take you to the northern base." The next day, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the glass into the nanotechnology research lab at Longke University. A researcher clad in a white lab coat anxiously awaited the results of an experiment. As the machine emitted beeping sounds, the results printed out, and he quickly grabbed the report to scrutinize it. A smile gradually illuminated his face, and soon he burst into laughter. Fantastique. This is wonderful." At that moment, a girl resting on a nearby table was roused from her slumber by the commotion. "Dad, what are you laughing about?" she sleepily inquired. "Xiao Fei, we have succeeded. The nanophotonic interference measurement technology you proposed is correct, and we have successfully developed it," he exclaimed joyfully. Upon hearing her father's excitement, Xiao Yifei's sleepiness evaporated, and she quickly stood to examine the experimental results. Her eyes widened in astonishment, brimming with excitement. This is incredible, Dad. We achieved success so effortlessly, and our technology outperforms the previous atomic force microscopy by several magnitudes. Indeed, this is all thanks to you." He chuckled. "By the way, how did you come up with this technological idea?" It wasn't my own research," Xiao Yifei responded somewhat awkwardly, secretly wishing it had been her own invention. "Alas, it was merely a suggestion from the seemingly simple-minded Jiang Fan." "Not your own research? Then it must be one of Hucking's expert professors?" her father inquired. "Not that either," Xiao Yifei replied. "Then who?" Xiao Shan asked, a bit perplexed. "It was Jiang Fan." "Jiang Fan? He actually understands nanotechnology?" Xiao Shan was astonished. Jiang Fan's talents in controllable nuclear fusion had already left a profound impression, but he had not anticipated such expertise in nanotechnology as well. He was undoubtedly a genius in the scientific community. With this realization, Xiao Shan resolved to ensure that Jiang Fan became his student at all costs. He did not want to miss out on such an exceptional talent. Turning to Xiao Yifei, he asked, "Yifei, how did your interactions with Jiang Fan go yesterday?" Meanwhile, at the Northern Controllable Nuclear Fusion Base in Dragon Country, Jiang Fan had just disembarked from a military off-road vehicle and immediately leaned against a wall to regurgitate. The rugged road had taken a toll on his stomach, and he could barely hold it together, grateful that he had not eaten much that morning. Observing Jiang Fan's predicament, Zhou Huai chuckled, teasing Xiao Fan. "When I first came here, there were no roads at all. The entire grassy expanse was uneven, and during a 2-hour journey, I vomited more than 10 times, haha." Just as Zhou Huai was sharing a laugh with Jiang Fan, a researcher clad in a white lab coat rushed over. visibly anxious, exclaiming, "Commander Zhou, you have returned." Zhou Huide, upon seeing a visitor, chuckled and inquired, "What brings you here, Winshan?" "They've all left. In your absence over the past few days, they've been reassigned." Zhang Winshan stammered, leaving Zhou Huide visibly perplexed. "What do you mean they've all left? Speak slowly." After taking a couple of deep breaths to steady himself, Zhang Winshan continued, "While you were in Kyoto, the higher-ups decided to develop a new project and directly reassigned our research staff." "What? Who has the audacity to poach my personnel? Let's go." Zhou Huide erupted in fury. The leadership had indeed issued a directive to halt operations on controlled nuclear fusion by October 20th of this year. Yet, here it was only July 28th, with 3 months still remaining according to the original plan. To have his research personnel taken away without so much as a word was intolerable. For a decade, he had steadfastly dedicated himself to the cause of controlled nuclear fusion. Even if not credited for achievements, surely his hard work warranted recognition. He had summoned Jiang Fan to rescue the project, firmly believing that under Jiang Fan's guidance, they could achieve breakthroughs in controlled nuclear fusion. But now, with the research staff gone, how could they possibly make any progress? The more he contemplated it, the angrier he became as he entered his office. "Winshan, who issued the order?" he demanded. "Director Liu," Zhang Winshan replied. Zhou Huide immediately grabbed the office phone and dialed. After a few beeps, a deep voice answered. "Who is this?" "Director Liu, what is the meaning of this? My Northern Base project has not yet reached its halt date, and you have reassigned my research personnel." The voice on the other end waited for Zhou Huide to finish before responding slowly. "Xiao Zhou, I understand your frustration. After all, you've been in charge for a decade and have developed an attachment to this project. Although the directive states to suspend controlled nuclear fusion by October 20th. Considering the absence of significant breakthroughs over the past 10 years, what does it matter if we have 3 months left? Don't take it too seriously. Director, during my recent trip to Beijing, I discovered a talent in controlled nuclear fusion. I am confident he can achieve results. I am aware of your claims. Yesterday, I discussed this with the head of the National Science and Technology Administration. As it stands, there have been no major breakthroughs in controlled nuclear fusion worldwide, and we believe one individual cannot change that. Well, let us set that aside for now. The head of the National Science and Technology Administration mentioned that if I can achieve stable control of nuclear fusion for 100 seconds in 1 month, they would agree to extend my research time by another year. Haha, Xiao Zhou, controlling nuclear fusion for 100 seconds would signify a monumental breakthrough. The leading nation in technology can only stabilize it for 10 seconds. I believe Jiang Fan can accomplish this. You must return my research personnel to assist us in this endeavor." The director, sensing Zhou Huide's obstinacy, grew increasingly irate and barked. "Do you understand what those personnel have been reassigned for? They are working on fighter jet research, with only 6 months remaining until the world military competition held every decade. You should recall the humiliation we suffered at the last competition. Do you wish to see our nation embarrassed before the world again?" The director's words left Zhou Huide momentarily speechless. The memories of the last world military competition, where he lost a 9-year comrade, flooded back. Hanging up the phone, he sank wearily into a chair. "Commander Zhou, what shall we do?" Zhang Winshan asked. "How many researchers remain at the base?" Zhou Huide inquired. 18. 18? Zhou Huide muttered despondently. Out of a total of 102 researchers at the Northern Base, 84 had been reassigned during his brief trip to Kyoto. The justification for their reassignment left him with no grounds for objection. Recalling the humiliating world military competition from 10 years prior, his heart ached. A significant part of his willingness to accept the role of commander for controlled nuclear fusion stemmed from that competition. He aspired to develop this new energy source to propel their nation into a position of military strength on the global stage. Yet, the research had proven far more arduous than he had anticipated. Over 10 years, with the combined efforts of more than 100 researchers and an expenditure of over 30 billion, there had been no significant technological breakthroughs. As Zhou Huide reflected on the past decade, a sudden commotion erupted outside. "Who are you? Who allowed you to tamper with our tokamak device? Quick, someone stop him. This is the culmination of 10 years of our hard work." Zhou Huide, whose office was situated within the experimental base, rushed out to investigate the commotion. Upon arriving outside, he found a group of over 10 researchers in white lab coats surrounding Jiang Fan. Zhou Huide quickly approached and commanded, "Stop. All of you, cease this at once." The moment the researchers saw Commander Zhou, they felt reassured and turned to him, exclaiming, "Commander Zhou, this kid appeared from nowhere and is messing with our tokamak device. Thankfully, I caught him early. If he damages it, our 10 years of effort will be in vain. He must be punished." Hearing their complaints, Zhou Huide hurriedly explained, "Everyone, Please calm down. Allow me to introduce this individual. He is Jiang Fan, the expert in controlled nuclear fusion I brought back from Kyoto. The crowd exchanged glances. They had indeed heard that Commander Zhou discovered an expert in controlled nuclear fusion during his trip to Kyoto. However, they had expected someone seasoned, perhaps an elderly professor returning from abroad, or at the very least an expert with years of experience in the field. Instead, they were confronted by this youthful figure who appeared no older than 18 or 19, hardly fitting the image of an expert. Commander Zhou, you haven't been deceived, have you? He looks far too young. Indeed, achieving results in controlled nuclear fusion typically requires over a decade of research. It's exceedingly difficult to accomplish. Zhou Huai understood their skepticism, having harbored doubts himself upon first meeting Jiang Fan. Yet through their discussions, he had realized that Jiang Fan's knowledge of controlled nuclear fusion surpassed that of all the researchers combined. Everyone, please quiet down and listen to me. I completely understand your doubts, but let Jiang Fan familiarize himself with our base and see how far our research on controlled nuclear fusion has progressed. He will surprise you. At Zhou Huai's urging, the crowd reluctantly parted, allowing Jiang Fan to approach the tokamak device. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan stepped forward to examine the apparatus. He was acutely aware that he had only 1 month to fulfill his promise to Zhou Huai, to stabilize nuclear fusion for over 100 seconds. Furthermore, if he wished to pursue research in space technology, controlled nuclear fusion was an indispensable energy source. Time was of the essence, and he had to make every moment count. He studied the tokamak device for a while, then turned to a nearby researcher and requested, "Please provide me with a copy of the tokamak device data." The researcher appeared momentarily taken aback, then glanced at Zhou Huai. Upon receiving a nod from Zhou, the researcher proceeded to the data room, soon returning with a large schematic in hand. Jiang Fan accepted the schematic, which detailed annotations for each component, and began to meticulously examine the tokamak device. From time to time, he made notes on the schematic. The surrounding researchers exchanged puzzled glances at Jiang Fan. What could such a young individual possibly accomplish? One mused. Indeed, the challenges of controlled nuclear fusion are far from trivial. It seems he's merely posturing. If one could resolve the tokamak device issues with mere gestures, we wouldn't have spent a decade here in research. Haha. Another speculated. It appears Commander Zhou is simply grasping at straws, given the impending suspension of our base. Yes, just trying any random person. Their murmurs filled the air. Noticing that Jiang Fan needed more time, Zhou Huai turned to Zhang Wenshan and said, "Please provide me with a list of the remaining researchers." "Certainly," Zhang Wenshan replied, promptly jotting down names on a sheet of paper before handing it to Zhou. Zhou glanced at the list, recognizing the names of seasoned researchers who had been with him for nearly a decade, along with 2 who had been with him since the establishment of the northern base. He understood that these individuals held a profound attachment to the northern base, which was why they chose to stay when the higher-ups issued transfer orders. As for those who left, Zhou bore no resentment. After all, it was the directive of the authorities, and their reassignment to the fighter jet project was intended to contribute to the global military competition. A sense of shame washed over him as he reflected on the 10 years spent researching controlled nuclear fusion without achieving success, failing to contribute to the upcoming military competition for Longke. After over 3 hours of meticulous study, Jiang Fan finally grasped the issues plaguing the tokamak device. Ultimately, he concluded that even if they continued to research for another 1,000 years, success would remain elusive. The fundamental materials used were fundamentally flawed, incapable of withstanding the extreme temperatures produced during plasma fusion. Approaching Zhou Huai, Jiang Fan said, "Uncle Zhou, I have made considerable progress regarding our base's controlled nuclear fusion." Zhou inquired, "Do you believe we can achieve a successful modification within a month?" "It should be feasible. However, I will need time to organize the details of the modification plan." "That is good to hear, but I must share some unfortunate news. Our northern base is down to just 18 researchers. The rest have been reassigned," Zhou replied with a look of regret. 18 is indeed a small number, but it should suffice. Jiang Fan contemplated before adding, "While there are numerous errors in the tokamak device, the overall framework remains intact. If I can adjust the detailed materials and data within the tokamak, stabilizing nuclear fusion for 100 seconds should not pose a significant challenge. By the way, Uncle Zhou, please gather all the researchers. I would like to discuss the existing issues and the proposed modifications with everyone." Chapter 33, The Examination. At the Northern Controlled Nuclear Fusion Base, all researchers were summoned. Jiang Fan stood before the tokamak device, holding the schematic. "Esteemed researchers, my name is Jiang Fan, and I am delighted to collaborate with you on developing controlled nuclear fusion in the coming time. Within the next month, We will collectively endeavor to achieve a stable nuclear fusion for a duration of 100 seconds. His words elicited astonishment among the researchers, who then looked to Commander Zhou in confusion. Zhou addressed the assembly. Indeed, over the next month, we must rise to this challenge. This is a condition set forth by the higher-ups. Should we succeed, our northern base will not face suspension, and we will receive 10 billion in funding for the following year. The room erupted in disbelief at Zhou's declaration. Commander Zhou, achieving stable nuclear fusion for 100 seconds is utterly impossible, one exclaimed. Indeed, currently, the most advanced controlled nuclear fusion technology in the world from the beautiful nation can only stabilize for 10 seconds. How can we possibly accomplish this? Given our base's current technological level, achieving stability for even 2 seconds would be a monumental breakthrough. Zhou listened to the researcher's discourse, and had he not encountered Jiang Fan prior, he too would have deemed it an impossibility. As long as we cooperate effectively with Jiang Fan, I firmly believe we can meet this challenge within a month. Yet, seeing the youthful Jiang Fan only heightened their doubts. Jiang Fan sensed the skepticism surrounding him and understood that explanations would be futile. You may have reservations about my capabilities. Therefore, I propose this. Esteemed researchers, feel free to pose any questions regarding controlled nuclear fusion as a form of examination for my entry into the northern base. A researcher, who had long harbored doubts about Jiang Fan, stepped forward. Very well, I will begin. What are the 2 categories of fusion products? Charged and neutral particles, he replied. Charged particles will be confined, allowing energy to be deposited into the plasma for heating. However, these particles act as impurities and must be eliminated, or they will diminish the fusion reaction rate. Neutral neutrons, on the other hand, are not confined. They collide with surrounding materials, causing significant destruction. On one hand, we require the energy from these neutrons for eventual power generation. On the other, we must shield against them, and there are methods to achieve this. The researchers were taken aback by Jiang Fan's response, with some experiencing a moment of clarity regarding the shielding of neutral neutrons. Indeed, we can approach the shielding of neutral neutrons in that manner. Remarkable. We have long struggled to find a solution to this issue, and he has just provided one. This young man is quite impressive. Another researcher posed a question to Jiang Fan. What materials are utilized in the tokamak device to stabilize the magnetic field at critical points? Superconducting magnets still face limitations regarding critical current and critical magnetic field. Currently, the superconducting material with the highest critical current is niobium titanium alloy, NBT, while NB3SN is even more suitable. What are the ignition methods for nuclear fusion? Common ignition methods for nuclear fusion include laser ignition. As the questions progressed, the inquiries became increasingly complex, yet Jiang Fan, resembling a sage, answered each with calm precision, often providing multiple solutions. As a result, doubts arose among the researchers, who began to wonder if Jiang Fan had somehow accessed classified information from the beautiful nation regarding controlled nuclear fusion. Upon concluding his responses, the researchers were left astounded. Their mouths agape. Zhou wide, equally exhilarated, mused that even the experts from the beautiful nation's controlled nuclear fusion field would likely struggle to match Jiang Fan's performance. Subsequently, Zhou addressed the assembly. I hereby appoint Jiang Fan as the chief engineer for our northern controlled nuclear fusion project. Are there any objections? The room fell silent for a moment before erupting into enthusiastic applause. They certainly had no objections. If Jiang Fan were deemed unworthy of being their chief engineer, then it seems there would be no one else capable of taking on the role. Observing the unanimous acknowledgement from his peers, Jiang Fan spoke once more. With only a month remaining, our time is exceedingly constrained, so I must now address some of the issues surrounding the tokamak device. To begin with the outermost components. The materials utilized for this section of the tokamak apparatus must be composed of nickel-titanium alloy, with a density of P45 GCM and a thermal conductivity of 1524 W mK. Furthermore, there is a slight deviation in the curvature that should be adjusted to 1 radian, or 295,779,513,079 degrees. The purity of this material falls short of requirements. The elastic properties of the material at this position must maintain a proportional relationship between stress and strain, quantified as LL100, unit constant 1. The stress Fs should be 546 pascals, or MPa. Jiang Fan spoke for over an hour, detailing the numerous flaws in their configuration of the tokamak device. Leaving no aspect unscathed, each individual bore an expression of embarrassment, realizing that their decade of research had yielded nothing of merit. Had it not been for Jiang Fan's impeccable responses to their inquiries, they might have resorted to confronting him. After tirelessly toiling for 10 years, many of their initial research directions had been fundamentally misguided. It was akin to running a race with the finish line ahead, yet veering off to the right for a decade, only to be informed that one was heading in the wrong direction. Who wouldn't feel a surge of frustration? Their heads hung in shame, but the most perplexed among them was Zhou Huai, torn between relief and dismay. Jiang Fan did not intend to belittle them or elevate his own stature. Rather, his singular focus was on the development of controllable nuclear fusion. Thus, when he pointed out the issues, he did so with brutal honesty, striking at the heart of the matter. I shall now outline several major aspects regarding the improvements to the tokamak device. Jiang Fan continued for another 2 hours, and the team finally grasped a rough concept of the modifications needed for the tokamak apparatus. However, he informed them that he would devise a detailed plan, and they would formally commence the reconstruction of the tokamak device the following day. Once all matters were addressed, it was already past 11 o'clock at night. Jiang Fan returned to the room assigned to him by Zhou Huai. At this moment, he checked his phone and discovered over 10 missed calls from Xiao Shan and an unfamiliar number. Noticing it was nearing midnight, Jiang Fan opted not to return the calls. He then opened WeChat and found a friend request from a girl named Little Wildcat. The request message read, "The girl who enjoyed a joyful day out with you." Chapter 34, Misunderstanding. The girl who enjoyed a joyful day out with you. Jiang Fan pondered the friend request note for a moment, then recalled the numerous calls from Xiao Shan, leading him to surmise that this little wildcat must be Xiao Yifei. Truth be told, he was reluctant to accept, but considering the elder Xiao's reputation, he begrudgingly clicked to confirm. Meanwhile, in a residential community far away in Lingzhou City, a young maiden, graceful and alluring, donned a soft pink silk nightgown, delightfully comfortable against her skin. Yet, the hem was rather short, barely covering her rounded posterior. Her long, slender legs were exposed, undeniably enticing. If Jiang Fan were to see her, he would likely experience a nosebleed. She lay atop a plush bed, her fair arms propping up her delicate chin, her large phoenix eyes occasionally glancing at her phone ahead. What is happening? I've sent friend requests several times, and none have been accepted. What is this foolishness? Is the phone number incorrect? The girl swiftly arose, realizing it was late at night, and she had not donned a bra, revealing enticing glimpses from her wide neckline. She then scrutinized her phone to verify the number. 135-6688, no mistake there. As she contemplated whether to call, her phone emitted a notification sound. She hurriedly opened WeChat to find that Jiang Fan had accepted her friend request. Instantly, her face broke into a smile, and she sent a message. Little Wildcat. Hello. Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, hello. Little Wildcat. Why are you still awake so late? Jiang Fan, about to sleep, goodbye. Upon receiving Jiang Fan's response, Chu Ruashi's fingers froze midair. 3 lines of frustration appeared on her forehead, and she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. After eagerly anticipating his reply all night, Jiang Fan had only responded with 2 sentences, 7 words. They had previously enjoyed watching movies and playing video games together, although Jiang Fan was not overly talkative. The glances he cast her way suggested he held some affection for her. Yet, what was this current situation, right? I haven't introduced myself yet. He probably doesn't realize that Little Wildcat is me. With this realization, Chu Ruashi understood the crux of the matter and sent another message. Little Wildcat, do you know who I am? Hee. Jiang Fan, Xiao Yifei. Chu Ruashi was taken aback by Jiang Fan's reply. Xiao Yifei? She murmured. The name instantly evoked images of a particular girl. Yet, Jiang Fan seldom interacted with girls, and there were no girls in their class with that name. Could it be that Jiang Fan had met another girl in Kyoto in just 2 days? A sense of unease surged within Chu Ruashi, though she couldn't pinpoint its origin. Just as she intended to reveal her identity as Chu Ruashi, she suddenly deleted the message. Since Jiang Fan had mistaken her for Xiao Yifei, she could take this opportunity to discern his true thoughts under the guise of Xiao Yifei. With that in mind, she chose not to clarify and sent another message instead. Little Wildcat, you seem quite astute. Little Wildcat, could you share your thoughts about me? After sending the message, Chu Ruashi lay back on her bed, maintaining her previous posture, her mind wandering aimlessly. She awaited Jiang Fan's response, but as 1 minute turned into 2, then 10, and finally an hour, she eventually drifted off to sleep. In the northern plains of Longke, a small blade of grass, having slumbered through the night, unfurled under the first rays of the morning sun. A dewdrop, glistening like a radiant gem, clung to its pointed leaves. Just as it swayed to boast to its neighboring grasses, A colossal creature descended from above, crushing it into the soil. Woof! The massive creature frolicked across the meadow, barking joyfully. Haifeng, come home for dinner. A burly man called out to a black dog. The wolf dog named Haifeng halted, gazing ahead before glancing back at its retreating master. With a burst of energy, it dashed toward him. The unfortunate blade of grass, having finally exerted tremendous effort to free itself from the earth, was again trampled by the returning Haifeng. The black wind swiftly approached the master, then slowed its pace to accompany him toward a tent billowing with smoke. 30 kilometers west of the tent stood a structure resembling a factory, the Northern Controlled Fusion Base. At this moment, a young man stood atop a watchtower, gazing out over the vast, boundless grasslands. After a night filled with toil, he stretched lazily. A gentle breeze swept through, transforming the entire expanse of grass into a verdant ocean, with waves of green undulating in the wind. Observing this landscape, his spirits lifted considerably. A smile graced his face as he marveled at the efficacy of the overnight capsule rewarded by the system. He had meticulously organized the controlled fusion plans throughout the night, and now he felt no trace of fatigue. Instead, he was invigorated. He focused his mind to open the dialog box of the overnight feature in his consciousness, discovering he still had 9,992 hours remaining. He calculated that even with nightly endeavors, he could sustain this for over 3 full years. The system was indeed formidable. Just as Jiang Fan found himself lost in thought, Jiang Fan called out to him from below. Chief Engineer Jiang, it's time to eat. Jiang Fan descended from the watchtower, joining Jiang Fan as they made their way to the base cafeteria. Jiang Fan glanced at the desolate dining hall and couldn't help but sigh. Previously, during mealtimes, the hall was teeming with people, but now it was eerily quiet, occupied by merely a dozen individuals. Hello, Chief Engineer Jiang. They greeted him warmly upon his arrival, their admiration for Jiang Fan's demonstrated capabilities from the previous day evident in their expressions. Subsequently, Jiang Fan collected his meal and sat with them. Chief Engineer Jiang, when do we commence the rectification of control fusion? After hearing your explanation yesterday, I'm filled with fervor. Indeed, despite our reduced numbers, our productivity is unmatched, chuckled another, reflecting the deep-seated affection the veteran researchers held for the controlled fusion project. None wished to see a halt. They all hoped Jiang Fan would lead them to triumph in the forthcoming challenge a month hence and preserve the base. Jiang Fan felt a swell of pride witnessing their enthusiasm and commitment. After their meal, he retrieved the meticulously organized plans he had prepared the night before from his quarters. The sight of the thick stack of documents left everyone momentarily stunned. Chief Engineer Jiang, did you compile all this last night? You didn't sleep at all? Chapter 35, The Wildcat. The team was taken aback by Jiang Fan's relentless dedication, realizing they had even more reason to strive for excellence. Thus, after Jiang Fan elucidated the challenging aspects of the organized plans, they promptly began to delineate their tasks and immerse themselves in research and development. In the days when the base boasted over 100 personnel, friction and discord were not uncommon. However, now they were united in their singular pursuit, fostering an atmosphere of intense yet orderly collaboration within the entire experimental base. Zhou Huai observed the scene, nodding appreciatively, his heart swelling with satisfaction. His primary role now was to assist Jiang Fan and fulfill all his technical requirements. Despite being the commander, he willingly embraced the position of Jiang Fan as assistant. Under Jiang Fan's leadership, the researchers worked in perfect harmony, their efficiency tripling compared to usual. Initially, the plans Jiang Fan had organized were expected to take a full day to complete, yet they managed to finish in less than half a day. Zhou Huai proceeded to the data room to find Jiang Fan, who was deeply engrossed in organizing the plans. He hesitated to interrupt him, but the researchers outside had completed their tasks, and if it didn't request the necessary documents from Jiang Fan, they would be left idle. CIO Fen. Jiang Fan finally looked up at Zhou Huai. Uncle Zhou, have you encountered any issues? Jiang Fan inquired. The plan you provided this morning is already complete. So quickly? Please check it and see if there are any problems. All right. Jiang Fan stood, took the detailed plan he had prepared, and stepped outside with Zhou Huai. He began reviewing the modifications made by the researchers moments earlier. After a brief inspection, Jiang Fan nodded in satisfaction. No issues. The tense expressions of the others transformed into smiles. Jiang Fan then handed over the stack of documents to Zhou Huai for further rectification, returning to the data room to continue refining the details of the plans. Thus, Jiang Fan would organize certain plan details and then hand them over to Zhou Huai for the researchers to develop. After confirming there were no issues, they would proceed to the next step. After a day filled with intense labor, around 10 o'clock in the evening, everyone was utterly exhausted, prompting Zhou Huai to declare the end of the day's work. Each person felt a profound sense of satisfaction at their achievements, and although fatigued, smiles adorned their faces. As everyone returned to rest, Jiang Fan remained in the data room, diligently continuing his work on the plans. Xiao Fan, you should take a break tomorrow. You didn't rest at all last night, and your body might not endure it, Zhou Huai expressed with concern. Uncle Zhou, it's fine. I'll finish organizing this section and then rest. Otherwise, they'll surely pressure me again tomorrow. In truth, Zhou Huai wished for Jiang Fan to rest, yet he ultimately refrained from voicing his concerns. After all, the month ahead was brief, and their tasks were monumental. Xiao Fan, once you finish, return to rest early. Okay. Uncle Zhou, you should head back and rest too. You've worked hard today. As Zhou Huai exited the data room, he cast a lingering glance at Jiang Fan, feeling a pang of sympathy. Yet, he felt powerless. Researchers often dedicated themselves tirelessly, day and night, otherwise. How could Long Country hope to surpass certain Western nations in such a short time? The silent contributions of these researchers were invaluable. Zhou Huai settled onto a stone outside the laboratory, habitually pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. He took a deep drag, slowly exhaling, reflecting on how he had never smoked before being appointed as the commander of a northern base. However, with the lack of progress in controlled fusion research, the mounting pressure had led him to gradually take up smoking as a means of relief. From initially a few cigarettes a day, it escalated to a pack daily. He gazed up at the starry sky, reminiscing about his wife and children, and couldn't help but sigh. He felt he had not been a competent husband or father. Over the past decade, he had only returned home 5 times, each visit a hurried affair. Now, with another 2 years passing, he yearned to return home and see if his child had grown taller. With controlled fusion still elusive, he felt an overwhelming sense of betraying the nation's trust. He did not wish to return to his wife and child as a failure. Discarding the cigarette, Zhou Huai rose and made his way back to his residence. The following day, everyone awoke early. In the cafeteria, Jiang Fan's absence was noted. Zhang Wenshan intended to summon him. Yet everyone suggested allowing him to rest a bit longer, given that he had worked the hardest the previous day. After finishing their meal, they gathered in the research room to inspect the modifications made the day before, ensuring everything was in order. At that moment, the door to the data room swung open from the inside. Jiang Fan stretched languidly, the sound of his joints cracking resonating through the air. Noticing that everyone had arrived, he cheerfully greeted them. Good morning. All eyes turned toward Jiang Fan, their minds swirling with a barrage of questions. When had he come to the data room? Zhou Huai looked at Jiang Fan, his expression one of astonishment. You didn't sleep all night? Jiang Fan smiled awkwardly. I got so busy that I forgot. He pulled out a thick stack of documents and handed them to Zhou Huai. Zhou Huai eagerly accepted the materials, then turned to Jiang Fan with a serious demeanor, stating, I command you to rest immediately. It's fine, Uncle Zhou, I'm not tired. Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly. With his current supply of night owl capsules, staying up late was merely a trifle for him. That won't do. You must return to rest. I'll have someone bring your meals to your residence. After persistent insistence from Zhou Huai and the others, Jiang Fan had no choice but to comply and return to rest. Upon arriving at his residence, a staff member from the cafeteria soon delivered his meal. His stomach grumbled in response. Without hesitation, he began to devour the food ravenously. Just then his phone chimed. Opening WeChat, he found that Xiao Yekao had sent him over 10 messages the previous day. Xiao Yekao, Jiang Fan, why are you so silent? You made me wait for ages. Xiao Yekao, by the way, have you had breakfast? Xiao Yekao, you haven't gotten up yet, have you? Xiao Yekao, it's time for lunch. Xiao Yekao, you're so young, and it's already noon. Still in bed? Xiao Yekao, it's evening now, where are you? Xiao Yekao. Seeing these messages, Jiang Fan felt somewhat exasperated with Xiao Yifei. To deter her from further pestering him, he replied, Ms. Xiao Yifei, please refrain from messaging me on WeChat. I have a girlfriend. Chapter 36, Successful Development. As soon as Jiang Fan sent the message, he received a reply. Xiao Yekao, you have a girlfriend? Who is she? Jiang Fan immediately thought of his classmate Chu Ruoxi, with whom he had spent an entire day not long ago. Although their acquaintance was brief, her vivaciousness and innocent beauty had captivated him deeply. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips at the thought of her. Just then his phone buzzed again. Xiao Yekao, who is she? If you don't tell me, I'll keep bothering you. Oomph. Jiang Fan had no time to engage with Qiao Yifei, so he promptly replied, "My high school classmate, Chu Ruoxi." Far away, Chu Ruoxi was holding her phone, reading the message Jiang Fan had sent. Realizing he was referring to her, she couldn't help but break into a joyful smile. "Humph, he even stealthily claims I'm his girlfriend. What a rascal." She giggled. Recalling how Jiang Fan intentionally controlled his exam scores to 300, she pondered why he had done so, yet it was sufficient to demonstrate his capability. Now, their classmates were all aware of Jiang Fan's score manipulation. Previously, they had mocked him as a fool destined for a technical school. Yet, Jiang Fan had developed solar photovoltaic panels, leading to a bidding war for his admission between Kyoto Hucking and Peking University. Contemplating this, Chu Ruoxi felt a sense of vindication, silently relishing how it had slapped those classmates' faces. She had once worried that if Jiang Fan truly opted for a technical school, the distance between them would only widen, leading them to become strangers. However, now they had the possibility of attending the same university. Seeing Jiang Fan use her as a shield by claiming her as his girlfriend brought her a sense of delight. Yet, on another note, Jiang Fan was quite handsome, standing over 1.8 meters tall, with a well-proportioned physique. Though he was not particularly talkative, he possessed a calm demeanor that she found appealing. If Jiang Fan were to be her boyfriend, it wouldn't be a bad prospect at all. Lost in her thoughts, Chu Ruoxi felt her cheeks flush. She decided to impersonate Qiao Yifei once more to tease him, sending another message. "Xiao Yekao. So, what do you like about Chu Ruoxi?" As she finished typing, a thrill of excitement surged within her, eagerly anticipating Jiang Fan's compliments. "Hee," she murmured as she hit send. However, her smile instantly faltered. Jiang Fan had deleted her contact. "What a rascal. How dare he delete me from WeChat? Just wait until you come back. I'll deal with you." With that, she angrily tossed her phone onto the bed. Moments later, she reconsidered. "Wait, Jiang Fan thought I was Qiao Yifei, which is why he deleted me. He didn't intend to remove me." Realizing this, Chu Ruoxi's face broke into a mischievous grin. This indicated that Jiang Fan was not a fickle person. If they were to date in the future, she wouldn't have to worry about him getting entangled with other girls. But after a while, her lips pouted as she muttered, "How will we chat without Jiang Fan on WeChat?" Once Jiang Fan deleted Xiao Yekao from his contacts, he immediately felt a sense of tranquility wash over his phone. He quickly finished his meal, realizing he couldn't return to the data room at the research institute. Thus, he pushed his empty bowl aside, took out his notebook, and began to organize his proposal. Throughout the morning, Jiang Fan meticulously refined the details of his proposal in his residence. Estimating the efficiency of Zhou Huaid and the others from the previous day, he calculated that they would likely finish revising the materials by around 11:30 a.m. Consequently, just past 11, he took his notebook and headed to the laboratory. As anticipated, they were conducting the final checks. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, everyone greeted him. "Chief Engineer Jiang, you're just in time. We've completed the revisions you requested. Please review them and see if there are any issues." "Very well." Jiang Fan approached the tokamak device and inspected the areas they had revised. After 5 minutes, he completed his review and identified a discrepancy in the curvature of one component. All other aspects were satisfactory. "Uncle Zhou, this position needs adjustment. The curvature here is 121,789 degrees, deviating by 0.02 degrees. Jiang Fan stated, handing the curvature measuring device to Zhou Huaid. Zhou Huaid measured it as well and confirmed the 0.02 degree deviation. His expression darkened as he addressed the team. "Who was responsible for this component?" "Chief Engineer Zhou, I apologize. It was my oversight for not measuring accurately," a research staff member confessed. Just as Zhou Huaid was about to reprimand him, Jiang Fan interjected, "Uncle Zhou, let's just remind everyone to be cautious next time." Zhou Huaid understood that due to the tight schedule, minor issues were bound to arise. However, the tokamak device was particularly intricate. Even the slightest error could necessitate reworking all related components, resulting in significant delays. "We'll let this slide this time, but moving forward, everyone must be scrupulous. You are all researchers and should understand better than I do. A minute error could jeopardize the entire project." Everyone nodded in agreement, fully aware that the material requirements for controlled nuclear fusion had to be exceedingly precise. During the operation of plasma within the tokamak device, even the most minute error can precipitate instability in nuclear fusion. Due to the miscalculation of a certain researcher, the majority of the materials from the morning session required reworking. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Upon completing the rectifications, he took the time to apologize to everyone, who, instead of casting blame, offered him words of comfort. In truth, they all understood that none of them wished for any issues to arise. As time flowed by swiftly, Controlled nuclear fusion was accomplished amidst their diligent and orderly corrections. After Jiang Fan had meticulously inspected the materials and data, his previously tense expression finally relaxed. "We have succeeded in our research," shouted Zhou Huaid, prompting a chorus of cheers from the crowd. Only Jiang Fan was aware that this tokamak device was merely a means to appease Zhou Huaid and the higher-ups. The true goal of achieving sustained and stable controlled nuclear fusion and applying this novel energy across various fields still required an additional year and a minimum funding of 10 billion. Jiang Fan, when shall we conduct the ignition experiment? Uncle Zhou, given our pressing timeline, the tokamak device I developed can only be utilized once. Once? What are our chances of achieving stable nuclear fusion for a duration of 100 seconds? 70. Very well. I shall contact the authorities immediately. Chapter 37. Remote Video Conference. National Science and Technology Bureau of Kyoto. Conference Hall. An elderly professor stood before the audience, presenting on the crystalline silicon solar energy project. Seated before him were the heads of the Technology Bureau, several reviewing personnel, and several core members of the project. The crystalline silicon solar cells boast high efficiency, low degradation, and strong reliability. Advanced diffusion technology ensures excellent uniformity within and between cells, thereby reducing matching losses. The conversion efficiency stands at 1800 pm WP, with a maximum power of 2674-2696 m, a max, and a maximum power point voltage of 5093 VME. It is well known that solar energy is inexhaustible, and the technical feasibility is not overly challenging. In contrast to the elusive and impractical goal of controlled nuclear fusion, our project is far more likely to succeed, requiring only half the funding allocated for controlled nuclear fusion each year. If successful, it could save Longke 50 billion annually. The head, having listened intently to Professor Li's presentation, nodded frequently in agreement with his research direction and the future value of the project. Confidently, Professor Li concluded his talk, believing his team would secure 15 billion in funding. The head glanced at the reviewing personnel, who all bore expressions of approval. "Chief, I believe Professor Li's project is quite promising. Given that the controlled nuclear fusion at the northern base is to be paused, we could allocate half of their funds to Professor Li's team. Moreover, the project requires only 2 years for completion, potentially saving Longke 50 billion annually." The head nodded in agreement upon hearing this. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was Zhou Huaid, the commander of the northern base. Recalling the last time Zhou had been unreasonable, demanding 100 billion in funding and entangling him for an entire day until they reached an agreement, the head hesitated to answer, unsure of what trouble Zhou might bring this time. Ultimately, he decided to answer, knowing that if he did not, Zhou would likely come to the bureau to find him. "Chief, we have succeeded in our research. Do you have time today to come to the northern base? What have you succeeded in?" The head inquired, bewildered and struggling to comprehend Zhou's words. "It's about our previous agreement, the stable control of nuclear fusion for 100 seconds. Upon hearing this, the head's mind raced. The very reason he had made such an agreement with Zhou was to set him an impossible task, hoping he would abandon the pursuit of controlled nuclear fusion. Yet now, Zhou was claiming success. The head couldn't help but find it amusing. Their agreement was for nuclear fusion to be stably controlled for 100 seconds. The technologically advanced beautiful nation could barely manage 10 seconds, and Zhou was asserting that they had achieved 100 seconds in just 1 month. He couldn't possibly believe it. "Zhou, have you been drinking? Let us put this aside for now. I have important matters to attend to." "Chief, I never drink. I'm not lying. We truly have achieved this." The head was aware that Zhou did not drink, yet he still found it hard to believe that, with limited personnel and resources, Zhou could achieve stable nuclear fusion for 100 seconds in merely a month. Noticing the chief's silence, Zhou pressed on. "Please believe me, Chief. If we fail this time, I will heed your advice and abandon the research on controlled nuclear fusion." Hearing Zhou's words, the head, in an effort to quell his stubbornness, reluctantly agreed. Zhou, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "I will send someone to pick you up at the Inner Mongolia City Airport. I want to go to the northern base. Just set up a remote video conference." The head replied, believing Zhou could not possibly have succeeded, thinking it a wasted trip to visit in person. A remote conference would suffice. It would only take a few minutes, and if Zhou failed, he would feel too embarrassed to continue pestering him, thus allowing him to let go of this venture. "Chief, this is a historic moment for stable nuclear fusion at 100 seconds. You must come to the site." "Zhou, have you conducted any ignition experiments for this project?" "Well, not yet." "All right, Zhou, I am pressed for time. I will give you 5 minutes." Zhou reluctantly agreed. Knowing the chief's time was precious, and Jiang Fan had mentioned that their experiment had only a 70 chance of success. Although the success rate was promising, there remained a possibility of failure. If they did fail, the chief's time would have been squandered. Chief, allow us 3 minutes for preparation. Very well. I will wait for you for 3 minutes, but remember, you only have a total of 5 minutes. With that, the chief hung up the phone. Everyone in the conference room looked at him with curiosity. Chief, what is happening at the northern base? One reviewing staff member inquired. A month ago, I made an agreement with Commander Zhou of the northern base. The chief explained, recounting his prior agreement with Zhou, believing it was an impossible task and sharing it for a bit of levity. Professor Lee, you should take a break as well. After all, you've been presenting for over an hour. Chief, for the sake of our country's scientific endeavors, I do not feel fatigued at all. I could easily speak for another 2 hours. You truly are as vigorous as ever. Although the chief typically maintained a serious demeanor at work, he enjoyed light-hearted banter during breaks, allowing everyone to ease the tension of their demanding tasks. Subsequently, they shifted the conversation back to controlled nuclear fusion. Do you think Commander Zhou could genuinely achieve stable control of nuclear fusion for 100 seconds? You are overthinking. Nuclear fusion is not so easily achieved. After a decade of investment exceeding 30 billion yuan and the dedication of over 100 researchers, we have yet to witness any significant breakthroughs. To expect a resolution within a mere month is nothing short of wishful thinking. Frankly, Commander Zhou is quite an exceptional individual, diligent and highly capable, albeit somewhat stubborn. Had he not been in charge of the northern base, but rather any other research endeavor, it would have fared far better than the current situation. Alas, a decade of perseverance has truly squandered talent. 3 minutes later, Zhou Huai requested a remote video connection. The chief instructed the staff to establish the connection and link it to the projector. Instantly, the screen in the conference hall displayed the scene from the Northern Base Research Facility. Chapter 38, The Deceiver. The Northern Controllable Nuclear Fusion Base. The usually bustling laboratory was now devoid of any personnel. At the center stood an elliptical sphere, 3 meters tall and 5 meters wide, with a silvery exterior resting upon a circular base, resembling a lotus bud on the verge of blooming. Peering through an observation port, one could discern a labyrinth of intricate wiring and components. Beyond these wires lay concentric circles of yellow metallic material, the core substance of the tokamak device, primarily responsible for generating immense magnetic forces to confine the nuclear fusion occurring at its center. Further inside was a circular chamber, modest in size with a diameter of 1 meter. At its core resided a transparent sphere that occasionally emitted irregular electrical currents, seemingly restrained by an invisible force. Floating steadfastly at the center of the circle, this enigmatic elliptical sphere was none other than the tokamak device modified by Jiang Fan. In the control room, Jiang Fan sat at the main console, flanked by 6 researchers at their respective control panels. Zhou Huai and the other researchers were fixated on the screen, their expressions tense and grave. They understood that the outcome of this endeavor would dictate the fate of the northern base. Should the ignition fail, their decade-long pursuit of controllable nuclear fusion would be halted, relegating all researchers to other projects. In the control room, where silence hung thick, Jiang Fan's resolute voice broke through. Activate the external device power. The external device power is now activated. A researcher responded with equal determination. Following this, a luminous halo illuminated the tokamak device on the monitor, accompanied by a resonating hum. Jiang Fan issued the second command. Engage the first-level magnetic confinement system. Understood. The first-level magnetic confinement system is now engaged. The tokamak device emitted golden rays of light. Report data, 1,500 revolutions per minute. Power stable. Initiate second-level magnetic confinement. Received. The second-level magnetic confinement system is now engaged. Report data, 3,000 revolutions per minute. Power stable. As Jiang Fan continued to issue commands, the yellow glow of the tokamak device intensified, casting the entire laboratory in a golden hue. The visuals from the northern base were transmitted via remote video to the conference room of the Kyoto Research Bureau. At that moment, the chief and his associates were engaged in light-hearted conversation. Chief, the northern base is about to enter the ignition phase. A staff member reminded. Understood. Switch to multi-screen display. Received. The staff member promptly dimmed the lights in the conference room and transitioned the projector to a multi-screen setup, allowing them to view the tokamak device from multiple angles. At this point, the tokamak device was fully operational, poised for ignition. The chief had witnessed this scene countless times over the past decade, yet each occasion had ended in failure. Nuclear fusion had never stabilized for more than a second, and seeing this image triggered his mind to instinctively anticipate another failure. Many present in the conference room were seeing the tokamak device for the first time, and upon observing its overall design, they found it quite impressive. This is the tokamak device for controllable nuclear fusion, aesthetically designed. But aesthetics alone are futile. Regrettably, it is all show with no substance. The nation has invested over 30 billion yuan in this. If only those funds had been allocated to solar energy research, our nation would undoubtedly lead the world in solar technology. Professor Li's remarks were met with nods of agreement from the others. With only 5 minutes to spare, they decided to lighten the atmosphere with a bit of humor. Laughter soon ensued. On the projection screen, a split image displayed the control room of the northern base, with Jiang Fan and the others visible. Zhou Huai addressed the chief through the communication device. Report, Chief. The controllable nuclear fusion ignition experiment at the northern base is ready. Please provide instructions. Hearing Commander Zhou's report, the chief casually responded into the microphone. Ignite. Received. Zhou Huai nodded to Jiang Fan, and all eyes in the control room were fixed anxiously upon him. Laser ignition preparation. The laser ignition is ready, poised for ignition. Jiang Fan took a deep breath, beads of sweat forming on his palms as he clenched his fists. His voice dropped to a whisper as he called out, Ignition countdown. 3, 2, 1, ignite. Upon issuing the ignition command, a wave of apprehension washed over everyone. Click. As the button was pressed, their breaths quickened, each silently urging, Success. Success. It must succeed. They stared intently at the tokamak device's display, awaiting the manifestation of nuclear fusion. However, as seconds ticked by, the tokamak device exhibited no signs of change. After 10 agonizing seconds, a sense of dread gripped Jiang Fan's heart, an unsettling thought invading his mind. Was there a malfunction with the tokamak device? Yet, he had meticulously verified the system's schematics more than a dozen times prior to ignition, confident in their accuracy before allowing Zhou Huai to contact the chief. Yet, here they were, faced with an unforeseen situation. Zhou Huai, too, fell into a state of panic, his voice trembling. Engineer Jiang, is there a problem? All the researchers on site cast anxious glances at Jiang Fan, who found himself equally unsettled. He had adhered strictly to the schematics, and logically, there should be no issues. In the conference room of the National Research Bureau, the attendees watched the video feed in bewilderment. Wasn't the ignition supposed to occur? Why was there no reaction whatsoever? Even in failure, one would expect some response from the nuclear fusion within the tokamak device. Chief, what is happening? What else could it be? It has failed. The nation's investment of over 30 billion yuan, the efforts of more than 100 researchers, and a decade's worth of research, all for naught? The chief's expression darkened. For while previous ignition experiments had met with failure, they had at least seen some reaction from the nuclear fusion, with temperatures soaring to 100 million degrees Celsius. Today's ignition attempt, surprisingly, yielded no response whatsoever. Was this not a public humiliation in front of so many witnesses? Subsequently, the commanding officer, through the intercom, directed a scathing reprimand at Zhou Huai. Zhou Huai, after a month of effort, this is the result of your research. You boast about finding an expert in controllable nuclear fusion, claiming that a breakthrough could be achieved within a year. I suspect he is nothing but a charlatan. Chapter 39, Misfortune. The commanding officer's words resonated through the remote communication device, reaching the control room of the northern base. Everyone present, including Jiang Fan, heard his remarks clearly. Jiang Fan's expertise in controllable nuclear fusion was well acknowledged by the research personnel at the base, yet the commanding officer remained oblivious. Zhou Huai, observing Jiang Fan as he scrutinized the data at the main control console, addressed the commanding officer. Sir, we have encountered a minor setback. Please trust me. It won't take long to resolve the issue. The commanding officer retorted, Commander Zhou, I've allocated you only 5 minutes, and you have 2 minutes remaining. After delivering this ultimatum, he abruptly terminated the call. Turning to Jiang Fan, Zhou Huai inquired, Xiao Fan, have you identified the problem? Jiang Fan, equally perplexed, noted that all readings from the tokamak apparatus were accurate, yet ignition had failed. The tokamak data shows no discrepancies. Jiang Montak interjected. Where could the issue possibly lie? Zhou Huai lamented in frustration. The research personnel on site diligently examined the control switches in the control room. After a brief moment, one of the researchers called out to Jiang Fan, Chief Engineer Jiang, we've located the source of the problem. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan pushed through the crowd and hurried over. Look, the researcher pointed at the testing equipment. Jiang Fan observed the display indicating an issue with the laser ignition control switch circuit. Zhou Huai was instantly incensed. Who was responsible for the laser ignition apparatus? A heavy silence fell over the room, until Jiang Fan spoke up. Commander Zhou, it was previously overseen by researcher Wang Bo, but he was reassigned a month ago. Did you not check the ignition apparatus before attempting ignition? Everyone averted their gazes, fully understanding Zhou Huai's outburst. The northern base was his brainchild, akin to a cherished child. Now, at this critical juncture of survival, they were confronted with a malfunction in the ignition circuit. Is there anyone familiar with the ignition apparatus circuit? Zhou Huai demanded. No one replied, as their prior research had solely focused on the tokamak apparatus. The laser ignition device had 2 personnel in charge, both of whom had been reassigned to the fighter jet project. Although the laser ignition mechanism was not overly complex, it contained numerous circuits, and unfamiliarity could lead to a lengthy troubleshooting process. Commander Zhou, I spent a couple of days learning from them, but I'm uncertain if I can fix it. One of the researchers admitted. Seeing the lack of understanding among the others, Zhou Huai instructed, very well, refer to the schematics and make the repairs swiftly. Jiang Fan, contact researcher Wang Bo immediately and inquire about the specific location of the issue. Jiang Fan quickly retrieved Wang Bo's contact number and dialed, but no one answered. With a grimace, he reported, they're all too aware that as researchers, we are not permitted to carry mobile phones during work hours. It will be quite challenging to reach him at this time. Realizing time was of the essence. Zhou Huai seized the satellite phone in the control room and directly called the fighter jet research base. The call was quickly connected. This is Zhou Huai from the northern base. Immediately connect me to your chief engineer. The recipient, seeing the satellite phone usage, had no doubts about Zhou Huai's identity and promptly connected him to the office of the chief engineer. Hello, who is this? I am Zhou Huai from the northern base. Hello, Minister Zhou. I'm Zhang Honglei from the National Defense Military Academy, your junior. Chief Engineer Zhang, please locate researcher Wang Bo and have him take this call immediately. What is the matter? Zhang Honglei inquired. The situation is urgent. I will explain later. Zhou Huai replied anxiously. Seeing his senior in such a hurry, Zhang Honglei, knowing Wang Bo had previously been reassigned from Zhou Huai's team, sensed the urgency and promptly contacted the No. 6 fighter jet research warehouse. Soon after, Wang Bo arrived. Jogging over. Researcher Wang, Commander Zhou from the northern base, is looking for you. Zhang Honglei announced. Wang Bo felt a twinge of confusion. The northern base project had been suspended, so why would the commander be seeking him? Curiously, he took the call. Commander, this is Wang Bo. Wang Bo. Zhou Huai inquired directly. What part of the laser ignition apparatus circuit has malfunctioned? Wang Bo immediately understood. His previous responsibility at the northern base had been the laser ignition apparatus. Before his reassignment, he had noticed the circuit had become loose due to prolonged inactivity. Originally, he intended to repair it, but then he received the order to relocate. Since the controllable nuclear fusion project was supposed to be halted, he neglected the repairs. However, how could Zhou Huai be aware of this issue? Did it mean the controllable nuclear fusion project had not been abandoned? Before Wang Bo could voice his thoughts, Zhou Huai's urgent voice came through the phone. Wang Bo, quickly tell me. Commander, it should be a loose connection beneath the control button. Upon hearing this, Zhou Huai immediately instructed the researcher who was examining the circuits. Check beneath the control button. Indeed, they soon discovered a loose wire beneath the laser ignition button. Zhou Huai swiftly ended the call, urging the team to reconnect the wire. Now that they had identified the problem, the resolution seemed within reach. Wang Bo, hearing the commotion on the line, felt even more curious. Was it true that the northern base had not been disbanded? Before he could articulate his thoughts, he was met with a dial tone. Wang Bo, what did Commander Zhou want? Zhang Honglei inquired. He just asked about the laser ignition apparatus. Wang Bo replied. The laser ignition apparatus? Could it be that Commander Zhou is still pursuing research in controllable nuclear fusion despite the reassignment of all personnel? Yet, Zhang Honglei held a deep respect for his senior. Zhou Huai had once been a prominent figure of the National Defense Military Academy, having taken charge of fighter jet development right after graduation. Moreover, he had successfully designed the 5th-generation J-10 fighter jet, which had gained international acclaim a decade ago. Regrettably, during a global military competition, his comrade piloting the 5th-generation J-10, which Zhou had developed, had fallen victim to sabotage by participants led by the beautiful country, resulting in tragic casualties. Consequently, Zhou Huai assumed the role of chief commander for controllable nuclear fusion, aspiring to develop new energy sources to bridge the technological gap between Long Country and the beautiful country. For the past decade, there had been no significant breakthroughs in controllable nuclear fusion. Had Zhou Huai continued his focus on fighter jet research, his achievements would have certainly surpassed his own. Reflecting on this, Zhang Honglei could not help but sigh alas. Such is the misfortune of fate. Chapter 40. The Artificial Sun. In the control room of the northern base. Chief Engineer Jiang, the repair of the laser ignition button circuit is complete. Jiang Fan exclaimed with fervor. Are there any other issues with the laser ignition system? The diagnostics are entirely normal. No problems detected. We are ready for ignition experiments at any moment. Excellent. Jiang Fan sighed in relief. Subsequently, taking his seat at the main control console. Report on the magnetic ring device system. The magnetic ring device has reached level 9 power, and the data is normal. What about the external power supply? Data is normal. Commander Zhou, all data is normal. We can proceed with ignition at any time. Zhou Huaida's hands trembled with excitement as he activated the remote communication system. Chief, the tokamak device has returned to normal. We are prepared for ignition experiments. At that moment, the chief was engaged in a discussion with Professor Li regarding solar energy research. Upon hearing Zhou Huaida's remote report, he glanced at the time and realized that 3 minutes had elapsed since he had last spoken to Zhou. Xiao Zhou, I will grant you one more opportunity for ignition. If you fail this time, all research at the northern base will cease tomorrow, and all personnel will be reassigned to other projects. Understood, I accept your terms. Zhou Huaida replied resolutely. Chief, should we achieve stable nuclear fusion for a duration of 100 seconds, you must reinstate all original research personnel and provide us with a funding of 10 billion. 10 billion funding? The chief's accompanying review officer gasped at Zhou Huaida's demand. Last year, the nation allocated a total of 300 billion for foundational research projects, and Zhou Huaida audaciously requested 100 billion, amounting to 33% of the total. This would necessitate significant budget reductions for other projects to accommodate his request. Meanwhile, Professor Li and his team were utterly taken aback. Their entire project budget totaled only 40 billion. In comparison to Zhou Huaida's controllable nuclear fusion project, their funding seemed minuscule. The chief calmly nodded in agreement, confident in Zhou Huaida's failure rate of 100%. Observing the chief's composed demeanor, everyone felt a wave of relief. While 100 billion was no trivial amount, the key was to possess the capability to secure it. Commander Zhou, you truly are ambitious. They chuckled. The prerequisite is stable nuclear fusion for 100 seconds. I find it hard to believe he can achieve this, unless the sun rises from the west. If he can manage 100 seconds, our solar project would willingly concede. Professor Li understood that their solar energy endeavor aimed to address energy issues. But converting solar energy was inherently low power and offered limited advancement for future technology. In contrast, controllable nuclear fusion could unleash immense energy, with pulsed fusion output exceeding 16 megawatts, enough to propel a multi-100,000-ton aircraft carrier with ease. Should it succeed, it would represent a historic turning point, akin to the discovery of oil, coal, and gas, propelling humanity from agrarian society into the modern industrial age. Undoubtedly, the successful development of controllable nuclear fusion would usher in monumental changes for society, transitioning from modern society directly into a future ultramodern one. However, all of this could only be realized after the successful research of controllable nuclear fusion. Professor Li estimated that achieving controllable nuclear fusion would require a minimum of 80 years, if not longer. Thus, they held no hope for Zhou Huaida's ignition experiment. The atmosphere lightened as everyone exchanged jokes while gazing at the screen, occasionally teasing Zhou Huaida. In the control room, Zhou Huaida took a deep breath and exchanged a determined glance with Jiang Fan. Ignition sequence commencing. Upon receiving Zhou Huaida's command, Jiang Fan sat upright. A serious expression etched on his face as he scrutinized the data on the main control console. Discovering no anomalies, he shouted, "Laser ignition preparation. 3, 2, 1 ignition." The researcher controlling the laser ignition switch pressed down with conviction. All held their breath, fixated on the tokamak device on the screen, eyes unblinking. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted within the tokamak, illuminating the entire research room. The intensity of the brightness escalated rapidly, soon reaching a blinding radiance reminiscent of the sun. All personnel in the control room clenched their fists, riveted on the nuclear fusion reaction within the tokamak. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Excitement began to replace tension as some researchers grasped their colleagues' arms, shaking them with joy, stuttering, 3 seconds, 3 seconds. It stabilized for 3 seconds. Incredible. Our nuclear fusion has achieved stability for 3 seconds. Haha. Commander Zhou, look. It's stable, it's stable. The atmosphere erupted into jubilant celebration. After 10 years, they had finally stabilized nuclear fusion, albeit for a mere few seconds. Yet for them, It represented a historic technological breakthrough. They understood that if they could stabilize nuclear fusion, even for just a few seconds, it would illuminate their path forward. With the data obtained, they could refine their approach based on successful outcomes to rectify future errors. They believed that one day they would unravel controllable nuclear fusion. Today marked a pivotal moment in their base's history. Jiang Fan, seated at the main control console, refrained from exuberant celebration. He aspired for stable nuclear fusion for 100 seconds, and at present, they had only achieved a few seconds. He understood that while initial stabilization was manageable, the extreme temperatures of several million degrees would pose a formidable test for all materials within the tokamak. Zhou Huai stood beside Jiang Fan, suppressing his inner excitement and elation. Xiao Fan, are the data readings normal? Jiang Fan, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied calmly. No issues at present. In the conference room of the National Science and Technology Administration, discussions about the solar energy project were underway when someone suddenly exclaimed, "Nuclear fusion is stable." The room fell into an immediate hush as everyone turned their gazes toward the screen. There within the tokamak, a blazing red sphere radiated an astonishing light. A man-made sun. It truly is a man-made sun. How is this possible? The nuclear fusion has actually stabilized. The chief stood in shock, rubbing his eyes to confirm. Indeed, it was a man-made sun, stable nuclear fusion. He urgently called out to the technician responsible for the remote video feed. Time? For how long has nuclear fusion been stable? Report, Chief. Nuclear fusion has stabilized for 6 seconds. The technician responded. 6 seconds? The room fell silent once more. Nuclear fusion had stabilized for 6 seconds, a technological breakthrough never before achieved at the northern base. They were now only 4 seconds away from the advanced capabilities of the leading nation in nuclear fusion technology. However, it was not accurate to say they were merely 4 seconds behind, as Zhou Huai's nuclear fusion had yet to cease. The chief, brimming with excitement, fixed his gaze on the screen, cheering internally for Zhou Huai and his team. If they could hold on for just 4 more seconds, they would shatter the existing record. He raised the watch to his face, observing the second hand tick as it advanced by 1 second, while the artificial sun within the tokamak device shone brilliantly, radiating dazzling light. 7 seconds had passed. Hold on. The leader silently cheered himself on. Tick. The second hand moved again, yet the display of the tokamak device remained unchanged. Splendid. 8 seconds had elapsed, and only 2 more seconds stood between them and the technological prowess of the United States. At this moment, the leader's heart tightened, summoning all his strength to support the northern base. The others in the conference room widened their eyes, not uttering a single word, fearful that even a whisper might disturb the fragile stability of the nuclear fusion within the tokamak device. Tick. Another second slipped away. 9 seconds. Just 1 second remaining. Just 1 second. Come on. Xiao Zhou, I believe in you. The leader fervently shouted in his heart, his pulse racing to the point of nearly leaping into his throat. He dared not blink, terrified of missing a moment. Hurry up. Damn it. Why is time moving so slowly? The leader couldn't restrain his inner frustrations, feeling an urgency he had never experienced before. Tick. The second hand of the watch emitted a crisp, melodious sound. 10 seconds had passed. 10 seconds. They had achieved a time equivalent to that of the United States. The entire conference hall erupted with the leader's jubilant exclamations, a stark contrast to his usual composed demeanor. Subsequently, everyone leapt up in exhilaration as citizens of the Dragon Nation. They were genuinely thrilled and ecstatic that their country could boast a colossal scientific project that ranked first in the world. Tick. 11 seconds had arrived. Splendid. Our Dragon Nation's controllable nuclear fusion technology has reached world supremacy, surpassing the United States. Remarkable. General Zhou had managed to stabilize nuclear fusion for 11 seconds in just a month's time. At that moment, the leader's heart finally settled, and he burst into hearty laughter. He had never felt such unrestrained joy before. Truly impressive, Zhou Huai. The excitement was not confined to the conference room of the Scientific Research Bureau. In the northern control room of the Dragon Nation, researchers embraced one another, danced with glee, and some could not help but wipe away tears. Their exuberance stemmed from a profound sense of exhilaration and accomplishment. 11 seconds. This had shattered the world record, and he felt like a hero, capable of creating miracles for the Dragon Nation, with each person filled with immense pride. Although the past month had drained them, witnessing their current achievements made every bit of effort worthwhile. Zhou Huai could not suppress the smile that blossomed on his face. 10 years. The pressure, torment, and pain within him finally found release in that moment. He could finally present a worthy report to his country. He proudly informed his wife and children that he was indeed a commendable son of the Dragon Nation, not bringing shame upon them. Of course, all of this gratitude was owed to one person, Jiang Fan. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan sat immobile at the main control panel, his gaze fixated on the fluctuating data on the screen. Plasma temperature, 500 million degrees Celsius. Fusion output power, 18 megawatts. Temperature of the magnetic ring material, 890 degrees Celsius. Jiang Fan observed that the temperature of the magnetic ring material had risen by 20 degrees compared to before, stirring a sense of worry within him. Though the magnetic ring material was classified as high-temperature resistant, its performance would change once it reached 2,000 degrees Celsius. The system's proposed controllable nuclear fusion plan differed from the current one, as time constraints had led Jiang Fan to forego many complex procedures. However, this also meant that some materials could not function for extended periods under such conditions. Jiang Fan had calculated that when certain materials were affected by high temperatures, the stability of fusion should last for 123 seconds. Although this exceeded the leader's request by 23 seconds, Jiang Fan remained apprehensive. After all, controllable nuclear fusion was an extraordinarily complex apparatus. Even the slightest issue could directly lead to instability. Time passed steadily, and before long, they reached the 50-second mark. Everyone, who had been exuberantly shouting moments ago, now stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate their astonishment. 50 seconds? 50 seconds. This was an inconceivable achievement. None had anticipated that their tokamak device could stabilize nuclear fusion for an astonishing 50 seconds. In the conference room of the Ministry of Science and Technology, the leader moved closer to the projection screen for a clearer view, with others standing beside him. Leader, it's already been 50 seconds. This can't be real, can it? I feel as if I'm dreaming. The leader was rendered speechless by the shock. 50 seconds. Such a duration, if the technology were to mature, could be deployed in various fields. For instance, if a fighter jet were equipped with such a compact, controllable nuclear fusion device, it could undoubtedly serve as a secret weapon during critical moments of pursuit. Moreover, with the World Military Games approaching in 6 months, it could serve as a trump card, wielding immense power. The thought of the Dragon Nation finally gaining recognition on the global stage filled the leader with uncontainable excitement. What? It's already reached 70 seconds. The leader's eyes widened. He trembled with disbelief. Could this tokamak device truly achieve a full 100 seconds? Initially, he had merely uttered that as a whimsical remark, seeking an impossible excuse to deter Zhou Huai from pressing him. Now, with nuclear fusion stabilized for 70 seconds, even if it had only lasted for 10 seconds, the leader would have staunchly supported Zhou Huai's project. He never anticipated that Zhou Huai would deliver such an extraordinary surprise. At that moment, the leader recalled Zhou Huai mentioning a genius in controllable nuclear fusion. Could it be that this tokamak device was his creation? Technician, enlarge the image of the northern base control room. Soon, the technician switched the view to the main screen. The leader immediately spotted the composed Jiang Fan seated at the control panel. So young? Chapter 42, The Agreement. The video image of Jiang Fan contrasted sharply with the other members of the control room. While others were ecstatic, exuberant, and high-spirited, Jiang Fan wore a serious expression. He was intently monitoring the temperature of the magnetic ring material, which had now reached 1,678 degrees Celsius. It was just 322 degrees away from the critical 2,000 degrees, a temperature that would compromise the material's performance. Moreover, the temperatures of other materials were gradually rising. Jiang Fan noted that the stability of nuclear fusion had now reached 81 seconds. If they could endure for another 19 seconds, they would achieve 100 seconds, and his task would be complete. At that point, as long as the National Scientific Research Bureau approved a budget of $10 billion, he was confident he could finalize the controllable nuclear fusion research within a year. Thereafter, he could shift his focus to the study of space technology. Hold on. Just 19 seconds left, Jiang Fan silently prayed. However, the temperature of the magnetic ring material surged unexpectedly, with an alarming increase of 40 degrees every second. By the time they reached 82 seconds, the temperature of the magnetic ring material had soared to 1,718 degrees, indicating that with 18 seconds remaining, the temperature would need to rise another 720 degrees. Ultimately, if they reached 100 seconds, the temperature would approximate 2,500 degrees. Yet, once the magnetic ring material hit 2,000 degrees, its performance would deteriorate, potentially leading to instability in nuclear fusion. Calculating based on this data, It seemed impossible to last the full 100 seconds. Suddenly, an idea struck Jiang Fan, and he shouted to a researcher at a separate control panel, "Adjust the magnetic confinement device to level 8. The researcher responsible for the magnetic confinement apparatus, who had been celebrating jubilantly, instantly wiped the smile off his face and hurriedly reduced the power from level 9 to level 8. The magnetic confinement device is now set to level 8. Jiang Fan observed the temperature of the magnetic ring material and noted a marked decrease in the rate of increase, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, maintaining this temperature for the remaining time until 100 seconds still presented a challenge. The other researchers noticed Jiang Fan's expression and fell into a hushed silence. Although their nuclear fusion had already reached heights unattainable by other nations, they had yet to meet the agreed conditions set by Commander Zhou and the leadership. They all steadied themselves, fixated on Jiang Fan's control screen. The magnetic ring material registered at 1928 degrees Celsius, with nuclear fusion stability clocking in at 92 seconds. Only 8 seconds remained. Zhou Huai clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, yet he felt no pain. Just 8 more seconds, and they would achieve the agreement with the commander. "Come on, you can do it, Jiang Fan." Zhou Huai silently cheered for him. As the seconds ticked away, reaching 97 seconds, Jiang Fan noticed a slight fluctuation in the temperature and pulse fusion output. His heart tightened. This was not good. Adjust the magnetic confinement device to level 7. Increase the external power supply. Understood. The researchers at the separate control panel promptly followed Jiang Fan's instructions, adjusting the settings accordingly. Everyone's eyes were glued to the screen, anticipating the stability of the nuclear fusion. 98 seconds. 99 seconds. Just one more second. Hold on. 100 seconds. We did it. 100 seconds. Success. We have achieved 100 seconds. The room erupted in jubilant cheers, their laughter mingling with tears of excitement. Jiang Fan's anxieties finally dissipated. Yes, they had succeeded. He had not let down the trust placed in him. Rising from the control panel, he looked at the group embracing each other and smiled. Zhou Huai approached, grinning, and then enveloped Jiang Fan in a tight embrace. "Thank you, Jiang Fan," Zhou Huai whispered, struggling to contain his emotions as tears welled in his eyes. He quickly released Jiang Fan and discreetly wiped his eyes, murmuring, "The prairie wind is strong. It made me squint." Jiang Fan smiled back, choosing not to comment. He could empathize with Zhou Huai. After 10 years of perseverance without any technological breakthroughs, enduring countless external criticisms, he had borne an immense amount of pressure and pain. "Let's all thank Engineer Jiang," someone shouted, and soon over 10 researchers surrounded Jiang Fan. Before he could react, they lifted him and tossed him into the air. Ha! The tension and anxiety that Jiang Fan had experienced over the past month vanished, and he laughed like a child. Zhou Huai, witnessing this, burst into laughter as well, and to his surprise, the others lifted him too. The control room was filled with a lively atmosphere. In the meeting room of the National Science and Technology Administration, everyone was equally exhilarated. 100 seconds. The Dragon Nation's nuclear fusion stability has reached 100 seconds, while the beautiful country only managed 10 seconds. That was a tenfold difference. Do not underestimate the significance of this 90-second gap. Without a decade of effort, it would be difficult to catch up. The commander smiled broadly, astonished that they had truly achieved this remarkable feat in just 1 month, and at the 100-second mark. But wait, it wasn't merely 100 seconds. The nuclear fusion had not yet ceased. Someone shouted. The commander and the others immediately turned their attention to the screen, and indeed, it was still ongoing. The time must have reached 106 seconds. 107, 108, 109. Someone began to shout, and the excitement spread through the room. The entire meeting room resonated with their synchronized cheers. Some staff outside, bewildered by the commotion, heard the commander leading the count and looked on in confusion. Was this truly their usually composed and unflappable commander? They began to doubt their own sanity. The count reached 118. After a moment of silence, the meeting room erupted in a thunderous applause, leaving them even more perplexed, their minds filled with questions. The commander quickly regained his composure and stated, "Everyone, hand over your phones. No one leaves the meeting room until signing a confidentiality agreement." He did not wish to announce this matter to the public yet, as there were still 6 months until the World Military Games. He intended to wield controllable nuclear fusion as a secret weapon, ensuring the beautiful country would be thoroughly humbled for their previous affront. At the National Fighter Research Base, Chief Engineer Zhang Honglei pondered how to enhance the fuel efficiency of the fighter jets. Just then, his phone rang, displaying the commander of the Science and Technology Administration. "Hello, Commander." Notify all researchers from the former northern base to return to the base immediately. Chapter 43, Second-Class Merit. The news of the northern base's nuclear fusion stability reaching 118 seconds sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the Dragon Nation's leadership, prompting an emergency meeting where several significant decisions were made. 1. The nuclear fusion news will not be disclosed for the time being. 2. Increase research, funding, and personnel allocations for the northern base. 3. Immediately integrate controllable nuclear fusion into the Dragon Nation's fighter jets in preparation for the global military competition. 4. Award Zhou Huai first-class merit, an academic title, and promote him at least one rank. Zhou Huai promptly received notification of his commendation from superiors. However, he immediately declined it, requesting that the first-class merit be awarded to Jiang Fan and explaining the situation to the higher-ups. Upon hearing Zhou Huai's report, the Dragon Nation's leadership convened another urgent meeting to discuss personal accolades for Jiang Fan. Considering Jiang Fan's safety, they decided after deliberation: 1. To confer upon Jiang Fan the title of professor. 2. Award of second-class merit, issued in the name of the development of solar photovoltaic panels. 3. A personal bonus of 5 million yuan. 4. Inclusion in the national military system, conferred the rank of major. 5. Listed as a national level 1 confidential personnel. Zhou Huai was relatively content with the recognition bestowed upon Jiang Fan, though he felt that the second-class merit was somewhat of an understatement. However, it was the decision of the higher-ups, and there was little he could do to alter it. In the happy community of Lingzhou City, a middle-aged woman, her hands laden with a basket brimming with vegetables, including chicken, duck, fish, and meat, wore a radiant smile. She greeted everyone she encountered with warmth. As she passed the pavilion, she noticed many people enjoying the cool shade since they were off work today. Approaching them, she cheerfully remarked, "Everyone is here enjoying the breeze." "Huh? Hee. Oh, it's Guiqin. After 2 days, you seem to have aged backward." Upon receiving the compliment, Li Guiqin felt a surge of joy. "Guiqin, come sit and chat for a while. Not today, my son has returned, and I must hurry back to prepare dinner. Let's catch up another time, you all continue." With that, Li Guiqin left, still smiling. Once Li Guiqin departed, several individuals under the pavilion began to converse animatedly. "Guiqin's child, Jiang Fan, truly excels. I hear he has invented something related to solar energy. This child has always been clever and well-behaved, excelling in his studies. It was evident he would achieve greatness. I've heard that Longke University and Longke University are vying for Jiang Fan. Those are the top institutions in the nation. Indeed, Guiqin and old Jiang are fortunate to have raised such a remarkable child." As they praised Jiang Fan, the stark contrast to the time he scored 300 points in an exam was evident. Just then, an unpleasant voice interrupted the camaraderie. The wife of Old Wang, who usually had a contentious relationship with Li Guiqin's family, interjected, "What is so special about attending a good school? My son just earned a third-class merit in the army." After making her declaration, Old Wang's wife produced a photo on her phone to show everyone. "I've heard that receiving a merit award is particularly difficult. Only those who have made significant contributions to the country can earn a third-class merit. It is indeed a prestigious honor. Old Wang's wife, your son has truly made a name for himself. I've heard there is a substantial bonus for earning such a merit." "Absolutely. From now on, the Wang family will be known as a family of honor." "But isn't your son still single?" "My brother's daughter is also unmarried and quite lovely. Perhaps I could introduce them. Your brother's family lives in the countryside, doesn't he?" Old Wang's wife replied with a hint of disdain. In the mayor's office, Mayor Deng received a phone call. "Rest assured, leader." Understood. "I will ensure it is handled well." After hanging up, Mayor Deng quickly summoned his assistant. "Shall arrange for me to visit the happy community." After issuing his instructions, the assistant hurried off. An hour later, at the entrance of the happy community, a lively group was beating drums and gongs, creating a festive atmosphere. They followed Mayor Deng into the community, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Seeing the commotion, residents of the community rushed downstairs to discover who was celebrating. The crowd began to speculate about the drumming troupe. "I haven't heard of any celebrations in our neighborhood. Have you? Wait, doesn't that person walking ahead look like the mayor? Are you joking? The mayor would never visit our community. Wait, it really is Mayor Deng." In the midst of the chatter, some individuals pulled out their phones to search for photos of the mayor, confirming his identity when they compared the images. Meanwhile, those relaxing under the pavilion, who were praising Old Wang's son, also heard the celebratory sounds coming from the entrance. Instantly, their curiosity piqued, they began to look around. Just then, someone approached from the entrance. "Old Li, what is happening at the entrance of the community?" It seems we have some good news. Someone has been awarded a second-class merit, and the mayor has come personally to congratulate them. A second-class merit? Everyone was taken aback. They had just been discussing old Wang's son receiving a third-class merit. How could another second-class merit emerge? The only military family in the community appeared to be the Wangs. Could it be that their son had received a second-class merit again? All eyes turned to old Wang's wife, who felt a surge of excitement. She recalled that her son had called a few days prior, mentioning he would give her a surprise. Could it be related to the second-class merit? The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became that the mayor was there to celebrate her son's achievement. Old Wang's wife. Could it be that your son has indeed earned a second-class merit? Old Wang's wife, unable to contain her joy, replied, "It must be true. Just the other day, my son said he had a surprise for me. That little rascal, Oh, I've heard that obtaining a second-class merit is quite an achievement. It could lead to a promotion right in the army. Your son might very well be a regiment commander or a division chief now." As old Wang's wife listened, her excitement grew, and she felt an elevated sense of her own status. At that moment, Mayor Deng, accompanied by the drumming troupe, passed by the pavilion. Old Wang's wife. "Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry up." Old Wang's wife quickly stood up, dusted off her clothes, and adjusted her hair. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, she ventured out. As an ordinary citizen, she had never encountered someone of the mayor's stature and suddenly felt a wave of nervousness as she approached him, awkwardly stepping in front of Mayor Deng. Mayor Deng, noticing someone had unexpectedly appeared in front of their procession, stopped and inquired, "Is there something you need?" Old Wang's wife, filled with excitement, replied, "I am Wang Gang's mother." Chapter 44. Wang Gang's mother. "I am Wang Gang's mother," she repeated. Mayor Deng looked perplexed. Wang Gang's mother? What does that have to do with me? After pondering for a moment, he realized he had no relatives by that name, assuming she must have mistaken him for someone else. Seeing the confusion on Mayor Deng's face, old Wang's wife reiterated, "My son is Wang Gang, and I am his mother." Mayor Deng struggled to recall who Wang Gang was. With pressing matters at hand, he politely nodded and continued on his way with the procession. Old Wang's wife was left speechless, feeling frustrated that the mayor seemed so oblivious. "Here I am, Wang Gang's mother." How could he not respond? He even insisted on personally delivering the medal to their home. As she prepared to run home, she noticed Mayor Deng turning toward building number 3. Panic surged within her, and she began to hop and shout, "Wrong way! Wrong way! Wang Gang's house is in building number 6. Her cries instantly attracted a great deal of attention. Old Wang's wife, who was already short and somewhat overweight, now resembled a little cannonball as she dashed toward the mayor, her ample belly bouncing as she gasped for breath. "Mayor, Wang Gang's house is in building number 6. Just another building ahead." Mayor Deng cast another glance at old Wang's wife, feeling quite vexed. Why did she keep mentioning Wang Gang? He was searching for Jiang Fan. Could it be that Jiang Fan's nickname was Wang Gang? However, he pondered, who would be foolish enough to adopt the nickname Wang Gang? "This lady. I am looking for Jiang Fan's family. Have you perhaps made a mistake? Jiang Fan's family?" Old Wang's wife was momentarily taken aback, a troubling thought crossing her mind. Could it be that Li Guiqin's son, Jiang Fan, has been awarded second-class merit? But how could that be possible? Her son is merely a student. How could a student earn commendation for the nation? Are you implying that Jiang Fan has indeed received second-class merit? Old Wang's wife inquired, her disbelief palpable. "Yes, I am here on behalf of the municipal government to present him with an honorary medal and a monetary award." Receiving the mayor's affirmative response, old Wang's wife stood frozen in place. Observing her silence, the mayor led his entourage onward to building number 3. At that moment, old Wang's wife's face transformed in a kaleidoscope of colors, now red, now white, now green, much like a chameleon. At this juncture, the group who had been conversing with old Wang's wife in the pavilion hastened over. "Old Wang's wife, what is going on? Why is the mayor heading to building no. 3? Instantly, old Wang's wife's face flushed a deep crimson, embarrassment washing over her from head to toe. Recalling her earlier actions, she fervently declared that the mayor had come to bestow second-class merit upon her son, only to have interrupted him twice. She felt akin to a jester, her humiliation mounting, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. Seeing the curious gazes of the others upon her, old Wang's wife stammered, I suddenly remembered that there are matters at home that require my attention. I must take my leave." With that, she hurriedly fled towards building number 6, her face as large as a basin, etched with regret, shame, and disarray. The onlookers, left astonished, exchanged glances of disbelief. Wait a moment. Given old Wang's wife's character, one would expect her to announce to the world the mayor's visit to bestow the second-class merit medal. Why did she suddenly depart? Do you think the mayor might not have been visiting their family? If not the old Wang family, whose family could it be? In our small community, only old Wang's son is in the military. Let us not speculate. Why not follow and see for ourselves? One suggested. And soon the group trailed after the drum parade toward building number 3. At Jiang Fan's home, Jiang Jingwo wore a beaming smile, a stack of acceptance letters in hand. Xiao Fan, look, here is the admission letter from Kyoto University, this one from Longke University, this one from Longke University, and this one from Longke University. Jiang Jingwo laid all the acceptance letters on the tea table, covering it entirely with the offerings of the nation's top institutions. Witnessing such a plethora of acceptance letters filled Jiang Jingwo with immense joy. He had never dreamed that so many universities would vie for his son. Li Guiqin emerged from the kitchen and, upon seeing her husband flaunting their son's acceptance letters once again, remarked with irritation, "Jingwo, must you peruse them morning, noon, and night? Have you not had enough? Our son has been busy and has yet to choose a school. With the end of August approaching, school will soon commence. And he has yet to finalize his decision. I ought to offer him some guidance." With that, Jiang Jingwo began to introduce Jiang Fan to the options. Xiao Fan. Kyoto University has the best conditions, but its reputation does not quite match that of Longke University or Longke University. I recommend you consider Longke University. Before Jiang Fan could respond, Li Xiao walked over and interjected, "Son, I believe Longke University is an excellent choice. It is among the finest institutions in Longke. And I have heard the campus environment is exceptional." The reason behind Li Xiao's suggestion for Jiang Fan to attend Longke University was largely due to Chu Ruoshi's acceptance there, and she had sensed the girl's interest in her son. If they were to attend the same university, surely they would become a couple. The mere thought of having a daughter-in-law like Chu Ruoshi brought her immense joy. Though Longke University is indeed commendable, it leans more towards the liberal arts, whereas our son aspires to be a scientist and should focus primarily on the sciences. Li Guiqin, seeing Jiang Jingwo still advocating for Longke University, pulled him aside and whispered a few words. Upon hearing her, Jiang Jingwo's eyes widened in realization. Why had she not mentioned this sooner? "So, I believe your mother is correct. Longke University would be the better choice." Just as Jiang Jingwo was extolling the virtues of Longke University, a sudden knock echoed through the door. "Who is it?" Li Guiqin called out. "It's old Li," hearing the familiar voice of old Li from next door. Li Guiqin quickly opened the door. "Old Li, please come in and have a seat." Upon seeing Li Guiqin and Jiang Jingwo so relaxed, old Li grew increasingly anxious. "Oh dear, you both are remarkably composed." Li Guiqin and Jiang Jingwo exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what old Li meant. "Did you not hear the sounds of drums and gongs downstairs?" "We did. I was actually curious about which family was celebrating," Li Guiqin replied. "It can't be your family, can it?" "What do you mean my family? It must be yours." Li Guiqin and Jiang Jingwo looked at each other in confusion. How could they not know of any celebrations in their family? "Old Li, what nonsense are you speaking? My son Xiao Fan won't be marrying for several years." "Oh, you are making me anxious." The mayor has arrived, bearing a red book. Li Guiqin and Jiang Jingwo felt increasingly bewildered. At that moment, Jiang Fan stood up and declared, "Mom, Dad, the mayor is here to present me with second-class merit." Chapter 45. The Flowers of Our Motherland. "The mayor has personally come to congratulate you on receiving second-class merit?" Li Guiqin and Jiang Jingwo gasped in astonishment. How could this possibly be? They had heard that second-class merit is typically awarded to those in the military who have made significant contributions to the nation. Moreover, individuals who receive second-class merit often bear injuries or disabilities. Yet their son was perfectly healthy, and he had never served in the military. How could he be awarded second-class merit? "Son, have you taken to joking as well?" Li Yiqing Shukulat. "Mom, I developed solar photovoltaic panels, saving the nation a considerable amount of energy. Thus, I received second-class merit." This explanation was precisely what Zhou Huai had instructed him to relay. Initially, Jiang Fan was reluctant to have a grand ceremony for the medal presentation, but considering his parents' happiness, he acquiesced to the decision made by the higher-ups. "Is that truly the case?" "So," Jiang Jingwo exclaimed in disbelief, unaware that inventors could also be awarded second-class merit. Indeed, Jiang Fan nodded affirmatively. Both Jiang Jingwo and Li Guiqin understood that their son had a history of telling tall tales. In truth, Jiang Fan's reasoning wasn't entirely a lie. He simply couldn't disclose that he had made breakthroughs in controllable nuclear fusion, as his parents would never believe it. "How wonderful! My son has received second-class merit from the nation." With their son's confirmation, they were overcome with excitement. Jiang Jingwo was so elated that he leaped into the air. Hearing the jubilant sounds of celebration below, He rushed to the window to take a look and indeed saw the mayor accompanied by a drum troupe standing beneath their building. Guichin, quickly, let us go greet the mayor. As Jiang Jingwa turned, he noticed Li Guichin dashing into the house. Moments later, she emerged in a beautiful outfit. What's the point of changing clothes at this moment? Our son has received second-class merit. We must not bring him shame. Enough chatter. Hurry downstairs, exclaimed the mother. The neighbors are all waiting. Can't you bring a couple of packs of cigarettes? Yes, I'll fetch them right away. Jiang Fan observed his flustered parents with a sense of joy swelling in his heart. A minute later, Jiang Jingwa and Li Guichin hurriedly descended the stairs. Upon seeing them, the mayor grasped Jiang Jingwa's hand with enthusiasm. Congratulations, Mr. Jiang. You have nurtured a pillar of our nation. Thank you, Mayor. It is all thanks to your exemplary leadership. Jiang Jingwa felt an overwhelming sense of pride as the neighbors began to understand that it was Jiang Fan who had achieved second-class merit. Instantaneously, discussions ensued among them. I knew it. It's a child from the old Jiang family who received the second-class merit. Jiang Fan is truly remarkable. Indeed, how I wish I had a child as accomplished as Jiang Fan. Just moments ago, Mrs. Wang was boasting about her son receiving a third-class merit. And now the Jiang family has secured a second-class merit. Ha! Hearing the praises from the neighbors filled Jiang Jingwa with elation, prompting him to produce fine cigarettes to share among them. Here, old Li, have a smoke. Even though I've quit for a month, this is celebratory tobacco, so I must indulge. Old Lu, smoke up. Congratulations. Your son has truly distinguished himself. You must strut around the neighborhood now. Laughter echoed as Jiang Jingwa distributed the cigarettes to everyone. The mayor then addressed the gathered neighbors, stating, Jiang Fan has invented solar photovoltaic materials, contributing significantly to our nation. Relevant authorities have decided to award him second-class merit. As the mayor finished speaking, applause erupted among the crowd. A 6 or 7-year-old girl gazed enviously at the bright red certificate and glistening metal. Her youthful voice piped up to the mayor. Uncle, when I grow up, I want to be a scientist too. Will you give me a certificate and a shining star then? The crowd erupted in laughter at her innocent enthusiasm. Mayor Deng replied to the little girl, Certainly, if you become a scientist and contribute to our country, I shall present you with a grand certificate. Yay! The girl joyfully leaped into the air, prompting other children to chime in. I want to be a scientist too. I want to contribute to our nation. Mayor Deng looked at the adorable children clamoring to become scientists, his heart swelling with pride. If the next generation of Longke's youth aspires to become scientists with the aim of national prosperity, how could Longke's future not be bright? He addressed all the children. All right. You are all wonderful kids. Later, Uncle Mayor will reward each of you with a little badge. How does that sound? Hearing this, the children erupted in excitement, chanting in unison, yes. Mayor Deng turned to his assistant, instructing, go to the car and bring the custom-made golden badges. But, Mayor, those are the rewards, just go. I'll personally fund another batch later. Mayor Deng gazed fondly at the future blossoms of the nation, wishing to encourage them. He hoped they would remain steadfast in their aspirations throughout their educational journeys. The assistant swiftly returned with the golden badges, and the mayor distributed them to each child. Watching the badges glimmer in the sunlight, the children beamed with excitement. The parents of the children praised Mayor Deng's actions. Mayor Deng, let's head upstairs. Jiang Fan is usually quite modest. I understand. Mayor Deng felt no displeasure at Jiang Fan's absence. Instead, he admired the boy. A true researcher possesses the ability to focus deeply on their studies, much like the mathematician Wei Shun from Beida, who subsists on merely 2 buns and a bottle of mineral water for a meal. Mayor Deng ascended the stairs alongside Jiang Jingwa and Li Guichin. Accompanied by some friendly neighbors they invited to join them. They all wore expressions of pride, grateful for the opportunity to be in close proximity to the mayor. All thanks to Jiang Fan. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan was in the living room, perusing a table laden with acceptance letters, ultimately picking up the one from Longke University. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. System. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving the acceptance letter from Longke University. Task completed. Reward. Blue Star Super Mathematics Overview. System. Would you like to study the Blue Star Super Mathematics Overview? System. What is the Blue Star Super Mathematics Overview? System. The Blue Star Super Mathematics Overview encompasses all mathematical knowledge currently mastered by Blue Star. All mathematical knowledge? Jiang Fan gasped. As a researcher, he understood well that mathematics serves as the foundational discipline for all sciences and studies. Should he acquire all the mathematical knowledge of Blue Star, it would mean he could instantly become a mathematician, significantly aiding his future research endeavors. With that thought in mind, Jiang Fan promptly replied to the system, commenced learning immediately. A cascade of golden light enveloped him, flooding his mind with vast mathematical knowledge. Chapter 46. A Stinging Face. The following day, in the happy community beneath the pavilion, the same group from yesterday was gathered. Why haven't we seen Mrs. Wang today? I suspect she won't show her face for at least half a month after the embarrassment from yesterday. Following Mayor Deng's awarding of Jiang Fan's second-class merit, Mrs. Wang must have felt quite awkward. Just as they discussed her, someone suddenly exclaimed in shock, "Mrs. Wang." Sure enough, they spotted Mrs. Wang, whose figure resembled that of a compass. Their faces reflected disbelief. What on earth is happening? The sun must be rising in the west today. They noticed no trace of embarrassment on her face, only a broad smile. What has caused such joy, Mrs. Wang? Indeed, you're smiling like a blooming flower. Mrs. Wang placed candies and sunflower seeds on the stone table, cheerfully declaring, "Come, everyone, enjoy some sweets and seeds. Please, share the good news with us, Mrs. Wang." With a mysterious smile, she pulled out her phone to show everyone a photo of a stunning young lady. Who is this girl? She is so beautiful. Indeed, with her large eyes, double eyelids, and petite mouth, she rivals even the daughter of Old Sun in our community. I think she is even prettier than Old Sun's daughter. Old Sun's daughter, at the tender age of 20, was renowned for her beauty, and many suitors in the neighborhood had expressed their admiration. Some bold ones even sent their parents to propose, but the girl had too high standards and dismissed them all. Hearing the comments about how the girl in the photo surpassed Old Sun's daughter in beauty, Mrs. Wang's smile widened. "Let me tell you, this is my son's girlfriend, named Xiao Qian, and she is a university student." Really? The crowd gasped, astonished that Mrs. Wang's son had secured such a beautiful girlfriend. Wang Gang is truly impressive. He has always been articulate and clearly has the makings of a capable person. Old Wang's wife, your family has truly struck gold by finding such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Upon hearing the praises from everyone, Old Wang's wife felt as sweet as if she had consumed honey. Unable to contain her inner thoughts, she scoffed. "Humph. Although Li Guiqin's son has received a second-class merit award, who would marry a boy who can't even let out a fart all day? My son, on the other hand, is eloquent and has secured such a stunning daughter-in-law. One must possess the gift of gab. Just look at that ancient figure who could debate with a multitude of scholars." Old Wang's wife was indeed correct. In the pursuit of a career, a young man must be articulate. Hearing someone agree with her, she lowered her voice and remarked, "Don't be fooled by Guiqin's son's accolades. He is far too tongue-tied, like a bookworm. Which girl would ever fancy him? Finding a wife is a challenge." Everyone understood that Old Wang's wife was intentionally disparaging Guiqin's son due to their ongoing feud. Though Jiang Fan was typically reserved, he was still quite polite and would greet them when they crossed paths. Old Wang's wife thought to herself, while Jiang Fan may be a bit tongue-tied, his looks are still commendable, and he is courteous. With disdain, Old Wang's wife retorted, "Men don't rely on looks. If it were about appearances, would I have ever considered Wang Gang as father? Back in our village, I was renowned as the village beauty." The crowd couldn't help but chuckle at her self-proclamation. If she were truly the village beauty, then the girls in their village must be quite unfortunate. However, since they were neighbors, they refrained from laughing outright. Unless they couldn't help it. "Shoei, what are you laughing at?" Shoei quickly waved her hand, striving to maintain a straight face. Just as Old Wang's wife was about to continue her tirade, a girl adorned in a lovely pink dress and wearing a princess hat approached. Instantly, their attention was captured. The girl had captivating features, delicate nose and lips, a flawless complexion, a graceful waist, and long, elegant legs. As she walked, her steps were light, resembling a butterfly in flight. When the girl passed by the pavilion and noticed their wide-eyed stares, she smiled gently and greeted them. "Hello, uncle and aunt." "Hello, hello." The crowd instinctively nodded, only retracting their gaze when the girl disappeared at the entrance of Building 3. "Wow, this girl is simply like a fairy. I don't think any star on television can compare to her beauty. She is so stunning. If my son could marry someone as beautiful as her, I'd gladly pay a bride price of 1 million. Oh please, such a gorgeous girl will surely end up marrying into a wealthy family. We common folks shouldn't even dream of it." Old Wang's wife, after observing the girl, glanced at the photo of her daughter-in-law on her phone and felt an unsettling sense of comparison. However, she had to admit that the girl, just now, was indeed breathtaking. After a brief discussion about the enchanting girl, Old Wang's wife steered the conversation back to Li Guiqin's son, Jiang Fan. "Dear sisters, heed my advice. Encourage your children to hone their speaking skills. Communication is an art. Look at Guiqin's son. He'll never find a beautiful girl in this lifetime." Before Old Wang's wife could finish her statement, two figures emerged from the staircase of Building 3. The stunning girl and Li Guiqin's son, Jiang Fan. Old Wang's wife was momentarily rendered speechless, and everyone followed her gaze, their expressions transformed into ones of disbelief. How could such a beautiful girl be seeking out Jiang Fan? This was unimaginable. Jiang Fan, who typically had few friends, how could he possibly know such a gorgeous girl? It must be an illusion. The girl was none other than Chu Ruoxi, who had dressed up beautifully after receiving a message from Li Guiqin that Jiang Fan had returned. They hadn't seen each other for nearly a month, and Chu Ruoxi was uncertain about how to begin their conversation. Remembering the time she added Jiang Fan on WeChat, and he mistakenly thought she was another girl, using her as a shield, made her chuckle. Jiang Fan, catching Chu Ruoxi's gaze, inexplicably began to laugh. He too smiled foolishly. He found comfort in being with Chu Ruoxi. As they passed the pavilion, Chu Ruoxi noticed the familiar faces of the uncle and aunt, and with a radiant smile, she said, "Hello, uncle and aunt." Once they had walked away, Old Wang's wife stammered, I have matters at home, I must return." With that, her legs moved like an engine, propelling her hefty frame towards Building 6. She resolved not to step outside for the next half-month. Her face had taken too many metaphorical blows in recent days. Chapter 47. I agree. After Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoxi exited the neighborhood, they found themselves by a small river nearby. On either side of the river stood willows that had flourished for over a decade. The willows bowed gracefully, their long branches dipping into the water, revealing hints of tender green leaves. The bright surface of the river reflected the willow's shadows, resembling a graceful maiden quietly grooming her hair. The bank was shaded by lush trees, and the tender grass swayed gently in the breeze, releasing a faint, refreshing fragrance that compelled one to squint and savor the moment. Chu Ruoxi took a deep breath of the fresh air, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over her. She and Jiang Fan sat side by side on a bench beneath the willow tree. Jiang Fan, have you chosen your school? I have. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's confirmation, Chu Ruoxi's spirits lifted, her face alight with anticipation. Which school did you choose? Longke University. Longke University? Chu Ruoxi's expression fell. She had hoped to attend the same school as Jiang Fan, but he had chosen Longke University. However, upon reflection, it made sense as Longke University was a technology institute. And if Jiang Fan pursued a research path, it was indeed the best option. Observing Chu Ruoxi's disappointment, Jiang Fan added, Chu Ruoxi, Longke University and Huaqing University are quite close, only 16 kilometers apart. I've tested it. It takes just 15 minutes or 2,856 steps to reach. Hearing Jiang Fan's precise figures piqued Chu Ruoxi's curiosity. Jiang Fan, why did you measure the distance between Longke University and Huaqing University? Jiang Fan hesitated. He had measured the distance because he had decided to attend Longke University when he went to Kyoto, while Chu Ruoxi was enrolling at Huaqing University. So, when Xiao Shan invited him to visit Huaqing University, he had deliberately gone to Longke University first, then walked to Huaqing to calculate the distance, time, and steps. Noticing Jiang Fan stammering, Chu Ruoxi teased, "Are you planning to visit me at Huaqing in the future?" Jiang Fan's face turned slightly red at her implication, feeling a bit embarrassed. Indeed, that was his intention, but having his thoughts exposed by Chu Ruoxi felt like all his secrets had been laid bare. He awkwardly defended himself. "I was just bored and decided to measure it." "Really?" Chu Ruoxi playfully questioned. Observing Jiang Fan's reaction, she suspected he indeed held feelings for her. Jiang Fan, who is Xiao Yifei? Xiao Yifei? Jiang Fan, upon hearing Chu Ruoxi mention Xiao Yifei, was instantly flooded with memories of a sultry and alluring girl. Had it not been for the system's mission, he would have vehemently refused to spend 8 hours in the company of Xiao Yifei. Subsequently, she added him on WeChat. But after a brief exchange, Jiang Fan deleted her without hesitation. What astonished him, however, was how Chu Ruoxi came to know Xiao Yifei. How do you know Xiao Yifei? Chu Ruoxi, with an adorable demeanor, rose from her seat and playfully pressed Jiang Fan until she could distinctly hear his breath, at which point she feigned anger and said, "You must confess your relationship with Xiao Yifei." Jiang Fan caught a whiff of the unique fragrance that only a girl possesses, and his heart raced uncontrollably, rendering him almost speechless. It wasn't until the mischievous girl stepped back slightly, revealing a playful smile, that he regained his composure. "Chu Ruoxi, Xiao Yifei is the niece of academician Xiao. I met her when I went to Kyoto." He recounted his encounters with Xiao Yifei, consciously omitting any mention of the system. Upon concluding his explanation, Chu Ruoxi smiled with satisfaction. Yet, her curiosity persisted. "But how do you know Xiao Yifei?" I can't guess, Jiang Fan replied honestly, unable to fathom that the little wildcat who added him on WeChat was none other than Chu Ruoshi. Catch me, and I'll tell you. With that, Chu Ruoshi bounded ahead like a playful rabbit. After a short distance, she turned back to Jiang Fan and made a silly face. Watching the adorable and mischievous Chu Ruoshi, Jiang Fan stood up and chased after her. Her pealing laughter floated through the air, drawing the attention of numerous sparrows perched on nearby trees, chattering as if critiquing the delightful sounds. The fish in the brook, upon witnessing the two youths racing along the shore, seemed to dart forward as if competing for speed. Soon enough, Chu Ruoshi, breathless and clutching her chest, came to a halt. I can't go on. I'm out of strength. Chu Ruoshi, there's a bench over there. Let's take a break. Okay. They sat down together, and Chu Ruoshi, her forehead glistening with a light sheen of sweat and her cheeks flushed from their exertion, appeared even more captivating. Jiang Fan gazed at her, entranced, lost in admiration. When Chu Ruoshi noticed him staring, she shyly adjusted a lock of hair. Why are you staring at me like that? Jiang Fan suddenly snapped back to reality and quickly averted his gaze. A brief silence enveloped them. But Jiang Fan's curiosity about how Chu Ruoshi knew Xiao Yifei lingered. Chu Ruoshi, now that I caught up with you, can you tell me the answer? Chu Ruoshi beamed and leaned in close to whisper in his ear. I'm the little wildcat. Little wildcat? Who is that? Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback. It took him a full 3 to 4 seconds to remember that the WeChat name he had added was indeed Little Wildcat. But wasn't Little Wildcat Xiao Yifei? How could it be Chu Ruoshi? He recalled that, in an effort to avoid too much interaction with Xiao Yifei, he had told Little Wildcat that he had a girlfriend and had even mentioned Chu Ruoshi's name. Now, if Chu Ruoshi claimed to be the Little Wildcat, it meant he had inadvertently declared that Chu Ruoshi was his girlfriend. What if she didn't reciprocate his feelings? He feared that they might never see each other again. Panic surged within Jiang Fan, and he hurriedly explained, I didn't know Little Wildcat was you, Chu Ruoshi. I agree. Chu Ruoshi articulated each word slowly. You agree. Chapter 48, the beginning of a new semester. At Kyoto Longke University, today marked the first day of new student registration. Jiang Fan, look, how beautiful, Chu Ruoshi exclaimed, pointing at the swans gliding on the lake. The entire campus of Longke University resembled a picturesque park, and after exploring a bit, Chu Ruoshi found herself utterly enchanted. As her new boyfriend, Jiang Fan dutifully fulfilled his role, pulling her pink suitcase while carrying a backpack. As they meandered through the lush greenery of the campus, having heard tales of Longke University's stunning environment, Chu Ruoshi was thrilled to witness it firsthand. She felt fortunate for her choice, knowing she would spend 4 delightful years here. As they strolled along, Chu Ruoshi exhibited the wonder of a child visiting a city for the first time, pulling Jiang Fan to admire this and that, turning what should have been a mere 500-meter walk back to the dormitory into an hour-long adventure. Yet, both were thoroughly enjoying themselves. After escorting Chu Ruoshi to her dormitory, they shared her first lunch at Longke University together. In the afternoon, Jiang Fan bid her farewell and returned to Longke University. Just days prior, he had communicated with Elder Long, informing him of his decision to enroll at Longke University, which had delighted the elder greatly. Elder Long was also pleased, having spent the past month communicating with Jiang Fan's parents, all his efforts finally paying off. Had Elder Long known that Jiang Fan's parents had never mentioned Longke University, but instead supported his choice of Longke University, he might have been left in disbelief. Elder Long instructed Jiang Fan to call him when he arrived at Longke University for registration, promising to assist with his enrollment and accommodation. As Jiang Fan walked toward Longke University, the grand entrance adorned with the bold characters Longke University of Technology gave him an inexplicable sense of belonging. Soon, an energetic elder emerged from the gates of Longke University. Upon spotting Jiang Fan, his face broke into a wide smile as he grasped Jiang Fan's hand. Jiang Fan, welcome to Longke University. Come, let me show you to your new residence. Jiang Fan followed Elder Long into the university. Although the campus of Longke University lacked the scenic beauty of Longke University, its buildings were designed with a distinctly modern and technological flair. After passing through several architecturally unique structures, Elder Long halted at a faculty apartment and led Jiang Fan inside. Room 302 on the 3rd floor, Elder Long announced as he opened the door to reveal a 2-bedroom apartment. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Grandpa Long, it's quite nice. I don't have many demands regarding accommodation, Jiang Fan replied. Good. This will be your residence from now on. Here, that's the key. Jiang Fan accepted the key without hesitation, as he was now the chief engineer at the northern base. He needed a place to stay that could accommodate the confidential documents he regularly handled for Zhou Huai, making dormitory life unsuitable. By the way, Jiang Fan, at my age, over 60 now, I'm looking to find a successor before I retire. Would you be willing to be my student? Jiang Fan pondered for a moment before responding. I would be honored. He recognized that with his technological system, he had no shortage of research skills. What he lacked were connections and funding in the field of technology. Elder Long, as a venerable figure in the nation, possessed an abundance of both. Thus, having Master Long as a mentor is exceedingly advantageous for him to showcase his martial prowess. Master Long's worries finally eased. He genuinely feared that Jiang Fan might decline. Subsequently, Master Long and Jiang Fan settled onto the sofa to engage in conversation. Jiang Fan, what discipline do you intend to pursue? I wish to study space science. Jiang Fan replied. Space science? Master Long was evidently taken aback by Jiang Fan's selection of such a niche field. The scope of study in space science is extraordinarily vast, yet, due to humanity's limited comprehension of the cosmos, this discipline remains relatively nascent, with knowledge still in a severely deficient stage. Furthermore, graduates in this field often find it exceedingly challenging to secure relevant research positions, as even the nation does not prioritize research in this area. Jiang Fan, have you familiarized yourself with space science? I suggest you seriously contemplate other disciplines. Fields such as materials science, artificial intelligence, and information engineering are all commendable choices. Master Long advised. Given Jiang Fan's aptitude for developing controllable nuclear fusion, he was confident that, should Jiang Fan pursue any of these fields, he would undoubtedly achieve remarkable accomplishments. Coupled with his profound interest in materials and energy, Master Long could also provide additional guidance. I have made my decision, Jiang Fan asserted resolutely, eager to explore the enigmatic universe and engage with advanced civilizations. Space science resonates deeply with his aspirations. Master Long wished to express further thoughts, but refrained, recognizing that this was Jiang Fan's own choice, and he should not intervene excessively. After all, it was merely a field of study, one that would not impede his ability to mentor Jiang Fan in other areas of knowledge. You may choose your major as you see fit. In a couple of days, military training will commence, so you need not participate. I am currently engaged in a project on mechas, and tomorrow you will serve as my assistant, learning and researching alongside me. Upon Master Long's declaration, a voice echoed in Jiang Fan's mind. System, Option 1. Accept Master Long's invitation to be his assistant and receive a set of blueprints for combat mechas from a century in the future. Option 2. Decline Master Long's invitation with no rewards. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan chose Option 1. System. The host has chosen to accept Master Long's invitation and has received a set of blueprints for combat mechas from a century in the future. He briefly glanced at the mecha blueprints and was astounded by their formidable capabilities. They were akin to superhuman machines. Jiang Fan stifled his excitement, realizing the technological prowess of the system, which casually provided blueprints for combat mechas from a century ahead. He could hardly fathom whether it would one day reward him with designs for a time machine. Nevertheless, Jiang Fan understood that such a prospect was currently implausible. For even if the system bestowed him with blueprints for a time machine, humanity's technological advancements in other areas could not keep pace, rendering him incapable of actualizing it. Thus, he deduced that the system's rewards were likely aligned with the current technological capabilities of Blue Star. Contemplating this, Jiang Fan recognized the system's intelligence surpassed his initial expectations. Accepting Master Long's invitation, the two engaged in further discussions regarding various research topics until Master Long received a phone call and departed. The enrollment process had already been arranged by others on Jiang Fan's behalf. With nothing pressing at hand, Jiang Fan decided to explore the campus of Longke University. As he strolled around, he arrived at a plaza where he noticed a throng of new students gathered around something. Curious, he approached and soon learned that this was a tradition at Longke University, the Freshman Mathematics Challenge. Just as Jiang Fan was about to step forward to observe, the system suddenly chimed in his mind. System ding, task issued. Participate in the Freshman Mathematics Challenge. Achieving first place will reward you with a blueprint for a fighter jet from a century in the future. Chapter 49, The Challenge. A blueprint for a fighter jet from a century in the future. Jiang Fan's spirits soared upon seeing the reward for the system's task, and he quickly pushed through the crowd of students to the front. He addressed an upperclassman responsible for registrations, saying, "Hello, I would like to sign up." The registration process was straightforward. Any freshman at Longke University simply needed to fill in their name and major on a form. Jiang Fan swiftly completed his registration and then awaited his turn. He He learned from the upperclassmen that the rules of the challenge were quite simple. There would be a total of 9 problems to tackle, starting from the first. Failure to solve a problem would result in immediate elimination. All students admitted to Longke University were high achievers from across the country, with college entrance examination scores exceeding 650 points and many scoring above 700. Thus, they carried a sense of pride within them. Eager to demonstrate their talents in the daunting Longke University tradition, each was ready to take on the challenge. However, the very essence of this challenge was to humble the new students, reminding them that there are always greater heights to aspire to and others who surpass them. Such an understanding would foster humility in their future academic endeavors. Therefore, it is evident just how formidable the difficulty of the freshman challenge at Longke University is. With 5 students ahead of him, Jiang Fan, feeling somewhat bored, glanced toward the challenge area. The challenge zone was divided into 9 sections, each comprising 4 blackboards arranged back-to-back. Section 1 corresponded to the first problem, Section 2 to the second, and so forth. Currently, in the first section, 4 freshmen were solving problems on the blackboards, while 3 were engaged in the second section, and only 1 was attempting the third. No students had progressed to the subsequent sections yet. Thus, the best performance so far belonged to the student tackling the third question. Each year, the freshman challenge draws numerous second, third, and fourth-year students eager to witness how these proud newcomers, once akin to themselves, eventually bow their heads in humility. The grandstand in the plaza can accommodate over 2,000 spectators, and on the northern side, a large display screen showcased the student currently tackling the third question. Among the audience, a stunning girl with flowing hair and an alluring appearance, clad in a striking outfit, held a cup of milk tea while engrossed in the screen with her friends. Xiaoyu, the freshman from your school, seemed to be progressively less impressive. It's nearly afternoon, and the most exceptional among them has only managed to reach the third question, remarked the long-haired girl, lightly sipping her drink through the straw. Hearing the long-haired girl disparage the freshman of Longke University, the girl named Xiaoyu became indignant. Ife, if our school's freshmen are lacking, why do you come watch the challenge every year? The long-haired girl was Xiao Yifei, and the girls beside her were her childhood friends. Xiaoyu, do you not grasp Yifei's subtle intentions? Her primary purpose in attending is to scout for handsome and talented freshmen to indulge in some youthful romance, remarked a short-haired girl nearby. Xiao Yifei did not deny this, and instead chuckled. Hee, I do enjoy younger boys. What of it? Alas, I wonder which unfortunate soul will catch her eye this time. What nonsense! Being noticed by her is a blessing. Last year, one of our freshmen was so smitten by you that he wept daily. Could you not go and charm freshmen from hucking instead? It is often said that a rabbit does not graze near its burrow, and furthermore, do I not desire a reputation at hucking? Begone. As a few individuals exchanged words, they eventually descended into a playful scuffle. Meanwhile, Xiao Yifei, donned in a miniskirt, revealed her fair and elongated legs, captivating the attention of several boys in the vicinity who could not help but swallow in anticipation. Jiang Fan, stationed in the waiting area, had waited for approximately half an hour before his turn arrived. He first drew a question from the examination box and, under the guidance of the staff, approached the vacant blackboard in Area 1. Junior, you have 20 minutes to complete the first question. Failure to do so within the time limit will result in elimination. A senior briefly instructed Jiang Fan before stepping aside to monitor the time. At that moment, a cameraman carrying a camera happened to position himself beside Jiang Fan. The new student, grappling with the third major question, had been pondering with chalk in hand for an extended period without making any progress, compelling the cameraman to shift his focus to other competitors. Noticing that Jiang Fan had just received his question and had yet to begin writing his answer, the cameraman began filming him. At this juncture, Jiang Fan was engrossed in reviewing the question and was oblivious to the camera capturing him at work. Upon assessing the question, he found it to be of moderate difficulty, akin to the final bonus question of the college entrance examination. Thus, he picked up the chalk and commenced his task, completing it in less than a minute. He then turned around, intending to inform the senior that he was finished, only to be startled by the sight of a black camera lens aimed at him. The cameraman, realizing he had inadvertently startled the newcomer, quickly expressed his apologies. My apologies, fellow student. I was too close and disturbed your concentration. After stepping back a couple of paces, he reassured Jiang Fan, you may continue with your examination. I have completed it. Jiang Fan replied. Finished? The timing senior was taken aback, glancing at the timer which displayed 56 seconds. The speed at which this newcomer had solved the question was astonishing. He then compared Jiang Fan's answer with the correct one and found it to be entirely accurate. The cameraman, equally astonished, thought to himself that it was rather extraordinary to finish a question in under a minute. Typically, most newcomers required at least 20 minutes to tackle the first question. He zoomed in on Jiang Fan with the camera and then filmed the timer. The students in the stands gasped at the sight. Wow, this newcomer is impressive, finishing the first question in 56 seconds. He must be the fastest at Longke University. Does he not even contemplate the steps to solve the problem? Normally, the first question should take around 20 minutes. I recall the previous record holder took 10 minutes. I seriously suspect he knew the answers in advance. Puffed. The challenge questions at Longke University are changed annually, and the exams are randomly selected. How could he cheat? This newcomer is quite remarkable. Intriguing indeed. At this moment, one of Xiao Yifei's friends, observing her playful banter with Xiao Yu, remarked, "Yifei, look at this newcomer. He completed the first question in 56 seconds, and he is not bad looking either. Just your type." 56 seconds? What a boast. Xiao Yifei retorted skeptically, then turned her gaze to the large screen, just in time to see the timer reading 56 seconds. No way. That's impressive. After a moment of astonishment, she could not help but lick her lips and add, "But I like it, hee hee." Chapter 50. The question of death as the camera once again captured Jiang Fan. Xiao Yifei could not suppress her astonishment. "Oh, no way." The other girls, hearing Xiao Yifei's exclamation, grew curious. "Yifei, do you know him?" "Sort of," she replied. A month prior, her uncle Xiao Shan had tasked her with enticing Jiang Fan to attend Longke University. Subsequently, Jiang Fan had fled in fright, and it took numerous phone calls from her uncle to finally reach him. However, Jiang Fan declined the automatic admission to Longke University. Had it not been for the insightful information he shared with her regarding nanomeasurement technology, an area her uncle was keenly researching, she would have faced severe reprimand from him. In truth, Xiao Yifei was rather grateful to Jiang Fan. His insights not only earned her academic credits, but also a Research Innovation Award from Longke University. As she recalled the incident when Jiang Fan had a nosebleed due to her, she could not help but chuckle softly. This mischievous Jiang Fan was rather endearing. "Hey, Yifei, you're not getting all flustered again, are you? You're drooling." Xiao Yifei felt her lips were slightly damp and quickly wiped them, feeling a bit embarrassed. That poor newcomer is about to fall prey to this lewd woman. You're the lewd one. I think you're asking for a beating." Just as Xiao Yifei playfully tussled with Xiao Yu, the surrounding students erupted in astonishment once more. "Wow, incredible. Is he even human? He is undoubtedly a genius, no? He must be the progenitor of geniuses." Upon hearing the gasps of awe, Xiao Yifei and her friends quickly turned to the large screen, where it displayed Jiang Fan had already completed the second question. The girls were left utterly stunned. "No way. He finished the second question already? How much time has passed?" "Yeah, I feel it hasn't even been 2 minutes." The camera then focused on the timer, revealing 1:03 seconds. 1 minute and 3 seconds. 2 questions completed in a total of 2 minutes? Wasn't that a bit excessive? The other newcomers on stage had barely reached the 8th step of the first question, while he had already finished 2. Jiang Fan swiftly followed the senior to the third question. "Junior, you have 1 hour to complete the third question. Exceeding the time limit without finishing will result in elimination." Jiang Fan nodded, indicating his understanding. In front of Jiang Fan, another newcomer attempting the third question wore a furrowed brow, utterly perplexed. At that moment, the senior responsible for timing chimed in, "Fellow student, you have 18 minutes remaining." "Got it," the other newcomer replied irritably. He had not anticipated that the third question would be significantly more challenging than the previous 2. It was akin to the most difficult problems encountered in the Olympic competition. After reaching the 6th step, he found himself completely at a loss for how to proceed. With a sigh of resignation, he realized he had underestimated the traditional challenge of Longke University. The cameraman, shoulder-mounted with his camera, followed Jiang Fan closely. In this challenge, the third question was notoriously dubbed the question of death, as many talented newcomers breezed through the first 2 questions only to falter at the third. Historically, only 2 individuals had successfully navigated the question of death. One was a student from a decade ago who solved 5 problems and subsequently caught the attention of Old Long. Becoming his disciple, he later studied abroad and never returned. As a result, Old Long had not taken on any students for 10 years. It was only upon encountering Jiang Fan that he decided to mentor again, hoping to cultivate a pillar of strength for the nation before his retirement. Of course, Jiang Fan was entirely unaware of this, and Old Long had not mentioned it to him. The second individual to conquer the third question was a student from 5 years ago, now graduated, who reportedly contributed to a significant national project. The swift problem-solving skills of Jiang Fan have piqued the curiosity of everyone around him. Could he potentially be the third student to conquer the infamous death question? Upon receiving the third problem, however, Jiang Fan did not dive in as he had with the previous two. Instead, he paused contemplatively. This third question was undeniably more challenging than its predecessors. Yet, for Jiang Fan, it merely posed a slight difficulty. Arriving at the solution was only a matter of time, especially considering the system had rewarded him with the super introduction to mathematics of Blue Star, encompassing all mathematical knowledge from that realm. In the stands, all eyes were fixed on the large screen, eagerly anticipating whether Jiang Fan would unravel the third death question. As time passed without him writing anything, murmurs began to circulate among the spectators. It appears this third question might be a bit too much for the newcomer. Indeed, the third question is the death question. I too fell victim to it once. Even now, I wouldn't have the confidence to tackle it. The tradition at Longke University had persisted for nearly 3 decades, and only 2 individuals had successfully solved the third question, both being remarkable figures in the field. Thus, their hopes for Jiang Fan were not particularly high. Xiao Yifei watched Jiang Fan on the screen with intrigue, feeling an inexplicable sense of difference between him and the others. At that moment, a few girls beside her whispered, "Look at Yifei's gaze. She must have a connection with this newcomer." I think so too. Perhaps Yifei has already captured his heart. Upon overhearing her friends, Xiao Yifei leaned in curiously, asking, "What are you all talking about?" The girls exchanged knowing smiles and shook their heads, indicating they had said nothing. Sensing their playful demeanor, Xiao Yifei extended her hands toward the timid Xiao Yu and urged, "Xiao Yu, quickly tell me what you were discussing, or else, well, you know." Startled by Xiao Yifei's teasing, Xiao Yu hurriedly stepped back, while Xiao Yifei lunged toward her like a playful predator. You rogue," Xiao Yu exclaimed. Having formulated his thoughts, Jiang Fan began to write with chalk. The photographer zoomed in, capturing the steps of his calculations. "This newcomer has begun writing," some students in the stands exclaimed. All eyes turned to the large screen, where Jiang Fan was writing with remarkable speed, showing no signs of hesitation or corrections. Each letter and number flawlessly executed in a single stroke. Before long, he had filled an entire blackboard. And only after completing the final number did Jiang Fan exhale in relief. He turned to the senior timing him and said, "Senior, I'm done." Done? The senior glanced at the blackboard filled with answers and then at the timer. 5:21. A profound silence enveloped the stands. 5 minutes and 21 seconds to solve the death question? This is utterly impossible, was the immediate reaction of everyone present. The photographer captured a close-up of Jiang Fan's refined features on the big screen, showcasing a young man with chiseled features and strikingly clear eyes, particularly his deep gaze resembling stars in the cosmic abyss. Though not conventionally handsome at first glance, he grew increasingly appealing upon closer inspection. Xiao Yifei's attention remained glued to the screen, her heart racing as she observed Jiang Fan's subtly smiling face. Was this the feeling of infatuation? When Jiang Fan's gaze unexpectedly met the camera, she quickly averted her eyes, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her at realizing it was merely his image on the screen. "Yifei, what is wrong? Your face is so red," Xiao Yu remarked, having witnessed the moment. "Mifine," Xiao Yifei replied softly, her demeanor markedly different from her usual self, akin to a delicate maiden. This transformation left Xiao Yu astonished. Was this truly her close friend, Xiao Yifei? The last time she had seen her in such a state was during her high school romance. "Yifei, you can't be serious, can you?" "Serious about what?" Xiao Yifei asked, puzzled. "About having feelings for this newcomer." "Oh, stop it. He is so young. How could I possibly have feelings for him? You know, I don't believe in love right now," Xiao Yifei insisted, though her rosy cheeks betrayed her. "It seems you are genuinely smitten. They say, those embroiled are often oblivious, while bystanders see clearly." Having shared over a decade of friendship, Xiao Yu understood her dear friend quite well. Despite her usual playful demeanor, when faced with someone she liked, Xiao Yifei transformed into an innocent girl. Meanwhile, on the competition stage, Jiang Fan awaited as the senior meticulously compared his answers. Although Jiang Fan's methodology diverged slightly from the instructor's, the final answers matched perfectly, leaving the senior unable to determine the accuracy of Jiang Fan's steps. Ultimately, he sought assistance from the supervising professor. "Professor Xiao, there's a freshman who solved the third question. The answer aligns with yours, albeit with differing steps. Could you take a look?" Professor Xiao, who had been reading under the shade of a tree, lifted his head upon hearing his student. "A freshman has solved the third question? Let's go see," he said, a smile of satisfaction spreading across his face. Today, he was responsible for evaluating the answers following the third question. And after nearly a day of waiting without a single solution, he was elated to hear that a newcomer had succeeded. Upon reaching the competition area, he examined Jiang Fan's methodology. After 10 minutes, Professor Xiao nodded in approval. Quite impressive. This approach is even simpler than mine. Which freshman is responsible for this answer? Jiang Fan stepped forward and replied, "It's me. What is your name and field of study?" Jiang Fan, majoring in space technology. Space technology? Professor Xiao expressed a hint of regret, fully aware that this was the least esteemed program at Longke University, making it difficult for graduates to find relevant research opportunities. From Jiang Fan's problem-solving approach, it was evident he possessed remarkable intelligence and a profound grasp of mathematical concepts. It was a pity he had chosen the wrong major. Had he opted for mathematics or material science, he would undoubtedly achieve great success in the future. As Professor Xiao sighed in disappointment, Jiang Fan simply smiled and said nothing. The professor then informed the senior, "His answer is correct," before returning to his shaded spot to continue reading. On the big screen, the spectators erupted with excitement as they saw the senior escorting Jiang Fan toward the fourth section. Wow, this newcomer truly solved the third question. Incredible. Does this mean he is only the third person in 30 years to conquer the death question at Longke University? Amazing. Which major is he in? Does anyone know his name? Many in the stands began inquiring about Jiang Fan's name and field of study. Meanwhile, the other freshmen still grappling with the third question felt a wave of discouragement wash over him as he watched Jiang Fan advance to the fourth question. He completed the third problem over half an hour before Jiang Fan, and now he has swiftly resolved it in just 5 minutes and moved on to the fourth problem. Had no one managed to solve the third problem, he would have felt somewhat better. But the fact that his opponent accomplished it in a mere 5 minutes pushed him to the brink of despair. "Classmate, you have 3 minutes left." The new student's face turned crimson, already fraught with anxiety. Now, with the senior reminding him that time is running out, he could no longer bear the internal pressure. He completely broke down. A man's cries echoed throughout the square, startling all the students watching the challenge. What was happening? Why was there a man crying? Could it be that one of the boys had experienced a heartbreak? But this was hardly the place for such matters. As the crowd speculated, the photographer aimed his camera at the sobbing student. The audience soon recognized the boy who was crying. He was the same new student who had just tackled the third problem. Indeed, why is he crying? Could it be that the problem was too difficult? Surely, it shouldn't warrant such a reaction. At that moment, the senior in charge of the timer looked completely innocent. I merely informed him that there were only 3 minutes left. I certainly did not cause him to cry. Several seniors responsible for maintaining order swiftly escorted the tearful newcomer away. The commotion he caused did not disturb Jiang Fan, who continued to work on his problems. When a photographer redirected the camera toward him, everyone noticed that Jiang Fan had already written half the steps on the blackboard. As the audience marveled at Jiang Fan's speed, he set down the chalk and addressed the senior in charge of the timer. "Senior, I have completed it." The senior instinctively glanced at the timer. He had long since become numb to Jiang Fan's pace. Yet upon seeing the time displayed, he couldn't help but exclaim a curse. What the hell? 3:46. But this is the fourth question. Chapter 52, A Post. As summer yielded to autumn, the sun's rays softened. No longer scorching like in midsummer, the gentle autumn breeze caressed the faces of those outside, providing exquisite comfort. In the blue sky, a flock of geese appeared, honking as they flew southward, sometimes forming a V shape, sometimes a straight line. The geese flew over the campus of Longke University, their shadows casting upon the blackboard where Jiang Fan was diligently writing his answers. In the entire challenge arena, only Jiang Fan remained in Zone 7, diligently working on his answers. No new students had signed up for the challenge. All eyes were now fixed on Jiang Fan on the large screen. The newcomers watched in awe as he navigated through the problems, having already conquered the 7th question. He had shattered Longke University's long-standing record. Even the student once hailed as a genius and taken under Long Lao's wing had only managed to solve 5 questions. Everyone was immersed in admiration for Jiang Fan. Not only were his answers correct, but his speed was astonishing as well. Time for the 5th question, 6 minutes and 8 seconds. Time for the 6th question, 5 minutes and 36 seconds. Some observant students in the stands calculated Jiang Fan's total time for the 6 questions and discovered he had completed them in a mere 22 minutes and 42 seconds. Such a time was typically what a normal newcomer would require just to finish the first question. As everyone speculated how long Jiang Fan would take on the 7th question, he set down the chalk. Before he could speak, the photographer swiftly captured the timer for minutes and 22 seconds. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, followed by enthusiastic applause. Professor Xiao had not returned to his shaded spot with a book since the fourth question. Instead, he stood behind Jiang Fan, observing his problem-solving prowess. Now utterly stunned, he was in awe of this newcomer, who seemed to surpass genius. Jiang Fan picked up the test paper, glanced at the question, and immediately began working with the chalk, without a moment's hesitation or thought. Even as a mathematics professor, encountering unfamiliar questions required him some time for contemplation and calculation. Had these problems not been crafted by him and another professor, he might have suspected that Jiang Fan had prior knowledge of the answers. Once Professor Xiao verified Jiang Fan's steps and found them entirely accurate, Jiang Fan proceeded to the eighth question. Professor Xiao was now far from composed. He began to contemplate how to persuade Jiang Fan to switch majors and become his student. Such a prodigious talent was too precious to waste on space science. He resolved to approach the principal afterward to request a reassignment for Jiang Fan to the mathematics department. He believed that with Jiang Fan's innate talent under his guidance, it wouldn't be long before he surpassed even his own achievements in mathematics. Perhaps a great mathematician would emerge from this. The more Professor Xiao pondered, the more exhilarated he became. His heart had never raced so fervently before. The students in the stands were in a frenzy, especially the newcomers, who understood that the older students had come merely to witness their potential embarrassment. Yet Jiang Fan was truly fighting for their pride. Having reached the eighth question, an unprecedented feat in the history of newcomers. Although they were not the ones tackling the problems at present, they had already adopted Jiang Fan as one of their own. They were united as a cohort of newcomers. Simultaneously, a post on the school forum announcing a newcomer's challenge of the 7 traditional questions of Longke University quickly ascended to the top of the forum. As the semester had not yet commenced, many board students browsed the school's forum to catch up on the latest happenings. Upon seeing this post, they assumed it was merely a clickbait title. The traditional challenge of Longke University, solving 7 questions? Surely, that was an exaggeration. The author of the post could only deceive newcomers. After all, they were seasoned veterans. They understood all too well how challenging the traditional challenge truly was, particularly the infamous third question, which was nearly impossible to solve. Furthermore, each subsequent question was even more difficult than the last. When they had first embarked on this challenge, they too had been ambitious, thinking it was merely a competition. However, after experiencing it firsthand, they realized it was not just a challenge. It was Longke University's first lesson in university life. Following this lesson, they learned the profound truths of there is always someone stronger, and that the pursuit of knowledge is endless. As the older students clicked on the post, ready to critique the clickbait title, they were met with the first screenshot displaying a newcomer's answer to the first question and the time taken. Time, 53 seconds. What a blatant lie. They could assure anyone that it took no less than 10 minutes to solve the first question. Following that, they continued to the second screenshot, which, like the first, showed Jiang Fan's silhouette, the answers on the blackboard, and the time taken. The poster must be a fool. Time for the second question, 1 minute and 3 seconds. Does he really think we never attempted the second question? They can now ascertain that the original poster has intentionally fabricated the images to attract attention. The third screenshot is identical to the previous one. As they directly observe the timestamp in the screenshot, it cracks me up. The third fatal question was completed in 5 minutes and 21 seconds. This poster must be a complete fool. Even if seeking attention, it should at least appear credible. The third fatal question, as listed on the official website of Longke University under the historical section for the freshman challenge, reveals the names of 2 students who previously solved the third question, with their completion times being 53 minutes and 22 seconds and 51 minutes and 18 seconds, respectively. Meanwhile, the timestamp in this post shows 5 minutes and 21 seconds. Not even a fool would believe that. As they continued to scan through the subsequent screenshots, they found that none exceeded 10 minutes. After viewing the 7th screenshot, they had already prepared over 500 words of expletives to unleash upon the poster. However, upon reading the comments below, they were momentarily taken aback. Comment 1. I initially believed it, but when I rushed to the Longke University Challenge Square, it was indeed as the poster said. This freshman is truly impressive. Their first reaction was that this must surely be a shill, so they moved on to the second comment. Comment 2. I was there in person, and it was exhilarating. Comment 3. Not only is this freshman a genius, but he is also strikingly handsome. I wish I could date him. Comment 4. Don't compete with me. He is mine. Comment 5. Upon seeing the post, I immediately took the subway to the school to verify, and it was indeed as the original poster claimed. Those individuals, upon reading the comments, began to doubt their initial thoughts. Yet how could the solving times be so brief? Thus, in pursuit of the truth, they all emerged from their dormitories and surged toward the Longke University Challenge Square. Naturally, upon their arrival, they found the site of the challenge bustling with a sea of spectators, all gathered to witness Jiang Fan tackling the problems. Chapter 53. An Overabundance of People. Xiao Yifei gazed at the sudden influx of students and couldn't help but smirk. Xiaoyu, your school's students truly love to congregate. Xiaoyu, grinning, replied, are you worried that our Longke University girls will steal Jiang Fan from you? Prior to this, Xiao Yifei had divulged Jiang Fan's name under the persistent questioning of her female companions. Humph, after wandering the world for over 20 years, would I fear these little girls? Ridiculous. Her friends chuckled in response. What are you laughing at? Don't doubt my capabilities, Xiao Yifei declared, puffing out her chest with confidence. No man she set her sights on had ever escaped her grasp. Yifei, weren't you just denying any feelings for Jiang Fan? Have you let something slip? They teased. Caught off guard by her own honesty, Xiao Yifei realized she had unwittingly revealed her feelings. The thought of possibly having developed a crush on this younger boy made her cheeks flush. Nevertheless, she considered herself the heartthrob among her friends, caring little if they knew of her affections for Jiang Fan. With a playful defiance, she declared, so what if I like him? I do. Our Yifei is love-struck. They giggled. Just as Xiao Yifei lunged toward her friends, someone shouted at the large screen, oh my. The 8th question has been solved. All eyes turned toward the screen, where Jiang Fan nonchalantly set down his chalk, awaiting Professor Zhao's assessment. Surely, he couldn't have actually gotten it right. This is the 8th question. Observing his confident demeanor, a sense of certainty washed over them. My goodness, this is the traditional freshman challenge at Longke University. Why does it feel like this newcomer is treating it as a game? Indeed, he seems to have a flair for showmanship. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Jiang Fan approached the 9th question. I can't believe it. The 8th question is indeed correct. Incredible. Oh my goodness. Solving 8 questions. How is this even possible? I can finally understand the student who was crying earlier. This freshman has inflicted emotional trauma upon him. The chatter among the crowd grew increasingly animated. The challenge square had become overcrowded, with latecomers unable to enter and instead craning their necks from the edges to glimpse the action inside. Some students, whose roommates were already inside the square, resorted to video calls to gather information about the unfolding events. In the principal's office, the principal and dean sat across from each other, leisurely sipping tea. We owe the arrival of Jiang Fan at our university largely to Old Long. Had he not intervened personally, we might have lost him to Huaqing University. Come, Dean Li, let us toast with tea instead of wine. The principal was overjoyed to have such a student as Jiang Fan. Just yesterday, he received directives from higher authorities to grant Jiang Fan absolute freedom, allowing him to pursue research in any direction he favored. Moreover, the school was allocated a staggering 200 million yuan in experimental funding, with 100 million designated specifically for Jiang Fan's personal research. That was merely the beginning. The state is planning to establish a dedicated research institute north of Longke University, specifically aimed at fostering students in scientific research. This development would undoubtedly bolster Longke University's standing, bringing it closer to the comprehensive prowess of both Longke Beida and Huaqing University. All of this, of course, stemmed from their acceptance of Jiang Fan. Dean Li, has everything been arranged for Jiang Fan? Yes, all is in order. Initially, we intended to reward Jiang Fan with a villa in the Eastern District, but Old Long disagreed. He believes Jiang Fan is still young, and a life of excessive luxury would hinder his dedication to research, so we placed him in the faculty dormitory instead. The principal pondered for a moment and nodded. Old Long's decision is indeed wise. It seems that the student he took under his wing 10 years ago caused him considerable distress. Indeed, Old Long dedicated immense effort and resources to nurture that student, involving him in many key projects of Longhua, only for that student to vanish under the guise of studying abroad, ultimately becoming a traitor to Longhua. I hope Jiang Fan does not bring further disappointment to Old Long. I find Jiang Fan to possess commendable character. He is quite humble in his endeavors. Just as Dean Li was praising Jiang Fan, a hurried knock sounded at the door. Guomin, the principal called out. The head of security for Longke University burst through the door, exclaiming, Principal, it's bad. The freshman challenge has attracted an immense crowd, and more students are heading that way. The principal maintained a calm demeanor, replying, Haha, Captain Yo, you've just returned from the military, and perhaps you are still unfamiliar with Longke University. Every year, many freshmen participate in the challenge, and numerous upperclassmen come to watch. It's quite normal. Principal. This time it's different. There are truly hordes of people. How many people are we talking about? Around 10,000. Our entire student body at Longke University adds up to over 15,000. Are you implying that 2/3 of the faculty and students are there? Captain Yo, sensing the principal and Dean Lee's skepticism, grew anxious. Principal, I assure you it's true. The challenge arena can accommodate a total of 2,000 individuals, and I fear a stampede may occur. Please hurry and assess the situation, finding a way to disperse the students. Upon hearing Captain Yo's grave concern, Principal Liu and Dean Lee immediately felt a surge of anxiety. If indeed there was such a multitude of people, the challenge arena could easily become chaotic. These students are the pillars of our nation. He could not allow any mishap to befall them. The consequences would be utterly unmanageable. Let's go and investigate, Principal Liu declared, rising promptly to head outside. As the three made their way to the freshman challenge, they noticed a considerable throng of students hastening in that direction. From afar, they could hear the jubilant clamor of the challenge arena. Thus, the principal quickened his pace. The scene that unfolded before him rendered him speechless. The challenge arena was a veritable sea of humanity, buzzing with excitement. He casually approached a student and inquired, "What is happening here?" Upon recognizing the principal, the student hurriedly greeted him. "Good day, principal." Yes. Quickly tell me, why are there so many people?" The student, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "Principal, a freshman has tackled 8 questions and is currently working on the 9th. A freshman has solved 8 problems?" The principal was incredulous. He was well aware that from the 3rd question onward, the difficulty escalated tremendously, making it exceedingly challenging for the average student to solve. At that moment, Dean Lee came rushing over, panting, and exclaimed, "Principal, it's Jiang Fan." Upon hearing Jiang Fan's name, Principal Liu's anxiety escalated. Although the situation was indeed precarious, he felt that Jiang Fan's matter was of utmost importance. He hastily inquired, "What has happened to Jiang Fan?" After catching his breath, Dean Lee reassured him, "Jiang Fan is fine. I meant to say that all these people are here to see him." "Here, to see Jiang Fan?" The principal's apprehension intensified. His immediate thought was that Jiang Fan might have inadvertently revealed something. The controllable nuclear fusion he had developed was a state secret. If it were to come to light, he would undoubtedly be placed under direct protection by the nation, likely preventing him from continuing his studies at Longke University. Sensing the principal's tense demeanor, Dean Lee quickly clarified, "The student who solved 8 problems is Jiang Fan. Everyone is here to witness his achievement." With Dean Lee's explanation, Principal Liu finally felt a sense of relief. However, as he processed this information, astonishment washed over him. What? Jiang Fan has solved 8 problems in the challenge? He was utterly flabbergasted. He had never anticipated that the individual who had cracked 8 questions would be Jiang Fan. He was acutely aware of the challenge's difficulty level, and it seemed Jiang Fan was even more prodigious than he had imagined. This meant that their university had truly struck gold. With this thought, Principal Liu's face broke into a radiant smile. He then turned to Captain Yo and instructed, "Gather all security personnel from Longke University to maintain order." Understood. Captain Yo promptly retrieved his walkie-talkie to assemble all security staff at the challenge arena. Noticing several teachers present at the scene, the principal called them over. In truth, the situation was relatively orderly, yet the potential hazard lay in the stands. The entire seating area could accommodate 2,000 people, but now the aisles were filled with students, and the stands were likely housing around 3,000 individuals, surpassing their overall capacity. Thus, the immediate priority was to persuade the students in the aisles to disperse. After briefing the teachers on the situation, they each took on their roles and began to guide the students out of the aisles. The principal also procured a loudspeaker to start clearing the aisles from the entrance of the stands. Upon seeing the principal personally managing the order, everyone cooperatively vacated the stands. Once the entrance was cleared, creating some space, the principal called out to the students in the aisles, "All students in the aisles, please exit the stands in an orderly fashion. The stands can only accommodate 2,000 individuals." Repeating his message, he felt a sense of relief as he observed their compliance. In under 10 minutes, all the students in the aisles had exited. The security personnel stationed at the entrance of the stands only allowed individuals to exit, not to re-enter. Students outside craned their necks in anticipation, eager to glimpse Jiang Fan's progress, but the crowd was too dense for them to see. Noticing their disheartened expressions, the principal instructed Dean Lee to activate the large screen outside the arena to broadcast the events inside. Instantly, all the students erupted in cheers, chanting, "Long live the principal." As the large screen flickered to life, They beheld Jiang Fan standing with his back to the camera, while the questions on the blackboard were clearly visible to all. The query read, "Equation 0?" Everyone stared at the question, utterly bewildered. Was this the examination question? They grasped nothing. What did the cryptic symbols signify? Was this even a legitimate question? Just as confusion reigned among the students, a student from the mathematics department suddenly pointed at the screen, exclaiming, I know what this question is." His peers eagerly pressed him for details. "What is this question?" He replied, "This is the Riemann hypothesis, one of the 7 great mathematical problems of the millennium." The Riemann hypothesis? Many were left puzzled. However, when it was mentioned that it was one of the 7 great mathematical problems of the millennium, they were vaguely aware of its significance. This was a problem that even the world's mathematical experts had failed to resolve. Moreover, they had heard that the Global Mathematical Organization had offered a reward of $1 million to anyone who could solve it. One could only imagine the difficulty involved. Wasn't this a bit excessive? One of the 7 great millennium problems, a question that had stumped mathematicians worldwide, was now the final challenge in the freshman competition. This was clearly setting them up for failure. Indeed, who could possibly solve this? They lamented. The school seems to have gone to great lengths to impress upon freshmen the notion that the pursuit of knowledge is boundless. Alas, such a question would be impossible to solve. This freshman had been standing there for 20 minutes, likely unaware that he was facing one of the millennium's 7 great mathematical challenges. Had he known, he would have given up long ago. On the stands, Jiang Fan, overhearing her friend explain the origins of the question, became quite displeased. Jiang Fan was on the verge of completing the entire challenge. Yet the final question was one of the millennium's great mathematical problems. How unfair. Xiaoyu, do you think the teachers at your school, seeing how formidable Jiang Fan is, deliberately changed the last big question? I wouldn't know. In the last 30 years, Jiang Fan is the first to reach the 9th question. The examiners are utterly lacking in humanity. Xiao Fan murmured. Her sentiments echoed those of all the students present. Jiang Fan's performance, from the first question to this point, had astonished everyone. He was breaking records with each question, shattering their preconceived notions of what was possible in the challenge. Just as everyone placed their hopes for a grand triumph on Jiang Fan, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. The final question utterly shattered their hopes. Many present expressed their sympathy for Jiang Fan, as he was just 1 question away from achieving complete success. However, to have tackled 8 questions was already the best record in years. In their hearts, Jiang Fan was undoubtedly a legend. Just as everyone was lamenting Jiang Fan's near miss and preparing to leave, his hand holding the chalk began to move. He slowly inscribed on the blackboard, assuming functions f1z and f2z are analytic in regions D1 and D2, respectively, with D1 and D2 sharing common area where f1z f2z holds. Consider the set of values of f1z and f2z at all points in D1 and D2 as an analytic function fz. If a function f(x) is differentiable not only at a point x0, but also at every point in some neighborhood of x0. Jiang Fan's writing speed increased exponentially, and the crowd of over 10,000 fell into a profound silence. Even the faint sound of chalk scraping against the blackboard was audible. All eyes were fixated on the large screen until Jiang Fan completed the final letter with a flourish. Crack! The chalk snapped into 2 pieces. Chapter 55, The Reward. After completing his answer, Jiang Fan turned to Professor Xiao and inquired, "Professor, could you please check if my answer is correct?" Professor Xiao, still in a state of shock, was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Jiang Fan would certainly abandon the 9th question. After all, it was one of the millennium's mathematical problems that had stumped experts worldwide, let alone a freshman. Yet, Jiang Fan had filled 4 blackboards with answers. How could this not astonish him? Jiang Fan, do you know the origin of this problem? No, Jiang Fan admitted, as a person from a parallel world. He was unaware of its background, only recognizing its difficulty. You don't know? Professor Zhao's mouth dropped open in disbelief. How could Jiang Fan be unaware of the problem's origin? However, he quickly realized that if Jiang Fan had known, he might have chosen a forfeit. As the saying goes, ignorance is fearless. Professor, may I announce the answer now? Jiang Fan urged again, having spent over 2 hours answering all the questions and now feeling an urgent need to use the restroom. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's reminder, Professor Zhao's expression turned pained. This was one of the millennium's 7 mathematical problems, unsolved by any expert worldwide. How could he possibly know the answer? Jiang Fan, this problem is one of the millennium's 7 mathematical challenges. No one has solved it, so I too do not know the answer. Professor Xiao responded candidly. The reason they established the final question as one of the millennium's mathematical problems was to convey to freshmen that there remains a vast expanse of knowledge yet to be mastered. Only by embracing the boundless sea of learning can humanity continue to progress. He had never imagined that a freshman would solve this problem. Just as Professor Xiao was at a loss, he noticed Principal Liu approaching and quickly called out, "Principal, look at this." Principal Liu waved his hand, indicating that he would handle the matter. Having seen Jiang Fan's photo, this was his first encounter with a real person. He regarded Jiang Fan, whose features were striking, with a cheerful demeanor and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, Jiang Fan." "Hello," Jiang Fan replied, shaking the principal's hand. "Congratulations on reaching the 9th question. As for this millennium mathematical conundrum, we need to discuss it further before making a decision." "Okay," Jiang Fan responded. At that moment, a voice from within his mind echoed, "System, congratulations, host, for completing the task and acquiring the blueprint for fighter jets from Blue Star, projected 100 years into the future." An influx of information regarding the future fighter jet blueprints flooded his mind. A smile crept across Jiang Fan's lips. These were fighter jets from a century ahead, vastly superior to current models. If he could study them, it would undoubtedly enhance the military strength of Longke. He was now exceedingly eager to delve into the research. Turning to the principal, Jiang Fan declared, "Principal, I must take my leave." "Wait a moment, Jiang Fan. There are rewards from the challenge." Jiang Fan had been unaware that participating in the challenge could yield rewards. The principal cheerfully replied, "Indeed. You are the first student in 30 years at Longke University to complete all the questions. Although we are still uncertain about the final question, that does not affect the rewards the school will grant you. Could you please make it brief?" Jiang Fan's expression reflected urgency as he felt a pressing need. Professor Xiao, witnessing Jiang Fan's boldness in speaking to the principal this way, was taken aback. Yet, Principal Liu merely nodded, saying to Jiang Fan, "Very well. Here are the school's rewards. 1. A personal laboratory. 2. 100 million in research funding. 3. Access to all faculty members for assistance on any subject at any time during your studies. 4. Induction into the school's Hall of Fame." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan expressed his gratitude. The principal truly understood his needs, as he was currently lacking a personal laboratory and funding at Longke University. This directly resolved his predicament. Seeing Jiang Fan so satisfied, the principal felt immense joy. With Jiang Fan's display talent, as long as he remained focused on research, he would undoubtedly bring significant honor to Longke University in the future. Jiang Fan waved goodbye to the principal and hurriedly departed, making his way to the restroom. All the students watched Jiang Fan's retreating figure in bewilderment. What just happened? Why did he leave so abruptly? He was the freshman who had reached the final question in the challenge over the past 30 years. This was undoubtedly a prodigious talent. Yet most of them had only glimpsed his back, not even catching a clear view of his face. They had expected that with the principal personally involved, he would at least share a few words, allowing them to hear wisdom from this genius. At that moment, the principal picked up a megaphone, instructing the students to exit in an orderly fashion. Xiao Yifei turned to her companion Xiaoyu and asked, "Xiaoyu, what did your principal say to Jiang Fan? Why did he leave?" "Sister, I'm sitting right next to you. How could I possibly hear from this distance?" Xiaoyu replied helplessly. "Oh, do you know which major Jiang Fan is in? Where's his dormitory?" Xiao Yifei continued to inquire. Xiaoyu looked exasperated. Although she was a student at Longke University, Jiang Fan was a newcomer, and she only learned his name through Xiao Yifei today. She had no knowledge of Jiang Fan's specific information. Just as they passed the challenge venue, a student responsible for the event called out to Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, senior." What a coincidence! Upon seeing the sophomore who had been pursuing her, Xiaoyu noticed him in his work uniform and, with a playful twinkle in her eye, approached him cheerfully. "Hello, junior." The sophomore, taken aback by the senior's sudden friendliness, was rendered speechless, gazing at her exquisite face with a foolish grin. Which major does the freshman who solved all 9 questions belong to? The space technology major. The second-year student exclaimed joyfully, thrilled that senior Xiaoyu was willing to engage in conversation with her today. Indeed, she was ready to answer any questions. "Do you know which dormitory he resides in?" "I can't tell you the specific dorm, but all students from a space technology major are in Building 9. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's spirits soared, and she greeted the junior before departing. Subsequently, she approached Xiao Yifei and gestured an okay sign. Xiao Yifei, filled with excitement, urged, "Come on, tell me, what is his major and where is his dormitory?" At that moment, Xiaoyu clasped her hands over her stomach, her expression one of exaggerated distress. "I'm so hungry." Xiao Yifei retorted, "Well, what do you want to eat?" You really understand me. I haven't had barbecue in ages. Let's go, I'll treat you." Now, can you spill the beans? P.S. in the space technology major. And about the dormitory? I'll tell you after we eat. You mischievous Xiaoyu. Hurry up and tell me. Hee. Chapter 56. Dispute. After Principal Liu addressed the matters concerning the challenge competition, he returned to his office. However, it wasn't too long before an elderly professor appeared. Principal Liu, I heard that a freshman from our school answered 9 questions in the challenge competition. Professor Wu, your news travels fast. Principal Liu jested. Professor Wu, aged 62, had been reappointed at Longke University after retirement, having devoted his life to the institution and earning immense respect as a senior figure. Principal Liu, I have fewer courses recently and more free time. I wish to take this student as my apprentice to contribute a little more of my experience. What do you think? This put Principal Liu in a difficult position. After all, Professor Wu's seniority was substantial. An outright refusal might hurt his feelings. Additionally, Elder Long previously expressed interest in mentoring Jiang Fan, but Principal Liu was unsure if Jiang Fan had agreed. Moreover, the higher authorities instructed him to grant Jiang Fan absolute freedom, without coercing him into any commitments. Professor Wu, I cannot decide on this matter. It ultimately depends on Jiang Fan's wishes. Besides, didn't Elder Long already express a desire to take Jiang Fan under his wing? Elder Long? At the mention of Elder Long, Professor Wu furrowed his brow. While he could assert his seniority over others, Elder Long, being older and far more accomplished, posed a unique challenge. Yet, Elder Long specialized in material science, while this freshman's talents primarily shone in mathematics. Principal Liu yearned to clarify that Jiang Fan's mathematical prowess was merely one facet of his genius. He was the mind behind controllable nuclear fusion. Alas, this was a state secret, and he could not disclose it. Just as Principal Liu was about to further explain to Professor Wu, a knock echoed at the door. 2 more professors entered. Upon seeing Professor Wu, they were momentarily taken aback before greeting him. Is there something you need? Principal Liu inquired. Indeed, Principal. I heard that the freshman who answered 9 questions is from the space technology major. Isn't it a waste of such talent? I propose we transfer him to our information engineering major. Before Principal Liu could respond, the accompanying professor immediately voiced his discontent. Why should he be transferred to your information engineering major? I believe he should be shifted to the physics department. What does physics have to do with Jiang Fan's mathematical aptitude? Our information engineering major requires a robust foundation in mathematics, perfect for showcasing his talents. Physics and mathematics are intricately linked. They're both systematic disciplines. At this point, Professor Wu, realizing their intentions, could no longer contain himself and interjected, I specialize in mathematics. Why are you all so agitated? The debate quickly escalated. Meanwhile, a knock resounded once more, and Principal Liu recognized it was Professor Xiao. As Professor Xiao entered the office and witnessed the heated argument between a physics professor and an engineering professor with his mentor, he promptly approached to inquire about the situation. Upon learning they were vying for Jiang Fan, he felt discontented. After all, he was the supervising teacher for the challenge competition that day and was well aware of Jiang Fan's formidable mathematical talent. He had initially planned to approach the principal to request Jiang Fan's transfer to the mathematics department, and if that failed, to enlist his mentor's support. To his surprise, his mentor was already present. Given his mentor's qualifications, the principal would likely afford him a degree of respect. However, he could not tolerate the professors from other disciplines attempting to usurp Jiang Fan and promptly joined the fray to defend his mentor. Witnessing the escalating situation, Principal Liu felt overwhelmed and hurried to intervene. Just then, 2 additional professors arrived at the door, and upon learning their purpose, he realized they too were there to claim Jiang Fan. Within a short span, over 10 professors from Longke University, all esteemed figures, had gathered in the principal's office. Observing the chaos, Principal Liu couldn't help but feel a few beads of sweat form on his forehead. After a while, Deanley also walked in. Seeing the assembly of professors arguing in the principal's office, he looked at Principal Liu in utter confusion. Once Principal Liu explained, he grasped that these professors were all there to stake their claim on Jiang Fan. Before Jiang Fan even entered Longke University, competition with other institutions was already fierce. Little did they expect that after successfully recruiting Jiang Fan, a single challenge competition would ignite such fervor among the professors within Longke University. For Deanley of the research department, as long as Jiang Fan remained at their school, he had no objections to which department he belonged to or what major he pursued. Subsequently, Deanley handed the principal the paper version of Jiang Fan's solution to the Millennium Math problem. Upon receiving the answer, a beaming smile spread across Principal Liu's face. If Jiang Fan's solution proved correct, their institution would gain international renown. Esteemed professors, let us pause our squabbles. We now have a vital task at hand, to investigate the validity of Jiang Fan's answer to the ninth question. Upon hearing this, everyone ceased their arguments, eager to discern whether Jiang Fan's solution was indeed correct. Dean Li then made multiple copies of the answer and distributed them, and discussions commenced. Meanwhile, the forum of Longke University was buzzing far more than the principal's office. Any post regarding Jiang Fan was now pinned at the forefront. Among the most popular was Longke University Challenge Competition Freshman Grand Slam, Principal S. Extraordinary Rewards, accompanied by a somewhat blurry photo of the principal shaking hands with Jiang Fan. The caption listed the rewards: 1. A laboratory. 2. 100 million in personal research funds. 3. Access to faculty assistance for any questions 24 hours a day throughout their time at school. 4. Induction into the university's Hall of Fame. Upon reading these rewards, every student felt a surge of excitement. While a laboratory was a dream for every Longke University student, the prospect of 100 million in personal research funding was truly extraordinary. Even a few thousand in research funding typically required stringent approval. Moreover, the privilege of having all faculty available for questions was akin to receiving an abundance of favor. As for the Hall of Fame, it was even more remarkable. After over a century of Longke University's establishment, having nurtured countless talents for Longwa, only 38 individuals had ever been inducted into this prestigious accolade. Prominent figures such as Qian Xueshan, a participant in the development of atomic and hydrogen bombs, Yuan Longping, the father of hybrid rice, and Long Zhenghua, an expert in rocket fuels, are all illustrious individuals. Yet, Jiang Fan has been directly included among their ranks. Many students ponder whether such an accolade is somewhat excessive. Even if Jiang Fan were to solve the final question of the world's mathematical challenges, does that truly warrant immediate induction into the Hall of Fame? Their skepticism regarding the authenticity of this post was palpable. The comments below the post erupted with fervor, accumulating a staggering 100,000 within a mere hour, despite the total number of students and faculty at Longke University being only around 15,000. This implies that many students contributed more than 6 comments each. Chapter 57. The ITER Magnet. While the discourse surrounding Jiang Fan raged on in the forums of Longke University, he himself was at his designated residence, meticulously organizing materials related to controlled nuclear fusion. Presently, the northern base, under the robust support of the nation, has invested 15 billion yuan, with the entire research team swelling to 200 members. They are fully cooperating with Commander Zhou Huai and Chief Engineer Jiang Fan to develop controlled nuclear fusion over the forthcoming year. Although Jiang Fan had previously achieved stabilization of nuclear fusion for a duration of 118 seconds, the current endeavor of sustaining continuous output of controlled nuclear fusion is an entirely different caliber, not even comparable. The earlier research merely required maintaining stability for a limited time, and Jiang Fan had made improvements based on the existing tokamak apparatus. However, this new undertaking necessitates a complete re-engineering of every component, effectively starting from scratch. The complexity of the task surpasses ordinary comprehension. Jiang Fan's project on controlled nuclear fusion comprises a staggering 726 parts, 289 subsystems, which are further divided into 276 branch systems, ultimately culminating in 8 major systems that form the tokamak device itself. He tirelessly worked until around 10 p.m., managing to organize only a few subsystems. The first materials he focused on were those pertaining to the core magnetic ring confinement material system of the tokamak device. Successfully developing this core component would signify a major milestone for the tokamak apparatus. Subsequent subsidiary devices, while still intricate, would simply be a matter of time. At that moment, Zhou Huai initiated a video call. Through the screen, Jiang Fan observed the research facility bustling with diligent researchers. Zhou Huai, Xiao Fan, we have encountered a problem. Jiang Fan, Uncle Zhou, what issue are we facing? Zhou Huai, the materials for the magnetic ring device, specifically the ITER magnets, are currently beyond our technological capabilities to produce. The ITER magnets are essential for the magnetic ring device, and without them, the entire endeavor of controlled nuclear fusion cannot materialize. Noticing Jiang Fan's silence, Zhou Huai continued, could we substitute with materials from the toroidal field coil? That would be unfeasible, Jiang Fan replied. The toroidal field coil materials become thermally unstable over prolonged use, adversely affecting the ionic reactions. We previously employed these materials, which resulted in the magnetic ring device reaching temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees. Zhou Huai sighed in resignation. At present, only the United States possesses ITER magnet materials. Yet such advanced technological materials are unlikely to be sold to our nation. Jiang Fan, too, found himself at a loss for a better solution. The best magnetic ring materials on Blue Star are indeed the ITER magnets, which can operate stably without temperature fluctuations. Any material substitution would undoubtedly introduce risks of instability in fusion. Jiang Fan, I will escalate this issue to the higher-ups and see if they can devise a way to procure ITER magnets from the United States. Agreed, Jiang Fan replied. Recognizing this as the only viable course of action, the system had rewarded him with the design blueprints and formulas for the controlled nuclear fusion apparatus, confirming that the sole suitable material for the magnetic ring device was the ITER magnet. Thus, alternative materials were impractical, and they could only hope that the leadership of Long State might succeed in acquiring either the material or the technology to manufacture it. After discussing the ITER magnets, Jiang Fan reviewed the progress made in the past few days via video, and upon confirming there were no issues, he sent the organized materials to Zhou. The World Mathematical Organization, located in a romantic nation, F, in Paris, operates on a time difference of 7 hours from Long State. While night enveloped Long State, the sun shone brightly in Paris under a clear blue sky. In a quaint low-rise office, 7 or 8 bespectacled elders scrutinized the documents in their hands, maintaining a heavy silence. As half an hour trickled by, one elder seated centrally finally broke the quietude. This is an email we received from Long State's Longke University. Let us discuss your perspectives on the proof of the Riemann hypothesis. In truth, they had grappled with this hypothesis for many years without arriving at a conclusive proof of its validity. However, the submission from Long State contained no apparent erroneous steps. Yet, I concur with Professor Alex's assertion. Despite our inability to prove its correctness over the past century, this does not hinder our application of the Riemann hypothesis formula. To date, over 1,000 mathematical propositions are founded upon the Riemann hypothesis. After more than an hour of deliberation among several world-class mathematics professors, they reached a consensus. They could not definitively ascertain the correctness of the provided proof, but the steps and reasoning appeared sound. Since no errors were detected, they ultimately voted to provisionally accept it as correct. Given the current mathematical knowledge on Blue Star, an accurate proof of the Riemann hypothesis remains elusive. Even if proven, humanity's understanding is insufficient to confirm its truth. Thus, the experts at the World Mathematical Organization could only tentatively regard the proof submitted from Long State as correct. Professor Anthony, did Long State not apply for a position on the World Mathematical Organization's board last year, but was unsuccessful? Indeed. Please instruct the staff to sincerely invite Long State to become one of the 6 member nations of the World Mathematical Organization, and send them an invitation to the Mathematics Summit in October. The following day, Professor Xiao and his mentor arrived at the Mathematics Department office at Longke University. Professor, regarding Jiang Fan's major transfer, I believe we should approach him directly. If we can appeal to his heart, the principal would surely not refuse you. Professor Wu pondered for a moment and found merit in Zhao's suggestion. Let's seek out Jiang Fan at once. Very well, Professor, Xiao replied. Just as he was about to rise and shut down his computer, he noticed an email in his inbox. Curiosity piqued, he opened it, and, upon reading, he froze in place. Professor Wu, observing his student's sudden stillness, urged Xiao, "What has you so distracted? Hurry, we may not be the only ones seeking out Jiang Fan." However, Xiao stammered, "Professor, the World Mathematical Organization has replied." Is that true? Chapter 58, A Disheartening Oversight. Professor Wu was stirred with excitement upon hearing from his student, Xiao Xueqing, that the World Mathematical Organization had responded. He hurried to his side, exclaiming, "Let me see what information they provided." Teacher, the World Mathematical Organization has actually invited us to join as council members. Professor Xiao Xueqing declared with enthusiasm. Is that truly the case? Professor Wu stammered, his hands trembling with anticipation. Joining the council of the World Mathematical Organization had long been his aspiration. The organization had established 6 council member positions, and securing one would grant access to the pinnacle of mathematical knowledge and the opportunity to collaborate with top-tier mathematical experts. Most importantly, numerous technology companies, reliant on mathematics for innovation, sought the organization's guidance to overcome technical barriers. As a council member, one would easily grasp the trajectory of advanced global technology, which would be immensely beneficial for the development of their own country. Last year, Professor Wu had applied for a council position on behalf of Longke University, only to be rejected on the grounds that Longke lacked distinguished mathematicians. Now, however, the World Mathematical Organization had extended an invitation, marking Longke as its 6th council member. This was a tremendous advantage for the advancement of mathematics and technology in Longke. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Xiao Xueqing exclaimed. Teacher, we have finally made it. Indeed. I never expected this. Professor Wu replied, tears of joy welling in his eyes. Longke had been a member of the World Mathematical Organization for 50 years, yet had failed to achieve notable accomplishments in mathematics, resulting in repeated unsuccessful applications for council membership. Amidst his excitement, Professor Wu speculated whether the organization's invitation was connected to Jiang Fan's proof of the Riemann hypothesis. The previous day, they had spent 2 hours in the principal's office deliberating over Jiang Fan's proof, unable to reach a consensus on its validity. Ultimately, they had agreed to submit it to the World Mathematical Organization for their verification. Xiao, please check the content of the response. What reason did they give for inviting us to join the council? Professor Wu inquired. Xiao Xueqing examined the email and replied, Teacher, it is because of the Riemann hypothesis proof we submitted yesterday. Does this mean Jiang Fan's solution is correct? Professor Wu asked in astonishment. The email did not explicitly state whether Jiang Fan's solution was correct. It only mentioned that his reasoning was sound and comprehensive. Professor Wu immediately grasped the implication, chuckling, if there's no issue, then it must be correct. I suspect even the top mathematicians cannot confirm it. Nevertheless, Jiang Fan is truly remarkable. Teacher, the World Mathematical Organization also sent an invitation letter. Xiao Xueqing added. What invitation letter? For the World Mathematics Summit this October. Professor Wu felt a surge of excitement once more. He was well aware that the summit would showcase recent mathematical research findings and their applications in advanced technology. The attendees would consist of the foremost mathematical experts from Blue Star and representatives from high-tech companies. If Longke could participate, the benefits would be substantial. This is a significant matter. We must report this to the principal at once. Meanwhile, at the Longke Embassy in the beautiful nation, a business vehicle was departing. Inside, apart from the driver, there were 5 individuals, led by Zhang Yi, the minister of the Longke Foreign Ministry, alongside 2 experts in magnetic materials research, Zhao Guang, a professor from Longke University, and Zhou Shichang, an academician from the National Institute of Magnetic Materials. 2 imposing bodyguards accompanied them. Minister Zhang, I fear our negotiations with the beautiful nation will be quite arduous, Zhou Shichang remarked. Having initially researched magnetic materials when Longke was still in its infancy, he had dealt with the beautiful nation on numerous occasions, often paying a hefty price to acquire technologies that have been discarded by them. However, there is no alternative. Longke's technological development urgently requires these scientific advancements. This time, our leadership has assigned us the task of acquiring either the ITER magnetic material or the technology from the beautiful nation by any means necessary. Academician Zhou, I advise you to prepare for a prolonged negotiation, Minister Zhang said. Professor Zhao Guang interjected, Minister, the nation is in a state of urgency, insisting that we secure the ITER magnetic material or technology within a month and a half. A month and a half? That seems quite challenging. The beautiful nation isn't as accommodating as you might think. They are insatiable, akin to gluttonous beasts that devour everything without a trace. Zhang Yi shared his experiences with Zhou Shichang and Zhao Guang, attempting to prepare them for what lay ahead. The vehicle soon arrived at a designated skyscraper. Upon exiting the elevator on the 58th floor, they were met by a woman in professional attire at the front desk, who regarded them with disdain. What brings you here? She inquired arrogantly. We have an appointment with Mr. Malojastin, Minister Zhang replied. The front desk staff rolled her eyes and picked up the phone. Dear Mr. Jastin, there are a few Easterners at the door claiming they have an appointment with you. Understood, Mr. Jastin replied. The woman's demeanor shifted from a smile to a steely glare. Mr. Jastin is currently with an important guest. Please wait here. Madam, our appointment with Mr. Jastin is at 10 o'clock, and the time is approaching, Zhao Guang began, but was cut off by her impatience. If you choose to wait, do so quietly. If not, please leave. As Zhao Guang was about to argue, Zhou Shichang pulled him back, saying, Professor Zhao, let us just wait for a moment. They settled into a waiting area. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour. An hour. Minister Zhang glanced at the time, his expression darkening. He had never encountered such treatment while dealing with government officials of the beautiful nation. He was astonished that the owner of a technology company could be so untrustworthy and dismissive. Rising, he addressed the front desk coldly. Could you please contact Mr. Jastin again? Our scheduled time has already elapsed by an hour. The front desk attendant, without lifting her gaze, replied impatiently, as I mentioned. You may wait if you wish or leave if you prefer. Chapter 59, Priceless Value. At Longke University, Jiang Fan had finished breakfast and prepared to visit the laboratory mentioned by Professor Long. He had spent the previous night reviewing the combat mech and fighter jet blueprints awarded by the system, discovering that they surpassed Blue Star's current technology by several tiers. His excitement had kept him up all night, but despite his enthusiasm, he was not yet able to commence development, as the energy sources required for the mech and jet were entirely reliant on a controllable nuclear fusion microdevice. Unfortunately, the current tokamak setup for controllable nuclear fusion was missing a crucial ITER magnetic material. Only by resolving this issue can controlled nuclear fusion continue its research. Yesterday, Zhou Huai informed him that the ITER magnet materials had been reported to the government, which would negotiate with the United States to address this problem. He couldn't help but wonder how things were progressing. Jiang Fan muttered to himself, his primary concern being the ITER magnet materials. If successful in developing controlled nuclear fusion, he could then proceed to create combat mechas and fighter jets. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at Old Long's research room, since it was Jiang Fan's first day there. Old Long had arrived early. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, Old Long cheerfully approached him, clapping him on the shoulder. "What a fine young man. You've truly made me proud." Jiang Fan was taken aback by Old Long's unexpected praise. Then Old Long continued. "You are the first freshman to achieve a Grand Slam in the traditional challenge competition at Longke University. Haha." It was only then that Jiang Fan understood, and he humbly replied, "It was merely luck. Luck is also a part of strength." It was evident that Old Long was in high spirits. He then clapped his hands and called out to his 3 assistants. "Everyone, come over, I would like to introduce you." 3 young individuals, 2 males and 1 female, approached. When the girl spotted Jiang Fan, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Everyone turned to look at her, and she quickly added, "It's nothing. Nothing at all." Old Long paid little heed to her reaction and introduced them. "This is Jiang Fan, my new student. He will be working with you all on the energy systems for mechas." The 3 exchanged glances, puzzled by the unusual situation, as Old Long had never taken on students before. "Hello everyone. My name is Jiang Fan, a freshman this year. I look forward to your guidance in the areas where I lack understanding." The girl then smiled warmly at Jiang Fan, saying, "Hello, I am Xia Xiaoyu, your senior." Xia Xiaoyu emphasized the word senior playfully. She was a close friend of Qiao Yifei, who had mentioned her fondness for Jiang Fan the previous day and had asked Xia to find out where he lived. To her surprise, she encountered him at the Research Institute today. If Qiao Yifei and Jiang Fan were to become a couple, she would also be called senior by her. This thought made her giggle uncontrollably. "Hello, I am Su Guangyuan, a 4th-year student majoring in material science. I am Yo Su, a 3rd-year student in computer science." They all introduced themselves, exchanging pleasantries. Old Long then briefed Jiang Fan about their laboratory, which primarily focused on the energy systems within mechas. The night before, Jiang Fan had reviewed the blueprints for combat mechas awarded by the system and now possessed a general understanding of mechas. They comprised 10 major systems: the energy system, transmission system, skeletal system, armor system, weapon system, plug-in system, perception system, master control system, and life support system. Each system required expertise from different fields, which is why mecha research typically involved studying each system separately before assembling them into a completed mecha. Naturally, these systems did not exist in isolation. They required regular meetings to report on the development status of each system and to continually adjust their research direction. Old Long had made remarkable achievements in rocket fuel, thus overseeing the energy system among the 10 mecha systems. The energy system in the blueprints awarded to Jiang Fan featured a compact controlled nuclear fusion device, which differed significantly from Old Long's current research on aluminum battery energy. However, due to the absence of ITER magnet materials in Longwa, he was temporarily unable to develop the compact controlled nuclear fusion device. After Old Long had introduced Jiang Fan to the essentials, he took his leave. He was still the chief engineer overseeing rocket fuel research, a project now at a critical juncture, necessitating his presence there. He entrusted Jiang Fan to Su Guangyuan, instructing him to help Jiang Fan familiarize himself with the laboratory environment. Just as Old Long departed, Xia Xiaoyu eagerly approached Jiang Fan, saying, "Jiang Fan, let me show you around." She then began to explain their current research situation. Su Guangyuan, seeing someone willing to guide Jiang Fan, felt no need to introduce anything further and resumed his work on lithium battery materials. Given that Jiang Fan had previously researched nanomaterials and possessed some knowledge about battery energy materials, he quickly acclimated to the research process. By the afternoon, he was able to assist them in conducting experiments and exchanges. This left them all astonished, realizing that Jiang Fan was quite knowledgeable, which explained why Old Long had chosen him as a student. During lunch that afternoon, Jiang Fan called Zhou Huaid to inquire about the ITER magnet materials. Zhou Huaid informed him that matters were still unresolved and, given the nature of the United States, it would likely be challenging, taking at least 2 weeks. Hearing this, Jiang Fan knew he had to remain patient. It seemed that haste would not yield results. After hanging up, he received a call from Dean Li of Longke University, who informed him that he could collect the rewards promised by the principal the previous day. Jiang Fan was overjoyed. He soon arrived at the laboratory mentioned by Dean Li, located in the building adjacent to Old Long's lab. After a brief wait, Dean Li arrived with a key. Opening the door revealed an array of experimental equipment. Jiang Fan. This laboratory was previously left by an old professor at Longke University. If you need any additional equipment or materials, just let me know, and I'll arrange for someone to procure them for you. Thank you, Dean Li, Jiang Fan replied, then took out a pen and began jotting down something on a table. Dean Li was somewhat puzzled. After a while, Jiang Fan handed him the paper with a request. Dean Li, could you please prepare these materials for me? Sure, Dean Li replied, though he couldn't help but think to himself, this kid is quite direct. Upon glancing over the list of materials and equipment, he was taken aback. The total cost of these materials and equipment was substantial. He estimated it to be no less than 50 million. Chapter 60, Lead-Acid Batteries. The following day, after breakfast, Jiang Fan returned to Old Long's laboratory. Not long after, Old Long arrived, and, after a brief discussion with a few individuals, hurriedly left. Once Old Long had departed, Xia Xiaoyu turned to Jiang Fan and said, Jiang Fan, you should suggest to Academician Long that he take more breaks and not overexert himself. After all, he is over 60 and needs to care for his health. Sure, by the way, why don't you mention it directly to the professor? Jiang Fan inquired, perplexed. I wouldn't he dare. Old Long has a fiery temper. Previously, I merely mentioned something unrelated to the experiment, and he scolded me harshly. He seems quite amiable. Jiang Fan remarked, Ah, you are different. You are his student, and your status is not the same as ours. As the saying goes, even a tiger does not eat its young. All right then, Jiang Fan replied, observing Xia Xiaoyu's lingering fear, wondering to himself, is Old Long really that intimidating? This matter demands your utmost attention. I recall an occasion when Academician Long was conducting an experiment, crouched on the ground, clutching his abdomen, and took a full 10 minutes to recover. Xia Xiaoyu harbored a deep-seated fear that any health issue affecting the venerable Long would jeopardize their research endeavors. During her junior year, she had assisted an elderly professor at Longke University, whose declining health ultimately forced the laboratory's research to a halt. Fortunately, that professor had transferred her to work alongside Academician Long, but her peers were not as fortunate. For a student, securing a position in a research lab is a formidable challenge. Although many professors undertake various research projects and are willing to mentor their students, the university's population exceeds 10,000. There simply aren't enough opportunities to go around. Xia Xiaoyu felt reassured after seeing Jiang Fan agree, and after reiterating her concerns. Jiang Fan was acutely aware that the monumental achievements of a researcher are often the result of relentless, tireless effort. Almost all researchers bear some physical ailment. The group then shifted into work mode, as their current research and development task was exceptionally demanding. The energy system of the mech is the core of its functionality, with all operational capabilities stemming from this system. The design of other mech systems must align with the data from the energy system. Otherwise, designing a mech arm capable of lifting 1,000 kilograms would be futile if the power supply is inadequate. As the morning drew to a close, Jiang Fan called them over. Junior, is there something you need? Su Guan Guinang In Guit. Senior, I compiled a summary regarding battery energy yesterday, Jiang Fan replied. Summary? Let me take a look at what you've gathered, Xia Xiaoyu said, snatching the documents from Jiang Fan's hands and perusing them. Jiang Fan paid little mind, having discovered through his exploration of blue star battery materials that the technology on Earth in a parallel universe significantly surpassed that of blue star. Currently, blue star's mainstream batteries are still lead-acid types, while Earth has already developed lithium, cobalt, 18,650 batteries, nickel metal hydride batteries, lithium iron phosphate batteries, and ternary lithium batteries, all outperforming lead-acid batteries by over threefold. Seeing Jiang Fan's ambition, Su Guangyuan decided to hear him out and offer some guidance. Jiang Fan, would you care to elaborate on your findings? Jiang Fan nodded and addressed the trio. The energy requirements for mechs generally encompass the following aspects: endurance, output power, and battery lifespan. Presently, we are focusing on lead-acid batteries, which boast stable performance and mature technology. However, as a power source for MEHs, I believe it falls short. The cycle lifespan of lead-acid batteries hovers around 300 cycles, peaking at 500, and they lack sufficient endurance and power, not to mention their weight. Su Guangyuan nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Jiang Fan's assessment. His analysis was astute and pinpointed the challenges they needed to overcome. Their primary research focus at present is to enhance the comprehensive performance of lead-acid batteries. Jiang Fan continued, "Thus, I believe we should reconsider our research direction." "Reconsider our direction?" Xia Xiaoyu exclaimed, lowering Jiang Fan's printed summary in astonishment. "Indeed," Jiang Fan replied, locking eyes with her resolutely. "Lead-acid batteries are primarily composed of lead and its oxides, with sulfuric acid serving as the electrolyte. The chemical reaction can be summarized as follows. PbO22H2 SO 4PbPb SO42H2O discharge reaction. The oxidation state of Pb decreases. Given this battery structure, the performance ceiling is inherently low, rendering further exploration unnecessary and merely a waste of time." As Jiang Fan concluded, the three exchanged glances in bewilderment. Su Guangyuan's impression of Jiang Fan diminished considerably. The content they were currently investigating was dictated by academician Long, and Jiang Fan's outright dismissal of their research as a waste of time equated to a rejection of Long's authority. Should Long become aware of this, one could only wonder how he would perceive his disciple. "Jiang Fan, you must understand, lead-acid batteries are the best-performing batteries on Blue Star, and their technology is exceptionally mature. I am confident that in due time, our laboratory will achieve breakthroughs with lead-acid batteries." Xia Xiaoyu was the first to voice her support. "Junior, your diligence is commendable, and we all support you. However, research is not as simplistic as you envision. Indeed, it is fortunate that academician Long is not present. If he were to hear this, even as a student, you would undoubtedly face his wrath." The trio chastised Jiang Fan in unison. They all shared a common sentiment towards Jiang Fan: youthful arrogance. Once they finished their rebuke, Jiang Fan resumed, speaking with measured calm. "For researchers, the direction of study is paramount. A misguided path guarantees no significant breakthroughs." Su Guangyuan's displeasure was palpable as he perceived Jiang Fan's obstinacy. All four of them were upperclassmen, yet they found themselves lectured by a freshman. With a hint of sarcasm, he remarked, "Jiang Fan, if you deem our research on lead-acid batteries a waste of time, why not suggest a more appropriate direction? Lithium iron phosphate batteries." Jiang Fan declared, "Lithium iron phosphate batteries?" The trio responded in astonishment, as it was their first encounter with such a battery material. The performance of lithium iron phosphate batteries exceeds that of lead-acid batteries by over threefold, with a cycle lifespan exceeding 2,000 cycles, thermal peaks reaching 350 to 500, and a broad operational temperature range, -20°C to 75°C. Jiang Fan proceeded to elucidate the performance of lithium iron phosphate batteries, leaving them in a state of disbelief. It is worth noting that their research on lead-acid batteries predicted a maximum performance improvement of merely 30. Chapter 61. Admiration from Girlfriend. Su Guangyuan and his peers dismissed Jiang Fan's assertions about lithium iron phosphate batteries, considering them mere bravado. For them, developing a new battery material was an endeavor that would require years, if not decades, of effort. Moreover, the viability of such materials remained uncertain. Their willingness to listen to Jiang Fan's exposition was already a concession, given his status as academician Long's student. Noticing Su Guangyuan's mocking demeanor, Jiang Fan realized he was not taken seriously. Observing Xia Xiaoyu and Yo Su's perplexed expressions, he surmised they likely did not comprehend the chemical reactions involved in lithium iron phosphate batteries. It appeared that this proposal would need to wait until his mentor returned. After lunch, Jiang Fan refrained from returning to the laboratory, as research on lead-acid batteries was, in his view, a futile endeavor. He called Deanley to inquire about his materials and equipment. Deanley assured him that everything would be prepared and sent over by the following day. Jiang Fan then contacted Zhou Huai to check on the situation at the northern base. The RD at the northern base was proceeding as planned, with everything running smoothly. Jiang Fan felt relieved and further inquired about the ITER magnet materials. Zhou Huai informed him that negotiations with the personnel dispatched by the state were not progressing well, encountering numerous difficulties posed by the United States. He assured Jiang Fan that he would be the first to notify him as soon as there was news regarding the ITER magnet materials. Jiang Fan could only feel helpless, lamenting that the system had not provided him with the manufacturing methods for the ITER magnet materials. Otherwise, there would be no need to seek assistance from the beautiful nation. Currently, The materials concerning controllable nuclear fusion compiled by Jiang Fan are sufficient for Zhou Huai and his team to work on for a month. Thus, he is not in a hurry to organize the documents. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Fan found himself with little to do that afternoon. Just then, his WeChat notification chimed. Upon checking, he saw a message from Little Wildcat. Little Wildcat, Jiang Fan, what are you up to? He replied with a grin. Jiang Fan, classmate Chu Ruashi, I just finished my meal and have nothing planned for the afternoon. Shall I come find you? Little Wildcat, I'm currently at the main entrance of your school. Jiang Fan, all right, I'll be there shortly. He tucked his phone away and headed towards the main gate. The thought of the adorable and lively Chu Ruashi made him quicken his pace. And soon he found himself running. 5 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance, panting. There stood the graceful Chu Ruashi, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Upon spotting Jiang Fan, she immediately broke into a charming smile. Jiang Fan, Chu Ruashi called out, bouncing over to his side. Flatma Juzusi. Why aren't you waiting for me in the shade? Jiang Fan inquired. Hee, I was afraid you might not see me. Chu Ruashi replied with a playful smile. By the way, why do you still call me classmate Chu Ruashi? I'm your girlfriend now, so you could just call me Ruashi or Xiaoshi from now on. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Fan realized that addressing her as classmate Chu Ruashi felt somewhat distant, considering their new relationship. He tentatively tried calling her by a more intimate name, Ruashi. Although it felt a bit awkward, Chu Ruashi was nonetheless delighted. That is more like it. Hee. With that, she wrapped her arms around Jiang Fan's. As the season shifted from late summer to early autumn, the weather remained warm, leaving their arms bare. The moment Jiang Fan's arm made contact with Chu Ruashi's soft and fair skin, he felt an electric thrill coursing through him. His heart raced, and his face flushed, as this was his first experience of such intimate contact with a girl. Noticing Jiang Fan's reaction, Chu Ruashi asked, Jiang Fan, why is your face so red? I. Jiang Fan stammered, feeling a bit parched. You're not experiencing this kind of closeness with a girl for the first time, are you? Chu Ruashi teased, her laughter ringing with delight. Jiang Fan felt his mind go blank, unable to conjure a satisfactory excuse, and ultimately could only nod in honesty. Chu Ruashi's smile widened, and she tightened her embrace around his arm. Hee, Jiang Fan, I've never visited your school before. Will you take me around? Ruashi. Jiang Fan called her name, still feeling a bit awkward, though it felt much smoother than the first time. They then entered the campus of Longke University together. The campus environment of Longke University could not hold a candle to that of Huaqing University, which is renowned for having the most beautiful campus among all universities in the Dragon Nation. To be honest, Jiang Fan wasn't particularly familiar with Longke University either, having only wandered around on his first day. The past 2 days had been spent in the lab with Long Lao. Thus, the two meandered aimlessly around the campus. Along the way, Chu Ruashi animatedly recounted her experiences at Huaqing University over the past couple of days. Jiang Fan listened with a broad smile, responding occasionally. He relished the sound of Chu Ruashi's incessant chatter beside him, finding her energy boundless, as if she would never tire. Jiang Fan, why don't you share what you've been up to at Longke University these past 2 days? Jiang Fan pondered for a moment before responding, exams, the lab, and meeting you. Is that all? Chu Ruashi asked, puzzled, as she had spent nearly 2 hours detailing her own experiences, while Jiang Fan had only provided 9 words. Oh, Jiang Fan replied, but that indeed encapsulated his activities at Longke University over the past 3 days. It's only the freshman registration period. How could there be exams? It's the traditional challenge exam of Longke University, Jiang Fan explained. I heard one of my dorm mates mention that she accompanied her friend to register and happened to witness the traditional challenge exam. She said that a freshman achieved a grand slam, breaking a 30-year-old record at Longke University. Quite impressive, Chu Ruashi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Jiang Fan agreed, feeling a sense of pride swell within him at her admiration. Jiang Fan, how many questions did you solve in the challenge exam? About 9. 9? Juzusi et galim, astonits. How many questions were there in total? 9. That freshman couldn't possibly be you, could it? Juzusi gapet. Her mouth agape as she stared at Jiang Fan in disbelief. Jiang Fan nodded. It really is you. Haha, my boyfriend is amazing. Chu Ruashi's heart swelled with joy, realizing that the person she had envied was none other than Jiang Fan. She bounced around like an excited little rabbit, overcome with emotion, and couldn't help but plant a gentle kiss on Jiang Fan's cheek. To an outsider, this might seem a normal display of affection between couples, but for Jiang Fan, it felt as though a tranquil lake was disturbed by a small stone, sending ripples that took a long time to settle. Meanwhile, Long Lao returned to the laboratory and discovered Jiang Fan's summary of the battery materials, along with the research proposal for lithium iron phosphate power batteries. Chapter 62. Full Cooperation. With a loud clap, Long Lao slammed Jiang Fan's summary down onto the experimental table. The sudden sound startled Xia Xiaoyu and the others, causing their hearts to skip a beat. Xia Xiaoyu was immediately alarmed, realizing it was her negligence that led to Jiang Fan's summary being left out. Long Lao was surely going to be furious. Meanwhile, Su Guangyuan smirked internally, anticipating the scolding Jiang Fan was about to receive. At that moment, Long Lao turned to the three of them and inquired, "Where is Jiang Fan?" Xia Xiaoyu quickly explained, "He is a new student and is likely busy with preparations for the military training tomorrow. I'll call him right now." Without delay, Xia Xiaoyu pulled out her phone to call Jiang Fan. At that moment, Jiang Fan sat on the grass with Chu Ruoxi, sipping milk tea and engaging in cheerful conversation. When he heard his phone ring and saw it was Xia Xiaoyu calling, he presumed it was about matters concerning the research institute. As soon as he answered, Xia Xiaoyu's anxious voice came through. "Jiang Fan, hurry back to the lab. Academician Long is looking for you." "Okay, I'll head back right now." After 2 seconds, Xia Xiaoyu lowered her voice and added, "Academician Long, didn't he look too pleased after reviewing your summary? You'd better go back and apologize properly." "Oh," Jiang Fan replied before hanging up. He stood up and addressed Chu Ruoxi. "Ruoxi, there is something I need to attend to in the lab. Why don't you head to my place, and I'll find you once I'm done." "All right, you focus on your important matters first." Chu Zuxi Zipli. Though she wished Jiang Fan could stay with her, however, she understood that for a new student to join a research lab was no small feat, and she certainly didn't want to hold her boyfriend back. Subsequently, Jiang Fan entrusted the key to his residence to Chu Ruoxi and hurriedly departed. Holding the key, Chu Ruoxi made her way to the faculty apartment that Jiang Fan had mentioned. She was taken aback to discover that a newcomer like Jiang Fan was allocated a private dormitory. It appeared that his previous invention of solar photovoltaic materials had made a considerable contribution to the nation. After inquiring with several classmates, she finally located the faculty apartment. Upon opening the door to room 302, she was immediately struck with astonishment at the room's decor. The interior exuded an antique charm, rich in character. The dining table, stools, sofa, and bookshelf were all crafted from exquisite rosewood, an epitome of understated luxury. Chu Ruoxi took a tour around the room, thoroughly impressed, and simultaneously astonished by the lavishness of her surroundings. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan returned to the laboratory of Old Long, where the atmosphere was palpably tense. Old Long was engrossed in reviewing Jiang Fan's documents, occasionally jotting down notes. Upon seeing Jiang Fan enter, Xia Xiaoyu hurried over and whispered urgently, "Jiang Fan, you should adopt a more conciliatory attitude when you apologize. After all, Academician Long is your mentor, and he likely won't be too furious." "Apologize? Why should I apologize?" Jiang Fan replied, perplexed, as he felt he had committed no wrongdoing. Xia Xiaoyu, seeing Jiang Fan's lack of awareness, became quite exasperated. "You truly are a blockhead. You'd better watch yourself." Jiang Fan, indifferent to her admonitions, approached Old Long and inquired, "Teacher, did you call for me?" Only then did Old Long set down his pen and look up to ask, "Where did you go this afternoon?" "With my girlfriend," Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly. At this proclamation, Xia Xiaoyu and the others stood frozen in shock. He had not been in the lab all afternoon because he was courting a girl, and he stated it so matter-of-factly. They feared that Old Long might be infuriated. Just as they anticipated that Jiang Fan would face repercussions for his actions, Old Long unexpectedly responded with a genial demeanor. "You have a girlfriend? That's wonderful. When will you bring her to meet me?" "She is currently in my residence," Jiang Fan said. "All right, take me to meet her shortly." "Ah!" Old Long exclaimed, his face beaming with delight, leaving the trio utterly perplexed. They questioned whether they were experiencing a delusion. Was this truly the usually strict and tempestuous Old Long? Teacher, is there something you need from me?" Jiang Fan asked. Old Long then refocused and stated, "Did you write this?" "Yes. The concept of lithium iron phosphate batteries is quite innovative. Can you explain how the lithium iron phosphate, Li-FePO4, anode and cathode react?" "The anode reaction is C6Li, Xe, C6Li1, XX, where C6Li indicates lithium atoms embedded in graphite to form a composite material. The cathode reaction is Li1X, MO2X, Xelium-O2. Jiang Fan began elucidating the reactions to Old Long, who, like an eager student, interjected with questions from time to time, appearing enlightened each time Jiang Fan provided an answer. Su Guangyuan and the others stood by, utterly bewildered, filled with questions. Jiang Fan had decried Old Long's research on lead-acid batteries as worthless. Yet Old Long humbly sought Jiang Fan's insights. Shouldn't Old Long have been furious and expelled Jiang Fan from the laboratory? Observing Old Long's demeanor, they began to seriously contemplate the feasibility of Jiang Fan's proposed lithium iron phosphate battery. 2 hours later, Old Long had grasped the concept and deemed Jiang Fan's lithium iron phosphate battery proposal highly viable. If successful, Blue Star's battery energy sector would undoubtedly ascend to a new level, and the energy issue for MECHs would be resolved. Jiang Fan, how long will it take for you to develop the lithium iron phosphate battery? Old Long inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Fan replied, a conservative estimate would be half a month. Half a month? The entire laboratory was stunned. The idea that a new type of battery material could be developed in merely half a month was utterly inconceivable. The development of lead-acid batteries had taken plant from country F 5 years, fraught with countless failures. Yet Jiang Fan claimed he could achieve this in 2 weeks. Even with the formula for lithium iron phosphate batteries, success would not come easily. Typically, the development of a new battery material takes at least 2 to 5 years. Jiang Fan, are you truly capable of accomplishing this in half a month? Old Long asked, astonished. Indeed, Jiang Fan nodded earnestly. Old Long became somewhat agitated. Were anyone else to make such a claim, he would surely be skeptical. However, Jiang Fan was the one who had achieved controllable nuclear fusion. Such a talent meant that even if Jiang Fan claimed he could develop a spaceship, Old Long would believe him without hesitation. Subsequently, Old Long addressed Su Guangyuan and the others. You three, cease all current research and devote yourselves entirely to assisting Jiang Fan for the next half-month. After assigning the task, Old Long requested Jiang Fan to compile a list of materials needed for the experiments. He promptly forwarded this list to the relevant personnel, insisting that the materials be delivered to the laboratory by 8 a.m. the next day. Then, Old Long looked at Jiang Fan with evident fondness. Jiang Fan, come. Let us go meet your girlfriend. All right. Jiang Fan nodded and prepared to leave with Old Long. At that moment, Su Guangyuan timidly called out, Academician Long. What should we do now? Having just been instructed to halt their research and fully support Jiang Fan, they were suddenly at a loss for what to do next. Old Long, slightly irritated, replied, just do what you were doing. No need to work late tonight. With that, he exited alongside Jiang Fan, leaving the three in a state of confusion. Do you think Academician Long has been enchanted by Jiang Fan? Su Guanguinang Punda Alao. Just as we were nearing a breakthrough, he suddenly tells us to stop. Xia Xiaoyu chimed in. I find it hard to believe that Jiang Fan's lithium iron phosphate battery is even feasible. Well, we'll just follow whatever Academician Long says. Nu Su Zimat? Fine. Rarely do we have a night free from research. I'm off to have some fun. Xia Xiaoyu decided, disregarding everything else. Like Niu Su suggested, they would simply do as instructed by Old Long suddenly. Xia Xiaoyu recalled that Jiang Fan had mentioned having a girlfriend. Oh no, my friend Qiao Yifei asked me to find out about Jiang Fan. Without delay, she pulled out her phone and dialed Qiao Yifei. On their way to Jiang Fan's residence, Old Long made a brief stop at his own home. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at Jiang Fan's place. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Chu Ruoshi excitedly emerged from the kitchen. She opened the door to find Jiang Fan standing there, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. She surmised that this must be Jiang Fan's teacher. Without waiting for an introduction, she greeted Old Long with a bright smile. Hello, teacher. Please come in. Old Long, delighted by the cheerful demeanor and beauty of the young lady, responded with a warm smile. Well, thank you. Subsequently, they made their way to the living room, where Chu Ruoshi hurriedly prepared some fruit for Elder Long teacher. Please have some fruit. All right. By the way, little girl, what is your name? Elder Long inquired. My name is Chu Ruoshi, and I am a high school classmate of Jiang Fan. Chu Ruoshi introduced herself with poise. Very well. Jiang Fan, my boy, you are indeed fortunate. Elder Long jested. The reason Elder Long had come was to keep a watchful eye on Jiang Fan. He was genuinely concerned that Jiang Fan might encounter a girl of poor character, which could severely impact his research. However, seeing that Jiang Fan's girlfriend, Chu Ruoshi, was well-mannered and cheerful, he felt a sense of relief. After chatting with Elder Long for a while, Chu Ruoshi returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Elder Long observed Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoshi together, sensing a couple-like atmosphere surrounding them. Jiang Fan, I find this girl, Chu Ruoshi, quite impressive. You must not take her for granted, understand? Yes, I understand, teacher. Jiang Fan replied, having no thoughts of parting with her since the moment they became a couple. During dinner, Chu Ruoshi looked apologetic. Teacher, Jiang Fan, this is my first time cooking, so it might not taste very good. Haha, let me give it a try. Elder Long sampled the dish carefully. Not bad. Jiang Fan also took a bite. It was indeed his first experience with Chu Ruoshi's cooking, and honestly, he felt quite touched. Ruoshi, it's delicious. Really? Chu Ruoshi beamed with joy upon hearing both Elder Long and Jiang Fan praise her cooking. However, as she ate, she realized the flavor was not remarkable. Yet, seeing Elder Long and Jiang Fan enjoying it so much filled her heart with warmth. After the meal, Elder Long playfully remarked, "I shall not intrude upon your little world." Ha! Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoshi exchanged glances, their faces flushing slightly. Jiang Fan, follow me for a moment. Okay. Jiang Fan accompanied Elder Long out of the room and down to the classroom apartment building. After ensuring the area was clear of anyone, Elder Long spoke softly, "Jiang Fan, regarding your previous research achievements, it is imperative that you keep this information confidential, even from your parents and your girlfriend, understood?" "I understand, teacher," Jiang Fan acknowledged. "This is for your safety and theirs." Jiang Fan grasped Elder Long's intent. As a researcher, especially one who had made significant discoveries, he could easily attract unwanted attention from adversarial nations. Elder Long reiterated a few more points, and then produced a jade bracelet from his pocket. "Jiang Fan, as your teacher, I wish to present this to Ruoshi as a token of our first meeting. You may give it to her." Jiang Fan glanced at the beautifully green jade bracelet, immediately recognizing its substantial value, and hastily declined. "Teacher, this is too precious." "Jiang Fan, this is merely a token of my appreciation. Truth be told, I came today to oversee your affairs. Ruoshi is a fine girl. Cherish her well." Seeing Elder Long's sincerity, Jiang Fan no longer insisted and accepted it. "That's more like it," Elder Long chuckled. "Moreover, you will take full responsibility for the research on lithium iron phosphate batteries during this period. I will be occupied with another project for some time, and hope to return to find a delightful surprise awaiting me. Rest assured, teacher, I will not let you down," Jiang Fan remarked, watching Elder Long's retreating figure before returning to his residence. He presented the jade bracelet to Chu Ruoshi, who was utterly enchanted by its beauty. "Jiang Fan, this jade bracelet looks quite valuable. Perhaps you should return it to your teacher." I informed him of your reluctance, but he insisted. "Please accept it." After gazing at the jade bracelet, Chu Ruoshi ultimately decided to keep it. With military training commencing the following day, Jiang Fan escorted Chu Ruoshi back to Longke University. The next morning, after breakfast, the freshmen at Longke University donned their camouflage uniforms and gathered on the playground for their first military training session. Jiang Fan, punctual as ever, arrived at the laboratory at 8 a.m., finding all materials prepared. Shortly thereafter, Xia Xiaoyu, Su Guangyuan, and Yo Su arrived as well. Jiang Fan briefly outlined their research responsibilities before addressing them. For the next 15 days, to expedite the development of the lithium iron phosphate battery, we will enter a closed research mode. Closed research mode? The trio exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, what does that entail?" Xia Xiaoyu inquired. "Everything, eating, drinking, and sleeping, will take place in the laboratory." The three stood in stunned silence. While Elder Long had been strict, they had not anticipated Jiang Fan to be even more demanding. Chapter 64, New Energy Vehicles. As Jiang Fan and his colleagues diligently researched the lithium iron phosphate battery, the world-renowned electric vehicle company Tesla held a press conference announcing the release of their Model 4 electric vehicle, boasting a 30 enhancement in battery performance. The Model 4 promised a range of 425 kilometers and could be charged in as little as 3 hours. It could accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers in 6 seconds, showcasing impressive power, with a price tag of $2,998 million. The news sparked widespread interest across the globe. The Dragon Kingdom was a leading market for electric vehicles. Following the press conference, Tesla chose to host the Model 4 car exhibition in the bustling metropolis of Magic City in the Dragon Kingdom. Many electric vehicle enthusiasts eagerly discussed the Model 4's battery performance online. User comment 1. The Tesla Model 4's battery performance has improved by 30, which is impressive, and its design is stunning. I love it and plan to purchase one. User comment 2. An electric vehicle that reaches 100 kilometers in 6 seconds? That power is absolutely exhilarating. I never expected an electric car to provide such a thrilling experience. User comment 3. I believe the most crucial aspect of an electric vehicle is its range. The Tesla Model 4's 425-kilometer range is quite appealing to me. User comment 4. At 20 cents per kilometer, charging costs only 85 yuan, which is significantly more economical compared to gasoline vehicles. Definitely worth buying. User comment 5. I adamantly oppose this. Tesla is an American brand, and if I buy, it will be BYD to support domestic products. User comment 6. Yes, We should support domestic brands. User comment 7. We also want to support domestic brands, but the problem is that BYD's batteries lack performance. Even if Tesla is slightly more expensive, I would still choose Tesla. User comment 8. Now that the Dragon Kingdom has joined the WTO, why differentiate between foreign and domestic brands? I will buy what is best. User comment 9. Those who claim to support domestic products are just poor. Supporting garbage like BYD is truly foolish. As the online debate heated up, BYD's headquarters convened an urgent high-level meeting. In the conference room, President Wang of BYD listened with a furrowed brow to the report from the head of the data analysis department. Through data analysis from Car Network, we surveyed 1 million car owners. 67 expressed a preference for Tesla's Model 4, with 31 indicating they would purchase it. BYD's share of the electric vehicle market in the Dragon Kingdom stands at 26.8%. The recent introduction of Tesla's Model 4 electric vehicle has exerted a tremendous impact on our overall sales, leading us to anticipate a decline in BYD's market share within the electric vehicle sector. As the head of the analysis department spoke, he cast a glance at the visibly perturbed Mr. Wang, hesitating to continue. Mr. Wang, however, fixed a steady gaze upon him and commanded, "Speak." The analysis department leader, startled, timidly responded, "The market share is expected to drop to 9. With a resounding clap, Mr. Wang slammed his hands on the conference table, his face flushed with rage. A market share of 9? Currently, we barely manage to survive with our 26 share. If we truly fall to 9, we would incur annual losses of approximately 3 billion, inevitably leading to our demise." 2 minutes later, Mr. Wang regained his composure, slowly taking a seat, and turned to the executive from the R&D department, inquiring, "Manager Gao, what progress has our R&D department made?" At this juncture, he had no choice but to place his hopes on the R&D team. Only by developing superior battery technology could they address the fundamental issues at hand. However, Manager Gao of the R&D department replied, somewhat disheartened, "Currently, there is none." Mr. Wang had anticipated this answer before posing the question. Enhancing battery performance is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. Before Tesla improved its batteries, the technological level of electric vehicle batteries was fairly comparable, allowing BYD to compete in the market. Now, however, Tesla had significantly enhanced battery performance by 30, creating a chasm that left them devoid of any competitive leverage. Mr. Wang raised his head, addressing all the executives present, and declared, "Let us deliberate on how BYD Group should confront this competition moving forward." At that moment, the marketing manager pondered for a moment before speaking up. "Mr. Wang, we believe that if we reduce our market price by 10, we could still capture some market share." Upon hearing this, the budgeting department immediately stood up, exclaiming, "Lowering the market price by 10 would equate to a 33% reduction in our profits. Currently, we are breaking even each year. If we adjust our prices, we would plunge into losses, which would amount to a slow suicide. Yet a slow suicide is preferable to losing market share. At least we would still be able to survive. As long as we wait for the R&D department to develop a new type of battery, our Group S problems can be resolved." "I disagree with lowering prices," Mr. Wang interjected, furrowing his brow. "Such a move would lead consumers to perceive BYD as merely a producer of inferior electric vehicles, severely damaging our reputation." The prospect of lowering prices indeed offered a glimmer of respite for their group, but it was hardly a sustainable solution. As the debate over pricing continued, the R&D manager timidly suggested, "Mr. Wang, electric vehicles are currently a project strongly supported by the state. Given that BYD Group is the largest electric vehicle company in the Dragon Kingdom, could we not seek assistance from the government?" This statement brought an immediate hush to the conference room, as everyone suddenly realized the potential backing they had from their nation. Mr. Wang was reminded of a high school classmate who now conducted materials research at Dragon University, possibly knowing professors specializing in battery research. Having made up his mind, Mr. Wang addressed everyone, saying, "Manager of External Relations, please liaise with the relevant government departments to convey our concerns. We will not adjust market prices for the time being. Our D department, increase funding and ensure the development of a new type of battery within a short time frame. Other departments, continue your work diligently and fulfill your respective responsibilities. I believe BYD Group will undoubtedly overcome this crisis, especially with our nation standing behind us." Mr. Wang's words ignited a spark of hope among all present. Once the meeting concluded, he promptly contacted his high school friend at Dragon University. In the laboratory of Professor Long at Dragon University, Jiang Fan and his colleagues were methodically conducting experiments. This marked the 8th day of their research. As Xia Xiaoyu placed the final portion of lithium iron phosphate material into the container, she wearily stretched her back. "At last, we've preliminarily completed our work." Chapter 65. ideals, and reality. Jiang Fan felt a sense of relief upon finally perfecting the lithium iron phosphate battery sample. The next phase involved experimentation. As long as there were no issues in the upcoming tests, their research would be deemed successful. Senior Niu Su, are there any discrepancies in the computer calculations for the lithium iron phosphate data? None. Everything is functioning normally, Niu Su replied. Excellent. Let us commence the experiments on the lithium iron phosphate battery. As Xiaoyu slumped into a chair, she feigned indignation upon hearing Jiang Fan's announcement. Jiang Fan, could you show a little consideration? Scientific research knows no gender. Have you forgotten? This was your own statement. Jiang Fan retorted. Once academician Long returns, I shall lodge a complaint against you, Xiaoyu declared, albeit rising to her feet. Deep down, she too was eager to discover the outcome of their research. At that moment, Su Guangyuan had prepared the power source and was ready to proceed. Initially, he firmly believed that Jiang Fan's assertion regarding the lithium iron phosphate battery was utterly implausible. He had anticipated watching Jiang Fan face the harsh realities of failure. However, over the past few days, he found himself deeply moved by Jiang Fan's unwavering research spirit. Throughout their studies, they had encountered numerous failures. Yet Jiang Fan never exhibited any signs of defeat. After each setback, he immediately plunged into the next experiment. Under Jiang Fan's leadership, they gradually navigated each hurdle. Today, they had astonishingly succeeded in developing a lithium iron phosphate battery sample, though uncertain of its ultimate success. Achieving this in just 8 days, from theory to realization, was a feat likely accomplished solely by Jiang Fan. Once Jiang Fan confirmed that the lithium iron phosphate battery sample was in order, he turned to Su Guangyuan and instructed, Senior, power it up. Responding to Jiang Fan's command, Su Guangyuan connected the 220V power source. Niu Su, please report any changes in the data. Voltage, 365V, current, 0, 5C, temperature, 45C, charge rate, 86 mAh. Niu Su reported as Jiang Fan diligently recorded the data. Half an hour later, Niu Su announced, charge at 100. Good, disconnect the power. Su Guangyuan promptly turned off the power and began testing the lithium iron phosphate battery sample. Everything appears normal. Xiaoyu, initiate the discharge device and monitor any changes in the data. If any anomalies arise, disconnect immediately. Understood. Xiaoyu nodded gravely. Though she often joked around, she took the experiment's critical moments very seriously. As she activated the discharge device, the values began to fluctuate, yet all remained within expected ranges without any abnormalities. After 5 minutes, the discharge process concluded. Xiaoyu reported the data, while Niu Su entered the figures into the computer for comparative analysis, checking for any discrepancies. If no errors have occurred, it would signify that their research on lithium iron phosphate power batteries has achieved preliminary success. The data results will likely take approximately half an hour. Over the past few days, they have worked tirelessly, with Su Guangyuan and his 2 companions averaging merely 4 hours of sleep each day. Moreover, Jiang Fan's situation is even more extreme. At times, he has gone without sleep for 2 consecutive days and nights. However, bolstered by his all-nighter capsules, despite the fatigue, he remains in the best condition among the 4. Observing the dark circles under the eyes and the weariness etched on the faces of the other 3, he addressed them, saying, You should rest for a while. I can keep an eye on things. Their research has been conducted in a closed environment, with a few makeshift beds set up in the laboratory for them to rest at any moment. We will soon know the results of our research. Who has time to sleep? Xiaoyu retorted, her irritation towards Jiang Fan evident. Due to the closed research, she had limited opportunities to wash her face over the past 8 days, let alone bathe. She felt as though she was on the verge of reeking. To make matters worse, every time she felt she could finally lie down, Jiang Fan would pull her back up to continue the research. Yet, despite her grievances, she still eagerly anticipated their research results. Su Guangyuan and Niu Su expressed their willingness to wait for the outcome as well. During the half hour of anticipation, the tension that had gripped them for days finally relaxed, and they began to joke and laugh. Jiang Fan, my junior, if we really succeed in developing lithium iron phosphate power batteries, will there be a reward? Indeed, there will be, Jiang Fan replied. If they genuinely succeeded, it would elevate battery technology on Blue Star to an unprecedented level, and the government would undoubtedly reward them handsomely. The last time Jiang Fan achieved stable nuclear fusion for 118 seconds, he received a reward of 5 million. While this lithium iron phosphate power battery project may not be as significant as controllable nuclear fusion, its commercial value is immense. It has applications across numerous fields, including energy storage devices, power tools, electric vehicles, new energy vehicles, equipment, and mobile power sources, among many others. Collectively, the value in all these fields exceeds trillions. A reward? How splendid. I've always wanted to buy a computer. How much does a computer even cost? Can't you aim a little higher? Xiao Xiaoyu remarked. Not too much. Just over 40,000, Niu Su replied. What? So expensive? Aren't computers usually around 2,000? Xiao Xiaoyu countered. You girls don't understand. It's like how we don't grasp your obsession with lipsticks. Su Guangyuan chimed in. By the way, Su Guangyuan, what do you plan to do with your reward? I want to buy a model aircraft carrier. Boring. If I got a reward, I'd shop from the first floor to the top floor buying clothes, shoes, cosmetics, lipsticks, perfumes, and bags. Senior, I timidly asked, how much would all that cost? Jiang Fan inquired. How would I know? I've never tried it. Xiao Xiaoyu responded. Having initially indulged in her fantasies, only to be cruelly brought back to reality by Jiang Fan, she then cheerfully addressed him. Chief Engineer Jiang. If we succeed in our research, how much do you think the reward will be? Jiang Fan raised a finger, but before he could speak, the computer emitted a couple of beeping sounds, the signal that the data results were ready. He swiftly turned to check, and the other three also ceased their laughter, gathering around with anxious expressions. Jiang Fan scrutinized the data intently. The preceding figures appeared flawless. Manipulating the mouse to scroll down, a string of red numbers suddenly appeared before his eyes. His heart sank, realizing their research had failed. There was an anomaly in the data. The other three also caught sight of the red digits, their faces falling into despair. They understood that the probability of succeeding on the first try was low. Yet they had harbored hope, wishing to create a miracle. Alas, aspirations are often grand, but reality can be harsh. Chapter 66. I am willing to offer 1 billion to entice him out of retirement. Jiang Fan gazed at the red numbers on the screen, pondering deeply as he reviewed the formulas and data multiple times. Theoretically, there shouldn't have been any issues. He subsequently retrieved all the data and instructed Su Guangyuan to dismantle the lithium iron phosphate power battery. They began to troubleshoot, searching for the source of the problem. The lithium iron phosphate power battery comprises 4 core materials: the positive electrode material, the negative electrode material, the electrolyte, and the separator. Xiaoyu, you are responsible for testing the positive electrode material. Here for the data. Guangyuan, you handle the negative electrode material. Niu Su, you will analyze the entire lithium iron phosphate power battery data. I will oversee the electrolyte testing. An hour later, Xiao Xiaoyu was the first to complete her testing. Jiang Fan, my junior, the positive electrode material of the lithium iron phosphate power battery is flawless. It matches the data you provided before the experiment. Shortly after, Su Guangyuan also finished his testing. Jiang Fan, my junior, I have found no issues here either. When Jiang Fan completed the testing of the electrolyte, he discovered that it aligned with the previously anticipated data. Now, only the battery separator remained untested. If they could identify an issue, they could address it directly. However, if no problems surfaced, that would be problematic. The three then commenced testing the battery separator together. Jiang Fan had designed the separator for the lithium iron phosphate power battery as a porous polymer membrane, which is produced using various methods, such as mechanical means, thermally induced phase separation, and immersion precipitation methods, resulting in a uniformly distributed porous separator. Another hour passed, and Jiang Fan and his team found no anomalies in the porous polymer membrane. Unfortunately, they faced the worst-case scenario, just as the three were at a loss. Niu Su had already compared all the data and pinpointed the issue. Jiang Fan, my junior, I have located the source of the data anomaly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan was immediately filled with excitement and quickly asked, Senior, what is the problem? Look, the abnormal data originates from the battery separator. But we have already tested the battery separator and found no issues. Su Wanguinang, Zipli. At this moment, after a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyu suggested, do you think it's possible that using a porous polymer membrane from the outset was a mistake? Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan fell in a deep thought. There indeed was such a possibility. After all, his understanding of lithium iron phosphate power batteries stemmed solely from the technological knowledge of his previous life on Earth. Moreover, his primary research focus had been on nanomaterials. While he had engaged with batteries to some extent, they were not his main area of expertise. Jiang Fan then recalled that there was another type of material for battery separators, an inorganic composite membrane. This membrane is formed using inorganic nanoparticles combined with high polymers, resulting in a separator for lithium iron phosphate batteries. The technical challenge of this separator lies in the nanoparticles, which posed no difficulty for Jiang Fan, who had previously specialized in nanotechnology. Jiang Fan, my junior, the data indicates an issue with the battery separator, but we cannot detect it. What should we do? Xiaoyu inquired. We should change to a different battery separator. That should resolve the issue. Jiang Fan proposed. Are we considering a different battery separator? Su wan guinang et galim astonits. The development of every single battery technology is an arduous endeavor. To change the separator without any foundational principles relies solely on trial and error, which would take at least 6 months. Jiang Fan, my junior, it may sound easy to propose a new battery separator, but implementing it is far from straightforward. Jiang Fan understood the challenges Su Guangyuan was alluding to. Give me 2 hours, and I shall produce the technical principles and data. Jiang Fan replied calmly. Su Guangyuan couldn't suppress his laughter. The notion that Jiang Fan could devise a new technical principle in 2 hours was the most amusing jest he had heard. Even if Elder Long were present, he would not dare to claim that such a feat could be accomplished in 2 hours. Jiang Fan, I suggest we delve deeper into the porous polymer membranes. Perhaps we can uncover the root of the issue. Xiaoyu proposed. To be honest, she too harbored doubts about Jiang Fan's ability to develop a new separator in such a short time frame. If the research proved futile, it would waste a significant amount of time and energy. If that were the case, they might as well focus on the existing separator technologies, which would yield a higher success rate. Seeing the skepticism in Su Guangyuan and Xiaoyu's eyes, Jiang Fan addressed them. Senior, please grant me 2 hours. If I cannot produce the formula for the new separator material, we shall collaboratively explore the existing separator technologies. With Jiang Fan's confident assertion, Xiaoyu and Su Guangyuan felt compelled to refrain from further objections. After all, Elder Long had entrusted Jiang Fan with the responsibility of researching lithium iron phosphate power batteries. Should they voice dissent, they were obliged to heed Jiang Fan's perspective. Once Jiang Fan had spoken, he immersed himself in the formulation of the inorganic composite membrane principles. Xiaoyu watched him intently, harboring a flicker of hope that he would indeed succeed in his research, thus resolving the separator dilemma. What are you two dawdling for? While Jiang Fan is busy developing new materials, we should take a moment to rest. Otherwise, once the formula is completed, we'll be swamped with work. Xiaoyu urged. Do you genuinely believe Jiang Fan can accomplish this? Su wan guinang in guit. Why doubt him? He has already devised the research plan for lithium iron phosphate power batteries. What is a mere battery separator in comparison? Xiaoyu responded lightly, though she understood that actual research is a formidable task. Regardless, she had already been working for 18 consecutive hours and felt utterly fatigued. Given Jiang Fan's current endeavors, her most prudent choice was to seize the opportunity for a much-needed rest. Su Guangyuan and Niu Su observed as Xiaoyu lay down on a makeshift bed to sleep. They glanced at Jiang Fan before deciding to take a break themselves. In a private room at the cafeteria of Longke University, 2 middle-aged men were happily reminiscing about their high school days. One was Professor Wan from the Material Science Department at Longke University, and the other was Wang Chuanfu, the owner of BYD. After downing a few glasses of liquor, Wang Chuanfu spoke earnestly. Old classmate, to be candid, I have come to you because I find myself embroiled in an insurmountable predicament. Chuanfu, you are the head of a major corporation. What troubles could you possibly face? This matter is of great significance. Tesla has announced a 30 enhancement in battery performance. Have you heard? I have indeed heard. That is precisely why I am here. It pertains to our BYD new energy vehicle company. Wang Chuanfu recounted the details of the situation and conveyed his purpose for seeking out Professor Wan. Upon hearing the gravity of the situation, Professor Wan was taken aback. Suddenly, he recalled Elder Long from Longke University, who was researching energy batteries for mechas, and wondered if he had achieved any breakthroughs. Chuanfu, our university indeed has an academician engaged in battery research. Really? That is splendid. If he can resolve the battery issues, I am willing to offer 1 billion to entice him out of retirement. Chapter 67, The Auto Show. Professor Wan promptly dialed Elder Long's number, but the call went unanswered. At that moment, Elder Long was at the National Aerospace Base, diligently working on rocket fuel research, and was often too busy to carry his phone. After several unsuccessful attempts to reach him, Professor Wan concluded that Elder Long must be engrossed in his research. He then called the university president and learned that Elder Long was away on a research project that had reached a critical juncture and would not return for at least 10 days or 2 weeks. Wang Chuanfu felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. With Tesla aggressively encroaching upon the domestic market, they could not afford to wait. Old classmate, does Longke University have any other experts or professors specializing in battery research? After a moment of contemplation, Professor Wang replied, "Currently, there are none. Battery technology is quite mature, and making breakthroughs is challenging. Thus, many experts prefer to engage in new research projects, which tend to yield results more readily." Ultimately, Wang Chuanfu returned to BYD's headquarters feeling defeated. Once back, he sought out the head of the External Relations Department to inquire about the communication with relevant national departments. "President Wang, they informed us that we will receive a response in the next couple of days. We must remain patient." "Very well, I understand. What news from Tesla?" "They will hold the Model 4 new energy vehicle exhibition in Magic City as scheduled tomorrow." This revelation heightened Wang Chuanfu's sense of urgency. "Summon Manager Gao. I need to speak with him," Wang Chuanfu instructed. "Understood." 5 minutes later, the Research and Development Manager, Gao Junliang, arrived at the office. "Manager Gao, arrange for 2 senior RD personnel to accompany me to Magic City." Once Wang Chuanfu had conveyed all the necessary details, Gao Junliang promptly set to work. The following day at 9 a.m., the National Convention and Exhibition Center in Magic City was bustling with activity, adorned with colorful flags. The attendees were all there for the Tesla Model 4 new energy vehicle exhibition. The venue spanned 100,000 square meters, showcasing 10 Tesla Model 4 vehicles in black, white, and blue. Under the dazzling lights, the Tesla Model 4 appeared exceptionally striking. Moreover, a top-tier model stood beside each car. The first model exuded charm with bright teeth, skin as smooth as cream, an alluring figure, a slender waist, and long legs, dressed in revealing attire that ignited the imagination. The second model's eyes sparkled like crystal, with slightly upturned corners that exuded a seductive allure. Her pure pupils and enchanting eye shape blended into an exquisite beauty, and her full red lips radiated temptation. In total, there were 10 such models, frequently changing poses to attract the attention of many attendees eager to capture photographs. Among the crowd was a middle-aged man with a protruding belly, leering at one of the models clad in hot pants and a tank top, practically drooling. After a moment, he leaned toward his companion to whisper, followed by a lewd chuckle. At that moment, 4 individuals passed by them, completely ignoring the alluring models. They were none other than Wang Chuanfu and his associates. "President Wang, there are fewer people here," Gao Junliang remarked. "Good, let's queue up here," Wang Chuanfu instructed. "Tesla has arranged an exclusive experiential segment today. However, registration and verification of funds are required. Only those with over 1 million in their bank accounts are granted the opportunity to partake for a mere 5 minutes. Such a stipulation by Tesla effectively targets the affluent citizens of the Dragon Kingdom." After passing the financial verification, Gao Junliang received his queue number, with 6 individuals ahead of him, necessitating a wait of half an hour. Yet, there was no urgency among them. Subsequently, Wang Chuanfu addressed the 2 technical personnel beside him, inquiring, "Have you brought the computer equipment?" The 2 senior research and development staff nodded in affirmation. Their purpose today was not solely to attend the auto exhibition, but also to ascertain whether they could gather information regarding the Tesla Model 4 battery. The opportunity to experience the Model 4 electric vehicle swiftly approached them. However, the staff informed them that only 2 participants could enter at a time. Wang Chuanfu had no choice but to allow Gao Junliang to enter accompanied by 1 senior RD personnel. Upon arriving beside the Model 4, the staff began elucidating its performance and advantages. Gao Junliang encouraged the senior RD personnel to take the driver's seat. He then inquired about the rear trunk, successfully diverting the staff's attention. The senior RD personnel hastily began to explore the main controller situated above the accelerator pedal, but found nothing after a prolonged search. His strategy was straightforward. Locate the vehicle's main controller, connect it to his computer equipment, extract the battery data, and return for further research. Minutes passed, and beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead as he still could not locate the main controller. Soon after, he noticed Manager Gao and the staff approaching through the rearview mirror, prompting him to sit up straight. Gao Junliang approached the front, exchanging glances with him. Upon seeing him slightly shake his head, he understood that this mission had ended in failure. Wang Chuanfu, observing their expressions, deduced the unsuccessful outcome, knowing full well how slim the chances were from the outset. "Let us go," Wang Chuanfu said. Faced with the ineffectiveness of this approach, he opted to pursue another strategy. The 4 of them then exited the exhibition hall. Inside the exhibition venue, Tesla had invited numerous media outlets for promotional coverage, including the renowned internet celebrity Wei Ye, who was conducting live broadcasts for the online pre-sale. Today, Wei Ye appeared resplendent in a deep purple V-neck gown, exuding both grace and poise. In front of the camera, She introduced the Model 4 electric vehicle with a live stream audience swelling to 5 million viewers. Dear family, let us take a moment to appreciate the exterior of the Model 4. Its lines are remarkably fluid, reminiscent of a sultry S-curve. Many men liken their cars to their wives, and this vehicle undoubtedly embodies the quintessential top-tier wife aesthetic, Wei eloquently described. The live chat buzzed with enthusiasm. Viewer 1. The lines feel absolutely exhilarating. Driving it would be a thrill. Huh. Viewer 2. Are you really talking about that car? Viewer 3. The appearance is decent. I'd give it an 80, but I prioritize performance. Viewer 4. Indeed. Host, please elaborate on the performance. One must value substance over style in a partner. Noticing the audience's satisfaction with the aesthetics, Wei transitioned to discussing the vehicle's performance. Family. This car's capabilities are unparalleled in the current market of electric vehicles. With a fully charged range of 425 kilometers and rapid charging in just 3 hours, it achieves an astounding 140 kilometers after merely 1 hour of charging. Have you experienced the exhilarating thrust of an electric vehicle? The Tesla Model 4 will undoubtedly offer you an unprecedented thrill. Chapter 68, Pre-Sale. The pre-sale of Tesla in the Dragon Kingdom is exceptionally successful. Since Wei officially commenced the online live pre-sale, within a mere 3 days, the live stream and official website have reported orders for 50,000 Tesla Model 4 electric vehicles, originally priced at $2,998 million. The pre-sale discount brings it down to $898 million. This results in a total sales volume of $144.9 billion for the 50,000 vehicles. Customers wishing to reserve a Tesla Model 4 must pay a deposit of 10,000 yuan. In just 3 days, Tesla has received deposits amounting to 500 million. Tesla's headquarters is highly satisfied with this pre-sale in the Dragon Kingdom, convinced that Model 4 could reach a minimum of 150,000 units sold. This translates to a staggering 434.7 billion in sales for Model 4 alone in the Dragon Kingdom, yielding profits nearing 20 billion. Tesla's Asia-Pacific headquarters is located in the bustling city of Shanghai. The regional manager is a striking American named Mark Albert, commonly referred to as Mark. At this moment, Mark reclines in his office, feet propped on the desk. Leaning back in his executive chair, a brown cigar gripped in his hand. With his eyes half closed, he exhales smoke languidly, reveling in the moment. In just 3 days, he has generated 20 billion for the company, exceeding his annual performance target. Furthermore, the headquarters has promised him an additional personal bonus of 50 million and a team bonus of 10 million. Additionally, after a year, he will be elevated to the position of Deputy General Manager at headquarters, placing him in a position of considerable authority. With a promotion and a pay raise imminent, Mark's spirits could not be higher. Knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock resonated at his office door. Mark remained unmoved, calling out to the door. Come in. A secretary clad in a form-fitting professional outfit entered. Boss, all the executives are gathered. All right, Mark replied casually, not bothering to rise, savoring a deep draw from his cigar. He then cast a glance at the attractive secretary. Exhaling smoke towards her chest, the vapor cascading into her neckline. Cough, cough. The secretary choked, prompting a mischievous grin from Mark. Only then did he rise from his seat. And as he passed by the secretary, he gave her a firm squeeze on her ample posterior. She gasped softly, biting her lip, her head bowed, her cheeks flushed. Mark, captivated by her allure, felt his primal instincts awaken. He encircled the secretary's waist, drawing her closer. Just as his hand began to wander, the secretary admonished softly, Boss, we need to start the meeting. Everyone is waiting for you. Recognizing the secretary's retreat, Mark regained some composure and replied, I'll deal with you later, my little darling. Hee. With a lascivious grin, he exited the office. The secretary then took a moment to compose herself, sighed in resignation, and left. In the conference room, Mark occupied the general manager's seat, listening to the executives discuss. This time we have captured 85% of the electric vehicle market in the Dragon Kingdom. This market share solidifies Tesla's dominance. Moreover, it seems that our primary competitor, BYD, may struggle to survive this time. Haha, once we eliminate BYD, the smaller companies are hardly worth our concern. At that time, when we monopolize the new energy vehicle industry in the Dragon Kingdom, the prices will be at our whim. This group of executives were all brought over by Mar from the beautiful country, and they are his trusted confidants. They each hold significant positions within the company. The Asia-Pacific headquarters has a total of 280 staff members, of which 92 are from the Dragon Kingdom. Yet they are relegated to the most laborious tasks. Only after Mark felt that everyone had spoken sufficiently did he slowly say, "This time we have achieved such remarkable results. The headquarters has awarded us 10 million as a bonus, and I hope everyone will continue to strive for excellence." Upon hearing about the 10 million bonus, the room erupted in joyous applause from Mark. He relished this feeling immensely before waving his hand to signal for silence. "We currently hold 50,000 orders, and within the next month, this number is expected to balloon to 150,000, making the expansion of our production line imperative. Jesse, you're in charge of production. Do you foresee any issues?" Jesse smiled. "No problem at all. It merely involves expanding the production line and adding equipment. With just a word from me, our collaborating new energy vehicle manufacturers will eagerly comply. Moreover, given the magnitude of our order, we can squeeze them a little more. As long as these lowly peasants don't starve, haha." Jesse's words resonated well. "As we aim to exploit the labor of the Dragon Kingdom's populace to further enrich the wealthy within our realm, we merely need to recline in comfort and discuss profits. Truly a pitiful state for the people of the Dragon Kingdom." Laughter filled the room. As the meeting concluded and Mark stepped out of the conference room, a secretary approached him. "Boss, a person claiming to be the owner of BYD Group wishes to see you." "The owner of BYD wants to meet me? How intriguing. Where is he?" Mark jested. "Waiting at the front desk," replied the secretary. Let him come to the reception room." "Certainly." The female secretary then headed to the front desk. At this moment, Wang Chuanfu, the owner of BYD, stood there with a briefcase in hand, his expression grave and somewhat anxious. He had been waiting here for nearly half an hour. Just a few days prior, the state had provided a response. Currently, no researchers at the National Research Institute had developed a new type of battery. Although his high school classmate had recommended 2 battery experts, the time required to start anew would be excessively long. It was likely that before they could produce anything, their group would face bankruptcy. Regarding Tesla's pre-sale, in just 3 days, they had pre-sold 50,000 new energy vehicles, totaling 144.9 billion, which was equivalent to their group's annual sales. If he did not act soon, the market would surely be completely dominated by Tesla. "Hello. Our boss has asked you to come to the reception room." A woman's voice interrupted Wang Chuanfu's thoughts. Upon hearing that the boss wished to see him, his expression finally relaxed a bit. Under the guidance of the secretary, Wang Chuanfu entered the reception room. At that moment, Mark was already waiting for him inside. As Wang Chuanfu stepped into the reception room, before the secretary could introduce him, he hurriedly approached Mark and said, "Hello, Mr. Mark. I have long admired your reputation." Upon finishing, Wang Chuanfu extended his right hand for a handshake. However, Mark remained seated, showing no intention of standing or shaking hands, instead condescendingly stating, "Have a seat." Chapter 69, Arrogance. In the reception room of Tesla's Asia-Pacific headquarters, 2 men sat across from each other. One had a Western appearance, exuding a relaxed demeanor, while the other, a native of the Dragon Kingdom, bore a tense expression, his brows knitted tightly. Neither of them spoke. 5 minutes passed before the Western man cheerfully remarked, "So, how is it, Mr. Wang? The terms I offered are quite reasonable. Would you agree?" Wang Chuanfu clenched his fists in fury, glaring at Mark, his voice trembling with anger. "You are taking advantage of the situation, trying to push our BYD group to the brink. That cannot be said. At the very least, Mr. Wang can exit with his dignity intact, and even secure 1 billion in retirement funds." Mark retorted mockingly. 1 billion? You think 1 billion is sufficient to acquire our BYD group? Our market value is at least 40 billion. Wang Chuanfu rebutted vehemently. "That was previously. Just try dragging this out for another 6 months, and your company may well find itself in debt." Wang Chuanfu fell into deep contemplation. Given the current trajectory, it was indeed true. Without business for half a year, their company would likely accrue debts of at least 1 billion. The longer they delayed, the greater the debt would become. Originally, he had come to negotiate with Mark, the head of Tesla's Asia-Pacific headquarters, hoping to purchase batteries from them. Although such an outcome seemed bleak, he still wished to try. Only with batteries of comparable performance to Tesla's could they maintain a foothold in the market. Even when Wang Chuanfu offered a high price for the batteries, Mark outright refused. Wang Chuanfu then proposed an alternative collaboration model, suggesting that Tesla provide the batteries while BYD supply all the components for new energy vehicles, ultimately splitting the profits with Tesla at 30. Yet, this request was also met with refusal from Mark. Wang Chuanfu subsequently raised the profit share to 60, but Mark remained unmoved. Furthermore, he proposed to acquire their company. Wang Chuanfu understood well that should Tesla acquire their brand, They would not expand BYD's operations, but rather control the brand until it faded away. Once BYD ceased to exist, there would be no new energy vehicle in the Dragon Kingdom capable of competing with Tesla. The consequence of such monopolization would be that they could manipulate prices at will, thereby extracting even more wealth from the Dragon Kingdom. Noticing Wang Chuanfu's silence, Mark lightly remarked, "Since Mr. Wang has yet to come to a conclusion, let us conclude our discussion here for today. I am confident that within a month, we shall meet again." With that, Mark stood and departed, leaving Wang Chuanfu behind. Sigh. Wang Chuanfu let out a deep breath. Reflecting on Mark's imperious demeanor, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap him twice. Damn it. You are currently on the soil of the Dragon Kingdom, yet you wish to trample over us. Once I overcome this hurdle, I will ensure that you foreigners are firmly grounded. Spit. Although Wang Chuanfu's heart seethed with anger, he recognized that the current challenge was formidable. Unless their company's research department could develop a superior battery, they would face dire consequences. Yet, with so many researchers in the nation making no breakthroughs in battery technology, how could their group of just over 10 researchers succeed? Exiting Tesla's Asia-Pacific headquarters, Wang Chuanfu reluctantly headed towards the hotel. In the Dragon University laboratory, Jiang Fan and his team have been engaged in closed research for 13 days. At this moment, 4 finished lithium iron phosphate power batteries lay on the experimental table. The 4 of them were tense, intently observing the data on the computer screen. Jiang Fan felt someone pinching the flesh on his arm from behind. Turning around, he discovered it was Xiaoyu, and he said, "Senior Xiaoyu, why are you pinching me?" I get nervous and instinctively want to grab something," Xiaoyu replied, her voice quivering with anxiety. Jiang Fan extricated his arm from her grasp, retreating a few steps away. "Niu Su, how much longer until the data runs its course?" "Su Guan Guinang in Guit." "We're currently at 92, approximately 8 minutes remaining," Niu Su replied. "Why does time seem to drag on so slowly?" Su Guangyuan expressed his impatience. 5 days prior, they had conducted an experiment on the lithium iron phosphate battery they had developed, only to discover a flaw in the battery separator. Remarkably, Jiang Fan had spent 2 hours devising a new formula for the separator. Data analysis revealed that this innovative separator exhibited a much more perfect compatibility. Thus, over the past 5 days, apart from meals and 4 hours of sleep each night, they dedicated every waking moment to perfecting the lithium iron phosphate battery. Fortune favors the diligent. Today, they had successfully developed 4 lithium iron phosphate batteries. Each had undergone testing, and all data was currently being processed by the computer. If the data proved accurate, it would affirm their success in battery research. 3 minutes remaining. Upon hearing Niu Su's announcement, their anxiety intensified. Su Wan Guinan Su de Li et Glim. Inhaling sharply as he rubbed his arm, marked with several nail imprints. "Xiaoyu, what on earth are you doing? That hurts." Xiaoyu wore a look of genuine contrition. "I'm so sorry. When I heard Niu Su say there were 3 minutes left, I got nervous and couldn't help myself." Seeing her distressed expression, Su Guangyuan found it difficult to chastise her, choosing instead to distance himself as Jiang Fan had. Jiang Fan, noticing the marks on Su Guangyuan's arm, felt grateful for his earlier decision to retreat. As Xiaoyu observed Su Guangyuan and Jiang Fan keeping their distance, she edged closer, fixating on the computer's running data. Meanwhile, Niu Su, prioritizing his safety, inched closer to Jiang Fan and Su Guangyuan. Suddenly, Su Guangyuan was hit by an unpleasant odor. "Niu Su, why do you smell so bad?" 13 days without a shower. It's no surprise. Niu Su Vito. We're all in the same boat. Let us not point fingers. Xiaoyu interjected. "Don't include me. I refuse to be associated with 3 smelly men." Just as their playful banter continued, the computer emitted a series of beeps, the signal that the data processing had concluded. The 4 of them fell silent, their gazes fixed on the screen, which displayed 4 prominent characters. "Data correct." As they beheld those words, their eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Fan exhaled a sigh of relief. "Have we succeeded?" Xiaoyu whispered, her voice barely above a murmur. "It seems so," Su Guangyuan responded. Once they fully grasped the reality of their success, they erupted into jubilant shouts. "We did it! Hooray! We have truly succeeded." Chapter 70, In the Wilds. In a Lingen mountain range, located 100 kilometers northwest of Kyoto, the towering peaks rose and fell dramatically. Each mountain was adorned with a variety of trees, fiery red maple groves, yellowing poplar forests, and lush coniferous woods. Viewed from above, the entire mountain range resembled a vibrant patchwork of colors, extraordinarily beautiful. In a low-lying area where 2 mountains converged, a man and a woman donned climbing attire. meandering through the towering pines. Noticing the absence of onlookers, the man smirked mischievously, seizing an opportunity to surprise the woman. Without warning, he lunged at her, embracing her while his hands roamed inappropriately. The woman, startled by his sudden advance, exclaimed, "Darling, what are you doing? We're in the wilderness." Unfazed, the man leaned closer to her ear, leeringly whispering, "Let us experience nature today." Realizing the implication of his words, the woman blushed, her hesitation wavering. "Isn't this inappropriate? What if someone sees us?" "Don't worry, my dear. We're in the middle of nowhere," he reassured her. With that, the woman surrendered her resistance, and they became entwined, shedding one layer of clothing. Suddenly, a group of soldiers clad in camouflage burst forth from the underbrush. Their faces painted, they wielded submachine guns, moving with the stealth of trained operatives, encircling the couple. The man, sensing the commotion, mistook it for the rustling of wildlife and halted, only to be met with a circle of fully armed soldiers aiming their weapons at them. Having never encountered such a scenario, he trembled in terror, collapsing to his knees. Meanwhile, the woman remained blissfully unaware, her eyes closed and lips slightly parted, lost in pleasure. Noticing the man's lack of action, she coyly called out, "Darling, come here. I want you." The man, jolted by her words, suddenly felt a wave of shame, hastily nudging her awake. One of the new recruits couldn't contain a chuckle. Breaking the tension, the woman finally opened her eyes, realizing they were surrounded by armed soldiers. Overcome by fear, she stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, the squad leader emerged from the trees, and one soldier rushed to report the situation. After verifying the couple's identities and questioning them, the leader issued a stern warning before allowing them to leave. Once the man and woman hastily retreated, the new recruit mimicked the woman's earlier plea, "Darling, come here. I want you." The soldiers erupted into laughter, while the squad leader, maintaining a serious demeanor, commanded, "What is so funny? Get into position." The soldiers quickly dispersed, vanishing into the woods, while the leader ventured deeper into the forest. After approximately 20 minutes, he arrived at a secluded valley featuring a large stone cave. Stepping inside, as he advanced, the interior expanded into a vast chamber, resembling a miniature world. A mountain, 500 meters in diameter, had been hollowed out, extending 30 meters underground. Peering over the railing, he observed 3 enormous cylindrical devices, alongside hundreds of scientists in white coats bustling about. This location was the nation's rocket propulsion research facility. In essence, a rocket propulsion system is a device designed to launch rockets into the sky. Its principle is akin to that of fireworks, which are propelled skyward by gunpowder. Currently, the most advanced rocket propulsion systems belong to the United States and Russia, capable of generating 500 tons of thrust. In contrast, Longke's rocket propulsion systems can only achieve a maximum of 300 tons, a significant disparity. The importance of rocket propulsion in the field of aerospace cannot be overstated, as the magnitude of its thrust directly determines the technological prowess of space exploration. Currently, whether it be satellites or other planetary probes, the sole means of transporting them into the cosmos is via rockets. The thrust generated by rocket engines determines the weight of the payload they can carry. At this moment, beside the rocket engine of Research Base Number 3, a group of researchers clad in white coats encircled an elder. "Dr. Long, we have encountered instability in the ignition experiment of our rocket's new fuel." The elder, known as Dr. Long, scrutinized the experimental report in his hand, his brow furrowed, before slowly responding. "The ratio of C2H8 and 2-dimethylhydrazine and N2O4-dinitrogen tetroxide remains problematic. Although this trial has not succeeded, the incorporation of high-grade borosilane is still a feasible option. We shall continue our investigations." Dr. Long elucidated to the group, emphasizing that this experiment could hardly be deemed a failure. For them, it was a remarkable discovery of a new type of fuel that enhances energy output. Should they succeed in their research, Long Nation would successfully develop a 500-ton rocket engine, thereby reaching the pinnacle of rocket propulsion technology on Blue Star. After concluding his instructions, Dr. Long bid farewell to the researchers, having spent over 10 days at the facility. The intense and demanding work had taken a toll on his health. In fact, by the 5th day of his stay, he had been suffering from severe abdominal pain. But to ensure the timely completion of the experiments, he had resorted to painkillers, enduring through the days until the experiments were finalized. Dr. Long then descended in the elevator to the ground level. The team leader awaited him above. "Dr. Long, the vehicle is ready and can depart at any moment." "Very well. Let us proceed," Dr. Long replied. He then followed the squad leader outside. The leader approached a military off-road vehicle, opened the door, and Dr. Long took a seat. The leader joined him, tasked with ensuring Dr. Long's safe return. Drive on. The driver then started the vehicle, navigating through the rugged terrain without roadways, relying solely on his driving skills. Alongside a road, a couple sat. The woman, fatigued, grumbled while seated on the ground. It's all your fault for insisting on climbing wild mountains. Not only did we nearly get captured, but now we're lost. The man, equally disheartened, had originally sought to experience the wilderness, but unexpectedly encountered a group of soldiers. At that moment, he spotted a military SUV approaching in the distance. He hastily waved, hoping they might offer them a ride. The vehicle halted, and as the rear window rolled down, both the man and woman were taken aback to find a squad leader inside. What seems to be the problem? The soldier inquired. The man awkwardly recounted their predicament. You two wait here. A vehicle will arrive to collect you in 10 minutes. He refrained from allowing them to board their vehicle, prioritizing Dr. Long's safety. In the future, refrain from seeking thrill outdoors. The leader instructed before signaling the driver to depart, leaving the couple exchanging bewildered glances. Chapter 71. Speculations. Dr. Long soon arrived in the downtown area of Kyoto. As the vehicle made its way to the military hospital, his phone suddenly rang. It was a student, Jiang Fan. He answered immediately. Teacher, we have developed a new type of mech battery. Really? Dr. Long's heart raced at Jiang Fan's news. Yes. We have conducted 4 tests, and the data is remarkably stable. Where are you now? Dr. Long inquired, his excitement palpable. In the laboratory. All right. I will arrive in 20 minutes. Dr. Long hung up and addressed the driver. Take me to Longke University. The squad leader beside him hesitated, saying, Dr. Long, the superior instructed me to escort you to the military hospital. I will go to the hospital myself tomorrow. My health is perfectly fine. Just as the leader was about to protest, Dr. Long's frustration surfaced. The laboratory at Longke University has achieved a significant breakthrough. If we delay, can you bear the responsibility? Aware that Dr. Long was overseeing several projects, the leader hesitated to impede his work and reluctantly instructed the driver to head toward Longke University. In the laboratory, Jiang Fan and his team were still reveling in their success. I can't believe we actually developed a new type of battery. Indeed, this battery outperforms the previous lead-acid batteries by 3-fold. It's truly remarkable. This represents a qualitative leap in the battery sector. Aha! The trio excitedly praised Jiang Fan, who had initially faced skepticism from Su Guangyuan regarding his new battery proposal, considering him merely a freshman from Longke University with little knowledge of battery research. During the initial stages of the study, Su had been somewhat resistant, but he never anticipated that Jiang Fan would indeed succeed in just 13 days. Such a pace and outcome in research are unparalleled. He had now become the most admiring of Jiang Fan among the three. Just as they were celebrating, the laboratory door swung open, and Dr. Long entered directly. Xia Xiaoyu rushed over, her excitement palpable. Dr. Long, you're back. We developed a new battery. Dr. Long, look at our experimental results. Dr. Long took the experimental sheet, his smile growing broader with each glance. However, upon reviewing the performance data of the battery, he was utterly astonished. Is this real? Jiang Fan. Dr. Long asked incredulously. It's true, teacher. Jiang Fan affirmed confidently. On his way back, Dr. Long had hoped that if Jiang Fan could enhance the current battery's performance by 60, he would be thoroughly satisfied. Yet Jiang Fan had directly improved it by 300, a staggering feat. This new material battery was now incomparable to the previous versions. To deem it a groundbreaking invention in the realm of batteries would not be an exaggeration. Dr. Long, who had felt a tinge of melancholy over the earlier failure with the rocket fuel, was now as joyous as a child. He exchanged insights with Jiang Fan regarding lithium iron phosphate batteries, filled with awe. He was also curious about how Jiang Fan possessed such extensive knowledge of batteries, with his concepts being remarkably advanced. An hour later, Dr. Long realized that this development must be promptly reported to the chief of the mech research project. Since their mech research was divided into separate studies, researching plug-in systems, materials, and controls, the energy source of the mech batteries was intertwined with each subsystem. This time, Jiang Fan's enhancement of battery energy output had tripled the original, necessitating changes across all subsystems. Dr. Long relayed the news to the chief of the mech project, who initially thought Dr. Long was jesting. Only upon discerning the seriousness in Dr. Long's tone did he grasp the gravity of the situation. He immediately recognized the significance of this matter and began notifying personnel from various subsystems within the mech research to convene an emergency meeting. Dr. Long, accompanied by Jiang Fan and a sample of the lithium iron phosphate battery, hurried toward the National Mech Research Institute. The chief officer, Tang Qian, stood at the entrance of the conference room, his emotions running high as he paced back and forth. He recalled the previous words of Elder Long, who had informed him that the mecha battery system had experienced a remarkable threefold enhancement. Although he found this somewhat hard to believe, he was acutely aware that Elder Long would never jest when it came to scientific research. If this were true, it would signify a qualitative leap in the overall performance of the mecha. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, to the point of almost dancing with joy. The latest arrivals for the meeting included the heads of the skeletal and control systems. Director Tang summoned all the researchers from the institute, and soon the conference room was filled with nearly 100 experts in mecha technology. Once a sufficient number of attendees had gathered, Director Tang took the stage to address everyone. He had called them together to announce a groundbreaking advancement in mecha battery energy. At this moment, a professor who was quite familiar with Director Tang remarked from the audience, "Old Tang, there's no need to rush us over just for a breakthrough in mecha energy. We've come here through the dust and fatigue." As soon as the professor spoke, murmurs arose among the attendees. Indeed, a breakthrough of 5 or 10 in mecha energy cells does not significantly impact other subsystems. Unless it exceeds 20 or 30, we won't feel any effects. One researcher asked, "Did you see the news a few days ago? The Tesla electric vehicle from the beautiful nation has improved its battery by 30. Is Director Tang suggesting our battery enhancement is also by 30? At this, the eyes of the researchers turned fervently towards Director Tang, their anticipation palpable. If the mecha battery energy had indeed been enhanced by 30, it would enable substantial improvements in other design aspects of the mecha. Director Tang, has our battery energy really increased by 30? Tang Qian smiled at the crowd, teasingly replying, "Let us wait for Elder Long to arrive and explain it himself." At the mention of Elder Long's name, excitement surged through the audience. Elder Long was a towering figure in the realm of scientific research. If it were indeed Elder Long, then a 30 enhancement in performance should be entirely plausible. Yes, I share that sentiment. But do you all perhaps misunderstand the implications of this battery performance enhancement? As someone who specializes in battery research, I can assure you that a 30 increase is no trivial feat. If Elder Long had achieved a 20 enhancement, I would still find that impressive. Just as the discussions intensified, Elder Long strode into the room. Chapter 72. He was not mistaken. Elder Long stood before the crowd, and the more than 100 researchers fell silent at once. They were well aware of his fiery temperament. The urgency of gathering everyone was primarily due to my laboratory achieving a new pinnacle in mecha battery energy. Upon hearing Elder Long mention a new height, all attendees began to contemplate. If Elder Long deemed it a new height, it could not possibly be a minor breakthrough. Could it be that the battery performance had increased by more than 30? Everyone's eyes were fixated on Elder Long in eager anticipation. However, after a lengthy preamble, he still did not disclose the specifics of the battery performance. Sensing the growing impatience of the audience, Elder Long finally said, "All right, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Jiang Fan will now present the detailed data." At that moment, Jiang Fan, cradling a lithium iron phosphate power battery he had been researching, stepped to the forefront and placed the battery on the podium. The sleek black battery instantly captivated everyone's attention. Surely, this must be the new battery developed by Elder Long? But upon closer inspection, it appeared rather unremarkable. The battery casing looked standard. The distinction lay within its internal materials. As a young researcher took the stage while Elder Long stepped down, confusion spread among the audience. Wasn't he, Elder Long, supposed to present the new battery as performance? Why was he leaving? Just as they pondered this, Jiang Fan picked up the microphone and addressed everyone. "Hello, I am Jiang Fan, a student of Elder Long. I will now elucidate the performance of a lithium iron phosphate power battery." At this point, the researchers began to realize that Elder Long had intended to give his student the opportunity to present and refine his skills. But wait, when did Elder Long take on students again? Hadn't he vowed never to accept another after a student he had once mentored acquired citizenship in the beautiful nation, leaving him heartbroken? The lithium iron phosphate power battery is significantly different from lead-acid batteries. The positive material of this battery is primarily lithium iron phosphate. This type of battery boasts several advantages over lead-acid batteries. 1. Lifespan. A lead-acid battery of the same weight lasts a maximum of 5 years, while a lithium iron phosphate power battery theoretically lasts up to 8 years under comparable conditions. 2. High-temperature performance. The thermal peak of lithium iron phosphate can reach 350 to 500 degrees Celsius, with a wide operational temperature range of -20 to 75 degrees Celsius. 3. High capacity. It possesses a capacity that is 3 to 5 times greater than that of a standard lead-acid battery, 5 Ah, 1000 Ah per unit. As Jiang Fan elaborated on the performance data of the lithium iron phosphate power battery, the audience listened in stunned silence, their expressions reflecting utter disbelief. The specifications of this battery were astonishing. If what this young man stated were true, then Elder Long had indeed developed a new material battery with performance at least double that of lead-acid batteries. Given the current maturity and sophistication of battery technology, such a leap in performance seemed inconceivable. They glanced towards Elder Long, seated among them, and noted that he displayed no intention of interrupting the presentation, suggesting that the young man was indeed truthful. Were these figures genuinely accurate? If so, this new type of battery would undoubtedly lead the world in performance, and by a significant margin. Half an hour later, Jiang Fan concluded his presentation on the performance of the lithium iron phosphate power battery. The room remained silent, everyone still in shock, gazing at the young man on stage. It was only when Elder Long initiated applause that they snapped back to reality and joined in. Should anyone have questions, please feel free to ask, and I will provide answers, Jiang Fan announced. Despite their initial skepticism towards Jiang Fan's statements, they recognized the poise and confidence he exhibited during his presentation. Clearly, being a student of Elder Long was indicative of exceptional merit. A voice from the audience inquired, "Young man, regarding the new material battery you mentioned, how much has its overall performance improved compared to lead-acid batteries?" Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly, "Threefold." "Threefold?" The attendees collectively gasped, their astonishment palpable. Threefold? This meant that the new battery developed by Elder Long had enhanced performance by a staggering 300 in the realm of science and technology. The beautiful nation had consistently led the world, and their recent advancements had only yielded a 30 improvement in battery performance. Once more, all eyes turned to Elder Long, seeking his confirmation. "Elder Long, has the lithium iron phosphate battery truly achieved a 300 performance enhancement?" An expert posed a question to Elder Long, and everyone exhibited an air of eager anticipation, awaiting his response. Noticing the collective gaze directed towards him, Elder Long rose and proclaimed, "Jiang Fan is indeed correct. The enhancement is threefold." Upon receiving Elder Long's confirmation, the assembly was left utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. Is this truly the case? Has our Dragon Nation truly achieved a 300% increase in battery performance? Does this mean that we shall lead the world in battery technology? It took them a full 2 minutes to digest this revelation. Then, a thunderous applause erupted for Elder Long, a heartfelt expression of excitement and pride. This monumental research breakthrough by Elder Long is poised to alter the global landscape, propelling numerous sectors in Dragon Nation to the forefront of the world. Given the extensive applications of batteries across communication, transportation, healthcare, digital technology, and defense, it isn't an exaggeration to assert that this seemingly modest battery technology could significantly elevate the overall strength of our nation. While the crowd was still enraptured by their exhilaration, Elder Long addressed them once more. "Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding." At his words, a wave of anxiety swept through the audience. A misunderstanding? Could Elder Long have been jesting? This thought echoed in the minds of all present. The room fell into an eerie silence, the sound of a pin dropping palpable, with the faint rhythm of their heartbeats resonating in the stillness. They leaned in, straining to hear Elder Long's next words. "The lithium iron phosphate battery was not developed by me, but by my student, Jiang Fan." Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief, grateful that Elder Long had not disavowed the authenticity of his research. However, a realization dawned. Wait, what did Elder Long just say? This innovative battery was not his creation, but that of his student, Jiang Fan. In unison, their gazes shifted to the youthful figure on the stage. How could this be? He appeared to be no more than 18 or 19 years old. Chapter 73. The acquisition at 9 o'clock in the morning within the conference room of BYD Group. A high-ranking executive from the production department vented his frustration, exclaiming, "Tesla is utterly insufferable." Just days prior, Tesla's Asia-Pacific headquarters had pressured all suppliers of new energy materials in Dragon Nation to cease their supply to BYD. Most suppliers, in a bid for survival, had no choice but to comply. However, one supplier, Fong Nuon Materials, stood firm in its patriotic resolve to continue supplying BYD. Upon learning this, Tesla collaborated with other suppliers to blacklist Fong Nuon, leading to its unfortunate closure within 2 days. Now BYD Group found itself devoid of raw materials, with its factories operating at a standstill. should they fail to deliver vehicles on time to customers who had placed orders. It would not only incur financial losses, but also tarnish their reputation. Mr. Wang, do we truly have no recourse? Inquired the head of the marketing department. Wang Chuanfu shook his head in resignation. It is unacceptable to be bullied by an American company on our own soil. Damn it, if it comes to that, we shall fight to the bitter end. Yes, Mr. Wang, just say the word, and we will follow you. Wang Chuanfu cast a glance at them, a flicker of desolation crossing his eyes. In years past, he had led these very individuals through countless hardships to attain the pinnacle of new energy in Dragon Nation. Just as they were poised to expand and strengthen the company, fate had dealt them this cruel hand. Who could they blame for this predicament? The only fault lay in their failure to develop new battery technologies. The lesson of being left behind to take a beating had been imparted by their ancestors a century ago, and now Wang Chuanfu was experiencing it firsthand. The feeling of helplessness, despite a heart full of passion, was utterly despairing. Manager Liu from the legal department, accompany me to Magic City. Mr. Wang, are we truly giving up? Asked the head of the RD department, Gao Junliang. This is the only way to safeguard what we currently possess. If BYD drags on for another month, we may find ourselves in dire straits. I disagree. Mr. Wang, after all these years with you, we have built BYD into what it is today. We cannot simply abandon it. Then can you propose a viable solution? The speaker fell silent, as they all understood that BYD held a place in Wang Chuanfu's heart greater than any of theirs. Yet, at this juncture, he found himself powerless. Enough. Everyone, cease your discussions. I have officially decided to sell the company to Tesla. With that, Mr. Wang exited the conference room, not heading to his office, but rather to the restroom. Sitting on the toilet, a torrent of conflicting emotions surged within him, and tears welled in his eyes. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, in the reception area of Tesla's Asia-Pacific headquarters in Magic City, Mark smirked. Mr. Wang, I said we would meet within a month. I didn't expect you to come looking for me in less than 3 days. Mr. Mark, I am here to discuss the acquisition, Wang Chuanfu replied. Excellent. How much are you prepared to sell the company for? Mark replied with a sly grin. Wang Chuanfu was taken aback and responded, Mr. Mark, didn't we previously agree on 10 billion? 10 billion? Are you joking? What do you mean? Mark leaned back, resting his feet on the table, and continued. That was the price 3 days ago. Now, your company is worth a maximum of 3 billion. What? 3 billion? Are you kidding me? Wang Chuanfu exclaimed. However, Mark remained unfazed, leisurely lighting a cigar. BYD was now at a dead end, lacking performance and suppliers, aside from Tesla. It seemed no one would consider acquiring such a company. Wang Chuanfu gradually regained his composure and sat down slowly. At this moment, BYD had little leverage for negotiation. Yet, the cunning Mark's antics ignited a fire of rage within him. He longed to slam the table and berate him. But now he found himself pleading for the acquisition of his own company. Reflecting on his years of navigating the business world, he never imagined he would reach such a dismal fate. After Mark finished his cigar, the room was thick with smoke, and he finally spoke. So, Mr. Wang, have you made your decision? I don't have time to waste. Wang Chuanfu found himself at a loss for words. 3 billion. After paying employees' salaries, there would scarcely be enough left to settle the bank debts. Mr. Mark, I can offer you a discount of 2 billion, a total of 8 billion. How does that sound? Wang Chuanfu's voice carried a hint of desperation. Mr. Wang, don't push your luck. I'll give you one more minute. 3 billion. Take it or leave it. If this time passes, don't come begging to me. I want it. With a smirk, Mark exited the reception area, leaving Wang Chuanfu alone. The clock on the wall ticked relentlessly, each second echoing in the silence. Reflecting on the tumultuous journey he has traversed alongside BYD over the years, accompanied by the steadfast brothers who stood by him, a wave of emotion washed over him, leaving his heart heavy with unarticulated sentiments. Just then, his phone rang abruptly. Upon checking, he discovered it was Gao Junliang from the RD department. He promptly pressed the answer button. Instantly, Gao Junliang's anxious voice resonated through the line. Mr. Wang, our company hasn't been sold yet, has it? Manager Gao, please don't try to persuade me any further. My decision is made. No, Mr. Wang. Our company has been saved. There's good news, truly splendid news. Hearing Gao Junliang's somewhat incoherent words, he quickly inquired, what good news? How has our company been saved? It's a call from the government. They've developed a new battery. A new battery? Wang Chuanfu asked, brimming with excitement. Yes. Just moments ago, I received a call stating that Professor Long from Longke University has developed a new type of battery, with performance enhancements surpassing lead-acid batteries by 300. Upon hearing Gao Junliang's words, Wang Chuanfu trembled with exhilaration. Salvation is at hand. His company has been rescued. He never anticipated that, in this critical moment, he would find reliance on his own nation. If the government assists him through this challenging phase, he vows to never disappoint Longwa in the future. After ending the call, Wang Chuanfu's heart raced like a wild stallion, feeling as though he had been reborn. At that moment, Mark opened the door and sauntered over, adopting a haughty demeanor as he asked, "Have you made up your mind?" Wang Chuanfu approached Mark, locking eyes with him and slowly uttering, "You absolute fool." Chapter 74, Negotiating Cooperation. Mark's eyes widened in shock, his expression a mix of disbelief. "You dare to insult me? Do you know who you are speaking to?" Wang Chuanfu continued to gaze into Mark's eyes, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. Never had he encountered such a ferocious glare, akin to a beast ready to devour him. Mark shuddered, sensing a cold sweat trickling down his back. He instinctively took 2 steps back, stammering, "What do you want?" Observing Mark's evident trepidation, Wang Chuanfu couldn't help but scoff. "Humph, you absolute fool." With that, he swung open the door to the reception room and exited. Mark stood frozen for a considerable time, only regaining his composure after the initial shock. He had never imagined that a human could possess such an intense gaze. After a moment of calm, he resumed his prior arrogance, his expression twisted with malice as he declared, "Those pretentious Longwa people, I will make you pay dearly." Subsequently, Mark convened an executive meeting. Jesse, reach out to the material suppliers who previously supplied BYD Group and find a way to cause them trouble. Vlad, spread rumors online about BYD Group facing major issues and impending bankruptcy. Ruth, gather some media outlets and owners of pre-ordered BYD new energy vehicles to stir up trouble at BYD Group's headquarters. Wang Chuanfu flew back to Kyoto, and after inquiring about the specific situation upon returning to his group, he led several executives directly to Longke University. Regarding BYD's situation, the government had already contacted Professor Long to explain the developments, leaving the specifics of cooperation to be negotiated by them. Professor Long, not particularly adept at negotiation, promptly passed the matter to Principal Liu. Principal Liu, brimming with excitement, noted that Jiang Fan had only been at Longke University for less than half a month and had already developed a new type of material for batteries. Such a prodigious talent was rare throughout all of Longwa. The principal summoned Dean Li to arrange the specific details. Soon, Wang Chuanfu and his group arrived at Longke University. Dean Li ushered them into the conference hall of the administrative building. He then informed Professor Long and Jiang Fan. On the way, Jiang Fan had gathered some understanding of BYD's situation. As they entered the conference room, Wang Chuanfu rushed over and directly grasped Professor Long's hand. "Professor Long, greetings. I am Wang Chuanfu from BYD Group." "Hello. Congratulations on achieving a breakthrough in battery technology." Wang Chuanfu's words were sincere, more precious than gold itself. Although he had not personally developed the new battery, his excitement surpassed that of anyone else. Had the breakthrough in battery technology come any later, his BYD Group might have been reduced to mere shadows of Tesla. At this critical juncture, Professor Long's timely research filled him with elation. "The battery was not developed by me, but by my student, Jiang Fan." Professor Long corrected him, though it was evident he felt even more joy than if he had accomplished it himself. "Your student, Jiang Fan?" Wang Chuanfu was taken aback. When the R&D department received the call from the government, it was merely mentioned that a new type of battery had been developed in Professor Long's lab, and he had assumed it was the professor himself who had pioneered it. However, it mattered little who had conducted the research. What was paramount was that Longwa had successfully developed battery technology. Wang Chuanfu glanced at a young man beside Professor Long and continued, "You must be Jiang Fan, Professor Long's student?" Jiang Fan nodded, feeling somewhat awkward at being addressed as you by a middle-aged man. "Greetings." Wang Chuanfu shook Jiang Fan's hand firmly. Jiang Fan could sense the gratitude and excitement emanating from him. At that moment, Dean Li noticed the group standing by the entrance engaged in conversation and promptly stated, "Everyone, please take a seat and let us discuss." Subsequently, all took their seats, with Wang Chuanfu and his party positioned on the left side of the conference table, while Jiang Fan, Professor Long, Principal Liu, and Dean Li occupied the right side. Principal Liu took the lead in addressing the gathering. "Jiang Fan is our student at Longke University. As his mentors, we will handle the commercial negotiations, but the pivotal decisions will rest with Jiang Fan. Mr. Liu, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Chuanfu, ECO of BYD Group, which primarily engages in the production of new energy vehicles." Wang Chuanfu introduced his group, providing an understanding of BYD Group's operations. At this juncture, Jiang Fan interjected, "Mr. Wang, let us get straight to the point. I have another experiment to conduct." Wang Chuanfu, unfazed by Jiang Fan's interruption, found it rather refreshing. "Very well. Our group is prepared to invest 1 billion for the rights to use the technology, along with 10 equity." Jiang Fan displayed little reaction to Wang Chuanfu's offer. Principal Liu expressed satisfaction towards Jiang Fan, stating, "Jiang Fan, Mr. Wang's proposal is indeed quite sincere." Jiang Fan nodded and said, "Mr. Wang, I have a few inquiries." "Please go ahead," Wang Chuanfu replied. "Regarding the lithium iron phosphate power batteries, what price do you plan to set for your new energy vehicles?" This question had not been thoroughly considered by Wang Chuanfu. After a moment of reflection, he pondered that, based on the battery performance Jiang Fan had provided, the new energy vehicles they produced would boast performance at least 3 times superior to that of Tesla. Considering the market, they would likely price them at around 1 million. The foundational cost for their new energy vehicles was approximately 80,000, but with the addition of the battery technology costs, it would escalate significantly. The 1 billion for the technology usage fee and the 10 equity, along with the research and development costs, would all contribute to the expenses. When the total cost was calculated, it would amount to around 300,000. The most crucial aspect lies in the cost of battery technology. Wang Chuanfu calculated briefly and then addressed Jiang Fan, stating that the anticipated selling price should be around 600,000. Upon hearing this figure, Jiang Fan couldn't help but furrow his brow. "Your price is excessively high. The battery I have developed is intended to benefit the people of Longke, not just the affluent." Wang Chuanfu, upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, expressed a sense of helplessness. "Currently, the cost of our new energy vehicles stands at 80,000. Should your research's battery be incorporated, the cost would more than double." Jiang Fan inquired, "Isn't the government currently providing subsidies for new energy vehicles?" "Indeed, the subsidies vary per vehicle, generally ranging between 260,000. Wang replied, "Mr. Wang, I do not seek any technology transfer fees or shares. What price can you reduce it to?" Jiang Fan stated. Upon his arrival, he had gathered a comprehensive understanding of BYD, which holds a commendable reputation in Longke. Over the years, during times of natural calamities, BYD has consistently been the first to contribute donations and resources, which was a significant factor in Jiang Fan's decision-making. All present were momentarily taken aback by Jiang Fan's declaration. Chapter 75, The Commotion. Principal Liu quietly remarked to Jiang Fan, "Jiang Fan, the combined value of 1 billion and 10 equity is quite substantial. Isn't it?" He pondered that if all this money were invested in research, it could potentially yield significant achievements. Nonetheless, Elder Long felt a sense of satisfaction with Jiang Fan's performance, as it demonstrated that Jiang Fan would not betray his country over financial matters. Furthermore, Jiang Fan was concerned about the livelihood of the people in Longke. At such a young age, he exhibited a worldly perspective that Elder Long believed he himself could not have possessed in his youth. After contemplating for a moment, Wang Chuanfu mentioned, "If we exclude the costs associated with battery technology, the selling price could be reduced to around 150,000. 150,000? Jiang Fan murmured. "That still seems rather high. Mr. Wang, could you lower the price to 100,000? 100,000? The executives surrounding Wang were taken aback. Even their current new energy vehicles were priced above this. Not to mention the inclusion of Jiang Fan's innovative battery materials. At market value, 600,000 would be fiercely sought after. Yet this young innovator insisted on a price of merely 100,000. What a stark contrast. Jiang Fan's intention was straightforward: to make such new energy vehicles accessible to the majority. Just as everyone assumed that Mr. Wang of BYD would inevitably refuse, he unexpectedly replied, "All right, in light of your boldness, I shall agree." However, as the marketing manager was about to interject, Wang Chuanfu waved his hand, cutting him off. Seeing the agreement, Jiang Fan contentedly stated, "Excellent, you may discuss the specifics with Principal Liu." Following this, Jiang Fan and Elder Long exited together. Once outside, Elder Long couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You truly struck an incredible deal. A new energy vehicle with such outstanding battery performance. And you're asking them to sell it for 100,000. Impressive. I like it, haha. I want one for myself. If you like it, I'll gift it to you." "Teacher," Jiang Fan replied. "Haha, good. No backing out now." Elder Long gladly accepted. Driving a car gifted by a student would certainly be a point of pride. Moreover, since the battery was developed by Jiang Fan, BYD's owner would be more than pleased to offer one for free. "By the way, Jiang Fan, Does adding a graphite coating to lithium iron phosphate batteries genuinely enhance their performance? Elder Long inquired. Yes. I previously researched nanomaterials and discovered that nanoparticles coated with conductive graphite can provide exceptional static conductivity and act as a protective energy absorption layer. Additionally, it can reduce the internal resistance of the battery and mitigate the dynamic internal resistance increase during the charge-discharge cycle. Jiang Fan elucidated the properties and effects of the graphite coating. Elder Long was profoundly intrigued. At that moment, he felt an odd sense of being Jiang Fan's student. After exchanging ideas for a while, Elder Long then asked Jiang Fan, how much performance enhancement can we expect from lithium iron phosphate batteries with the graphite coating? Teacher, I haven't conducted precise tests, but a performance increase of around 30 should be quite achievable. 30? That is quite significant. Elder Long felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Back in the day, when he was researching lead-acid batteries, he estimated a maximum performance increase of 30. Yet, Jiang Fan casually introduces a graphite coating and achieves such remarkable results. Jiang Fan, how are you progressing so slowly at such a young age? Elder Long urged. Unable to contain his excitement, eager to commence research on the graphite coating immediately, Jiang Fan, noticing his teacher's brisk pace, couldn't he help but chuckle and quicken his own steps. At the entrance of BYD Group's headquarters, a throng of people had gathered, vociferously clamoring. Some media personnel wielding cameras were capturing the scene. A market supervisor from BYD stood in front of the agitated crowd. Dear car owners, BYD Group has not gone bankrupt. Please trust that your ordered vehicles will be delivered on schedule. If you wish to request a refund, please do so at the respective stores. I believe you are just trying to dodge responsibility and not refund our money, shouted one bald man, with many car owners echoing his sentiments. Everyone, please have faith in BYD Group. We are a company of integrity. Enough of the talk. Bring your CEO out and give us an explanation. Your CEO must have fled since there are reports of your company's bankruptcy all over the internet. Faced with the uproar of over 100 individuals, the female supervisor felt overwhelmed yet stood resolutely at the glass door. The security personnel behind her had already locked the main entrance, fearing the crowd would storm in. Step aside, or don't blame my bat for being ruthless. The bald man brandished a baseball bat. The female supervisor, seeing the hefty weapon, was filled with dread. A blow to the head would be catastrophic. However, with the higher-ups and the owner absent, if she yielded, the crowd would undoubtedly wreak havoc on their company. If that were to be reported by the media, BYD Group's reputation would be in tatters. Dear car owners, if you wish to return your vehicles, you may do so. But please follow the proper procedures. If you continue to cause a disturbance, I will have to call the police. The supervisor declared as she pulled out her phone, ready to alert the authorities if they dare to advance. In a swift move, the bald man lunged forward and the bald man displayed a satisfied grin. He had been hired by a foreigner with the promise of a reward of 10,000 yuan, provided he incited others to escalate the situation. The greater the chaos, the more substantial the compensation. At that moment, a group of 10 well-dressed individuals approached. One of them, leading the charge, bellowed at the raucous crowd. What is happening here? I am Wang Chuanfu, the head of BYD. If you have any issues, address them to me. The marketing manager, standing behind Wang Chuanfu, swiftly assisted the female supervisor who had fallen to the ground. Upon realizing he was facing BYD's owner, the bald man wasted no time and lunged forward with a baseball bat. The terms of his contract had stipulated that if he hospitalized Wang Chuanfu, he would receive a staggering 100,000 yuan. Just as Wang Chuanfu registered the impending threat, the bat was already mere inches from his face. Chapter 76, Counterattack. The executives behind Wang Chuanfu were taken aback by the bald man's sudden assault and rushed forward to intervene. Yet at that moment, the bat was already poised to strike Wang Chuanfu. In a split second, he deftly sidestepped the blow and retaliated with a powerful punch to the bald man's face. The impact sent the bald man staggering backward, blood erupting from his nose. The executives behind Wang Chuanfu breathed a collective sigh of relief, suddenly recalling his military background. BYD security personnel also rushed in to subdue the bald man. Wang Chuanfu regarded the unruly crowd with cold disdain. None dared to advance. At this juncture, the media hastily arrived, capturing the scene with their cameras. This was precisely the sensationalism they sought. They had already conceived the headline, "Car Owners Demand Justice." BYD's boss loses his composure and strikes. Such a report would surely tarnish BYD's reputation. Wang Chuanfu inquired about the situation from the female supervisor and, after surveying the troublemakers, grasped the underlying circumstances. He then addressed the crowd. The reputation of BYD in Longke is well known to all. Therefore, I asked for 2 days to provide you with a satisfactory response. Just then, several police cars arrived. A BYD executive engaged in dialogue with the authorities, and soon the troublemakers, including the bald man, were taken away. That very day, news of BYD's boss striking someone proliferated across the internet, with certain parties deliberately omitting the footage of the bald man attacking Wang Chuanfu, only showcasing the moment Wang retaliated. The sensational news sparked widespread debate online. Netizen 1. The BYD boss actually struck someone. I previously thought he was a philanthropist. Who knew he harbored such a ruthless nature? Netizen 2. One can never truly know a person's heart. Wang Chuanfu is indeed a disgrace. Netizen 3. From this day forward, we must boycott BYD's electric vehicles. What a disgrace to our nation. Netizen 4. I refuse to believe that Wang, the head of BYD, would strike someone. There must be more to this story. Netizen 5. With evidence at hand, a hypocrite like Wang Chuanfu deserves to be arrested. Netizen 6. That bald man appeared to be no saint. Perhaps Wang was merely acting in self-defense. Netizen 7. Wang Chuanfu is a disgrace to Longke. Meanwhile, the online sentiment was orchestrated by Mark's hired trolls, all vehemently condemning Wang Chuanfu, even revealing personal details about his family. Observing the vitriol directed at Wang Chuanfu online, Mark could not suppress a smirk. The people of Longke were truly predictable. In response to the online vitriol, Wang Chuanfu chose to remain silent. The following day, Longke announced to the world that it had developed lithium iron phosphate batteries with performance 3 times that of traditional lead-acid batteries. Upon hearing this, the world erupted in disbelief. The immediate reaction from other nations was one of skepticism. Although Longke's technological advancements had progressed in recent years, they could not fathom such a leap in capability. The implications of a new material battery would be vast, impacting nearly every industry. If Longke's claims were indeed true, it would signify a qualitative leap in numerous fields, something the Western powers were loath to witness. Led by the United States, capitalist nations eagerly awaited validation of Longke's claims. However, Longke refrained from responding. On the 3rd day, BYD publicly announced a strategic collaboration with the state, declaring that its electric vehicle batteries had been upgraded. Subsequently, they unveiled a new model named Longke. The vehicle's design was imposing and formidable, but more importantly, its specifications were astounding. The Longke electric vehicle boasted a range of 200 kilometers. Fast charging completed in just 1 hour. Price, 100,000 yuan. As soon as BYD made the announcement regarding the Longke electric vehicle, the entire nation erupted in excitement. Online discussions surged once more. Longke's range reaches 200 kilometers. This is truly remarkable. I'm skeptical. Is this for real? The state has announced it. How could it be false? With a range of 200 kilometers and fast charging in an hour, this utterly eclipses Tesla's Model 4 announcement. The price is incredibly appealing. No wonder it is hailed as Longke's conscientious enterprise. Don't be fooled by BYD. Just days ago, Wang Chuanfu was caught striking someone. Bro, your information is outdated. The incident has been clarified. That bald man was hired to create trouble for BYD. It's rumored he was sent by Tesla. What? I had recently reserved a Tesla Model 4. I wonder if I can cancel. I checked. No cancellations allowed. It's just a 10,000 yuan deposit. Worst case, I'll forfeit it. The Longke's performance far surpasses it, and it's only 100,000 yuan. Exactly, it's just 10,000 yuan, right? I'm reserving BYD's Longke electric vehicle right now. At Tesla's Asia-Pacific headquarters, Mark was seething with rage, leaving everyone in the room too intimidated to speak. Untrustworthy Longke citizens were actually attempting to cancel their reservations. What a pipe dream. Shortly after BYD launched the Longke electric vehicle, their customer service received a flood of 20,000 requests for deposit refunds. They had pre-sold over 80,000 Model 4 vehicles, and nearly 20,000 cancellations were simply unacceptable. Just then, Jesse from the production department handed Mark a phone. Mark opened it to find a post reading, "To all the owners who reserved a Tesla Model 4, do not seek refunds. Once they are produced, we will cancel our orders," infuriating them. Likes, 298 million. Bro, that's brilliant. You're so devious. I love it. Haha. After all, it's just a 10,000 yuan deposit. I can live without it. This group of foreigners truly lacks integrity. Charging nearly 30 million for a mere range of over 400 kilometers? General Manager Mark's frustration mounted with each passing moment. With a resounding crash, he hurled his phone to the ground, gritting his teeth as he uttered, "Cunning individuals from the Dragon Nation. If all those who pre-ordered the Model 4 electric vehicle were to cancel their reservations upon its production, the losses incurred would transcend mere billions." After regaining his composure, he gradually arrived at a decision. An announcement would be issued allowing those who had reserved the Model 4 to reclaim their deposits. General Manager, this is inadvisable. However, should we proceed otherwise, our future losses could easily amount to 10 billion. It must be said that Mark exhibited the qualities of a competent leader. Such a timely mitigation of losses would confine their current detriment to approximately 300 million. Yet, he underestimated the resolve of the Dragon Nation. Chapter 77. Attempting to flee? After Tesla released the refund announcement on their official website, only a scant number of individuals opted for a refund, as the majority remained steadfast. For those capable of affording a 300,000 electric vehicle were not particularly troubled by an additional 10,000. This left Mark feeling despondent. He was uncertain whether the non-refunding customers genuinely intended to purchase their cars or merely wished to deliver a parting blow. However, if they failed to produce the vehicles and those customers ultimately demanded them, the repercussions on their reputation would be severe, just as they were mulling over the deposit dilemma. A sensational post erupted online. Tesla's unseen crimes in the Dragon Nation. This news rapidly ignited a wildfire across the internet, dominating the headlines of major Dragon Nation websites. In Tesla's Asia-Pacific headquarters conference room, Jesse lowered his gaze upon the post, uncertain whether to present it to General Manager Mark. The last time he had shared information with Mark, his phone had met a dismal fate. After much deliberation, he chose to show it to him. Mark, upon seeing Jesse approach with the phone, sensed trouble brewing. Nevertheless, he accepted the device, and upon reading the title, his ire surged. Tesla's Unseen Crimes in the Dragon Nation. Yet, he managed to suppress his anger and clicked to delve deeper. 1. Slandering competitor BYD Group. In a private meeting, General Manager Mark colluded with material suppliers to defame BYD. In another instance, production head Jesse exploited his authority, resulting in a total of 18 documented instances of illicit actions aimed at undermining BYD. 2. General Manager Mark's misconduct towards a female employee, utilizing his position to exploit a secretary, and during a business trip to Kyoto, engaging in solicitation, all meticulously documented. The entire post spanned over 1,000 words, detailing the transgressions of Tesla's executives in the Dragon Nation, accompanied by a barrage of derogatory comments from the Dragon Nation's netizens. Commenter 1. Damn these foreign scoundrels. They come to our Dragon Nation, profit from our people, and treat us like fools, undermining our indigenous industries. Commenter 2. These guys have made me misjudge BYD Group. Commenter 3. I always said that BYD CEO Wang Chuanfu is a philanthropist, not one to strike arbitrarily. He acted in self-defense. Commenter 4. Indeed. Who knew this was all part of the foreign scoundrel scheme, enlisting media and thugs? Commenter 5. The worst part is that we not only misjudged President Wang, but also insulted him and his family. I deeply regret it. I'm reserving 2 Dragon Tongue electric vehicles. Commenter 6. Expel these foreign brats. Commenter 7. How dare they wreak havoc in our Dragon Nation? Let's deal with them. Commenter 8. As a lawyer, I find these evidences sufficient for conviction. Contact me. I am willing to represent this case pro bono to ensure they understand that Dragon Nation's laws are not to be trifled with. Upon finishing the post, Mark's shirt was drenched in sweat. His eyes widened in terror, for each allegation was substantiated by evidence. The source of such damning information had to be someone very familiar with him. Scanning the room, he dismissed the possibility that it was his colleagues. After all, they were all in the same predicament, and betraying him would spell their own downfall, given their own culpability. Seeing the vitriolic comments from Dragon Nation netizens, he concluded that his most prudent course of action was to flee the Dragon Nation. Should he be apprehended, he would undoubtedly face imprisonment. If he could escape the Dragon Nation, he could evade the consequences. With this thought, he hastily exited the conference room and returned to his office. Opening the safe, he began packing money into his bag and shouted outside, Xiao Li, book me the fastest flight to the beautiful nation. Make it quick. Xiao Li, his alluring secretary, clad in professional attire, entered with a captivating presence. Yet, behind her trailed several police officers. Suddenly, Mark understood. The post had been her doing. You? It was you. This traitorous wretch, he exclaimed, rushing toward her, only to be subdued by 2 officers. Xiao Li looked down at Mark with disdain. I'm not a traitor. I am a citizen of the Dragon Nation. Prepare to face the consequences of your actions under our laws. That same day, Yet another announcement surfaced online. Tesla's Asia-Pacific headquarters has been charged with violations of Dragon Nation laws. General Manager Mark and several key suspects have been arrested and incarcerated. They will face a minimum of 10 years in prison. Instantly, applause erupted across the internet. Kudos to our law enforcement. Dragon Nation is mighty. Let us see who dares to defy our laws. Those who challenge the law of the Dragon Nation will reap what they sow. The accolades poured in abundantly. Meanwhile, the beautiful Tesla headquarters refrained from advocating for Mark and instead issued a heartfelt apology to the Dragon Nation, asserting that Mark's actions were solely his own and that they had failed to manage him effectively, allowing him to act with impunity in the Dragon Nation. Their sincere apologies were directed to the people of the Dragon Nation. In reality, the issuance of this apology was a strategic maneuver to retain their market in the Dragon Nation, as 75% of Tesla's market stem from there. Should they lose this market, their company would suffer a staggering 3/4 of its performance. Ultimately, Tesla paid a $100 million fine to the Dragon Nation and continued to establish a branch there. However, their fate was sealed. BYD, having navigated the crisis adeptly, captured 90% of the market overnight. Wang Chuanfu, the owner of BYD, made a point to visit Longke University to express his gratitude to Jiang Fan. Had it not been for his breakthrough in the development of a new material battery, Wang Chuanfu would likely have found himself unable to navigate through this crisis. This time, he arrived bearing a share transfer contract, directly granting Jiang Fan a 20% stake. Jiang Fan, without a hint of hesitation, accepted the offer, fully aware that his future research projects would require substantial funding. Once Wang Chuanfu departed, Jiang Fan received a phone call from Zhou Huaid, the commander of the northern base, who excitedly inquired, "Uncle Zhou, has the ITER magnet material been secured?" To his dismay, Zhou replied, Xiao Fan, the ITER magnet material sold to us by the United States is counterfeit. Counterfeit ITER magnet material? Jiang Fan could hardly fathom the revelation. Zhou then informed him that the government had dispatched 2 professors specializing in magnetism, along with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, to negotiate with the United States. Initially, the American stance was exceedingly rigid, refusing to sell magnetic materials to Longke and subjecting the negotiating team to humiliation. On the 10th day of negotiations, the Americans finally relented, but demanded an outrageous price of $10 billion for 2 tons of ITER magnet material. After deliberation among the nation's senior leaders, it was ultimately decided to proceed with the purchase in hopes of advancing controlled nuclear fusion research. The 2 dispatched magnetism professors conducted tests on the materials and found no issues. However, upon returning to Longke and during processing, it was discovered that only the outer layer of the material was genuine ITER magnet material, while the interior was composed of ordinary magnets. Furious, Longke's leadership confronted the Americans, only to receive the explanation that the technology for ITER magnet materials was inherently flawed, with no sample or standard of genuine ITER magnet material in Longke. Repeated negotiations yielded no fruitful results, leaving them in a state of helplessness. Consequently, all magnetism experts were convened to devise a method for creating a coating of genuine ITER magnet material, hoping for a breakthrough. However, after 2 days of research, they concluded that the layer labeled as ITER magnet material had been tampered with, containing substances that would gradually react with the genuine material. Thus, by the time the ITER magnet material reached Longke, it would have effectively been rendered useless. In the end, Longke had squandered $10 billion on 2 tons of mere ordinary magnets, a clear indication of the Americans' deceit. Yet, the Americans steadfastly denied any wrongdoing, leaving Longke with no recourse. As Jiang Fan absorbed Zhou Huaid's account, a surge of indignation welled within him. The Americans, emboldened by their superior strength, had grossly overstepped their bounds. At that moment, a voice resonated in Jiang Fan's mind, announcing, "System, sensing the host's fury, a mission has been issued. Upon successful publication of 7 SCI papers in the primary disciplines, the host shall receive the research blueprint for ITER magnet material." Jiang Fan was exhilarated to learn that the completion of this mission would directly yield the coveted blueprint. He promptly accessed the system's task list. Mission: successfully publish SCI papers in 7 primary disciplines. 1. Mathematics. SCI paper publication incomplete. 2. Physics. SCI paper publication incomplete. 3. Biochemistry. SCI paper publication incomplete. 4. Materials science. SCI paper publication incomplete. 5. Astronomy. SCI paper publication incomplete. 6. Energy science. SCI paper publication incomplete. 7. Computer science. SCI paper publication incomplete. As a researcher, Jiang Fan was well aware of the significance of SCI papers. The Scientific Citation Index, SCI, encompasses academic articles published in recognized scientific journals, serving as a crucial means for international scientific exchange and enabling the world to appreciate Longke's foundational research capabilities. Publishing an influential article in esteemed journals such as Nature or Science bears immense significance, akin to winning a gold medal in international sports competitions. However, it is worth noting that all SCI journals are operated by Western nations, and Longke lacks any such publication, primarily due to its relatively underdeveloped technological landscape. Perceiving Jiang Fan's silence on the phone, Zhou Huide understood the gravity of his disappointment and offered reassurance. Rest assured, I will find a way to secure the ITER magnet material. Jiang Fan replied, Uncle Zhou, grant me a little time. I believe I can devise a solution. Zhou, filled with surprise, expressed his unwavering trust in Jiang Fan's capabilities, confident that he would deliver results. Should you encounter any issues while researching other subsystems for controlled nuclear fusion, do not hesitate to reach out to me. After concluding the call, Jiang Fan turned his attention to his mentor, Long Lao, whose mech energy laboratory was currently in the performance enhancement phase, proceeding methodically. The application field for the lithium iron phosphate power battery was entrusted to President Liu of Longke University for negotiation. At this juncture, Jiang Fan's paramount objective was to fulfill the system's task and acquire the ITER magnet material, which was essential for accomplishing controlled nuclear fusion research within a year. He firmly believed that the advent of controlled nuclear fusion would elevate Longke's technological prowess to a global forefront, heralding a new era for human scientific advancement. With this in mind, Jiang Fan resolved to commence his research with the mathematics component of the 7 primary disciplines. Given that the system had previously rewarded him with a comprehensive overview of mathematics, he held an unshakable confidence in his mastery of the subject. After making up his mind, he began selecting a topic, aware of the considerable challenges associated with SCI papers. Opting for a conventional mathematical subject would likely fail to capture the attention of editors. Recalling his proof of the Riemann hypothesis during the Longke University Traditional Challenge, which had garnered significant attention and rewards from the president, he contemplated tackling one of the Millennium Prize problems as a submission for his mathematics SCI paper, believing it would easily gain approval. Thus, he commenced a search online for the Millennium Prize problems, ultimately selecting the P versus NP problem. Once he had settled on his topic, Jiang Fan called Long Lao to request a leave of absence. Long Lao readily acquiesced, recognizing the considerable effort Jiang Fan had devoted to researching lithium iron phosphate power batteries in recent days. As for the graphite coating on the batteries, he had directed Su Guangyuan and others in their research, as there were no pressing issues. In the laboratory, Xia Xiaoyu wore a look of exasperation. They had just collaborated with Jiang Fan to achieve significant breakthroughs in lithium iron phosphate power batteries. She had anticipated a well-deserved respite, only for Jiang Fan to propose enhancements to the battery design, compelling them to persist with their arduous experiments. Just then, Long Lao entered with a beaming smile. Observing his cheerful demeanor, Xia Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with mischief as she cheerfully remarked, Academician Long, I think. Old Long noticed that Xia Xiaoyu was speaking hesitantly, and immediately surmised that she wished to shirk her responsibilities. With a stern expression, he declared, Speak. What is it? I would like to request a half-day leave. Denied. The youth is brimming with energy and creativity. Time should be devoted to research. After receiving a scolding from Old Long, Xia Xiaoyu, feeling dejected, returned to her scientific endeavors. At that moment, she realized that Jiang Fan had not yet arrived, and inquired, Oh, why hasn't Junior Jiang Fan come? Old Long, holding a beaker and without lifting his gaze, replied, He just called in to request leave. Chapter 79. Who is this? Such rudeness. Upon hearing Old Long's words, Xia Xiaoyu's expression darkened, and she felt akin to an unloved child. The disparity among individuals was stark. She had sought a mere half-day off and was reprimanded, while Jiang Fan, with just a phone call, could obtain leave. It seemed Old Long was rather jovial during the call. Xia Xiaoyu longed to pound the table and argue her case with Old Long. Yet she dare not, unless she wished to forfeit her standing in Longke. As she sulked, Su Guangyuan approached, animatedly holding his phone. He whispered to her, Xiaoyu, look. Xia Xiaoyu turned her gaze to Su Guangyuan's phone. It was a message from Jiang Fan in their WeChat group, stating, In this closed research phase, we have successfully developed a new type of battery. Thank you all for your hard work. I have transferred 100,000 yuan to each of you as a bonus. Upon reading the message, Xia Xiaoyu leaped with excitement. 100,000. So much? Wonderful. It seems this week, Miser has a semblance of a conscience. She promptly fetched her phone and, to her delight, discovered Jiang Fan's transfer of 100,000 yuan on WeChat. At that moment, Su also noticed Jiang Fan's message and sought to share the news with Xia Xiaoyu and Su Guangyuan. However, upon seeing their ecstatic faces, he joined them in their hushed celebration. I really adore Junior Jiang Fan, Xia Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully. Weren't you just calling him a miser? Su Guanguinang dz. Xia Xiaoyu quickly defended herself. That was a term of endearment. If he doesn't exploit our time and energy, how can we achieve results? We are young and full of vigor and creativity. Our time should be invested in research, understood? Su Guangyuan and Su exchanged glances, bemused. Her words mirrored Old Long's earlier admonishment, and she had certainly learned well. Yet, the three of them were exceedingly joyful. Initially, they had anticipated Jiang Fan might grant them a bonus of merely 10,000 yuan. To their astonishment, he had bestowed upon them 100,000 yuan. Although they had harbored some dissatisfaction regarding Jiang Fan's closed research approach, now they would willingly endure another month of it if it meant such rewards. As they reveled in their glee, Old Long approached and inquired, What are you all doing? Aren't you supposed to be focused on your research? Rest assured, Academician Long. We promise to successfully complete the graphene coding research within a week, Su Guangyuan assured him, followed by Xia Xiaoyu and Su echoing their promises. Old Long was taken aback. How had these three suddenly become so motivated? He surmised that perhaps his earlier guidance had enlightened them to his good intentions. Excellent. This is the spirit that young people should embody. Achoo! Jiang Fan, at his residence, was meticulously organizing his thoughts and materials on one of the Millennium Prize problems, the P versus NP problem. After several sneezes, he continued to compile his ideas. The challenges of the Millennium problems were indeed formidable. Even with his command of all mathematical knowledge from Blue Star, he found himself struggling. Time slipped by as he toiled from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. And only when he absent-mindedly glanced at the clock did he realize that 13 hours had passed. He finally stood up to stretch his stiff body. This is quite difficult. I've already tried 20 different approaches. At that moment, his stomach rumbled. Well, I should grab a bite to eat. Perhaps it will spark some ideas. Without washing his face, he opened the door and stepped out. He made his way to the cafeteria, only to find that the food service window had already closed. Just as he was about to head to the supermarket for instant noodles, a lady at one of the windows called out to him, Young man, are you here to buy food? Yes. I still have 2 buns left that haven't sold. Would you like them? With all other food windows closed and lacking better options, he accepted them. Your car, please, the lady said with a smile. The 2 buns are on the house. If they aren't sold by tomorrow, they can't be sold. Thank you, ma'am. Jiang Fan replied gratefully. He then took the 2 buns and headed to the supermarket to buy 2 packs of pickles and a large bottle of mineral water. Outside the supermarket, Xia Xiaoyu was with a few friends, purchasing milk tea. Ladies, today I'll treat you. Order whatever you like. Don't hold back. With excitement, Xia Xiaoyu announced. Having just received 100,000 yuan from Jiang Fan, she had just exited the lab and eagerly called her friends to share the news. Upon hearing that someone was treating, her friends eagerly gathered around. Boss, I'll have a small cup of cheese 4 Seasons Spring. I'll take a medium cup of Bull Demon King cake milk tea with ice. A plump girl hesitated for a moment before asking the boss. I want a giant super milk tea. As soon as she finished ordering, her friends turned to her in unison. The giant super milk tea was served in an extra-large cup, filled with 8 types of fruit chunks and topped off with milk tea, weighing 2 pounds. It was priced an outrageous 98 yuan. Few students ever ordered such a colossal cup. Qiao, weren't you trying to lose weight? A companion inquired. Today, Xiaoyu is treating. I've decided to indulge just this once and worry about dieting tomorrow. Xiaoyu, can I order this? The plump girl asked Xia Xiaoyu. Of course. That's nothing. Xia Xiaoyu replied playfully, now feeling like a little wealthy lady with 100,000 yuan. Such an expenditure was mere pocket change. Xiaoyu, you're so kind. I adore you, the plump girl exclaimed, giving Xia Xiaoyu a quick hug. Ever since she had indulged in a giant super milk tea 3 months prior, she had been longing for it, but had to restrain herself due to her weight. Today, she decided to let loose. As the boss prepared their milk tea, Xia Xiaoyu paid, and the group happily took their drinks. At that moment, a disheveled young man, carrying 2 buns and a bottle of mineral water, emerged from the supermarket. Lost in thought, he accidentally bumped into Xia Xiaoyu. Oh no! The milk tea fell to the ground. Before Xia Xiaoyu could react, one of her friends snapped angrily at the young man. Can't you watch where you're going? I'm sorry, I didn't see. he replied apologetically. A few individuals cast a glance at the man who was holding steamed buns and water, likely an impoverished student. At that moment, Xiaoyu looked up and recognized him. Jiang Fan, in turn, discerned that it was Xiaoyu, and he promptly remarked, "Xiaoyu, let me buy you a new drink." "No need. It was my mistake earlier." Jiang Fan then lowered his head, lost in thought about the inspiration that had just struck him, and hurriedly vanished into the crowd. "Xiaoyu, who is that? So rude." One of her friends inquired. Xiaoyu quickly urged her friend to lower her voice, terrified that Jiang Fan, who had distanced himself, might overhear. After all, the prize money she held was all thanks to him, and he was a student of the esteemed Long Lao, someone she could not afford to offend. "You almost caused a major incident just now. Fortunately, he did not hold it against you." "A major incident?" Her friends were puzzled. "That guy was just a poor student." "Wasn't he? What poor student?" "He is a prodigy from the traditional challenge at Longke University." Before Xiaoyu could finish, she hastily sealed her lips. For Long Lao had instructed them not to disclose any information about the laboratory to anyone. "Wow, he is indeed the legendary prodigy, but he doesn't look it." As the saying goes, one must not judge a book by its cover. "Just know that he is extraordinarily talented," Xiaoyu cryptically stated, exchanging glances with her friends, who nodded in silent relief that they had not said anything too extreme earlier. Upon returning to his residence, Jiang Fan devoured the 2 steamed buns and resumed his contemplation of the P versus NP problem. The night passed in silence. It wasn't until the sunlight streamed through the window the following day that he rubbed his weary eyes. Rising, he opened the window, and a gust of fresh air invigorated him. His drowsy mind was suddenly much clearer. He noticed 2 little birds chirping incessantly on a branch outside his window, and his spirits lifted considerably. He returned to his desk and began to delve into the problem once more. He was confident that the line of reasoning he was pursuing was correct, yet he encountered a point that eluded explanation midway through his deductions. By 7 o'clock, he found himself at a loss, deciding to take a break for a meal. He recalled that the idea that had emerged yesterday was sparked by stepping out to buy the 2 steamed buns. Perhaps another moment of inspiration would strike him during his meal. Jiang Fan made his way to the nearest cafeteria, where many first-year students clad in military training attire gathered in groups, enjoying breakfast and discussing their training experiences. They had been undergoing military training for 2 weeks and had about a week left before this grueling regimen came to an end. After a simple meal, Jiang Fan returned to his residence to continue working on the problem. Time flew by, and by nightfall, he had skipped lunch, finally pausing his research around 9 o'clock. After a quick wash, he headed back to the cafeteria, only to find the service windows closed, just as it had been the previous day. At that moment, the lady at window number 10 called out to him again. "Young man, why are you eating so late today?" "I was working on a problem and lost track of time." The lady smiled but said nothing further, handing him 2 steamed buns without collecting any payment. Jiang Fan thanked her and left as she closed the window behind him. "Li Ai, you waited all this time just to give that student 2 steamed buns?" The lady chuckled. "I see that this child is not having it easy. If I can help, I will. After all, my time here is limited." Observing Jiang Fan's attire, she surmised that he came from a humble background and had little for living expenses. Young people tend to be vain. He can only buy a few buns to stave off hunger when there are no other students around. "Li Ai, you truly have a kind heart. Let's go. We should head to the hospital." Returning with the 2 steamed buns, Jiang Fan experienced a miraculous turn of events. The problem that had plagued him for a day and night was suddenly resolved. He finally exhaled in relief, realizing that the buns indeed held significant power. Now, he had unraveled this millennium's conundrum on his draft paper. All that remained was to organize the solution into a formal document. Jiang Fan endured yet another night, producing a 50-page manuscript. Fortunately, he had his all-nighter capsules. Otherwise, he would have struggled to manage. The next day, he approached Principal Liu to discuss his intention to submit a paper to an SCI journal. Principal Liu was overjoyed to hear of Jiang Fan's ambition to publish at such a young age. After all, the number of published SCI papers would be crucial for future professional evaluations. "Jiang Fan, have you decided on the field of study for your publication?" "Mathematics," Jiang Fan replied. "Excellent. Your previous resolution of the Riemann hypothesis has earned our long country a position in the World Mathematical Organization. We owe you our gratitude for that. It was mainly due to my good fortune at that time." Principal Liu greatly admired Jiang Fan's humble spirit, despite his accomplishments. "Jiang Fan, what topic in mathematics do you intend to research this time?" "The P versus NP problem." Upon hearing this, Principal Liu was taken aback, as he knew it was one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems. Just a couple of days prior, Mathematicians Wu Lao and Professor Xiao from Longke University had proposed to him that the final question of the next traditional challenge should be changed to the P versus NP problem. One incredible coincidence. Jiang Fan had chosen the P versus NP problem as the topic for his SCI submission. Noticing Principal Lu's astonishment, Jiang Fan inquired, "Is there a problem with choosing this topic?" "No, not at all. Just that Wu Lao and Professor Xiao suggested to me only a couple of days ago to replace the final question of next year's traditional challenge with this very problem." "Oh, that is indeed quite fortuitous," Jiang Fan remarked. "However, this problem is rather challenging." Principal Lu expressed his concern, fearing that Jiang Fan might lose confidence if he could not solve it. "Jiang Fan, I think you should consider researching a more conventional topic. With your knowledge of mathematics, submitting a paper should be feasible." "Principal, I have already solved the P versus NP problem," Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly. "What? You solved it?" Principal Lu exclaimed in shock. For this was one of the Millennium Prize problems, and many mathematicians had devoted their entire lives to answering even one of them. Jiang Fan had previously resolved the Riemann hypothesis in under 2 hours during the traditional challenge at Longke University. Such prodigious talent had left everyone speechless. Yet they eventually accepted it. However, if he had indeed solved another Millennium problem just half a month later, it would be hard for anyone to believe. "Jiang Fan, please don't joke with me." Jiang Fan handed over his printed 50-page document to Principal Lu, who took a glance and saw that the topic was indeed the P versus NP problem. He casually flipped through the pages. Although Principal Lu had not specialized in mathematics during his studies, he possessed a modicum of understanding. However, when faced with the content penned by Jiang Fan, he found himself utterly perplexed. Consequently, he reached out to the most esteemed mathematician at Longke University of Science and Technology, Professor Wu. Chapter 81. The Astonished Professor Wu. Professor Wu, now in his 60s, had dedicated his life to the teaching of mathematics at Longke University. After retiring, he was invited back by the institution to continue imparting knowledge. At that moment, he was fervently lecturing his students on mathematical concepts when his phone rang. Instinctively, he almost dismissed the call, but upon noticing it was the principal calling, he said, "My apologies, students, I must take this call." He then hurried to the door to answer. A minute later, Professor Wu rushed back to the lecture hall, seizing his lesson plan, and addressed the class. "Please bear with me. I will summon another professor to continue your lesson." With that, he dashed out in a flurry. The students exchanged bewildered glances, questioning what could have caused their usually composed professor to exhibit such urgency. A few minutes later, Professor Xiao, one of Wu's former students, entered the classroom to continue teaching the second-year students. Having arranged the teaching matters, Professor Wu made his way directly to the principal's office. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the principal's office. "Principal, where is the solution to the Millennium Math problem?" Principal Lu presented Jiang Fan's solution materials to Wu, who immediately began perusing them. 10 minutes passed, then 20, followed by an hour, and finally 2 hours. Slowly, Professor Wu lifted his gaze from the document, his eyes brimming with astonishment. He turned to Principal Lu and inquired, "Who authored this solution?" Principal Lu gestured towards the sleeping Jiang Fan nearby and replied, "Jiang Fan. You should be familiar with him." "Jiang Fan? Is he not the freshman who recently solved the Riemann hypothesis?" "Indeed, a prodigy, an absolute genius, with such youthful talent in Long Country. The future is indeed promising," Professor Wu exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Jiang Fan, as if sensing the praise in his slumber, unconsciously smacked his lips. Just as Principal Lu prepared to rouse him, Professor Wu intervened. "Principal, let him rest, considering the magnitude of the problem he solved. He has likely not had a moment's peace in the last fortnight." Upon hearing Wu's words, Principal Lu decided against waking Jiang Fan, but chuckled as he said, "Professor Wu, you are not mistaken. He indeed has not rested well, though it is not solely due to this difficult problem." "Oh." Professor Wu regarded the principal with curiosity. "You are aware of the newly announced battery technology in Long Country, correct?" "Indeed, this new battery could potentially accelerate Long Country's development by at least 5 years. But what does this have to do with Jiang Fan?" This battery was precisely developed by Jiang Fan. Did he not just arrive at Longke University? Could he have truly developed this new battery in merely half a month? "I heard from Elder Long that this is indeed the case," Principal Lu affirmed. "Goodness." Wu gasped in disbelief. If so, this young man could rival Einstein. Principal Lu smiled, pride swelling within him, as he added, "What you do not yet know is that Jiang Fan has also derived the principles of controllable nuclear fusion. Alas, these are state secrets and cannot be disclosed. Otherwise," Professor Wu's jaw would have surely dropped in astonishment. Principal Liu, are you suggesting that he solved this problem in just the past few days? It should be so. At most within 3 days. 3 days? Alas, I fear I cannot solve it, even with 30 years at my disposal. Professor Wu sighed. Having devoted his life to mathematical research and published numerous SCI papers, yet never having cracked a single one of the millennium's 7 mathematical challenges. Nevertheless, he felt immense pride for having such a remarkable young talent in Long Country. During the conversation between Principal Liu and Professor Wu, Jiang Fan soon awoke. His body had been utterly fatigued, despite the assistance of overnight capsules that allowed him to work late without detrimental effects. His body had remained in a state of exhaustion for 24 hours. Seeing Jiang Fan awake, Principal Liu and Professor Wu immediately expressed their apologies. My apologies, Jiang Fan. We did not mean to disturb your rest. Jiang Fan, feeling rather embarrassed, replied, No, it is I who should apologize. I was simply too fatigued and fell asleep without realizing it. After exchanging pleasantries, Professor Wu turned to Jiang Fan and asked, Jiang Fan, I have reviewed your solution, but there are a few concepts I find rather perplexing. Professor Wu, which areas are unclear? Jiang Fan inquired. Subsequently, Professor Wu picked up the document, opened it to the 5th page, and pointed out, You introduced the concept of a Turing machine. Could you elaborate on what a Turing machine is? A Turing machine can be somewhat abstract. Envision a device that writes zeros and ones along a tape, akin to a typewriter. If such a Turing machine were to exist, we would possess an incredible power, a machine capable of executing any algorithm recognized by a Turing machine. After listening to Jiang Fan's explanation, Professor Wu developed a clearer understanding of the Turing machine. He then flipped a few pages and queried, regarding NP completeness. Why is it necessary to isolate the most challenging problems within NP? Initially, it was unclear whether such a concept as the hardest problem existed within NP, as various problems lacked a fixed comparative standard. It was proven that any NP problem can be transformed into 3 SAT, a specific NP problem, where 3 SAT involves n variables and m clauses. Jiang Fan and Professor Wu engaged in a discussion that lasted over an hour. In the end, Professor Wu was profoundly astonished, as the breadth of Jiang Fan's mathematical knowledge was staggering, far surpassing his own. He found it hard to fathom how an 18-year-old could have acquired such extensive knowledge, while he himself had spent a lifetime mastering merely 1/3 of the mathematical corpus of Blue Star. After expressing his amazement, Professor Wu returned to the core topic, stating, Jiang Fan, if you were to submit this as an SCI paper, I can assure you there is a 95% chance it would be outright rejected. Rejected? Chapter 82, an overview of nanomaterials. Rejected? Both Jiang Fan and Principal Liu were taken aback. Professor Wu, is there a flaw in Jiang Fan's submission? Principal Liu asked, perplexed. Not exactly. The issue lies in the fact that several of Jiang Fan's concepts are excessively profound, far beyond the comprehension of those reviewers. Therefore, in order to have the paper accepted, it must be revised to highlight those complex areas, and annotations must be made with as much detail as possible. Upon hearing Professor Wu's advice, Jiang Fan realized the gravity of the situation. Fortunately, he had sought Wu's opinion beforehand, where he would have indeed faced rejection. Following this, Professor Wu identified the sections that required modification, urging Jiang Fan to annotate as thoroughly as possible. Upon returning home, Jiang Fan commenced his revisions, elucidating those intricate concepts, with some sections requiring several pages of annotations. After making some final adjustments, he presented the SCI paper to Professor Wu once more. Professor Wu made a few minor modifications, and thus the mathematical paper was deemed officially complete. He suggested several prestigious SCI mathematics journals to Jiang Fan, who ultimately chose Siam Rev, the premier journal in applied mathematics. Professor Wu wholeheartedly approved this decision, recognizing that Siam Rev was indeed a fitting venue for Jiang Fan's work. Having previously published numerous SCI papers himself, Professor Wu was quite familiar with the submission process and assisted Jiang Fan in swiftly finalizing everything. The ensuing period was one of anticipation. The time frame for receiving results from SCI submissions is uncertain. Some papers receive feedback in as little as a day, while others may take up to 3 months, dependent on the reviewer's pace. Professor Wu felt a greater sense of eagerness than Jiang Fan himself, yearning to see Jiang Fan's paper featured in a world-renowned scientific journal. When all the mathematical experts laid eyes upon this manuscript, they would undoubtedly be astonished, reassessing their perspectives on mathematics from the Dragon Kingdom. However, Jiang Fan had no time to await the outcome, as he had 6 major SCI papers to publish. He perused the subjects within the system and selected a field in which he excelled, material science. He intended to write an SCI paper on nanomaterials. Jiang Fan began drafting a broad outline on a piece of paper. 1. The fundamental concepts of nanomaterials. 2. The properties of nanomaterials. 3. The chemical characteristics of nanomaterials. 4. The methods of producing nanomaterials. 5. Applications of nanomaterials. 6. The significant future impacts of nanomaterials. With this overarching structure in place, Jiang Fan found it much easier to write, as he merely needed to fill in his understanding of the subject matter within the framework. Time passed, and he diligently wrote until darkness enveloped the sky. Upon completing the section on the chemical characteristics of nanomaterials, he glanced at the clock and realized it was already 9:30 in the evening. At that moment, his stomach began to protest, likely indicating that the cafeteria had run out of food. Jiang Fan muttered to himself, recalling the lady who had given him steamed buns a couple of days prior. He wondered if the woman at window 10 was still there. Thinking of her brought a sense of wonder, as he had experienced a surge of inspiration after consuming the buns on both occasions, which had aided him in resolving one of the Millennium Prize problems. If he were to share this, no one would likely believe him. Although it was quite late, and uncertain if the lady would still be present, he decided to take a chance and headed to the cafeteria. As he entered, he noticed that the light at window 10 was still on. A smile crept across his face as he approached. Auntie Lee, upon hearing footsteps, recognized the young man and cheerfully opened the window, exclaiming, "Young man, why are you even later today than yesterday?" "Auntie, I was writing a paper and lost track of time," he replied. "Learning is essential, but health is even more important," Auntie Lee said, handing him a plastic bag containing 2 steaming buns. "Thank you, Auntie." Jiang Fan expressed his gratitude and turned to leave, but after taking a couple of steps, he turned back and asked, "Auntie, may I ask your name?" "I'm Lee Allen. You can call me Annie Lee." "What's your name, young man?" "Yim is Jiang Fan, Auntie Lee. By the way, my mother's surname is also Lee." Jiang Fan smiled at Annie Lee. "What a coincidence. They say those with the same surname can trace their lineage back 500 years. Perhaps we are distant relatives." He chuckled. Auntie Lee also smiled, then bid him farewell. As Jiang Fan walked away, Annie Lee watched his retreating figure, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Sigh, if only Xiao Hui were still alive. He would be about this age now," she lamented, shaking her head before turning off the light at the window and gingerly easing her back as she walked away. Upon returning to his residence, Jiang Fan opened the bag containing the buns and discovered they were stuffed with 2 slices of beef. Holding the warm buns in his hands, he felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. He and Annie Lee had crossed paths, and she had waited so long just so he could have something to eat, even going so far as to add beef for him. After finishing the beef stuffed buns, Jiang Fan collected his thoughts and resumed organizing his materials, determined to complete the system's tasks promptly and acquire the ITER magnet technology. He worked through the night without rest. By 10 a.m. the next day, he had finally completed the SCI paper on nanomaterials. Since Professor Long had previously researched nanotechnology with remarkable success, Jiang Fan sought his guidance to identify any areas needing revision. He called his professor and learned that Professor Long was currently in the laboratory, so he printed his materials and headed there. Inside the laboratory, Su Guangyuan and his colleagues were engrossed in their research. With Jiang Fan's research proposal as a guide, their graphite coating experiments were progressing relatively smoothly. Just then, the door to the lab swung open, and Xia Xiaoyu instinctively looked up, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing Jiang Fan. "Jiang Fan, you finally made it to the lab." Su Guangyuan and Niu Su also expressed their delight at Jiang Fan's arrival, as they particularly enjoyed conducting experiments with him due to his high success rate. He could consistently pinpoint the issues from previous experiments, allowing them to avoid similar pitfalls in subsequent trials. In contrast, they often encountered various problems during their research, sometimes reverting to previously failed experiments after numerous attempts. Of course, enhancing success rates requires extensive experimental experience. Jiang Fan exchanged brief pleasantries with them before heading deeper into the lab to find Professor Long. However, Su Guangyuan seized him by the arm, saying, "Jiang Fan, I have a problem. We keep encountering unexpected results at this stage of the experiment." Upon hearing Su Guangyuan's dilemma, Jiang Fan quickly grasped the error involved. "Senior Guangyuan, the issue lies in the uneven coating of the nanoscale graphite particles, as graphite structure possesses certain adsorptive properties. When its molecular structure is misaligned, it can lead to issues with conductivity and thermal response." Upon hearing this explanation, Su Guangyuan's eyes widened in understanding. He realized where the problem lay. Soon, Xia Xiaoyu and Niu Su also sought Jiang Fan's insights on various queries, which he addressed one by one. At that moment, Professor Long noticed the commotion and approached. After Jiang Fan finished answering their questions, the two of them took a seat. Professor, this is my overview paper on nanomaterials for the SCI journal. Professor Long looked at the thick stack of documents with immense pride and began to review it. Su Guangyuan and the others, having heard Jiang Fan mention his SCI paper, were instantly astonished and gathered around him. They had all heard of SCI papers, knowing that many experts and professors from Longke University had published them. Moreover, they are acutely aware that the quality demanded by SCI papers is exceptionally high. As students, few are inclined to squander their time submitting to SCI journals. For crafting a high-quality SCI paper necessitates a considerable investment of time and effort. Furthermore, one must possess unique insights into specialized knowledge to successfully publish in SCI journals. However, for a student, having the opportunity to publish an SCI paper would undoubtedly be tremendously beneficial for their future research endeavors. Su Guangyuan and his companions could hardly fathom that Jiang Fan, a mere freshman, was contemplating submitting an SCI paper. They were all quite curious about the specific subject Jiang Fan was addressing in his paper. Su Guangyuan and the others craned their necks to glimpse the materials in Old Long's hands. Upon noticing the title, Discourse on Nanomaterials, they realized it was a rather conventional topic. The first section, Basic Concepts of Nanomaterials. Nanomaterials refer to particles or nanoparticles with sizes on the nanometer scale, ranging from 0.1 nanometer to 100 nanometers. For Su Guangyuan and Xia Xiaoyu, who were studying materials science, this posed no challenge whatsoever. This was fundamental conceptual knowledge, easily accessible even to those unfamiliar with the subject through a simple online search. They exchanged glances filled with disdain. Although Jiang Fan's research was commendable, this paper seemed rather lackluster. If Jiang Fan's work could make it through, Su Xiaoyu and Su Guangyuan would undoubtedly rush to submit their own SCI papers. They were nearly certain that Jiang Fan's overview of nanomaterials would fail at even the initial review stage. Old Long flipped through the earlier sections rapidly, primarily assessing whether Jiang Fan had committed any egregious errors. After a thorough review, he discovered that Jiang Fan had made no mistakes. In fact, his summary was remarkably comprehensive. Soon, Old Long opened the second section, Properties of Nanomaterials. The structural and characteristic effects of nanoscale particles, including size effects, surface interface effects, and macroscopic quantum tunneling effects. Initially, Su Guangyuan and Xia Xiaoyu could still comprehend the content, their expressions tinged with amusement. However, as they encountered the term macroscopic quantum tunneling effects, their expressions grew serious. Many of the terminologies Jiang Fan used were entirely new to them. As top students at Longke University, now in their senior year, they believed they had completed nearly all coursework relevant to their field. Regarding nanomaterials in material science, they assumed that even without practical experience, they were well-versed in the theoretical aspects. Yet, the specialized terms in Jiang Fan's overview left them astonished. They began to wonder if Jiang Fan had erred. But Old Long's demeanor remained unchanged, as calm as still water. His pen did not encircle any of those unfamiliar symbols. Old Long had a habit of circling erroneous content. His lack of such markings indicated that Jiang Fan had committed no faults. Su Guangyuan and Xia Xiaoyu exchanged another glance, this time filled with astonishment. Following that were the third and fourth sections, and then the fifth and sixth sections detailing nanometals, nanosemiconductors, and nanocomposites. This seemed fairly standard, as both Su Guangyuan and Xia Xiaoyu had covered these topics in their coursework, just as they began to feel a sense of pride in their understanding. The next moment brought them to terms that left them utterly perplexed. Self-driven liquid metals, point-manipulated nanosensors, and artificial nanoredness. Although these terms still seemed manageable, they pressed on. Flux capacitors and saturated reactors. Su Guangyuan and Xia Xiaoyu once again exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions one of utter confusion. These concepts had far surpassed their understanding. An hour later, after Old Long had finished reviewing, a tumultuous storm brewed within him. His eyes were filled with astonishment. If this paper were published, it would undeniably serve as a guiding light for future research in nanotechnology. This overview of nanomaterials did not merely summarize current nanotechnology on Blue Star, but rather seemed to project into the future of nanotechnology and its developmental trajectory. Old Long took a considerable amount of time to regain his composure. Jiang Fan, could it be that you are a time traveler from the future? He finally uttered after a prolonged silence. Jiang Fan felt a tightness in his chest. Had he inadvertently revealed something? After contemplating for a moment, he realized he had not. Observing Jiang Fan's anxious expression, Old Long burst into laughter. I was merely jesting. Jiang Fan, your overview of nanomaterials is exceptionally valuable, especially regarding those nanotechnologies and future applications. You are truly full of surprises. At this rate, I might end up with a heart condition. Professor, are there aspects that require our revision? Jiang Fan inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Old Long replied earnestly. Your paper requires major revisions. Su Guangyuan and Xia Xiaoyu were taken aback, questioning Old Long, academician Long. You just praised Jiang Fan's work as excellent. How can it require such extensive revisions? Old Long glanced at them, slowly articulating. When I say Jiang Fan needs to make major revisions, I mean he should retain only those technologies and future developments that are not currently feasible, eliminating the rest. At that moment, Xia Xiaoyu was the first to grasp the implication. Academician Long, I understand your point. You are concerned that the technologies and future directions within may be exposed to other countries. You finally caught on, little girl? Old Long then addressed them seriously. You are still young, the future pillars of Long Nation, but remember, technology knows no boundaries. Only by firmly securing scientific advancements within our own borders can we effectively deter those adversarial nations. Our confidentiality surrounding these technologies is not meant to bully others, but rather to protect ourselves more effectively. Chapter 84. Learning. Following Old Long's advice, Jiang Fan deleted certain nanotechnologies and future applications from his paper. However, Old Long retained a copy of the original document, which would serve as a crucial reference for Long Nation's nanomaterials. After Jiang Fan completed his revisions, he submitted the SEI paper for Old Long's review. Old Long made a few minor adjustments before expressing his satisfaction. Even with the significant content removed, it still constituted a high-quality SCI paper. Subsequently, Jiang Fan promptly submitted the paper. He had not anticipated that this material's science SCI paper would be successfully completed in just one day, with 5 main subjects remaining, in which Jiang Fan felt less adept. He ultimately decided to tackle an SCI paper in astronomy first. Although Jiang Fan had chosen astronomy as his major at Longke University, he had yet to embark on any specialized coursework. This left him somewhat distressed, prompting him to discuss the matter with Old Long. While Old Long was uncertain about Jiang Fan's motivation for publishing so many SCI papers, he nonetheless arranged for him to meet Professor Ma, an expert in astronomy at Longke University. At 38 years old, Professor Ma was a rarity, having achieved professorship at such a young age, which testified to his accomplishments in the field of astronomy. He had also heard about Jiang Fan's impressive performance in the university's traditional challenge, and was quite curious to finally meet him. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, he restrained his praise, remarking, "Indeed, a remarkable talent. Thank you for your kind words, Professor Ma." Jiang Fan humbly responded. Then, Old Long, with no hint of modesty, proclaimed, "My students must be exceptionally talented." Laughter erupted among the three. Professor Ma, taken aback by Old Long's mention of Jiang Fan's ambition to publish an SCI paper, was astonished. After all, he was still a freshman, lacking exposure to the specialized knowledge of astronomical sciences. The notion of publishing an SCI paper seemed utterly fantastical. Noticing the perplexed expression on Professor Ma's face, Old Long inquired, "Xiao Ma, is there an issue?" Academician Long, as you know, in the realm of science, there is no shortcut. Knowledge must be accumulated gradually. Furthermore, Jiang Fan has not previously engaged with aerospace technology, making it exceedingly difficult for him to compose an SCI paper. Jiang Fan understood that his prior success in writing SCI papers on mathematics and materials was due to his substantial knowledge in those areas. Without such expertise, it would have been impossible. "Professor Ma, could you recommend a few books on astronomical sciences? I would like to study the theoretical foundation first," Jiang Fan stated, fully aware that this endeavor would consume considerable time and energy. However, if he wished to master the knowledge of astronomical sciences and write an SCI paper, it was a necessary path to tread. Very well. Professor Ma, mindful of Old Long's esteem, scribbled down the titles of several astronomical texts on a piece of paper. He understood that these were specialized books, and mastering them would require at least a year or two. Initially, he had a favorable impression of Jiang Fan, but now, seeing his eagerness to publish an SCI paper, he began to perceive him as a student enamored with superficial accolades. What had once seemed a stroke of fortune to have such an outstanding student in his program now left him feeling somewhat disheartened. After a brief conversation with Old Long, Professor Ma fabricated an excuse to take his leave. Old Long gazed at Jiang Fan, imparting a sage piece of advice. "Jiang Fan, in this life, our time and energy are finite. We ought to devote our limited resources to our areas of expertise. Do you grasp my meaning? Yes, I understand, teacher, Jiang Fan replied. That's good to hear. I shall not interfere too much. Feel free to ask if you need assistance. Old Long concluded. Thank you, teacher. After parting ways with Jiang Fan, Old Long returned to the laboratory to continue his research on graphite nanocoatings. Jiang Fan, on the other hand, made his way directly to the library. As a freshman yet to officially attend classes, he did not possess a library card. In a moment of desperation, he contacted the principal. 5 minutes later, Jiang Fan received his library card. He then entered the library, locating the books from Professor Ma's list, including Fundamentals of Astronomy, Encyclopedia of Astronomy, The Formation of the Universe, and Basic Space Technology. He began his study with the most elementary text, Fundamentals of Astronomy. The material was somewhat challenging, yet Jiang Fan quickly focused his attention and immersed himself in the reading. His learning efficiency was remarkably high, operating at 3 times the rate of an average individual. This skill had been honed during his senior year of high school, a result of activating a system to manage scores. In retrospect, Jiang Fan felt grateful for the system's rigorous training over the past year, which had facilitated his current state of learning. Thus, Jiang Fan remained in the library until 9 p.m., only realizing the time when the librarian reminded him that it was closing. He promptly completed the necessary borrowing procedures. Exiting the library, he stretched and gazed up at the myriad of stars. How many civilizations might exist among those twinkling lights? A rumble from his stomach snapped him back to reality. It was imperative to satisfy his hunger. He proceeded to the cafeteria, where he discovered that window 10 was illuminated. Only, he called out. Ah, Xiao Fan has arrived, haha. She replied. Yes. However, today there are no steamed buns. Only smilat. Have they sold out? Jiang Fan inquired. You can circle around from window 12. I have prepared some other dishes for you, Aunt Lee said mysteriously. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Fan followed her instructions. Navigating from window 12 to the kitchen behind window 10. To his delight, he found a table laden with 2 dishes, scrambled eggs with spinach and beef with potatoes. Still steaming, as if freshly prepared. Aunt Lee cheerfully served him a bowl of rice. Xiao Fan, why are you dawdling? Sit down. I made you 2 dishes. Eating only steamed buns is surely inadequate for your nutrition. Aunt Lee, this is too much trouble. Jiang Fan protested. Nonsense. It's no trouble at all. I haven't eaten either. Just 1 extra pair of chopsticks is all it takes. Sit down quickly, or the food will get cold. Reluctantly, Jiang Fan acquiesced and took a seat. Thank you. Only, go ahead and eat, she urged with a warm smile. Jiang Fan, already ravenous, was unable to contain his appetite in front of the piping hot meal. He dug in without hesitation. Seeing him devour the food as if he hadn't eaten in days, Aunt Lee expressed concern. Slow down, or you might choke. This is delicious. I haven't had such good food in ages, Jiang Fan exclaimed between mouthfuls. Then eat your fill. Only Raplia. Her joy reminiscent of a mother's affection for her child. After finishing his meal, Jiang Fan insisted on washing the dishes, but Aunt Lee stopped him. Xiao Fan, I can manage that. Aunt Lee, let me pay you. I've been eating your food for free these past few days, he said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. If you say that, it feels as though you regard me as a stranger, and I might just get upset. Aunt Lee pretended to be annoyed. Jiang Fan found himself at a loss for words. After a bit more casual conversation, he took his books and returned to his residence. Back in his quarters, he poured himself a glass of water, placed the books on the table, and resolved to study through the night. Taking a deep breath to calm his mind, he picked up a book and swiftly entered his focused learning state. Each time Jiang Fan reached this mental zone, he seemed oblivious to the passage of time. Before he knew it, it was midnight. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Congratulations, host. You have achieved 10 full hours in a state of flow today, successfully earning a 10-hour, 100x learning card. Jiang Fan, puzzled by the system's announcement, pondered state of flow. This is the first I've heard of it. He then queried the system, what exactly is a state of flow? The state of flow is a psychological condition in which one is wholly immersed in an activity. It is akin to how some content creators feel when drafting articles, programmers when coding, or designers when creating visuals. Entering this state allows one to lose track of time. The system explained. With this clarification, Jiang Fan recognized that he indeed had entered this state while studying. He directed his consciousness inward, accessing the description of the 10-hour 100x learning card. 10-hour 100x learning card grants the user a 100-fold increase in learning speed and effectiveness. Jiang Fan felt an irresistible urge to try it out and promptly activated the card. 100x learning card in use. Subsequently, a countdown timer appeared in Jiang Fan's mind. 9:59:58. He hurriedly picked up the Encyclopedia of Astronomy and began to read. He discovered that as his eyes swept across the text, The knowledge inscribed in the book flowed directly into his consciousness. Many concepts that had previously seemed bitterly obscure transformed into simplicity, and Jiang Fan grasped them instantaneously. After a few minutes of experimentation, he felt the power of the hundredfold learning card was extraordinary. It not only accelerated his reading speed 100-fold, but also enhanced his comprehension, memory, and integrative understanding, all achieving a 100-fold effect. Jiang Fan was utterly elated. Determined not to waste a single second, he devoted himself entirely to his studies. Time ticked away, and after an hour and a half, he had thoroughly read the entire encyclopedia of astronomy. Upon closing the book, he retained a vivid recollection of every page's content. He glanced at the hundredfold learning card, which still had 8.5 hours remaining. Jiang Fan then picked up Fundamentals of Space Technology and delved into it again. An hour later, he completed that as well. By 6 in the morning, he had finished all the books, and his memory was remarkably profound. He felt that he had reached a novice level in the field of aerospace science. Jiang Fan deactivated the hundredfold learning card, which still had 4 hours left. This tool was far too precious to squander. It was only 6 o'clock, so he decided to rest for a while. He had hardly lain in bed to sleep over the past few days and was nearly forgetting the sensation of slumber. As he reclined on the soft bed, an indescribable comfort enveloped him. Oh, Jiang Fan couldn't help but emit a groan of contentment. In under a minute, he drifted off to sleep. When the alarm on his phone rang at 8 o'clock, Jiang Fan awoke punctually. Although he had completed the books recommended by Professor Ma, he had another significant task ahead, to write an SCI paper on aerospace science. Only by publishing the SCI paper could he consider his assignment fulfilled. After a quick breakfast, Jiang Fan contacted Professor Ma from the Space Academy. Upon receiving the call and hearing that Jiang Fan had finished the books, Professor Ma's impression of him dwindled further. Completing the readings in such a short time clearly indicated a mere cursory glance, devoid of serious engagement. Frankly, he did not wish to waste time on a student like this. Yet Jiang Fan was a pupil of the esteemed Elder Long. Moreover, Elder Long had entrusted him with the responsibility of guiding Jiang Fan properly. Reluctantly, Professor Ma instructed Jiang Fan to come to his office. He had already formulated a plan to rigorously test Jiang Fan. If he faltered, he would dismiss him immediately. It was a sheer waste of time to advise a student pretending to understand SCI papers. With that time, he could rather delve deeper into his own professional knowledge. Jiang Fan soon arrived at Professor Ma's office. Professor Ma. Jiang Fan greeted him. Professor Ma responded. I have finished reading all these books. Should I pursue other readings? Or shall I begin writing the SCI paper? Jiang Fan inquired. The field of aerospace technology is still in its infancy. If you have mastered all these texts, along with your own insights, you should have no trouble passing the SCI paper review. The concern is whether you've grasped even the basics of these works. Jiang Fan discerned that Professor Ma's tone was tinged with skepticism regarding his claim of having read all the books. Professor Ma, I assure you I have indeed completed them. If you don't believe me, you may test me, Jiang Fan stated earnestly. Professor Ma was inclined to do just that. He casually picked up a book and asked, What is astronomy? Astronomy is the discipline that studies celestial bodies, the structure and evolution of the universe. It encompasses the construction, properties, and operational laws of celestial bodies, investigating their physical properties, chemical compositions, internal structures, energy sources, and evolutionary patterns. Jiang Fan's response astonished Professor Ma. He had not expected Jiang Fan to recite the text verbatim. Next, he posed another question. What is the most powerful energy phenomenon in the universe? Gamma-ray bursts release the most potent electromagnetic radiation in the cosmos. When supermassive stars explode, they also emit a tremendous amount of gamma rays in a brief moment. This is known as a gamma-ray burst. And black holes? Celestial entities with such a curvature of space-time that not even light can escape. Professor Ma continued to pose several questions, and Jiang Fan answered each without hesitation, and with remarkable accuracy. Upon completing the final question, Professor Ma's jaw dropped in disbelief. These books had only been introduced to Jiang Fan the previous day. It was incomprehensible that he could have read and memorized them all in such a short span. Jiang Fan, how did you achieve this? Jiang Fan, observing Professor Ma's astonishment, jested, I possess an eidetic memory. Chapter 86, Military Training Performance. Professor Ma, who had initially maintained a rather indifferent demeanor towards Jiang Fan, suddenly became animated. Given the aerospace knowledge Jiang Fan had already acquired, he had effectively mastered the core theoretical concepts of aerospace science that typically require 4 years of study. This realization left Professor Ma incredulous. Reflecting upon it, it was no wonder Jiang Fan had garnered the favor of Elder Long and Principal Lu. He indeed had the credentials to be proud. Professor Ma, do you have any further questions? Jiang Fan interjected, pulling Professor Ma from his reverie. No, none at all. Professor Ma replied hastily. Jiang Fan, you are truly remarkable. The future of human space tourism may well depend on you, haha. Professor Ma said half-jokingly. Jiang Fan smiled, but remained silent, though in his heart, he thought that his aspirations extended far beyond mere space travel. Professor Ma, are there any other books I should read? Jiang Fan inquired. If you merely wish to pass with one SCI paper, this knowledge suffices. Although humanity has studied the universe for nearly 2,000 years, those have been merely observations and conjectures. True aerospace science is still in its infancy. I will provide you with a topic direction. You may write according to this theme. Understood, Professor Ma. Jiang Fan responded. Professor Ma then wrote on a piece of paper, connecting Blue Planet with space. Upon seeing this topic, an abundance of ideas surged within Jiang Fan. The theme was quite straightforward, narrowing the vast expanse of aerospace science into a coherent framework. Jiang Fan merely needed to elaborate within this structure. Jiang Fan, do you foresee any issues with this topic? Professor Ma inquired. None that I can discern. Jiang Fan replied. If there are no problems, then this theme is relatively simple. You may broadly divide it into several sections. The relationship between the blue planet and space, the blue planet's exploration of space, the current state of space technology on the blue planet, and the future technological directions connecting the blue planet and space. As long as there are no erroneous elements within, your SCI paper should pose no issues. While explaining, Professor Mott diligently noted several key points on paper for Jiang Fan. Subsequently, he handed the sheet to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, do you have any areas of uncertainty? Not at the moment, thank you, Professor Ma. Jiang Fan expressed his gratitude to Professor Ma, acknowledging that without the professor's guidance, he would have been at a loss regarding the direction of his writing. The vast expanse of space science encompasses an array of subjects, which made it particularly challenging for him. After conversing with Professor Ma for a while longer, Jiang Fan took his leave to prepare his SCI paper on space studies. Previously, Jiang Fan had discussed the concept of flow state with the system, which provided him with various techniques to swiftly enter this productive mental state. Over the past year, he had unknowingly experienced flow nearly every day, but now he consciously applied the methods outlined by the system, allowing him to immerse himself in flow with remarkable ease. Time slipped away unnoticed, and it wasn't until nightfall that he emerged from this state, realizing it was nearly 9 o'clock. He was quite pleased to see he had already penned over 20,000 words and believed that with just a couple more hours of writing that evening, he could finalize his paper. With that thought in mind, he made his way to the cafeteria to meet Aunt Lee, who had arranged to have a meal with him that day. En route, he stopped at a fruit shop to purchase some fruit for her, feeling it was only polite given that he often dined on her generosity. Carrying 2 bags of fruit, he arrived at the dining hall, where the light at window number 10 was still on. He approached the serving window and called out, Aunt Lee. To his surprise, a middle-aged woman emerged. But it was not Aunt Lee. Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback. The woman recognized him and said, You must be Jiang Fan, right? Yes, he replied. I'm a colleague of Aunt Lee. She asked me to give this to you. With that, she handed him a thermos. Where's Aunt Lee? Jiang Fan inquired. The woman hesitated, as Aunt Lee had instructed her not to disclose her hospitalization. Oh, it's nothing important. Just take what she gave you and go, she sighed, before shutting off the light and leaving through a different window. Jiang Fan quickly approached her as she exited through window 12, offering her the fruit he had bought. Auntie, could you please deliver these fruits to Aunt Lee? The woman glanced at the fruit and accepted it. Indeed, Aunt Lee has treated you well. After she departed, Jiang Fan returned to window 10, taking the thermos with him. Upon returning to his residence, Jiang Fan found himself preoccupied with thoughts of Aunt Lee. After pondering for a while without clarity, he decided to eat first, as he still had the SCI paper to write. Opening the thermos revealed 2 steaming buns, a stir-fry of celery and shrimp, and a bowl of congee with century egg and lean meat at the bottom. It was evident that Aunt Lee had put considerable thought into this meal. He devoured the food with great relish, leaving nothing behind. After cleaning the thermos, he settled at his desk, gathered his thoughts, and immersed himself in his astronomy SCI paper. 3 hours later, he had completed all the content and spent an additional 2 hours revising it until he was satisfied, before finally retiring for the night. Dedication and perseverance, unity and mutual assistance, striving for excellence, discipline as firm as iron, will as strong as steel, courage to bear heavy responsibilities, and the pursuit of first-rate achievements. The motto echoed through the air as the first-year students of Longke University stood in perfectly aligned formations on the playground, their voices ringing out as they shouted military training slogans. Today marked the military training performance for the freshmen at Longke University. After 20 days of training under their instructors, the students no longer resembled a disorganized group. Their stances, marching, turns, and salutes all bore the semblance of soldiers. Beneath the scorching sun, each student listened intently to their instructor's commands, executing the performance with synchronized precision. The university leaders on the podium nodded in approval, clearly satisfied. Excellent. The future pillars of Longwa should embody this spirit, President Liu remarked with a smile. As the performance concluded and the principal addressed the audience, the instructors quietly gathered their belongings, preparing to depart. Upon noticing, the students rushed towards their instructors, eager to express their gratitude. Chapter 87. The Thermos. Jiang Fan emerged from Professor Ma's office, a look of relief on his face. He had completed 3 SCI papers and sent them off. And although he had yet to receive any responses, he felt confident that there were no significant issues. However, he still had 4 major subjects left for SCI papers, which posed a challenge as he was not particularly adept in those areas. Moreover, his accelerated learning card only had 4 hours remaining, barely sufficient for one subject. He resolved to apply the boost to informatics, as it was the most daunting for him. At the very least, he had some prior exposure to physics, chemistry, and biology. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 11:30 in the morning, a perfect opportunity to grab some lunch before consulting his teacher in the afternoon. Remembering the thermos from Aunt Lee, he decided to retrieve it from his residence to return it later. Arriving at the cafeteria, he found a number of enthusiastic students already enjoying their meals. He approached window number 10 with a thermos in hand. In front of the window stood a middle-aged man, serving food. Jiang Fan addressed him. "Hello, sir. May I ask if Aunt Lee is here today?" "You mean Lee? She no longer works here," the man replied. "Where has she gone?" Jiang Fan asked, puzzled, as Aunt Lee had seemed perfectly fine just a couple of days ago. "She has been hospitalized due to renal failure. Unfortunately, it seems she may not have much time left. It's a shame. She was such a kind and diligent person." Jiang Fan's mind went blank at the man's words. Renal failure? Not much time left. He was taken aback, as Aunt Lee had appeared healthy just days prior. "Do you know which hospital she is in?" he asked urgently. "Seems to be the Third People's Hospital in Kyoto," the man replied. "Thank you, sir," Jiang Fan said, preparing to leave, when the middle-aged man called out to him. "Young man, you are Jiang Fan, correct?" Jiang Fan halted, intrigued by how he knew his name. "Yes," he replied. "Perfect. I was just wondering how to find you. Please wait a moment." The man went into the kitchen and emerged with an envelope, handing it directly to Jiang Fan. "Here, this is Lee salary from last month. She called to say she wanted you to have it." "She wants me to have it?" Jiang Fan was bewildered, realizing that Aunt Lee, being ill, would need the money more than he would. He accepted the envelope, which contained a total of 950 yuan. "You can count it," the man said. Jiang Fan chose not to count it, but instead tucked the envelope into his pocket. As Jiang Fan was about to inquire further with the middle-aged man regarding Aunt Lee's situation, he noticed that the man had already busied himself serving meals to other students. Consequently, Jiang Fan took his thermos and departed. At the Third People's Hospital of Kyoto, within the intensive care unit of the urology department, a nurse entered and addressed the middle-aged woman lying in agony on the hospital bed. "Lee, your pain medication has been administered. The funds on your insurance card have been exhausted. Should you wish to continue your hospitalization, you'll need to make a payment in the lobby on the first floor." Lee struggled to move her body, attempting to turn over, but the searing pain in her abdomen compelled her to abandon the thought. It appeared that the prolonged administration of painkillers was becoming increasingly ineffective for her. After catching her breath, she declared, "I won't be staying in the hospital. I'll leave shortly." "Very well," replied the nurse, and she exited the room. Shortly thereafter, she announced over the intercom, "Urology ICU room 505, discharging this afternoon. Discharging this afternoon. The next patient can be arranged." Her voice echoed throughout the corridor, perhaps indicative of her long tenure in the ICU. Having grown accustomed to the suffering and farewells, resulting in a hardened sense of immunity. Before long, Lee phone rang. It was the owner of the cafeteria at Longke University. With great effort, she answered. "Hello, the salary for last month, 950 yuan, has been given to that student you mentioned, Jiang Fan." "Thank you, Lao Zhang." Lee managed to muster a faint smile. "I told you. Why would you support a struggling student with the hard-earned money you make in a month? Shouldn't you be using that money for your own medical needs? My illness is beyond remedy. There's no point in wasting that money. But Jiang Fan is different. He is an exceptionally talented student and will certainly achieve great things in the future. There are plenty of impoverished students. How many can your meager salary truly support? All right. Ich muss nicht länger einbußen. The call was abruptly terminated. Lee Aylin half reclined on her hospital bed, the pain somewhat alleviated, indicating that the painkillers were beginning to take effect. She adjusted herself into a more comfortable position, gazing at the white wall before her. This prompted her to reminisce about her first encounter with Jiang Fan. She had just finished cleaning the kitchen and was about to take 2 buns to eat the leftover food when Jiang Fan walked into the cafeteria. The moment she laid eyes on him, she was reminded of her son, Xiao Hui, particularly due to the striking resemblance between Jiang Fan's facial features and those of her late child. Regrettably, her son and husband had perished in a tragic car accident. As these memories flooded her mind, tears began to stream down her face. Just then, the door swung open, and a doctor entered, his expression brimming with excitement as he addressed Lee Aylin. Ms. Lee, we have found a matching kidney donor for you. Really? Lee Aylin's heart raced with exhilaration, only to be swiftly dimmed by the harsh reality that accompanied such news. She was acutely aware that a kidney transplant would cost at least 500,000 yuan, a sum she currently lacked. Congratulations, Ms. Lee, the doctor exclaimed. Dr. Hao, I have decided against the transplant, Lee Aylin replied coolly. Not considering the transplant? You must understand how rare it is to find a matching kidney. Dr. Hao's irritation was palpable. Lee Aylin understood all too well. She had been on the waiting list for a kidney for 2 years, and during that time, her medical expenses had consumed the funds she had initially set aside from selling her house for the transplant. Is this about money? I can apply to the hospital for a reduction in your fees, Dr. Hao insisted, having witnessed her family's misfortunes over the years. He admired her optimistic outlook and fervently wished for her to live a long and healthy life. Now that a matching donor had finally been found, he was unwilling to let her surrender hope so easily. Lee Aylin, however, recognized that even with a fee reduction, the cost would still exceed 400,000 yuan. Oh well. Thank you, Dr. Hao. I plan to be discharged this afternoon. I wish to return home to see my family one last time. At that moment, Jiang Fan had arrived at the Third People's Hospital of Kyoto. After inquiring at the front desk, he quickly located Lee Aylin's ward. He took the elevator to the 5th floor, reaching the intensive care unit of urology. As he approached the door of room 505, Dr. Hao emerged. A look of despondency etched across his face. Jiang Fan glanced inside and noticed Lee Aylin discreetly wiping away tears. He hurried after Dr. Hao, inquiring about Lee Aylin's condition. Upon learning that Jiang Fan was a relative of Lee Aylin, Dr. Hao became animated, recounting the situation and hoping Jiang Fan could persuade her otherwise. Before Jiang Fan could respond, a voice resonated in his mind. Chapter 88, Surgery. The system's voice echoed in his mind. System, mission issued. Save the kind-hearted Lee Aylin. Mission reward. Comprehensive overview of Blue Star physics. Mission failure results in no rewards. In truth, even without the system's mandate, Jiang Fan would have chosen to assist Aunt Lee. Dr. Hao, if I pay now, when can we proceed with the kidney transplant? The sooner, the better, especially considering Lee Aylin's deteriorating condition. All right, I will go make the payment now. Dr. Hao beamed at Jiang Fan's words, relieved that Lee Aylin's life was now secure. Young man, come. I will take you to settle the payment. Subsequently, Jiang Fan accompanied Dr. Hao to pay a sum of 600,000 yuan. Initially, Dr. Hao suggested that Jiang Fan only needed to pay 500,000 yuan, but fearing it might not be enough, Jiang Fan opted to pay 600,000 yuan. After settling the payment, he proceeded to Lee Aylin's ward. Upon seeing Jiang Fan's unexpected arrival, Lee Aylin was taken aback. Xiao Fan, what brings you here? Owen Lee, why didn't you inform me that you were hospitalized? Jiang Fan inquired. It's nothing. It's just an old ailment. I'll be discharged shortly. Lee Aylin responded cheerfully, making an effort to lighten the mood. Jiang Fan then produced an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Lee Aylin. Auntie, this is a little something from me. Please accept it. Auntie, there's no need. I have money. Jiang Fan insisted. Xiao Fan, I understand that young men have their pride, but you have yet to earn your own income. This amount is modest. It should cover your living expenses for half a year. You look so thin, Lee Aylin said, her heart aching for him. Auntie, I truly have money. Jiang Fan suspected that Lee Aylin viewed him as a starting student. The truth was that, due to his recent research and writing of SCI papers, his eating habits had become irregular, leaving him looking particularly gaunt, a clear indication of malnutrition. Xiao Fan, if you refuse to accept it, Annie will be upset, Lee Aylin insisted, realizing that Jiang Fan's reluctance stemmed from his pride. Just as she was about to further persuade him, the door swung open once more, and Dr. Hao re-entered. Upon seeing Dr. Hao, Li Ailan promptly stated, "Dr. Hao, thank you for your kindness, but I have made up my mind. If Jiang Fan were to learn of my kidney failure, he would certainly refuse to take my money." However, Dr. Hao merely smiled and did not leave. Instead, he summoned a nurse to come in and draw blood from Li Ailan. Confused, she wondered why they needed to draw blood now, when she was about to be discharged. "Dr. Hao, why do I need to have my blood drawn?" "It's a preoperative examination." Dr. Hao replied, "I already told you, I won't undergo surgery." Li Ailan said, growing anxious, as Jiang Fan was right beside her. If she said anything more, it would surely expose her. "This time you have no say, for someone has already paid your surgical fees." The revelation that someone had covered her operation costs left Li Ailan momentarily stunned. "Dr. Hao, there must be some mistake." She had no relatives in Kyoto. Even her relatives back home wouldn't be able to produce such a sum as 500,000 in cash. Who would assist her with such an exorbitant fee? Surely, Dr. Hao was jesting. "I dare not make a mistake about a surgical fee of several hundred thousand. Here is the payment receipt." Ha! After finishing his statement, Dr. Hao glanced at Jiang Fan, presumably knowing that the payment details hadn't yet been disclosed to Li Ailan. Upon taking the receipt from Dr. Hao, Li Ailan was astonished to find an amount of 600,000 listed, and upon checking the patient information, she confirmed it indeed bore her name. "This," Li Ailan stammered, her initial resignation to depart from this world instantly reigniting her hope for rebirth. Everyone is human, who isn't afraid of death. The reason Li Ailan opted against surgery was due to the lack of options. Now, with someone covering her surgical costs, it was akin to granting her a new life. How could she not be exhilarated? "Dr. Hao, who has paid for my surgery?" Far yet near, Dr. Hao teased. Li Ailan glanced at Jiang Fan, then at Dr. Hao and the two nurses. It couldn't be the nurses, and Jiang Fan was far too impoverished to afford a meal, let alone such a sum. The only person left must be Dr. Hao. "Dr. Hao, could it be you?" Li Ailan exclaimed in astonishment. "Me? You overestimate my means." Li Ailan found herself at a loss. If it wasn't Dr. Hao, then could it possibly be Jiang Fan? "Oh dear, Dr. Hao, please don't leave me in suspense. Just tell me who it is." "It's your relative." Dr. Hao pointed at Jiang Fan. "Jiang Fan?" Li Ailan's expression turned incredulous. How could that be possible? Jiang Fan could hardly afford meals. How could he possibly come up with 600,000 for surgery? Jiang Fan smiled at Li Ailan, remaining silent. "Jiang Fan, is it truly you?" Li Ailan quería, perplexa. "Yes." Jiang Fan nodded affirmatively. Upon receiving Jiang Fan's confirmation, Li Ailan's mouth fell agape in disbelief. "How could you have so much money?" "I got lucky recently and successfully completed a research project, earning a reward from the state," Jiang Fan explained, offering an excuse. "Really, Xiao Fan, you're remarkable. It's true what they say, knowledge is wealth," Li Ailan joyfully proclaimed, as if her child had brought home an award for her. The previously somber atmosphere of the ward now transformed into one of lightheartedness. After a while, Li Ailan looked at the envelope in her hand and quickly tucked it away. She felt utterly embarrassed for having perceived Jiang Fan as merely a poor student unable to afford a meal. Thankfully, Jiang Fan didn't seem to mind. Half an hour later, Dr. Hao cheerfully entered and informed Li Ailan, "All your indicators are normal, and the surgery is scheduled for 3 p.m. today." "So soon?" Upon hearing she was to undergo surgery imminently, Li Ailan felt a wave of nervousness. "The sooner, the better for you. However, rest assured, our hospital has an 80% success rate for kidney transplants." Noticing Li Ailan's anxiety, Dr. Hao reassured her. At 3 p.m., Li Ailan was soon wheeled into the operating room. Jiang Fan waited outside the surgical door, and 3 hours later, the operation was a resounding success. However, Li Ailan remained in a state of unconsciousness. Following Dr. Hao's advice, Jiang Fan hired a caregiver to attend to her during her recovery period. Just as Jiang Fan was about to return to school, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "System, congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving the Blue Star Physics Super Overview." Before Jiang Fan could fully comprehend, a golden light flooded his mind, and all knowledge pertaining to physics on Blue Star surged into his consciousness. Jiang Fan was overjoyed. Not only had he saved Aunt Li today, but he had also acquired the Blue Star Physics Super Overview. Chapter 89, Burning Bridges. After obtaining the Physics Super Overview, Jiang Fan returned to his residence and began drafting a physics SCI paper. With the experience from his previous 3 SCI papers, Jiang Fan chose a relatively straightforward topic likely to be accepted, given his current grasp of physics knowledge, as long as he remained focused He had no doubt about getting an SCI paper published. Time trickled away, and Jiang Fan soon entered a state of flow, one that enhanced his efficiency threefold. His fingers danced across the keyboard, akin to an ethereal sprite. The rhythmic sound of keystrokes filled the room. Time slipped through his fingers. By the following day, Jiang Fan had astonishingly produced a complete physics SCI paper. He himself was taken aback by this efficiency. Subsequently, he sought out Elder Long to review his physics SCI paper. Elder Long appeared puzzled. Jiang Fan, weren't you writing an astronomy SCI paper just a few days ago? Was it too difficult? Elder Long assumed Jiang Fan had abandoned it due to its complexity. Teacher, the astronomy SCI paper has been completed and reviewed by Professor Ma. It has been submitted. Submitted already? Elder Long was taken aback, considering Jiang Fan had claimed to know nothing about astronomy. Yet Professor Ma had only provided him with a few specialized texts. It was implausible he could finish them in 2 days. Did Professor Ma say anything? Elder Long inquired. He said there should be no issues with publication. Jiang Fan responded honestly. Very well. Elder Long pondered for a moment before finally uttering those 2 words. The more he interacted with Jiang Fan, the more mysterious he found him. However, Elder Long understood that everyone has their secrets and chose not to pry into Jiang Fan's affairs. As long as he did not engage in actions detrimental to the nation, Elder Long would not interfere too much. For a prodigy like Jiang Fan, excessive interference could stifle his development. Elder Long glanced at Jiang Fan's physics SCI paper, quickly reviewing it without identifying any issues. Jiang Fan, physics is not my area of expertise. I'll call in Dean Han from the physics department at Longke University. Subsequently, Elder Long summoned Dean Han Changfeng from the physics department. At Longke University, no one dared to slight Elder Long. Not even Principal Liu would dare. Upon Dean Han's arrival, he greeted Elder Long with utmost respect. Xiao Han, take a look at this physics paper and see if you find any issues. Dean Han began reviewing the SCI paper Jiang Fan had written. After about half an hour, Dean Han exclaimed with excitement, "Not bad. It's an excellent paper. If submitted to a physics journal, will it be accepted?" Elder Long inquired. "It should face no issues with acceptance." Dean Han confidently replied. Elder Long, this paper isn't written by you, is it? Although I possess a modicum of knowledge in the realm of physics, I humbly believe I am not yet capable of composing such a paper. Who authored this? It was my student Jiang Fan. Professor Long proudly gestured to Jiang Fan while introducing him to Dean Han. It is exceptionally well written. Dean Han praised Jiang Fan. Thank you for your kind words, Dean Han. I still have much to learn, Jiang Fan modestly replied. Jiang Fan, you do not seem to be a student in the physics department, do you? Inquired Han Feng, the dean of the physics department at Longke University, who had some familiarity with his students, especially those who excelled in physics. I am majoring in space science. Space science? Such a waste of your talent. With your aptitude in physics, you are destined for significant achievements. Would you be interested in transferring to our physics program? The scholarships in the physics department are the highest at Longke University. Han Changfeng said enticingly. Young Han, are you attempting to poach my student in front of me? Professor Long retorted without hesitation. I would never dare, Professor Long. You do not teach space science, do you? All right. Are there any revisions needed for this SCI paper? Professor Long asked Dean Han. No revisions are necessary. It is already perfect. Dean Han said decisively. Since there are no issues, you may leave, young man, Professor Long declared. Professor Long, you're using me and then discarding me. Dean Han expressed his dissatisfaction, genuinely appreciating Jiang Fan's talent and hoping to recruit him to the physics department. If I keep you, it will be poaching my student. I am merely eager for talent. Enough with your banter. Go back from whence you came, Professor Long said, promptly dismissing An Feng. After receiving affirmation from Dean Han regarding Jiang Fan's physics SCI paper, his confidence soared, prompting him to submit to a physics journal as suggested by Professor Long. With this task completed, Jiang Fan felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. Although he still had to submit SCI papers for chemistry, biology, and information science. When Professor Long learned that Jiang Fan intended to write an SCI paper in information science, his face involuntarily twitched. His student was determined to complete SCI papers for all major subjects. After all, he was Jiang Fan's teacher. He had to assist him, even if it meant shedding tears. Thus, Professor Long summoned the information science professor to guide Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan first requested the professor to list several specialized books, which he conquered using his 100-fold learning card. Subsequently, the information science professor provided Jiang Fan with a topic, guiding him as he wrote. Finally, after 2 grueling days and nights, Jiang Fan successfully completed the most challenging information science SCI paper. This filled him with exhilaration. Only chemistry and biology remained. However, his hundredfold learning card time had expired, leaving him somewhat troubled regarding these two subjects. Although he possessed some understanding of chemistry and biology, he was not proficient enough to compose an SCI paper. With no better alternatives, he resolved to calm himself and study diligently. After finishing his tasks, Jiang Fan visited the hospital to check on Li Ailen and found her in good spirits, which eased his mind. On Friday afternoon at 6 o'clock, while Jiang Fan was engrossed in his chemistry textbook, his phone suddenly rang. It was his girlfriend, Chu Ruoshi. He hastily answered. Ruoshi, by now. Jiang Fan could naturally call out her name. Xiao Fan, are you busy? Chu Ruoshi playfully asked. Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Fan felt an overwhelming sense of ease. Not busy. Oh, we haven't seen each other for almost a month. You don't even think to invite me. Jiang Fan had indeed been exceedingly busy. The previous fortnight had been devoted to intensive research on lithium iron phosphate batteries. Following that, he had been tirelessly writing SCI papers daily to complete the system's tasks and obtain ITER magnet material blueprints. They could only manage occasional video chats. Initially, he had planned to find Chu Ruoshi after finishing his SCI papers. Just as Jiang Fan was about to speak, the system's voice resonated in his mind. System. Ding. Dating task triggered. Chapter 90. Qingshi Alley. Kyoto University Town. It is composed of several top-tier universities in Longke, including Longke University, Huking University, Longke Peking University, and Kyoto University. It is a gathering place for the nation's elite students. In a location on the northern edge of the university town lies a small alley. This alley is 500 meters long and paved with bluestone, hence the name Qingshi Alley. On either side of the alley stand two-story ancient buildings with gray bricks and tiles. During the day, it is remarkably tranquil, resembling a painting of ancient architecture. However, by nightfall, Qingshi Alley bursts with life, bustling with activity. Each storefront hangs a red lantern bearing the shop's name. Zongshu Pavilion, Yanzitang, Wanbao Zhai, and so forth, all exuding an ancient charm. The entire street offers a plethora of culinary delights, entertainment, and cultural activities, with calligraphy, chess, painting, and more available. Furthermore, all vendors must don ancient attire. The street is patrolled by 3 teams of security personnel, also clad in traditional dress. Looking around, it resembles the vibrant streets of ancient Chang'an. Stone barriers are placed at either end of Qingshi Alley to prohibit vehicle access, allowing only foot traffic. Jiang Fan, hurry up. One of my roommates said this place is so much fun. Chu Ruoshi exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Today, she had dressed up splendidly for their date. Her lustrous black hair styled elegantly, revealing her fair neck. A light blue long dress accentuated her appearance, making her look like a princess. With her roommate's assistance, Chu Ruoshi had also applied beautiful makeup, every smile and gesture captivating. From the moment Jiang Fan laid eyes on her, he could not tear his gaze away. Chu Ruoshi led Jiang Fan to none other than Qingshi Alley. The time was now 7 o'clock in the evening, the most vibrant hour in Qingshi Alley. Bustling with crowds of people, lively and animated. Most of the evening visitors were students from nearby, either couples or groups of friends. Sometimes they were not even shopping, simply enjoying the atmosphere to unwind from their usual intense studies. Jiang Fan, look over there. Chu Ruoshi tugged at Jiang Fan's arm, pointing at a stall featuring candy figurines. The candy figurine master cheerfully addressed Chu Ruoshi. Little girl, would you like one? I can make them on the spot. Chu Ruoshi blinked her adorable eyes at the candy master and asked, Can you make anything? The master confidently patted his chest, declaring, Absolutely. My skills are unmatched in Longke. Wow, that's amazing. The little girl clapped her hands joyfully, which greatly satisfied the candy master's vanity. He then boisterously proclaimed, Little girl, I find you quite charming. So I shall give you one for free. Just tell me what you want. Chu Ruoshi lavished praise upon the master candy sculptor, delighting him so much that his eyes squinted into mere slits, and his spirits soared. Master candy sculptor, could you create a likeness of him for me? Juzusi et Golim, playfully pointing at Jiang Fan. The candy master was momentarily taken aback, evidently unprepared for such a request from the spirited young girl. Typically, he crafted animals and objects, and when it came to human figures, they were merely simplistic sketches. However, to render a true portrait of an individual was not beyond his skill. The challenge lay in the medium of syrup, which was rather unforgiving. Yet, having boasted of his capabilities, he felt reluctant to admit his limitations now, fearing it would lead to ridicule from the little girl. Observing the master's hesitation, Chu Ruoshi's expression dimmed slightly, and she forlornly inquired, Master Candy Sculptor, Is it really impossible? Noticing her disappointment, the master waved his hand with a flourish, declaring, "Though I have never attempted it, I am willing to give a try." With that, he scrutinized Jiang Fan intently, while Jiang Fan's gaze remained fixated on Churuashi. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable magnetism emanating from her. Drawing his eyes to her, "Young man, don't forget to look at your girlfriend later. For now, focus here." The candy master jested. Jiang Fan's cheeks flushed crimson at this remark, while Churuashi stifled a giggle, her amusement evident. Clearly, her attire had made a significant impact today, eliciting a mischievous smile. Jiang Fan turned his face toward the candy master, yet a sudden emptiness washed over him, as his eyes were irresistibly drawn back to Churuashi. "Hiss!" The candy master exhaled, his brows furrowing slightly. Crafting a person's features from syrup indeed posed a considerable challenge. Thus, he advised Jiang Fan, "Best maintain that profile you had before." Jiang Fan was eager to oblige, quickly redirecting his gaze toward Churuashi. Upon once more catching sight of her, a comforting sense of security enveloped him. At that moment, noticing Jiang Fan's collar was slightly askew, Churuashi reached out to adjust it. With her face merely a foot away, Jiang Fan couldn't help but feel his heart race. The internal conflict of whether to lean in for a kiss surged within him. Just prior to their outing, the system had assigned Jiang Fan a task. If he kissed Churuashi for 2 minutes, he would earn the super overview of biochemical sciences. This overview encompassed both biology and chemistry. Presently, Jiang Fan's SCI papers were down to just these 2 subjects. Once completed, he could sit back and await results. As soon as all his papers were accepted, he would acquire the design schematics for the ITER magnetic materials for controlled nuclear fusion. Scanning his surroundings, Jiang Fan noticed the throngs of people nearby, with the candy master observing him closely. Doubt crept in, rendering him hesitant. In truth, even without the system's task, the sight of the enchanting Churuashi stirred within him an irresistible urge to kiss her. After adjusting Jiang Fan's collar, Churuashi glanced up at him. Their eyes met, and the intensity of Jiang Fan's gaze left her flustered, her heart racing like a startled deer. Embarrassed, she shyly remarked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" I, Jiang Fan stammered, unsure of how to articulate his desire to kiss her. Instead, he grasped her hands, drawing them closer together. They could distinctly hear each other's heartbeats. A thought flickered in Churuashi's mind. Is Jiang Fan really going to kiss me? But with so many people around, how embarrassing. Despite her reservations, a flicker of anticipation ignited within her. They had been dating for over a month, and, aside from holding hands, they had never shared a kiss. Just days prior, during a conversation with her roommates, she realized they had all shared living space with their boyfriends. While her first kiss remained unclaimed, embarrassed by their teasing, Churuashi decided to cast aside her worries, tilting her head back and closing her eyes tightly. Seeing her eyes shut, Jiang Fan swallowed hard, unable to resist any longer. He leaned in and kissed her, as his lips brushed against her soft, warm ones. A delightful jolt coursed through him. He could feel the warmth of her delicate lips, making him reluctant to part. This was Jiang Fan's first kiss with a girl, and he felt an overwhelming surge of nervousness, his heart nearly leaping into his throat. Churuashi's eyelashes fluttered, betraying her own tension. At the moment Jiang Fan pressed his lips to hers, a wave of sweetness enveloped her, rendering her momentarily dizzy. It felt as though the world around them faded away, leaving only Jiang Fan and herself in existence. Instinctively, she leaned into his embrace, while Jiang Fan, unable to resist, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulling her closer. A warm current surged through her abdomen, filling her with an invigorating sensation, prompting her to hold onto Jiang Fan even tighter. They remained locked in their kiss for 5 blissful minutes, until the sound of applause jolted them back to reality. To their surprise, they discovered a crowd had gathered to witness their intimate moment. Churuashi's face flushed a deep crimson, embarrassment flooding her as she realized her first kiss had been publicly observed. Jiang Fan, however, remained composed, confident in the fact that he was simply kissing his girlfriend. Among the onlookers, several male classmates gave Jiang Fan approving thumbs up, both envious and respectful. As the crowd dispersed, a few couples lingered behind. Churuashi, noticing the retreating spectators, felt her flushed cheeks gradually cool. Stealing a glance at Jiang Fan, she succumbed to a blissful smile. Despite the earlier awkwardness, the experience left her yearning for more. Truth be told, when Jiang Fan pulled away, she felt a pang of longing. Jiang Fan, enchanted by her bashful demeanor, felt an irresistible attraction to her. Their fingers intertwined. He relished the moment, feeling as though he had captured the entire world in that kiss. Just as they stood there, unsure of how to proceed, the candy master cleared his throat, breaking the spell. Suddenly, Churuashi recalled that she had asked the candy master to create a portrait of Jiang Fan. In the midst of their kiss, they had completely forgotten about it. This meant that the candy master had witnessed their entire romantic interlude. Churuashi's cheeks flared once more with heat. I'm sorry, Master Candy Sculptor. The candy master, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned observer, chuckled. I understand completely. No need to feel shy. Both Churuashi and Jiang Fan felt a tinge of embarrassment. I completed your candy figures, the master announced. What? Churuashi exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, I noticed a creation displayed on the table in front of the sugar artist. It was somewhat indistinct, yet one could discern that it depicted the profiles of two little figures engaged in a kiss. The sugar artist scratched his head in embarrassment. Although it was not particularly aesthetically pleasing, I had captured the essence of it. Look, this represents your boyfriend, and this is... Churuashi was overjoyed. Sugar artist, you have rendered it so vividly. I absolutely adore it, she exclaimed with a giggle. Upon hearing Churuashi's praise, the sugar artist was instantly filled with joy. All right, I shall wrap it up for you, he said, and soon he carefully packaged the kissing sugar figurine to present to them. At that moment, a couple approached the sugar artist and said, Master, please make us one of those sugar figures too. The sugar artist was momentarily taken aback, but then responded cheerfully. Of course, you may begin. The couple, unfazed by shyness, immediately engaged in a kiss. Before the sugar artist could commence his craft, yet another couple requested the same. Please, no rushing, line up, the sugar artist jovially remarked, never imagining that his seemingly inconsequential act would, in due time, become the hallmark of his business. After bidding farewell to the sugar artist, Churuashi took Jiang Fan's hand and continued their exploration of the Qingshi Alley. Having just shared a kiss, they felt a newfound closeness in their hearts. Churuashi quickly resumed her naturally curious demeanor, eagerly pulling Jiang Fan to examine various sights, flitting about like a delicate butterfly. They strolled from the eastern end of the Qingshi Alley to the western end, covering a distance of 500 meters, and spent over 2 hours in delightful exploration. Churuashi purchased only a few hairpins that she adored, keeping one for herself and planning to gift the others to her roommates. After their excursion, she reluctantly departed from Qingshi Alley. Throughout the journey, Jiang Fan and Churuashi shared laughter and conversation, arriving swiftly at Longke University. By the time they reached the base of Churuashi's dormitory, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Jiang Fan, I'm heading up now. Zhuzi Pautet, feeling a pang of reluctance to part ways with him. Jiang Fan nodded. As Churuashi took a couple steps away, Jiang Fan hastily called out, He hadn't quite formulated what he wanted to say. He simply wished to catch another glimpse of Churuashi. Upon hearing his voice, Churuashi joyfully bounced back to his side. What is it, little fan? Jiang Fan stammered. Noticing his hesitation, Churuashi playfully teased. Are you reluctant to say goodbye? Jiang Fan nodded earnestly. Churuashi stood on her tiptoes, leaning close to Jiang Fan's ear as she whispered, Me too. Back at the Dragon Science University faculty dormitory, Jiang Fan returned to his abode, still savoring the memory of the kiss with Churuashi, and couldn't help but break into a silly grin. He sat at his desk, gathering his thoughts. He had received the system's reward, Introduction to Biochemical Superstructures. With this accolade, drafting his biology and chemistry SCI papers would prove remarkably straightforward. For the next 2 days, Jiang Fan seldom ventured outdoors, focusing solely on completing his biology and chemistry SCI papers. He then approached professors in the fields of biology and chemistry at Dragon Science University for minor revisions before submitting them. While Jiang Fan awaited responses for all his SCI papers, Professor Wu, the mathematics instructor at Dragon Science University, sought him out. This was due to Jiang Fan's prior achievement in the Dragon Science University Challenge, where he tackled one of the Millennium Prize problems, the Riemann hypothesis. The World Mathematical Organization had invited the Dragon Kingdom to participate in the World Mathematics Summit, specifically requesting Jiang Fan's presence to discuss his analysis of the Riemann hypothesis. Although Jiang Fan initially hesitated to attend, he recognized the significance of his insights, as few in the Dragon Kingdom could match his expertise. Ultimately, Jiang Fan consented. Chapter 92, The World Mathematics Summit. The World Mathematics Summit was scheduled for October 1st, with only 2 days until Jiang Fan's departure. He began to receive responses for his SCI papers in a staggered manner. Given that he had submitted to various journals, it was unusual to receive replies simultaneously. The average review time for these journals typically spanned around 1.5 months. Yet Jiang Fan submissions had garnered responses within a week. Furthermore, once a paper passes initial review, editors generally provide suggestions for revisions. It is customary for authors to revise their submissions multiple times. However, astonishingly, Jiang Fan's SCI papers were accepted on the first attempt. The system's notifications echoed in his mind. System, congratulations host, your physics SCI paper has been published. System, congratulations host, your biology SCI paper has been published. System, congratulations host, your chemistry SCI paper has been published. After hearing the 6 notifications in his mind, they finally ceased. This left him feeling somewhat anxious, as the system had set a task for publishing SCI papers across 7 main disciplines. He quickly opened the system for a closer examination. Task: the host has successfully completed the publication of SCI papers in 7 main disciplines. Physics, publication completed. Biochemistry, publication completed. Materials science, publication completed. Astronomy, publication completed. Energy science, publication completed. Information science, publication completed. Mathematics, publication not completed. Upon noticing that only the mathematics SCI paper remained incomplete, Jiang Fan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. It shouldn't be the case. His mathematics SCI paper was based on one of the Millennium Prize problems. He believed that mathematics would be the easiest to pass. Could it be that the journal he submitted to had yet to send a response? With this thought, Jiang Fan hurriedly opened his computer to check his email, only to find that he had indeed not received any correspondence regarding his mathematics SCI paper. He felt a sense of relief. The fact that he had received responses from 6 SCI journals simultaneously convinced him that the system had played a crucial role. Otherwise, it would be improbable for those journals to reply at the same time. However, the system's assistance merely ensured that Jiang Fan's email was seen by the editors or remained at the top of their inboxes. Ultimately, the acceptance of his papers depended on the quality of Jiang Fan's writing. Judging by the responses he had received, it was evident that the quality of his SCI papers was exceptionally high. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Fan couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. If the responses from these SCI journals were indeed influenced by the system, the editor of the mathematics SCI paper must have seen it too. Even if it were rejected, they should have sent a reply. There must be something unusual at play. However, he couldn't pinpoint the issue until a light bulb moment struck him. Of course, how could he have been so foolish? Why wait for a response from this mathematics SCI journal when he could simply submit another paper? He now possesses all the mathematical knowledge of this blue planet, and penning an SCI paper is a mere trifle for him. After coming to this realization, Jiang Fan decided that with 2 days remaining until the World Mathematics Summit, he would compose yet another conventional mathematics SCI paper, targeting a less renowned mathematics journal. The system imposed no stipulations regarding the journal's prominence. As long as he could publish an SCI paper, the task would be deemed accomplished. Once Jiang Fan submitted his SCI paper, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling assured with this double safety net. His sole desire was to promptly complete the task and obtain the design blueprint for the IRT magnet as a reward from the system. It would take a year to develop controllable nuclear fusion. Until his departure for the World Mathematics Summit, he had not received any response regarding his previous SCI paper submission. He merely hoped to receive an acceptance email for a mathematics paper before his return. Jiang Fan murmured to himself. In Paris, France, the World Mathematics Summit took place as scheduled at the Polytechnic University of Paris. A delegation of 9 participants represented the Dragon Nation. Among them were 3 esteemed experts, Wu Lao, Xiao Weicheng, and a venerable professor from Peking University, Ding Haicheng. The remaining 4 hailed from 4 technology firms, Longke Industries, Zhongguang International, Ziguang Technology, and Huawei Technology. The last 2 individuals included Jiang Fan and their bodyguard. More accurately, Jiang Fan's bodyguard. Upon learning of Jiang Fan's attendance at the Mathematics Summit in France, Zhou Huai promptly reported the matter to higher authorities. The nation's leaders placed paramount importance on Jiang Fan's safety, dispatching Lei Kuan, the strongest individual from the Special Forces, to ensure his protection. The command given to him was unequivocal. Jiang Fan's safety supersedes all else. Given that the Dragon Nation currently holds a position as a council member of the World Mathematics Organization, they were allocated a prominent position at the summit. The World Mathematics Summit spanned 2 days. On the first morning, the president of the World Mathematics Organization introduced the achievements in mathematics over the years. This was followed by presentations on advancements in high-tech applications of mathematics. The morning dragged on in a rather monotonous fashion. The afternoon session commenced at 2 o'clock, and Jiang Fan was scheduled to present on the Riemann hypothesis at 4 o'clock for an hour. At 3 o'clock, Professor Holt Hogan from the United States took the stage to deliver his lecture, just as Jiang Fan was growing weary. A particular topic addressed by Professor Holt instantly captivated his attention. The P versus NP problem? This was indeed one of the Millennium Prize problems, and coincidentally, Jiang Fan had recently tackled this very problem as the subject of his SCI paper. He had not anticipated that others could also arrive at a solution. It seemed that there were indeed many mathematical prodigies on this blue planet. When the audience heard Professor Holt announce his solution to one of the Millennium Prize problems, a palpable excitement surged through the venue, especially among the mathematicians from various nations, who were utterly astonished. The United States truly deserved its reputation as the most formidable nation on the blue planet, excelling in technology, economy, and academics alike. Professor Holt had achieved remarkable accomplishments in mathematics over 20 years ago before vanishing from public view. Little did anyone know that he had been immersed for 2 decades, dedicating himself to one of the Millennium Prize problems, and now, at over 70 years of age, he had indeed solved the P versus NP problem. He was, without a doubt, a paragon of the academic community. The audience lavished praise upon Professor Holt. As Professor Holt elaborated, the expressions on Jiang Fan and Wu Lao's faces grew increasingly grim. The content of Professor Holt's explanation regarding the P versus NP problem was precisely what Jiang Fan had articulated in his previous SCI paper. Chapter 93, Equivalence Substitution. Only Wu Lao had perused Jiang Fan's mathematics SCI paper, and Jiang Fan had provided him with a thorough explanation. Thus, when Wu Lao heard Professor Holt's exposition reach 1/3 of its length, he could ascertain that this was indeed Jiang Fan's work. At this moment, Jiang Fan finally comprehended why his mathematics SCI paper had been rejected. It had been appropriated by another. Initially, he had submitted it to the prestigious journal Siam Rev, only to discover that instances of authors' work being pilfered existed within the realm of SCI submissions. Such behavior is a disgrace to the academic community. The most critical consequence of Professor Holt's theft of his work was that it hindered Jiang Fan from fulfilling his system task, thus precluding him from acquiring the blueprint for the IRT magnet. The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became, gazing at the silver-haired Professor Holt. Who dared to commit such an act? Noticing the redness creeping into Jiang Fan's eyes from his rage, Wu Lao swiftly whispered, "Jiang Fan, once the conference concludes, we must approach the World Mathematics Organization and report Professor Holt for plagiarizing your academic work." Jiang Fan cast a glance at Wu Lao, suppressing the fury within him. Confronting Professor Holt directly would not serve the interests of the Dragon Nation at this juncture. Jiang Fan took a sip of water to calm his emotions. On stage, Professor Holt continued his grandiloquent discourse. If Fn is a polynomial, for instance, n2, then this signifies a polynomial time algorithm, p-time algorithm. Conversely, if Fn is an exponential function, for example, 2n, this represents an exponential time algorithm. Just as Jiang Fan had managed to restrain his anger, it flared up once more. Not only had his knowledge been plagiarized, but the explanations were riddled with inaccuracies. He stood up abruptly. At that moment, the Dragon Nation's delegation looked on in bewilderment. While only Wu Lao understood Jiang Fan's intentions, he quickly grasped Jiang Fan's arm, urging him, "Jiang Fan, please remain calm. This is the World Mathematics Summit." This time, Jiang Fan disregarded Wu Lao's plea. Addressing Professor Holt in English, "Professor Holt, may I inquire whether the NP problem in exponential time algorithms indeed requires exponential time?" As his words resonated in the hall, all eyes turned toward him. A wave of murmurs erupted among the audience. Who is this young man from which nation? How rude to interrupt Professor Holt's lecture. Does he not realize it is impolite? It was clear he was from the Dragon Nation, lacking in decorum. Was there truly no one else from the Dragon Nation who could participate in such an important summit but a mere child? The hall was filled with disapproving voices directed at Jiang Fan, yet he remained unfazed, fixated on Professor Holt. Professor Holt, clearly taken aback by this unexpected interruption during his lecture, quickly composed himself. However, having spent a lifetime in the field of mathematics, he was not easily rattled by such minor incidents. At this juncture, the host of the event addressed Jiang Fan, saying, "I apologize, but our question and answer session has not yet commenced. Please take your seat, or we shall have to escort you out of the venue." Yet, Jiang Fan did not sit down. Instead, he shot a sardonic smile at Professor Holt. Professor Holt had never before encountered such mockery. He inhaled deeply, steadied his emotions, and addressed the host. Please do not frighten the young ones. This summit is fundamentally an academic exchange. Witnessing the eagerness of the younger generation to learn brings me great solace, and I am more than willing to address their inquiries. Professor Holt exuded an air of mastery. Truly, Professor Holt is a luminary in the realm of academia. Even when interrupted rudely by an impudent youth, he responded not with ire, but with kindness and a willingness to impart knowledge. I find myself humbled in his presence. The mathematical community is indeed fortunate to have Professor Holt among us. With his guidance, I firmly believe that the field of mathematics shall advance far beyond its current horizons. Jiang Fan, overhearing the murmurs of the crowd, was rendered speechless. Nonetheless, he could not help but admire Professor Holt's audacity. Not only had he appropriated the fruits of others' labor, but he had also managed to present himself as a paragon of virtue. To achieve such brazen shamelessness is indeed a rarity in the academic world of mathematics. Frankly speaking, old Wu, upon hearing Professor Holt's remarks, was tempted to deliver a resounding slap to his face. Having lived over 60 years, he had never encountered such unabashed arrogance. My dear child, Professor Holt continued, the question you posed is rather simple. MP problems are those that require exponential time to solve. Hearing this erroneous response only solidified Jiang Fan's conviction that the professor had failed to grasp the essence of his own work. Approaching the podium, Jiang Fan seized a microphone and addressed the assembly. If A and B are equivalent, then surely A must be equal to C. Are we all familiar with this theorem? The audience, consisting of esteemed mathematicians, erupted into laughter at the sight of a young individual explicating such a rudimentary principle of equivalence to them. Are you jesting? We are in the presence of the world's foremost mathematical experts. Professor Holt has just discussed one of the Millennium Prize problems, and you wish to enlighten us on equivalence? How dare you insult our collective intellect? Despite the disdainful glares from the professors present, the leaders of various invited technology firms observed Jiang Fan's next move with keen interest. Surprisingly, I actually understood what this young man said about equivalence. One chuckled. Indeed, the previous discussions were so dry that I nearly dozed off. This debate is much more engaging. I have high hopes for this lad. It would be quite entertaining if he were to best that old professor. Their expressions reflected a mix of amusement and expectation. Professor Holt, noticing the skepticism directed at Jiang Fan, chuckled and remarked, Young one, this is indeed the World Mathematics Summit. Discussing equivalence here seems rather farcical. As his words echoed, laughter swept through the audience. Jiang Fan cast a glance at the smug Professor Holt, silently scoffing, Laugh all you wish. Soon enough, you shall have cause to weep. Old Wu, observing Jiang Fan's composed demeanor, was utterly perplexed. He had failed to grasp the purpose behind Jiang Fan's earlier comments. Once the audience regained their composure, Jiang Fan continued, Since we all acknowledge the principle of equivalence, allow me to proceed. As Professor Holt has stated, MP problems are those that require exponential time to solve. Hence, through the application of equivalence, we can derive P and P, npextimep, which leads us to pex time. Given that P cannot possibly equal X time, we reach a critical conclusion. As Jiang Fan finished his explanation, the previously lively atmosphere of the conference transformed into a peculiar silence. The audience stared, wide-eyed, at the young scholar on stage. Was this truly one of the Millennium Prize problems? And to think it was being challenged by Jiang Fan, a mere youth. In their eyes, Professor Holt's solution to this problem was exalted and untouchable. The formulas employed were anything but ordinary. Yet astonishingly, they were dismantled by a principle so elementary that even a child could grasp it. It was akin to a battle where one combatant donned impenetrable armor and wielded advanced weaponry, while the other appeared in mere shorts and a tank top, armed only with a wooden stick. Yet the former was vanquished by a single blow. Shockwaves of disbelief coursed through the audience. They struggled to accept this reality. However, as they reflected on Jiang Fan's words, they realized there was no flaw in his reasoning. Indeed, could Professor Holt's theory truly be undermined by a simple principle of equivalence? It seems so. This was the culmination of 20 years of research by Professor Holt. Such a tragedy. It is not as you might imagine. An elder interjected, instantly enlightening several scholars around him. Though there was an error, it does not detract from the overall solution. Professor Holt, having dedicated countless days to this document, was acutely aware that his mistake would not compromise the integrity of his overall conclusion. He smiled and said, This young lad is remarkably attentive. The future is indeed promising. As he spoke, many in the audience remained bewildered. How could this young man have so thoroughly dismantled Professor Holt's 2-decade-long endeavor? Yet the professor still found it within himself to commend him. Yet, understanding dawned swiftly upon the crowd. Professor Holt continued, I concede that I overlooked an essential aspect of the problem. However, this issue stands independently within my overall argument and does not affect my conclusion. Nonetheless, I sincerely appreciate this young scholar's insights. Let us applaud his diligence. Professor Holt's intention was clear. He had offered Jiang Fan his due recognition, signaling for him to take his leave so that he could continue his discourse. Yet Jiang Fan, perceptive to the old fox's ploy, did not step down after the applause. Instead, he stood resolute on the stage. With a hint of confusion, Professor Holt asked, Youngster, do you have further inquiries? Jiang Fan replied calmly, I mentioned earlier that I wish to pose several questions. What I just asked was merely the first. Professor Holt's heart raced as he scrambled to recall his previous statements. Sensing that something was amiss, though he was unaware of Jiang Fan's background, he felt an inexplicable intuition that this young man was extraordinary. Thus, he hastened to dismiss him. How about this, young one? If you have any questions, let us discuss them privately later. After all, this is a global summit, and the time of our esteemed mathematicians is invaluable. Professor Holt's tone was sincere and devoid of pretense, earning him the admiration of many in attendance. Before Jiang Fan could respond, Professor Holt continued, let us bid farewell to this young lad with applause. What? Are you afraid? Jiang Fan provocatively retorted. The hands that had just been raised froze mid-air. Numerous scholars glared at Jiang Fan, deeming him exceedingly arrogant. Had he merely pointed out a minor flaw in Professor Holt's lecture, did he really consider himself a paragon of academic prowess? Such hubris. It was only thanks to Professor Holt's magnanimity that he was still standing there. Had it been me, I would have expelled this insufferable brat long ago. Professor Holt, permit him to ask. It would be a fine opportunity to educate this young man from the Dragon Kingdom on the profundity of Western academia. Facing Jiang Fan's provocation, Professor Holt was confident that his previous explanation had been faultless. If he were to deny this young man the chance to ask a question, he would undoubtedly be scorned by the audience. Young man, to accommodate everyone's time, I shall grant you an opportunity to inquire. Professor Holt articulated with precision. Should Jiang Fan pose a question and then continue to be belligerent, he could simply have security remove him, and no one would protest. Only murmuring that the young man had overstepped and deserved his fate, Jiang Fan stated directly, does a complexity of O2N2 influence the growth of the entire program's execution time? Professor Holt was taken aback by the complexity of Jiang Fan's question. After pondering for a moment and reviewing his manuscript, he confidently replied, no. Does an O0001N3 program's efficiency exceed that of an O102? It does not. It is inferior. The complexity of O(N3) will vastly surpass that of O(N2). But does the latter S-time escalate with the data scale? Jiang Fan pressed on with one question after another, leaving Professor Holt no opportunity to respond. Flipping through his manuscript in a flurry, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The questions Jiang Fan posed were intricate and challenging. Had they not been his own, he might not have been able to answer them at all. At this moment, an irate scholar from the audience, witnessing Jiang Fan's relentless barrage, spoke out. Aren't we limited to one question? Professor Holt is 76 years old. With such a rapid-fire pace, not even I could keep up. Many others echoed in agreement. Indeed, this young man is clearly just causing trouble. Security, eject him. Jiang Fan addressed the audience. The questions I posed were all from Professor Holt's manuscript, and he has answered correctly for less than 30 of them. His words sparked further discontent among the crowd. You claim correctness as if it is a fact. Who do you think you are? Jiang Fan glanced at the speaker, a Westerner, and declared, I am the individual from the Dragon Kingdom who solved this world-renowned problem. Chapter 95, Plagiarism. I am the one from the Dragon Kingdom who solved this millennium problem. As soon as Jiang Fan spoke, laughter erupted from the audience. This is hilarious. He hasn't even matured yet and dares to claim he solved this millennium math problem. This young man must be desperate for fame, audaciously attempting to publicly appropriate Professor Holt's achievements. What a shameless individual from the Dragon Kingdom. Such disgraceful behavior does not merit a place here. Old Wu, witnessing the disbelief among the crowd, stood up and shouted, I can attest that this millennium math problem was authored by Jiang Fan. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's name, Professor Holt's mind raced. This young man was indeed Jiang Fan. Professor Holt was acutely aware that the solution to this millennium problem was not his own, but was submitted by someone named Jiang Fan. While reviewing SCI papers, he had come across this manuscript. Initially dismissing it as substandard, he received many submissions regarding the 7 millennium problems daily, His curiosity led him to read it. After finishing, he was utterly astonished. He subsequently delved deeper for an entire day and night, growing increasingly amazed by the sheer magnitude of the content. No single individual could possibly possess the knowledge to resolve such extensive calculations. Eventually, he convened several top mathematicians from his country, engaging in discussions for a full 8 hours before confirming that the Millennium Problem was indeed correct. At that moment, everyone was exhilarated, as this represented a groundbreaking achievement in mathematics. If published, it would undoubtedly incite a sensation across the globe. They discovered that this SCI paper had originated from the Dragon Kingdom. This revelation prompted hesitation, as they had previously received directives to suppress the academic advancements of the Dragon Kingdom. If published, it would pose a potential threat to their standing in the mathematical community, possibly undermining their position. One individual suggested that they appropriate the paper and publish it under their own name. Ultimately, they appointed Professor Holt as the publisher. 2 decades ago, he had been a prominent figure, yet had since failed to produce anything of note in mathematics. The glory of his past had instilled in him a yearning for recognition. Now, at 76, with diminishing mental agility, achieving further success in mathematics was increasingly unlikely. Driven by vanity, he agreed to the proposal. He believed that with his prior fame, once published, no one would suspect a thing. Little did he know that fortune would have it that he would encounter the submitter, Jiang Fan, at this very World Mathematics Summit. This realization ignited a sense of guilt within him, stirring a wave of anxiety. However, hearing the audience's discussions provided him some comfort. A scholar from the audience turned to Old Wu from the Dragon Kingdom and exclaimed, "On what grounds can you prove this? You are clearly in league with him. The people from the Dragon Kingdom are utterly shameless, the young are disgraceful, and the old follow suit. This is what happens when the foundation is crooked. I strongly recommend expelling the Dragon Kingdom from the World Mathematics Organization." Old Wu, besieged by the crowd's vitriol, felt his face flush with anger, observing the disbelief surrounding him. Jiang Fan turned to Professor Holt and inquired, "Professor Holt, shall we continue our discussion on the N versus NP problem?" Professor Holt recognized that further discussion would expose him. Thus, he feigned calmness and replied, "Young man, while I understand your desire for recognition, slandering me may lead to legal repercussions." Professor Holt was clearly embarrassed and incensed, yet his reputation still held sway, making it relatively easy to convince the audience of his integrity. Jiang Fan was taken aback, not expecting Professor Holt to respond in such a manner. It appeared he was resolute in his denial. "Professor Holt, do not forget, I have a record of my submission." Yet Professor Holt showed no inclination to acknowledge this. "Very well, let us present the evidence before everyone." Old Wu directly picked up Jiang Fan's laptop and walked onto the stage. Jiang Fan received the laptop and pressed the power button. Old Wu took the microphone and addressed the audience, stating that this Millennium Math problem had been submitted to the mathematical SCI journal Siam Rev a week ago. It should have been discovered by Professor Holt, a venerable figure in the mathematical community, who would undoubtedly recognize the value of this SCI paper and may wish to appropriate it for himself. Upon hearing Old Wu's words, Professor Holt burst into laughter, exclaiming, "After 2 decades of diligent research, I have finally tackled this Millennium Math problem, and you wish to publicly usurp my findings? How utterly despicable!" The audience was left in a state of confusion, unsure of who was speaking the truth. Observing Jiang Fan and Old Wu from Longke, one might wonder if they had indeed made the discovery, as they seemed overly fixated on Professor Holt. After all, this was the World Mathematical Summit, and they had just been appointed as council members. Professor Holt, a highly respected figure in mathematics, had no reason to steal a young person's SCI paper. At that moment, Austin, the president of the Mathematical World Organization, approached the stage, taken aback by such an incident at the summit. He began by apologizing to everyone, stating, "I never anticipated that plagiarism would rear its ugly head at this summit. As the president of the World Mathematical Organization, I assure you that we will thoroughly investigate this matter, as it pertains to the integrity of our mathematical community, regardless of which nation is involved in the plagiarism. We will impose severe penalties to uphold fairness in the academic sphere." Austin's resolute words garnered applause from many in the audience, particularly from mathematics experts and professors, who understood that if this matter was not handled properly, future research outcomes would be stifled. Without the willingness to share research findings, the entire field of mathematics would stagnate. Representatives from high-tech companies observed the unfolding drama with amusement, exchanging playful remarks among themselves. "It seems we have quite the spectacle on our hands. Perhaps Longke seeks to solidify its position by brazenly stealing others' achievements. Brazen theft? I doubt it. They're not foolish enough to be easily exposed. Regardless, this is an academic issue. As a high-tech company, we only require them to provide us with theoretical data. At that moment, Professor Holt addressed Jiang Fan, saying, "Young man, where's your evidence?" Old Wu, sensing Jiang Fan's unease, approached him and asked, "What is the matter, Jiang Fan?" With a furrowed brow, Jiang Fan replied, "My email data has been wiped clean." Old Wu was taken aback by this revelation. Without the sent emails, they could not prove that Professor Holt had plagiarized. "What we do now?" Old Wu was at a loss. Jiang Fan shook his head in despair. Without the record of sent emails, he could not substantiate that he had solved the Millennium Math problem. Professor Holt, observing their predicament, wore a smug expression. The deletion of Jiang Fan's email data was the work of hackers from their nation. Professor Holt had anticipated this issue and reported it to his government, which had taken it seriously, dispatching a hacker team to infiltrate Jiang Fan's email and erase all the data. "Where's your evidence, young man?" Professor Holt taunted. Jiang Fan understood that this was surely the work of Professor Holt behind the scenes. Otherwise, his emails could not have vanished. Jiang Fan remained silent. But Old Wu confronted Professor Holt, declaring, "You must be the one behind this, clearing Jiang Fan's email data to eliminate our evidence." The audience erupted in laughter at Old Wu's accusation. "This is hilarious. I thought the Longke people might actually present sent emails as evidence. But it turns out they fired a blank." The truth was now apparent. The Longke individuals were brazenly stealing Professor Holt's achievements. How shameful of them to engage in such behavior. It is hardly surprising that the Longke would resort to plagiarism. Our company has invested significant resources into developing digital products, only to have them replicated in Longke, a nation of skilled plagiarists. The crowd voiced their condemnation of Longke. Professor Holt was elated. The situation was unfolding better than he had imagined. Without evidence, Jiang Fan's claims were futile. He then feigned anger and accused Old Wu. "You publicly slander me, tarnishing my reputation, and yet you cannot produce any evidence. President Austin, how do you propose we resolve this matter?" President Austin, an F-country national who had studied in the beautiful country, leaned towards Professor Holt both emotionally and politically, fully aware of the beautiful country's strength in the global arena. He looked at Jiang Fan and asked, "Can you provide any evidence?" "My email data has been wiped, but I possess the original file." Jiang Fan responded. Old Wu, hearing this, quickly added, "Yes, we have the original file." President Austin approached Jiang Fan's laptop and examined the original file. "Show me the file's timestamp." Jiang Fan promptly adjusted the settings to reveal the timestamp, which indicated 1 week prior. President Austin turned to Professor Holt and inquired, "When was your file completed?" "A year ago, and throughout this year, I have continuously revised and refined it." President Austin nodded and addressed the assembly. "I have gathered all the information, and I can conclude that the plagiarizing nation is Longke." The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause, recognizing President Austin's keen insight. "I told you, the plagiarizers are Longke. They possess no moral integrity." Finally, Professor Holt's innocence was vindicated. "Use your brains. It is obvious that Longke is the perpetrator." Professor Holt, being over 70 years old, is a repository of knowledge. Look at that young man from Longke. He is only 18 or 19, claiming to have solved a Millennium Math problem. Preposterous. Jiang Fan and Old Wu's faces turned ashen. "President Austin, you have not even reviewed Professor Holt's file. On what basis do you label us plagiarizers?" President Austin remained composed. "I examined the timestamp of the file you created, which was a week ago, indicating that you solved this global problem within just 1 week." Indeed, Jiang Fan took only a few days to arrive at the solution. Old Wu defended, acknowledging the incredibility of the situation while affirming its truth. "Do you believe all the mathematicians present would accept that a world problem could be solved in mere days, especially by someone as young as 18? President Austin analyzed. Old Wu continued to argue. "While it may seem implausible, it is indeed the truth. The proof of the Riemann hypothesis that we sent you was indeed established by Jiang Fan." As Wu Lao's words echoed through the hall, a wave of astonishment swept over the audience. The Riemann hypothesis? What does this mean? Suddenly, everyone felt their mental capacity strained. As the discussion had shifted from one of the Millennium Prize problems, the P versus NP question, to the Riemann hypothesis. Could it be that the Riemann hypothesis has been proven? Surely not. After all, the Riemann hypothesis is also one of the Millennium Prize problems. These problems have persisted for decades, some even for over a century, without resolution. How could two be solved simultaneously? This is indeed implausible. Almost everyone found it hard to believe that the Riemann hypothesis had been proven. After a moment of discussion, all eyes turned to President Austin. At this time, Professor Holt gazed at him with an expression of disbelief. If what this individual from the Dragon Kingdom claims is true, then Jiang Fan's mathematical prowess is truly extraordinary. President Austin remarked coolly, just because you claim to have proven the Riemann hypothesis does not necessarily mean it is correct. Moreover, I have grave doubts regarding the originality of your proof. It could very well be plagiarized. Upon hearing Austin's slander, Wu Lao's eyes blazed with indignation. President Austin, you are making baseless accusations. It's been over a month since you received our email. Have you found any other nation that has presented a proof of the Riemann hypothesis? Austin replied, I'm not sure about that. Given the reputation of your Dragon Kingdom, I feel compelled to investigate thoroughly. He then addressed the audience, declaring, due to allegations of plagiarism, the Dragon Kingdom's council membership is hereby revoked, and they are expelled from the World Mathematical Organization. Wu Lao understood well that if they were expelled from the World Mathematical Organization, it would severely hinder their ability to engage in mathematical discourse with the global community, detrimental to the development of mathematics in the Dragon Kingdom. Just as Wu Lao was about to say more, Jiang Fan stood up and declared, I never anticipated that the World Mathematical Organization would be such a mindless entity. Wu Lao, perhaps it is better that we refrain from joining. The audacity of Jiang Fan's words, branding the World Mathematical Organization as mindless, incensed President Austin. You insolent wretch, I will ensure that your Dragon Kingdom pays dearly for this. Chapter 97, Indiscriminate Attack. Just as Wu Lao and Jiang Fan prepared to leave the venue, Professor Holt turned to President Austin and said, I suggest we detain Jiang Fan and his computer. There must be evidence of his theft of others' work within it. The rationale behind Professor Holt's suggestion was twofold. Firstly, because Jiang Fan had successfully solved 2 of the world's mathematical problems, there might be other significant discoveries on his computer. And secondly, being such a prodigious mathematical talent, he envisioned bringing Jiang Fan to the beautiful nation to serve their interests. Should he refuse, they would simply imprison him for life. After a moment of contemplation, President Austin grasped Professor Holt's intentions and addressed Jiang Fan. You are now suspected of plagiarizing foreign academic achievements, and thus you cannot leave F country until the matter is resolved. Jiang Fan resolutely retorted, I'm a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. You have no right to detain me, nor will I surrender my personal computer. Wu Lao knew that if Jiang Fan were detained here, he would be at their mercy. Therefore, he had to ensure Jiang Fan's safe departure, despite the possibility of the Dragon Kingdom being expelled from the World Mathematical Organization. There remained hope for their own advancement, due to Jiang Fan's demonstrated mathematical genius. President Austin, I reiterate, our Dragon Kingdom has not plagiarized anyone's academic work, and the World Mathematical Organization is merely an organization. You have no authority to detain anyone. President Austin was well aware that, fundamentally, the World Mathematical Organization was just an international entity. They had no legitimate authority to detain individuals or possessions. However, at that moment, Professor Holt leaned close to President Austin and whispered a few words. President Austin then turned to Wu Lao and the others, stating, though I lack the authority, due to the allegations of defaming Professor Holt's reputation, I am entitled to refer you to the judicial authorities of F country. We are citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. For any issues, please contact our embassy. Wu Lao realized that further discussion was futile, as it was evident that President Austin and Professor Holt were in collusion. Jiang Fan, we must leave, Wu Lao declared, swiftly leading the group of Dragon Kingdom representatives to exit. If the police of F country truly intervened, they would be in serious trouble. Once detained on foreign soil, they would struggle to assert their innocence. Security, stop them. I have already called the police. President Austin shouted to the nearby security personnel. The 2 towering guards nearest to them quickly approached Jiang Fan and his companions, believing these individuals from the Dragon Kingdom were feeble and easily subdued. As they reached out to grab Jiang Fan, Lei Kuan swiftly interposed himself before them. The guards exchanged mocking glances, sneering at the audacity of a shorter individual standing in their way. They seized Lei Kuan's arms, attempting to restrain him, but found his physique as unyielding as steel. With 2 resounding thuds, the guards collapsed, unable to rise again. The onlookers were left bewildered, having missed the swift execution of Lei Kuan's moves. Soon, 6 more security personnel arrived, brandishing their nightsticks and launching an immediate assault on Lei Kuan. Within 3 seconds, all 6 guards lay incapacitated on the ground. Lei Kuan then returned to Jiang Fan's side, leaving the audience completely astonished. It was said that individuals from the Dragon Kingdom possessed martial arts skills, and it seemed to be true. That earlier Dragon Kingdom representative had executed his moves with such fluidity and precision that it left them in awe. Let us depart, Wu Lao urged, and the group exited with caution, aware of their precarious situation in a foreign land. Upon leaving the conference room, Wu Lao immediately contacted the embassy of the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing that F country intended to detain Jiang Fan, the embassy's head, Du Hongchang, was incensed and promptly dispatched a security team to assist Jiang Fan and his companions. Prior to Jiang Fan's arrival in F country, the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom had already briefed Du Hongchang on Jiang Fan's significance, emphasizing the need to protect him at all costs. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Du Hongchang quickly reported the developments to the nation's leadership. The leaders relayed the information to the head of state, who recognized that Jiang Fan represented the future of the Dragon Kingdom. Without hesitation, he activated a national-level alert, summoning the commanders of several military units. Our nation's Jiang Fan is being pursued by local police in F country during the World Mathematical Exchange Summit. The head of state recounted the situation to the assembly. Jiang Fan? The one who made breakthroughs in controllable nuclear fusion? Indeed, everyone was taken aback, instantly realizing the gravity of the Level 1 alert. Jiang Fan was currently in charge of the northern base of the Dragon Country, overseeing the comprehensive research and development of controllable nuclear fusion. His significance was abundantly clear to all. Should Jiang Fan fail to return home, the completion of controllable nuclear fusion would likely be jeopardized. The Dragon Country's aspiration for a technological resurgence would become exceedingly arduous. That so-called professor from the beautiful nation is truly despicable. Not only did he plagiarize Jiang Fan's mathematical achievements, but he also turned around to accuse him, and that president, attempting to forcibly detain Jiang Fan. Should the F country dare to hold Jiang Fan captive, my intercontinental missiles will strike without hesitation, leaving them unrecognizable, one irate general bellowed. However, the situation may not be as straightforward as you presume. A professor from the beautiful nation is also involved in this affair. Moreover, according to Professor Wu's observations, after pilfering Jiang Fan's work, this professor invaded Jiang Fan's email, indicating that the beautiful nation is likely aware of certain details concerning Jiang Fan. If we act recklessly, the beautiful nation will undoubtedly intervene. After listening to the discussions and analyses from several generals, the leader pondered for a moment before slamming his hand on the table and declaring, as long as we can ensure Jiang Fan's safe return to the Dragon Country, we shall not consider anything else for the time being. Even if it means opposing the entire world, we shall not relent. General Zhang, order 10 J-20 fighter jets to take off immediately. Their target is the Atlantic international waters, awaiting further commands. Understood. Command the Nanhai No. 1 aircraft carrier to proceed towards the Atlantic via the Indian Ocean. Understood. Activate all intercontinental missiles, standing by for orders, prepared for indiscriminate strikes. Chapter 98, Siege. In Paris, F country, Austin, the president of the World Mathematical Organization, reported the situation to the authorities. They expressed considerable interest in Jiang Fan, who had solved 2 of the world's mathematical conundrums. Consequently, they acquiesced to President Austin's request to apprehend him under the pretext of investigating Jiang Fan, subsequently arranging further actions. Following this, F country sealed off the streets and deployed police forces citywide to capture Jiang Fan. To ensure security, they even requisitioned 2 helicopters from the military. After Professor Wu and Jiang Fan joined forces with the embassy security team, they hurried towards the airport. However, on a major bridge en route, they were intercepted. All unrelated vehicles were cleared from the bridge, leaving only 4 of Jiang Fan's vehicles in the center. Upon realizing they were surrounded, Lei Kuan promptly stepped forward and devised a plan. He positioned the 4 vehicles on either side as makeshift cover. They were fortunate that the 9 members of the embassy security team each carried an AK-47 and 200 rounds of ammunition. Having experienced the trials of war, Lei Kuan understood that as long as they possessed weapons, they held the right to negotiate. If they were unarmed at this moment, a few tear gas canisters would suffice to subdue them swiftly. Observing Lei Kuan's adept command, the security team followed his instructions diligently. They found optimal shooting positions, ready to fire without hesitation if anyone dared to approach. The remaining personnel took refuge behind the vehicles. The F country police, upon seeing they were armed, refrained from taking rash action and awaited orders from above. Shortly thereafter, an officer arrived at the scene. His subordinates briefed him on the situation. The officer then took a megaphone and shouted at Jiang Fan and the others, all citizens of the Dragon Country, "You are surrounded. Surrender your weapons immediately. We only seek to detain Jiang Fan, and this does not concern the others." Hiding behind the vehicles, Professor Wu and the others could hardly believe that their attendance at the World Mathematical Summit had resulted in being cornered on a bridge. with their lives hanging in the balance. Professor Wu reassured everyone, "Rest assured, I have reported the situation to the embassy. The Dragon Country will certainly intervene. We shall return home before long." At that moment, a representative from Ziguang Technology trembled in fear and said to Professor Wu, "Professor Wu, do you think we might die here? You must have faith in our nation. They will not abandon us." However, truth be told, Professor Wu was acutely aware that the current situation was far from optimistic. Although the Dragon Country had gained considerable strength in recent years and established a certain standing on the international stage, there remained a significant gap in comparison to some Western nations. Nonetheless, as the leader of this summit, he needed to instill hope in them. "Professor Wu, should we consider handing Jiang Fan over first and rescue him after we return home? After all, Jiang Fan has not committed any grave offense." The moment these words left his lips, Professor Wu shot him a furious glare. Before he could utter a word, Lei Kuan delivered a resounding slap. "If the two nations were to engage in conflict, do you know what your actions would be called? Treason." The representative from Ziguang Technology was instantly silenced, fully aware of Lei Kuan's prowess. After Lei Kuan's admonition, the representatives from the other companies dared not speak further. Subsequently, Lei Kuan began gathering items from the vehicles. Busily crafting something, Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, feeling a pang of bitterness. His fear was not primarily for his own predicament. Instead, it was due to the fact that he had only acquired the technological system 2 months prior, and as of now, he had only developed lithium iron phosphate batteries. The most crucial controllable nuclear fusion research had only progressed by a mere 10%. He understood that if they captured him, his fate would be bleak, making it nearly impossible for him to return to the Dragon Country. He had witnessed similar occurrences in his previous life. Observing Jiang Fan's grave expression, Professor Wu offered comfort. "Jiang Fan, do not worry. As long as I am here, I will protect you with my life. Professor Wu, I am merely concerned about an unfinished project. It leaves me feeling somewhat dissatisfied," Jiang Fan replied helplessly. The heads of the technology companies scoffed at Jiang Fan's words. What a time to be preoccupied with research projects. It is often said that researchers are mad. It appears to be quite true. At that moment, a sudden voice echoed in Jiang Fan's mind. "System. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the publication of 7 major subject SCI papers. You have obtained the blueprint for IRT magnetic material production." Jiang Fan was instantly elated. It seemed that the math SCI paper he had resubmitted had been accepted, with the blueprint for IRT magnetic material production in hand. Future controllable nuclear fusion would pose no significant issues. As long as he proceeded methodically, he could undoubtedly develop controllable nuclear fusion within a year. Yet, as he became aware of his current predicament, he felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Just then, Jiang Fan's phone rang. It was Zhou Huide. As soon as Jiang Fan answered, Zhou Huide's anxious voice came through. "Jiang Fan, where are you right now?" Hearing that Jiang Fan was trapped in F country, he urgently sought contact. "Uncle Zhou, please hold your questions. I have good news. I have developed the IRT magnetic material, but I need time to organize it. In 20 minutes, I will send it to you," Jiang Fan said before abruptly hanging up. He needed to act swiftly to send the IRT magnetic material blueprint. Even if the worst were to happen, the Dragon Country would at least be able to independently develop the IRT magnetic material, freeing them from dependence on the beautiful nation in the future. "Old Wu, I urgently need to compile a document. Please shield my view to prevent them from noticing." "All right." Old Wu immediately positioned himself to obstruct vision from one direction. "You lot, come over and cover that side," he instructed the individuals from the tech company. Although the representative from Ziguang Technology was exceedingly reluctant, a glance at the industrious Lei Kuan compelled him to begrudgingly take a seat at the edge. Jiang Fan opened his laptop and took a deep breath, for he needed to recalibrate his focus and enter a state of flow to enhance his efficiency. After 3 minutes, he attained that state, his fingers dancing across the keyboard with an ethereal grace. The onlookers were astounded by Jiang Fan's dexterity. The keyboard seemed to shimmer with afterimages, his speed utterly beyond human capability. With full force unleashed, he crafted the data for the IRT magnet from the system's rewards in just 10 minutes and promptly sent it to Zhou Huide. At the moment the computer screen displayed "sent successfully," a loud bang echoed through the air. A bullet pierced Jiang Fan's laptop screen, creating a gaping hole from which a plume of black smoke emerged. Everyone was momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events. Before they could fully comprehend the shock, 2 military helicopters ascended slowly and began to circle overhead. Chapter 99. Tear Gas. Once the senior leaders of Long Country were fully prepared, they swiftly established communication with Alex, the state minister of Country F. Subsequently, they engaged in a video conference. Minister Alex, our citizens from Long Country are participating in the World Mathematics Summit. Yet your local police are attempting to apprehend them. Could you provide an explanation regarding their apprehension? It is due to Professor Holt of the United States reporting them for blatantly plagiarizing his academic work. We are merely upholding fairness in the academic field. Do you truly believe that our citizens traveled thousands of miles to attend your nation's mathematics summit solely to commit theft of mathematical achievements? Is that credible? Regardless of the circumstances, I demand that you, Country F, immediately allow our people to return. We are merely detaining them for investigation. Once the matter is clear, they will naturally be released. I insist on immediate action, or you will bear the consequences. The senior leaders of Long Country conversed with Minister Alex for half an hour. Following the conclusion of the call, Minister Alex disdainfully remarked, "In our country, I can handle matters as I see fit, and you dare to threaten me? Oof." Minister Alex then addressed his secretary, "Mary, what is the current status of those individuals from Long Country?" "Minister Alex, those individuals are currently trapped at the Alexander Bridge." "Why has there been no attempt to apprehend them?" "The main reason is that the security team from the Long Country Embassy is armed and with them. Hence we hesitate to act rashly. Contact the on-site commander and instruct him to refrain from using force. The current Long Country is not as it once was. It is best not to provoke them lightly." "Understood," replied Secretary Mary. "Wait, inform them that if absolutely necessary, they may utilize coercive measures, but without causing harm to the individuals from Long Country," Minister Alex added. "All right. I will reach out to the on-site commander at once." Mary promptly exited. At the Alexander Bridge, the most beautiful bridge in Paris, Country F, its structure forged from steel and painted a pristine white, spanned over the Grand Seine River below. Typically, a plethora of tourists would gather here to gaze at the distant scenic beauty. However, today was unlike any other. Numerous police vehicles lined both ends of the bridge, their red and blue lights flashing incessantly. Officers clad in uniforms wielded riot shields, forming an impenetrable wall across the bridge's surface. Behind the shields, police officers aimed their firearms at the 4 vehicles stationed in the center of the bridge. Military helicopters hovered above, their gunners at the ready, awaiting the command to fire. Below on the Seine, speedboats patrolled relentlessly, rendering escape virtually impossible. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan and his companions, surrounded, found themselves utterly helpless, their only recourse being to await rescue from their nation. However, thousands of kilometers away, Long Country's ability to assist appeared limited. Longke donned Jiang Fan with the makeshift life vest he had previously crafted. He had prepared for the worst. Should a firefight ensue, he would immediately leap into the Seine with Jiang Fan, for the police presence was weakest there, maximizing their chances of escape. The fates of the others were not his concern, as they were not the targets of the police. Old Wu and Xiao Weicheng maintained a semblance of calm amidst the encirclement, yet the 4 representatives from the tech companies were on the verge of collapse. Each held significant positions in their respective companies, enjoying lavish homes, luxury vehicles, and beautiful companions. Such a life was one they did not wish to relinquish. The first to lose composure was the representative from Ziguang Technology, who abruptly stood up and rushed outside. "Come back quickly," Old Wu called after him. However, it seemed he did not hear, as he raised his hands and shouted to the police at the bridgehead, "I surrender. I surrender. I have money. How much do you want? I can give it to you. Just let me go back." Tears streamed down his face as he slowly approached the bridgehead, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Lei Kuan restrained Old Wu from pulling him back. "Professor Wu, let him go. He should be safe." Old Wu understood that their primary target was Jiang Fan and that they would likely not cause trouble for the others. Indeed, the officers did not impede him, instead offering him water and some bread. Shortly thereafter, an officer at the bridgehead shouted to Jiang Fan and the others, "Do you see? As long as you surrender, we will not trouble you. Our primary target is Jiang Fan. To the security team from the embassy, you need only lay down your weapons. We will not harm you," the officer proclaimed through a megaphone. Yet, none of the security team members budged, resolutely maintaining their positions. After a prolonged period of shouting, seeing that those behind the vehicles remained unresponsive, the officer inquired of the Ziguang Technology representative after he finished drinking, "How many people are inside?" 17, no, wait, 18. "A few are armed." "How many are armed?" 9. The representative, intimidated by the fierce officer, divulged all he knew. Having received precise information regarding their positions and numbers, the officer began to strategize. More than 10 minutes later, the officer reported over the radio, "Situation report? The tranquilizer guns are ready, and the marksmen are in position. Prepare to engage at any moment. The tear gas from the helicopters is also primed and awaiting orders. Okay, marksmen prepare to fire. Whoosh! 9 sharp sounds pierce the air. At that moment, Lei Kuan sensed something amiss. All members of the security team quickly take cover. Yet, his warning came a moment too late. They were all struck. In less than a second, they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Jiang Fan and his companions were startled by the sudden turn of events. Before they could react, several objects resembling grenades were hurled from the helicopter, emitting smoke. Lei Kuan quickly shouted, "It's tear gas." Chapter 100, Attack. Wu Lao and the others were momentarily taken aback by the unexpected scene. Lei Kuan grabbed the water he had prepared earlier and drenched several cloths before distributing them to the group, instructing them to cover their mouths and noses and to keep their eyes shut. Jiang Fan and his companions hastily took the damp cloths and pressed them to their faces. Fortunately, since they were on the expansive bridge, much of the tear gas smoke was carried away by the wind. Lei Kuan donned protective goggles, and amidst the swirling smoke, he sees an AK-47. The officer, observing the thick black smoke rising from the center of the bridge, cracked a satisfied smile. He was confident that within 10 seconds, everyone would be forced out by the fumes. As seconds ticked by, 20 passed, yet not a single person emerged. This left the officer perplexed. It shouldn't be this way. After all, this was tear gas. Under unprotected circumstances, no one could withstand it for even 10 seconds. The smoke on the bridge was soon dispersed by the breeze from the river. Yet, there was still no sign of life. This made the officer question if Jiang Fan and the others had vanished. He then spoke into his radio, "Helicopter, report the situation." The people on the bridge must have taken refuge inside their vehicles. Upon hearing this, the officer suddenly realized they had sought shelter in the cars. The security team had already been subdued. The remaining individuals were merely unarmed citizens of Longke, easily manipulable. First squad, advance. At the officer's command, the front line of officers bearing riot shields began to move forward. However, after only 2 meters, gunfire erupted, bullets striking the ground just a meter in front of them. The startled officers quickly retreated to their original positions. The officer was taken aback. "Cover! Take cover!" After a moment of silence, when the gunfire ceased, he anxiously grabbed the previously surrendered Longke citizen. "Damn it! Did you deceive us?" The representative from Ziguang Technology was nearly paralyzed with fear at the officer's fury, terrified that he might be shot. "I did not deceive you. I swear. We just hit those 9 security personnel. Yet how could there still be gunfire? And from the accuracy, it seems to be from a seasoned hand." At this moment, the representative recalled Lei Kuan and urgently added, "Captain, there's still bodyguards inside. And they are particularly skilled." "Bodyguards?" The officer murmured, realizing that matters were not as simple as he had imagined. They had already spent 4 hours, and his patience was wearing thin. Moreover, the superiors had instructed him to employ coercive measures without harming the citizens of Longke. In light of this, he decided to impose a show of force. He activated his radio. "First squad, second squad, prepare to target the ground 2 meters in front of the vehicles. Attack time, 20 seconds. Fire." At the officer's command, gunfire erupted simultaneously from both sides of the bridge. The cacophony of gunfire was deafening, bullets striking the bridge surface and sparking ignitions. The ricocheting bullets thudded against the cars in which they were hiding, creating a terrifying racket. "Everyone stay down. Do not rise." Lei Kuan, assessing the sound and impact of the bullets, concluded that they were merely attempting to intimidate them. Bullets rained like a storm, ricocheting against the vehicle. The glass of the car cracked from the impact of the stray bullets. After a while, the gunfire outside came to a halt. Then, they heard the officer's voice again. "My patience has run out. You have 2 minutes left. If you do not surrender Jiang Fan, do not blame me for being merciless." Hiding the car, Jiang Fan felt a wave of fear wash over him. Yet, he was more consumed by guilt, for it was he they sought, and his companions were drawn into this peril. "Wu Lao, there are important documents on my computer at home. Please inform my teacher." Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, Wu Lao instantly grasped his intent. "Jiang Fan, you cannot go out. If you're captured, it may be nearly impossible for you to return to Longke." Jiang Fan sighed, "I know, but I cannot let you face danger because of me." Lei Kuan was taken aback by Jiang Fan's remarkable sense of loyalty at such a young age. He had remained remarkably composed since their entrapment. He couldn't help but regard the young man he was sworn to protect with newfound respect. "Jiang Fan, rest assured as long as I am here, they will not capture you," Lei Kuan declared, thumping his chest. "If they truly open fire, it may be the end for you all." Just as Jiang Fan and the others were conversing, the officer at the bridge glanced at his watch and spoke into the radio. Helicopter, deploy grenades. Do not harm them. Received. Attendez explosion en Suède. A car beside Jiang Fan was lifted 3 meters into the air before crashing back down. You see? Surrender Jiang Fan, or the next bomb will be your vehicle. You have 30 seconds left. At that moment, Jiang Fan was about to stand when he was yanked back by the representative from Huawei Technology. Little brother, you are so young, yet have accomplished so much. Longke needs you in the future. Listen to Professor Wu. Do not go out, and hold on till the end. Trust that our country will come to rescue us. Yes, Jiang Fan, we will hold on till the end. The others in the car encouraged him, rallying his spirits. With the knowledge that their homeland stood behind them, they suddenly felt less fearful, their hearts bolstered by a sense of solidarity. They held hands, encouraging one another as they awaited the arrival of a miracle. 30 seconds quickly elapsed. Clearly, the miracle did not arrive. The officer, seeing that no one had emerged, furiously commanded the helicopter, attack. In the office of the State Secretary of F country, Alex sipped his wine while observing the video footage of the Alexander Bridge, muttering, "Those overconfident Longke people." At that moment, a 3-star general clad in military uniform entered. "Secretary Alex, what exactly have you done regarding Longke?" Secretary Alex was taken aback by the inquiry. The general produced satellite feedback images, revealing 10 of Longke's most advanced J-20 fighter jets appearing in the Atlantic Ocean, clearly targeting them. The Hainan, one aircraft carrier in the Indian Ocean, was also heading towards their country. The wine glass in Secretary Alex's hand fell to the carpet with a crash. He then instructed his secretary to urgently connect with the on-site commander at Alexander Bridge. After the call was connected, Minister Alex bellowed, "Cease the capture operation. Do not engage." Chapter 101, Escort. A helicopter hovered over the Alexander Bridge, receiving orders from the on-site commander to attack. The pilot turned the helicopter's nose, preparing to launch a grenade. His mission was to directly overturn a car containing individuals, much like the previous one, allowing the police on the bridge to assist in the capture. The roar of the rotor blades reverberated through the air, causing Jiang Fan and his companions considerable discomfort as they pressed their hands against their ears. Yet, they could still distinctly feel the deafening sound growing nearer. Longke urged everyone to hold on to something secure within the vehicle and not to let go. He had devised a plan. Should the vehicle be flipped, he would immediately open the door and leap into the Seine River with Jiang Fan. The helicopter swiftly adjusted to an optimal position, and the grenade thrower took his stance. The helicopter's pilot communicated through his headset, "Prepare to throw." "Okay." However, just as the pilot concluded his statement, the frantic voice of the ground commander echoed in his earpiece. "Cease fire. Cease fire." Unfortunately, it was too late. The thrower was already in motion. The pilot, realizing the situation could not be altered, quickly devised an emergency maneuver, descending sharply while rotating. The grenade, instead of striking its intended target, was redirected into the Seine River. With a tremendous splash, a massive column of water erupted, capsizing a passing speedboat and sending the officers on board tumbling into the water, fortunately unscathed by the explosion. The police officer on the bridge broke into a cold sweat, grateful for his timely warning. Otherwise, a calamity might have unfolded, and he could have been the instigator of a war. Wiping the perspiration from his brow, he exhaled in relief and commanded everyone evacuate. Jiang Fan and his companions, still inside the vehicle, were startled by the earlier explosion. However, their vehicle remained intact. As they kept their eyes tightly shut, bracing for another impending attack, they were met with an unexpected silence. Gradually, they released their hands from their ears, realizing that the helicopter's roar had begun to fade into the distance. Jiang Fan leaned forward, peering through the car window, and spotted the helicopter retreating. Confused, he wondered why it was leaving. Wu Lao, hearing Jiang Fan's exclamation, also looked and confirmed it was indeed flying away. Excitedly, he declared, "It must mean that the country has successfully negotiated." Ah! The others, upon hearing this, erupted in exhilaration, proclaiming, "We are saved." Wonderful. Longke scanned the surroundings through the car window and was astonished to see the police at the bridge retreating. It seemed they had received some form of command. Perhaps the negotiations with Longke had indeed been successful. After witnessing the situation outside, the group was filled with joy, feeling as though they had escaped a great peril. Just as one of them was about to open the car door, Longke intervened, urging caution. "Stay in the vehicle. It could be a trap." Everyone considered this possibility and heeded Longke's advice, remaining in the car as he continued to observe the surroundings. At that moment, 2 jeeps approached from a bridge. Longke swiftly readied his AK-47, preparing for any potential conflict. As several individuals from the jeeps disembarked, Wu Lao recognized them as members of the embassy, specifically Du Hongchang, and urged Lei Kuan, "Do not fire. They are from the embassy." Lei Kuan then lowered his weapon and exited the vehicle. Du Hongchang hurried over and asked Wu Lao, "Professor Wu, is Jiang Fan unharmed?" "No," Wu Lao replied. Once everyone had exited the car, Du Hongchang excitedly embraced Jiang Fan, relieved that he was safe. Otherwise, he would have felt like a traitor to the nation. Du Hongchang briefed everyone on the situation. When they learned that the country had deployed 10 J-20 fighter jets and the Hainan No. 1 aircraft carrier, launching thousands of intercontinental missiles for their rescue, astonishment filled their faces and disbelief radiated from them. At that moment, they felt an overwhelming sense of pride in being citizens of Longke. "You're all safe now. The country has dispatched a special plane to retrieve you, which should arrive in about half an hour." Jiang Fan was deeply moved, realizing that Longke had risked conflict to save him. With such a nation backing him, what was there to fear? He silently vowed never to let his country down again. He believed he had the capability to elevate Longke to become the foremost technological power on Blue Star. Half an hour later, Jiang Fan and the others boarded the special plane sent by the nation. The representatives from several technology companies were filled with excitement. Though wealthy, they had never experienced traveling on a private jet. They were as exhilarated as children when one of them suddenly shouted while peering out the window, "Wow! Fighter jets! Where?" Soon, everyone was at the windows, observing. They noticed 5 fighter jets on either side of the special plane, their imposing forms resembling swords slicing through the sky, accompanied by the sounds of thunder. For every man, fighter jets embody a lifelong dream. To pilot such a magnificent machine, even once, would be a lifetime's bragging point. The staff on the special plane informed them, "These J-20 fighter jets are escorting us." "What? Escorting us?" They were instantly taken aback, unable to comprehend the magnitude of their situation. "Isn't this too extravagant? How could we possibly warrant such treatment from the nation? Surely, even high-ranking officials have not received such honors. Is it really an escort for us?" stammered a representative from Huawei Technology. "Of course. Otherwise, why would they be flying alongside us?" The flight attendant replied with pride. Having worked as a stewardess for 5 years, she too was experiencing such high honors for the first time. She had never felt as safe, secure, and proud as she did today. In truth, each of them understood that they owed this extraordinary treatment primarily to Jiang Fan's influence. Without him, would there have been fighter jet escorts? It was a laughable notion. They likely wouldn't even have had a special plane. They gazed at the young man, leaning against the window with a mixture of admiration. Many of them had become parents, and at that moment, they silently resolved to encourage their children to pursue careers in scientific research. Such honor was priceless. Wu Lao, too, appeared relaxed as he addressed Jiang Fan, who remained focused on the fighter jets. "Jiang Fan, how do you feel?" Without lifting his gaze, Jiang Fan remarked, "The aerodynamic design is decent, but the engine's power is quite lacking." The others exchanged glances, fully aware that Professor Wu was inquiring about his emotional state. Yet, Jiang Fan chose to critique the fighter jets instead. Chapter 102, Academic Blockade. Longke Capital Airport. When Jiang Fan and his companions arrived, it was already midnight. The moment the aircraft's door swung open, as Jiang Fan stepped onto the tarmac and inhaled the air of the Dragon Country, he felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. This journey had intensified his love for his homeland. "Jiang Fan, welcome back," a familiar voice echoed. Upon turning, he was delighted to see his teacher, Elder Long, accompanied by Zhou Huai. Hastily, Jiang Fan descended the aircraft staircase. "Teacher, Uncle Zhou, what brings you here?" Elder Long patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder, circling him to ensure his student was unharmed before he could relax. "You're not hurt, are you?" "No, that's good." Elder Long's eyes were filled with affection, akin to a doting father regarding his child. "Xiao Fan, welcome home." At this moment, Zhou Huai also gave Jiang Fan's shoulder a reassuring pat. "Uncle Zhou, what brings you here? What about the northern base?" "The northern base is far more bustling now than in our time. It boasts 200 research personnel. But you, young man, certainly alarmed us. Your teacher was so anxious that he even shed a few tears in secret." Upon hearing Zhou Huai's words directed at Jiang Fan, Elder Long felt it was a bit humiliating before his student. "You little rascal, what do you know? I merely had sand in my eyes. Who was it that kept fretting?" Zhou Huai chuckled. Despite Elder Long's typically fiery temperament and no-nonsense demeanor, he showed great concern for Jiang Fan. "Xiao Zhou, I see you're itching for a scolding," Elder Long exclaimed, raising his hand as if to strike Zhou Huai playfully. Zhou Huai did not flinch, allowing Elder Long to pat him lightly on the back, knowing he wouldn't use much force. "Teacher, Uncle Zhou, thank you both. No need for pleasantries." Initially, The leaders intended to come and greet you personally, but I told them you preferred a low profile, so they let me represent them in welcoming you. Jiang Fan felt somewhat embarrassed. Teacher, I'm just a junior, and I caused quite a stir in F country this time. Let us set that aside for now. You haven't eaten, have you? I've already made arrangements, Elder Long replied. Subsequently, they all sat down for a meal together. The following day, a leading technology company in the Dragon Country, Ziguang Technology, faced legal repercussions for leaking state secrets, with all involved parties arrested. Among them, the principal offender was the representative from Ziguang Technology who had attended the summit with Elder Wu. The international academic community imposed comprehensive sanctions against the Dragon Country, with the World Mathematical Organization declaring, due to the Dragon Country's alleged academic theft, a public apology is required within 3 days, or they will be permanently barred from joining our organization. The prestigious SCI journal, Siam Review, along with renowned SCI publications worldwide, issued a proclamation. Due to the Dragon Country's suspected appropriation of others' academic achievements, we demand a public apology within 3 days. Otherwise, we will cease to accept any academic submissions from the Dragon Country and impose an academic blockade. This news ignited a tremendous uproar in the academic world, with many countries launching online attacks against the Dragon Country. Country D asserted, the Dragon Country must apologize this time. Otherwise, we will isolate them. The beautiful country exclaimed, it's truly embarrassing to have such a nation on Blue Star. The Cherry Blossom Country remarked, the people of the Dragon Country are inherently worthless. Unable to produce their own results, they resort to theft. Despicable. The Kimchi Country added, the Dragon Country's appropriation of your academic work is trivial. Our country has a history of 5,000 years, including the Dragon Boat Festival, traditional medicine, and movable type printing, yet they dare to claim it as their culture. What a farce. The Cherry Blossom Country retorted, Kimchi Country, are you joking? This is originally from the Dragon Country. The Kimchi Country shot back, silence. Cherry Blossom Country, how can you still speak? Didn't you say the Dragon Country originated in your land? All nations watched with amusement, eager to see how the Dragon Country would respond. President Austin of the World Mathematical Organization conducted a video call with Professor Holt from the beautiful country. President Austin reassured, Professor Holt, rest assured, we are collaborating on this. I believe the Dragon Country will surely apologize. It's a pity we didn't manage to apprehend Jiang Fan this time. Otherwise, we would have reaped significant rewards. Professor Holt lamented. Who could have foreseen the Dragon Country's fervent response? They dispatched 10 J-20 fighter jets and a carrier, launching thousands of intercontinental missiles. Our nation simply cannot withstand such pressure. Professor Holt scoffed. Their combat capability pales in comparison to that of our beautiful country. This declaration also stirred considerable commotion within the Dragon Country. Several top universities and seasoned professors convened an emergency meeting. Participants included Huqing University, Peking University, Kyoto University, and Longke University, among others. Initially, Elder Qiao from Huqing University hesitated to attend, believing that the response to the international academic blockade depended on the higher-ups' decisions. He had faith that Jiang Fan would not engage in academic theft. However, with the meeting held at Huqing University and as its pillar, Elder Qiao felt compelled to attend. Without him, the gathering would lack gravitas. Observing nearly 100 professors seated before him, Elder Qiao slowly addressed the assembly. Please share your thoughts. If the global academic community imposes a blockade on our Dragon Country, it could profoundly impact us. Our academic fields are still developing, urgently needing exchange with the world. Thus, I propose we apologize. Apologize? Nonsense. The Dragon Country would never steal others' academic achievements. I too believe the Dragon Country has not engaged in plagiarism, but given the current situation, we cannot afford to sever ties with the global academic community, or it will severely hinder our future development. As Elder Qiao listened to half the attendees supporting an apology, he grew increasingly frustrated. Finally, unable to contain himself, he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, the reason our Dragon Country has a 5,000-year history and is the only one of the 4 ancient civilizations still in existence is due to our integrity. In the office of the State Council of the Dragon Country, a middle-aged man with thick brows and a square face exuded an air of authority. He was the highest-ranking leader of the Dragon Country. Academician Long, you have nurtured an outstanding talent for the nation. Elder Long regarded Jiang Fan with immense pride. Jiang Fan had developed the IRT magnetic material entirely on his own, with no assistance from others. Zhou Huai had already informed the leader of Jiang Fan's achievement. Just as they were conversing, the leader received a phone call, exchanged a few words, and then hung up. Noticing the leader's furrowed brows, Elder Long quickly inquired, is there a problem? The leader then shared the statement released by the World Mathematical Organization and the SCI journal. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. The leader, intrigued, asked Jiang Fan, "Do you have a good solution?" Chapter 103, Longke. As the leader posed his question, Elder Long, Zhou Huai, and Elder Wu all turned their attention to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was acutely aware of their concerns. The Dragon Country's academic and technological fields were in a phase of development, and losing contact with the world would be detrimental. To rely solely on self-exploration may indeed lead to sluggish development, and it is unlikely to surpass other nations. This sentiment likely pervades the entire academic and scientific community of the Dragon Kingdom. However, for Jiang Fan, such concerns are non-existent. At present, Jiang Fan possesses an extensive mastery of the super overview of mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology from the Blue Star. These 4 disciplines serve as the bedrock of all academic and technological research, and it can be asserted that Jiang Fan has acquired all foundational knowledge of the Blue Star. It is no exaggeration to state that there is no one on Blue Star who can surpass his knowledge, and he finds no reason to concern himself with foreign academic exchanges. As for science and technology, Jiang Fan possesses a technological system in his mind, and every scientific advancement rewarded by this system is of the highest caliber on Blue Star. Therefore, Jiang Fan is imbued with confidence that, in both academic and technological realms, he can lead the Dragon Kingdom to become the foremost entity on Blue Star. Jiang Fan glanced at the individuals present and earnestly inquired, "Do you believe in me?" "Of course we believe in you," Dragon Elder responded, "for I, along with Elder Wu, witnessed you solve that Millennium math problem firsthand." Realizing that Dragon Elder misunderstood his intent, Jiang Fan clarified, "Teacher, that is not what I meant. I was suggesting that since they wish to force us to apologize and humiliate our Dragon Kingdom, why not establish our own SCI journal and create a global mathematics organization?" At these words, the leaders, Dragon Elder, Elder Wu, and Zhou Huai, were taken aback. This was a notion they had never contemplated. It was not their fault for not considering it. Primarily, the current academic and technological standing of the Dragon Kingdom is merely average on a global scale. They simply lack the capability to undertake such endeavors. Take the establishment of an SCI journal, for instance. While creating a journal is straightforward, the crucial aspect lies in attracting submissions, which is paramount. Given that the Dragon Kingdom's academic prowess is not robust, it is inconceivable that an SCI journal could entice scholars from around the world to submit their work. As it lacks authority, the prestigious SCI journal, Siam Rev, from the beautiful nation, earned its status as an international authority due to its nation's mathematical prowess leading the world. Jiang Fan's sudden proposal left them in disbelief. Indeed, Jiang Fan, your suggestion is astute, yet given our Dragon Kingdom's academic and technological standing on the international stage, the gap is too vast, Dragon Elder remarked. Elder Wu concurred, adding, "Yes, Jiang Fan, if our Dragon Kingdom were exceptionally strong in all academic facets, we would naturally disregard their proclamations, but alas, we can establish our own reputation." Jiang Fan said nonchalantly, "Ah, young Fan, enhancing our reputation is not as simple as that. We must at least possess some academic and technological advancements that surpass global standards." Jiang Fan smiled and replied, "Teacher, if I were to solve another Millennium math problem, would that not elevate our nation's prominence?" "Another Millennium math problem?" Dragon Elder and Elder Wu exclaimed simultaneously in disbelief. Jiang Fan previously solved one of the Millennium problems during the Dragon University Traditional Challenge, and recently he mentioned submitting a math SCI paper after solving yet another Millennium problem. These are mathematical enigmas that have remained unsolved for decades, if not centuries. Yet, Jiang Fan accomplished 2 such feats in less than a month. Such extraordinary mathematical talent is unparalleled on Blue Star. The prospect of him solving another Millennium math problem left Dragon Elder and Elder Wu staring at him, as if he were an extraterrestrial, causing him to feel slightly bashful. "Jiang Fan, can you truly solve another Millennium math problem?" Dragon Elder asked, his voice trembling with anticipation. "It should not pose a problem, though I will require time for research," Jiang Fan replied. His confidence stemmed from mastering the super overviews of physics, chemistry, and biology, which provided him with a profound clarity when approaching these Millennium mathematical challenges. The reason these problems had remained unsolved for years, Jiang Fan believed, was due to mathematicians' insufficient grasp of foundational knowledge in other disciplines. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's assertion of being able to tackle another Millennium math problem, Dragon Elder's mind began to race with possibilities. Should Jiang Fan truly succeed, The Dragon Kingdom could indeed establish the Global Mathematics Organization and publish the SCI journal, striking a resounding blow to those who sought to demean them. Leader, I support Jiang Fan's proposal. Dragon Elder declared earnestly. Elder Wu echoed his sentiments. I too concur. The leader, witnessing their unanimous agreement, turned to Zhou Huai, who, in a straightforward manner, proclaimed, I believe in Jiang Fan. The leader pondered for a moment and ultimately reached a decision. Very well. Let us demonstrate to those who oppress us and revel in our misfortune that the Dragon Kingdom is not to be trifled with. Jiang Fan felt a surge of gratitude, astonished by the unwavering support from his peers. Elder Wu then posed a question. If we were to establish the SCI journal, what shall we name it? At this query, the room fell into contemplative silence. How about Dragon Journal? Jiang Fan suggested. Dragon Journal? That sounds formidable, and it clearly identifies us as the Dragon Kingdom's publication. Indeed, I find it quite fitting. They then engaged in discussions regarding the subsequent matters of the publishing house. The very next day, following the declaration from the Global Mathematics Organization and the prestigious Siam Rev, led by the beautiful nation, many countries were keenly observing the Dragon Kingdom's developments, eager to witness its downfall. In this moment, the Dragon Kingdom issued a public announcement. The content of the announcement read, the Dragon Kingdom has not engaged in any acts of academic plagiarism. In response to the organizations and publications that have accused the Dragon Kingdom, we shall pursue legal action through the United Nations to ensure that these entities and individuals face consequences. Furthermore, the Dragon Kingdom has established the SCI journal Dragon Journal and welcomes scholars from around the world to submit their work. Chapter 104. None shall prevail. The Dragon Kingdom has established the SCI journal Dragon Journal. Upon the release of such an announcement, many nations that awaited the Dragon Kingdom's misfortune were left astounded, their initial reaction being disbelief. How could the Dragon Kingdom, with its current academic standing, dare to make such claims? Was this not a reckless provocation? After confirming through multiple channels, they erupted in laughter. Nation L, this is the funniest joke I've heard all year. The Dragon Kingdom establishing an SCI journal. Haha. Nation F, is the Dragon Kingdom a bunch of clowns sent to entertain us? They should take a good look at themselves. Nation D, the Dragon Kingdom is bold, refusing to back down. This will be amusing to watch. Sakura Nation, haha, this is too rich. The Dragon Kingdom really dares to dream. Are they out of their minds? I bet no other scholars will submit. Kimchi Nation, I give their journal 2 issues before folds. In due time, they will have to dutifully issue a public apology on the international stage and seek forgiveness. Country are remarked, given the current academic standards of Dragon Country. They have yet to comprehend their own work, yet they aspire to emulate others in publishing journals. Is this not the height of absurdity? The beautiful nation added, they have stolen the academic achievements of our Professor Holt, and not only do they refuse to apologize, but they also intend to establish an SCI journal. I am eager to see what this Dragon Journal will amount to. Country K quipped, do you think Dragon Country will include some elementary school problems in the Dragon Journal? The Cherry Blossom Country speculated, with their academic level. It's hard to say. I am genuinely curious about what the inaugural issue of the Dragon Journal will contain. Amidst the scorn and ridicule from various nations, Dragon Country remained unresponsive, for they had already commenced preparations for the subsequent work on the Dragon Journal. First, they needed to select a publisher. Once the news broke, numerous patriotic publishing houses eagerly volunteered to take on the publication of the Dragon Journal. After a thorough selection process, the nation chose Kyoto Publishing House. Next came the appointment of the chief editor. The elders unanimously nominated Jiang Fan as the chief editor, as no one in Dragon Country could rival his mathematical prowess. Jiang Fan was determined to make the inaugural issue a resounding success. Thus, he readily accepted this significant responsibility. However, he made an agreement with the authorities, stating that he would only serve as the chief editor for the first 3 issues, after which he would step down to focus his energies on research. Once the chief editor was confirmed, the next task was to assemble editors from various fields. Given the importance of the first issue, the nation was keenly aware that if the results were subpar, not only would the Dragon Journal fail, but Dragon Country would also become a target of ridicule from other nations. Therefore, they enlisted top experts and professors from various domains to temporarily serve as editorial reviewers. Although Dragon Country publicly announced a submission email, not a single foreign scholar submitted a paper. However, the news sparked considerable excitement domestically. Experts and professors from various fields, hearing that Dragon Country had established its own SCI journal, were thrilled. After years of waiting, Dragon Country finally had its own SCI publication. They rushed to submit their long-researched academic achievements to the journal's submission email. In less than a day, nearly 1,000 SCI papers had flooded the inbox. In critical moments, it is indeed the people of Dragon Country who come through, Elder Qiao from Longke University remarked as he gazed at the submissions. Indeed, otherwise, how could we be known as the most united nation on Blue Star? Elder Long concurred, then shifted the conversation. Brother Qiao, has it been 2 months since we last met? I thought after Jiang Fan became my student, you would no longer associate with this old fellow. Am I really so petty? Elder Qiao responded. Seeing Jiang Fan achieve such success, I cannot be happier. Elder Qiao replied. Did you not speak ill of me when you learned Jiang Fan became my student? Elder Long teased. I am a person of high moral character. What do you take me for? However, Elder Long, I am quite curious. How did you manage to secure Jiang Fan? Elder Qiao inquired with interest. First, tell me what methods you employed. Elder Long countered. If I tell you, you must promise to be honest with me. Very well, speak. Elder Long agreed. Upon learning that Elder Qiao had sent his niece to employ the charms of beauty to win Jiang Fan, Elder Long could hardly contain his laughter. I never imagined you would resort to such tactics to compete for Jiang Fan. Elder Qiao's face reddened with embarrassment at Elder Long's remarks. Enough banter. It's your turn to speak. Elder Long glanced at the time and said to Elder Qiao, Now, it is imperative that we focus on reviewing the submissions. Although Elder Long and Elder Qiao were jesting, they quickly returned to the task of manuscript review. As the chief editor, Jiang Fan did not engage in reviewing the SCI paper submissions. He was engrossed in tackling the Millennium Math problem. 2 days later, Jiang Fan produced 1 mathematics SCI paper and 1 physics SCI paper. He arrived at the temporary review room for the Dragon Journal at Longke University of Science and Technology. At this moment, more than 10 experts and professors from various fields were seated, including Elder Long and Elder Qiao. When Jiang Fan entered, Elder Long, who was pouring water, hurriedly asked, Jiang Fan, how is your SCI paper coming along? Teacher, it is completed. Jiang Fan replied affirmatively, which immediately eased Elder Long's concerns. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, Elder Qiao quickly stood up and joked, our chief editor has arrived. Jiang Fan felt somewhat embarrassed by Elder Qiao's teasing. Uncle Qiao, please do not jest. Elder Qiao exchanged a few more pleasantries with Jiang Fan before reporting their progress over the past 2 days. We have been quite exhausted. We managed to sift through 18 high-quality SCI papers, sufficient for our inaugural issue. So many? How many people submitted papers? Jiang Fan asked, surprised, as he had anticipated fewer submissions. We have received approximately over 3,000 submissions. Given that this is the first issue of the Dragon Journal, we old-timers have been quite stringent in our review process, resulting in an acceptance rate of only 18. This is relatively low on the international scale, but the quality should be assured. Uncle Qiao, may I see the accepted SCI papers? Jiang Fan inquired. Of course. As the chief editor, the final draft is yours to complete. Jiang Fan found a computer, and Elder Qiao directly sent the 18 accepted SCI papers to him. Upon receiving the manuscripts, Jiang Fan began to review them, quickly entering a state of flow. His reading speed was remarkably swift, scrolling through the pages almost without pause. An hour later, he had perused all the manuscripts. Elder Qiao eagerly asked, Jiang Fan, what do you think? The quality is acceptable, right? Jiang Fan's expression grew serious as he replied, None of them are acceptable. Chapter 105, Rejection. None of them? Both Elder Long and Elder Qiao exclaimed in utter astonishment. The professors and experts, who had been diligently reviewing the papers, also halted their work. They had spent a minimum of 15 hours each day over the past 2 days scrutinizing manuscripts, ultimately identifying these 18 SCI papers, only to have Jiang Fan declare them all unacceptable. This effectively negated all their efforts from the past 2 days. A palpable discontent brewed among them, and they cast unfriendly glances at Jiang Fan. They all collectively believed that Jiang Fan was deliberately undermining their efforts to showcase his own capabilities. Observing the displeased expressions on the faces of the others, Elder Qiao turned to Jiang Fan and asked, What issues do these manuscripts have? If you claim our reviewed submissions are unacceptable, please enlighten me on why they are lacking. One expert professor, with a stern countenance, added, What exactly is wrong with these submissions? You ought to specify how they fall short. Elder Long also shot a reproachful glance at Jiang Fan, suggesting that even if there were issues, he should not have been so blunt in front of everyone, given their diligent efforts over the past 2 days. Sensing the atmosphere had turned serious, Elder Long intervened, stating Jiang Fan's assertion that these manuscripts are unacceptable must indicate he has identified specific flaws. Jiang Fan, please elucidate for everyone. Jiang Fan nodded. He casually opened a manuscript of an SCI paper and addressed the audience. This paper, a mathematical SCI article, bears the title, The Problem of Solving Second-Order Variable Coefficient Homogeneous Differential Equations. It asserts that the second-order variable coefficient homogeneous differential equation yp/yq, y0 must possess two linearly independent solutions. Considering that y2 satisfies the equation y2, y1p, y1q, y1, y2p, y2q, y2, 0fp, f0, fy1, y2, y1, y2, according to the characteristic root principle. Jiang Fan pointed out the errors present in the paper. After listening, everyone looked puzzled at one of the mathematical experts present. He contemplated Jiang Fan's explanation thoughtfully and after a moment, posed a question to Jiang Fan. Realizing that his previous explanation had not been fully comprehended, Jiang Fan proceeded to elaborate further. According to the characteristic principles of the second-order variable coefficient homogeneous differential equation, an infinite number of non-trivial solutions must exist, with y1 being one such solution. Upon concluding his explanation once more, the expert finally grasped the concept, nodded in agreement, and remarked, "I regret my oversight in considering the problem inadequately. Thanks to editor Jiang Fan. Had such a manuscript been submitted, our dragon country would surely have become a subject of ridicule." The gazes of the other expert professors towards Jiang Fan softened considerably. One professor, aware of Jiang Fan's exceptional mathematical talent, pointed to a physical SCI paper on the computer and said, "Editor Jiang Fan, I reviewed this physical SCI paper. I would like to hear your thoughts on any issues it may contain." His tone bore a hint of skepticism. Jiang Fan opened the specified document and articulated the problems within the SCI paper. 10 minutes later, the professor appeared thoroughly convinced. Indeed, had they adhered to Jiang Fan's observations, the manuscript would have been riddled with flaws. Yet, he pondered why it had seemed satisfactory upon his initial review. Without waiting for further comments, Jiang Fan swiftly detailed the issues present in each of the earlier papers. After half an hour, he concluded his discourse, leaving everyone in a state of profound astonishment. They were utterly perplexed. Had it not been said that Jiang Fan excelled solely in mathematics? Yet his explanations encompassed an array of fields, including mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. He was indeed a polymath. Jiang Fan, you have discredited all these SCI papers. How shall we publish the journal in a few days? Jiang Fan contemplated for a moment, then indicated the computer. This one is the sole paper among the 18 that still holds value for revision, but the modifications required constitute 35. The author should be notified to amend it accordingly. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a surge of elation. Their review of over 1,000 SCI papers had not been in vain, as at least one paper warranted revision. Subsequently, the relevant review experts conveyed Jiang Fan's suggested modifications to the authors. All other submissions were met with rejection. Scholars and academic experts from various prominent institutions in Dragon Country eagerly anticipated the publication of their papers in the inaugural issue of Dragon Journal after sending them to the Dragon Journal email. Within 2 days, they received the editor's reviews, leaving them astonished by the swiftness of the process. However, upon receiving rejection notices, disbelief washed over them. Many authors, having submitted their finest work to the SCI journal founded by their own country, were taken aback, especially those who had previously published numerous papers in renowned international SCI journals. Convinced of their top-tier caliber and expecting acceptance without issue. Yet, unexpectedly, they too received rejection notices. These academics, each possessing their own scholarly discussion groups, found themselves in turmoil. In one notably reputable academic group consisting of 238 members, though not large, each member was mandated to have published in a well-known international SCI journal. One member who had just received a rejection from Dragon Journal expressed his dismay in the chat. Member 1. I received a reply from Dragon Journal. Unfortunately, it's a rejection. Member 2. Aren't you a day later than me with your submission? You've already received a reply from Dragon Journal. Let me check my email. Member 3. I also received a reply from Dragon Journal. It's a rejection. Member 2. I just checked my email, and I too have been rejected. Member 3. I believe this was my highest quality SCI paper. I'm shocked it was rejected. Member 4. Mine was rejected as well. Member 5. Same here. Member 103. Same here, with the exception of those who had not submitted. The group was unanimously filled with rejections. This left many feeling quite unsettled. While they were not the pinnacle of academic experts in Dragon Country, they held some degree of authority in their respective fields. At that moment, a member named Zhang Xiaohua chimed in. Zhang Xiaohua, rejected. Instantly, The group erupted in a frenzy. Member 1. Wait, even Professor Jiang was rejected? Member 2. That's impossible. Professor Jiang is an esteemed elder at Fudan University, having published no less than 20 academic papers in prestigious international SCI journals, and is a recipient of the Best Academic Award in Dragon Country. Member 109. I heard that the editor-in-chief of Dragon Journal is a young man under 20. Chapter 106, Complaints. The editor-in-chief of Dragon Journal is a young man under 20. The group members, upon hearing this, were thrown into a frenzy. Member 28. Are you sure? Member 109. Absolutely. I have a classmate who was temporarily appointed as a review expert for Dragon Journal. Member 11. Isn't this absurd? Member 190. What could a sub-20 editor-in-chief possibly understand? Member 203. I fear Dragon Journal is doomed. Member 13. No wonder even Professor Jiang was rejected. It turns out they appointed an inexperienced young man as editor-in-chief. Member 19. This cannot stand. We must demand an explanation. Professor Zhang Xiaohua of Fudan University surveyed the messages in the group, feeling an indescribable sense of frustration. As one who had previously received the Best Academic Award internationally and published over 20 SCI papers in renowned journals, it was simply unacceptable to be rejected by a journal founded by his own country. If even his SCI papers were rejected, then few in Dragon Country would qualify for acceptance. Just as he simmered in indignation, he received a voice call from the leader of their academic group. Their group leader, Wang Deshun, was his university roommate, now a professor at Longke University in Dragon Country. Wang Deshun, hello. Old Zhang, I just saw your message in the group. Your submission was also rejected? Zhang Xiaohua, indeed. I had specifically set aside my paper that I worked on for 3 years, intending to submit it to a well-known international journal. This is quite fortuitous, as our country has initiated the publication of a journal, and without hesitation, I submitted my work to Longke. Initially, I was filled with confidence, but to my dismay, Wang Deshun, Old Zhang, have you heard that the chief editor of Longke is a young man who is not yet 20? Zhang Xiaohua, I just learned that myself. Wang Deshun, what can a 20-year-old accomplish? Is the country being absurd? Zhang Xiaohua, what can we do? This is, after all, a decision from above. Wang Deshun, Old Zhang. Several members from the group just contacted me. After discussion, we plan to approach the person in charge of Longke for an explanation. We cannot allow an inexperienced youth to jeopardize Longke, especially since it is a journal established by our own nation. Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment and then responded, Old Wang, you are right. The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of its citizens. Though we, as scholars, cannot wield arms to defend our country, we can certainly enhance its prestige through academia. In order for Longke to secure its place on the international stage, we must reach out to the responsible party without delay. The person in charge of Longke, Cheng Shu, was originally a deputy director at the Kyoto Education Bureau. Following the establishment of Longke, he was appointed to oversee its overall operations. At that moment, he was in a conference room discussing the publication schedule, frequency, and market channels of the journal with his staff. At that juncture, the secretary approached Cheng Shu and said, Director Cheng, I have received several complaint calls that require your attention. Cheng Shu's expression darkened slightly. Can't you see I'm busy? Just compile a report and relay the issues to me. However, the secretary did not leave and continued. Director Cheng, these complaints come from several university representatives, including Professor Wang from Longke, Professor Zhang from Fudan, and others from Southwest University. Realizing the significance of the matter, Cheng Shu set aside his documents and followed the secretary out. Simultaneously, in the temporary review office of Longke at Long University of Science and Technology, both Long Lao and Xiao Lao were astonished after reviewing Jiang Fan's SCI paper. The paper addressed the Millennium Mathematical Conundrum, the P versus NP problem. This particular problem was the very one that the American Professor Holt had previously plagiarized from Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan's recent solution was entirely different from his previous one. Whereas the earlier response merely considered the mathematical aspects, this time he incorporated a multitude of scientific disciplines, offering a more comprehensive approach. Xiao Fan, did you conceive this line of reasoning? Long Lao inquired with an incredulous expression. His astonishment was understandable, given the vast and intricate body of knowledge encompassed in Jiang Fan's answer. He could hardly believe that one individual could possess such an extensive understanding. Teacher, I suddenly had an inspiration after reviewing numerous materials and realized that my previous response was too one-dimensional. After further research, I arrived at this new solution. Jiang Fan, you are truly remarkable. With this, the foreigner-stolen solution is rendered incorrect and utterly meaningless. Xiao Lao exclaimed with joy. just as Long Lao and Xiao Lao were reveling in their excitement. Cheng Shu, the chief person in charge of Longke, approached them with a smile. He greeted everyone and then informed Jiang Fan and the others about the planned publication date for the first issue of Longke. Editor Jiang, have all the submissions for the first issue been confirmed? Not yet, Jiang Fan replied. Not a single one confirmed. Cheng Shu's face fell as he asked. For he had come primarily to question Jiang Fan regarding the rejections. A half-hour prior, numerous submitters had called him to express their grievances, including several prominent figures in academia. Originally, Cheng Shu had attempted to explain that since it was the inaugural issue of Longke, the submissions might not align with the journal's direction, and he hoped for their understanding. However, upon inquiring with Jiang Fan, he discovered that they had rejected all submissions, with only one barely meeting the revision criteria, which, if not adequately revised, might also face rejection. Editor Jiang, you have rejected all submissions. How can we proceed with the publication of the first issue of Longke? Many countries are closely observing this debut. At that moment, Xiao Lao interjected, Director Cheng. It cannot be said that there are no confirmations. Jiang Fan has written 2 pieces that we are certain to approve. Cheng Shu's frustration deepened upon hearing this. Realizing that Jiang Fan had rejected other submissions while retaining his own SCI paper, which was a blatant display of favoritism. Editor Jiang, you have rejected over 1,000 SCI paper submissions, leaving only your own. Is this not somewhat excessive? Among those submitters, there are many esteemed scholars from our nation. Long Lao discerned the insinuation in Cheng Shu's words, implying that Jiang Fan was using his position for personal gain. Offended by the suggestion that a student could be such a person, Long Lao responded, Director Cheng, the country has entrusted us with the responsibility of reviewing submissions for the first issue of Longke. Our criterion is to select only high-quality, exceptional SCI papers, irrespective of the submitter's past renown. Cheng Shu, seeing Long Lao defend Jiang Fan, felt his grim demeanor soften somewhat. For Long Lao held considerable prestige within the nation, so much so that even state leaders afforded him respect. Yet, as the person in charge of Longke, Cheng Shu had to prioritize the journal's integrity. Numerous nations were eagerly anticipating the outcome, and even if he was not directly responsible for the review process, he could not permit any semblance of favoritism or corruption. Long Lao, I understand that Jiang Fan is your student, but Longke is our nation's first SCI journal. If it fails, you are aware of the implications. As a scientific researcher, Long Lao was acutely aware of how pivotal the success of Longke was for the country. When Jiang Fan proposed the establishment of Longke, it was to ensure that Longwa would not be threatened by other nations and to build its own academic framework. Should it fail, Longwa would undoubtedly become the subject of global ridicule and face the prospect of academic and technological isolation from powerful nations. The path to future development would be fraught with difficulties, and the only recourse would be to bow to Western nations and admit fault, a scenario that Long Lao wished to avoid at all costs. Director Cheng, rest assured, we have reviewed Jiang Fan's SCI paper, and there are no issues. Long Lao, as for Jiang Fan's submission, I believe it would be prudent to involve some relevant teams for evaluation. Are you implying a lack of trust in us, Long Lao? Xiao Lao said, somewhat irked. Uncle Xiao, it's all right. This is all for the sake of Longke. Jiang Fan interjected, subsequently handing his SCI paper to Cheng Shu. Only then did Cheng Shu feel a measure of relief. Jiang Fan, I hope your SCI paper can be published in Longke, and I trust you will understand. I understand. Jiang Fan replied. There is one more thing. When you reject submissions, I hope you can provide feedback to the submitters regarding their shortcomings. It is disheartening for them to pour their hearts into their submissions only to receive a cold rejection. I understand. Once Cheng Shu departed, the matter lingered in the air. Jiang Fan accepted Cheng Shu's proposal, addressing the issues within his previously composed, reasonably commendable SCI paper and suggesting avenues for enhancement. After all, it is only through such meticulous efforts that the overall academic standard of Longwa can be progressively elevated. However, submissions devoid of any merit are met with no responses, as they deem it a waste of time. The academic group established by Wang Deshun is abuzz with fervent discussions. Wang Deshun has already informed the group that he and Professor Zhang Xiaohua have presented their recommendations to Cheng Shu, the head of Longke. Group Member 3. Professor Wang truly lives up to his role as the group leader. His efficiency is commendable. Group Member 5. I firmly believe that with both Professor Wang and Professor Zhang advocating, the head of Longke will undoubtedly provide a response. Group Member 6. What I long to hear is an announcement from Longke dismissing this young editor-in-chief and replacing him with a seasoned expert professor. Group Member 13. Indeed, I believe Professor Zhang is entirely capable of this position. After all, He has published over 20 papers in internationally renowned SCI journals and is well-versed in the review standards of global publications. Group Member 19. I concur with your sentiment. I support Professor Jiang. Group Member 28. Yes, I too endorse Professor Jiang as the editor-in-chief of Longke. Zhang Xiaohua. Thank you all for your kind words. I consider my academic standing to be quite distant from international standards. Haha. Wang Deshun. Old Zhang, you are being excessively modest, if you feel so far removed. What does that make the rest of us? Ha! Group Member 49. Indeed, Professor Zhang, you should not be so humble. Group Member 53. How about this? Once the young editor of Longke steps down, we draft a recommendation letter to the head of Longke, advocating for Professor Zhang's appointment as editor-in-chief. Group Member 66. This proposal is splendid. I wholeheartedly agree. Just as the group was united in nominating Professor Zhang Xiaohua for the position of editor-in-chief of Longke, one member sent a message. Group Member 86. Longke has sent me another message. Group Member 89. Could it be a notification regarding your submission? Group Member 86. It concerns issues with my SCI paper and suggestions regarding the references I inquired about. Group Member 86. Longke truly lives up to its reputation as a state-established SCI journal. The reviewers are indeed formidable. Through the references they provided, I discovered the issues that I had overlooked. Group Member 27. I too received a reply, and upon examining the pointed issues, I realized my SCI paper indeed has flaws. If submitted in its current state, it would surely be a laughingstock to foreign scholars. I'm immensely grateful to the editorial team. Group Member 55. I also reviewed the Longke editor's feedback and identified my own shortcomings. It seems we misjudged them. Zhang Xiaohua. Upon seeing the group's support for his candidacy as editor-in-chief, felt a sense of pride swell within him. If the nation were willing to entrust him with such a significant responsibility, he would be more than willing to contribute to his country. He then noticed many members mentioning they had received responses from Longke and promptly opened his email, only to find that the editor had similarly addressed the issues in his submission. Excitement surged through him as he pondered whether Longke, after careful consideration, had deemed his SCI paper commendable and informed him of its acceptance. If others were rejected while he succeeded, it would undeniably reflect his academic prowess. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua's right hand trembled slightly as he gripped the mouse, silently repeating, "Accepted, accepted," as his right index finger clicked to open the email. He was met not with the anticipated news, but rather a correspondence akin to what the others had received, feedback on the issues identified by the Longke editor. Initially resistant, his first reaction was disbelief. His SCI paper could not possibly harbor flaws. This was the culmination of 3 years of diligent research, meticulously refined over countless iterations. Although he was reluctant to concede that his submission had any shortcomings, he nevertheless scrutinized the feedback earnestly, eager to discern what the editor might pinpoint. Should the identified issues be erroneous, he would certainly lodge a complaint with the head of Longke. After a while, his initial frustration began to dissipate as he slowly regained his composure. The email's critiques were incisive. The reason his SCI paper had required 3 years of research was precisely due to the editor's observations that he had failed to comprehend until now. Ultimately, it was through serendipitous encounters with international literature that he unearthed similar answers, allowing him to finalize his work. Yet, he now realized that he had misinterpreted the content of the previously referenced literature. Following the editor's guidance on the reference text, Zhang Xiaohua verified the information and found that indeed he had misunderstood, devoid of any substantial controversy. Simultaneously, the editor had also directed him towards a new research trajectory. At this moment, beads of cold sweat began to form on Zhang Xiaohua's forehead, just as one member of the group had remarked. Had his paper been submitted in its current form, it would undoubtedly have been a source of ridicule for scholars from other nations. Reflecting on his prior thoughts, he felt a wave of shame wash over him, akin to that of a jester. In the closing lines of the email, he noted a signature, response from Jiang Fan, editor-in-chief of Longke. Chapter 108. Not qualified. Longke University, Longke and Temporary Review Office. Jiang Fan had just completed responses to several submissions when Changshu, amidst a throng of esteemed experts and professors, exuberantly entered the office. The individuals engaged in the review of manuscripts were momentarily taken aback by the sudden influx of visitors. Upon witnessing the unexpected arrival of so many people, Long Lao stood up, preparing to usher them out to avoid disrupting their work. Changshu grasped Jiang Fan's hand firmly, expressing his sincere apologies. Editor Jiang, I sincerely apologize for any offense caused earlier. Director Chung, it's quite all right. Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly. Truth be told, Jiang Fan bore no resentment towards Cheng Shu for having his SCI paper reevaluated. After all, this was the inaugural issue of Longke, and, as the head, a cautious approach was entirely understandable. Cheng Shu, relieved to see Jiang Fan's lack of animosity, proceeded to apologize to both Long Lao and Xiao Lao. Director Cheng, this is the review office. Why have you brought so many people? Long Lao inquired. They have all expressed admiration for editor Jiang's SCI papers. So I brought them to meet the author in person. Cheng Shu explained to Long Lao before addressing the group of professors. Ladies and gentlemen, the authors of these two SCI papers are none other than our esteemed editor-in-chief, Jiang Fan. As Cheng Shu introduced Jiang Fan, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. No way. This young man appears to be no older than 20. Yet, they could ascertain that the author of such profound papers must possess an extensive breadth of knowledge. Initially, they had anticipated encountering a concealed academic giant from Longke University supporting Longke's resurgence. However, upon encountering the remarkably youthful Jiang Fan, they exchanged incredulous glances, initially believing Cheng Shu was jesting. Yet, upon learning from Cheng Shu that this young Jiang Fan was indeed the editor-in-chief of Longke, they swiftly reconciled themselves to this reality. Because they all understand that the success or failure of the establishment of the Dragon Journal directly correlates with the international academic standing of Longwa. The nation would never take such matters lightly. After a considerable pause, they gradually approached Jiang Fan to greet him. Jiang Fan, in turn, was affable and showed utmost respect to each professor present. Editor-in-chief, Jiang truly is a youthful prodigy. It is astonishing that at such a tender age, he is capable of composing such profound SCI papers. Indeed, with these two SCI papers alone, he undoubtedly surpasses many renowned international journals. It appears that the Dragon Journal we have founded is destined to carve out a niche for itself on the global stage. Let those foreigners who underestimate us take note. The crowd buzzed with praise for Jiang Fan, leaving him feeling somewhat bashful. Long Lao felt an immense sense of pride, although the accolades were not directed at him. Jiang Fan was indeed his pupil. Xiao Lao looked on with envy. Several professors expressed an eagerness to join Jiang Fan's editorial team, but were promptly rebuffed by Long Lao. Firstly, their temporary review office was limited in space and could not accommodate so many individuals. Secondly, the experts invited to review for the Dragon Journal were meticulously selected by the state, and not just anyone could join. When one expert noticed their aspirations thwarted by Long Lao, he was about to voice his thoughts when a companion subtly tugged at him, signaling him to refrain. Upon glancing at the reviewing personnel, he immediately wilted. Each of those individuals was a paragon of talent in Longwa, far beyond their reach. After a brief discussion, everyone discreetly took their leave. The next day, as Jiang Fan was reviewing manuscripts in the office, a staff member approached him, informing him that someone was looking for him outside. Curious about who it could be, Jiang Fan excused himself to Long Lao and stepped outside, where he encountered two middle-aged men, approximately in their 50s. Jiang Fan was certain he did not recognize them. However, upon seeing him, the two approached with palpable excitement, tentatively inquiring, "You must be editor-in-chief Jiang Fan, correct?" "Indeed, I am," Jiang Fan replied. Having prepared mentally before meeting Jiang Fan, they were nonetheless taken aback by his youthfulness. They each shook Jiang Fan's hand, introducing themselves. "Hello, I am Zhang Xiaohua from Fudan University, and I am Wang Deshun from Nankai University." The visitors were indeed esteemed professors from the academic community. Jiang Fan, bewildered by their enthusiasm, asked, "What brings you here?" Zhang Xiaohua, brimming with excitement, explained, "I submitted a paper a couple of days ago, which you rejected, but you pointed out the issues. I spent a sleepless night revising it and brought it here for your review." Jiang Fan then understood that they were authors of an SCI paper. "Actually, you need not go through all this trouble. You can submit it directly online." Wang Deshun chuckled. "Editor-in-chief Jiang, while submission is one aspect, what we truly desire is the opportunity to behold your esteemed presence." This was not mere flattery. It stemmed from their deep-seated admiration for Jiang Fan, compelling them to journey across great distances to Longke University. Not particularly adept at such interactions, Jiang Fan replied straightforwardly, "Then let me review your SCI paper." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua quickly retrieved his notebook. Spotting a nearby chair, he suggested, "Editor-in-chief Jiang, there's a seat over there. Let us sit and review it." Jiang Fan proceeded to the chair and began examining Zhang Xiaohua's SCI paper. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaohua felt a twinge of unease, akin to a student awaiting a teacher's critique. He was apprehensive, uncertain of how his revised paper would fare. 5 minutes later, Jiang Fan completed his review of Zhang Xiaohua's manuscript. Both Zhang Xiaohua and Wang Deshun were astonished. This was an academic paper nearing 50,000 words, laden with specialized terminology that required careful consideration to comprehend. Professor Zhang, your previous submission encountered an academic issue here, but this time you've directly corrected it, Jiang Fan remarked. Hearing Jiang Fan recall his prior issue ignited a spark of excitement in Zhang Xiaohua, affirming that Jiang Fan had a remarkable memory and that his academic work was indeed noteworthy. However, Jiang Fan's subsequent statement left him feeling utterly despondent. Professor Zhang, have you ever considered that the topic you are researching is fundamentally flawed? Flawed? Zhang Xiaohua was rendered speechless, akin to having a long-held truth suddenly shattered. The abrupt collapse of such belief instilled a deep sense of panic within him, as if he had lost something irreplaceable. Once Jiang Fan observed that Zhang Xiaohua's expression had somewhat stabilized, he slowly continued, Professor Zhang, you must have heard of the Klein bottle, a vessel with a hole at its base, whose neck is extended and twisted into the interior, connecting back to the base. Everyone aspires to design such a Klein bottle to prove the existence of four-dimensional space, thereby enabling interstellar travel and time reversal. Yet, despite years of endeavor, no one has succeeded in researching the Klein bottle. Do you know why? Jiang Fan inquired. Taken aback by Jiang Fan's sudden question, Zhang Xiaohua instinctively replied, because our blue planet exists in three-dimensional space. Precisely. Everyone believes this because we inhabit a three-dimensional realm, which fundamentally limits our ability to explore the Klein bottle in four-dimensional space. Yet, this is merely our perception. To some advanced civilizations, we might merely occupy a one-dimensional space or an even lower dimensional existence. One-dimensional space? A lower dimensional existence? Both Zhang Xiaohua and Wang Deshun suddenly felt bewildered. You may think this impossible. One-dimensional space is merely a point, two-dimensional is a plane, and three-dimensional is a solid space. Our blue planet is undoubtedly a three-dimensional world. Who can prove that we are not merely three-dimensional beings within a one-dimensional space? Our entire universe might simply be a grain of sand, a single cell, or perhaps just a program in a game created by advanced civilizations. As Jiang Fan concluded, both Zhang Xiaohua and Wang Deshun stared in a daze, clearly stunned by his revolutionary thoughts, lost in their own reflections. Indeed, these concepts were territories they had never ventured into. They had only ever approached academic challenges from a technical standpoint, never stepping back to consider alternative perspectives from a godlike vantage. Listening to Jiang Fan's discourse felt akin to shattering the chains of their previously fixed mindsets, elevating their intellectual horizons to an entirely new echelon. It was as if a monk had suddenly attained enlightenment. They took a considerable time to gradually regain their composure, at which point Zhang Xiaohua, filled with excitement, grasped Jiang Fan's hand once more, speaking in a flurry. Editor-in-Chief Jiang, no. Teacher Jiang, truly, your words are worth more than 100 years of study. After living for half a lifetime, I suddenly feel as though I have wasted it all. Teacher Jiang, I implore you to accept me as your disciple. I wish to learn from you. Beside him, Wang Deshun comprehended profoundly why his friend Zhang Xiaohua was so agitated, ever since their school days. He had been an academic enthusiast. Just as Jiang Fan was not particularly resistant to the situation, Elder Long emerged from the shadows. Upon witnessing a middle-aged man tugging at Jiang Fan, he hurried over, reprimanding Zhang Xiaohua and Wang Deshun. What are you doing? Zhang Xiaohua and Wang Deshun were momentarily taken aback. They recognized this figure and held him in high esteem. He was none other than Academician Long, the recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award in Longwa. Teacher, you misunderstand. Jiang Fan recounted the events that had transpired. Elder Long turned directly to Zhang Xiaohua, saying, Xiao Zhang, as someone engaged in academic research, you should understand the significance of Jiang Fan's extraordinary talent for Longwa. Thus, he cannot afford to divert his time and energy to take on students. Please, comprehend this. Upon hearing Elder Long's words, Zhang Xiaohua realized that given Jiang Fan's current display of talent, he required unwavering focus on his research rather than taking on students, which would only scatter his energies. I apologize, Academician Long. It was indeed abrupt of me. However, should you have any academic inquiries, I can facilitate discussions with many experts from Longke University. Elder Long responded to Zhang Xiaohua. After conversing for a while, Wang Deshun suddenly proposed, Editor Jiang, for Longwa to elevate its overall academic standards. We cannot always rely on others. It is imperative that the proficiency of all scholars in Longwa rises, allowing our academic prowess to rival that of Western nations. Jiang Fan fell into contemplation. Indeed, with the rewards from the system, he possessed the capability to produce top-tier SCI papers in mathematics, physics, biology, and chemistry without any difficulty. However, he intended to concentrate primarily on technological research in the future, rather than continually writing SCI papers. If the long journal were to decline in quality after his departure, it would not be sustainable. This was certainly not the purpose behind establishing the long journal. Observing the group deep in thought, Wang Deshun cheerfully interjected, "I have an idea." "What idea?" Jiang Fan inquired. "We could establish an academic lecture series online, where editor Jiang could dedicate 2 hours each week to impart academic knowledge to these scholars." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan recognized it as an excellent suggestion. "Teacher, this approach is quite commendable." "Jiang Fan, do you have any issues with your schedule?" Elder Long asked. "A couple of hours each week should be manageable." Ultimately, after deliberation among the group, Jiang Fan's personal academic lecture series was officially established, with Wang Deshun overseeing the arrangements. Jiang Fan would only need to deliver the lectures. 3 days later, the first issue of the Long Journal was finalized. A total of 4 SCI papers were selected, including 2 authored by Jiang Fan himself. Originally, the plan was to publish 10 SCI papers in the inaugural issue. But Jiang Fan could not find additional papers that met the required standards. He firmly believed that it was better to have fewer high-quality submissions than to lower the journal standards. Following the finalization, Long will publicly announce that in 2 days, the first issue of the Long Journal would be released. International scholars promptly began to ridicule, eagerly anticipating what sort of material Longke's Long Journal would publish. They were ready to revel in shame and mockery directed at Longke. While awaiting the publication, Jiang Fan received a phone call from Zhou Huide, who informed him that their IRT magnetic material had been successfully developed, outperforming that of the beautiful nation by over 5-fold. This revelation thrilled Jiang Fan immensely. Previously, Longke had endured humiliation when purchasing IRT materials from the beautiful nation, but now they had finally developed their own IRT magnetic materials, allowing them to hold their heads high. With the IRT magnetic material issue resolved, the forthcoming controlled nuclear fusion could proceed as planned. Just as Jiang Fan was basking in excitement, Elder Long conveyed another piece of good news. Professor Holt had previously intruded into Jiang Fan's email to steal his paper, deleting his email data and leaving Jiang Fan without evidence to prove the authorship of the paper. However, in recent days, Longke had traced the path of the beautiful nation's intrusion into Jiang Fan's email and had successfully retrieved screenshots of the data submitted to the SCI journal. Chapter 110. If you're unwilling, then let us fight. 2 days later, at 8 a.m., with only an hour remaining until the official release of the first issue of Longke's Long Journal, scholars from various countries began to engage in lively discussions on an international forum. D country. In just an hour, Longke's Long Journal will be published. I can hardly wait to witness what the most atrocious journal in history looks like. F country. I too am eager to see what sort of subpar SCI papers the Long Journal will publish. Sakura country. Given Longke's academic standards, any scholar from our great Sakura empire could easily best them. Pickled vegetable country. When it comes to academia, our pickled vegetable country undoubtedly ranks high internationally. We never even considered establishing an SCI journal for Longke, which stand in the mid to lower ranks academically. To dare to launch an SCI journal is a recipe for disaster. Beautiful nation. I dare to wager that Longke's Long Journal will collapse before it can even publish its second issue. Beautiful nation. At that point, they will have to bow before us and beg us to lift the academic blockade against them. F country. They may lack academic prowess, yet still pretend to have dignity, only to end up groveling like a lapdog. While foreign scholars were hurling insults at Longke, a netizen named Yin Long inadvertently stumbled into the international forum and happened upon these disparaging remarks against Longke. As a young person from Longke, he would not tolerate such affronts and immediately began to retaliate on the forum. Yin Long, you shameless, two-faced individuals, when did our Longke's Long Journal become your business to criticize? Yin Long, you are all born to be cucumbers, deserving of a good slap. Tomorrow, you'll be walnuts, deserving of a good thump. For life, you'll be broken motorcycles, deserving of a good kick. Finding a wife? You'll be screws, deserving of a good twist. Yin Long's outburst left the foreign scholars mocking Longke momentarily stunned. They soon realized that this netizen named Yin Long was from Longke and promptly began to retaliate. However, outnumbered, Yin Long's messages were quickly drowned out by a flood of comments. Unwilling to endure such humiliation, Yen Long logged into a global warfare game where he was the leader of a guild comprising 10,000 members. Upon entering the game, he discovered that his guild was engaged in a fierce battle with a rival guild. Upon seeing their leader's arrival, the members were filled with excitement, believing that with his charisma, they could surely defeat the opposing guild. However, Yen Long did not engage in combat. Instead, he called for a ceasefire with the opposing guild leader and recounted the incident he had encountered earlier. Upon hearing that someone had insulted their Longhua, the members were filled with righteous indignation. They were all young and fervent. Anyone who dared provoke them would face their wrath. Thus, Yen Long shared the forum link within the game. International Forum. Sakura Country. Ha! Foolish Longhua people, you dare to insult us, only to scurry away in fear. In the realm of the Pickled Cabbage Nation, a certain individual from the Dragon Kingdom was deemed utterly ineffectual. The F Nation remarked, "Such is the nature of the Dragon Kingdom. They cower in the face of strength. I recall a time when we united, and with merely a few thousand, we instilled such terror in those from the Dragon Kingdom that they fled in abject fear." Aha! The beautiful nation added, "Foolish Dragon Kingdom." Before the beautiful nation could finish, an influx of individuals suddenly joined the forum. 1, 2, 10, 100, 500, 3,000, and eventually 20,000. These newcomers launched into a torrent of invective, sparing no breath for idle chatter. The screen was awash with profanity, leaving the foreign scholars utterly powerless to retaliate. Yen Long shouted in his headset, "Stop!" And, at once, the flood of messages ceased. He had established a voice channel for 100,000 players, all of whom were either allies, adversaries, or rivals within the game. Yet at that moment, they heeded Yen Long's command and united in vociferous condemnation of those who had insulted the Dragon Kingdom. Yen Long proclaimed in the discussion, "Should you dare to insult my Dragon Kingdom again, each of us will contribute a drop of urine to your demise." The Cherry Blossom Nation retorted, "The uncouth denizens of the Dragon Kingdom know not that academia cannot be birthed through insults." Observing the audacity of the Cherry Blossom Nation, Yen Long immediately commanded through his headset, "Brothers, let us engage them." Consequently, a barrage of vitriol was directed towards the Cherry Blossom Nation. This scene evoked a semblance of sympathy among other nations for the Cherry Blossom Nation. Soon after, numerous foreign participants flooded into the forum, exchanging barbs with the Dragon Kingdom denizens. Such verbal exchanges held little substantive value, and as Yen Long surveyed the nearly 100,000 players, a spark of inspiration struck him. He declared in the game voice channel, "Brothers, this war of words bears no merit. Let us reclaim our honor for the Dragon Kingdom in our own manner." All responded to his command, logging into the game, donning their mightiest weapons, and teleporting to the southeastern borders of the game map in preparation for a national battle. The moment they understood Yen Long's intent, they eagerly complied, equipping their finest gear and teleporting to the southeastern frontier. Yen Long gazed upon the screen, filled with glimmering avatars, and with a devilish smile, he commanded attack. As a warrior, he led the charge, with all following suit. The formidable NPCs guarding the border crumbled before the overwhelming force of 100,000, swiftly succumbing to defeat. The game's mechanics prohibited the slaying of NPCs. Otherwise, a player would incur a notoriety penalty, becoming a target for global pursuit. Observing the murder of NPCs in the World Channel, foreign players were astonished to find the system offering a bounty of divine gear for the apprehension of the perpetrator, igniting their excitement to form teams to hunt down the culprit. However, before they could even emerge from their main city, a vast horde of players with ominously crimson IDs swiftly laid waste to their stronghold. One by one, the main cities fell to ruin, and the foreign players, terrified, fled offline, cursing in despair. Yen Long exuberantly shouted into the game voice channel, "Brothers, we have conquered the world." Time swiftly approached 9 o'clock. Across the blue planet, scholars from various nations awaited this moment, not out of a desire to learn, but rather to witness the Dragon Kingdom's disgrace. As the hour struck, the traffic on the official website of Dragon Journal surged exponentially. The back-end technical team detected that the IP addresses of the visitors were sourced from all corners of the globe. The website was initially designed to adhere to the standards of an international SCI journal, capable of accommodating 1 million concurrent users. Yet at that moment, the backend reported a mere 5% capacity, translating to 50,000 simultaneous users. Given the academic nature of the site, it typically attracted a limited audience, primarily consisting of scholarly researchers. With approximately 1.5 million academic researchers worldwide, it was improbable for such a number to converge on a single website simultaneously. Thus, the Dragon Journal technical team felt assured regarding capacity concerns. During this time, The overall supervisor of Dragon Journal, Cheng Shu, even made a point to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that there was no cause for concern, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Chapter 111. 4 Papers. International Forum. The D-Nation remarked, I just glanced at Dragon Journal and discovered that the Dragon Kingdom has only published 4 SCI papers. The beautiful nation laughed heartily. This is utterly hilarious. The first issue features a mere 4 SCI papers, likely the least ever published in the Blue Planet. The Cherry Blossom Nation chimed in. Surely, no one submitted anything. The beautiful nation continued. The Dragon Kingdom is even more pathetic than we imagined. I await their humble apology to our academic community. Heh. The F Nation added. Our global mathematical organization is also waiting for them to beg for mercy. Heh. The beautiful nation reassured. Rest assured, the Dragon Kingdom will undoubtedly issue a public apology to us. Haha. The beautiful nation further asserted. The Dragon Kingdom has historically been a collection of weaklings. This time, we shall ensure they pay dearly, and we will lift the academic embargo we have placed upon them. The F Nation concurred. Indeed, we initially granted them 3 days to issue a public apology, yet they brazenly announced the establishment of Dragon Journal. This time, our global mathematical organization will show them the consequences. The Pickled Cabbage Nation proclaimed. I shall take a look at what these boastful Dragon Kingdom individuals wrote in their inaugural issue. The F Nation retorted. Is there even a need to look? It is undoubtedly a treasure trove of rubbish. The Cherry Blossom Nation scoffed. I wouldn't even deign a glance. It would only sully my vision. Many foreign scholars disdainfully entered the Dragon Journal website, preparing to mock its content. Simultaneously, a significant number of scholars from the Dragon Kingdom were also eager to see if the inaugural SCI papers could achieve remarkable acclaim. As 9 o'clock struck, the number of visitors to the Dragon Journal website began to steadily rise. By 9:30, the count surpassed 100,000. The nations that had previously mocked the Dragon Kingdom slowly dwindled in number on the international forum. Many scholars were now engrossed in the published SCI papers on Dragon Journal. The Cherry Blossom Nation inquired, have those who want to check Dragon Journal returned? Report on the level of garbage contained within. The beautiful nation replied, little brother, did not go to look? The Cherry Blossom Nation retorted, why would I be interested in a journal from a nation of such deplorable academic standing? If I had the time, I'd rather watch our nation's romantic films. The beautiful nation praised, that mindset is commendable. Stick with me, and you'll surely enjoy the finer things in life. The Cherry Blossom Nation agreed. All right, big brother. The beautiful nation then wondered, why is everyone else so quiet? The Cherry Blossom Nation speculated. Who knows? Perhaps they were all disgusted into silence. The beautiful nation laughed. Ha. Just as the beautiful nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation were busy deriding the Dragon Kingdom, a scholar from the D-Nation interjected. I read one paper from Dragon Journal, and for some reason, it seemed quite good. The beautiful nation scoffed. Pa, have your eyes grown dim? If the Dragon Kingdom could produce a decent SCI paper, I would eat my own excrement. The Cherry Blossom Nation declared, if my big brother says that the trashy Dragon Kingdom could write a commendable SCI paper, I would eat my own excrement standing on my head. The scholar from the D-Nation began to doubt his judgment and returned to the Dragon Journal website to read another SCI paper. Within the international forum, the beautiful nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation continued their derision of the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, within the academic circles of the Dragon Kingdom, excitement was palpable. A group member exclaimed, I strongly recommend everyone read the law of conservation of surface area in cellular bioelectric membranes and the unequal ion equation. It is exceptionally written, rivaling the SCI papers of Western nations. Group member 2, you've read this article too? I have as well, and it is utterly remarkable. It has imparted a wealth of knowledge to me. I never anticipated that such premier scholarship would emerge from our country's Dragon Journal. Truly impressive, my nation. Group member 3, after perusing this SCI paper, I am utterly convinced. I previously submitted to Dragon Journal and faced rejection, which left me somewhat discontented. Now, upon comparison, I must concede. Group member 4, with this SCI paper featured in Dragon Journal, the future of our nation's SCI journal is assured. Let us applaud our country. Group member 5, while this piece is indeed well crafted, I strongly recommend you all to examine electronic nucleus coupling motion. It will undoubtedly not disappoint. Group member 6, is it truly that extraordinary? Can it surpass cell bioelectric membrane area conservation law and ion inequivalence equation? Group member 5, it will undoubtedly open up a new realm of understanding for you. Group member 6, is it really that exaggerated? Group member 7, I have read the SCI paper on electronic nucleus coupling motion. It is undeniably impressive. Group member 6. I shall take a look. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the number of visitors on Dragon Journal's official website reached 200,000. The technical staff in the back end were taken aback by this data, as they had previously researched, and even the world's premier SCI journal, Siam Rev, only peaked at 250,000 online. Yet they had managed to reach 200,000, just 50,000 shy of that figure. Given the considerable attention Dragon Journal garnered from various individuals and countries, they had anticipated a significant influx, but their estimated peak was around 200,000. They had not expected such a rapid surge, especially since Dragon Journal had only published SCI papers 2 hours prior. In normal circumstances, website traffic fluctuates, with individuals entering and exiting. Once a certain peak is reached, the changes become minimal. However, these individuals entering Dragon Journal appeared to remain, resulting in a continuous increase in numbers. Just as the back-end technical team believed they had reached a peak, there was another sudden surge, bringing the total to 220,000. Supervisor, the number has now reached 220,000. Should we inform Mr. Chun? A back-end technician inquired. No need. We have only just reached a total of 220,000. Remember, our server can accommodate up to 1 million users. Even if we exceed our initial estimates slightly, it will not affect the overall system. The supervisor confidently replied. As long as the online count does not reach 1 million, the system will remain stable. International Forum. Beautiful Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation have engaged in a lively exchange. Beautiful Nation. What about individuals from other countries? Dragon Nation has published 4 subpar SCI papers, and it's been 2 hours. Haven T, they finished reading yet? Cherry Blossom Nation. The memory of Dragon Nation's first issue releasing 4 lackluster SCI papers brings a smile to my face. Haha. Beautiful Nation. I suspect these 4 SCI papers are cobbled together. I truly wonder where they found the audacity to establish Dragon Journal. It's simply reckless. Cherry Blossom Nation. This is what we call knows when no die. If you don't act foolishly, you 1T encounter misfortune. D Nation. I suggest you all take a look at the 4 SCC papers published by Dragon Journal. Cherry Blossom Nation. Aren't they just 4 worthless SCI papers? What is there to see? Beautiful Nation. I believe we should take a look to witness the decline of humanity as SCI paper journals. Cherry Blossom Nation. Indeed. My elder brother speaks wisely. Let's go take a look. Subsequently, Cherry Blossom Nation and Beautiful Nation entered the official website of Dragon Journal. Chapter 112. A New Answer. Beautiful Nation. World-class Mathematics SCI, Journal Siam, Rev, Academic Research Room. Professor Holt, clutching the previously stolen SCI paper materials from Jiang Fan, is engrossed in research. Since returning from the World Mathematical Summit, he has devoted each day to the Mathematics Research Room, diligently studying this material. As long as he comprehends and thoroughly grasps the P versus NP problem, he will not find himself flustered during public presentations. As he did the last World Mathematical Summit when questioned by Jiang Fan, the warm yellow desk lamp casts a brown hue over his bearded face. With a decisive slap of his pen upon the desk, Holt's furrowed brow relaxed. He began to chuckle softly, his laughter growing louder, until the entire room echoed with his maniacal laughter. Were an outsider to witness this, they would surely deem him insane, just as he became lost in his triumph. A fit of laughter overwhelmed him, causing him to choke and erupt into a violent coughing fit. Coughing, his face flushed crimson, his entire body trembling. The silhouette of his back against the wall now appeared to writhe and thrash, akin to a devil. After half a minute, his coughing subsided somewhat. He sipped water from his cup, leaned back in his chair, breathing heavily, his body gradually calming. Yet, the earlier incident did not dampen his exhilaration. He removed his glasses and stretched his stiff body. Finally, having unraveled the solution to this millennium's mathematical conundrum, it shall rightfully belong to me. Just as he prepared to erupt in laughter once more, he quickly restrained himself, fearing a recurrence of the earlier incident. At over 70 years of age, his body could not endure such turmoil. He gleefully paced back and forth in his room. Yes, such splendid news must be shared with John and the others. Thus, he exited the academic research room, realizing it was now around 9 o'clock in the evening. It seemed John and the others had already finished work. Excitedly, he picked up the phone and dialed John. Soon, an anxious voice came through the line. Holt, you finally turned your phone on. I've called you over a dozen times. John, you know my habits. I dislike interruptions while immersed in academic research. Holt replied. John, familiar with his idiosyncrasies, did not dwell on it, continuing, I have something to tell you. However, Holt eagerly interrupted John, exclaiming, "John, first let me share some good news with you. I have deciphered the mathematical problem stolen from the Dragon People, and I will be presenting it tomorrow." Yet upon hearing this news, John did not respond with excitement, but rather sighed heavily. "Holt, you should really take a look at the Dragon Journal published by Dragon Nation." The Dragon Journal? Holt paused for a moment, recalling that Dragon Nation had recently announced the establishment of Dragon Journal. "John, has Dragon Journal been published?" "Yes, today is the first issue." "What is so remarkable about it?" "Their Dragon Journal probably doesn't even compare to the lowest ranked publication in our country, SCK. Holt scoffed. Holt shared the same sentiments as John initially, but when he entered the Dragon Journal official website with a mindset to witness a farce, he was utterly astounded. "Holt, you should really see for yourself. Call me back once you finish," John concluded, abruptly hanging up the phone. John's unusual behavior left Holt utterly bewildered. It stands to reason that John, having comprehended the intricacies of this formidable mathematical conundrum, should be far more exhilarated than himself. After all, he is the proprietor of the Siam Rev Journal. In the future, John could potentially reap considerable profits from lectures concerning this global quandary. Professor Holt arrived at his office and reluctantly opened his computer, navigating to the official website of the Dragon Journal. Upon perusing the inaugural issue, he discovered a mere 4 SCI papers. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he mused at the absurdity of founding an SCI journal that publishes only 4 papers in its first issue. This was a first for him. From the very numbers, Professor Holt could ascertain that the Dragon Journal established by the Dragon Kingdom was destined for failure. It appeared that John sought to amuse him. However, when Professor Holt glimpsed the title of one of the SCI papers, his expression darkened. The paper was none other than the P versus NP problem, the very one he had purloined from Jiang Fan. They were astonishingly audacious to publish it in the Dragon Journal. Such reckless disregard for consequences on the part of the Dragon Kingdom. Holt could not help but curse. Regarding the N versus NP problem, they had already disseminated their findings through the Siam Rev Journal, and his name was affixed as the author. The entire world recognized that Holt was the one who solved this enigma, and yet the Dragon Kingdom dared to publish it in the Dragon Journal, seemingly challenging the authority of their illustrious nation. However, Holt soon found himself laughing. The Dragon Kingdom's publication of this SCI paper presented an excellent opportunity to undermine them. With this thought, Holt could not help but wear a sinister grin. He clicked further into the content. Upon reading the material, his eyes widened in astonishment. Holt was again taken aback. The content was entirely different. If that were the case, their nation could no longer trouble the Dragon Kingdom. For while the titles of SCI papers could be whimsically chosen, the content must differ. But wait, if the content was different, could it possibly indicate that the Dragon Kingdom had unearthed a novel solution? With a sense of intrigue, Holt began to read. 2 hours later, after finishing the SCI paper, he sat in a stupor, motionless on his chair, his eyes filled with dread. The clarity of the logical reasoning presented in this P versus NP problem was impeccable, addressing the issue from multiple disciplines, leaving no room for error. This indicated that the resolution to the P versus NP problem was, in fact, correct. More importantly, the content of this SCI paper directly negated his pilfered work from Jiang Fan. This meant that his extensive days of research had been rendered utterly meaningless. Having published erroneous findings, he would inevitably become the subject of ridicule, and the Siam Rev Journal would suffer reputational damage alongside him. At this moment, he finally grasped the implication of John's earlier phone call. Chapter 113. Congratulations. At 2 p.m. Kyoto time, the online readership of the Dragon Journal had surged to 500,000. This was an unforeseen development, and the numbers continued to climb. Scholars from various nations had initially come to mock the Dragon Kingdom, prepared to revel in its folly. Yet upon reviewing the SCI papers published by the Dragon Journal, they were left dumbfounded, unable to believe that these were the works of the Dragon Kingdom. Although only 4 SCI papers have been published in this issue, each paper was of the highest quality, rivaling the foremost journals of Western nations. Specifically, when examining Jiang Fan's P versus NP problem and quantum theory, no other SCI paper could compare. International Forum. Country G. The 4 SCI papers authored by the Dragon Kingdom hold immense value for reference. Particularly, the quantum theory elevates physics to new heights. Country Y. As a scholar in the field of mathematics, I find Jiang Fan's resolution to the P versus NP problem to be astonishing. The knowledge encompassed within is monumental, verging on a repository of knowledge. Country L. My sentiments echo yours. I too was shaken by the P versus NP problem resolution and spent a full 4 hours studying it. Country P. Recently, Professor Holt from an illustrious nation published his own P versus NP problem, which I initially found impressive. However, after reviewing the Dragon Kingdom's publication, I discovered that Holt's work was fundamentally flawed. Country Y. The 4 SCI papers reveal that the Dragon Kingdom harbors profound and unfathomable talents. Country P. Consider this, spanning 5 millennia. The Dragon Kingdom is one of the 4 ancient civilizations still extant today. If their people lacked capability, would they have remained steadfast through the ages? Country G. You are absolutely right. Henceforth, our country must engage in more communication and collaboration with the Dragon Kingdom. Country P. Why have the illustrious nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation ceased their discourse? At 3 p.m., Cheng Shu, the head of the Dragon Journal, was reviewing the data when his secretary rushed in, exclaiming, "Director Cheng, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Country Y is on the line and wishes to speak with you." The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Country Y? Cheng Shu felt perturbed. This was the office of an SCI journal, not the appropriate venue for such diplomatic communications. If they sought to engage with the Dragon Kingdom, they ought to contact the Foreign Affairs Department directly. Nevertheless, Cheng Shu answered the call. "Hello, I am Cheng Shu, the head of the Dragon Journal. Mr. Cheng, greetings. I am Jeffrey from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Country Y. On behalf of my nation, I extend heartfelt congratulations on the successful establishment of the Dragon Journal. Thank you very much, Mr. Jeffrey. Mr. Cheng, I hope our two nations can foster deeper academic exchanges in the future. You are most welcome." After hanging up, Cheng Shu felt an immense sense of joy. He had not anticipated that merely 6 hours after the Dragon Journal launch, a foreign nation would proactively reach out to propose academic collaboration. He resolved to share this delightful news with the leadership to brighten their day. However, before he could make the call, the office phone rang again. Noting the foreign caller ID, he answered, "Hello, I am Cheng Shu, the head of the Dragon Journal. Greetings, Mr. Cheng, I am Kyle, a representative from the academic organization of Country P. First, I want to congratulate the Dragon Kingdom on the remarkable success of the Dragon Journal." For the next 2 hours, Cheng Shu remained in the office, inundated with congratulatory calls from various nations. Subsequently, these countries issued public messages of congratulations internationally. This left the academic leaders of the illustrious nation and country F seething with indignation. They furiously denounced those who had once mocked the Dragon Kingdom, now suddenly eager to establish long-term academic exchanges. Related officials from the Cherry Blossom Nation also released statements. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom on the successful founding of the Dragon Journal. This nearly caused the illustrious nation to erupt in fury, as even their junior allies extended congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. It appears that their plans to blockade the academic endeavors of the Dragon Nation have utterly failed. The Dragon Nation has delivered a resounding slap to their faces. The beautiful nation, left with no recourse, can only resign itself to this outcome. Simultaneously, they ponder how to engage in academic exchanges with the Dragon Nation, given that the several SCI papers published by the Dragon Nation are exceptionally outstanding. Should this trend continue, their own Dragon Journal would undoubtedly propel the advancement of scholarly pursuits across the entire Blue Planet. If, in the future, the Dragon Nation were to retaliate with an academic blockade, it would instead place the beautiful nation in a passive position. While the beautiful nation was busy calculating its own interests, the Dragon Nation announced to the world a startling revelation. Evidence regarding Professor Holt of the beautiful nation stealing SCI papers from the Dragon Nation has been submitted to the judicial departments of the United Nations. Subsequently, a post appeared across various national networks. Evidence of Professor Holt's theft of Dragon Nation's SCI papers. Professor Holt soon came across this post, and upon reading its contents, he was drenched in cold sweat. It contained irrefutable screenshots of correspondence between Jiang Fan and the Siam Rev Journal. The evidence was conclusive, leaving him with no room for rebuttal. Not only was his reputation in tatters, but he also faced the prospect of sanctions from the United Nations. He sincerely regretted his earlier folly of pilfering the SCI papers from the Dragon Nation. However, regret was futile now. He might well find himself incarcerated. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Holt hastily called a senior government official who had been involved in the theft of Jiang Fan's SCI papers, hoping to solicit assistance. Rest assured, Professor Holt, while you are on the soil of the beautiful nation, no one can touch you. Upon hearing this response, Holt felt a measure of relief. After all, the beautiful nation is the most formidable power on the Blue Planet in terms of technology, economy, and military prowess. As long as Holt remained within the borders of the beautiful nation, he believed that national protection would ensure his safety. On the same day, the Dragon Nation released another announcement to the world. They have developed an ultra-powerful IRT magnetic material. The beautiful nation, upon seeing the performance data of this IRT magnetic material, could no longer remain composed. The capabilities of the Dragon Nation's newly developed IRT magnetic material surpassed those of their own by a staggering fivefold. The IRT magnetic material was a technological marvel, one that only the beautiful nation possessed until now. The sudden announcement by the Dragon Nation regarding the IRT magnetic material meant that they could no longer maintain their monopoly. Most critically, their current technology was now trailing behind that of the Dragon Nation. Immediately, the beautiful nation initiated a voice call with the Dragon Nation, beginning the conversation with, "Congratulations on the successful establishment of the Dragon Journal." Chapter 114, Apology. The beautiful nation convened an emergency meeting. The establishment of the Dragon Journal held minimal consequences for the beautiful nation. But the announcement regarding the IRT magnetic material was tantamount to shattering their high-tech technological blockade, which was of utmost importance to them. A senior official, Foster Collin, after contacting the leadership of the Dragon Nation, urgently convened a meeting. The meeting room hosted 10 individuals, among them an elderly gentleman with graying hair, who had reached the age of 70. His name was Burn Jones, a retired diplomat who had served in the beautiful nation's embassy in the Dragon Nation for a decade, thus possessing profound insights into its people. Burn sat silently, absorbing the discussions around him. Foster Collins stated, "I have already contacted the leadership of the Dragon Nation. They did not agree to provide us with the research blueprints for the IRT magnetic material, yet they did not explicitly refuse either." "Mr. Foster, what does this imply regarding the Dragon Nation's position?" Foster continued, "The Dragon Nation has been emphasizing Professor Holt's theft of their SCI papers, which has tarnished their reputation globally. If this matter is not handled properly, there would be no point in further discussions. The cunning individuals from the Dragon Nation seek our surrender of Professor Holt and an admission that the beautiful nation has indeed stolen their academic papers." Foster remarked, "Mr. Carl, please be mindful of your words. It is Professor Holt acting independently in this theft, not the beautiful nation." The surrounding individuals discerned the implications in Foster's words. He was prepared to hand over Professor Holt. Carl, who had also been involved in the theft of the Dragon Nation's SCI papers, including the hacking of Jiang Fan's email data, was apprehensive. Now that the Dragon Nation had made public their evidence, Professor Holt had immediately contacted him. Therefore, Carl was eager to prevent any repercussions for Holt from the United Nations. If pushed too far, the incident could be exposed, implicating him as well. "Mr. Foster, when the Dragon Nation sought to purchase the IRT magnetic material from us, we played them for fools. They would certainly not provide us with the research blueprints. Mr. Carl, you must recognize the significance of the IRT magnetic material to us. This is a technology we have long monopolized, and now the Dragon Nation has developed an IRT magnetic material with performance 5 times superior to ours." Everyone listened intently as Foster spoke, their expressions grave. Indeed, the applications of the IRT magnetic material are extensive, including magnetic levitation high-speed trains, anti-gravity research, and controlled nuclear fusion, all reliant on such advanced materials. The Dragon Nation's sudden breakthrough had catapulted them ahead, and it was imperative for the beautiful nation to obtain the latest technologies related to IRT materials to maintain their lead in high-tech projects. Although these high-tech projects presented numerous technical challenges, the IRT magnetic material served as the foundational material. Overcoming the other technological hurdles was merely a matter of time. "I propose we surrender Professor Holt to gain the goodwill of the Dragon Nation and resolve our previous conflicts," suggested one middle-aged man clad in a suit. "Indeed, I concur." Seeing several individuals advocating for the surrender of Professor Holt, Carl felt a growing sense of urgency. "Our conflicts with the Dragon Nation cannot simply be resolved. They will ultimately refuse to share the IRT magnetic material blueprints with us. Furthermore, Professor Holt is a distinguished senior scholar of our beautiful nation, having made significant contributions to our mathematical advancements. We cannot dishearten our nation's scholars. Mr. Carl, while Professor Holt has made academic contributions in mathematics, they pale in comparison to the importance of the IRT magnetic material technology." The discussions regarding the Dragon Nation continued for nearly 2 hours, culminating in significant divisions among the group. Foster recognized that further deliberation would yield no fruitful outcome. He turned to the elderly Burn Jones, who had remained silent throughout the meeting. "Mr. Burn, having spent a decade in the Dragon Nation, you understand their people better than any of us. Do you have any suggestions?" Burn Jones replied, "The Dragon Nation resembles a slumbering beast Do not provoke them lightly. The assembly fell silent, clearly taken aback by Burns' unexpected words. This seemed to stray from the topic at hand. However, they dismissed it, attributing it to his advanced age and perhaps a lapse in mental acuity. Foster, Mr. Burns' intention is to suggest that I should align with the Dragon Nation and avoid direct confrontation. If that is the case, let us surrender Professor Holt and resolve the discord with the Dragon Nation. Carl, I propose we take a vote on this matter. Foster did not oppose this suggestion. Those in favor of handing over Professor Holt, please raise your hands. 6 individuals raised their hands. Foster smirked slightly and said, Mr. Carl, since the majority is in agreement, this matter is settled. At that moment, one of the supporters turned to Foster and said, Your Excellency, as Mr. Carl mentioned earlier, our grievances with the Dragon Nation run deep. Even if we surrender Professor Holt, it will not resolve our conflicts. I suggest we return the 10 billion we deceived the Dragon Nation out of last time. Carl, upon hearing this, erupted in fury. Impossible. That 10 billion was invested in the research of IRT magnetic materials. It might lead us to develop even better technology. Foster, Mr. Carl, if the research of IRT magnetic materials were so simple, our technology would not have stagnated for over 2 decades. If we return the 10 billion to the Dragon Nation, as long as we acquire the technology for IRT magnetic materials, spending 20 billion would indeed be worthwhile. Moreover, this money was never ours to begin with. Ultimately, the group engaged in further discussion about whether to return the 10 billion to the Dragon Nation, and the consensus was that the money could be returned, but not at the expense of the state. The Beautiful Nation's relevant personnel contacted the company that had initially sold the counterfeit magnetic materials to the Dragon Nation and concocted a reason to impose a fine of 8 billion. The state had also been involved in the sale of the counterfeit materials, and thus, of the 10 billion paid by the Dragon Nation, the state retained 5 billion, leaving the company with a mere 5 billion. However, for this company, not only did they profit, but they also maintained a very favorable relationship with the state, resulting in a win-win situation. Surprisingly, just half a month later, the state once again demanded a lion's share, taking away another 8 billion, much to the company's dismay. After obtaining the 8 billion, the state still faced a shortfall of 2 billion. They then fined the journal Siam Rev, where Professor Holt was affiliated, for 2 billion. In the end, the Beautiful Nation issued a public announcement regarding Professor Holt's theft of the Dragon Nation's SCI papers. This was an individual act, and Holt has been handed over to the United Nations Department of Justice. The Beautiful Nation sincerely apologizes for the reputational damage caused to the Dragon Nation. Chapter 115, Sanction. The Beautiful Nation apologizes to the Dragon Nation. This sparked an enthusiastic response within the academic community of the Dragon Nation. Scholar 1. The Beautiful Nation actually apologized to our country. Haha. Amazing, my country. Scholar 2. Shameless Holt, daring to steal our academic work. He deserves to be punished by the United Nations. Scholar 3. Previously, the Beautiful Nation and Country F jointly issued a statement, coercing us to apologize, or else we would face an academic blockade. Now, where's their bravado? In the end, they were pressed down by our Dragon Nation. Scholar 4. Seeing the Beautiful Nation suffer is truly gratifying. It's so satisfying. Scholar 5. I am proud to be born in the Dragon Nation. The entire academic community of the Dragon Nation rejoiced as if they had won a victory. The Beautiful Nation's public apology also stirred significant reactions internationally. Many countries could hardly believe it was true. The Beautiful Nation, the hegemon of Blue Planet, had never shown weakness before. How could they publicly apologize to the Dragon Nation? Numerous governmental officials began analyzing the underlying interests involved. As the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies or friends in international relations, only eternal interests. For the Beautiful Nation to bow its head, there must be something advantageous to them from the Dragon Nation. In recent days, 3 significant events transpired in the Dragon Nation. The establishment of the journal Dragon Journal, which published 4 high-quality SCI papers. The Beautiful Nation's SCI papers had developed over decades, boasting a robust academic foundation. Yet the Dragon Journal was not substantial enough to compel the Beautiful Nation to extend goodwill. Secondly, the Dragon Nation announced evidence that Professor Holt had stolen SCI papers from them, a matter that seemed inconsequential to the Beautiful Nation, known for its lack of shame. The final event was the Dragon Nation's breakthrough in IRT materials, a high-tech material previously monopolized by the Beautiful Nation. With the Dragon Nation's advancement in this technology, the Beautiful Nation undoubtedly felt threatened. Thus, the Beautiful Nation's overtures to the Dragon Nation were likely motivated by this development. Many countries, though still uncertain about the applications of IRT magnetic materials, recognized the necessity of establishing good relations with the Dragon Nation. Consequently, Numerous nations reached out to the Dragon Nation to congratulate them on their technological breakthroughs and express a desire for amicable diplomatic relations. The Dragon Nation, however, did not lose itself in the flattery of these nations, maintaining calm and vigilance. Nevertheless, the reactions from the academic and political spheres of various countries were entirely different. Those engaged in academia did not need to consider the intricate web of interests. At international forums, they spoke freely. Academics from country D. Professor Holt from the beautiful nation is utterly shameless. At over 70 years of age, he still resorts to stealing from the Dragon Nation. Academics from country L. When I attended the World Mathematical Summit, Professor Holt pompously denounced the Dragon Nation as despicable and shameless. Who would have thought he himself was the epitome of such disgrace? Academics from country K. It seems we misjudged the Dragon Nation. Fortunately, everything has been clarified, and Professor Holt has received the appropriate punishment. Academics from country P. Moreover, the president of the World Mathematical Organization, Austin, not only colluded with Professor Holt to defame the Dragon Nation, but also employed their national police to apprehend our citizens. I suspect Austin and Holt are in cahoots. Academics from country M. The disreputable World Mathematical Organization may very well appropriate our scholarly work. I have decided to withdraw from this organization. Academics from country P. Indeed, I shall withdraw as well. The people of the Dragon Nation are principled, and I intend to submit my work to the Dragon Journal. Academics from country M. Dragon Journal seems to have an exceptionally low acceptance rate. Academics from country K. A low acceptance rate indicates high quality. Academics from country M. Precisely. I shall give a try. The day after the inaugural issue of the Dragon Journal was published, submissions began pouring in from international contributors. This brought relief to Jiang Fan and the elders, indicating that foreign scholars recognized the Dragon Journal. Henceforth, the Dragon Journal would belong to the realm of international SCI journals, fostering communication among scholars worldwide, significantly enhancing the academic standing of the Dragon Nation. The successful establishment of the Dragon Journal served as a tremendous encouragement to the entire academic community of the Dragon Nation. A conducive academic atmosphere inspired many young individuals in the Dragon Nation to pursue academia and research. As the saying goes, a strong youth leads to a strong nation. With such a trajectory, the Dragon Nation's emergence as a world power is merely a matter of time. After issuing their announcement, the beautiful nation once again reached out to the Dragon Nation. The $10 billion spent on the counterfeit IRT magnetic materials was also deemed a corporate matter. Following a thorough review by the state, the relevant companies faced penalties, and the $10 billion was returned to the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Kingdom swiftly received a remittance of $10 billion from the beautiful country, leaving its leaders somewhat perplexed. The following day, the beautiful country unveiled its intentions. Foster from the beautiful country reconnected with the head of the Dragon Kingdom, esteemed leader, with the establishment of amicable diplomatic relations between our nations. I hope you can provide us with the technology for IRT magnet materials. The leader immediately grasped the situation. It became clear that the beautiful country's overtures were merely a prelude to this ulterior motive. The IRT magnet technology is classified as high-tech and serves as a fundamental material for numerous advanced projects. Whosoever possesses this technology essentially holds the keys to unlock various high-tech endeavors. The Dragon Kingdom would never acquiesce to sharing this technology with the beautiful country. Upon receiving an outright rejection from the leader, Foster persisted. Your Excellency, we are willing to pay you $100 million for the right to use this technology. What do you say? I'm afraid, Foster, that regarding IRT magnet technology, our nation will not be providing it to any country. Undeterred, Foster continued. We can offer alternative technologies in exchange, such as lithography machines, among others. The leader internally scoffed, confident that the beautiful country would only offer outdated technologies to the Dragon Kingdom. Ultimately, their conversation drew to a close. After ending the communication, Foster erupted in a fit of rage, cursing the Dragon Kingdom. You shall pay for this, you despicable dragon people. He promptly convened an emergency meeting, during which they reached a unanimous decision. The next day, the beautiful country issued a proclamation to the world. Due to the Dragon Kingdom's violation of international trade regulations, we are imposing restrictions on chip exports to the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing this news, many technology companies within the Dragon Kingdom were thrown into disarray, as the nation lacked the technology to produce chips and relied entirely on imports for high-tech chips. The sanctions from the beautiful country led to the cessation of production for numerous companies reliant on chips for mobile phones, computers, televisions, and more, resulting in staggering losses amounting to billions within just 3 days. Chapter 116, Lingwu Mountain. To the southwest of the capital lies Lingwu Mountain, adorned with an abundance of maple trees. In the autumn, the fiery red leaves of Lingwu Mountain transform the landscape into a vibrant sea of crimson. A gentle breeze sweeps through, stirring the tranquil sea of foliage into a breathtaking spectacle. Occasionally, a solitary green tree stands out amidst the red, gleaming with extraordinary brilliance. A young couple, clad in athletic attire, stroll beneath the trees, the fallen leaves crunching underfoot, providing a melodious accompaniment to the serene woods. Wow, there's a stream here, the girl exclaimed, startling the resting birds above into flight. With her hair tied in a ponytail and a touch of makeup enhancing her delicate features, she smiled at the boy. The boy, carrying a backpack and possessing a handsome visage, returned her smile. They were none other than Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoxi. A few days earlier, Zhou Huai had called Jiang Fan to announce the successful development of the IRT magnet materials. He had made a special trip to the northern base to inspect the research results, which proved to be remarkably successful. After spending 2 days at the northern base, meticulously reviewing every detail of the controllable nuclear fusion, he returned to the capital. Upon his return, he penned 2 articles for the second issue of Dragon Journal. Observing that Jiang Fan had been overworked, Long Lao insisted he take a break, warning that otherwise his health would suffer. Today, being Saturday, with no classes at school, Jiang Fan invited Chu Ruoxi to accompany him on a mountain climb. Jiang Fan, look how clear the stream water is. Indeed, Jiang Fan nodded in agreement. Before them, the stream sparkled with crystal clarity, its placid surface flowing gently, occasionally disturbed by a playful fish creating ripples, as though shattering a mirror. Look, there are little fish too. Hee. Chu Ruoxi exclaimed joyfully, her delight reminiscent of a child. She crouched beside the stream, her slender fingers dipping into the water. It's so refreshing. Jiang Fan, come quickly. The water feels amazing. Jiang Fan joined her, but to his surprise, Chu Ruoxi splashed some water onto his face with her fair hand. Giggling, Chu Ruoxi reveled in her playful victory. Realizing he had been tricked, Jiang Fan retaliated by splashing water back at her. Seeing this, Chu Ruoxi quickly sprang to her feet and ran away. Ruoxi, stop right there, Jiang Fan called out with a laugh. Chu Ruoxi, unheeding, dashed upstream along the stream's banks. The two continued their playful chase until they reached the mountain summit. Standing atop the peak, they gazed into the distance, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over them. Chu Ruoxi cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted towards the horizon. The distant hills echoed her voice. There's an echo, she exclaimed, filled with joy. Jiang Fan, you should shout too. Jiang Fan set his backpack down on a rock, took a deep breath, and cupped his hand around his mouth, calling out to the undulating mountains in the distance, Ruoxi. The echo soon returned, reverberating, Ruoxi, Ruoxi, Ruoxi. Hearing her name resonate through the mountains, Chu Ruoxi leaped with glee. She called out again, Jiang Fan. As her voice faded, the mountains responded, Jiang Fan, Jiang Fan, Jiang Fan. Zhu Zhu Si, as if uncovering a monumental secret, continued to shout until her throat grew sore, prompting her to pause. Jiang Fan hurriedly retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, offering her a few sips, which provided her some comfort. Not yet satisfied with the fun, Chu Ruoxi, unable to contain her excitement, turned to Jiang Fan with a playful pout. Jiang Fan, I want to hear more. Can you help me shout? All right. Jiang Fan smiled at the adorable Chu Ruoxi and complied. He climbed atop a slightly elevated rock to gain a better vantage point. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, furrowing his brow as if contemplating a significant decision. Just as he was about to shout, he hesitated and closed his mouth. After waiting several seconds without hearing Jiang Fan call out, Chu Ruoxi curiously asked, Jiang Fan, is your voice also feeling off? Oh, no. Jiang Fan quickly denied, clenching his fists as if to bolster his own courage. He inhaled deeply once more and shouted towards the distant mountains, Ruoxi, I love you. Jiang Fan's voice wavered with excitement as he spoke. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's proclamation, Chu Ruoxi's heart swelled with sweetness, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. This was the first time Jiang Fan had uttered I love you since they had established their romantic relationship. At that moment, her happiness knew no bounds. Chu Ruoxi understood that Jiang Fan was not one to express his feelings easily, so for him to say such words, he must have summoned considerable courage. Ruoxi, I love you. I love you. I love you. The echoes from the distant mountains continued to resonate, amplifying Jiang Fan's declaration of love across the expanse of nature. Deeply moved, Chu Ruoxi echoed back, Jiang Fan, I love you too. I want to be with you forever. Echoes reverberated throughout the mountainous terrain. Jiang Fan was equally moved, gazing at Chu Ruoxi before him. He opened his arms, unable to resist enveloping her in a warm embrace. At that moment, Chu Ruoxi nestled against Jiang Fan like a delicate bird, yearning for time to stand still, wishing to remain in his arms forever. Jiang Fan, unaware of the reason behind the restlessness that surged within him whenever he drew near to Chu Ruoxi, felt a heat coursing through his body, compelling him to kiss her. Chu Ruoxi sensed Jiang Fan's breath drawing closer, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. She slightly lifted her face, closed her eyes, and anticipated his kiss. The last time they were in the Qingshi alley, she had bestowed her first kiss upon him. Every recollection of their kiss ignited a peculiar sensation within her, making her crave the experience once more. Jiang Fan beheld the enchanting Chu Ruoxi and gradually closed his eyes, capturing her ruby lips with his. As their lips met, a tingling sensation coursed through them, akin to a jolt of electricity. Chu Ruoxi could not suppress a soft moan, relishing the very sensation she had longed for. She melted in Jiang Fan's embrace, their lips drawing closer together, just as Chu Ruoxi felt as if she were swimming in a sea of comfort. Her lips were gently pried open by a soft presence, meeting her pearly teeth. For reasons unknown, her teeth parted slightly. When their tongues intertwined, an even more intense current surged through their bodies, igniting a flame of desire within them. Chapter 117, An Unexpected Encounter at Hucking. After climbing Lingwu Mountain, Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoxi returned to Hucking University by car. Following dinner, they strolled hand in hand around the campus. As they passed by Building 3, they fortuitously encountered the esteemed Professor Qiao of Hucking University. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, Professor Qiao was momentarily taken aback, then glanced at Chu Ruoxi beside him, seemingly grasping the situation, and chuckled heartily. Jiang Fan, my boy, you've done well. It hasn't been long since the semester began, and you've already found yourself a girlfriend. Uncle Qiao, we established our relationship before university. Jiang Fan replied. Ah, so it's a case of early romance. Professor Qiao teased, eliciting a blush from Jiang Fan. Chu Ruoxi, observing Professor Qiao, found him somewhat familiar. After a moment, she recalled that he was the esteemed academic from their university. He had delivered a speech during the opening ceremony. She had heard from the senior students that Professor Qiao had received the Lifetime Achievement Award in Long Country and was regarded alongside Professor Long from Longke University as pillars of a nation. Professor Long was Jiang Fan's mentor, whom she had met before. How could Jiang Fan possibly know such a prominent figure? Moreover, they seemed quite familiar with one another. Chu Ruoxi discovered a sense of mystery surrounding her boyfriend, Jiang Fan, realizing that the people he knew were all titans of the research community. Yet, she did not dwell on it too much, for it was Jiang Fan as a person that she cherished. She greeted Professor Qiao with a cheerful demeanor. Hello, Professor Qiao. Professor Qiao, slightly taken aback, responded, Oh, young lady, you know me? I heard your speech at the opening ceremony. She replied, You're a student at Hucking University? Professor Qiao inquired. Yes, Chu Ruoxi affirmed. Upon hearing her response, Professor Qiao felt a pang of regret. Back when he vied with Professor Long for Jiang Fan's talents, he had failed to consider approaching Jiang Fan through his girlfriend. If he had persuaded her to encourage Jiang Fan to attend Hucking University, it would have been a straightforward endeavor. He would have become Jiang Fan's mentor, leaving no room for Professor Long truly. A misstep led to further missteps. Noticing the look of regret on Professor Qiao's face, Jiang Fan inquired curiously, Uncle Qiao, is something the matter? Professor Qiao cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Fan and remarked, You certainly know how to keep secrets. Jiang Fan was perplexed by Professor Qiao's words, but chose not to pursue it further. Instead, he said, Uncle Qiao, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Where's the rush? Aren't you going to introduce your girlfriend to me? Professor Qiao chided playfully. Jiang Fan then realized and turned to Chu Ruoxi, saying, This is Chu Ruoxi. Chu Ruoxi, a lovely name, and a beautiful person as well. Haha, Professor Qiao complimented. Thank you for your kind words, Uncle Qiao. Chu Ruoxi replied, noticing that Jiang Fan consistently referred to Professor Qiao as Uncle Qiao, since she was his girlfriend. She followed suit. Very well, Ruoxi, if you encounter any troubles at Hucking, feel free to come to me without hesitation. I have some influence here. He laughed. Thank you, Uncle Qiao. Hee. Chu Ruoxi said cheerfully, aware that Professor Qiao was not just influential, but extremely well respected at Hucking University. Seeing Chu Ruoxi's lively and courteous demeanor, Professor Qiao felt reassured. He had witnessed Jiang Fan's brilliance firsthand. He was undoubtedly the future of Long Country. Thus, his partner must be sensible and not hinder his research endeavors. At that moment, Professor Chiao suddenly recalled something and pulled Jiang Fan aside. Jiang Fan, do you have a solid understanding of nanotechnology? I have some knowledge, Jiang Fan replied modestly. You're being humble. The nanophotonic interference measurement technology you discussed with Yifei is several grades superior to my own research. Jiang Fan's expression shifted slightly at the mention of Qiao Yifei, glancing at Chu Ruoshi with an awkward demeanor. Noticing this, Professor Chiao quickly fell silent. He had previously been unaware of Jiang Fan's relationship, and had even attempted to employ his niece Qiao Yifei's charms to entice Jiang Fan to attend Longke University. He had been puzzled as to why Jiang Fan hadn't taken the bait, only to realize he had a girlfriend. Let us put that aside for now. I need to tell you something very important. You previously developed the ITER supermagnet material. The beautiful nation is threatening us to provide them with technology. Since we haven't complied, they are imposing chip sanctions against us. They are restricting chip exports to Long country to coerce us into sharing ITER's supermagnet technology. In response, the state is intensifying its research on chip technology, and since you have expertise in nanotechnology, which is closely related to chips, I need to borrow you from Professor Long for a while to assist in chip research. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Fan would feel compelled to accept such a request for national interests. However, while he had some understanding of chips in his past life, he knew that delving into chip research was quite challenging. Just as Jiang Fan pondered his dilemma, the system's voice echoed in his mind. System. Choice system activated. Choice 1. Accept Professor Chiao's request and gain 7-nanometer lithography technology. Choice 2. Decline Professor Chiao's request and receive no rewards. Upon hearing the system's voice, Jiang Fan was filled with excitement. The system always seemed to arrive at the most opportune moments. Without hesitation, he chose the first option, and instantly, the 7-nanometer lithography technology flooded into his mind. Jiang Fan was acutely aware that successfully developing chips would require overcoming two key technologies, lithography and silicon wafer materials. He now possesses the advanced technology of a 7-nanometer lithography machine, granted by the system. As long as he develops the corresponding silicon wafer technology, he will be able to create chips. Presently, the finest chip technology on Blue Star is the 7-nanometer chip from the beautiful country. The system has awarded Jiang Fan a 7-nanometer lithography machine, which implies that once he masters the requisite silicon wafer technology, he can indeed fabricate 7-nanometer chips. Uncle Chiao, I am eager to collaborate with you on this research, Jiang Fan declared to the venerable Chiao. Splendid. With your assistance, I am confident that our Dragon Nation can develop a 10-nanometer chip, Xiao Shan exclaimed with palpable excitement. 10-nanometer chips? Uncle Chiao, isn't the most advanced technology in the world the 7-nanometer chip? Jiang Fan inquired, puzzled. Xiao Shan appeared somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, the most advanced technology currently is the 7-nanometer chip. Given our existing technology and equipment, producing a 10-nanometer chip is already the utmost limit. Just as Jiang Fan was about to respond, the system's voice resonated once more. System, task issued. Develop a 7-nanometer chip to rescue the patriotic enterprise Huawei Technology Company, turning its losses into profits. Task reward, 4-nanometer chip technology. Chapter 118, Research Institute Number 3. System, task issued. Develop a 7-nanometer chip to rescue the patriotic enterprise Huawei Technology Company, turning its losses into profits. Task reward, 4-nanometer chip technology. Upon seeing this task, Jiang Fan suddenly recalled that during the last World Mathematics Summit, a representative from Huawei Technology was present. During their casual conversation, Jiang Fan had learned that Huawei Technology primarily engages in mobile phones and telecommunications. The recent chip sanctions imposed by the beautiful country would undoubtedly have a significant impact on them. Since the system has deemed Huawei a patriotic enterprise, Jiang Fan is naturally inclined to offer his assistance. In truth, aiding Huawei Technology in reversing its fortunes hinges on the development of Dragon Nation's chips, rendering the sanctions from the beautiful country ineffective. Having grasped the crux of the matter, Jiang Fan knew precisely what steps to take next. Upon witnessing Jiang Fan's agreement to collaborate on chip research, Elder Chiao promptly contacted Elder Long. Initially, Elder Long reacted with reluctance to Jiang Fan's involvement, as he had only just allowed him a brief respite of 2 days. Yet, Elder Chiao insisted on thrusting Jiang Fan back into the fray of chip research, unwilling to see the young man jeopardize his health, for Jiang Fan plays a pivotal role in the future technological advancement of Dragon Nation. Ultimately, Jiang Fan elucidated the situation to Elder Long. The economic sanctions from the beautiful country pose a threat to the very lifeblood of Dragon Nation's economy. Elder Long had no choice but to acquiesce, assuring that the matters concerning the Dragon Journal were entrusted to several esteemed professors selected by the state, thus posing no issues. Elder Long's Mecha Energy Laboratory has successfully tested the coating for lithium iron phosphate batteries, enhancing their performance by 50. Currently, it is in the optimization phase and is not overly demanding at the moment. Additionally, Elder Long is slated to visit the National Rocket Energy Research Base shortly to further investigate rocket propellant projects. Hence, allowing Jiang Fan to engage in chip research would undoubtedly benefit his future development. Upon receiving Elder Long's approval, Elder Qiao declared that should they succeed in their research, he would bestow upon Jiang Fan a set of Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain teacups. This delighted Elder Long, who humorously urged Jiang Fan to ensure the successful development of the chip. He had long coveted Qiao's exquisite porcelain teacups. Rest assured, teacher, I shall certainly develop the chip and retrieve Uncle Qiao's blue and white teacup for you. Jiang Fan exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Ah, splendid. Elder Long's laughter echoed through the phone. Elder Qiao felt a pang of dissatisfaction, as it seemed to him that this teacher-student duo was conspiring to seize his treasure. However, if Jiang Fan truly manages to develop a 10-nanometer chip, he would gladly relinquish the Song Dynasty porcelain to Elder Long. Uncle Qiao, shall we proceed? Jiang Fan said, having hung up the phone. Proceed? Where to? Xiao Shan asked, slightly bewildered. To the laboratory, Jiang Fan replied, feeling an inexplicable thrill at the prospect of research. At this hour? It's already 8 p.m. Not a worry, I tend to stay up late. Elder Qiao felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing Jiang Fan's eagerness for chip research. After all, such endeavors are no trifling matter, and early exposure would undoubtedly be beneficial. Very well, I shall lead you there, Elder Qiao said, preparing to escort Jiang Fan towards the entrance of Hucking. The Chip Research Institute is not located within Hucking University, but rather at the National Research Institute No. 3. Just as Jiang Fan and Elder Qiao took a couple of steps, a voice called out from a distance. Jiang Fan. It was Chu Ruoshi, his girlfriend. Jiang Fan quickly made his way over to her. Ruoshi, I have some experimental matters to attend to with Uncle Qiao, so I want to be able to accompany you this evening. Oh, very well, then you go ahead. Chu Ruoshi responded, her tone tinged with clear displeasure. Yet, she recognized that Jiang Fan was destined to become a researcher, and interacting with esteemed figures like academician Xiao would greatly benefit his future development. As his girlfriend, she could not afford to hinder his progress. Well then, I shall take my leave, Ruoshi. Jiang Fan felt a twinge of reluctance. However, some sacrifices must be made. Chu Ruoshi nodded in agreement. With that, Jiang Fan turned back toward Elder Qiao. Just a few steps later, he heard Chu Ruoshi calling his name again. Jiang Fan. He halted, turning to face her. To his surprise, she dashed up to him, gently pecking him on the cheek and whispering, I love you. With that, her face flushed crimson as she hurried away. Jiang Fan watched her retreating figure, his heart swelling with sweetness, softly murmuring to her fading silhouette, Ruoshi, I love you too. It was only when Chu Ruoshi vanished into the crowd that Jiang Fan regained his composure and walked over to Elder Qiao. Elder Qiao wore a broad smile. That girl is quite remarkable. You are indeed fortunate. Jiang Fan smiled bashfully. Jiang Fan, focus on your research. With me stationed at Hucking University, I will ensure that no one dares to cause her trouble. Thank you, Uncle Qiao. Our relationship is such that there is no need for formalities. At the National Research Institute No. 3 in Kyoto, 2 guards stood at attention with firearms, flanking either side of the entrance. As Elder Qiao drove up to the gate, the guards acknowledged him with a salute, but did not permit Jiang Fan to pass. Elder Qiao was well aware of the Institute's regulations, where unauthorized personnel were strictly prohibited. He took out his phone and called Director Zhang of the Research Institute, explaining the situation. Once the guards received a call from Director Zhang, they allowed Jiang Fan entry. Jiang Fan, please do not take offense. This is a National Research Institute, and the projects conducted within are highly confidential, hence the stringent checks on personnel entering and exiting. I understand, Uncle Qiao, Jiang Fan replied, as he had previously worked at National Research Institute, making him quite familiar with such protocols. Instead of heading directly to the laboratory, Elder Qiao first took Jiang Fan to Director Zhang's office. Director Zhang, allow me to introduce Jiang Fan, who has come to assist me with chip research. Upon seeing the youthful Jiang Fan, Director Zhang appeared momentarily taken aback, silently questioning how such a young individual could engage in chip research. He presumed Jiang Fan was merely a student brought in for an internship by Elder Qiao. Professor Qiao, is this your student? How I wish I had such an outstanding pupil. He is a student of old Master Long, and after much persuasion, he finally lent me some of his time. A student of old Master Long? You mean the one who developed lithium iron phosphate power batteries, Jiang Fan? Indeed, Professor Qiao replied, continuing, he is also the chief editor of Longke, the developer of ITER magnet materials, and involved in several classified national projects. Director Zhang was taken aback upon hearing Professor Qiao's introduction, especially when he learned Jiang Fan had worked on some confidential national projects. As the director of the Research Institute, he understood the weight of that statement. Professor Jiang Fan, welcome. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. Director Zhang exclaimed, shaking Jiang Fan's hand firmly. You flatter me, Director Zhang. Jiang Fan humbly responded. With your assistance, I feel at ease. Haha. In Chapter 119, his heart deserves punishment. Director Zhang personally facilitated the issuance of the identification for Research Institute No. 3, ensuring Jiang Fan's future access. He even provided his contact information to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, should the laboratory require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. Thank you, Director Zhang. Jiang Fan expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, Professor Qiao led Jiang Fan to the chip laboratory. The laboratory was divided into two sections. One focused on lithography machines, while the other dealt with silicon wafer materials. Professor Qiao first took Jiang Fan to the lithography machine laboratory. This is the lithography machine used to fabricate chips, he explained, gesturing towards the massive apparatus. Uncle Qiao, to what precision can this lithography machine operate? 21 nanometers. 21 nanometers? How inadequate! Jiang Fan couldn't help but frown. This was purchased from the beautiful country for a staggering 1 billion. Presently, it is the most precise lithography machine in our nation, Professor Qiao remarked, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Chip technology is indeed a weakness for our country. We rely on imports for high-performance chips required in mobile phones, computers, televisions, and more. The recent economic sanctions imposed by the beautiful country targeted chips precisely because of this issue. In the commercial realm, the most advanced chips developed independently by our country have only achieved a precision of 27 nanometers. These rudimentary, low-performance chips can only be utilized in basic devices. Ultimately, the precision of chips hinges on the sophistication of the lithography machine. If the lithography machine can only achieve a precision of 21 nanometers, then the highest performance of the resulting chips will also be limited to 21 nanometers. Upon a brief inspection, Jiang Fan noted the stark contrast between this outdated lithography machine and the 7-nanometer machine he envisioned from his system rewards. They were simply not on the same level. Furthermore, the components within this lithography machine were exceedingly antiquated, devoid of any practical value. The beautiful country, having deemed this machine obsolete, sold it to our nation under the assumption that we would be unable to develop a more advanced lithography machine based on its principles. They were convinced that, as the design principles change significantly for machines achieving precision below 15 nanometers, we would be misled in our research direction. Thus, they profited from our expenditures while intentionally diverting our technological advancements. Truly, their intentions are reprehensible. However, Jiang Fan refrained from immediately addressing the issues with the lithography machine. He needed to fully comprehend the current situation of the Research Institute before devising a concrete plan. As Professor Qiao elaborated on the design theory of the lithography machine, Jiang Fan interjected, Uncle Qiao, could you take it to see the silicon wafer equipment? Professor Qiao, unfazed by Jiang Fan's interruption, led him to an adjacent laboratory. Inside, a researcher clad in a white lab coat was engrossed in her work. When she turned around, Jiang Fan was surprised to recognize her as a familiar female researcher. Her features were exquisite, with slightly upturned eyes that added an alluring quality to her visage. Despite her lab attire, her curvaceous figure was evident. Upon seeing Professor Qiao, she expressed her confusion. Uncle, I thought you were going home due to your back pain? Why are you here again? In that instant, Jiang Fan realized who she was, Qiao Yifei, the niece of Professor Qiao. It was she who had accompanied Jiang Fan on a tour of Longke University at the behest of her uncle, making him blush back then. However, it was also Qiao Yifei who inadvertently led Jiang Fan to receive the system reward of the all-nighter capsules, enabling him to conduct research late into the night. Moreover, his current relationship with Chu Ruoshi stemmed from a misunderstanding, believing that the online persona Little Wildcat belonged to Qiao Yifei. In a twist of fate, it had brought them together. If one were to put it this way, Qiao Yifei could be considered a benefactor to Jiang Fan. Out of courtesy, he greeted her, Senior Yifei, You are here as well. Finally noticing Jiang Fan in his lab coat, Xiao Yifei looked at him in astonishment. Jiang Fan? How did you end up here? Jiang Fan is the one I brought along. He will be researching chip technology with us from now on, Professor Qiao explained. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yifei felt a surge of excitement. Ever since her visit to Longke, where she witnessed Jiang Fan's remarkable performance in the freshman traditional challenge, his image had often lingered in her mind. Although her friend Xia Xiaoyu had informed her that Jiang Fan had a girlfriend, she couldn't shake the inexplicable feelings she harbored for him. Sometimes she questioned herself. How could a woman who had dated more than 10 men find herself attracted to an 18-year-old boy? After spending days in self-reflection, she had nearly forgotten Jiang Fan. Yet, his sudden reappearance rekindled the flickering flame of her emotions. Yifei, what are you daydreaming about? Didn't you hear me call you? Professor Qiao chided. I was just contemplating the experimental data. Xiao Yifei quickly fibbed, fully aware that her thoughts were not on the data, but rather on Jiang Fan. If you're too fatigued, you should rest. The silicon wafer purification process cannot be accomplished in a day or two. No, I'm not tired at all, Xiao Yifei insisted, unwilling to leave Jiang Fan's side. Very well, since you both are acquainted, I need not introduce you further. Please explain to Jiang Fan the current status of the silicon wafer research in the laboratory. Certainly, Xiao Yifei eagerly agreed, though she restrained her enthusiasm with her uncle present. Thus, she composed herself and began to earnestly explain the silicon wafer research to Jiang Fan. Currently, the purity of silicon extraction at our research institute stands at 99, albeit with some instability. The highest purity silicon wafers on Blue Star are produced by the illustrious nation known as America, boasting a purity of 99 at present. We lag behind them by a mere 1 in terms of technology. Jiang Fan is acutely aware that despite the seemingly insignificant difference of 1 in purity, the technological demands are extraordinarily high. Furthermore, as we progress, surpassing the 0, 1 mark becomes increasingly arduous. Chapter 120, Gathering Personnel. After Xiao Yifei introduced Jiang Fan, Elder Qiao guided him on a tour of the entire Chip Research Institute. The primary focus of Research Institute number 3 is, indeed, the study of chips. Currently, there are a total of 120 researchers, each responsible for different components of chip technology. Among them, 75 are dedicated to the study of lithography machines, while 45 focus on silicon wafer technology. Elder Qiao serves as the chief engineer of the entire Chip Research Institute, overseeing the direction of chip research. Having grasped the overall situation of the institute, Jiang Fan felt a sense of relief. As a lithography technology rewarded by the system necessitates the collaboration of numerous related researchers to succeed. Uncle Qiao, do we have any accommodations at the institute? Indeed, there are some vacant dormitories. I shall arrange one for you. This way, you won't have to expend your energy commuting every day. Elder Qiao replied. Could you arrange for rooms for me? For rooms? What on earth do you need so many for? Elder Qiao asked, somewhat perplexed. My teacher's research lab has 3 researchers. We collaborated quite well before, and I would like to bring them along. Are you referring to the researchers who worked on lithium iron phosphate batteries with you? Yes. That is splendid. We are currently short-handed here. Their arrival will certainly be beneficial. You needn't worry about the dormitory arrangements. I will take care of it. Subsequently, Jiang Fan and Elder Qiao continued to discuss matters concerning the chips. By around 10 o'clock that evening, they prepared to head back. Just as they exited the laboratory, they were surprised to find Xiao Yifei waiting for them outside. Yifei, why aren't you heading to the dormitory to sleep? We have many experiments to conduct tomorrow. Uncle, I need to return to Longke University to fetch some change of clothes. Very well, come back with me. Elder Qiao said as he drove Jiang Fan and Xiao Yifei away from Research Institute number 3. Elder Qiao first dropped Jiang Fan off at Longke University before finally heading back to Longke University. On the way back, Elder Qiao directly inquired Yifei, do you have feelings for Jiang Fan? No, not at all. Xiao Yifei hurriedly denied, slightly flustered by her uncle's sudden question. Having watched you grow up, do you think I wouldn't know you? Elder Qiao remarked, suspecting that Xiao Yifei had displayed too much enthusiasm towards Jiang Fan during the car ride. Oh, she could only respond, conceding that Jiang Fan was indeed remarkable, but he already had a girlfriend, so it would be best for her to relinquish such thoughts. What if he has a girlfriend? It's not like they can't break up, Xiao Yifei muttered. Suddenly, Elder Qiao slammed the brakes, causing a screeching sound between the tires and the road. Thankfully, both were buckled in. Otherwise, they might have been thrown from their seats. They were both quite startled. Taking a moment to recover, Elder Qiao, with a serious demeanor, addressed Xiao Yifei. You may pursue romance with whomever you wish, but do not entangle yourself with Jiang Fan. He is of paramount importance to Longhua. Xiao Yifei was taken aback by Elder Xiao's stern expression. She had never seen him speak so gravely to her. Oh, she instinctively replied. However, what Elder Xiao failed to grasp was that the more one suppresses feelings, the more fervently they tend to flourish. The following day, after breakfast, Jiang Fan arrived at Long Lao's research lab. At that moment, Niusu was already at the computer, organizing data. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, he was taken aback. Jiang Fan, why are you here? Just a little matter. Has Xia Xiaoyu and Su Guangyuan arrived yet? Not yet, but they should be here soon. Are you looking for them? I can message them now, Niusu said as he sent a message to Xia Xiaoyu and Su Guangyuan via WeChat. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the laboratory, jogging. As soon as Xia Xiaoyu entered the lab, she cheerfully teased Jiang Fan. The chief engineer has arrived. What orders do you have for us? I have a research project I'd like you to participate in. I'm curious if you're interested. Jiang Fan addressed the trio. Of course we are, they exclaimed in unison. What project is it, Jiang Fan? Xia Xiaoyu asked eagerly. The three of them were currently most enthusiastic about conducting research alongside Jiang Fan. Just a short while ago, they had collaborated with him and successfully developed lithium iron phosphate power batteries in less than half a month, earning accolade from both the university and the state. Now in their fourth year, they believe that their experience with lithium iron phosphate batteries would afford them a smooth path to securing commendable research positions upon graduation. More importantly, working with Jiang Fan also meant financial gain. Should they manage to achieve further research results alongside him, their futures would undoubtedly be on an upward trajectory. In their eyes, Jiang Fan now held a status even higher than Long Lao. With just a word from him, they would follow him without hesitation. They gazed at Jiang Fan with sparkling eyes, their admiration unmistakable. Please, try not to get too excited. This project may require us to enter a closed research phase. What's closed research? We've done that before. We can jump right in without any issues, Xia Xiaoyu declared, thumping her chest. Although Jiang Fan's closed research was arduous, it paled in comparison to the significance of producing results. Jiang Fan, what exactly is the project? Nusu inquit gudio sili. The chip project. The chip project? The trio exclaimed in astonishment, fully aware that the chip project was a national priority. They had heard that the state invests as much as $6 billion annually into chip research. However, they also understood that it was an exceptionally challenging endeavor. Jiang Fan, the chip project is a grand undertaking that necessitates the collaboration of numerous researchers. It may be difficult for just the four of us to achieve significant results. Su Guangyuan expressed his concerns. We won't be conducting the research here. We will be at the National Research Institute, which has over 100 researchers and state-of-the-art equipment. Jiang Fan clarified. The National Research Institute? The trio was once again taken aback, realizing that the researchers there were selected through a rigorous process. They had heard that the minimum educational qualification for researchers there was a graduate degree. Yet, they had not even graduated from their undergraduate studies. And Jiang Fan was merely a freshman. Jiang Fan, you're not joking with us, are you? When have I ever jested with you? Do you wish to participate in this research or not? I want to join. Jiang Fan, you will be my superior. I would follow you through fire and water. They all hastily declared. After all, this was the National Research Institute. Only a fool would decline such an opportunity. The crucial point was whether Jiang Fan was speaking the truth. Chapter 121. Congratulations, you answered correctly. Research Institute number 3 in Kyoto. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Ha ha ha. In the office of the chief engineer, Old Xiao was exuberantly pacing back and forth, his excitement bubbling over as he struggled to articulate the elation swelling within him. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan sat composedly on the office sofa, contemplating the allocation of personnel. Early that morning, he had brought Su Guangyuan, Xia Xiaoyu, and Niusu to Research Institute No. 3, entrusting them to Qiao Yifei for a familiarization tour of the environment. While he himself had come to present the meticulously prepared lithography machine technical schematics he had worked on late into the previous night. Upon perusing the documents, Old Xiao transformed into a whirlwind of enthusiasm, his demeanor almost frenetic. A 7-nanometer lithography machine. This is indeed a marvel, he chattered, his words tumbling out in a joyous frenzy that might lead an unsuspecting observer to believe he had lost his sanity. Jiang Fan, you are truly a genius. I was exceedingly wise to borrow you from Old Long. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Old Xiao's fervent gaze, Jiang Fan tactfully shifted the conversation. Uncle Xiao, this is merely a design schematic for the lithography machine. After all, we have yet to achieve successful development. Yes, we have yet to achieve success, haha. However, with your detailed design schematics, I believe that crafting one is merely a question of time. Old Xiao exclaimed. By the way, Jiang Fan, you are now fully responsible for the lithography machine research department. I trust that achieving results within a month will pose no challenge. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Fan replied, the number of researchers is not an issue. It all hinges on funding. What is your estimated budget? Old Xiao inquired. Approximately 500 million should suffice. Jiang Fan estimated. Only 500 million? That is hardly a problem. Just a few days ago, the government allocated 2 billion in research funding to bolster chip development. Old Xiao declared, his financial bravado evident. Then a month's timeline should be more than feasible. Jiang Fan noted, having calculated that with diligent overtime, completion could realistically be achieved in 10 to 15 days. Splendid. Old Xiao beamed like a child, recalling the 7 years that had passed since the establishment of the Chip Research Institute, during which he had led chip technology research for 5 years without significant breakthroughs. He never anticipated that Jiang Fan would pioneer the most advanced 7-nanometer lithography machine technology on Blue Planet. Such a revelation was enough to ignite his excitement. His curiosity piqued. He wondered how Jiang Fan had accomplished this feat surely. He could not believe that Jiang Fan had merely glanced at the schematics the night prior and had since mastered the technology. Jiang Fan, how exactly did you develop the 7-nanometer lithography technology? Old Xiao could no longer restrain his inquisitiveness. Uncle Xiao, I had previously researched lithography machines without success. But after our discussion last night, inspiration struck. Jiang Fan concocted a convenient excuse, aware that revealing the existence of a technological system in his mind would lead to unwanted scrutiny. Really? Old Xiao questioned, his skepticism evident. Jiang Fan's explanation seemed implausible. How could merely a conversation of over an hour lead to the development of 7-nanometer lithography technology? The difficulty involved was not lost on Old Xiao, who understood better than anyone the challenges that had stymied the 100 researchers of the Institute over 7 years. Yet Jiang Fan spoke as if solving a simple mathematical equation. Nevertheless, Old Xiao decided to focus on the pressing task of bringing the lithography machine to fruition. Jiang Fan, how do you plan to proceed? I have already outlined the materials needed and would appreciate your assistance in procuring or customizing them as soon as possible. Jiang Fan replied, leave the materials to me. Old Xiao affirmed, regarding personnel, I heard you mention that the lithography machine comprises 75 researchers, including myself and Su Guangyuan. That totals 79 individuals. Since the machine consists of 10 system components, I propose dividing the personnel into 10 small teams. Jiang Fan shared his thoughts, and Old Xiao wholeheartedly endorsed his personnel allocation. After reviewing the original personnel grouping, they collaborated to create a new personnel plan. Once completed, Old Xiao suggested convening all researchers from the lithography department in a conference room, allowing Jiang Fan to explain the design schematics to them. In the Research Institute's conference room, all researchers from the lithography department gathered. Jiang Fan and Old Xiao had yet to arrive when they noticed 3 unfamiliar young individuals seated in the corner, prompting hushed speculation among the attendees. What are those 3 doing here? What else could they be? Just look at them. They're likely inexperienced interns. Honestly, Old Xiao should know better. With our tight research schedule, where's the time to mentor interns? Xia Xiaoyu and her companions felt somewhat out of place, surrounded by the creme de la creme of Long Country's elite talents, chosen after rigorous selection processes. In comparison, as undergraduates, they felt a pang of inferiority. One researcher seated nearby addressed Xia Xiaoyu, young lady, which university do you attend? With some hesitation, she replied, Longke University. I'm in my final year and have yet to graduate. Ah, Longke University is commendable. Keep up the good work. The researcher encouraged. Xia Xiaoyu timidly inquired, Senior, which school did you graduate from? Harvard in beautiful country, came the nonchalant reply, accompanied by an unintentional glimmer of pride. Xia Xiao, Su Guanguinang. And their peers exchanged admiring glances. You needn't look at me with such admiration. There are plenty of masters and doctors here. Just then, Old Xiao and Jiang Fan entered the room. Old Xiao stepped forward to the podium and addressed the assembly. Everyone, please quiet down. I have some good news to share with you today. Upon hearing the promise of good news, the researchers fell silent, their expressions brimming with anticipation. Chief Engineer Xiao, have we developed the 17-nanometer lithography technology? A researcher jested, prompting laughter from several others. For them, nothing would be more exhilarating than a breakthrough in lithography technology. Though achieving a 17-nanometer advancement was a formidable challenge, Old Xiao glanced at the jesting researcher and chuckled. Congratulations, you are correct. Chapter 122. Today is April Fool's Day. Congratulations. You are correct. The room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Academician Xiao, you're not joking with us, are you? One researcher asked incredulously. When have I ever joked about research and technology? Old Xiao replied earnestly. Academician Xiao serves as the chief engineer at their research institute. While he occasionally engages in light-hearted banter with his colleagues, he never trifles with the intricacies of chip technology. The 21-nanometer lithography machine, procured from the United States, has been meticulously examined by them from various angles, including software, components, and materials. They have thoroughly mastered the technology of the 21-nanometer lithography machine. 3 years ago, Academician Xiao proposed a research plan for a 17-nanometer lithography machine. Consequently, they have labored day and night, experimenting, refining, and re-experimenting. To date, they have lost count of the number of trials conducted. Although they have faced continuous failures, just a month ago, they unexpectedly discovered a novel material for lithography machine research. They surmise that Academician Xiao must have validated the feasibility of this new material. If this is indeed the case, could it be that they have genuinely developed the technology for a 17-nanometer lithography machine? At this moment, everyone believes it to be true. Their breaths quicken with a palpable sense of excitement. After 7 long years, they have finally surmounted the technological barriers of lithography machines from the United States and created their own, though it is merely 17 nanometers. It holds immense significance for the Dragon Nation. As the saying goes, every beginning is difficult. Once they have crossed the 20-nanometer threshold in lithography technology, they could potentially achieve breakthroughs to 11 nanometers within 5 years. In the realm of lithography technology, the range from 21 to 30 nanometers constitutes a medium technical level. The range from 11 to 20 nanometers represents a higher technical tier. The most advanced 7-nanometer technology, classified as top tier, is currently monopolized by the United States. Hence, the development of 17-nanometer lithography technology by the Dragon Nation signifies their entry into an advanced level of lithography technology. The more they contemplate, the more exhilarated they become, spontaneously erupting into thunderous applause. Every face radiates excitement and joy. Some researchers cannot help but cover their faces with tears, a testament to their profound emotional investment in this technological breakthrough. On the stage, Elder Xiao gazes at the crowd of researchers, fully aware of their feelings. Earlier in his office, upon seeing the lithography machine technical drawings presented by Jiang Fan, his reaction surpassed that of the others in fervor. Once the excitement subsides, Elder Xiao continues, "Now, let us welcome Jiang Fan, the developer of the lithography machine technology, to elucidate the technical principles." As Elder Xiao concludes, bewilderment spreads across the audience. What is happening? Is this not the lithography machine technology developed by Academician Xiao? How has it now become associated with Jiang Fan? Who is Jiang Fan? All eyes in the conference room begin to search, quickly locking onto a young man making his way to the front of the stage. A series of questions flood their minds. Is this young man really Jiang Fan, the one who developed the 17-nanometer lithography technology? He appears to be no older than 18 or 19. How is that possible? As researchers, they are acutely aware that the prime age for scientific personnel is between 28 and 35, a period when individuals possess the most experience, knowledge, energy, and mental acuity, an optimal phase for achieving research breakthroughs. Those aged 18 to 28 are primarily in a learning phase and are unlikely to produce significant research outcomes. The notion of an 18 or 19-year-old having accomplished what they have struggled to achieve for 7 years with the 17-nanometer lithography technology is simply unfathomable. There must be a mistake. Presumably, this young man is merely an assistant to Jiang Fan. Just as their minds whirl with confusion, the young man takes the microphone from Elder Xiao and addresses the crowd. "Hello, everyone. I am Jiang Fan." Instantly, the room falls into a hushed silence. Moments later, the conference room erupts into fervent discussion. No way. Could it truly be this young person who has developed the 17-nanometer lithography technology? He looks no older than 17 or 18. I find it impossible to accept. Indeed, we have spent so many years without success, yet he, so young, has managed to achieve the 17-nanometer lithography machine. I would rather believe today is April Fool's Day. Everyone wears expressions of disbelief. However, sitting in the corner, Xia Xiaoyu and her companions exhibit a calm demeanor regarding Jiang Fan's achievement of the 17-nanometer lithography technology. They have grown accustomed to Jiang Fan's extraordinary talent. Xia Xiaoyu observes the astonished expressions of the others and whispers to Su Guangyuan and Niu Su. Oh dear, with such a minor event causing this level of shock. Following Jiang Fan will surely leave them dumbfounded every day. Hee. Su Guangyuan replies quietly, I was so intimidated by their aura earlier that my legs were trembling, but now that Jiang Fan is here, I feel like these high-caliber talents resemble unsophisticated bumpkins who have never seen the world. Hee. Nearby, Niu Su, witnessing the reactions of the crowd, cannot help but feel a surge of pride. Jiang Fan, faced with dozens, if not hundreds, of researchers, has grown remarkably composed. He recalls the initial trepidation he felt when explaining controlled nuclear fusion to a group of experts and professors. Then there was the presentation on lithium iron phosphate power batteries at the northern base. Now, he exudes a certain commanding presence. Everyone, please quiet down. I will first explain the design principles of the lithography machine. If you have any questions, I will leave time for inquiries afterward. The audience immediately falls silent. Their gaze is fixed on Jiang Fan. Though he appears youthful, they cannot deny the poise he displays, something they struggle to emulate. It is widely known that the primary performance indicators of a lithography machine include resolution, alignment accuracy, exposure method, and light source wavelength. One of the core components of the exposure system in a lithography machine is the ultraviolet light source. Common light sources include visible light, G-line, 436 nanometers, ultraviolet, UV, and I-line. Jiang Fan speaks for over an hour, thoroughly elucidating the design principles. Everyone is left speechless, as Jiang Fan's explanations diverge completely from their previous research. Upon concluding his presentation, they vaguely grasp why they have been unable to develop the 17-nanometer lithography machine. Their fundamental research direction was flawed. If anyone has questions regarding the 7-nanometer lithography machine, you may ask now, what? A 7-nanometer lithography machine? Chapter 123. These young people are quite impressive. A 7-nanometer lithography machine? The audience gazes at Jiang Fan puzzled. Jiang Fan smiles gently, stating, I forgot to mention earlier, what I discussed pertains to 7-nanometer lithography technology, not 17-nanometer. 7-nanometer lithography technology? How can that be? The best lithography technology on Blue Star is 7 nanometers, and it is tightly controlled by the United States. Other countries cannot possibly master it. Yet, Jiang Fan claims he has developed a 7-nanometer lithography machine. Everyone is convinced they must be hallucinating. What did he just say? Many people inquire of their neighboring researchers. He seemed to be referring to the 7-nanometer lithography machine. A 7-nanometer lithography machine? How is that even possible? Our nation has yet to conquer the 17-nanometer lithography machine. How could we possibly have advanced to researching a 7-nanometer one? Indeed, I too find it implausible. There was a flurry of discussion among the crowd regarding Jiang Fan's assertions. Subsequently, Jiang Fan addressed the audience once more. If anyone has further inquiries, now is the time to voice them. The individuals engaged in discussion all lifted their heads to look at him. One researcher, somewhat stammering, inquired, I want to ask, is it truly the 7-nanometer lithography technology that you have developed, rather than the 17-nanometer? Jiang Fan smiled and replied, yes, I have indeed developed the 7-nanometer lithography machine. It should be realizable within a month. At this moment, several researchers burst into laughter. They were convinced that this young man was merely boasting. Instantly, doubts arose regarding his claim of a 7-nanometer lithography machine. Many of the seated researchers had spent 6 or 7 years immersed in chip technology. They understood well that even with the design blueprints for a lithography machine, it would be utterly impossible to develop it in less than 6 months to a year. The assertion that this young man could accomplish it in just a month was simply unfathomable. He was still too young, lacking the practical experience. Elder Qiao, noticing the mockery on everyone's faces, recognized their skepticism towards Jiang Fan. Not only did they doubt him, but even Elder Qiao found it hard to believe when Jiang Fan claimed he could develop a 7-nanometer lithography machine in a month. However, he understood that Jiang Fan could not be judged by the standards of ordinary individuals. He recalled that Jiang Fan had, within a month at the northern base, managed to control nuclear fusion for 118 seconds, surpassing the record of a certain country and becoming the world leader. The nation had made strategic deployments regarding this, and had not announced it publicly. Hence, only a select few within the government were privy to Jiang Fan's achievements, all of whom had signed confidentiality agreements. Just recently, Jiang Fan had also developed lithium iron phosphate batteries in a mere half-month, tripling the performance of existing batteries. It was precisely because Elder Xiao was aware of Jiang Fan's past accomplishments that he chose to unreservedly believe in and support him. The researchers in attendance, viewing it through the lens of conventional logic, found it utterly unfeasible. Elder Xiao approached the podium and addressed the assembly. Silence. Only then did everyone cease their discussions about Jiang Fan. I know you harbor some doubts. Surely you have all heard of the lithium iron phosphate battery, yes? The mention of lithium iron phosphate batteries piqued their interest. Although isolated from the outside world, as researchers, they remained keenly aware of scientific advancements. However, what relevance did this have for the young man? Could it be that he participated in the project? At this moment, one researcher exclaimed in surprise. The developer of the lithium iron phosphate battery is also named Jiang Fan. Could it be him? When the nation announced the project, Jiang Fan opted not to disclose his name, which is why few outside the circle were aware of his involvement with the lithium iron phosphate battery. Nevertheless, some internal researchers were informed, yet they only knew the name, lacking knowledge about his appearance. The reason this researcher recognized Jiang Fan's name was due to a classmate of his who was responsible for researching the Mech-S sensor system. When Elder Long had taken Jiang Fan to present earlier, he had seen Jiang Fan. During technical exchanges among classmates, Jiang Fan's name had come up. As this researcher voiced his thoughts, incredulity spread throughout the crowd as they glanced between Elder Xiao and Jiang Fan. Indeed, the very person who had developed the lithium iron phosphate battery was Jiang Fan. Moreover, he had accomplished this in less than half a month. A collective gasp echoed from the audience. To have developed a transformative power battery in under half a month was truly astounding. If that were the case, could Jiang Fan's claim of achieving the 7-nanometer lithography technology within a month also be feasible? As you can see, our lithography machine research department has a few new faces, and I shall introduce them to you. Elder Xiao said with a smile. You three, come up here, don't be shy, as you will all be comrades working side by side from now on. Xiao Xiaoyu and the other two, suddenly called upon by Elder Xiao, felt a rush of anxiety. However, seeing Jiang Fan on stage eased their nerves somewhat. Under Su Guangyuan's guidance, the three stepped forward. Many in the audience wore puzzled expressions, with some internally grumbling. 3 mere interns. Was such an extravagant introduction truly necessary? Little did they know, these three were the very researchers who had collaborated with Jiang Fan on the lithium iron phosphate battery. As Elder Xiao's words settled, astonishment washed over the audience once more. Particularly, the researcher who had recently graduated from Harvard felt his face flush with embarrassment. Reflecting on his earlier haughty demeanor, he now felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. He had assumed they were mere novices, only to discover they were titans. Here he was, a silver-level researcher, flaunting in front of them. Aside from his prestigious degree, he had no notable achievements to his name. Conversely, these individuals, though still students, had already contributed to the lithium iron phosphate battery project. It left him questioning his entire existence. Are today as youth truly this formidable? In the time that followed, none dared to underestimate them. Elder Xiao announced that Jiang Fan would assume the role of chief engineer for the lithography machine research department, overseeing personnel assignments. Subsequently, Jiang Fan declared that the coming month would be dedicated to a closed research mode. Xia Xiaoyu and her companions exchanged smiles at the bewildered faces surrounding them. Chapter 124, Mobile Phones. On the second floor of the Kyoto International Trade Center, the Huawei mobile phone store was currently crowded with numerous people. A man with a head full of bright red hair, dressed in an eye-catching ensemble of red and green, was loudly berating a distressed female employee. Stop with the nonsense. I demand my phone today, or I'll smash your store to pieces. The female employee, looking dejected, explained, Sir, we truly have not received a shipment for the Huawei P10 model yet. If you could wait just 2 more days, I promise to deliver it to you as soon as it arrives. What nonsense. 3 days ago, you said to wait 2 days, and now it's been several days. I must have my phone today. The red-haired man persisted obstinately. But we genuinely do not have that model in stock. Would you consider choosing another phone? Can't you understand plain language? I want that P10. Sir, we really have no stock. Perhaps I could refund your money instead? Refund? Sure. For the P10 at 3,780 yuan, how about you compensate me 10,000 yuan, and we'll call it even. Sir, that's impossible. According to the terms, I can only compensate you 10 of the original price of the red-haired man, pointed accusingly at the female shop assistant. Just as a standoff ensued between them, Manager Zhang, the mall supervisor, hastily arrived on the scene. In an effort to protect the mall's reputation, Manager Zhang showered the red-haired man with conciliatory remarks. ultimately negotiating a compensation of 1,000 yuan for him. What a fool, lacking a phone yet demanding a deposit from me. The red-haired man muttered as he stormed off to the adjacent Apple store. Seeing that there was no spectacle left to witness, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Manager Jiang, initially intending to reprimand the female shop assistant, was aware that this was the 7th or 8th such incident that week. Noticing the assistant with reddened eyes, tears welling up, he refrained from saying anything further and departed instead. At the Kyoto branch of Huawei Technology Company, within the marketing department office, a look of distress clouded Manager Feng's face as he spoke. I sincerely apologize, Manager. Please grant us a little more time. The issue will be resolved shortly. All right. Rest assured. Absolutely. I shall treat you to a meal another day. With that, Manager Feng hung up the phone, his expression heavy with worry. He was responsible for 112 mobile phone specialty stores in Kyoto, and everything had been proceeding smoothly according to his plan. With October now behind them, he anticipated fulfilling the annual sales targets set by headquarters. However, an abrupt shift in the market had left him inundated with complaints. He received no fewer than 20 to 30 calls from mall managers each day, all due to the sudden halt of shipments from Huawei's manufacturing plant. After enduring over 2 hours of calls, he decided to fetch some water, yet his phone rang again. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Manager Jiang from the Kyoto International Trade Mall. Yet another complaint. Sighing in resignation, he knew he had no choice. Taking a deep breath, he answered the call. Hello, Manager Jiang. How do you do? I apologize for the inconvenience. There have been some issues at the manufacturer, but rest assured, they will be resolved shortly. Please allow us a few more days. Understood. Yes, indeed. I shall treat you to a meal later. All right, goodbye. After concluding the call with Manager Jiang, Manager Feng picked up his water cup and headed to the refreshment area. As he passed the Human Resources office, he overheard the HR manager comforting someone on the phone. Shaking his head in resignation, he surmised yet another employee was seeking to resign. When he returned with his water, he encountered the HR manager exiting the office, visibly distressed. They exchanged a knowing glance and a wry smile, an unspoken understanding passing between them. The shortage of supply plaguing their company was a direct consequence of the recent announcement from the United States, halting chip supplies to Huawei Technology. Coincidentally, the factory had just exhausted its stock of chips. Without these essential components, not a single phone could be produced, leaving them to sell only from existing inventory. The critical blow came just before the announcement. Huawei had launched their new high-end P10 smartphone, which boasted not only an attractive design, but also impressive performance at a reasonable price, making it immensely popular among the youth. Within a mere 3 days of its pre-sale, they had sold 100,000 units, marking it as their most successful model. Prior to the pre-sale, they had contracted for 200,000 high-performance chips with the United States. Huawei believed that this smartphone would enable them to capture a larger market share in the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, just as they prepared to expand, the abrupt cessation of chip supplies from the United States caught them off guard, throwing their entire market into disarray. Not only were the 100,000 pre-ordered P10 phones unable to be delivered, but their existing stock would not last much longer either. Many consumers who had pre-ordered found themselves informed of stock shortages upon arriving at the Huawei stores, generating widespread dissatisfaction. Those with a more amicable disposition were willing to wait or opted for refunds, while the more irate customers manifested scenes akin to that of the red-haired man in the Kyoto International Trade Mall. This turmoil led to numerous employees being berated, prompting many to resign. The issues faced by Huawei Technology were not confined to Kyoto. Similar incidents unfolded nationwide on a daily basis. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others lament. Amidst the lamentations of domestic mobile phone companies in the Dragon Kingdom, Apple and Samsung from the United States experienced an extraordinary surge in popularity, rapidly capturing over 75% of the market share. Unable to withstand the pressure, several domestic mobile phone company owners flew to the United States to negotiate a resolution regarding the chip supply crisis. Chapter 125, A Fruitless Encounter. Qualcomm Technologies, a company specializing in chip production, boasted an annual revenue of $24.2 billion and ranked among the Fortune 500 enterprises. Its chip business spanned the globe. And over the years, as the Dragon Kingdom developed rapidly, its chip business accounted for 35% of Qualcomm's total annual revenue. In other words, the Dragon Kingdom imported chips worth approximately 42 billion yuan from Qualcomm each year. Qualcomm was merely one of several companies from which the Dragon Kingdom sourced chips from the United States, and, combined with other firms, the annual importation of chips from the United States approached 300 billion yuan. Today, in the reception area of Qualcomm, several individuals with Eastern features were seated. owners of domestic mobile phone companies from the Dragon Kingdom. "Mr. Lei, how much has your company lost this time?" inquired a plump middle-aged man. Lei Jun, the owner of Xiaomi, wore a troubled expression as he replied, "Sigh, conservatively estimated at 50 million. Fortunately, thanks to my wise decision to import an additional 50,000 chips some time ago. But that one T lasts long. You've only lost 50 million? We've suffered nearly 100 million in just a week. If we don't secure chips soon, our Meizu phone will be forced to declare bankruptcy." As they lamented their company's predicaments, a gaunt elder remained silent. Noticing this, Lei Jun moved to sit beside him and remarked, "Old Run, you are our elder brother. The profits from previous years should have been enough to sustain you for some time. During this crisis, you cannot abandon us." Ren Jingfei, the owner of Huawei Technology, offered a wry smile but remained reticent. To outsiders, it appeared that Huawei Technology had flourished in recent years, ranking first among domestic mobile brands in sales, seemingly awash in wealth. Yet, all the profits have been reinvested into chip research, as he aimed to develop indigenous chips for the Dragon Kingdom, freeing the local mobile industry from dependence on the United States. Unfortunately, just as their chip research was making progress, the United States had announced sanctions on chip supplies to the Dragon Kingdom days prior, leaving his factory idle due to a lack of components, with numerous unfinished products sitting idle on the production line. In just a week's time, they incurred losses amounting to 500 million. On one hand, the company had ceased to be profitable, while on the other, the research into chips was burning through cash daily. Given this predicament, he calculated that at most, within a month, their company would have to declare bankruptcy. He could assert that among those present, he was the most beleaguered. As a leading figure in the domestic mobile phone industry of Dragon Country, he could not afford to display any signs of weakness, for if he were to falter, how could the other company survive? Moreover, his company, Huawei Technology, employed over 100,000 individuals in Dragon Country, all of whom depended on him for their livelihoods. Thus he had to muster the strength to persevere. After waiting for over 10 minutes in the reception area of Qualcomm, their CEO, accompanied by 2 executives, finally arrived. "I apologize for keeping you waiting." Ren Jingfei, the CEO of Huawei Technology, cheerfully rose to shake hands, speaking in English. "Mr. Paul, we ought to apologize for not notifying you in advance of our uninvited visit." The others quickly stood up to greet Qualcomm CEO, Paul, with handshakes. After the pleasantries, Ren Jingfei addressed Paul. "Mr. Paul, our purpose for this visit revolved around the chip issue. You must understand. Mr. Run, I truly regret to inform you that I am powerless regarding the chip dilemma. As you are aware, this is the directive from our government." Paul of Qualcomm directly shifted the issue onto the national level. "However, we have already signed a contract. You have always placed great importance on the spirit of agreements." "Indeed, we signed a contract, but this falls under irresistible circumstances that render it void. Under normal conditions, when a contract is signed, the party in breach is required to compensate the other party for damages. However, Qualcomm, possessing the chip technology, found themselves entirely helpless. They were unwilling to jeopardize their relationship with Qualcomm over a mere penalty fee. If they were to upset Qualcomm, they risked the possibility of being united with other chip manufacturers in beautiful country to halt chip supplies altogether, leaving their company facing inevitable collapse. This was precisely why Ren Jingfei invested billions annually in chip research. He did not want the fate of his enterprise to rest in the hands of others. The companies in beautiful country, which held the technology for chips, could easily bring about the downfall of his company. Seeing the situation unfold, Lei Jun, the CEO of MI, cheerfully remarked to Paul, "Mr. Paul, while the government has its policies, we could explore some flexibility. As the saying goes, where there is a policy, there is a countermeasure." "What you imply is beyond my comprehension," Paul replied to Lei Jun inwardly. Lei Jun felt a surge of frustration. He had always been astute in business dealings. Yet now he feigned ignorance. However, he maintained a smile on his face. "We are merely businessmen, and businessmen seek profit. You could reroute the chips to other countries and then have them flow back into our nation. This would not violate your government's policies while also generating profit." "No," Paul swiftly refuted, showing no regard for Lei Jun's proposition. Unfazed, Lei Jun continued, "We can offer an additional 50 on the original price." This time, Qualcomm CEO ignored Lei Jun entirely, directing his attention back to Ren Jingfei. "Mr. Ren, allow me to convey our government's policy. You may purchase chips if you can ensure that Dragon Country relinquishes the ITER magnetic material technology." "I apologize, Mr. Paul, but that is something we cannot acquiesce to." In that case, I believe there is no need for us to continue this discussion. Please leave." Paul unceremoniously issued the dismissal. Lei Jun attempted to interject, but was halted by Jiang Fan. Together, they exited Qualcomm's premises. What nonsense! Once we, Dragon Country, develop our own chips, you'll be the one begging to sell them to us. I would not even consider it. Lei Yun Fumu. Subsequently, they visited Micron and other chip companies, only to encounter similar obstacles as those faced at Qualcomm. The leaders of Beautiful Country soon became aware of Jiang Fan and his associates' presence in their nation. Lord Foster, shall we fabricate a reason to detain these individuals from Dragon Country? Foster waved his hand dismissively. No, we still require them to return to Dragon Country to apply pressure on their government. I believe Dragon Country will not be able to withstand this for long, and in due time, they will naturally acquiesce to exchanging the ITER magnetic material technology with us. Your wisdom is indeed commendable. Chapter 126, Driven to Desperation. Jiang Fan and his colleagues made another trip to Country D. Although the chip technology there was not particularly advanced, given the urgency of the situation, acquiring some chips from them would alleviate their immediate crisis. However, they had underestimated the overwhelming influence of Beautiful Country. After leaving a chip company in Country D, Lei Jun could no longer contain his outrage. This is infuriating. Beautiful Country is utterly shameless. Not only do they refuse to sell us chips, but they also interfere with other nations from doing so. Let us check other countries. I refuse to believe Beautiful Country can control all nations on Blue Planet. Jiang Fan shook his head in response. Let it go. The few countries with decent chip technology are all part of the European Union and under Beautiful Country's orders. Who would dare to disobey? What shall we do then? Just return and await our demise? Huang Zhang, the CEO of Meizu, lamented. I suppose we have no choice but to seek assistance from our government. But our Dragon Country cannot even produce chips. Let us discuss this upon our return. With no other option, they boarded a plane back home. Upon their return, Jiang Fan and his team relayed the predicament to the country's Ministry of Commerce. Relevant departments in Dragon Country convened a response meeting, subsequently relaying the meeting's content and suggestions to the nation's top leadership. After reviewing the documents, the leader addressed Minister Wang, one high of the Ministry of Commerce. Minister Wang, regarding the enterprises affected by Beautiful Country's chip sanctions, we should consider tax reductions and provide certain bank loans to alleviate their pressures. Leader, this will only offer temporary relief and cannot resolve the fundamental issue. The economic sanctions imposed by Beautiful Country on our nation are far more severe than we had anticipated. It has only been 10 days, and our domestic mobile phone brands have plummeted from a 65 market share to 20, resulting in direct losses of approximately 20 billion. The sales of Beautiful Country's Apple phones and Country Kim's Samsung phones have surged. At this rate, within a month, 80 of our domestic mobile phone brands will likely face collapse. And this is merely the impact on the mobile phone sector. While the effects on computers and televisions are not yet apparent, similar issues will arise within 2 months. Upon hearing Minister Jiang Wanhai's report, the leader furrowed his brow slightly, realizing the situation was indeed more dire than he had anticipated. Just a week ago, he had spoken with Director Zhang of the No. 3 Research Institute, who indicated that there had been no progress in chip research. The leader understood, well, that chip technology could not be developed overnight. What do you suggest we do next? Minister Wang inquired. You may return for now. I need to convene a discussion with several other leaders to devise a feasible plan. After Wang Wenhai from the Ministry of Commerce departed, the leader convened a special meeting with several other high-ranking officials to deliberate on the recent incident. They engaged in discussions for a full 3 hours, yet ultimately failed to devise a feasible plan. They unanimously decided to first communicate with the United States to gauge their stance before formulating subsequent strategies. The following day, the leader held an informal voice call with Foster, a senior official from the United States. Foster, Your Excellency, I am delighted that you were able to reach out to me so swiftly. Leader, Mr. Foster. Let's cut to the chase. Your imposition of chip sanctions against us contravenes the regulations of the World Trade Organization. I demand that you immediately lift the chip restrictions imposed on our Dragon Nation. Given the informal nature of the conversation, Foster chuckled upon hearing the leader's words. The World Trade Organization was merely a tool for the United States to safeguard its own interests. Foster, Your Excellency, do you genuinely believe your words hold any significance? All will be amenable if you provide us with the blueprints for the ITER superconducting magnet materials technology. Leader, Mr. Foster, aside from that condition, could you propose any other terms? Foster, I only require the ITER magnet materials blueprints. Leader, I have stated before that our Dragon Nation will not share the ITER magnet technology with any country. Please understand. Foster, it seems your nation has yet to be pushed to the brink. I am confident that within 3 months, your chip sector will be entirely incapacitated. I eagerly anticipate the sight of you begging on your knees at that point, haha. After hanging up, the leader seethed with frustration, yet felt utterly powerless. Judging by the current circumstances of Dragon Nation, Foster's 3-month time frame was, in fact, overly optimistic. However, the thought of relinquishing the ITER magnet materials technology was deeply unsatisfactory to him. Subsequently, the leader convened another meeting with several high-ranking officials to relay the details of his conversation with Foster. The United States have been excessively domineering, akin to a bully. Yet, what would they do? They could only lament their lack of mastery over chip technology, which rendered them vulnerable to such oppression. Ultimately, one official suggested conceding a portion of the ITER magnet technology to alleviate the domestic situation temporarily. This, however, was an impossibility. The United States would never lift their economic sanctions without acquiring the entirety of the technology. Yet, should they truly provide the ITER magnet technology, the United States would advance rapidly in high-tech projects related to aerospace, controlled nuclear fusion, magnetic levitation, and so forth. Nevertheless, even if they obtained the ITER magnet materials technology, it was unlikely that they could integrate it into those high-tech projects in the short term. As long as their nation's controlled nuclear fusion research achieved success within a year, they would undoubtedly surpass the United States. Therefore, the consensus was to navigate through the current crisis first. Everyone pondered the suggestion, each reluctant to part with the ITER magnet materials technology, yet acutely aware that if the Dragon Nation's economy succumbed to paralysis, the entire nation would face a grave crisis. Ultimately, after thorough deliberation, they resolved to provide the ITER magnetic materials technology to the United States, contingent upon the latter supplying chip technology in return. This arrangement would not only alleviate the current crisis, but also prevent future sanctions from the United States regarding chips. Shortly thereafter, the leader re-established contact with Foster. As soon as the voice connection was established, Foster's triumphant laughter resonated. Foster, haha, Your Excellency, it seems you have made a judicious choice. Leader, as a condition, you must provide us with the 7-nanometer chip technology. Foster, the 7-nanometer chip technology is off the table. Your ambitions are indeed considerable. We can offer you a maximum of 11-nanometer chip technology. What say you? Just as the leader hesitated on whether to acquiesce, his phone rang. Instinctively, he reached to hang up, but upon noticing it was Director Jiang from Research Institute No. 3, he paused. Chapter 127, A Turning Point. As the leader saw the call from Director Jiang, his heart inexplicably fluttered, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope in the darkness. He addressed Foster, Mr. Foster. Please hold on. I have an urgent matter to attend to. Without waiting for Foster's consent, he exited the call room. Foster, irked, remarked, Your Excellency, what could possibly be more important than our conversation? After a while, without hearing the leader's voice, Foster realized the other party had hung up, which ignited his fury. How disrespectful of the Dragon Nation to treat him so. They would pay for their reckless behavior. Outside the call room, the leader answered Director Zhang's call. Hello, Director Zhang, what is the matter? The leader spoke, his heart a mix of tension and anticipation. Leader, I have splendid news. Monumental news. Upon hearing this, the leader's heart raced, sensing that perhaps his hopes were coming to fruition. He quickly inquired, Tell me swiftly, has there been a significant breakthrough in chip technology? Director Zhang, taken aback by the leader's urgency, paused momentarily. The leader typically exuded an air of unwavering composure, as if no challenge was insurmountable before him. It was the first time Director Zhang witnessed such a display of anxiety from a leader. Director Zhang, speak. It was only after the leader's insistence that Director Zhang snapped back to focus and hurriedly responded, Leader, you guessed correctly. We have indeed made a significant breakthrough in chip technology. The chief engineer responsible for chip research, old engineer Qiao, has brought in Jiang Fan. And this young man is remarkable. Within a single day, he has developed the design blueprints for a 7-nanometer lithography machine. Jiang Fan? The leader's brow furrowed in confusion upon hearing the name. Wasn't he currently in charge of publishing the Dragon Journal SCI papers? How'd he transition to chip research? Before he could ponder this further, he suddenly grasped the crux of what Director Zhang had just said. 7-nanometer lithography machine? This. At once, the leader's breath quickened, and he sought confirmation. Jiang Fan truly developed the design blueprints for a 7-nanometer lithography machine? Indeed, leader. He is currently leading over 70 researchers in a closed-off development program, and he claims he can complete it in 1 month. As the leader listened to Director Zhang's report, he was left utterly astounded, frozen in place. A 7-nanometer lithography machine technology. This was almost beyond his comprehension. Currently, the best lithography machine technology in the Dragon Nation had only reached 21 nanometers. The leap from 21 nanometers to 7 nanometers represented a substantial technological leap. They had skipped an entire technological tier, vaulting directly to the pinnacle of technology on Blue Star. This was truly hard to fathom. Yet, as the leader reflected on Jiang Fan's past accomplishments, controlled nuclear fusion, lithium iron phosphate power batteries, ITER superconducting materials, founding the Dragon Journal, and more, each achievement was something that others could only dream of attaining in a lifetime. With such talent, the Dragon Nation was indeed fortunate. Director Jiang, I hereby issue the highest directive. Whatever Jiang Fan requires, you must unconditionally fulfill. Spare no effort in assisting him to develop our own chip technology. The leader solemnly issued orders to Director Jiang. Understood, leader. I assure you the task will be accomplished. After hanging up the phone, the leader's expression instantly softened. He was confident that with Jiang Fan's involvement in the chip research and development, success was imminent. Earlier, he had heard Director Jiang mention that Jiang Fan guaranteed the creation of a 7-nanometer lithography machine within a month. If they adhered to this research timeline, in no more than 2 months, Longke would develop chips that truly belonged to their nation, even though Longke's silicon wafer technology currently fell short of requirements. Producing an 11-nanometer chip should still be feasible. If so, Longke could finally achieve self-sufficiency in chip production, liberating itself from the sanctions imposed by the beautiful nation. The more the leader contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, ultimately clenching his fists and waving them in the air. After this surge of excitement, he remembered he was still on the phone with Mr. Foster from the beautiful nation. He opened the door to the room and calmly approached the voice communication device. Mr. Foster, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Mr. Foster finally heard the leader's voice and glanced at his watch, noting that he had been made to wait a full 8 minutes and 21 seconds. As a government official from the beautiful nation, he was accustomed to others waiting for him. No country had ever dared to keep him waiting during a call. He responded indignantly, Your Excellency, as a sign of your disrespect towards our beautiful nation, I have decided not to provide you with any chip technology. Mr. Foster, I regret to inform you that we hereby cancel our agreement. Longke will no longer provide you with the technology for ITER magnet materials. The leader declared before abruptly terminating the call. This left Mr. Foster momentarily stunned, incredulous at the development. Given the current economic predicament of Longke, it was unfathomable that the other party would dare to speak to him in such a manner. Was his earlier statement too extreme, prompting the other party to abandon their collaboration? This left Mr. Foster bewildered. Initially, he intended to apply pressure on Longke, anticipating that they would plead for continued access to 11-nanometer chip technology, which would have posed no issue at all. He believed that even if they provided Longke with the 11-nanometer chip technology, it would still take considerable time for Longke to realize it. Yet, who knew that the other party would be so resolute as to cease negotiations entirely? Now, their country urgently required the ITER magnet materials technology to propel their other related high-tech projects. After a moment of calm contemplation, Mr. Foster resolved to attempt another conversation with Longke. No matter what, securing the ITER magnet materials technology was paramount. Just as the leader was about to leave the room, the communication device rang once more. Upon checking, it was still Mr. Foster from the beautiful nation. As soon as the call connected, Mr. Foster's voice resonated, Your Excellency, I sincerely apologize for my earlier emotional outburst that may have offended you. We are willing to provide you with the 11-nanometer chip technology. Mr. Foster, I've already stated that we will not be providing you with the ITER magnet materials technology. I have matters to attend to. Goodbye. The leader retorted. Your Excellency, please let me explain. Before Mr. Foster could finish, the leader once again hung up the communication device. Subsequently, he turned off the power entirely. Enraged, Mr. Foster slammed the communication device onto the table, cursing, Ignorant Longke, I shall make you pay for this. Chapter 128, An Accidental Encounter. At Research Institute No. 3 in Kyoto, it was now 12:10 p.m., and the expansive dining hall contained only about 20 people dining. What is going on? It's already the 10th day, and the lithography machine research team is still engaged in closed research. Indeed, previously, during mealtimes, over 100 people filled the space with lively chatter. Now it's eerily quiet. Do you think the lithography machine research team has made a significant technological breakthrough, hence their closed-off status? It's entirely possible. Otherwise, why would they confine themselves to the laboratory for 10 consecutive days, allowing no one in or out? Brothers, this simply won't do. Our silicon wafer research department cannot be outdone by them. At that moment, a young chef, Master Liu, who had just delivered meals to the lithography machine department, returned pushing his cart. A curious researcher approached him and inquired, "Master Liu, what is going on with the lithography machine department? Have they achieved a breakthrough?" Shaking his head, Master Liu indicated he knew nothing. "We are internal personnel. We are not privy to confidentiality regulations," the researcher remarked. Yet Master Liu continued to shake his head, indicating his ignorance. When he initially accompanied his father to work as a chef here, his father imparted a crucial piece of advice: never divulge any information about the research institute, no matter the circumstances. Master Liu adhered to this counsel, focusing solely on his culinary duties and refraining from engaging in any other matters. He feared losing this hard-won job, so he remained silent whenever possible. Seeing that Master Liu was unresponsive, the researcher returned to his seat, and a colleague beside him remarked, "Old Gao, asking Master Liu is pointless." Subsequently, the researcher known as Old Gao turned to the dazed Xiao Yifei beside him. "Hey, Yifei Jr. Huh?" Xiao Yifei, lost in her own thoughts, was startled by the call, her cheeks flushing as if her innermost secrets had been exposed. "What is the matter, Senior Gao? Has your uncle given you any hints about the lithography machine department situation?" All present were aware that Xiao Yifei was the niece of Qiao Lao. Everyone perked up, eagerly awaiting her response. However, Xiao Yifei shook her head, stating, "My uncle is also in the lithography department. He hasn't come out in 10 days, so I'm not aware of the situation." Upon hearing this answer, the crowd felt somewhat disappointed and resumed their meals. Yet Xiao Yifei continued, "However, based on my uncle's character, there must be a significant technological breakthrough for him to be working so diligently." Old Gao pondered if that is the case. They might genuinely have developed a 17-nanometer lithography machine. Upon hearing this, the researchers' appetites suddenly dwindled. The silicon wafer research department had consistently outpaced the lithography machine department in their research speed. If they truly developed a 17-nanometer lithography machine, it would mean they had surpassed them significantly. Reflecting on how they had previously teased the lithography team, they realized the tables had turned. No one spoke, choosing instead to hasten their eating. Their collective thought was to finish their meals quickly and delve back into research, hoping for a breakthrough in their silicon wafer technology. Observing the tense atmosphere, Old Gao addressed everyone. "There is no need to be disheartened about the lithography department's technological breakthrough. We should be celebrating. Old Gao, while we are indeed happy for the lithography department's advancement to 17 nanometers, our silicon wafer department's technology seems to be lagging behind them," a researcher expressed, articulating the sentiment shared by all. At that moment, Old Gao mysteriously beckoned to the group. "Everyone, come over here." Curious, more than 10 individuals leaned in closer to him. "Allow me to share a piece of exhilarating news. I have successfully extracted silicon wafers with a purity of 9,909. Everyone gazed at Lao Gao in astonishment. "Is it truly so?" they inquired. "Indeed," he replied. "I intended to report this tomorrow once the data stabilizes." "Lao Gao, you are remarkable," they exclaimed. "Let us go and take a look." "But I haven't finished my meal yet. What is the point of eating now?" With a throng of over a dozen people surrounding him, Lao Gao made his way to the laboratory. The silicon wafer department had been stagnant at a purity of 9,899 since achieving a breakthrough 6 months prior. Just yesterday, due to a minor operational error, Lao Gao inadvertently adjusted the machine's data, leading to the unexpected extraction of the 9909 purity silicon wafer. His excitement was beyond words at that moment. However, he quickly regained his composure, uncertain whether this was a mere fluke. He proceeded to conduct experiments based on this data, and the first 3 wafers yielded purities fluctuating between 9901 and 9909. Yet, during the 4th experiment, the purity abruptly dropped to 79, assuming it was an error. He conducted a 5th experiment, only to find the purity remained at 79. This left him utterly perplexed. The materials had not changed, nor had the machine's data. How could the extraction purity suddenly plummet so drastically? Consequently, he began to contemplate surrounding factors such as humidity, temperature, noise, and more. One by one, he ruled them out. Yet the results consistently returned to 79. After 7 or 8 hours of relentless experimentation without having eaten lunch, he found himself at a loss. After hastily consuming dinner, he returned to the lab to continue his experiments, but still, no success, until this morning, when he unexpectedly extracted a silicon wafer with a purity of 9,006. This jolted him into action, prompting a flurry of experiments. However, by the 4th attempt, the purity again sank to 79. The 5th, 6th, and even 20th attempts all yielded a consistent 79, leaving him speechless. Was there a restriction on the purity he could extract daily? Only 3 attempts? As he stared blankly at the experiment logs, he suddenly noticed the timestamps. The times at which the purities above 99 were extracted yesterday were 9:03, 9:09, and 9:16. Today, as times for extractions above 99 were 9 o'clock, 9:07, and 9:15. He quickly glanced at the logs of failed experiments. Noting their timestamps were all beyond 9:16, he began searching for differing factors between this time frame and others, until he spotted a thin beam of light streaming through a small hole in the curtain. Sunlight. He was instantly electrified. The laboratory was subject to strict conditions, and the curtains were typically drawn. He calculated the position of sunlight entering through that tiny aperture between 9 o'clock and 9:16, discovering it aligned perfectly with the single crystal furnace. He immediately considered 2 factors, illumination and temperature. Chapter 129, Breakthrough. Based on the factors of light and temperature, Lao Gao conducted a series of experiments, ultimately identifying light as the decisive factor. He simulated sunlight with a flashlight, directing it towards the reflective area of the single crystal furnace. In the end, he successfully extracted a silicon wafer with a purity of 9,901. Furthermore, he discovered that the extracted purity varied in amplitude according to the intensity of light, ranging between 9901 and 9909. Upon learning of Lao Gao's experimental results, a throng of people surged into his laboratory. He elucidated the principles of illumination to them. Subsequently, before everyone, he conducted 3 experiments, confirming that the data indeed fluctuated within a range of 9901 to 9909. Upon witnessing the results firsthand, they were consumed with exhilaration. After half a year, their silicon wafer purity had finally surpassed 99. With Lao Gao's astonishing discovery, they believed that by pursuing this line of research, it would not be long before they could develop even higher purity silicon wafers. When coupled with the lithography machine research department, they envisioned creating 17-nanometer chips. The more they contemplated, the more their excitement grew. Lao Gao, you are phenomenal. You are truly the hero of our silicon wafer department. Fantastic. Huh. Meanwhile, Ding Haiba, the supervisor of the neighboring silicon wafer department, overheard the exuberant cheers. He soon approached, wearing a stern expression, and said, "What is going on? This is a laboratory. No loud commotion allowed." Having observed the closed-off research of the lithography machine department during this period, he suspected they had made significant technological advancements, while his own silicon wafer department had seen no progress in 6 months, causing him considerable pressure. Upon seeing Ding Haiba, the crowd excitedly informed him, "Director Ding, we have great news. We've achieved a breakthrough. Lao Gao has developed silicon wafers with a purity of 9,909. We have finally succeeded." From the cacophony of voices, Ding Haiba discerned crucial information. He immediately grabbed a nearby researcher and asked, "What did you say?" "We've extracted silicon wafers with a purity of 9,909? "Yes, Director Ding. Look, this is the testing report." Ding Haiba snatched the report and scrutinized it. Indeed, it indicated a silicon wafer purity of 9,909. He then glanced at another report, which showed a purity of 9,906. He examined several more reports, all confirming that the silicon wafer purity exceeded 99. Ding Haiba's hands trembled with excitement as he muttered, "We've broken through. We've finally achieved a breakthrough." "Huh? Who made this discovery?" "Director Ding, it was Lao Gao. He is the one who researched it." Lao Gao then recounted the entire process of his findings. Hearing about the serendipitous nature of the research results, Ding Haiba was filled with immense joy. Thus, he addressed Lao Gao, saying, "Prepare yourself. I will immediately organize a meeting with all researchers, and you will present your findings." Subsequently, the researchers from the silicon wafer department, upon hearing of the significant breakthrough, hurried to the conference room. Once Lao Gao had explained the new findings, everyone was elated, and they subsequently devised 6 research proposals. Ding Haiba divided everyone into 6 groups to simultaneously pursue these 6 proposals. As long as they identified a viable option among the 6, they could focus their efforts on that approach. Ding Haiba was confident that it would not be long before they could extract silicon wafers with even higher purity. All individuals excitedly immersed themselves in their research. That day, Ding Haiba informed Director Zhang of the monumental breakthrough in silicon wafers. Upon receiving this splendid news, Director Zhang was exhilarated. He had not anticipated that while their lithography machine research was making strides, the silicon wafer technology would also advance. This meant he could complete the task assigned by the leadership ahead of schedule. At Research Institute 3 in Kyoto, the lithography machine research department, which included Qiao, Lao, and Jiang Fan, comprised a total of 80 personnel, each diligently and methodically attending to their respective tasks. Initially, many individuals found it exceedingly challenging to adapt to Jiang Fan's insular research environment. They spent 24 hours a day within the confines of a laboratory, where meals were delivered by designated personnel, and when fatigue set in, they rested on makeshift beds. Each person managed a mere 3 to 4 hours of sleep daily, and the intensity of such an arduous work regimen proved unsustainable for many. However, upon witnessing the seemingly boundless energy of Xia Xiaoyu, Su Guangyuan, and Yo Su, who appeared invigorated each day, a competitive spirit ignited within them. What astonished everyone even further was the remarkable efficiency with which the trio executed the tasks assigned by Jiang Fan, far surpassing the output of the seasoned researchers present. They were but students yet to graduate and had only recently encountered lithography machines, which left them in a state of disbelief, especially for the self-assured veteran researchers. The trio imparted a profound lesson. The younger generation indeed surged forth, pushing the older waves onto the shore. Once everyone had witnessed the trio's capabilities, no one dared to underestimate them again. Occasionally, when faced with uncertainties regarding Jiang Fan's directives, they even sought the trio's assistance. Over the past 10 days, Chief Engineer Qiao had also endured considerable strain as he was in his 50s and found it taxing on his body. Yet, seeing the substantial progress made daily on the 7-nanometer lithography machine under Jiang Fan's leadership, he remained in a heightened state of excitement. Chief Engineer Qiao, perhaps you should take a moment to rest, one of the researchers suggested. I'm perfectly fine, he replied. Just look at those dark circles under your eyes. You're almost resembling a panda. Success is imminent. How could I possibly sleep? Qiao exclaimed, his face alight with fervor. Casting a glance at Jiang Fan, who was diligently inspecting the equipment, Qiao felt an indescribable sense of pride. He could hardly fathom that, under Jiang Fan's guidance, they were on the verge of completing the 7-nanometer lithography machine within a mere 10 days, a speed that would undoubtedly astonish the scientific community. As Jiang Fan concluded his equipment checks, Qiao approached him. Jiang Fan, how are you holding up? Jiang Fan patted his chest and replied, no problem. Youth is indeed a blessing. Qiao was thoroughly impressed. While others appeared haggard after enduring sleepless nights, Jiang Fan remained as dashing as ever, brimming with vitality. What Qiao did not realize was that Jiang Fan had the advantage of a system-rewarded sleeplessness capsule. Jiang Fan, how much longer until the lithography equipment is completed? Approximately 10 hours, Jiang Fan responded. Upon hearing this timeline, Qiao was instantly filled with exhilaration. He then addressed everyone. If we can all hold on for just 10 more hours, we will have our 7-nanometer lithography machine. The news invigorated the team, who responded with resounding enthusiasm. Excellent. Chapter 130, Autumn Rain. The following morning, a gentle autumn rain fell, a soft and chilly drizzle that danced like ethereal sprites, yet remained elusive. In an old neighborhood of Kyoto, every household kept their windows tightly shut to ward off the cold air brought by the autumn rains. The biting wind propelled the raindrops against the window panes, creating a cacophony, while rivulets of water traced down the glass, leaving streaks in their wake. Suddenly, a window on the second floor creaked open slightly, and a plump, fair little hand emerged. A gust of cold wind rushed through the gap, causing the little girl to shiver involuntarily. Birar, quickly close the window, she called out in her tender voice. Mommy, it's so cold outside. Do I get to skip kindergarten today? Her mother, peering from the kitchen, replied, Cece, it's Friday today. You can play at home tomorrow. Oh, the little girl pouted. When will Daddy be back? I haven't seen him in ages. Setting down her cooking, the mother wiped her hands and approached her daughter, embracing her affectionately. Daddy is a great inventor. He is working on something extraordinary. He will return once it's finished. Is Daddy inventing a spaceship? The little girl asked innocently. The young mother playfully brushed her finger across the bridge of the girl's nose, smiling as she said, Yes, your father is inventing a grand spaceship. That's wonderful. I love spaceships. Once Daddy finishes it, I'll take him and Mommy to space. Giggled the girl. After breakfast, the young mother dressed her in a raincoat, and they prepared to head to kindergarten. Just as they stepped out of the building, a biting chill accompanied by raindrops struck them. Birar, it's freezing. Mommy, Cece, wait a moment. Let me open the umbrella. As the young mother opened the umbrella, the little girl spotted a figure in the distance and exclaimed, Look, it's Daddy. Be good, Cece. Daddy might take a month to return, her mother reassured her. The little girl seemed not to hear and dashed out. Cece, what are you doing? Wait for Mommy. The woman hurriedly chased after her, umbrella in hand. The little girl ran through the rain, calling Daddy, Daddy, and then leaped into a man's arms. The man beamed broadly, lifting the child high into the air. The little girl erupted into joyous laughter, her eyes transforming into crescent moons, resembling a delightful little angel. The young mother focused intently, and indeed, it was her husband. She hurried over, ensuring to shield both father and daughter with the umbrella. Daddy, Daddy, I miss you so much, the little girl exclaimed, planting a kiss on the man's stubbled cheek. Daddy missed Cece too. Daddy, did you bring back the spaceship you invented? The man paused, glancing at his wife, who smiled at him knowingly. He quickly understood and replied to the little girl, of course I did. It's still charging and can't come home just yet, but look what I brought you. He then produced a delightful doll, and the little girl gleefully embraced it. Wow, a doll. This is my favorite. Thank you, Daddy. Observing his daughter's happiness filled the man's heart with indescribable sweetness. Daddy, Daddy, I don't want to go to school today. I want to play with you. The little girl gazed up at him with eager eyes. The man, with a tender smile, replied, all right, today Daddy will stay home and play with Cece. Oh, that's wonderful. The young mother noted her husband's weary appearance, realizing he must have endured significant strain in recent days. Let us head back. It's too cold outside. I'll make you some chicken soup. The man looked at his wife with adoration, cradling the little girl in one arm while wrapping the other around the woman as they made their way home. Weren't you supposed to be gone for a month? She inquired. My husband is quite exceptional. We completed the task in just 11 days this time. Hee, the man replied, pride evident in his tone. Indeed, my husband is the best. The woman admired. The little girl chimed in with determination. My daddy is the most amazing. He is a great inventor. Haha. The gentleman in question is a researcher from the lithography department of the No. 3 Research Institute in Kyoto. Under the leadership of Jiang Fan, they triumphantly developed a 7-nanometer lithography machine at 6 o'clock this morning. At that moment, Jiang Fan presented the test results. Over 70 researchers, filled with anxious anticipation, awaited his announcement. As Jiang Fan surveyed the faces of everyone present, he proclaimed loudly, success. Upon hearing this outcome, a wave of exuberance swept through the crowd. Some danced with joy, others shouted in excitement, while some embraced one another and a few wept tears of overwhelming happiness. Their exhilaration was beyond words, leaving them at a loss as to how to express their inner excitement. Amidst the jubilation, Elder Qiao announced a 3-day holiday for everyone, allowing them to rest properly after the exhaustion of the past 10 days. Many researchers with families, including Xiao Cece's father, chose to return home for a reunion. Jiang Fan and Elder Qiao first reported the situation to Director Zhang, who was pacing excitedly in his office. Marvelous. We managed to develop the 7-nanometer lithography machine in just 11 days. Haha. The 7-nanometer lithography machine represents the pinnacle of technology on Blue Star. At last, our dragon country is no longer intimidated by the threats of the beautiful nation. Well done, Jiang Fan. You are indeed the pride of dragon country. After half an hour of calming down, Director Zhang suddenly remembered something and excitedly said to Elder Qiao, Academician Qiao, I have some good news for you as well. Our silicon wafer technology has also made a breakthrough. Really? Elder Qiao sprang from the sofa in disbelief. Ha, you won't believe it, but just yesterday, the silicon wafer department refined silicon wafers with a purity of 9,909. Upon hearing this news, Elder Qiao was so thrilled he could barely stand. If they had also succeeded with the silicon wafers, it would not be long before they could develop chips. Director Zhang looked at Elder Qiao and Jiang Fan and proposed. Academician Qiao, Jiang Fan has led the lithography department to achieve remarkable success with the 7-nanometer lithography machine. I would like him to lead the silicon wafer department next. Director Zhang, Jiang Fan has worked tirelessly for the past 10 days. Let him rest for 2 days before we discuss it, Elder Qiao replied. At that moment, Jiang Fan's mind was suddenly filled with the system's voice. System. Mission selection triggered. Choice 1. Agree to Director Zhang's request and obtain the technology for silicon wafers with a purity of 999,999. Choice 2. Decline Director Zhang's request. No reward. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan declared, Uncle Qiao, Director Zhang, I am willing. Chapter 131. The Silicon Wafer Department. Ultimately, under Jiang Fan's insistence, Elder Qiao acquiesced. However, being concerned about Jiang Fan's health after days of continuous work, Elder Qiao insisted he rest for the morning and announced the results at the meeting scheduled for 2 in the afternoon. Jiang Fan had no choice but to comply. He returned to his dormitory at the Research Institute, but chose not to rest. Instead, he began organizing the blueprints for the silicon wafer equipment that the system had rewarded him with. Elder Qiao also returned to his quarters to rest. In all honesty, he was utterly exhausted from the high-intensity work, which was quite taxing for someone of his age. In the period leading up to the development of the 7-nanometer lithography machine, he had worked for a staggering 28 hours. Yet, as Elder Qiao lay in bed, contemplating the day's achievement, he found himself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His mind was filled with thoughts of the remarkable Jiang Fan. He could hardly fathom how he managed to develop a world-class lithography machine in just 11 days. If Jiang Fan were to take charge of the silicon wafers, would he also achieve a breakthrough in merely 11 days? Lost in his musings, Elder Qiao eventually dozed off, dreaming of Jiang Fan developing a 7-nanometer chip. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Ding Haibo, the head of the silicon wafer department, summoned everyone for a meeting. Initially, he had received notice from Elder Qiao that the meeting was set for 2 o'clock. However, Ding Haibo decided to convene his department half an hour early to discuss matters internally. The researchers from the silicon wafer department quickly gathered in the conference room, all wearing cheerful expressions, as they had identified a feasible plan from the 6 proposals they had devised the previous day. Moreover, through their diligent efforts, the purity of the silicon wafer had now reached an impressive 99.26. At this pace, they were confident they could elevate the purity to above 9,950 within 3 months. Although it may seem like only a fractional improvement, such progress represented a substantial breakthrough, as the technical challenges grew more formidable with each step forward. Once their plans were finalized, everyone wore expressions of sheer excitement. Ding's supervisor, when Jiang Gong hears our report, he will undoubtedly be astonished. They exclaimed with enthusiasm. Indeed, while the lithography department has successfully developed the 7-nanometer lithography machine, we too shall soon unveil silicon wafers with a purity of 9,950. Coupled with the lithography machine, we will be more than capable of producing 7-nanometer chips. They expressed their gratitude to their champion, Old Gao, who was basking in their praise but humbly replied, "Oh, I couldn't possibly take credit. It is more appropriate for Ding's supervisor to report. Although this breakthrough was mine, the plans were crafted by all of us." Ding's supervisor smiled at Old Gao. "Come now, Old Gao. There's no use in modesty. You will be the one reporting." "Yes, Old Gao. No need for false humility." Under the encouragement of his colleagues, Old Gao reluctantly agreed. Nevertheless, he was secretly elated at the prospect of presenting the work, knowing that Jiang Gong would surely commend him, perhaps even reward him. Before long, the clock struck 2, and Elder Qiao entered the conference room with a beaming smile. The attendees spontaneously applauded in celebration of his leadership in successfully developing the 7-nanometer lithography machine. Elder Qiao waved his hand to quiet the applause, and with a smile, addressed the assembly. "I trust you are all aware of our breakthrough with the lithography machine?" "Indeed," they responded joyfully. "This technological advancement merits a proper celebration. However, given how fatigued everyone has been, I have decided to grant a 3-day holiday for everyone to rest and recuperate. Upon your return, I have heard that our silicon wafer department has also made significant progress." Ding Haibo, brimming with pride, replied, "Our brethren in the lithography department have achieved a breakthrough. And we in the silicon wafer department will certainly keep pace with the chip development, won't we, everyone?" "Yes," they responded passionately. Elder Qiao, heartened by their enthusiasm, remarked, "It seems your achievement is no small feat. Ding's supervisor, please come forward and present your report." Ding Haibo turned to Elder Qiao, Jiang Gong. "This report will be delivered by our esteemed contributor, Old Gao." "Excellent. Let us welcome him with applause." Old Gao approached the front, his heart racing with excitement, and bowed to Elder Qiao. "Hello, I am Old Gao, not Gao Jiang," he stammered awkwardly, smiling at everyone. He is usually referred to as Lao Gao by everyone, a name he has grown accustomed to, and, at times, he even introduces himself as Lao Gao. When introducing himself to Old Qiao, he was so overcome with excitement that he inadvertently blurted it out. This prompted a wave of laughter from everyone present. "No need to be so excited. We're all on the same side." Old Qiao chuckled, offering words of comfort. Gao Jiang then managed to calm down a bit and began to explain the process behind his technological breakthrough. Subsequently, he elaborated on their technical proposal. Upon concluding his presentation, Old Qiao expressed his satisfaction and initiated applause. Witnessing the approval from Old Qiao, everyone wore expressions of pride. As Gao Jiang descended from the stage, he felt the envious gazes of his peers, which filled him with a sense of being the center of attention, akin to a moon surrounded by stars. His heart swelled with joy. After a while, Ding Haibo stood up again and addressed old Xiao, saying, "Chief Engineer Xiao, our newly developed proposal is expected to produce 9,950 silicon wafers within 3 months. 3 months? Old Xiao's brow furrowed slightly at this timeline. If it were according to previous standards, achieving a silicon wafer purity of 9,950 in 3 months would indeed be commendable. However, time was of the essence, especially after Director Zhang informed him this morning about the tasks assigned by the higher-ups. Moreover, due to the sanctions on chips from the beautiful country, the chip-related sectors in Long Country were already in jeopardy. They simply could not afford to wait 3 months. Noticing old Xiao's dissatisfaction with their timeline, Ding Haibo promptly assured him, "Chief Engineer Xiao, we can work overtime to shorten it to 2 months. 2 months is still too long. The tasks assigned to us are quite urgent." Old Xiao replied. Ding Haibo pondered for a moment and suggested, "If we conduct a closed research project, we could complete it in as little as 1.5 months. You have at most half a month." Old Xiao asserted. "Half a month?" The room erupted in disbelief. Completing such a task in merely half a month seemed utterly impossible. Previously, they had taken 6 months to elevate the silicon wafer purity from 8998 to 99. Achieving a purity of 9950 in 1.5 months was already pushing the limits. At that moment, the conference room door swung open, and a young man walked in. He addressed old Xiao, saying, "I only need 5 days. Chapter 132. Let me correct that. I only need 5 days. Everyone stared blankly at the young man before them. When Xiao Yifei recognized the newcomer, she felt an inexplicable surge of excitement, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. This person was none other than Jiang Fan. The individuals in the audience, apart from Xiao Yifei, were seeing Jiang Fan for the first time. Upon hearing the young man's proclamation, their initial thought was, "Is this fellow a fool? Does he even understand what we are discussing to boldly claim 5 days?" Ding Haibo's gaze towards Jiang Fan turned hostile. "Who are you? Do you even know where you are?" The others noticed that Jiang Fan was wearing the Research Institute's lab coat, but his youthful appearance suggested he was a mere intern. Gao Jiang, seeing an intern daring to intrude upon their meeting, spoke curtly, "This is an internal meeting. Please step outside." Old Xiao disregarded Ding Haibo and the others, looking at Jiang Fan with excitement. "Jiang Fan, can you truly produce 9,950 silicon wafers in just 5 days?" "Yes, Uncle Xiao." Jiang Fan's affirmative response left old Xiao momentarily stunned. Had Jiang Fan made this claim earlier, he might have doubted whether Jiang Fan was joking. But today was different. Just that morning, Jiang Fan had successfully developed a 7-nanometer lithography machine in a mere 11 days. Old Xiao now held a blind admiration for Jiang Fan. If Jiang Fan said he could do it, old Xiao believed he certainly could. Meanwhile, the others in attendance wore expressions of disbelief. This young man was being brazen, claiming he could achieve silicon wafers in 5 days. Who did he think he was? Einstein? An intern with such audacity was likely to be described as blissfully ignorant. Just a newborn calf, unafraid of tigers. Did he even comprehend what silicon wafers entailed? Amidst the disdain directed towards Jiang Fan, Xiao Yifei sat in the middle. Her eyes filled with stars as she gazed at him. Jiang Fan, tall and clad in a pristine white lab coat, exuded a calmness that starkly contrasted with his youthful visage, tugging at her heartstrings and causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. When she finally regained her composure, she quickly surveyed her surroundings, relieved to find no one paying her any heed. She began to question her own sanity. After all, she had been in relationships with over 10 men and had seen all kinds of characters, yet standing before Jiang Fan, who was 4 years her junior, left her flustered. "Everyone please quiet down." Old Xiao addressed the assembly. "Let me introduce you all to Jiang Fan, the very individual who designed the lithography machine's blueprint and led the successful development of the 7-nanometer lithography machine." Upon hearing old Xiao's introduction, the conference room fell into a stunned silence, with mouths agape in astonishment. What? He designed the lithography machine's blueprint? But he looked barely 20. How could that be? Wait. No. Old Xiao just mentioned a 7-nanometer lithography machine. What 7-nanometer lithography machine? Ding Haibo was the first to react, questioning old Xiao. "Chief Engineer Xiao, did you misspeak?" The lithography department was researching a 17-nanometer lithography machine this time. Old Xiao, taken aback by Ding Haibo's inquiry, quickly realized their misunderstanding and chuckled. "That's on me. I failed to inform you all that the lithography department has successfully developed a 7-nanometer lithography machine." "No way. A 7-nanometer lithography machine?" The most advanced lithography technology in Blue Star is only a 7-nanometer lithography machine. This revelation was almost too much for them to accept. After all, their institute's previous lithography technology was only at 21 nanometers. In just 11 days, they had leapfrogged to the forefront of lithography technology. And it was achieved by this young man. They would never believe it. Old Xiao continued addressing the assembly. After discussions with Director Jiang, it has been decided that Jiang Fan will temporarily oversee the development of silicon wafers. The room was filled with disbelief at Old Xiao's decision. While Jiang Fan had developed the lithography machine, silicon wafers and lithography machines were entirely different entities. At this juncture, Gao Jiang was the first to voice his concerns, stating, "Chief Engineer Xiao, regardless of Jiang Fan's understanding of silicon wafers, we already have a mature proposal, and with Supervisor Ding leading us, I am confident we can succeed." Following Gao Jiang's assertion, others chimed in. Indeed, Supervisor Ding has dedicated 7 years to silicon wafer technology. He is the most experienced researcher here. Ding Haiba, initially looking somewhat grim, felt a sense of relief at the support from his colleagues. At this moment, Old Xiao's decision to replace him felt like a dismissal of his hard work. Chief Engineer Xiao, over the years, I have led our team in researching silicon wafers. Although we have yet to achieve significant breakthroughs, we now possess a mature solution. If you could grant me a bit more time, I am confident we will yield results. Supervisor Ding, please do not misunderstand. I have always been aware of your contributions. The entire team holds your technical expertise in high regard. My intention was never to strip you of your supervisory position. Rather, the silicon wafer department will temporarily be under the leadership of Jiang Fan, including myself. Seeing the skepticism on everyone's faces towards Jiang Fan, Chief Engineer Xiao refrained from further explanations, for he believed that it would not be long before they, too, would come to admire Jiang Fan as he did. Many things can only be comprehended through personal experience. Jiang Fan, would you like to say a few words? Jiang Fan nodded and addressed the researchers in attendance. Given the pressing timeline and the enormity of our task, I will adopt a closed research approach similar to that of the lithography department moving forward. Before Jiang Fan could finish, Gao Jiang stood up and addressed him. Jiang Fan, I have a question to consult you about. Please proceed. You mentioned you could achieve a silicon wafer purity of 99.50 within 5 days. Thus, you must possess a technical solution? Certainly, Jiang Fan replied. Could you elaborate on how your solution surpasses ours? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Fan responded. May I first hear your proposal? Gao Jiang, not one to shy away, directly presented his plan to Jiang Fan. Our technological breakthrough primarily targets the light reflection area of the single crystal furnace. Once Gao Jiang finished with evident pride, Jiang Fan remarked, utilizing the light reflection area of the single crystal furnace as a breakthrough point is quite an antiquated technique, and it has its limitations. Moreover, allow me to correct you. My design aims for a silicon wafer purity of 99.99. Chapter 133, Technical Reference. A silicon wafer purity of 9,999. The audience erupted in laughter. A purity of 99.99 for silicon wafers? What a jest. The highest purity used in the beautiful nation's 7-nanometer chips is merely 99.99. Is this young man intoxicated? If he had claimed he could achieve a purity of 99.50 within 5 days, I might have found that somewhat acceptable. But to assert a purity of 9,999, I would never believe it. The researchers in the silicon wafer department buzzed with chatter, convinced that Jiang Fan was merely boasting. Gao Jiang struggled to maintain his composure and said to Jiang Fan, young brother Jiang, do you know the purity level of the silicon wafers used in the most advanced 7-nanometer chips of the Blue Star technology? I cannot say for certain. Jiang Fan replied honestly. Haha, let me enlighten you. It is 99.99. You do not even know the highest purity level of the beautiful nation's cutting-edge technology. Yet you dare to claim you can achieve a purity of 99.99. Is this not absurd? Upon hearing Gao Jiang's words, the laughter resumed. Realizing that Jiang Fan was completely unaware of the technological limits of the Blue Star silicon wafers, they were certain that Jiang Fan lacked a fundamental understanding of silicon wafer technology. Seeing the disbelief on everyone's faces, Jiang Fan calmly stated, what relevance does the beautiful nation's silicon wafer technology have to us? All present were momentarily taken aback, staring at Jiang Fan as if he were a fool. Was this not a trivial statement? Just as someone was about to retort, they reconsidered. Jiang Fan had a point. The beautiful nation's silicon wafer technology indeed had no bearing on them, as it was unlikely they would impart their silicon wafer technology to the Dragon Nation. Just as Gao Jiang was about to assert that the beautiful nation's silicon wafer technology represented the pinnacle of Blue Star capabilities, Jiang Fan continued. Since we have successfully developed a 7-nanometer lithography machine and achieved world-leading standards, why should we not surpass the beautiful nation in silicon wafer technology? You have always used the beautiful nation as a benchmark for technological standards. Why can we not become the benchmark for Blue Star technology ourselves? Jiang Fan's words silenced the room, plunging everyone into deep reflection. Indeed, it seemed that in their minds, for any technology, their immediate reaction was to reference the beautiful nation as the standard. If the beautiful nation had not yet achieved a certain technological level, they would instinctively believe it to be unattainable. In their view, the beautiful nation's technological prowess set the ceiling for Blue Star. Anything they had yet to develop was deemed impossible for other countries or individuals to accomplish. This mindset had evidently taken root during their studies. To be frank, as a researcher, the most daunting prospect is to harbor such a mindset. Once one confines their thoughts, it is akin to placing oneself in a cage. They would dismiss the possibilities lying beyond that cage. With this realization, an involuntary chill crept down everyone's spines. For as researchers, they understood all too well that adopting such a mindset equated to sealing their fates. The essence of research lies in boundless imagination and creativity. You may harbor doubts about my capabilities, but grant me 5 days, and you shall witness the Dragon Nation's development of silicon wafers with a purity of 9,999. I believe in you. At that moment, a woman's voice resonated in the hushed conference room. Jiang Fan turned to see it was Qiao Yifei. The others exchanged glances and began to applaud Jiang Fan's impassioned statement. Although they were uncertain of Jiang Fan's technical prowess, his words had indeed illuminated their perspectives. Chief Engineer Qiao regarded Jiang Fan with a gaze filled with pride. The Dragon Nation truly required an individual with such capability and drive to lead the scientific community in forging its own technological empire. Given the urgency of the situation, the meeting concluded and the entire silicon wafer department transitioned into a closed research phase. Beautiful nation. The day after Foster and the leaders spoke over the phone, he convened an emergency meeting. This gathering included several representatives from the technology and economic sectors, in addition to the existing personnel. Foster began by conveying the essence of his conversation with the Dragon Nation. Upon finishing, Carl was the first to respond. Your Excellency Foster, I stated from the outset that we should not relinquish Professor Holt. Now we find ourselves not only without the ITER magnet material technology, but also having lost a mathematics professor and 10 billion. Foster replied, Mr. Carl, regarding this matter, we have not come away empty-handed. At the very least, we have established good communication with the Dragon Nation. Moreover, they were ready to share their technology with us, but encountered unforeseen circumstances along the way. Member 1 interjected, I do not believe there is any fault in your decision. Your Excellency Foster, the Dragon Nation is merely at the end of its tether, barely holding on. Foster cast a satisfied glance at this member, aligning with his own thoughts. He believed that the Dragon Nation, under the strain of economic sanctions, was merely enduring. He was confident that it would not be long before they surrendered the ITER magnet material technology. He turned to Byrne, who had spent a decade as an ambassador in the Dragon Nation. Mr. Byrne, could you share your perspective? Coming out of his stupor, Byrne pursed his lips and remarked, the Dragon Nation is akin to a slumbering beast. Do not provoke it. Let it remain in its slumber. After Byrne spoke, he promptly closed his mouth again. Laughter erupted among the attendees, for Byrne had reiterated exactly what he had said in the previous meeting. Foster paid no heed to Byrne's words. After all, his inquiry had been rather casual, considering he was the eldest among them all. It seems that for the next meeting, it would be best to allow this elderly gentleman to rest at home. Foster then urged, everyone should also share their thoughts. I believe we should intensify sanctions against the Dragon Nation. They surely cannot endure beyond 10 days, and subsequent events will naturally unfold. He acknowledged that while economic sanctions could yield significant effects, they would also inflict economic losses upon our nation. After all, the Dragon Nation constitutes 1/3 of our chip exports. In the short term, the impact on our country may be minimal, but in the long run, the losses could be substantial. Indeed, it is prudent for us to act decisively, ramping up sanctions against the Dragon Nation to compel them to yield their ITER magnet materials technology and promptly restore our export trade with them. After 2 hours of deliberation, they reached a consensus. They would conduct peaceful negotiations with the Dragon Nation while simultaneously escalating economic sanctions, instilling panic among the populace and businesses of the Dragon Nation. thereby pressuring their government to surrender the IKEA magnet materials technology. Chapter 134, Self-Rescue. Following the meeting, the beautiful nation allied with its domestic internet companies to prohibit local mobile phone brands in the Dragon Nation from utilizing their mobile operating systems. This was undoubtedly the last straw that broke the camel's back. The entire domestic mobile phone sector in the Dragon Nation had been barely holding on, hoping for a swift resolution between their government and the beautiful nation to lift the chip sanctions so they could survive. Yet, they were met with the imposition of sanctions on the mobile operating systems instead. The most critical hardware in a mobile phone is the chip, and the most vital software is the operating system. However, both were directly sanctioned by the beautiful nation, effectively stifling all avenues for the domestic mobile phone brands of the Dragon Nation. CEO Lei Jun of Xiaomi promptly proposed convening a self-rescue meeting for the domestic mobile brands. The meeting took place in Kyoto, with nearly all of the Dragon Nation's domestic phone brands in attendance, including Ren Zhengfei of Huawei, Huang Zhang of Meizu, LeTV, and many others. As the host, Lei Jun scanned the crowd and inquired, "Why hasn't old Lu from the Honglejao brand arrived?" One of the brand owners replied, "He has already declared bankruptcy." Lei Jun sighed helplessly. Honglejao had once been a major competitor to Xiaomi, enjoying considerable popularity. It was unexpected that they could not withstand the economic sanctions imposed by the beautiful nation. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Lei Jun addressed the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, the beautiful nation is now even sanctioning our mobile operating systems. This is an outright attempt to eliminate us. Mr. Lei, from a national perspective, we are merely sacrificial pawns in this conflict. The beautiful nation is not targeting us specifically." One of the attendees remarked, "Regardless of the beautiful nation's motives, the reality is that if we do not devise a solution, we will be unable to survive." Suddenly, Lei Jun recalled something and turned to Ren Zhengfei, saying, "Brother Ren, didn't you mention 2 years ago at an exchange meeting that you were beginning to research a mobile operating system? What's the status now?" The development of mobile system software is far more challenging than that of hardware. Our company has spent 3 years on it. Yet the system we have developed is still quite distant from Apple S and Android S offerings. Ren Zhengfei responded wearily. When Huawei began to gain traction in the Dragon Nation, Ren Zhengfei initiated the development of their own mobile chips and operating systems, as these two components are the most crucial for any mobile device, and they had primarily relied on imports from the beautiful nation. Ren Zhengfei aimed to secure these technologies to prevent the beautiful nation from wielding them as leverage against them. However, he had not anticipated that such circumstances would arise so swiftly. When the beautiful nation imposed sanctions on both chips and systems, they found themselves utterly defenseless. In just about 20 days, nearly all domestic mobile brands in the Dragon Nation were on the brink of collapse. Brother Ren, we should have heeded your advice back then and collaborated on the research of chips and mobile operating systems to avoid our current predicament. Someone lamented. Indeed, had we listened to Mr. Ren's recommendations at that exchange meeting and allocated 1/3 of our profits to research, our many companies could have pooled resources to develop a mobile operating system and chips within 2 years. They regretted their short-sightedness, having prioritized immediate profits over long-term considerations. In hindsight, Mr. Ren's vision was indeed far-reaching, but lamenting now would yield no results. 2 years ago, Ren Zhengfei had earnestly urged everyone to unite for the research of mobile operating systems and chips, yet no one had agreed. They had scoffed at him, deeming him a fool with money to waste. They believed research was a bottomless pit that merely squandered funds. They thought it was sufficient for the beautiful nation to handle such developments, allowing them to reap the benefits by simply purchasing and utilizing the end products. After all, the World Trade Organization prohibits member states from interfering in international trade, ensuring economic freedom. Now, they realized that the WTO merely served to protect the interests of Western nations. Alas, it is too late for regrets. We must now focus on devising ways to save ourselves, with the beautiful nation withholding mobile software and chips from us. What other avenues remain for our self-rescue? Even if we wish to pursue research now, time is of the essence. I suggest, esteemed colleagues, that we seek investment to sustain ourselves until the beautiful nation lifts its sanctions against the Dragon Nation. However, given the current moribund state of domestic mobile brands, who would dare invest unless they are a fool? After more than 2 hours of discussion, they were unable to propose a single viable solution. Ultimately, they appointed Lei Jun of Xiaomi and Ren Zhengfei of Huawei to represent them in seeking assistance from the government. The beautiful nation has now imposed chip sanctions on the Dragon Nation for 20 days, and domestic smartphones have completely exited the Dragon Nation's market. Currently, all phones available in the Dragon Nation are foreign brands, and without domestic competition, their sales have skyrocketed like a rocket. Moreover, due to overwhelming demand, the beautiful nation's Apple brand announced a price increase of 20 per unit for their products sold in the Dragon Nation. This has sparked discontent among Dragon Nation users, leading to an online outcry against Apple. Netizen 1. Why does Apple raise prices only in the Dragon Nation? Is this a blatant attempt to take advantage of us Dragon Nation citizens? Netizen 2. Apple is truly overstepping. All dignified citizens of the Dragon Nation should boycott Apple. Netizen 3. Get out of our Dragon Nation. Netizen 4. The price increase was long overdue. Otherwise, it allows those impoverished individuals to afford Apple products, which undermines our status. Netizen 5. User 4. Are you even speaking coherently? Did you eat something strange for breakfast? Netizen 6. What has happened to Huawei, Xiaomi, and Meizu? Why have all of their products been removed from shelves? What is going on? Netizen 7. You haven't heard? The beautiful nation has imposed economic sanctions on us, causing them to nearly go bankrupt. User 8. Goodness. The United States is truly despicable, imposing sanctions on our domestic smartphones while seizing the opportunity to inflate the prices of their own brands. We must resolutely boycott them. Shortly thereafter, the official website of Apple announced that in 10 days, they would unveil the iPhone X with prices ranging between $12,000 and $15,000. Tonight, at 8 p.m., users can vie for a qualification code. Only those who secure a code will be able to pre-order the iPhone X in 10 days. Just as Apple made its announcement, the South Korean brand Samsung also issued a statement. Starting today, the price of Samsung phones within the Dragon Kingdom will increase by 30. Chapter 135. Taking advantage of the situation. All citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, upon seeing the announcements from Apple and Samsung, were filled with indignation. Confronted by the opportunistic price hikes from foreign brands, many began to voice their frustrations online. Yet, smartphones are an essential part of daily life, indispensable for both work and leisure, leaving consumers with no choice but to endure these exorbitant prices. At 8 p.m., Apple commenced its new product launch event, simultaneously opening the pre-order qualification code channel on its official website. Within a mere 3 minutes, all 100,000 pre-order qualification codes were snatched up. Subsequently, numerous individuals took to social media to seek out Apple pre-order qualification codes, with prices for a single code skyrocketing to between 501,000 yuan. The head of Apple's division in the Dragon Kingdom, Joe Brown, could not suppress a scornful smile upon witnessing these results. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom truly lack backbone. Indeed, prior to the product launch, I was quite concerned due to the online backlash. I never anticipated that within 3 minutes, they would be gone. Remarked Secretary Carey with lascivious laughter. This time, we purchased 20 more units per phone, netting an additional 400 million. Inform headquarters to ship all unsold phones from other countries to the Dragon Kingdom, marking up the price by 20 to take full advantage of this opportunity to profit off the citizens. The rapid sellout of the iPhone pre-order qualification codes sparked widespread discussion online. User 1. Goodness, within just 3 minutes of opening the 100,000 pre-order qualification codes, they were all gone. I must ask, are those who secured the codes even citizens of the Dragon Kingdom? User 2. I see you're simply envious of those who can afford them. User 3. The minimum price for a new iPhone is 12,000, while previous models were priced around 6,000. This is outright theft. User 4. The Apple phone has always been a luxury item, a status symbol. You impoverished souls do not deserve to own one. User 5. I curse your ancestors. It seems you're merely a wealthy fool, handing money to foreigners. Supporting domestic products is the only way to revitalize our Dragon Kingdom. Currently, the entire smartphone market in the Dragon Kingdom is dominated by foreign brands, all seemingly in collusion to raise prices. Although domestic brands previously faced criticism for quality, their affordability had made them appealing. With smartphones costing only a few hundred yuan and decent models around 2,000. Now, with domestic phones off the shelves, foreign brands are priced above 3,000, rendering them unaffordable for many. Consequently, there's a growing outcry online urging the government to rescue domestic smartphone brands. After all, a significant portion of the Dragon Kingdom's population is low income, and their feedback quickly garnered the government's attention. This matter pertains to the livelihoods of the populace, prompting the Dragon Kingdom to hold a press conference to assure citizens that a resolution would be forthcoming, urging them to wait a little longer. Lei Jun, owner of Xiaomi, and Ren Zhengfei, proprietor of Huawei, also relayed their concerns to the government. However, they received no effective solutions. Only a directive to continue waiting as the nation worked to address the issue. Minister Wang Wenhai of the Ministry of Commerce had just seen off Ren Zhengfei when Yang Yuanqing, head of the domestic computer brand Lenovo, arrived as a representative of the computer industry. Minister Wang invited Yang into his office. As soon as Yang sat down, he wore a troubled expression and addressed Wang, saying, "Minister, you must save our domestic computer brands. The recent economic sanctions from the United States against our chips have rendered hundreds of thousands of computers on our production lines as waste. We still have over 100,000 employees relying on their salaries, totaling over 10 million a day. We simply cannot sustain this any longer, which is why I seek your assistance. Emir Yang, I understand your predicament. The nation is currently seeking solutions." Half an hour later, representatives from several television brands also arrived, similarly concerned about chip issues. Minister Wang meticulously recorded all their grievances to relay to the higher authorities. Upon reviewing the reports, the senior leadership of the Dragon Kingdom furrowed their brows in concern. They had not anticipated that the United States would escalate its sanctions to such an extent, jeopardizing domestic brands in the smartphone, computer, and television sectors, all teetering on the brink of collapse. According to the reports, within 10 days, a significant number of enterprises in the Dragon Kingdom would face closure, leaving millions unemployed. This situation could precipitate a severe economic crisis for the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, the secretary approached, saying, "Leader, Secretary Foster requests a voice call with you." "Yes, I understand," the leader replied, aware that Foster's call would likely bear ill tidings. Nevertheless, he rose to enter the voice call room to learn what Foster had to say. "Leader, Mr. Foster, what brings you to call?" "Foster, good day, Your Excellency. I wish to discuss the ITER magnet material technology with you. Given the current circumstances of the Dragon Kingdom, I believe you would be quite inclined to converse." "Leader, you may be disappointed. The Dragon Kingdom situation is not as dire as you assume. Regarding the ITER magnet material technology, I believe there is little to discuss." "Foster, Your Excellency, you need not feign strength before me. Should we persist with economic sanctions, the Dragon Kingdom will inevitably face a severe economic crisis." Haha. Chapitre 136, Intensifying Sanctions. What Foster did not expect was the leader's unwavering stance. No matter how he tried to entice, the leader refused to yield the ITER magnet material. After hanging up, Foster scoffed, "They won't shed tears until they see the grave." He then summoned his secretary, preparing to intensify sanctions against the Dragon Kingdom and see how they would withstand this trial. In the following days, the United States launched comprehensive sanctions against the Dragon Kingdom's smartphone, computer, and television industries. Furthermore, various American brands received directives from their government to target these sectors in a concerted effort. Many enterprises in the Dragon Kingdom could not withstand the dual blows and were left with no choice but to declare bankruptcy. It was not only the businesses that suffered. The lives of the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were also significantly affected. If this continues, the Dragon Kingdom may indeed face a dire economic crisis. The nation's leadership had no choice but to reassess the situation. They convened an emergency meeting, during which 2/3 of the attendees agreed to surrender the ITER magnet material technology to alleviate the economic crisis facing the Dragon Kingdom. However, the leader resolutely opposed this course of action. At Research Institute No. 3, we have successfully developed a 7-nanometer lithography machine. I firmly believe that it will not be long before they are able to produce chips. However, Chief, given the current circumstances, our nation cannot endure for much longer. Grant me 10 days. If we fail to produce a chip by then, we shall concede and surrender the ITER magnet material technology. 10 days? We can hardly withstand such a lengthy period. Should a true economic crisis erupt in our country, a series of issues will inevitably follow. Our rapid development over the years should not be jeopardized by these economic tribulations, plunging us back to the pre-liberation era. Yet if we relinquish the ITER magnet material technology, we may never surpass the beautiful nation in high-tech advancements. That is a matter for another time. Presently, we must address the issues at hand. In a moment of frustration, the chief slammed his palm onto the table and engaged in a heated argument with the senior leader, unwilling to concede so easily. Ultimately, they resorted to a show of hands. Clearly, the majority favored prioritizing the immediate concerns of our nation and surrendering the ITER magnet material technology. While the communication with the beautiful nation was originally to be conducted by the chief, he, as the sole dissenting voice, was reluctant to admit defeat. Subsequently, a representative was chosen to engage in a telephone conversation with Foster from the beautiful nation. The chief felt a sense of helplessness. He never anticipated that after enduring so long, our nation would meet such a disheartening conclusion. He could easily envision Foster's smug expression, undoubtedly relishing this moment. Alas, at the heart of it all lies the technological lag of our nation, which has led to successful sanctions by the beautiful nation, compelling us to surrender the ITER magnet material technology. This felt like a profound humiliation for our nation. He yearned to resist, but found himself powerless. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon seeing it was Director Jiang from Research Institute No. 3, the chief did not exhibit excessive excitement, for he had already inquired about the chip research progress just yesterday, to which the response had been one of incompletion. Leader, I bring good news. Tremendous news. As soon as the chief answered the call, Director Zhang's exuberant voice burst forth. However, for the chief, even a significant breakthrough in chip technology would arrive too late. Director Zhang, what is this good news? Please share. We have developed a 7-nanometer chip. Director Zhang's voice trembled with excitement. Oh, the chief replied calmly. Yet, after a brief moment, realization struck him, and he incredulously asked, What? Could you repeat that? Director Zhang steadied his breath and articulated clearly, We have developed a 7-nanometer chip. Upon hearing those words again, the chief's excitement caused his phone to slip from his grasp and crash to the ground. A 7-nanometer chip. A 7-nanometer chip. Ha ha. This is splendid news. He confirmed that Director Zhang was indeed referring to the chip and not the lithography machine. Our nation has finally succeeded in creating its own 7-nanometer chip. Henceforth, we need not fear the sanctions of the beautiful nation. To hell with them. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Suddenly, he remembered that the representative from our nation was still on the phone with Foster. Yes, he must intervene immediately. He hoped it was not too late. In the voice communication room, Minister Jiang from our nation was on the line with Foster. Minister Jiang, you are far more reasonable than the chief. I hope our cooperation will be fruitful. As soon as we receive the ITER magnet material technology, we will promptly lift the sanctions against you. Very well, I will transmit the ITER magnet material technology shortly. I hope you will uphold your promise to lift the sanctions against our nation and provide us with 11-nanometer chip technology. Of course, our beautiful nation is one that honors its commitments, chuckled Foster. Suddenly, the door to the voice communication room swung open. Chapter 137, A Familiar Voice. Foster, during the call, first heard the sound of the door opening, followed by an exclamation from someone, We did it. We have succeeded. Then came a flurry of hurried footsteps. Just as Foster was left bewildered, unsure of what was transpiring in the communication room, the call was abruptly disconnected. This reminded him of a previous negotiation with the chief, which had been on the brink of success before an unexpected incident occurred. Surely, this time would not witness another unforeseen complication. Furthermore, that voice sounded somewhat familiar. Yes, it was indeed the chief's voice. He declared they had succeeded. What could that possibly mean? Could it be that they had developed the chip? This seemed implausible. The technological gap between our nations remained vast. Moreover, the beautiful nation had deliberately sold them a 21-nanometer lithography machine, leading them astray in their research direction. Then, Foster recalled the ITER magnet material developed by our nation. A wave of panic washed over him. If our nation had managed to develop the ITER magnet material technology, it implied they must possess a cadre of top-tier researchers. If that were the case, our nation could very well have developed the chip, which would pose significant challenges. To confirm his suspicions, Foster immediately redialed the number. Yet, the call could not be connected. Meanwhile, in the voice communication room of our nation, Minister Jiang gazed in astonishment as the chief abruptly cut off the power, severing the call. Chief, do you realize what you're doing? Minister Jiang inquired, his voice tinged with anger. He had been on the verge of finalizing an agreement with the beautiful nation, ensuring that by surrendering the ITER magnet material technology, our nation could alleviate its current economic crisis. Little did he expect the chief would go so far as to terminate the call. Has the ITER magnet material technology been transmitted? The chief asked anxiously. Minister Jiang did not reply, but continued to chastise. Your actions could plunge our nation into an economic crisis. From Minister Zhang's words, the chief understood that they had not yet surrendered the ITER magnet material technology. A sigh of relief washed over him. The earlier exclamation from Minister Jiang had quickly attracted the attention of several other high-ranking leaders from our nation. They looked at the chief in bewilderment, questioning his presence there. Shortly thereafter, Minister Jiang recounted the situation to the others. Their expressions darkened, and they addressed the chief. Chief, you are a high-ranking leader of our nation. Your actions are far too immature. Minister Jiang was in communication with a beautiful nation. What if you anger them? The consequences would fall on you. Before the chief could explain, one senior leader continued, "Chief, we understand your reluctance to surrender the ITER magnet material technology, and we share your sentiments. However, you are aware of our nation's current predicament. We hope you can prioritize the greater good." This matter was decided by a show of hands. You cannot consider only your own opinions while disregarding the survival of our nation. The chief faced a barrage of criticism from several leaders. Throughout, he had attempted to interject, yet they afforded him no opportunity to speak. Only when their anger rendered them silent did the chief finally say with a smile, "Have you all finished? May I speak now? Speak, and let us hear what justification you can offer." A voice inquired, "Justification? We have successfully developed a 7-nanometer chip. Does that not suffice?" The leader replied coolly. One of the high-ranking officials from a nation scoffed, "A 7-nanometer chip? Does anyone truly believe that our dragon nation has achieved such a feat? If you were to claim we had developed a 17-nanometer chip, we might entertain the notion. But 7 nanometers? Only the beautiful nation possesses that technology." Observing their skepticism, the leader declared, "Let us proceed." To where? The others queried in bewilderment. "To Research Institute number 3, where you shall witness the 7-nanometer chip." They exchanged glances. Confusion etched on their faces. Has Research Institute number 3 truly developed a 7-nanometer chip? We shall find out, the leader proclaimed, stepping out of the conference room, followed by the others, who remained doubtful. In the laboratory of Research Institute number 3, a young man was being tossed jubilantly into the air by his colleagues, all brimming with excitement and enthusiasm. Nearby, a curvaceous girl beamed with delight as she watched the young man soar. At that moment, she understood what had drawn her to him, the indomitable spirit he exuded. In a realm where others deemed it impossible, he had accomplished the extraordinary in less than a month. Such charisma was irresistible, and had it not been for her uncle's warning to steer clear of him, she would have rushed forward to embrace him and confess her feelings. As the girl pondered, another girl excitedly approached, tapping her on the shoulder. "Ife, what are you thinking? You look utterly scandalous." Xiao Ife jumped at the sudden interruption. Annoyed, she playfully swatted at her friend's backside. "Oh, you incorrigible flirt," Xiao Xiaoyu replied, bouncing away with a mock pout. Xiao Ife, with a mischievous glint in her eye, licked her lips and teased, "Indeed, I am a notorious flirt." She then lunged toward Xiao Xiaoyu, who quickly darted away in mock terror. After the commotion subsided, an elder named Qiao addressed the group. "Everyone quiet down. The successful development of the 7-nanometer chip owes much to Jiang Fan. Let us all applaud him." A thunderous ovation erupted from over 100 researchers, their admiration for the young leader palpable. A man in his 20s had, in less than a month, guided them to achieve what had previously been deemed inconceivable. The researchers from the silicon wafer department, in particular, were overwhelmed with pride, their hands stinging from applause. Initially, when Jiang Fan had claimed he could produce a silicon wafer with 99.99 purity in just 5 days, they had dismissed it as bravado. Yet, he had accomplished it in 4 days, surpassing the beautiful nation's technology. Before they could revel in that triumph, Jiang Fan had led them to successfully develop the 7-nanometer chip in merely 3 days, leaving them in disbelief. Chapter 138, a 50 discount. Upon learning of Jiang Fan's achievement with the 7-nanometer chip, the senior leaders of the Dragon Nation opted not to announce it immediately. Instead, they convened with Ren Zhengfei, the representative of domestic mobile phone manufacturers, to share the news. Ren Zhengfei was overjoyed, never having expected that Dragon Nation had indeed developed the chip. Their company was finally saved. When he learned that the state planned to entrust the production rights of the chip to Huawei Technology, he was moved to tears. "We have made this decision after careful consideration, and we hope you will not disappoint the nation's expectations." Fei Xingfei responded, "I am grateful to the country and will not let it down." The state evaluated 5 local technology companies for the chip production agency, with Huawei being of moderate strength. However, Jiang Fan chose Huawei Technology for its patriotic leadership and its dedicated research team in chip development. The higher-ups approved Jiang Fan's proposal, and with state support, production machinery for Huawei Technology was promptly established. As the technical advisor, Jiang Fan soon produced the first batch of 7-nanometer chips, aptly named Dragon Chip. In gratitude, Ren Zhengfei offered Jiang Fan a 10 stake in the company. With Dragon Nation's own Dragon Chip, industries related to mobile phones, computers, and televisions flourished anew. Furthermore, the state set remarkably low prices for its own enterprises, dramatically reducing production costs compared to the previous prices of imported chips from the beautiful nation. Meanwhile, Foster remained unaware of the situation, awaiting contact from Dragon Nation. Instead, he was met with the shocking announcement of the 7-nanometer chip's development. Upon seeing the global announcement, he was rendered speechless, his first thought being that it must be a hoax. After all, it was a 7-nanometer chip. If they had claimed a 17-nanometer chip, he might have entertained the idea, but achieving a 7-nanometer chip without prior groundwork in 17 or 11 nanometers seemed implausible. Shortly thereafter, a company named Huawei Technology began advertising custom chips worldwide, forcing Foster to confront the reality. Dragon Nation had indeed developed a 7-nanometer chip. Panic surged within him. Until now, only the beautiful nation could produce such technology, allowing them to dictate prices at will. The sudden emergence of Dragon Nation in the market shattered their monopoly, threatening to drastically reduce the beautiful nation's chip exports and undermine their financial stability. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Foster urgently convened a crisis meeting. As he contemplated whether to invite Byrne, he recalled Byrne's frequent warning: Dragon Nation is like a slumbering beast. Do not provoke it. Let it remain undisturbed. Now, he seemed to grasp the meaning behind those words and ultimately decided to extend the invitation to Byrne. The mobile phone industry in Dragon Nation thrived. Following the announcement of their chip development, companies in the beautiful nation promptly lifted sanctions against Dragon Nation. They were unwilling to follow the path of chip manufacturers who had received minimal government support, restricting exports to Dragon Nation, only to find that such actions were now unnecessary, as Dragon Nation had developed its own Dragon chip and would no longer rely on their products. Preliminary estimates suggest that those chip manufacturers incur at least $300 billion in losses annually. Domestic smartphone brands have now adopted their own nation's chips, reducing the cost of each device by 30% compared to before. This clearly illustrates the exorbitant profits that the United States has previously reaped. In gratitude to their homeland for its support, domestic smartphone manufacturers have decided to offer a batch of phones back to the citizens of the Dragon Country at cost price. As soon as these smartphones hit the market, they were met with an overwhelming demand. Previously, people often compared various issues of domestic phones with foreign brands. But during the recent absence of domestic smartphones, the soaring prices of foreign brands have made these devices unaffordable for many. Now, everyone realizes the superiority of domestic smartphones. The entire internet is abuzz with praise for domestic brands. User 1. Today, I finally acquired a smartphone, a domestic one, and it feels so familiar. User 2. Seeing the low-price models from Xiaomi, Huawei, and Meizu brings me to tears of joy. I can finally afford a smartphone. User 3. I used to be unaware of the merits of domestic phones and even criticize them. After this incident, I sincerely apologize to our domestic brands. User 4. The performance of domestic smartphones in the 1,000 yuan range rivals that of foreign models costing over 6,000. Isn't that appealing? User 5. While foreign brands announce price hikes when domestic phones were taken off the shelves, it shows they only wish to profit from us, treating us as fools. We must resolutely boycott foreign brands from now on. User 6. Brothers, I've smashed my Apple phone. Damn it. From now on, I will only support domestic brands. User 7. I've deleted my Apple account. 12,000 yuan for a phone. Let those Apple devices go to hell. User 8. User 7. Haven't you seen the Apple official site? They've now adjusted their prices to a normal level of 6,500. They added a whopping 5,500. Apple should leave the Dragon Country. Lei Jun, the owner of Xiaomi, couldn't help but smile at the online comments. He then turned to the other smartphone brand owners and said, "We truly must thank our country and the scientists who developed the Longke chip. Otherwise, we might not have the opportunity to be here. Indeed, who knows who the scientist behind the chip is? I must express my gratitude. Scientists who could develop chips are state secrets, and we have no access to them. By the way, why hasn't Brother Ren from Huawei joined us? He is quite busy with chip-related matters now." Just as they were happily chatting, Lei Jun's phone rang. It was Qualcomm from the United States. He promptly answered on speakerphone. "Hello, Mr. Lei Jun. I apologize for not selling you chips earlier. It was a decision from our government, and we had no choice. As compensation, we can offer you a 50% discount on future chip orders with us." Upon hearing this, Lei Jun burst into laughter. "Peter, our Dragon Country now has its own chips. Do you really think I would still purchase from you?" "I understand, Mr. Lei. Rest assured. As long as you continue to cooperate with us, we can negotiate prices. I believe we won't have any future opportunities for cooperation. Goodbye." Lei Jun hung up the phone. When we visited the United States to plead for chips, they treated us like beggars, not only refusing to sell, but also humiliating us. Now that we've developed our chips, they come seeking us. It's too late. These foreigners exploited us for so long, and when it mattered, they left us hanging, still hoping for cooperation? What delusion! Using our own country as chips. Not only are they cheaper, but their performance is far superior. As the discussion continued, another smartphone brand owner's phone rang. He picked it up, and to his surprise, it was Peter from Qualcomm again. He answered directly, unlike Lei Jun, who was more amiable. "You bunch of sons of bitches think you can work with me? Dream on. You've already cheated us out of so much money." Peter was at a loss for words. He dared not retort. His boss had assigned him the task of securing orders from the Dragon Country, where their sales would plummet by at least half this year. "Mr. Liu, you're absolutely right. Why not place an order for our chips? I assure you, this time, our service will meet your satisfaction. Get lost. To work with you again would make me a fool." The owner hung up the phone. The others, listening to the fierce reprimand, felt a sense of satisfaction. Lei Jun chuckled and teased, "Brother, you might want to tone it down a bit. Consider the implications for both nations." "Haha, but I like it." At Huawei's research department. After the state-mandated confidentiality agreements for all researchers, Jiang Fan handed over all the technology for the chip production lines to the internal research technicians at Huawei. Once he finished, Ren Zhengfei invited Jiang Fan to dinner, expressing gratitude for his assistance in swiftly establishing the chip production line. "Chief Engineer Jiang, I've reserved a banquet for you at the Shangri-La International Hotel. Mr. Ren, there's no need for such extravagance. I quite enjoy the food at our research base as cafeteria," Jiang Fan replied. He was not particularly interested in the fare from large hotels, which often involved too many formalities. Dining at the cafeteria felt much more relaxed. After spending time with Jiang Fan, Ren Zhengfei understood that he had simple culinary preferences. What mattered was comfort and ease. He instructed the cafeteria chefs to prepare a few special dishes for Jiang Fan. While they were dining, an unexpected voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Fan's mind. "System, congratulations, host. You have successfully developed a 7nm chip, rescuing the patriotic enterprise Huawei technology and turning its losses into profits. You have received a task reward, 4nm chip technology." Immediately, a wealth of information regarding 4nm chip technology flooded Jiang Fan's mind, causing him to feel an exhilarating surge of excitement. Seeing Jiang Fan's joyous reaction, Ren Zhengfei felt relieved. It seemed Chief Engineer Jiang was enjoying himself. "Chief Engineer Jiang, thank you for your guidance. I propose a toast to you. Feel free to drink tea." Ren Zhengfei, aware of Jiang Fan's aversion to alcohol, refrained from pouring him any. He raised his glass and drank it all in one go, while Jiang Fan, equally delighted by the system's reward, lifted his cup of tea and finished it in one sip. Noticing Jiang Fan's good mood, Ren Zhengfei, emboldened by the effects of the drink, said, "Chief Engineer Jiang, I have a small request. I hope it's appropriate to mention." "Mr. Ren, please go ahead." Jiang Fan replied with a smile. "Our Huawei company has another research department focused on developing mobile operating systems, but we have made significant progress. Would you be willing to take a look and provide some guidance?" Just as Jiang Fan was about to decline, the system's voice resonated in his mind once more. "System, congratulations, host, for triggering a selection task. Option 1. Accept the invitation from the CEO of Huawei Company and obtain the most advanced mobile operating system currently available on Blue Star. Option 2. Decline the invitation from the CEO of Huawei Company with no rewards." Jiang Fan was immensely pleased with how the system consistently provided support. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan chose option 1, accepting Ren Zhengfei's invitation. After their meal, Ren Zhengfei escorted Jiang Fan to the Mobile System Research and Development Department. "Chief Engineer Jiang, this is our Mobile System R&D Department, which comprises a total of 39 technical personnel." Ren Zhengfei introduced the general situation of the department to Jiang Fan. Subsequently, he summoned Liu Tao, the chief engineer responsible for system development, to provide Jiang Fan with an overview of the system's development status. However, Liu Tao, upon noticing that Jiang Fan was barely 20, began to harbor doubts in his mind. Was it not excessive for a chief engineer to explain the system's development to an intern? As he caught a whiff of the alcohol on Ren Zhengfei, he quickly comprehended the situation. Chapter 140, Mobile Operating System. Liu Tao speculated that Jiang Fan must be a relative or a friend child of the CEO, interning here. After all, with Ren Zhengfei inebriated, he might as well just humor him. No matter how much he explained, this young man likely wouldn't comprehend it. Rendering his words a waste, Liu Tao casually mentioned a few things and hastily concluded his remarks. Jiang Fan paid little mind to it, as what Liu Tao described about the mobile system was utterly primitive and incomparable to the system's rewards. Once Liu Tao finished, Ren Zhengfei turned to Jiang Fan and inquired, "Chief Engineer Jiang, did you understand?" "Yes, I comprehend," Jiang Fan replied. Liu Tao, Overhearing Ren Zhengfei address Jiang Fan as Chief Engineer Jiang was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly deduced that Ren Zhengfei must have had quite a bit to drink, making nonsensical statements. So, what do you think is our problem? Ren Zhengfei asked Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly, "There isn't really a problem." Lu Tao, witnessing Jiang Fan's earnest response, couldn't help but want to laugh. This young man truly had a knack for pretense. Ren Zhengfei called him chief engineer, and he genuinely believed he understood technical development. It would be remarkable if he could identify any issues with the trivial points Lu Tao had just mentioned. Jiang Fan continued, "However, the system developed by your company is quite outdated." At this point, Lu Tao could no longer contain himself. How could a young man, who clearly knew nothing, dare to say that their developed mobile system was outdated? And right in front of Ren Zhengfei, no less. Was this not a slap in the face? He retorted sharply to Jiang Fan, "Youngster, could you specify how our developed mobile system is outdated?" "I'm not quite sure about the specifics," Jiang Fan replied. "Haha." Lu Tao couldn't help but laugh. This young man was quite amusing. He claimed their system was outdated, yet didn't even know where it was outdated. Was that not contradictory? Then, on what basis do you assert that our system is outdated? Lu Tao demanded. "It's a feeling," Jiang Fan responded. "A feeling?" Lu Tao found this young man's reasoning utterly absurd. He was now 100% convinced that Jiang Fan was merely an ignorant child who enjoyed showing off in front of his superiors. At this moment, Ren Zhengfei addressed Jiang Fan, "Chief Engineer Jiang, do you have any suggestions for improvement?" "There's no need for improvement. I happen to have a mobile system that I can offer you," Jiang Fan declared. "How could I possibly accept your system for free? How about this? I will pay 1 billion. Deal." Jiang Fan readily accepted without hesitation, for after all, this was Blue Star's premier mobile operating system, valued at 1 billion. Beside them, Lu Tao was left dumbfounded by Ren Zhengfei's words, feeling as though he were in a dream. One was audacious enough to proclaim it, while the other was foolish enough to believe it. The key point was that they had yet to see any proof. Yet Ren Zhengfei was already willing to spend 1 billion to purchase this young man's purported system, just as Lu Tao was preparing to persuade his boss. Ren Zhengfei excitedly exclaimed, "Chief Engineer Lu, gather all the technicians. No need, just provide me with a computer, and I will directly code the mobile system and explain it to Chief Engineer Lu." "All right, Chief Engineer Lu, prepare a computer for Chief Engineer Jiang." Lu Tao observed Ren Zhengfei's demeanor, utterly perplexed by how much white liquor he must have consumed at lunch to be in such a state. When Ren Zhengfei noticed Lu Tao's lack of action, he grew irritated, saying, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up." Usually, Lu Tao was quite astute, but at this moment, he seemed utterly dazed. Jiang Fan was indeed a top-tier technical talent in the country. To have him willing to sell his mobile system was undoubtedly a massive boon for them. And here was Lu Tao, still stunned. Should he inadvertently offend Jiang Fan, and the young man decided not to sell them the system, he would be the one at a loss. Seeing Ren Zhengfei's rising temper, Lu Tao reluctantly fetched a computer for Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan wasted no time. Sitting down and powering on the computer, Lu Tao, with an expression of amusement, watched Jiang Fan, curious how the young man would explain himself to Ren Zhengfei after claiming their system was outdated while attempting to sell his own for 1 billion. Truly a grand charlatan. He was eager to see how he would expose him. Jiang Fan casually opened a programming software on the computer and began typing code. Lu Tao was taken aback. He had not expected this young man to actually know how to code. By the looks of it, he appeared to have studied for at least 2 years. Whether he could produce something at the end, however, remained uncertain. Jiang Fan focused intently, transcribing the code of the mobile system reward from his mind onto the computer. He quickly fell into a state of flow, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. The entire research lab resonating with the sound of rapid typing. Lu Tao, feeling disdainful, thought, while Jiang Fan's speed was impressive, software programming speed was just one aspect. More crucial was the absence of errors. Otherwise, the software and system produced would be non-functional. An hour swiftly passed, and Jiang Fan finally paused his fingers. Rising, he addressed Ren Zhengfei, "All done." "Well done, Chief Engineer Jiang." "Chief Engineer Lu, you should conduct a test immediately." Lu Tao, witnessing Ren Zhengfei's excited expression, found it hard to suppress his desire to shield him from disappointment. However, he could not allow this young man to swindle Ren Zhengfei of 1 billion. He remained seated at the computer, directly importing the system Jiang Fan had created into the mobile system tester. Lu Tao already anticipated the outcome. How could a mobile system produced in just 1 hour fare any better than the results from their entire R&D team, which had spent 3 years developing a system that fell short of requirements? 5 minutes later, the mobile system tester displayed. Mobile operating system test passed. Chapter 141. The wind in the corridor. The mobile operating system test passed. This was quite straightforward, signifying that the mobile system created by Jiang Fan was functioning correctly and could be utilized. Overall performance, 100 points. This was utterly remarkable. Its scoring criterion was based on a comparison with all mobile systems available in the market on Blue Star. A score of 100 signifies that this mobile operating system is unrivaled among its peers, surpassing all others in every conceivable aspect. Lu Tao found it hard to believe his own eyes. The expression he had prepared to witness as he anticipated Jiang Fan's embarrassment was abruptly frozen in disbelief. A comprehensive performance score of 100. How could that possibly be? He leaned closer to the computer and clicked to retest, suspecting that the mobile system tester might be malfunctioning. However, 5 minutes later, the results mirrored those of the previous test. Lu Tao was so taken aback that beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. He could hardly fathom that Jiang Fan had crafted a top-tier mobile operating system in a mere hour. If that were the case, it would imply that the system he had developed over 3 years as a technical chief paled in comparison to the one created by a young man in just 1 hour. And with Director Run standing right behind him, he was not keen on being overshadowed. After all, he was one of the few technical talents in the Dragon Country's mobile system domain. He repeatedly reassured himself that the mobile system tester must indeed be broken. Thus, Lu Tao directly imported the mobile system developed by his own team. 5 minutes later, the results emerged. The mobile operating system passed the test with a score of 56. At this point, Lu Tao could no longer deny that the tester was functioning correctly, as this figure corresponded precisely to the score their system had consistently achieved. With a tinge of embarrassment, he lifted his gaze to regard the young man, and then glanced at Director Rin. He felt a wave of despair wash over him. Chief Engineer Lu, how did the test results turn out? Director Rin inquired. Lu Tao, resigned, did not wish to acknowledge the perfection of Jiang Fan's system. Yet the truth was undeniable. Director Rin, the mobile system he created has surpassed both Android and Apple, ranking first on Blue Star. Upon hearing Lu Tao's words, Director Rin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he grasped Jiang Fan's hand vigorously. Indeed, a top-tier technical talent from the nation is formidable. A casual research endeavor has resulted in a world-leading system. Chief Engineer Jiang, thank you immensely. Not only have you guided us in completing the chip production machinery, but you have also resolved our mobile system issues. Our Dragon Country now possesses mastery over both chips and mobile operating systems, ensuring that the mobile industry will no longer be subject to sanctions. Haha. When Lu Tao heard Director Rin mention that this young man had assisted them in the chip production machinery, he suddenly understood. Could he possibly be the national appointed chip technology advisor? If so, everything fell into place. He had heard tales of this chip technology advisor's exceptional skills, a true national talent. Yet, moments ago, he had mistakenly regarded him as merely an arrogant intern. Reflecting on his previous thoughts and actions, now felt utterly foolish. Stealing a glance at Jiang Fan's expression, Lu Tao noticed a smile gracing his features. He did not appear angry, which allowed Lu Tao to relax. Chief Engineer Lu, allow me to explain the design principles of this system, so you can grasp it more comprehensively. Jiang Fan at de Lu Tao. At this moment, Lu Tao wore a respectful demeanor, yielding his position to Jiang Fan, standing obediently to the side and listening attentively to Jiang Fan's explanation. After Jiang Fan finished, he inquired whether Lu Tao understood, to which Lu Tao nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. How about this, Chief Engineer Lu? Add me on WeChat. And if you have any questions or uncertainties later, feel free to contact me. Jiang Fan suggested. Lu Tao, brimming with excitement and somewhat overwhelmed, replied, Can I really add you on WeChat? Subsequently, he eagerly retrieved his phone, scanned Jiang Fan's QR code, and added him as a friend. He never anticipated that a national-level top-tier technician would be so approachable, displaying none of the airs one might expect. After attending to matters at Huawei, Jiang Fan returned to Research Institute No. 3. As everyone encountered Jiang Fan, they greeted him with utmost respect. Jiang Fan smiled in response. As he traversed the corridor, preparing to return to his quarters, he noticed a striking woman clad in a light blue dress standing at the entrance to his residence. The dress fell just above her knees, revealing her legs clad in black stockings. Although Jiang Fan was not particularly fond of stockings, he couldn't help but steal a few glances. The woman was facing sideways, lifting her hand as if to knock on the door, but hesitated and withdrew. Jiang Fan felt perplexed. Was this girl searching for him? He didn't seem to recognize her, and given that they were in a national research institute, It was unusual for someone to enter dressed so provocatively. Just as the girl made up her mind to knock, Jiang Fan approached and said, "Are you looking for me?" Upon hearing his voice, the girl quickly turned her head. Jiang Fan then realized that it was Qiao Yifei. No wonder he hadn't recognized her for the past few days. Qiao Yifei had been wearing a white lab coat and sporting braids. Seeing her suddenly in casual attire, he truly failed to recognize her. Initially flustered upon seeing Jiang Fan, Qiao Yifei quickly composed herself and replied, "And no, it's nothing. I was just wondering if you had lunch yet." Jiang Fan, taken aback by Qiao Yifei's unexpectedly gentle tone, momentarily lost his bearings. She seemed like an entirely different person. However, Jiang Fan reminded himself to maintain a distance from her. "I've already eaten." "Oh then." Qiao Yifei lowered her head, a hint of shyness washing over her as she prepared to invite Jiang Fan out for a stroll. However, just as she began to speak, the sound of a door closing interrupted her. She lifted her head in confusion, realizing Jiang Fan had already entered his room. A gust of cold air swept in through the window at the end of the corridor, rustling her skirt and evoking a sense of indescribable desolation. The astonishment on her face hinted that she was still pondering what had just transpired. Who was she? Why was she here? A barrage of questions flooded Qiao Yifei's mind. Before she could gather her thoughts, the door swung open. Jiang Fan emerged, esporting a bakbak. Upon seeing this, Qiao Yifei revealed a triumphant smile. It seemed that Jiang Fan had not ignored her. He had merely returned to his room to fetch something. Perhaps he had already been captivated by her allure, but was simply too shy to voice it. Sensing his reticence, she felt it was her turn to speak. She believed that few men could resist her charm. So, just as Qiao Yifei was about to speak, Jiang Fan interjected, "Senior Qiao, do you know where Uncle Qiao is?" "In Director Zhang's office." Qiao Yifei instinctively responded. "Thank you," Jiang Fan said before departing. The corridor was once again left with only Qiao Yifei. At that moment, a stronger draft swept through the window at the end of the hallway, leaving Qiao Yifei feeling somewhat disheveled. Chapter 142, Termination of the Transaction. Research Institute No. 3 in Kyoto. In Director Zhang's office, he stated, "Chief Engineer Jiang has made such a significant contribution to our research institute that we must apply to the state for a first-class merit award." Old Man Xiao said earnestly, "Indeed, I share the same sentiment. I will prepare the application documents." Thanks to Jiang Fan, our institute has managed to develop a 7nm chip in less than a month. Reflecting on it now feels almost surreal. Director Zhang chuckled. "Xiao, at last, our No. 3 research institute has fulfilled the directives from our superiors, and we can finally indulge in a moment of respite." Director Zhang, Chief Engineer Qiao, you and all the researchers have worked tirelessly during this time. I am preparing to grant everyone a few days off to allow them some well-deserved rest. Qiao, excellent. I have no objections. After this intense period of research, where they've only had 34 hours of rest each week, it is indeed time for them to rejuvenate. Qiao, in fact, the one who has exerted the most effort is Jiang Fan. He has been racing against time and sometimes hasn't rested for 2 consecutive days. Just when he successfully developed the 7nm chip, he was swiftly reassigned by the national leaders to focus on chip production. At that moment, as Qiao and Director Zhang were conversing, Jiang Fan knocked and entered. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, both Zhang and Xiao quickly stood up and exclaimed, "Ah, Jiang Fan, you're back. Speak of the devil, and he appears, haha." Jiang Fan greeted them with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jiang Fan said, "Director Zhang, Uncle Xiao, I have developed the technical blueprint for a 4nm chip over the past few days." His words struck like a ticking time bomb, leaving the two men momentarily speechless. It took a full 2 minutes for them to regain their composure, stammering, "Why, you have developed the technical blueprint for a 4nm chip?" "Indeed," Jiang Fan replied calmly. "Washington, the capital of the beautiful country, is situated on the northwest Pacific coast. A scientific research facility within a white building in the suburbs of Washington typically keeps its gates tightly shut." A black Lincoln car approached the entrance, and rather than being halted, the electric gate slowly opened. The car proceeded directly to the comprehensive building of the research base before coming to a stop. A robust man in a suit emerged from the vehicle, wearing an earpiece. Upon exiting, he scanned the surroundings and, finding nothing amiss, opened the rear door. A slightly portly middle-aged man stepped out, his gaze penetrating and intense. After alighting, he strode purposefully into the comprehensive building, followed closely by 2 bodyguards. In the VIP room, Professor Daniel, the head of the research base, sat upright, addressing the unexpected visitor. "General Foster, what directives do you have for me?" Foster replied, Professor Daniel, I am here today primarily to gain a detailed understanding of the chip development situation at the research base. Professor Daniel responded, there was no need for you to come in person. A phone call would suffice. Foster, you might not be aware, but Longke has developed a 7-nanometer chip. Upon hearing this news, Professor Daniel visibly startled, incredulously asking, Longke, a 7-nanometer chip? How is that even possible? Professor Daniel was well aware that Longke had not even reached the advanced stages of 11-nanometer or 20-nanometer chip technology in recent years, let alone developed a 7-nanometer chip. Foster, you need not doubt this. They have already begun accepting foreign orders. Our country's chip exports are currently plummeting. Professor Daniel could tell that General Foster had not traveled such a distance merely to amuse himself. Yet, he still found it hard to believe that Longke could produce a 7-nanometer chip. Foster, Professor Daniel, how is our 6-nanometer chip progressing? Professor Daniel, the 6-nanometer chip has been developed, but it is currently unstable and still in the final experimental adjustment phase. We should be able to resolve this issue within 3 months. 3 months? Foster murmured, then stated sternly, I am giving you 1 week to deliver the 6-nanometer chip technology. Foster could not afford to wait that long, as Longke's chips were being sold at remarkably low prices, starting to seize their foreign market. He was unclear how Longke could sell their chips at such a low rate, a mere third of their own prices. In truth, they could also sell at that price. But with tariffs, the final profit only reached 50. Such a profit would typically be considered quite satisfactory. However, the beautiful country had grown accustomed to exorbitant profits and thus looked down upon these figures. Professor Daniel, General Foster, a week is simply insufficient. We still need to conduct at least 1,000 experiments to ensure the stability of the 6-nanometer chip and avoid issues during mass production. Foster, you may continue researching and experimenting with the 6-nanometer chip, but you must produce a 6-nanometer chip technology in 1 week. As for stability, do not concern yourself with that for now. Foster's intention was clear. He needed to present the 6-nanometer chip as a competitive edge against Longke's offerings to reclaim their market. Professor Daniel had more to say, but ultimately refrained, assuring Foster that he would deliver a set of 6-nanometer chip technologies within a week. Foster then visited the research base's laboratory and left feeling satisfied. Back in his office, his secretary approached him with a document. Mr. Foster, here is the list of countries that have purchased Longke's chips. Please review it. Foster took the document and scrutinized it with keen interest, his eyes occasionally gleaming with cold intensity. He then summoned his secretary. Immediately connect with the highest leaders of the countries I have marked. Understood. I will take care of it right away. The secretary set out to contact the pickled cabbage country first. Mr. Foster, the leader of the pickled cabbage country is ready to speak with you. Foster then connected the call and, without courtesy, unleashed a tirade upon the leader of the pickled cabbage country, leaving them utterly bewildered. Mr. Foster, what exactly have we done wrong? Foster, did your country import 1 billion ships from Longke? Pickled cabbage country. This might be purchases made by private enterprises. I am not entirely sure, Mr. Foster. Foster, do not attempt to evade responsibility. Immediately cancel those orders and procure our beautiful country's chips instead, or else. Pickled cabbage country. Understood, understood. I will take care of it. After hanging up, the leader of the pickled cabbage country could not suppress their irritation. What nonsense. Your country's chips are so expensive, yet you force us to buy them. The leader could only vent their frustration, subsequently instructing their subordinates to immediately notify enterprises importing Longke's chips to terminate their transactions. Chapter 143, the 6-nanometer chip. The following day, Foster announced to the world that they had developed a 6-nanometer chip. Although the 7-nanometer and 6-nanometer chips differ by merely 1 nanometer, their performance varies by a staggering 30. Thus, the moment the beautiful country announced the development of the 6-nanometer chip, it instantly stirred considerable reaction worldwide. Currently, the application of chips can be said to be ubiquitous, serving as core components across nearly all fields. Especially in high-tech projects, the role of a single chip is substantial. Each breakthrough in chip technology significantly enhances various high-tech capabilities. Not long after the beautiful country announced the 6-nanometer chip, they received congratulatory calls from numerous nations. Country F, congratulations to the beautiful country for successfully developing the 6-nanometer chip. Truly, you are the leader of Blue Star technology, and we hope for even closer cooperation between our two nations in the future. Sakura country, congratulations to our leader for researching the 6-nanometer chip. Let us see how Longke will seize the chip market this time. Pickled cabbage country, from now on, we will only purchase chips from the beautiful country. Foster received congratulatory calls from various countries, and his heart swelled with joy. The 6-nanometer chip belongs to the realm of high-end technology, utilized by numerous advanced devices globally. Consequently, the United States managed to reclaim a significant share of the chip market through the 6-nanometer chip. However, due to the exceptionally low prices of chips from the Dragon Kingdom, the United States was compelled to adjust its prices, resulting in unsatisfactory profit margins. Ultimately, Foster made a deliberate voice call to the Dragon Kingdom. "Foster, Your Excellency, it is a pleasure to converse with you once more." The leader could discern that Foster had intentionally called to flaunt his success. "Leader, Mr. Foster, please get to the point. There is no need for circumlocution." "Foster, indeed, Your Excellency is a forthright individual. I never anticipated that your esteemed Dragon Kingdom would develop a 7-nanometer chip." "Leader, this was merely a result of your pressures, and serendipitously, we made a breakthrough." "Foster, what a pity. No matter how capable you are, our United States has successfully developed the 6-nanometer chip. TSK, you remain one step behind us." "Leader, Mr. Foster, I trust your intention in calling was not merely to gloat. That would be quite childish of you." "Foster, of course not. I have come to discuss potential collaboration." "Leader, what is there for us to collaborate on?" "Foster, I believe your Dragon Kingdom could greatly benefit from the 6-nanometer chip. If you were to triple your chip prices, we could supply you with some. What do you think?" "Leader, the price of goods is determined by the market. I have no control over that." "Foster, if that is the case, your Dragon Kingdom shall never acquire the 6-nanometer chip." In a huff, Foster ended the call, realizing that the Dragon Kingdom was indeed ungrateful. Consequently, Foster instituted regulations targeting the Dragon Kingdom. 1. To purchase the 6-nanometer chip, one must acquire 10 billion worth of chips from the United States. 2. Purchases of chips from the Dragon Kingdom are prohibited. Many nations, eager to obtain the 6-nanometer chip, found themselves compelled to comply. Through these stipulations, the United States quickly secured numerous chip orders. However, Foster's elation was short-lived, as the Dragon Kingdom soon announced the development of a 4-nanometer chip. This revelation sent shockwaves across the globe. The United States was the first to leap forward, asserting that the Dragon Kingdom was fabricating lies. How could they have developed a 4-nanometer chip so soon after the 7-nanometer chip? Such a feat was utterly impossible. The United States had taken a full decade to transition from the 7-nanometer to the 6-nanometer chip. In an international forum, the United States proclaimed, "Do not be deceived. The Dragon Kingdom is merely attempting to engage in malicious competition within the chip market by claiming to have developed a 4-nanometer chip." The Cherry Blossom Nation chimed in. "The leader is correct. Having only recently developed the 7-nanometer chip, how could they possibly have produced a 4-nanometer chip? Everyone knows the challenges of chip development." The Kimchi Nation added, "Indeed, do not believe it. The Dragon Kingdom could not possibly have created a 4-nanometer chip." The F Nation quipped, "This is laughable. The Dragon Kingdom developing a 4-nanometer chip? I suspect their 7-nanometer technology may have been pilfered from the United States." The United States retorted, "My dear brother, you truly possess discerning insight." Just as the United States was orchestrating a campaign to discredit the Dragon Kingdom, the latter unveiled the performance data and ordering information for the 4-nanometer chip on the international stage. Nations that had previously disparaged the Dragon Kingdom were left speechless. Many countries began privately inquiring about the 4-nanometer chip, eager to make purchases. The performance of the 4-nanometer chip was a staggering twofold improvement over the 6-nanometer chip, creating an insurmountable chasm. The Dragon Kingdom also issued a restriction for those interested in acquiring the 4-nanometer chip. They could not purchase chips from the United States. As a result, many nations found themselves choosing between the Dragon Kingdom and the United States. However, 99 of nations leaned towards the Dragon Kingdom due to the irresistible allure of the 4-nanometer chip. Even the United States could not resist the temptation to procure some, as numerous high-tech projects were hampered by chip limitations, preventing them from achieving their full potential. Yet, given their current estrangement from the Dragon Kingdom, it was utterly impossible for them to make a purchase. Foster was both curious and frustrated. He wondered how the Dragon Kingdom had managed to develop the 4-nanometer chip. He regretted having flaunted his superiority before the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, he could have acquired the 4-nanometer chip. He now profoundly understood a truth. One should refrain from arrogance, for hubris invites calamity. Chapter 144. Then I shall give it a try. Foster drove once more to the chip research facility. Professor Daniel was taken aback when he heard that Director Foster demanded the development of a 4-nanometer chip within 2 months. "Professor Daniel, Director Foster, You are aware that chip development is not a simple endeavor. It took us 10 years to transition from the 7-nanometer to the 6-nanometer chip, let alone the 4-nanometer chip. Foster, how much funding will be required for research and development? We must develop the 4-nanometer chip. Otherwise, our United States will lose its foothold in the global chip market. Professor Daniel, funding is only one aspect. Technological research is inherently a slow process. Foster, but why did the Dragon Kingdom manage to develop a 4-nanometer chip in less than 10 days after the 7-nanometer chip? Foster's words left Professor Daniel a loss for words. He too was curious about this matter. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Fan was an exception, as he possessed a system that enabled him to achieve top-tier technology in a short period. In reality, research and development require extensive manpower, resources, finances, and time to yield scientific results. For instance, the Kyoto No. 3 Research Institute took 7 years to achieve modest results. This is the standard pace of research. In an effort to expedite the development of the 4-nanometer chip, Foster convened all of the United States' top chip experts to brainstorm technological solutions. As the adage goes, many hands make light work. After much deliberation, they indeed devised a feasible plan. They then commenced their research, while the United States concentrated its efforts on chip development. The Dragon Kingdom's Huawei Technology Company announced the creation of its own mobile operating system, named the Dragon Kirin system, subsequently revealing its performance specifications. The software companies in the United States, specializing in mobile systems, were suddenly on high alert, embarking on an investigation into Huawei's Dragon Kirin system. They discovered it to be vastly superior to the United States Android and Apple systems. These software companies, recalling the fate of the United States chip companies, were soon beset by a sense of foreboding. This premonition rapidly materialized into reality, as the Dragon Kirin system was officially launched and numerous mobile manufacturers worldwide began adopting it. The Android system, once the leading global operating system, plummeted to the 3rd rank. This left the owner of the Android system in despair, having listened to the government's directives. He had sanctioned the Dragon Kingdom for less than 3 days. The repercussions arrived with astonishing swiftness. The usage rates of their mobile operating system plummeted, nearly leading to their demise. They sought to explain their predicament to the state, hoping to garner support, yet the primary focus of the beautiful nation was on semiconductor technology, leaving little room for concern regarding their company. This left the proprietor of the Android system utterly speechless, imparting a valuable lesson upon him. Never provoke the Dragon Nation, lest one faces dire consequences. At the Dragon Nation's Research Institute No. 3, Director Zhang's office was graced by the presence of the Supreme Leader, who personally awarded Jiang Fan with a first-class national honor. Jiang Fan had truly brought him pride. Just a while ago, Foster had boasted over the phone about their development of a 6-nanometer chip, even threatening the Dragon Nation with elevated chip prices. Little did he expect that Jiang Fan, leading the researchers of Institute No. 3, would directly develop a 4-nanometer chip, surpassing the beautiful nation's 6-nanometer achievement. The slap in the face was resounding, and it filled him with immense satisfaction. The Supreme Leader exclaimed, "Jiang Fan, you are indeed a hero of the Dragon Nation." Ha ha ha, to which Jiang Fan humbly replied, "You flatter me, esteemed leader. There is no need for modesty. Without you, we would certainly have been forced to compromise with the beautiful nation, risking ridicule from countless other countries. The sight of the beautiful nation's misfortune brought them genuine joy, and laughter erupted among them. You are so extraordinary that I suspect you might have traveled from the future," joked Elder Qiao. Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback, managing only an awkward chuckle as he replied, "Uncle Qiao, you jest." Observing the merriment among them, Director Zhang playfully suggested, "Since you've already developed a 4-nanometer chip, why not lead our researchers to create a 1-nanometer chip as well?" Indeed, Jiang Fan, once you accomplish a 1-nanometer chip, I, as the chief engineer of chips, will have fulfilled my aspirations." Elder Qiao chimed in. Jiang Fan recognized the jest in Zhang's and Qiao's remarks, sharing in their laughter without further comment. At that moment, a notification resonated within his mind. System. Task selection triggered. Option 1. Accept Director Zhang's request and acquire a 1-nanometer chip. Option 2. Decline Director Zhang's request. No rewards. Jiang Fan was astounded by his technological system, internally giving it a thumbs up for its sophistication. He strove to maintain his composure, then calmly stated, "Since both Director Zhang and Uncle Qiao have suggested it, I shall endeavor to research a 1-nanometer chip." Chapter 145, Breaching Psychological Barriers. 3 days later, news from the Dragon Nation once again shocked the world. Dragon Nation develops 1-nanometer chip. Upon hearing this news, Foster slumped into his chair, his demeanor utterly despondent. A stark contrast to his previously vibrant self. He reflected on the month-long struggle with the Dragon Nation over semiconductor technology. Initially, the beautiful nation had leveraged chip sanctions against the Dragon Nation, coercing them to surrender their ITER magnet material technology, almost triggering an economic crisis for the Dragon Nation. The strategy had seemed foolproof, and at that time, he felt assured of victory. The Dragon Nation, having alleviated their crisis, had twice been on the verge of conceding their ITER magnet technology, but unforeseen circumstances intervened. However, when the Dragon Nation developed a 7-nanometer chip, the tide turned. They no longer sought the ITER technology, but merely aimed to reclaim their position in the international chip market. They had indeed regained some ground with their 6-nanometer chip. Yet, just as they were rallying their top talents nationwide to conquer the 4-nanometer chip challenge, the Dragon Nation dealt them a devastating blow by announcing the development of a 1-nanometer chip. This revelation shattered the psychological defenses of everyone in the beautiful nation. While they believed that with a concerted national effort, the 4-nanometer chip was within reach, the 1-nanometer chip was a distant dream, far beyond their current capabilities. Consequently, upon the Dragon Nation's announcement, the beautiful nation immediately withdrew their investments in chip development, recognizing the futility of their efforts. Rather than pursue the impossible, they resolved to redirect their resources towards other scientific endeavors. In this moment of realization, Foster recalled a phrase once uttered by Byrne. The Dragon Nation is akin to a slumbering beast. Do not provoke it. Let it remain undisturbed. His understanding of this sentiment deepened significantly. The authorities of the beautiful nation convened an important meeting post-haste. During this assembly, the senior leadership made several pivotal decisions. 1. In the short term, they would refrain from antagonizing the Dragon Nation. 2. They would extend an olive branch to the Dragon Nation to ease tensions and strive to procure the 1-nanometer chip. 3. They would increase funding for other high-tech projects to secure the beautiful nation's position as a technological powerhouse, while simultaneously restricting access to all related high-tech technologies to inhibit the Dragon Nation's advancements. 4. They would covertly dispatch special personnel to investigate conditions within the Dragon Nation. 5. They would encourage students from the beautiful nation to study in the Dragon Nation. These myriad decisions underscore the beautiful nation's recognition of the Dragon Nation's significance. With the conclusion of this meeting, the month-long semiconductor conflict between the beautiful nation and the Dragon Nation came to an end, with the victor and the vanquished clearly delineated. Observing the beautiful nation's shift in attitude, many countries across Blue Star sought to appease the Dragon Nation, eager to purchase their chips. The balance of power had shifted to the Dragon Nation, which promptly established a series of regulations. The 1-nanometer chip would not be sold internationally to ensure the Dragon Nation's lead in other technological domains. For the 4-nanometer chip, restrictions were imposed on certain countries based on prior relationships, while the 7-nanometer chip remained unrestricted, offered at low prices to friendly nations that had consistently supported the Dragon Nation. Conversely, nations that had continuously provoked the Dragon Nation faced exorbitant prices for their chips. The Dragon Nation's diplomatic policy remained steadfast, to uphold world peace and foster mutual development. Yet they would not hesitate to respond resolutely to those who sought to instigate conflict. At a karaoke venue in Kyoto, a group of young men and women emerged, each face alight with joy. They gathered at the street corner, exchanging farewells. One girl leaned close to another, whispering, "Shaoxi, there's a budget hotel just 100 meters ahead on the left, if you know what I mean." Hee hee. With that, she giggled and pulled her boyfriend into a taxi, departing swiftly. At this moment, only a young man and woman remained on the roadside, Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoxi. After developing the 1-nanometer chip, Jiang Fan had returned to Longke University for a well-deserved 2-day respite. Today, Chu Ruoxi had called him, mentioning that one of her roommates was celebrating a birthday and requested that they each bring their boyfriends. Although Jiang Fan was not particularly fond of such gatherings, he consented for Chu Ruoxi's sake, as her roommate had always been curious about what her boyfriend looked like. To speak frankly, upon first laying eyes on Jiang Fan, Chu Ruoxi's roommates could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Though Jiang Fan possessed an acceptable appearance, he fell short of their expectations. However, during a mealtime discussion regarding a particularly challenging mathematics assignment left by their teacher, everyone expressed their frustration at its difficulty. It was then that Jiang Fan, who had been silent until that moment, casually presented 2 solutions, astonishing all present. Observing the admiration reflected in her roommate's gazes directed at Jiang Fan, Chu Ruoxi felt a swell of pride. "Ruoxi, a taxi has arrived. Let us depart," Jiang Fan declared. "Jiang Fan, shall we walk back instead?" Chu Ruashi suggested shyly, her mind echoing her roommate's earlier words. In 100 meters, turn left. There's a budget hotel. Chapter 146. Do you know me? With their fingers intertwined, Jiang Fan and Chu Ruashi strolled down the street, the warm yellow glow of the street lamps casting their shadows upon the pavement. The shadows elongated and shortened, shifting in a continuous dance. Upon turning left, Chu Ruashi's eyes immediately caught sight of the conspicuous name of the budget hotel not far ahead. Her heart inexplicably raced, and her cheeks flushed with warmth. Hey, Ruashi, what's the matter with your face? Did you drink too much earlier? Jiang Fan remarked, brushing his hand across her cheek, which indeed felt warm to the touch. Simultaneously, he was struck by the delicate smoothness of Chu Ruashi's skin, causing him to reluctantly withdraw his hand. As Jiang Fan's fingers grazed her face, a strange sensation surged within Chu Ruashi, intensifying her blush. She subtly lifted her gaze, their eyes meeting in a moment charged with unspoken emotion, an invisible force drawing them closer. Just as their lips were about to meet, the distant roar of a sports car interrupted them, approaching rapidly. Those with even a modicum of automotive knowledge would recognize it as an Aston Martin DBS, boasting a 5.2 LV12 engine with a staggering 725 horsepower, truly a king among sports cars. Trailing behind were 5 or 6 additional vehicles, each valued at approximately $2 million. Chu Ruashi pouted in irritation as the cars sped past, disrupting her moment with Jiang Fan, amused by her adorably flustered expression. Jiang Fan couldn't resist pinching her chubby cheeks. Let us go. You've had quite a bit of red wine, and the breeze may make you dizzy. Chu Ruashi nodded in agreement. As they passed the budget hotel, she couldn't help but sneak a glance inside, contemplating how to express her desire to spend time with Jiang Fan. Yet, being a girl, she found it somewhat difficult to voice such intentions. Moreover, considering Jiang Fan's obliviousness, did he truly not harbor any thoughts regarding her beauty? Should she drop a hint? With this in mind, she feigned fatigue, saying, Jiang Fan, I'm a bit tired and can't walk anymore. After speaking, she deliberately glanced toward the budget hotel. However, Jiang Fan responded, Then let me carry you. But it's quite a distance to the school. Perhaps we should just stay here? Chu Dusi Baluset deeply. Now go back. Jiang Fan finally noticed the budget hotel nearby, and his mind conjured images of being alone with her in a room, causing his heart to race. Looking at Chu Ruashi, elegantly adorned in a flowing dress, Jiang Fan felt his breath quicken. It was no exaggeration to say she was the most beautiful girl he had ever encountered, despite his limited experience. Realizing Jiang Fan understood her intentions, Chu Ruashi felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Had she been too forward? She recalled her roommates, mentioning that men often preferred reserved girls. Just then, a car passed by, and the female driver, upon spotting Jiang Fan, exclaimed, Oh, Jiang Fan? In the back seat, essentially dressed girl perked up. Where? Ife, why are you so excited upon hearing Jiang Fan's name? Do you still have feelings for him? He.S. a charming young man. It's quite normal for me to be interested. Sure, a pure girl can have over 10 boyfriends. Ignoring her, Xiao Yifei leaned closer to the window, soon spotting Jiang Fan with a girl. Xiaoyu, stop the car. Xiaoyu gradually pulled over. Yifei, what are you doing? He has a girlfriend. Xiao Yifei scoffed. So what? I've had more than 10 boyfriends before. With that, Xiao Yifei opened the car door and stepped out. Xiaoyu intended to stop her, but realized it was too late. Given the awkward situation, she opted to wait in the car. After a fierce internal struggle, Jiang Fan finally resolved to take Chu Ruashi to the hotel. Jiang Fan, a woman's voice called from behind. Confused, Jiang Fan considered how few people he knew in Kyoto. Encountering an acquaintance at this hour seemed improbable. Turning around, he saw a tall, alluring woman standing before him. Her deep V-neckline particularly eye-catching. It was Xiao Yifei. Chu Ruashi glared at the voluptuous woman with hostility, though she considered herself among the more attractive of her roommates. She felt somewhat inadequate in comparison to this striking figure. Despite trusting Jiang Fan, she couldn't guarantee he wouldn't be tempted by other women. Jiang Fan, who is she? Chu Ruashi's tone grew colder, her gaze fixed on Xiao Yifei. Before Jiang Fan could respond, Xiao Yifei chimed in cheerfully. I'm Jiang Fan Sr. I was the one who personally welcomed him when he first arrived in Kyoto. ISNT that right, Jiang Fan? She flirtatiously batted her eyelashes at him, her periphery glancing at Chu Ruashi to gauge her reaction. Savoring Chu Ruashi's irritation, she felt a sense of triumph. Oh, little sister, you're still so naive in front of your elder. Jiang Fan hastily explained to Chu Ruashi, Ruashi, this is Xiao Yifei, the niece of Uncle Xiao, and also a student at your university. Xiao Yifei? The name rang a bell for Chu Ruoxi, and she quickly recalled that prior to dating Jiang Fan, he had mistakenly thought she was Qiao Yifei when she added him as a friend on WeChat. Had it not been for her, Chu Ruoxi might never have understood Jiang Fan as feelings, and they wouldn't have gotten together so swiftly. With this realization, her animosity dissipated, and she smiled at Qiao Yifei. Ah, so you're the esteemed Qiao Yifei. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Qiao Yifei, bewildered, replied, You know me? Chapter 147, An Unexpected Turn of Events. Of course, you were the matchmaker for Jiang Fan and me. Zhuzi Zitge, Qiao Yifei, increasingly perplexed, pondered when she had become their matchmaker. Senior Yifei, my name is Chu Ruoxi. Greetings. Chu Ruoxi graciously extended her right hand. Hello, Qiao Yifei. Taken aback, shook hands with Chu Ruoxi. Suddenly, Chu Ruoxi's demeanor shifted, leaving Qiao Yifei momentarily at a loss. Doubts began to creep into her mind. Was it possible that she lacked sufficient allure to pose a threat? She glanced down at her ample bosom, convinced that no man could resist. Moreover, her daughter would undoubtedly feel envy and admiration. Logically, Chu Ruoxi ought to have been brimming with hostility, just as she had appeared upon their first encounter. Yet, upon hearing her name, her attitude transformed as if she had completely embraced the role of a close confidant. How could she continue to stir discord in their relationship now? Qiao Yifei looked at Jiang Fan, then back at Chu Ruoxi, feeling somewhat superfluous and awkward in the moment. However, Chu Ruoxi, ever cheerful, continued speaking to Qiao Yifei. Sister Yifei, what brings you here? Sister Yifei? The sweet appellation from Chu Ruoxi ignited an inexplicable pang of guilt within Qiao Yifei. This pure, optimistic, and charming girl, was it too excessive for her to covet her boyfriend? I was just passing by. Qiao Yifei stammered, her words betraying her unease. Oh, Sister Yifei, may I add you on WeChat? Qiao Yifei was utterly flabbergasted, instinctively rummaging through her bag for her phone and opening WeChat. Towering in her high heels, she appeared a head taller than Chu Ruoxi. Chu Ruoxi also opened WeChat and scanned the QR code. Only then did Qiao Yifei take a closer look at the girl before her. Her features were exquisitely delicate, reminiscent of a little fairy. Her face held a hint of baby fat, making her irresistibly adorable. They became friends on the app, yet Qiao Yifei found herself at a loss for words. She had approached solely to sow discord between Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoxi, but she never anticipated the situation would evolve to this extent. Just as Qiao Yifei felt the awkwardness intensify, the distant roar of a sports car pierced the air. The leading Aston Martin DBS sped toward them, screeching to a halt beside Jiang Fan and the others. The car door swung open, revealing a young man with slick back hair, chewing gum with an air of arrogance. Convinced of his own sophistication, he scrutinized Qiao Yifei from head to toe, a smug smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Hey, beautiful. Nice figure. Want to take a ride? No time. Qiao Yifei retorted, her disdain for entitled rich kids evident. I like your character. Soon, several more sport cars pulled up, and a group of young men disembarked. Liang Xiao, good eye. You found a prime catch so quickly. One of them remarked, I'm tired of the big girls. I fancy this innocent little beauty. Hey, back off. I want both of them, Liang Xiao declared. Their conversation left no room for subtlety regarding Qiao Yifei's presence. Seeing his girlfriend being disparaged, Jiang Fan's anger flared. I suggest you leave at once, or I will call the police. Call the police? Do you even know who we are? The group of men laughed dismissively. I don't care who you are, Jiang Fan replied, reaching for his phone to dial. Let us go, Liang Xiao commanded, climbing into his Aston Martin DBS. The others exchanged bewildered glances. When had Liang Xiao, the top of the four young masters of Kyoto, ever been intimidated by the police? Let us go, Liang Xiao repeated, and the group sped away. Once they had departed, Qiao Yifei teased. I didn't expect you to be quite so brave. Jiang Fan remained silent, instead taking Chu Ruoxi's hand. Her palm was slick with sweat, a testament to her fright. Ruoxi, let us go. Given the earlier incident, both Chu Ruoxi and Jiang Fan were devoid of other thoughts and decided to return home first. Where are you headed? I'll give you a ride. Qiao Yifei pointed to her car nearby. No need to trouble yourself. We'll take a taxi, Jiang Fan declined outright. Wishing to limit interactions with Qiao Yifei to avoid any misunderstandings from Chu Ruoxi, Jiang Fan, it's no trouble. I have nothing else to do. Qiao Yifei insisted. Then thank you, Sister Yifei. Chu Ruoxi zipli. Seeing Chu Ruoxi agree, Jiang Fan relented, although he deliberately clasped her fingers, as if to convey something to Qiao Yifei. I understand you two are affectionate, but no need to flaunt it. Xiao yi fi vukit. Chu Ruo, she simply smiled, choosing not to respond. As they approached Xiao Yifei's car, two commercial vehicles suddenly sped onto the scene, halting in front of Jiang Fan and the others. The doors swung open, revealing 7 or 8 burly men wielding glinting daggers. Chapter 148, Captured. Inside the vehicle, Xia Xiaoyu leisurely listened to music, utterly at a loss regarding her friend's antics of courting another's boyfriend. Glancing at her watch, she realized more than 10 minutes had elapsed. For days, she had been shadowing Jiang Fan at Research Institute No. 3, engaged in chip research, and now that she finally had a moment to unwind, she had planned to hit the dance floor with Xiao Yifei. To her dismay, she stumbled upon Jiang Fan here. Xia Xiaoyu exited the car, intending to urge Xiao Yifei to hurry. However, as she stepped out, she spotted several burly men brandishing knives, forcing Xiao Yifei and Jiang Fan into a commercial vehicle. She gasped in shock, quickly hiding, her heart racing in panic. What to do? What to do? This was her first encounter with such a situation, and she felt utterly helpless. As the sound of the vehicle speeding away echoed in her ears, her anxiety mounted. Calm down. Stay calm, she reassured herself, taking deep breaths to regain her composure. Yes. First, note down the license plate number, then call the police. Xia Xiaoyu peeked out, only to find the commercial vehicle had vanished from sight. A wave of frustration washed over her. It was all her fault for being too anxious to jot down a license plate number. She hastily retrieved her phone to report the incident. Yet the police informed her it would take 10 minutes to reach the scene. Xia Xiaoyu, unwilling to waste time, recalled the glinting knives she had seen in the hands of those men. If she delayed, Jiang Fan and the others might face dire consequences. The thought brought tears to her eyes. In that moment, she remembered Old Long. Yes, I'll call Old Long. Jiang Fan is a student, and he surely won't turn a blind eye. Xia Xiaoyu quickly dialed Old Long, relieved to find he had just finished his work at the National Rocket Propellant Base. Returning home, he answered Xia Xiaoyu's call. Hello? Old Long replied wearily. Academician Long, something terrible has happened. Jiang Fan has been kidnapped. Xia Xiaoyu exclaimed anxiously. Upon hearing this news, Long Lao was immediately engulfed in panic. What? Please repeat yourself. Jiang Fan has been taken. Those people are armed with knives. Xia Xiaoyu cried, her distress palpable. Xiaoyu, please calm down and stop crying. Explain the situation to me in detail. Subsequently, Xia Xiaoyu recounted the events to Long Lao in full. The Dragon Country instructed Xia Xiaoyu to remain on site, and then Long Lao promptly contacted the head of state. Upon learning of Jiang Fan's abduction, the head of state was filled with trepidation. Jiang Fan was currently the most invaluable talent in Dragon Country. His remarkable abilities were unparalleled by any other researcher in the nation. Achievements such as sustaining nuclear fusion for 118 seconds, advancements in lithium iron phosphate batteries, ITER magnet materials, and the development of 7 nanometer, 4 nanometer, and 1 nanometer chips. Who could rival such accomplishments? To declare Jiang Fan as the future of Dragon Country would be an understatement. The head of state would not allow even the slightest harm to come to him. Without delay, the head of state called Director Wu Yingjie of the Kyoto Public Security Bureau. Who is this? Wu Yingjie, startled awake, replied impatiently. This is the head of state. Wu Yingjie immediately sprang from his bed, saluting respectfully. Greetings, leader. Initiate the Level 1 emergency plan at once. I need the whereabouts of the 2 commercial vehicles on Yong'an Road, number 18, from 5 minutes ago. Understood. Wu Yingjie then called the duty officer to access surveillance footage and activated the Level 1 emergency plan, summoning all 901 officers in Kyoto to assemble urgently. Seal off all streets. Soon, the head of state received a call from Director Wu Yingjie. Leader, we have located the 2 commercial vehicles. They are heading toward the northern suburbs, and we have sealed off all highways. Good. Mobilize all available forces to intercept them. Remember, it is imperative to protect a person named Jiang Fan. I will send you his photograph. Chapter 149, Northern Suburb Automobile Factory. After the call with Wu Yingjie, the head of state felt a slight sense of relief. Based on Wu Yingjie's report, it seemed that the kidnappers of Jiang Fan were not foreign spies or assassins, eliminating that possibility and suggesting that Jiang Fan was likely not in mortal danger. However, to ensure absolute safety, the head of state made another call to the commanding officer stationed in the western suburbs of Kyoto. 4 military helicopters soon took flight from the base, en route to the northern suburbs. At the Dragon Country Rocket Propulsion Base, Long Lao paced anxiously in his quarters. He had just spoken with the head of state, inquiring about Jiang Fan's current situation. The head of state informed him that the target vehicles had been identified and that foreign spies and assassins were initially ruled out. indicating Jiang Fan was likely safe. Nevertheless, Long Lao remained deeply concerned. 10 years ago, he had a remarkably talented student who, upon achieving academic success, forsook their Dragon Country citizenship to serve the United States, leaving a lasting wound in Long Lao's heart. Now, he had once again welcomed an even more gifted student in Jiang Fan. Given Jiang Fan's extraordinary talents showcased over the recent period, Long Lao believed that with enough time, Jiang Fan could become the greatest scientific mind in Dragon Country, propelling the nation to the forefront of technology on Blue Star. But now, with Jiang Fan kidnapped and his fate uncertain, Long Lao could only wish it were he who had been taken, provided Jiang Fan remained unharmed. Long Lao wished to return to Kyoto immediately, but he was unable to leave at this moment, as in 3 hours. The base would conduct the 10th test of the rocket propulsion system, and he had a 75% confidence that it would succeed if he departed at such a critical juncture. The labor of the dedicated researchers at the base would be wasted. He could only silently pray for Jiang Fan's safety. In a northern suburb automobile factory, over a dozen luxury sports cars were parked, each worth a fortune, including an Aston Martin DBS. "Young Master Liang, what a clever scheme," one of the men remarked. "I thought you were intimidated by that kid, but it turns out you had other plans." "Huh. Young Master Liang truly deserves to be the leader among the 4 young masters of Kyoto." Liang Xiao, listening to their flattery, swirled the red wine in his glass, lifted it to his lips disdainfully, and said, "If it weren't for my father's reputation being at stake, I would have dealt with them on the spot." As Liang Xiao thought of Qiao Yifei's voluptuous figure and Chu Ruoshi's innocent beauty, he could not help but lick his lips. The prospect of indulging in both exquisite women soon sent a surge of excitement through him. Unable to contain himself, he picked up the phone to check on the situation. "Biaozi, where are you?" "Young Master Liang, we will arrive in 5 minutes." "Good, there will be rewards." "Ah, thank you, young master." Liang Xiao hung up with a lewd grin, retrieving a small vial from his pocket and pouring out a pill. After a moment's hesitation, he took another, swallowed it with a sip of wine, and felt a warm sensation spread through his body. A knowing smile crept onto his lips. "You know, I have a proposal for you," a youth with dreadlocks said. "What is it, Jiang Xiao? After you're done, could you only have a turn?" "Heh." Jiang Xiao seemed intrigued. "I have a fondness for curvaceous women, as you know, but rest assured, I won't be taking advantage of you. This portion 911 is yours." Jiang Xiao flattered, knowing that while his family was one of the 4 great enterprises of Kyoto, they could not compare to the Liang family, which overshadowed them in many business dealings. By befriending Liang Xiao, he ensured his family's prosperity in the future. "Since you are so considerate, I will accept it." "Heh. Rest assured, if you follow me, there will always be soup for you." "Thank you, young master. From now on, you shall be my elder brother." The two exchanged lascivious smiles. As a rolling shutter door rose, 2 black commercial vehicles drove in. Liang Xiao suppressed his excitement and immediately stood up. The vehicles halted, and a burly man exited, escorting Qiao Yifei. His subordinates followed, bringing out Chu Ruoshi and Jiang Fan. "Liang Xiao, I have brought the people you requested." "Very well." Liang Xiao gestured toward one of his men, who tossed a bundle of cash to the ground. "Thank you for your generosity, Liang Xiao." Biaozi chuckled as he picked up the money. Upon exiting the vehicle, Jiang Fan quickly recognized the group from earlier. Qiao Yifei glared fiercely at Liang Xiao, stammering as she attempted to speak. Liang Xiao gestured for them to remove the gag from her mouth. This was his territory, and they would find it impossible to escape. As the gag was pulled away, Qiao Yifei warned, "I advise you to release us quickly, or you'll come to regret it." A few individuals could not contain their laughter. Liang Xiao disdainfully remarked, "Do you know who I am?" "Ah, I couldn't care less who you are." Qiao Yifei retorted with a cold gaze. As a distinguished researcher, she was acutely aware of Jiang Fan's influence. He was the one who had developed a 1-nanometer chip and had been awarded the country's first-class merit. Such a talent was undoubtedly a treasure for the nation. Anyone who dared to lay a finger on him would be opposing the state. Hence, her confidence was unwavering. Jiang Xiao, observing Qiao Yifei's speech, noted how her ample bosom rose and fell with her words. Unable to suppress a gulp, he stepped forward and proclaimed, "Allow me to introduce you. This is the foremost of the 4 young masters of Kyoto, Liang Xiao, a paragon of elegance and charm. As long as you serve him well, I assure you, life will be indulgent for you." "Bah, a bunch of local ruffians." Qiao Yifei replied unapologetically. "What a fiery temperament. I like it." Liang Xiao clapped his hands in delight. Typically, they reveled in the company of women who readily pursued them, but Qiao Yifei's demeanor ignited his desires even more. Jiang Fan struggled to speak, but alas, his mouth was gagged. He understood that this young man, named Liang Xiao, had brought them here with ulterior motives towards Qiao Yifei and Chu Ruoxi. However, Qiao Yifei's defiance would only serve to further infuriate these men. Noticing Jiang Fan's attempt to speak, Liang Xiao commanded his men to remove the gag. "How much will it take for us to leave?" Jiang Fan's words elicited a wave of laughter from the crowd. "With that tattered outfit you're wearing, could you even muster $1,000? Yet Jiang Fan responded coolly, 10 million. Chapter 150. The dragon coiled, the tiger lurking. 10 million. The laughter abruptly ceased as they stared, astonished, at the younger man before them. Though they were all wealthy, second-generation heirs with family businesses worth billions, their monthly allowances hovered around 1.05 million. Among them, Liang Xiao received the highest allowance, typically between 500,000 to 800,000. 10 million represented over a year's worth of living expenses for him. Some expressed disbelief. They were affluent heirs with ample funds at their disposal. Furthermore, they had witnessed their peers at bars, boasting, "I'll cover all expenses today." Many were unaware that these expenditures were often not their own money. Take Liang Xiao, for instance. His family was the richest in Kyoto, and numerous enterprises would curry favor with them by bestowing high-end club and bar gift cards upon him. The luxurious sports cars he drove were not purchased with his own money. Rather, they were acquired through tax-saving maneuvers by his family's business. A car worth 5 million could potentially save the company 10 million in taxes through their intricate strategies. Of course, this was a game for the wealthy, inaccessible to the majority. Seeing their silence, Jiang Fan continued, 20 million. At this, many eyes began to shimmer with interest. 20 million? This young man must be incredibly wealthy. Liang Xiao, perhaps we should just let them go? With 20 million in hand, you could have your pick of beauties, even celebrities. A mere 20 million is nothing to me. Liang Xiao scoffed. 100 million. Jiang Fan, aware of their affluent backgrounds, knew that a smaller figure would lack the necessary impact. Just days prior, he had sold a mobile operating system to Huawei, and Ren Zhengfei had transferred 100 million to his account. For now, he merely needed to ensure the safety of Chu Ruoxi and Qiao Yifei. All else could be dealt with later. Liang Xiao's body trembled slightly. Truth be told, he was tempted. He had always been regarded as a slacker by his father, and if he could claim this money as his own, he would surely earn his father's praise. "Kid, are you certain you possess such wealth?" Liang Xiao questioned skeptically. "Of course. As long as you agree to release them, I will transfer the funds to you right now," Jiang Fan asserted. "Biaozi, untie this young man," Liang Xiao commanded. Biaozi promptly loosened the ropes binding Jiang Fan's hands. This was his territory. He had no fear of Jiang Fan causing any trouble. "Laozi, provide him with my bank account number." A man approached Jiang Fan with a bank card in hand. "Release them first," Jiang Fan insisted. "Once the money is in, I will let them go." Liang Xiao hadn't anticipated that this young man would prove so astute. "But what if you don't honor the transaction? Let them go, and I'll transfer it immediately." "Kid, are you trying to play me for a fool? I doubt you have 100 million. With a huff, Liang Xiao finally grasped that this young man appeared to be no more than 18 or 19. Even with wealth, it was improbable he could possess such a sum. He chastised himself for nearly being outwitted by this youth. "I can call the bank's customer service," Jiang Fan declared. "Fine, give him the phone." Liang Xiao, having already wasted considerable time, was unperturbed by a few more moments. Besides, the enhancement he had taken would only reach peak efficacy in 10 minutes. Biaozi subsequently handed Jiang Fan his phone. Jiang Fan took the phone and, employing a swift maneuver, sent an SOS signal to old Xiao. He initially intended to message the higher-ups, but given his recent contacts, old Xiao was his only option in such urgency. He then calmly dialed the bank's customer service. After navigating the prompts, the bank revealed Jiang Fan's account balance. 105,800,000. The revelation left everyone gasping in disbelief. Chu Ruoxi was equally astonished, wondering when her boyfriend had become so affluent. She was well aware that his family was merely an ordinary working-class household. "Can we let them go now?" Jiang Fan pressed. "All right." Biaozi untied them, allowing their departure. Liang Xiao, beaming, had not anticipated that this young man truly possessed 100 million. The thought of that money soon being his own exhilarated him. He had never imagined earning money could be so effortless. "The car keys," Jiang Fan insisted. Liang Xiao hesitated before ordering, "Biaozi, give them the keys." Biaozi promptly handed over the keys to the business vehicle to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan then passed them to Qiao Yifei. Chu Ruoxi grasped Jiang Fan's arm, her eyes brimming with tears. "I want to be with you. Ruoxi, be obedient. Follow senior sister Yifei for now." Don't worry, I'll be fine, Jiang Fan replied with a smile. Xiao Yifei addressed Liang Xiao and his companions. You better keep your promise, or I will ensure you regret it. With that, Xiao Yifei took Chu Ruoshi and boarded the vehicle. While Chu Ruoshi cast a worried glance back at Jiang Fan, the vehicle roared to life and soon departed. Jiang Fan deliberately waited for 5 minutes, confident that Xiao Yifei had driven far enough before he transferred the money. Upon receiving a staggering sum of 100 million, Liang Xiao was instantly elated. However, just as Jiang Fan prepared to leave, he found himself obstructed by several individuals. You wish to prevent my departure? Jiang Fan addressed Liang Xiao with a composed demeanor. It's not just you. Those two lovely ladies are also not permitted to leave today. To be candid, I've already tampered with their vehicle, and it will stall not long after they drive away. I suspect they have already been apprehended by my men. Laughter erupted among Liang Xiao's entourage. Truly formidable. Liang Xiao. They chortled. Amid their mirth, Jiang Fan remarked coolly, Do you truly believe I am an ordinary individual capable of effortlessly producing such a sum? The sudden silence that followed his words left them momentarily stunned, their minds racing with doubts. Indeed, a person who can easily procure 100 million is far from ordinary. Could he possibly be the heir of a concealed wealthy family in the Dragon Kingdom? Yet, Liang Xiao wore a disdainful expression as he retorted, Kid, in the territory of Kyoto, you must either coil like a dragon or lie low like a tiger. Suddenly, with a tremendous crash, the metal shutter door was obliterated by a massive force. A 6-meter-long, ominous black cannon was aimed directly at them. The sight sent their minds reeling with the singular thought. Tank? Chapter 151, A Sleepless Night. All present stood frozen, mouths agape. The scene, once confined to the realm of cinema, was now unfolding before their very eyes, rendering them as if ensnared in a dream. Peering through the shattered shutter door, they beheld an overwhelming throng outside, a sea of armed soldiers wielding submachine guns, at least 1,000 strong. Above, for helicopters patrolled the skies, their searchlights sweeping back and forth, the blinding beams piercing down upon them, forcing them to squint. Before they could fully comprehend the unfolding chaos, the armed police burst through, brandishing their weapons. Don't move. Everyone, raise your hands. At the bellowing command of the armed officers, they hastily complied, hands raised in surrender. Despite their usual bravado, the sheer magnitude of the situation left them trembling with fear. They frantically ruminated on their recent misdeeds, questioning the necessity of such a grand display of force. Their gazes turned towards Liang Xiao. This was his automotive factory. Had Liang Xiao crossed paths with someone he should not have? Before they could dwell on the implications, the armed officers swiftly shackled them all. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in police uniform approached Jiang Fan, saluting him with respect. Professor Jiang, I am Wu Jia, the director of the Kyoto Public Security Bureau. I apologize for the distress caused. The detained Liang Xiao and his companions were struck with disbelief, chills running down their spines. In their eyes, even their fathers would treat the head of the Public Security Bureau with utmost reverence. Yet here was Wu Jia. Saluting this young man they had just attempted to rob. Panic surged within them as they realized the gravity of their predicament, especially Liang Xiao. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had brazenly attempted to extort 100 million from this young man, not to mention his ill intentions towards his girlfriend. Was this not a death wish? Struggling against the grip of 2 armed officers, Liang Xiao fell to his knees before Jiang Fan, imploring for mercy, pleading for a chance at redemption. However, before he could utter a word, slap! Wu Jia delivered a resounding slap, admonishing him. Daring to openly kidnap a national figure? This is treason. Take him away. Treason? Liang Xiao was rendered dumbfounded. He understood all too well that treason was the gravest offense under the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. If he were to be convicted of treason, the consequences would be either death or life imprisonment. The realization sent him into a state of paralysis, his legs giving way beneath him. The armed officers hoisted him into a police vehicle. Wu Jia surveyed the group of wealthy heirs being escorted away, a cold scoff escaping his lips. What a bunch of oblivious fools, daring to kidnap Professor Jiang. Though Wu Jia was not entirely aware of Jiang Fan's status, he had been informed by his superiors that Jiang Fan was a national secret figure. Having served in public security for over 20 years, he had encountered only 2 individuals of the highest classification, both of whom had made exceptional contributions to the Dragon Kingdom. As a national secret figure, Jiang Fan's significance surpassed that of anyone else. Furthermore, the military had been mobilized for this rescue operation, underscoring Jiang Fan's critical importance. At that moment, Jiang Fan's thoughts turned to Chu Ruoxi and Xiao Yifei, and anxiety washed over him. Just as he was about to request Wu Yingjie to rescue them, his superiors arrived, accompanied by Chu Ruoxi and Xiao Yifei. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, Chu Ruoxi rushed into his embrace, tears streaming down her face. "Wu, Jiang Fan, are you all right?" "Wu." Jiang Fan comforted her. "Ruoxi, I am fine." Soon, Xiao Lao also arrived, relieved to see everyone safe and sound. Earlier, upon receiving an SOS message from Jiang Fan, he had immediately contacted his superiors to inquire about the situation, only to learn of Jiang Fan's predicament. "Jiang Fan, you should return a call to your teacher. He is quite worried," his superior urged. "Teacher, he is aware of this matter? Your incident has reached the highest echelons of the Dragon Kingdom's leadership. You have certainly alarmed them." Jiang Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet was deeply moved by the nation's concern for his well-being. He promptly dialed a number to Elder Long. At that moment, Elder Long was pacing anxiously at home, frequently glancing at his phone for any updates on Jiang Fan. Just as he hesitated to call the higher-ups again, his phone rang. Seeing it was Jiang Fan, he quickly answered. "Jiang Fan, are you all right?" "Teacher, I am fine now. My superior and Uncle Xiao have arrived." That's wonderful. That's wonderful." Elder Long finally breathed a sigh of relief. After conversing for a while longer, they ended the call. Jiang Fan recounted the events to his superior, who felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, this incident was not aimed at Jiang Fan. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. However, this incident served as a stark warning. The issue of Jiang Fan's personal safety could not be taken lightly. His superior recalled the protection detail that had been assigned to Jiang Fan during the World Mathematics Summit, specifically Lei Kuan. He resolved to request personnel from the Special Forces the very next day. Ensuring Jiang Fan's safety had become the nation's top priority. Subsequently, his superior arranged for Jiang Fan and his companions to return home, leaving the aftermath of the events to be handled by himself. This night would surely be one of sleeplessness. The wealthy heirs involved in this debacle included the Liang family, the Zhang family, and several other lesser-known affluent individuals. Upon learning of their sons' predicaments, their families immediately began leveraging various connections to ascertain the situation. However, after extensive inquiries, they uncovered not a single piece of information. Originally, Liang Xiao's father, Liang Guodong, paid little attention to the situation, as his son had frequently found himself in trouble before, and a few connections usually resolved the issues. However, this time, after his son was taken in, there was not a whisper of news, which inevitably made him anxious. He subsequently reached out to the director of the Dong District Public Security Bureau through a contact. Yet, the response was dishearteningly succinct. "Your son is unlikely to emerge from this." Chapter 152, Confession. The following day, at the Liang family villa, Liang Guodong sat on the sofa. His face etched with worry and dark circles under his eyes, clearly indicating a night devoid of rest. Despite his profound dissatisfaction with his son, he was still his only child. Upon learning of the grave trouble his son had landed in, his heart was heavy with guilt. It was his negligence, being preoccupied with work and failing to discipline his son, that had led to this predicament. Beside him, a middle-aged woman, her eyes swollen from crying, could not contain her sorrow at the thought of her son being imprisoned with no news. "Old Liang, we have only this one child. You must find a way to save him," she sobbed. Liang Guodong, already beleaguered by his son's troubles, found his wife's weeping unbearable. He snapped impatiently, "Enough. Your son has come to this point because of your indulgence." The woman, aware of her culpability, obediently ceased her cries, transitioning to silent sobs. At that moment, Liang Guodong's phone rang. He answered urgently. "Hello, is this Mr. Liang Guodong, the father of Liang Song?" "Yes, it is." "You were requested to come to the Kyoto Public Security Bureau." "All right, I will be there immediately." Liang Guodong hung up, hastily summoned his driver, and made his way to the Kyoto Public Security Bureau. Upon arrival, the investigators briefed Liang Guodong on the situation. It was then he learned that his son had been involved in a kidnapping and robbery, and the gravity of the situation struck him when he realized the victim was a significant government official. He grasped the seriousness of the matter. Had it not been for his charitable contributions, he would not have been summoned. "Mr. Liang, the state has initially ruled out the possibility of your son being a spy. Otherwise, he could face charges of treason," the officer conveyed. The mere mention of treason made Liang Guodong tremble. He was acutely aware of the dire consequences that would entail. How many years would he be sentenced? He inquired. "I cannot say for certain. It would require judicial proceedings. He faced the death penalty, but a minimum of 20 years is likely." A wave of relief washed over Liang Guodong at the thought of his son not facing execution. Yet the fear of his son spending 2 decades behind bars loomed large. Ultimately, he was granted an audience with his son. Upon seeing Liang Guodong, Liang Tsong assumed he had come to take him home. "Why did you take so long to arrive?" Liang Tsong expressed indignantly, raising his handcuffed wrists towards the officers. "What are you waiting for? Unlock these. You have only 5 minutes," the officer replied coldly, shutting the iron door behind them. Liang Tsong, bewildered, turned to his father. "What does he mean? What 5 minutes?" In a moment of frustration, Liang Guodong struck his disappointing son across the face. "You wasteful child. I wanted you to be a decent person, yet you refused to listen. Now, you must reflect deeply while inside." Liang Tsong, stunned by the slap, had never been struck by his father before. As he prepared to protest, a realization dawned upon him, and he stared at Liang Guodong in shock. "What do you mean? You're not here to take me home? Take you home? Do you comprehend the gravity of the trouble you've caused?" Liang Guodong raised his hand again, only to let it fall in resignation. What was the use of further admonishment? His son was likely doomed to remain in prison for life. Seeing his father's demeanor, Liang Tsong panicked and knelt before him, pleading, "Dad, I'm your only son. You cannot abandon me." Liang Guodong's tone softened slightly, acknowledging the bond between them. "Just repent sincerely. Perhaps you might receive leniency and be released sooner. Dad, please save me. I promise I will listen to you and will not cause any more trouble. I'll manage the company well." Sighing, Liang Guodong looked at his son with a mix of pity and helplessness. Ultimately, he left his son, who was now a sobbing mess on the floor, racked with despair. Outside, Liang Guodong muttered to himself, "You must bear the consequences of your own mistakes. No one can help you this time." That day, a seismic shift occurred in Kyoto's affluent circles. The Jiang Group was found in violation of multiple regulations and was legally shut down, with key personnel facing legal consequences. The news sent shockwaves through the business community, as the Jiang Group was one of the 4 major enterprises in Kyoto, collapsing without warning. Within 10 minutes, several other companies faced similar scrutiny, with their personnel also subjected to legal action, causing widespread panic among businesses in Kyoto as they proactively reported their situations to the authorities. Then, a more shocking announcement emerged. Liang Guodong, CEO of Liang Group, relinquished 80 of his shares to a mysterious individual, declaring that all his future earnings would be donated to impoverished children in remote mountain areas. Chapter 153, Rocket Propellant. 100 kilometers west of Kyoto, in the Lingnan mountain range, lush greenery surrounded towering pines. A modest hill, seemingly unremarkable among its neighbors, concealed an expansive cavern within, spanning the size of 3 football fields. This was the research base for the Dragon Country rocket propellant. In the base's main hall, 3 colossal rocket propellants stood, yet the usually bustling researchers were conspicuously absent. Upon closer inspection, a steel door, approximately 10 centimeters thick, stood firmly shut at the eastern side of the research hall. Behind this door lay a corridor. After walking 50 meters, one would arrive at another chamber. This space, though not overly large, measured a substantial 300 square meters. Various equipment and instruments adorned the walls, each differing in size. This was the control room for the rocket propellant base. At this moment, all researchers had gathered here, their expressions tense. Old Long stood at the forefront, fixated on the unchanged main screen. "Director Long, all preparations are complete. Please issue the command." A staff member in a white lab coat reported. Taking a deep breath, Director Long issued the command, "Prepare for ignition." Upon hearing this, the personnel at the control panel pressed the ignition countdown button. The control room filled with the sound of the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignite. At that moment, beneath the massive propellant displayed on the main screen, flames of crimson and gold erupted forth. The crimson and yellow flames gradually transformed into a brilliant white yellow, eventually culminating in a mesmerizing blue. The immense heat seared the water below, causing it to boil vigorously, sending forth billowing clouds of white steam. At that moment, the thruster gently detached from its control cradle and began to float slowly in the air. With a mere increase in fuel output, it would undoubtedly soar over the mountain peak, ascending to the heavens. However, their experiment was not designed for it to take flight. Elder Long issued a command to the operator: "Adjust the fuel energy output to 50. Upon receiving the command, the operator promptly calibrated the thruster's fuel output to 50. The once gradually ascending gargantuan thruster now hovered steadily in midair. All the researchers in the control room beamed with joy at this sight, yet they remained silent, for the experiment was far from over. Elder Long then inquired about the thruster's various data metrics. Fuel temperature at the thruster's nozzle, 1860 C. Inner wall temperature of the thruster, 980 C. Pressure in the fuel line? 102 MPa. All data remained within the normal range. 5 minutes later, the data stabilized. The fuel output was set to decrease by 3 per second. Subsequently, everyone observed the rocket thruster gently descending, finally landing securely back on the control cradle. The flames transitioned once more from blue to white-yellow, then from white-yellow to crimson, before slowly extinguishing. The boiling water beneath the thruster gradually returned to calm, revealing that 2/3 of the 200 cubic meters had evaporated. Elder Long's stern expression finally softened. He turned, his hands trembling with excitement. We have successfully developed a 500-ton rocket thruster. As Elder Long's voice echoed, the entire control hall erupted with jubilant cheers. We did it! Ha! We succeeded! How wonderful! Ha! Each individual was overwhelmed with elation. Their excitement was beyond words. After 5 years, they had finally created a thruster weighing 500 tons. Compared to the previous 300-ton rocket thruster, they had achieved an impressive increase of 200 tons. Moreover, their aerospace technology was now significantly ahead of the United States and Russia, both of which had a maximum thruster weight of 500 tons. The Dragon Nation had firmly established itself at the forefront of aerospace technology in the Blue Planet. This marked a monumental leap for the Dragon Nation in the realm of space exploration. Just as the celebration unfolded, Elder Long's expression suddenly turned pale. His assistant, Professor Lee, noticed Elder Long clutching his abdomen and hurriedly supported him to a chair. Chief Engineer Long, are you all right? After a brief moment, Elder Long's ashen face regained some color. Me fine. Just an old ailment. Now that we have completed our mission, you must go to the hospital for a checkup. Last time I suggested it, you kept postponing. Professor Lee expressed his concern. All right, I will go to the hospital right after this. By the way, Xiao Li, please organize the report materials. I need to head back to Kyoto to brief the higher-ups. But your health? Professor Lee voiced his worries. It's nothing. Kyoto. Elder Long, holding the documents, first briefed the leaders on the situation. The leaders were astounded, hardly able to believe their ears. The technological advancements of the Dragon Nation in recent days were nothing short of remarkable, with innovations such as lithium iron phosphate batteries, ITER magnet materials, and 1-nanometer chips, making it feel like a dream. To their astonishment, the Dragon Nation, previously lagging in the field of aerospace, had achieved significant breakthroughs. The rocket thruster had reached the most advanced levels on the Blue Planet. The leaders convened an emergency meeting of the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation. After the meeting concluded, all the leaders were exhilarated, preparing to announce to the world the monumental breakthroughs attained by the Dragon Nation in aerospace. However, the United States preemptively declared Professor Bai Yanlang and his team have developed a 700-ton rocket thruster. Upon seeing this name, the years of repressed anger surged within Elder Long. He spat out a mouthful of blood and promptly fainted. Chapter 154, Falling Ill. At Longke University, Jiang Fan, serving as the temporary editor-in-chief of the Dragon Journal, had finalized the SCI papers to be published in the second issue. This release featured a total of 12 SCI papers, 7 of which were submissions from scholars across the globe. Since the launch of its first issue, the Dragon Journal had garnered immense recognition within the international academic community and was now regarded as the most authoritative SCI journal on the Blue Planet. After wrapping up the second issue of the Dragon Journal, Jiang Fan decided to reward himself by returning to his laboratory to work on a miniature, controllable nuclear fusion device. Having been preoccupied with other matters, the development of this device had been put on hold. While en route to the laboratory, he received a call from Elder Qiao. Jiang Fan, hurry to the General Hospital of the Kyoto Military District. Your teacher is hospitalized. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Fan immediately took a taxi to the hospital. In the intensive care unit, Elder Long remained in a state of unconsciousness. Jiang Fan and Elder Qiao could only wait in the corridor. Uncle Qiao, how can my teacher suddenly fall ill? Elder Qiao sighed. I thought this old fellow had finally let go, but it seems not. Jiang Fan was perplexed by Elder Qiao's words. What do you mean by let go? You must have heard about a student Elder Long took 10 years ago? Elder Qiao inquired. Yes, I know. Jiang Fan was puzzled as to why Elder Qiao was asking this. Could it be that his teacher's hospitalization was related to that student? Today, your teacher led the researchers of the Dragon Nation to develop a 500-ton rocket thruster, bringing them to the forefront of Blue Planet technology. The more Jiang Fan listened, the more confused he became. His teacher had achieved such a remarkable accomplishment, so he should be celebrating. Elder Qiao continued. Just as the Dragon Nation was about to announce this achievement, the United States preemptively released an announcement claiming they had developed a 700-ton rocket thruster. with your teacher's former student, Bai Yanlang, as the chief engineer. Thus, your teacher was overwhelmed with anger and, upon hearing Elder Qiao's explanation, Jiang Fan finally understood the situation and could hardly blame his teacher for being so furious. Elder Long had painstakingly nurtured an exceptional talent, only for that individual to turn around and join the United States. Moreover, he had assisted the United States in achieving a technological breakthrough, thereby suppressing his own nation's advancements. Anyone would be infuriated. What an ingrate! Jiang Fan exclaimed in frustration. Elder Long had invested immense effort into cultivating Bai Yanlang, hoping that once he retired, Bai Yanlang would take over and continue contributing to the Dragon Nation's technological progress. Instead, this shameless traitor had gone to the United States for training and changed his nationality. At that moment, a voice echoed in Jiang Fan's mind. System, detecting a significant emotional fluctuation in the host's heart, triggering a choice mission. Choose one. Take over Elder Long's rocket thruster development work, surpass Bai Yanlang's achievements, and avenge Elder Long reward. 1,000 tons of rocket thruster design blueprints. Choose 2. Be a coward, with no rewards whatsoever. As a fervent young man, Jiang Fan did not hesitate to make a choice. Immediately, a wealth of information surged into his mind, comprising the design blueprints for a 1,000-ton rocket propulsion system. Jiang Fan snorted coldly within, thinking a traitor, just wait and see. After approximately an hour, Elder Long awoke from his stupor. However, the doctor permitted only 10 minutes of conversation, as Elder Long's body remained weak and required ample rest. Furthermore, once Elder Long's health improved, further examinations will be necessary. Teacher, please have some water, Jiang Fan said with concern, handing a cup to Elder Long. Elder Long took a sip and felt significantly better. Are you feeling better now? Jiang Fan inquired. No worries, I'm in excellent health, Elder Long replied. Beside them, Elder Qiao interjected bluntly, Old Long, you just coughed up blood. How can you say you're fine? I've told you to take care of your health. But you never listen. How about we have a marathon to see who is truly unfit? Elder Long retorted defiantly. All right, I concede. Upon seeing Elder Qiao relent, Elder Long wore a smug expression, yet the pain in his abdomen caused his eyes to twitch involuntarily. Observing this, Jiang Fan quickly summoned a doctor. Subsequently, the doctor administered a dose into Elder Long's fore, alleviating his discomfort considerably. Jiang Fan then expressed his aspirations. Teacher, I wish to participate in the development of the rocket propulsion system. After pondering for a moment, Elder Long nodded in agreement. Very well. Our nation has just developed a 500-ton propulsion system. You should study it, as it will greatly benefit your future growth. Jiang Fan nodded, though he secretly wished to convey that he was not merely going to learn, but rather to develop the 1,000-ton rocket propulsion system, thereby avenging Elder Long's grievances. They conversed for a while longer until the doctor insisted on expelling Jiang Fan and Elder Qiao, as Elder Long needed proper rest. Upon returning home, Jiang Fan contacted Professor Li, Elder Long's assistant at the rocket propulsion base. Elder Long had already briefed Professor Li, who welcomed Jiang Fan anytime. Jiang Fan resolved to visit the Kyoto rocket propulsion base the following day. That evening, Churuwashi learned of Elder Long's illness. They decided to visit the Kyoto Military District General Hospital to see Elder Long together. With her cheerful personality, Churuwashi brought much joy to Elder Long, who was also quite fond of the girl. Chapter 155, The Design Blueprints. The next morning, Jiang Fan, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, arrived at the designated meeting place with Professor Li. Soon, a military off-road vehicle approached. After Jiang Fan boarded the vehicle, he noticed a man in the back seat wearing a baseball cap. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, the man extended his right hand with a smile, saying, Hello. Long time no see. Jiang Fan then recognized him as Lei Kuan, the man who had protected him during the World Mathematics Summit. Jiang Fan quickly shook hands with him. Brother Lei Kuan, it's been a while. I've received orders from the higher-ups to ensure your safety. Although Lei Kuan didn't know much about Jiang Fan, their brief interaction at the summit had revealed Jiang Fan to be a patriotic youth. Thus, when he received orders from the military, he rushed over without hesitation. I'll be counting on you, Brother Lei Kuan, Jiang Fan remarked. Regarding the bodyguard situation, the higher-ups had also informed him, and although he initially refused, he ultimately acquiesced. His usual haunts were quite fixed, either in a laboratory or at home, and the kidnapping incident had merely been an unfortunate accident. However, the higher-ups insisted on assigning him a bodyguard, as Jiang Fan was considered the future of the Dragon Nation, and any mishap was unacceptable. Jiang Fan, left with no choice, had to agree. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Fan and Lei Kuan fell into silence. Jiang Fan, contemplated the matter of the 1,000-ton rocket propulsion system. While Lei Kun had been instructed that Jiang Fan was a state secret and his primary duty was to ensure Jiang Fan's safety. He had signed a confidentiality agreement regarding Jiang Fan's personal information and itinerary. Thus, he remained silent unless Jiang Fan initiated conversation. The military vehicle quickly departed Kyoto, entering a mountain road, and after traversing a bumpy path, they finally arrived at the rocket propulsion research base. Once outside, Lei Kun turned to the driver and instructed, "Tell your captain that at 9 o'clock, 500 meters to the north, there's a blind spot that requires a lookout post. Otherwise, someone with a bit of skill could easily scale the rocky wall and get in." The driver, dressed in military attire, was taken aback by Lei Kun's words, realizing that he had identified a vulnerability in their concealed lookout posts. This individual, who sat in the vehicle, had managed to detect flaws in their deployment. He was no ordinary person. Once Jiang Fan and Lei Kun entered the base, the driver promptly reported the situation to the captain. Inside the rocket propulsion base, the entire experimental hall was bustling with researchers clad in lab coats. They were all actively engaged in their work, yet smiles adorned their faces because the previous day, they had successfully developed the 500-ton rocket propulsion system. Jiang Fan sought out Professor Li, as Elder Long was currently unavailable, and all technical matters were under Professor Li's guidance. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, Professor Li was taken aback by his youth. He understood that anyone who became Elder Long's student must possess exceptional abilities. Yet a young man who appeared to be merely 18 or 19. What could he possibly understand in the realm of research? "Jiang Fan, which year are you in?" Professor Li inquired. "I'm a freshman," Jiang Fan replied. "Then your college entrance examination scores must have been exceptional." Professor Li speculata. Assuming Jiang Fan's high scores had caught Elder Long's attention, Jiang Fan hesitated to respond, as he could not admit that his exam score was a mere 300 points, which would embarrass Elder Long. After a moment of thought, he said, "My exam scores were average. I was admitted on special consideration for inventing the solar photovoltaic panel." Professor Li considered it quite impressive that an 18-year-old could invent a solar photovoltaic panel, understanding why Elder Long had taken notice of him. Such a young talent already has research achievements, quite remarkable. Professor Li praisa. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Fan had not actually invented a solar photovoltaic panel. That was merely the excuse provided by the state. In reality, he was working on controllable nuclear fusion. If Professor Li were to learn this, he would surely be astounded. "Jiang Fan, I will find you a master craftsman to guide you. You can learn from him, and feel free to ask me any questions." Jiang Fan robia, Professor Li. "I have a design blueprint for a propulsion system. Could you take a look at it?" Jiang Fan was not there merely for an internship. His true aim was to develop the 1,000-ton rocket propulsion system. Professor Li was momentarily stunned, not expecting Jiang Fan to have such ambitions. If another intern were to claim that he had designed a blueprint for a thruster, it is likely that Professor Li would not even glance at it, and would instead take the opportunity to educate him thoroughly. The technical demands for rocket thrusters are exceedingly high. If one could design a blueprint merely by reading some books, then the rockets of Longwa would have long been the best in the world. However, given that Jiang Fan is a student of Long Lao, Professor Li felt it inappropriate to discourage him too harshly. Thus, out of respect, he accepted Jiang Fan's design blueprint. He intended to peruse it briefly, dismissively, as it would be peculiar for someone who had never even seen a rocket thruster to produce a competent design. Upon opening the blueprint, he was met with the title, "Design Blueprint for a 1,000-Ton Rocket Thruster." Chapter 156, A Silent Vow, a 1,000-ton rocket thruster design? Upon reading this title, Professor Li could not suppress a laugh. He was aware that laughing in front of Jiang Fan was somewhat inappropriate, yet he simply could not contain himself. Without needing to examine further, he was certain that Jiang Fan's design could not be realized. After years of research, their base had only managed to develop a 500-ton rocket thruster, and here Jiang Fan was proposing a 1,000-ton thruster. Was this not sheer fantasy? Professor Li pretended to skim through the other contents, rolled up the blueprint, and returned it to Jiang Fan. "Jiang Fan, your concept is commendable, but at present, our base is too small to undertake such a grand project," he remarked, half-jokingly. His meaning was clear. Jiang Fan's design was fundamentally unfeasible. To avoid discouraging him too directly, he softened his words. "Professor Li, does our country have other research bases for rocket thrusters?" Jiang Fan inquired. "Certainly. The rocket thruster base here is the smallest in Longwa. There are two other significantly larger comprehensive research bases, one in the northwest and another in the southwest." Jiang Fan, upon hearing Professor Li's explanation, suddenly understood and subsequently asked, "Professor Li, who needs to approve my design blueprint?" Professor Li was momentarily at a loss for words. Did Jiang Fan truly not grasp the implications of his earlier statements? Jiang Fan, there is no rush regarding your 1,000-ton thruster design. After you spend some time interning here and gain a better understanding of rocket thrusters, we can re-evaluate your design. Jiang Fan perceived from Professor Li's words that he harbored little faith in his 1,000-ton rocket thruster design. Professor Li, I still wish to give it a try. What if it succeeds? Jiang Fan smiled. Professor Li's impression of Jiang Fan shifted unfavorably, perceiving him as arrogant and impractical. As a researcher, one must possess a humble attitude to reach great heights and achieve significant accomplishments. Yet Jiang Fan evidently lacked such qualities. Professor Li began to question how Long Lao could have taken on such a student. Noting that Jiang Fan would not heed his advice, he felt there was little more to say. Professor Li resolved to let Jiang Fan face some obstacles. He would eventually come to understand that scientific research requires a grounded approach. Coincidentally, Liu Tianheng, the chief commander of the Western base, had come to witness their experimental results yesterday. You can show him your design blueprint. All right, thank you, Professor Li. Subsequently, Professor Li informed Jiang Fan that Commander Liu was in an office within the control room. However, he did not accompany Jiang Fan. Feeling it would be a waste of time, and given his unfavorable impression of Jiang Fan, he was disinclined to guide him further. The steel door leading to the control room was ajar, and Jiang Fan entered, proceeding down the corridor without concern of losing his way, for there were no other paths. He soon arrived at the control room, where numerous monitors adorned the walls. In the center, over a dozen researchers were busy organizing data. Jiang Fan did not linger there, but went directly to the office door that Professor Li had mentioned, knocking twice. "Come." A deep, raspy voice responded from within. Jiang Fan pushed the door open. The person inside paused upon seeing Jiang Fan's attire. The researchers here all donned white lab coats. And suddenly there stood a young man in casual clothes in his office. It was entirely unusual for an outsider to arrive here. Just as Liu Tianheng was momentarily taken aback, Jiang Fan addressed him. "Hello, Commander Liu. My name is Jiang Fan, a student of Long Lao." Upon hearing Jiang Fan's introduction, Liu Tianheng instantly understood. It was no surprise for Long Lao's student to be present. "How is your teacher's health now?" Liu Tianheng inquired with concern. "He is still under observation in the hospital and is scheduled for tests today. If all goes well, the doctor says he can be discharged to recuperate at home." Jiang Fan replied, Long Lao has dedicated his life to the nation's space endeavors, and he has always dreamed of surpassing all other nations in the realm of space exploration. After achieving the 500-ton rocket thruster, he finally reached the pinnacle of Blue Star standards, only to have the beautiful nation announce the development of a 700-ton rocket thruster created by his former student Bai Yanlang. This has dealt him a severe blow. Upon hearing Liu Tianheng mentioned by Yanlang, Jiang Fan's teeth clenched in anger. He detested those who betrayed their own country. Most infuriating was that this individual had caused his teacher to suffer gravely. Jiang Fan silently vowed that he would find a way to avenge his teacher. Noticing Jiang Fan's furious expression, Liu Tianheng chose not to press further. After a moment, he asked Jiang Fan, "What brings you to me?" Jiang Fan, roused from his angry thoughts, took a deep breath to compose himself. "Commander Liu, I would like you to take a look at a design blueprint I created for a rocket thruster. You can simply give the design blueprint to Long Lao's assistant." "Professor Li," Liu Tianheng replied. "However, Professor Li said that this base cannot undertake my design and that it needs to be completed at the northwest and southwest bases." Liu Tianheng's curiosity was piqued, and he took the design blueprint from Jiang Fan to examine it. A 1,000-ton rocket thruster design? Upon reading the title, Liu Tianheng was momentarily astonished, yet he continued to delve deeper into the document. An hour later, his eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 157, a live broadcast. Yahoo is the most renowned internet portal in the beautiful nation and also the largest live streaming platform on Blue Star. The Yahoo live streams from various countries are essentially subsidiaries of the beautiful nation. Typically, the content broadcasted on these international subsidiaries is restricted to exchanges among domestic users. In simpler terms, the Yahoo live streaming platforms across nations operate independently, unable to access live content from other countries, with a few exceptions for skilled computer users. However, today, all Yahoo live streaming platforms across Blue Star were interconnected with the beautiful nation to broadcast the launch of the beautiful nation's Hercules rocket. This time, the Hercules rocket utilized the recently announced 700-ton rocket thruster. The beautiful nation had 3 objectives for broadcasting the Hercules rocket launch. 1. to demonstrate that the beautiful nation will forever maintain its dominant position in the field of technology on Blue Star. Although the Dragon Nation has surpassed them in certain aspects, it is merely a minor incident that will not significantly affect them. 2. A slap in the face for the Dragon Nation. The recent 700-ton rocket engine was developed by Yanlang from the Dragon Nation, and the beautiful country is mocking the Dragon Nation for its inability to retain talent, while simultaneously promoting its welcoming attitude towards talents from all nations. 3. A global advertisement. The rocket engine of the beautiful country has reached an impressive 700 tons, making it the most powerful launch vehicle on Blue Star. Many countries wishing to launch satellites, but lacking their own rockets or having insufficient payload capacities, can utilize the beautiful country's rockets to transport their payloads into space, thus reaping substantial profits. The homepages of various live streaming platforms in various countries are filled with advertisements for the beautiful country's Hercules launch vehicle. Curious viewers from many nations are clicking in to watch. The live broadcast features the Hercules rocket poised for launch, accompanied by 2 professional hosts who discuss the development history of the Hercules rocket and the achievements of the beautiful country in the aviation sector. In essence, they extol the greatness and superiority of the beautiful country. Host: greetings to our global audience. There are just 8 minutes left until the Hercules rocket takes flight. The live stream currently boasts an online viewership of 1.2 billion, and we extend our heartfelt gratitude for the support from viewers worldwide. As the launch time approaches, the number of viewers continues to swell, and the discussion in the chat room becomes increasingly fervent. Viewers from T-Nation, Sawashdi Ka. I am so excited to see the rocket launch. Viewers from Sakura Country. The beautiful country is incredible, having developed a 700-ton rocket engine. It truly deserves its title as the technological powerhouse of Blue Star. Here, as a token of appreciation in the form of a rocket. Viewers from Kimchi Country. This is my first time watching a rocket launch live. It's far more captivating than watching a girl dance on stream. Dragon Nation Viewer 1. Honestly, I would prefer to see aerial fireworks. Dragon Nation Viewer 2. Great minds think alike. Brothers, let us cheer for the fireworks. Subsequently, numerous viewers from the Dragon Nation changed their usernames to Watching Fireworks. The screen was soon inundated with messages about watching fireworks. Some foreign viewers were perplexed by the meaning. Yet they joined in the revelry, resulting in the live streaming platform having to impose a temporary ban on comments. At that moment, the host, filled with excitement, addressed the viewers. Global friends, the Hercules rocket will launch in just 1 minute. Let's count down together. 59, 58, 57, 56, 55. The host's impassioned countdown filled the air, but due to the comment ban, the chat room felt eerily quiet. The entire scene appeared quite bizarre, prompting the organizers to enable comments upon the host's insistence. The atmosphere in the chat room instantly became lively again. Viewer 1, countdown to fireworks, 29. Viewer 2, countdown to fireworks, 28. Viewer 3, countdown to fireworks, 27. This left the host somewhat flustered. However, at least there was interaction among viewers, making the situation less awkward. Time ticked away. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, the base of the Hercules rocket erupted in a cloud of white smoke, and just as the smoke seemed to engulf the rocket, the Hercules soared into the sky, reaching a height of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. The rocket accelerated rapidly, soon appearing as a mere speck in the sky, barely discernible except for its long trail. The host shouted with exhilaration, "It's a success. The Hercules rocket has successfully launched." While the successful launch brought joy, many were disappointed to see no fireworks in the sky. The live feed then switched to the beautiful country's space agency awarding by Yanlang with accolades. He was bestowed the title of Rocket Star by the agency, granted a lifetime professorship in the beautiful country, and awarded a personal prize of $100 million. The host proceeded to interview Bai Yanlang. Host, Professor Bai, congratulations on receiving the prestigious title of Rocket Star. Host, were you previously from the Dragon Nation? Bai Yanlang, I wish I could say otherwise, but it is a blemish I cannot erase. However, I am grateful to now be a citizen of the beautiful country. Haha. Host, what are your thoughts on the beautiful country? Bai Yanlang, the beautiful country is the most perfect nation on Blue Star, excelling in human rights, economy, technology, education, healthcare, and more. I truly love it here, and I warmly welcome talents from all over the world to join us in the beautiful country. Bai Yanlang's interview incited outrage among the Dragon Nation citizens. Commenter 1, I curse that traitor. He should remember who raised him. Commenter 2, the Dragon Nation nurtured you, and now that you've spread your wings, you turn your back on us. A true ingrate. Commenter 3. Honestly, I wish I could fly over there and give him a good beating. Commenter 4. I vow to enroll in the Dragon Nation's Aerospace Academy and develop even more formidable rockets to outshine this fool. Chapter 158. Ruined. Kyoto Military District General Hospital. Old Dragon's Ward. Bang. A mobile phone shattered into countless pieces, the stubborn motherboard bouncing a few times on the floor before finally coming to rest in a corner. Old Dragon sat on the hospital bed, his eyes red with rage, his lips trembling. Scoundrel. Old Dragon gritted his teeth and exclaimed. Beside him, a young woman, terrified, stood in silence. She was Chu Ruashi. Since there were no classes that afternoon and Jiang Fan had gone to the research institute, she came to visit Old Dragon in his stead. Initially, they had been conversing happily, but unbeknownst to them, someone had sent Old Dragon a link to the live broadcast. It was the beautiful country's live stream of the Hercules rocket's launch. Shortly thereafter, the footage shifted to the beautiful country awarding a Dragon Nation citizen, followed by the host's interview. Upon hearing by Yanlong's remarks, Chu Ruashi became infuriated. However, Old Dragon, in a fit of rage, smashed his phone on the ground. Zhu Zuxi, unaware of the relationship between Bai Yanlang and Old Dragon, assumed he was merely upset by the man's words. Watching Old Dragon, who was gasping for breath, she found herself at a loss for how to comfort him. Doctors outside, hearing the commotion, quickly rushed in. They were met with the sight of the shattered phone and the visibly distressed Chu Ruashi, uncertain of what had transpired. They eventually learned from Chu Ruashi that Old Dragon had reacted so violently due to watching a video. Academician Long, you are still quite weak. You mustn't let your emotions fluctuate too much, or it will hinder your recovery. Zhu Zuxi weakly advised. Indeed, Grandpa Long, do not let that scoundrel's words affect your health. Old Dragon took a deep breath, gazing at the broken phone on the floor, realizing that his earlier reaction had been excessive. He sighed deeply, adjusted his emotions, and said, Little Shi, I apologize for frightening you with my overreaction just now. Old Dragon expressed with a hint of remorse, recognizing that Chu Ruashi had come such a long way from school to see him, and he should not have lost his temper in her presence. Grandpa Long, it's not your fault. It's mainly that villain's words, they're too infuriating. Juzusi zito angili. Alas, he was a student of mine from before. Old Dragon said with a tinge of sadness. Your student? Chu Ruashi was taken aback by the news, instantly comprehending the anger of Elder Long. It was no wonder he was so furious when one of his own students spoke such outrageous words. Subsequently, Elder Long recounted to Chu Ruashi the events surrounding the cultivation of Bai Yanlang. For years, he had kept this matter buried deep within his heart, never sharing it with anyone. However, after confiding in the little girl, he felt a significant alleviation of his emotions. Rest assured, Grandpa Long, I will ensure that Jiang Fan gives him a proper lesson to avenge you. Chu Ruashi declared earnestly, puffing out her cheeks. Elder Long couldn't help but chuckle at her adorable demeanor. At the Kyoto Rocket Propulsion Research Base, Jiang Fan presented the design blueprints of a 1,000-ton rocket propulsion system to Commander Liu Tianheng of the Western Base. Upon reviewing the documents, Liu was filled with excitement, akin to discovering a new continent. While he could not ascertain the feasibility of Jiang Fan's designs, his extensive experience in rocket propulsion research suggested that it was worth exploring, particularly due to the valuable materials and fuels indicated in the blueprints. Instead of providing an immediate response, he took the design to the headquarters of the Dragon Nation's aerospace program, requesting 2 days to deliberate. Jiang Fan nodded in agreement, as he had no pressing matters in the next couple of days. He then followed Professor Li's arrangements and began an internship under a senior researcher, Wu Da. Armed with the design blueprints rewarded by the system, Jiang Fan possessed a thorough understanding of the operational principles and internal structures of the propulsion system. He grasped the design principles of the 500-ton propulsion system in less than half a day. Professor Long had specifically instructed Professor Li to provide comprehensive guidance to Jiang Fan. At the end of the first day, Professor Li summoned Wu Da to his office to inquire about Jiang Fan's performance. Wu, how did Jiang Fan fare today? Wu Da sighed, he is too impatient. I attempted to explain the materials used in the propulsion system, but he interrupted me after just a few sentences, claiming he understood, and immediately inquired about the fuel. I thought it would be fine to discuss the fuel first, but after a brief introduction, he asked about the high-temperature coatings for the propulsion system. How can I teach such an impatient intern? Seeing Wu Da's grievances, Professor Li offered some words of comfort. Dear Wu, bear with it a little longer. After all, he is Elder Long's student. Wu Da replied, Professor, perhaps you should find someone else to mentor him. With his attitude toward learning, I doubt I could teach him anything in 10 years. Professor Li Kuntaret. Think of how much Elder Long has imparted to us over the years. He is currently unwell and has entrusted his student to us. We cannot simply turn our backs on him. Eventually, Wu De acquiesced, recognizing Elder Long's past kindness toward them. The following morning, Wu De intended to give Jiang Fan a lesson on proper attitude to alter his approach to learning. However, after receiving a phone call, Jiang Fan hurriedly returned. Brother Wu, thank you for imparting your knowledge. I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I must leave now. Please inform Professor Li for me. With that, Jiang Fan shouldered his bag and departed. Wu De was exasperated and subsequently relayed the situation to Professor Li, who sighed in resignation. He concluded that Jiang Fan would likely amount to nothing, given his arrogance, impracticality, impatience, lack of organization, discipline, and propensity to abandon tasks midway. Chapter 159, Beyond Doubt. The headquarters of the Aerospace Bureau is located in Chang'an, Dragon Nation. This city boasts a prime geographical position and has served as the capital for 13 dynasties. Rich in cultural heritage. After disembarking from their flight, Jiang Fan and Lei Kun boarded a vehicle dispatched by the Aerospace Bureau. After approximately half an hour of travel, they arrived at the headquarters. As Jiang Fan and Lei Kun exited the vehicle, Lu Tianhang approached with a warm smile, grasping Jiang Fan's hand. Jiang Fan, welcome to the Aerospace Bureau headquarters. I hope your journey was not too taxing. Not at all, Commander Lu. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Tianhang led Jiang Fan to the elevator that ascended to the top floor. Jiang Fan, time is of the essence. Let us proceed to the conference room. Several esteemed veterans in the field of aerospace are awaiting us. Of course, Jiang Fan followed Lu Tianhang into the conference room, while Lei Kun remained at the door. As there was no danger present at the headquarters, inside the conference room, upon their arrival, the previously engaged elderly scholars fell silent, glancing at the now closed door to confirm no one else would enter. One of the elder professors inquired, Commander Lu, please do not tell me that the design blueprints for the 1,000-ton rocket propulsion system were crafted by this young lad. Indeed, Professor Ma, you guessed correctly. The elders exchanged glances before erupting into laughter, unable to fathom how someone so young could develop a 1,000-ton propulsion system. The average age of these seasoned gentlemen was around 62, and they had only recently achieved some success in the aerospace field. Observing their disbelief, Lu Tianhang smiled and said, I trust you are all aware of the recent chip struggle between our nation and the United States? Certainly, we were cornered by them, and in that moment of crisis, a mysterious individual emerged, developing the 7-nanometer chip, followed by the 4-nanometer, and ultimately the 1-nanometer chip. Such groundbreaking achievements were truly uplifting. They agreed. That mysterious individual has brought great honor to our Dragon Nation. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a hero. They exclaimed, expressing their admiration. Lu Tianhang smiled knowingly, aware that this mysterious figure was none other than Jiang Fan himself. Initially, he had been unaware of this fact. After leaving with Jiang Fan's design blueprints, he had first visited Kyoto to consult with the leadership on various aerospace matters and casually mentioned Jiang Fan's designs. Upon hearing that the 1,000-ton rocket propulsion blueprints were Jiang Fan's work, the leadership regarded them as a treasure and subsequently informed him of Jiang Fan's achievements with the chips. Although the leadership was unsure how Jiang Fan had acquired knowledge of rocket propulsion technology, given his prior groundbreaking research, they believed the design blueprints should be sound. Nevertheless, they opted to have Lu Tianhang bring the designs back for further examination by the esteemed veterans in aerospace. As the investment in rocket propulsion systems requires substantial funding and manpower. Upon returning with the blueprints, Lu Tianhang briefed the head of the Aerospace Bureau and convened several experts to conduct a thorough review. The consensus among the experts was that the design blueprints had a 35% chance of being viable for research. During their discussions, news broke that the United States had successfully launched their 700-ton rocket propulsion system, further intensifying their resolve. Regardless of the uncertainties surrounding the feasibility of Jiang Fan's design, they unanimously decided to pursue the endeavor, as it represented a chance to surpass the United States' 700-ton rocket propulsion system. They eagerly anticipated the success of their research, hoping to bring the boastful United States to its knees. Then informed by Yinlang, the traitor, that our dragon country can still lead the world in the realm of aerospace without him, one of the esteemed veterans in the field of aerospace. Noticing Lu Tianhang's mischievous grin, sensed that Lu Tianhang would not casually bring up this matter without reason. He cast a glance at the young man beside him, and an idea suddenly struck his mind. In disbelief, he exclaimed, Commander Lu, could the mysterious individual responsible for developing the chips possibly be him? As the elder's words echoed, others turned their gaze towards Jiang Fan and Lu Tianhang. Professor Ma, did you not mention that you would bow deeply to the mysterious person? Please do go ahead. Lu Tianhang jested. How could that be? The mysterious person cannot possibly be so young. Professor Ma refuted. Shortly thereafter, an elder turned to Jiang Fan and inquired, Young man, did you truly research the chip? Jiang Fan replied with a calm smile. It is the result of collaboration among myself and over 100 research personnel. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, several senior figures in aerospace looked at Lu Tianhang in astonishment. Lu Tianhang assured them, it is indeed true. The gaze of the seasoned aerospace veterans towards Jiang Fan instantly shifted to one of reverence. Chapter 160, Northwest Base. The meeting lasted over 6 hours, during which Jiang Fan elaborated on his design principles to several esteemed veterans in the aerospace sector. After listening to Jiang Fan's explanations, their approval of his design blueprints for the 1,000-ton rocket thruster significantly increased. Based on Jiang Fan's insights, they estimated a minimum feasibility of 50. As darkness enveloped the outside world, Lu Tianhang proposed a temporary adjournment of the meeting, suggesting they reconvene the following day. After dinner, Jiang Fan was assigned to rest in a guest room at the headquarters of the Aerospace Bureau. Meanwhile, Bureau Director Zhang Kesong and several elder veterans engaged in further in-depth discussions. Ultimately, they unanimously approved Jiang Fan's design for the 1,000-ton rocket thruster. The commanding officer of the Northwest Base, Lu Tianhang, was immensely excited and stated, Director Jiang Fan's 1,000-ton thruster must be researched at our base. No problem. Just don't let me down this time, replied Bureau Director Zhang Kesong. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you, Lu Tianhang guaranteed. The Northwest Aerospace Base is the oldest aerospace research facility in Dragon Country, boasting a history of 70 years. The development of aerospace in Dragon Country, from inception to its current standing on Blue Star, owes much to the contributions of the Northwest Aerospace Base. However, in recent years, the establishment of the Southwest Aerospace Research Base and the Kyoto Rocket Thruster Base have yielded impressive results. Notably, the Kyoto Rocket Thruster Base developed a 500-ton rocket thruster, propelling Dragon Country significantly forward in aerospace. In contrast, the Northwest Aerospace Base has remained relatively obscure in recent years, lacking any notable technological breakthroughs. After finalizing Jiang Fan's design blueprints, a weight was finally lifted from their shoulders, and their mood lightened considerably. Subsequently, the elder veterans returned to their guest rooms to rest, as they needed to devise a concrete implementation plan to expedite the research and development of Jiang Fan's 1,000-ton thruster. At Bureau Director Zhang Kesong's residence, he brewed a pot of Hong Pao tea and poured a cup for Lu Tianhang. Lu Tianhang lifted the cup and drank it in one go, feeling parched from the extensive discussions of the day. Xiao Lu, how long has it been since we last shared a cup of tea together? Lu Tianhang pondered for a moment. It must be 7 or 8 years now. Has it truly been that long? Ah, time waits for no one, Zhang Kesong lamented. Back then, Director Zhang, you were the commanding officer of the Western Aerospace Base, and I was the chief engineer. We were quite the sight. Lu Tianhang reminisced, pride illuminating his face. Indeed, although we are the second generation of leaders at the Northwest Base, we have not let down the expectations of the first generation. In just 20 years, under our guidance, the Northwest Aerospace Base has achieved over 100 significant breakthroughs in aerospace technology, with the accolades awarded by the nation filling our honor wall. As they reminisced about this history, their eyes sparkled with pride, a shared glory that marked the pinnacle of the Northwest Base's achievements. At that time, with over 500 research personnel and 50,000 aerospace technicians at the base, a single command from Zhang Kesong would invigorate all. No obstacle seemed insurmountable in their eyes. Despite the harsh conditions, working at least 12 hours a day, they felt fulfilled. However, at some point, the Western Base began to decline, with hardly any major technological advancements in recent years. Contemplating this, their expressions dimmed, and silence enveloped the room. It was not until Lu Tianhang's phone alarm rang at midnight that the stillness was broken. Xiao Lu, I know you've been under considerable pressure lately. I shouldn't add to your burdens. Our Northwest Base has languished for too long, and I hope that through Jiang Fan's design, we can revive our Western Base. I will make it happen. The next day, the headquarters of the Aerospace Bureau outlined a specific implementation plan for Jiang Fan's 1,000-ton rocket thruster proposal. However, they faced a dilemma regarding Jiang Fan's position. Logically, as the originator of the design proposal, Jiang Fan should be appointed as the chief engineer of the project. Yet, the Western Aerospace Base already had a chief engineer for thruster development, who was responsible for leading the team that developed the 300-ton rocket thruster. Having two chief engineers for thruster development would surely lead to complications. Furthermore, Jiang Fan was only temporarily overseeing R&D at the Northwest base, and he would inevitably leave once the project concluded. Appointing him as the chief engineer for the rocket thruster project would undoubtedly spark discontent in the current chief engineer. Ye Shikens. Liu Tianheng understood Gu Zhixin's character well. He was stubborn, inflexible, and resistant to change. Ultimately, no one was able to propose a suitable solution. Liu Tianheng suggested that he first take Jiang Fan to the Northwest base and communicate with the current chief engineer, Gu Zhixing. Chapter 161, Northwest Desert. In the northwest of Dragon Country, the sky is blue, and the earth is yellow. Apart from these two colors, no other hues are visible. The desert is filled with whirlwinds, swirling gusts of sand that rise high, resembling smoke billowing from the ground, racing across the sandy expanse. As dusk approaches, the desert before them radiates a golden hue, with countless folds of sand and stone resembling frozen waves stretching towards the distant golden horizon. Jiang Fan had never witnessed such a magnificent sight and could not resist capturing it on his phone through the car window to share with his girlfriend, Chu Ruoshi. Sitting beside him, Liu Tianheng chuckled and said, "You will see such scenes frequently in the future." Commander Liu, why was the Northwest base originally built on the edge of the desert? Jiang Fan inquired, puzzled. Initially, when the Northwest base was constructed, it was over 100 kilometers away from the desert. The ground we stand on now was once a lush green pasture. In recent years, the desert has been steadily encroaching southward, and as of now, it lies a mere 20 kilometers away from the Northwest base. However, thanks to the government's regulatory efforts, significant progress has been made in mitigating desertification. As Jiang Fan listened to Liu Tianheng's exposition, his gaze was drawn to the distant undulating golden sand dunes, and he couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature. Seated in the front passenger seat, Lei Kuan turned to Liu Tianheng and inquired, "How much longer until we reach our destination?" "Approximately 30 minutes by car," came the reply. Following this brief exchange, the vehicle fell into a contemplative silence, punctuated only by the hum of the engine. Jiang Fan remained fixated on the view outside the window until the golden sun dipped below the horizon, casting a grayish haze across the sky. The driver activated the headlights, and Jiang Fan could faintly discern some trees emerging ahead. "We will arrive just beyond that small hill," Liu Tianheng announced, his voice tinged with palpable excitement, likely due to the prospect of presenting Jiang Fan with the design schematics for the 1,000-ton rocket engine he had developed. His chatter became more animated as he engaged Jiang Fan in lighthearted conversation. Before long, they reached their destination. The entrance to the Northwest base was marked by stone pillars, exuding an air of antiquity that spoke volumes of its history. Upon seeing the vehicle's license plate, 2 sentry soldiers promptly lifted the barbed wire barricade obstructing the gate and saluted as the car passed through. The vehicle rolled into the parking lot, and as Jiang Fan stepped out, he was greeted by a gust of dry air. Liu Tianheng, seemingly unfazed, cheerfully remarked, "Jiang Fan, let me take you to dinner." They soon arrived at the cafeteria, a spacious establishment with numerous service counters, reminiscent of a university dining hall. After a simple meal, Liu Tianheng personally arranged accommodations for them. Glancing at the time, Jiang Fan noted it was just past 9 in the evening, still early for bed. "Director Liu, could you show me around the research base?" "Of course," Liu Tianheng replied, leading Jiang Fan to the main research warehouse for the rocket engine. From the outside, the warehouse appeared comparable in size to the Kyoto rocket engine base, and throughout the Northwest base, there were several such expansive facilities. Upon entering the main research warehouse with Liu Tianheng, Jiang Fan discovered that experiments were underway. Liu Tianheng then guided him to the control room. Inside, Chief Engineer Gu Zhixing was stationed at the control panel, fixated on the main screen. "Chief Engineer Gu, our 700-ton engine design is still quite immature. Wouldn't it be too reckless to conduct an experiment now?" queried an elder research staff member. Gu Zhixing retorted brusquely, "Are you the chief engineer, or am I? If I say we can proceed, we shall." The elder staff member hesitated, wanting to argue further, but ultimately fell silent. The Western base had not seen significant research achievements for too long, and the anxiety among the team was palpable. Recently, the Kyoto rocket engine base, which had started its research later, announced the development of a 500-ton rocket engine, a revelation that had jolted their spirits. Nevertheless, they could accept this news, as they were all part of the Dragon Nation's Aerospace Bureau. Despite some setbacks, they found solace in their shared identity. What Gu Zhixing found intolerable was the sudden announcement from the United States regarding the development of a 700-ton rocket engine, with the chief engineer being a fellow citizen of the Dragon Nation. Particularly infuriating was by Yanlong's disparaging remarks about the Dragon Nation's aerospace sector, which ignited Gu Ziqing's fury. Together with several senior technical experts, he had analyzed the 500-ton engine developed by Long Lao and subsequently designed a plan for the 700-ton engine. After 2 days of research, they decided to conduct their ignition test that very day. Having previously developed a 300-ton engine, Gu Ziqing understood that rapid advancement in creating a 700-ton engine necessitated a continuous cycle of experimentation to identify and resolve issues. He addressed the research staff at the control panel, report on the fuel status. Both fuel tanks have been filled with 1,000 kilograms of liquid fuel, ready for ignition tests at any moment. 1 minute until ignition. At that moment, Liu Tianheng and Jiang Fan entered the room. Liu Tianheng assumed Gu Ziqing was conducting experiments on the 500-ton engine. Thus, he refrained from intervening. Having already provided Gu with the design principles of Long Lao's 500-ton engine a couple of days prior and instructed him to collaborate with all research personnel in studying it. However, Jiang Fan sensed something amiss. Having spent time at the Kyoto rocket engine base, he was well acquainted with the 500-ton engine developed by Long Lao. By analyzing the data on the control room screen, he quickly identified discrepancies. In terms of fuel, the current experiment was increasing the quantity and incorporating hydrogen atoms, indicating their intention to boost energy output for greater thrust. Armed with the design schematics for the 1,000-ton engine awarded by the system, Jiang Fan knew that the fuel required for engines exceeding 700 tons diverged entirely from that of the 500-ton variant. Simply increasing the quantity and making slight alterations to the fuel structure would not suffice to achieve the kinetic energy necessary for a 700-ton engine. Just as Jiang Fan was about to alert Liu Tianheng to halt the experiment, Gu Ziqing had already issued the command, "Ignite." A research staff member promptly pressed the ignition button. The main screen displayed a rocket engine emitting blue flames, and the tremendous thrust generated caused the entire control platform to tremble violently. The nozzle of the fuel tank quickly turned a fiery red. Increase fuel output by 10. Ye Shikins commanded. A research staff member began to input commands at the control panel. Do not increase the output. A voice interjected, Jiang Fan, standing beside Liu Tianheng. All eyes turned to Jiang Fan, and Gu Ziqing cast a glance in his direction, noting Liu Tianheng beside him. However, he did not acknowledge Jiang Fan and instead directed the research staff member, execute the command. The staff member pressed the confirmation key. After all, Gu Ziqing was the chief engineer in this facility, and he was unlikely to heed the advice of a newcomer. Liu Tianheng leaned toward Jiang Fan and whispered, "Is there a problem? Director Liu, if I am not mistaken, they are attempting to conduct an experiment on the 700-ton engine." A 700-ton engine experiment? Liu Tianheng was taken aback, ready to confront Gu Ziqing. Not good. Chief Engineer Gu, the temperature at the engine's nozzle is exceeding 3,000 degrees Celsius. A technician reported anxiously to Gu Ziqing. Gu Ziqing then turned his gaze to the screen showing the nozzle, which was glowing a vivid red. It's fine. This is a normal occurrence. Gu Ziqing had anticipated this issue before commencing the experiment, knowing that increased fuel output would inevitably raise the temperature. Moreover, he had already treated the materials of the fuel tank nozzle to enhance their resistance to high temperatures. As soon as Gu Ziqing finished speaking, the entire fuel chamber within the thruster on the main screen trembled violently, becoming exceedingly unstable. Subsequently, a fierce flame erupted, illuminating the entire brain experiment warehouse. Jiang Fan, witnessing this alarming situation, was taken aback. The increase in fuel energy output could lead to instability in the fuel chamber, and should the thruster topple over, an explosion was highly probable. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed to the fuel control panel and pressed the button to cut off the fuel supply. Immediately, everyone heard a muffled bang emanate from the brain warehouse. Gu Ziqing swiftly issued orders to halt the experiment and shut down all data commands. Everyone fixed their gaze on the main screen. The recent muffled sound was not an explosion. However, some leaked fuel around the area had ignited. Soon, firefighters clad in yellow uniforms extinguished the flames. Witnessing this scene, a wave of dread washed over everyone. Had it not been for the timely intervention of this young man, their entire brain experiment warehouse could have been obliterated. Yet, rather than expressing gratitude, Gu Ziqing appeared somewhat displeased, stating, "Who are you? An outsider dares to disrupt our experiment." At that moment, Liu Tianheng approached and interjected, "This is Jiang Fan, a student of Old Master Long, whom I specifically invited to assist with the thruster research. Chief Engineer Gu, I demand an explanation for your recent experiment." "Liu, we were conducting an experiment on a 700-ton thruster. It was merely a routine experiment that encountered some issues, all of which were within our expectations. Lu Tianheng was incensed upon hearing Gu Ziqing's response. Chief Engineer Gu, you nearly blew up the brain warehouse, and you say it was all expected? If it weren't for him shouting and disrupting our rhythm, how could such a situation have arisen? Jiang Fan found himself at a loss for words. He had clearly prevented a disaster, yet his efforts went unappreciated. Chapter 163, Conversation. Lu Tianheng was reluctant to reprimand Gu Ziqing in front of so many people, as he was the chief engineer and deserved some respect. After everyone left, Lu Tianheng called Gu Ziqing into his office. Pouring a glass of water, he said, Chief Engineer Gu, have some water. Gu Ziqing accepted the cup and placed it on his desk, evidently still displeased about the earlier incident. Lu Tianheng, familiar with his character, knew that Gu Ziqing had always been sensitive about appearances, and with age and success, this tendency had only intensified. It was my fault for speaking too harshly in that moment, Lu Tianheng said with a smile. Upon hearing Lu Tianheng's apology, Gu Ziqing's expression softened slightly. As the chief engineer of rocket propulsion technology, I should have the authority to decide on experiments, correct? Of course. Moreover, your achievements in rocket propulsion are well recognized by all the researchers at our Northwest base. Hearing Lu Tianheng's praise, Gu Ziqing smiled, responding without reservation. Chief Lu, this is not mere boasting. In the realm of rocket propulsion in Dragon Country, I certainly hold a significant voice. Apart from Old Master Long, I doubt anyone could surpass my expertise. Remember, I brought over 200 researchers and, in less than a year, developed a 300-ton rocket thruster. Speaking of his past accomplishments, Gu Ziqing beamed with pride, and the atmosphere between them softened considerably. After taking a sip of water, Lu Tianheng shifted the topic to the current state of the international aerospace sector. Ye Shikens, apioring indignant, remarqued. Whenever I think of the 700-ton rocket thruster developed by the beautiful nation, I am reminded of Bai Yanlang. He is utterly despicable. Not only does he serve them, but he also insults us Dragon countrymen. Brother Lu, my urgency to conduct the 700-ton rocket thruster experiment is to demonstrate to other nations that aside from Bai Yanlang, who has become a lackey for the beautiful nation, the rest of us Dragon countrymen are capable of developing a 700-ton thruster. Liu Tianheng understood Ye Shiken's sentiments. He too felt a surge of anger upon hearing Bai Yanlang's remarks. However, such matters could not be rushed. Lu Tianheng retrieved a design blueprint for a 1,000-ton rocket thruster from his folder. Chief, go take a look at this. Gu Ziqing, puzzled, took the document, and when he read the title, he was taken aback. A design blueprint for a 1,000-ton rocket thruster? Indeed, this. Gu Ziqing could hardly believe it. After all, the beautiful nation had just announced their development of a 700-ton rocket thruster, and here they were presenting a design for a 1,000-ton thruster. Was this designed by Old Master Long? Gu Ziqing thought to himself that in Dragon Country, no one could have produced this design except for Old Master Long. Yet, he pondered if Old Master Long had indeed created a design for a 1,000-ton thruster. Why had he chosen to focus on the 500-ton thruster instead? This design blueprint for the 1,000-ton rocket thruster was not crafted by Old Master Long. Lu Tianheng clarified. Not designed by Old Master Long? Ye Shikens konfihun deepenid. In the field of aerospace propulsion in Dragon Country, aside from Old Master Long, he was the only other expert. However, it was still connected to Old Master Long, as it was the work of Jiang Fan, Old Master Long's student. Jiang Fan? Gu Ziqing had no recollection of this name. He was certain that this individual had not made any significant achievements in the aerospace field. Otherwise, he would surely have recognized him. Lu Tianheng chuckled. That's the young man you saw in the control room. Him? He looks like he's only 18 or 19. How can that be possible? Ye Shikens, having studied rocket propulsion for many years, understood that without extensive practical experience, achieving anything noteworthy in the field was nearly impossible. Rocket propulsion technology is exceedingly complex, representing a monumental engineering endeavor that demands precision. Even the slightest error could lead to failure. If that young man had produced this 1,000-ton rocket thruster design, he was almost certain that the blueprint would not succeed. Brother Lu, you were once in charge of technology. You can't possibly believe this design blueprint is valid, can you? Lu Tianheng knew Gu Ziqing would harbor doubts. This design for the 1,000-ton rocket thruster has already been approved by the headquarters of the Aerospace Agency for Development at our Northwest base. The Aerospace Agency is being utterly irresponsible in approving a design blueprint that is unlikely to succeed. This will severely hinder our own research progress. Chief Ge, you can take a look at this design blueprint first, Lu Tianhang suggested. Ge Ziqing, to be honest, was quite reluctant to waste time on this matter. However, since the Aerospace Agency had approved it, he would inevitably be responsible for the research in the future. He indeed needed to study it carefully to identify any errors, enabling him to formally raise objections and dismiss the blueprint. Chapter 164, Appointment. An hour later, Ge Ziqing finished reviewing the blueprints. Aside from a few uncertainties, he found no issues within the document. Chief Engineer Ge, what do you think? Lu Tianhang inquired. The fundamental theory appears sound. However, there are concerns regarding the sodium borohydride and dimeric acid disocyanate composite solid fuel mentioned. While it is claimed that the combustion capabilities are threefold the strength of the liquid fuels we previously utilized, this novel fuel has yet to undergo experimental validation. Regardless of its potential success, the journey from research to technological maturity will require at least a year, Ge Ziqing analyzed. Lu Ziqing smiled lightly, acknowledging that these issues had already been contemplated during their time at the aerospace headquarters. Furthermore, their analysis indicated a high feasibility for this new composite solid fuel. Chief Engineer Ge, let us not forget that this is a 1,000-ton rocket engine. Do you genuinely believe we can achieve the required thrust with the existing liquid fuel? Ge Ziqing fell silent, lost in thought. Indeed, to realize a technological breakthrough in rocket propulsion, a significant advancement in fuel is imperative to provide the requisite immense energy. His experiments conducted that evening also focused on fuel, aiming to enhance the output dosage of the existing fuel to achieve greater thrust. However, today's experimental results indicated that this approach was unviable. Increasing the output dosage would disrupt the fuel output balance, leading to instability. Yet, this was merely the first proposal for his 700-ton rocket engine. He still possessed 3 backup plans. Compared to the 1,000-ton rocket engine, he remained confident in the success rate of his proposals. Commander Lu, regarding the design plan for the 1,000-ton engine, I suggest we postpone it for now, as I have 3 preliminary plans for the 700-ton engine, Ge Ziqing proposed. I plan to initiate experimental research on the 1,000-ton rocket engine starting tomorrow, Lu Tianhang declared. Commander Lu, let us first focus on the 700-ton rocket engine. After all, the likelihood of success is higher. Ge Ziqing's sole desire was to expedite the research on the 700-ton engine, wishing to demonstrate the prowess of Longke's aerospace technology to the world. If they devoted all their energy to the research of the 1,000-ton rocket engine, it was uncertain how long it would take to yield results. And whether those results would be successful was another matter entirely. Their Northwest base could no longer afford to wait. The development of the 1,000-ton rocket engine required immediate attention, which was also the directive from the aerospace headquarters. Ge Ziqing stated with displeasure. Then I shall take decisive action. The Aerospace Bureau's intention is for Jiang Fan to serve as the temporary chief engineer for this project. Upon Lu Tianhang's proclamation, Ge Ziqing leapt to his feet, eyes wide with incredulity as he confronted Lu Tianhang. Commander Lu, what does this mean? Are you intending to replace me as chief engineer? Lu Tianhang inhaled deeply, responding. Chief Engineer Ge, we do not wish to replace you. As I mentioned, Jiang Fan is merely the temporary chief engineer for this project, and you remain the chief engineer. This is madness. You cannot seriously expect an 18 or 19-year-old to assume the role of chief engineer. Do you genuinely believe a child can develop a 1,000-ton rocket engine? Lu Tianhang, incensed by Ge Ziqing's scorn, slammed his hand on the table and retorted, regardless of your agreement, Jiang Fan will lead this project as chief engineer. Ge Ziqing glared at Lu Tianhang, panting with rage. I refuse to comply. Subsequently, he stormed out of the room. Lu Ziqing slowly returned to his seat, taking a moment to compose himself before wiping the water that had splashed from his cup. He had anticipated such a confrontation with Ge Ziqing. However, for the sake of Longke's aerospace sector, he could not afford to consider GE's feelings. He trusted that Ge would come to understand in due time. The following day, Lu Tianhang summoned all research personnel involved in the rocket propulsion project for a meeting. Seated at the front of the conference room, he surveyed the nearly 300 scientists below him. Ge Ziqing occupied a seat in the front row to the right, flanked by several team leaders. Lu Tianhang's gaze swept over their direction, but did not linger. After taking a sip of water, he addressed the assembly with his characteristic, deep, gravelly voice. Several significant developments have transpired in the aerospace field recently. The first is that our Longke has successfully researched a 500-ton rocket engine. Upon hearing this announcement, pride swelled among the researchers present. Lu Tianhang continued, moreover, the beautiful nation has unveiled a 700-ton rocket engine. Many immediately recalled by Yanlong's remarks. their expressions shifting to one of indignation. Although the beautiful nation had developed a 700-ton engine, Longke was not to be underestimated. Just days earlier, a citizen of Longke had successfully created a 1,000-ton engine, which had passed the Aerospace Bureau's review. The crowd gasped in astonishment, mouths agape. Who is this remarkable individual who has developed a 1,000-ton design and secured approval from the Aerospace Bureau? This truly brings honor to our Longke. Once we finalize our research, we shall ensure that Bai Yanlang is thoroughly humiliated. Conversations erupted among the researchers, their excitement palpable at the prospect of a successful 1,000-ton rocket engine, which would undoubtedly propel Longke's aerospace propulsion technology ahead of all nations on Blue Star. Seated in the front row, Ge Zhiqing wore a disdainful expression, internally scoffing. How absurd. They genuinely believe that developing a rocket engine is such a trivial endeavor. Everyone, please quiet down. The animated discussions ceased as Liu Tianheng commanded attention. He continued, following the Aerospace Bureau's research decision, we shall commence our work on the 1,000-ton engine effective immediately. Due to the project's unique nature, Jiang Fan, the developer of the 1,000-ton engine, has been appointed as the temporary chief engineer. I would like to invite Chief Engineer Jiang Fan to the stage to speak. Jiang Fan, seated among the audience, rose and walked slowly to the front. Chapter 165, Come with me. The assembly gazed in stunned silence at the young man before them. Is this truly Jiang Fan, the architect of the 1,000-ton engine? It cannot be. He is far too young. How could he possibly be the one behind such a design? The murmurs of disbelief began to circulate, questioning whether this young man had mistakenly arrived at the wrong venue. However, before speculation could linger, Jiang Fan stood at the front, addressing the nearly 300 attendees. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Fan. After a brief pause, the crowd erupted once more into chatter. No way, he really is Jiang Fan, the one who designed the 1,000-ton engine. This is outrageous. How can a nearly 40-year-old researcher like myself possibly accept being led by someone under 20? As the commotion escalated, Liu Tianheng seized an object from the table and rapped it sharply to regain order. Silence, please. Jiang Fan then continued with his introduction, providing a concise overview. Seated next to Ge Zhiqing, a team leader spoke up loudly. How has our Northwest base fallen to such a state, allowing a mere child to serve as our chief engineer? As the words of the group leader resonated, particularly among the senior researchers, murmurs of agreement followed suit. Indeed, our Northwest base is, after all, the cradle of aerospace innovation in the Dragon Kingdom, brimming with talent. It is ludicrous that our venerable aerospace institution, with over 70 years of history, has entrusted such a pivotal role to a mere adolescent. I stand in support of Chief Engineer Ge. Liu Tianheng observed the murmurs from the audience below. He had initially anticipated Ge Zhiqing would oppose him, but he was taken aback by the sheer number of dissenters. The room fell silent. Chief Engineer Jiang Fan was no ordinary young researcher. He had previously developed groundbreaking technology. Liu Tianheng recounted Jiang Fan's achievement in chip research, which silenced many skeptics. Jiang Fan was also a protege of the esteemed Elder Long, whose recent development of a 500-ton rocket engine had garnered widespread recognition. Once Liu Tianheng invoked Elder Long's name, the atmosphere grew hushed again. The reputation of Elder Long in the aerospace field was well known. They had not expected this young man to be his disciple, which altered their perceptions of Jiang Fan entirely. Jiang Fan smiled ruefully, realizing that he had to invoke his mentor's name to command respect among his peers. Liu Tianheng felt a twinge of melancholy. Many senior researchers at the Northwest base had dedicated their lives to this institution. The weight of their numerous accolades had transformed their mindsets, leading some to become complacent. While they were not lacking in diligence, working harder than many younger researchers, their leadership had not ushered in significant technological advancements in recent years. To speak candidly, their methodologies had not kept pace with contemporary scientific progress. They clung to experiences and techniques from over a decade, 2 decades, or even 3 decades past, making it perplexing that they could produce new technologies. Nonetheless, these seasoned veterans had undeniably contributed to the aerospace ambitions of the Dragon Kingdom. Liu Tianheng could not simply dismiss them. Their emotional ties to the institution were profound, having devoted their lives to its service. Some among them were aware of their situation and took the initiative to learn and adapt in their spare time. Yet, age had ingrained certain ways of thinking that could not be easily altered by study. Whenever Liu Tianheng encountered them, a sense of inexplicable sorrow would wash over him. Since there are no further objections, I shall outline the specific research implementation plan for the 1,000-ton rocket engine. Liu Tianheng began. Just as he finished speaking, Gu Jiqing stood up and interjected, Commander Liu, I still believe that the 1000-ton engine is impractical. I propose we first explore the 700-ton engine design. Liu Tianheng regarded Gu Jiqing, unsure how to persuade him. The previous night, he had spent hours contemplating this issue, and it was only that morning that he had arrived at a decision. Chief Engineer Gu, the 1000-ton engine project has been sanctioned by the Aerospace Bureau, and none of us has the authority to dismiss or delay it. How about this? We divide the rocket engine project into two teams. One led by you researching the 700-ton engine, and the other by Jiang Fan focusing on the 1000-ton engine. What do you think? Ye Shikens readily acquiesced. He had considered this solution the previous day. After all, a project approved by the Aerospace Bureau could not be abandoned due to personal reservations. The optimal approach was to establish two project teams to work concurrently. The researchers from the command warehouse shall follow me in developing the 700-ton engine. Those from warehouse know. Two will be led by Jiang Fan to study the 1000-ton engine. Very well. Liu Tianheng concurred. Gu Jiqing then addressed the researchers from the command warehouse. Researchers from the command warehouse, follow me. In an instant, the conference room was filled with the sounds of chairs scraping as nearly two-thirds of the researchers followed Gu Jiqing. Jiang Fan looked around at the sparse gathering of fewer than 100 researchers remaining and furrowed his brow. Producing a 1000-ton rocket engine was no simple feat. It required extensive collaboration among researchers. His initial estimates indicated that at least 300 researchers will be necessary to achieve this goal within a short time frame. Yet, there were now fewer than 100 present, which would severely hinder progress. Just as Jiang Fan was feeling distressed, two additional researchers entered the conference room. Liu Tianheng called them over. Aren't you two from the Command Research Warehouse? Commander Liu, after some thought, we would like to join Chief Engineer Jiang in researching the 1000-ton engine. Very well, find a seat and settle in. Liu Tianheng then addressed the scattered researchers in the conference room. Everyone, please gather towards the front. From their faces, Jiang Fan could discern that the researchers from Warehouse Number 2 were significantly younger than those from Warehouse Number 1. He inquired about their situation from Liu Tianheng, soon realizing that the Command Research Warehouse had been the original facility, housing the earliest cohort of researchers, with an average age exceeding 40. In contrast, Warehouse No. 2 had been established later and comprised recent graduates specializing in aerospace, with an average age of 28. Supervisor Tian, could you provide a head count? Liu Tianheng requested. Reporting to Commander Liu, Warehouse Number 2 has 98 personnel, with 100 in attendance. Reported Tian Hongxian, the supervisor of Warehouse Number 2. Jiang Fan, please explain the design principles and specific implementation plan for the 1000-ton rocket engine to everyone. Jiang Fan then proceeded to elucidate the design principles of the 1000-ton rocket engine. The researchers listened intently. As new additions to the Northwest base, they had not often received ample research resources. Chief Engineer Gu Jiqing consistently prioritized the Command Research Warehouse, relegating those in Warehouse Number 2 to a subordinate role akin to a support department. They had grown weary of this inequitable treatment, and Jiang Fan's emergence provided them with an opportunity to establish themselves as an independent research project team. Moreover, the project they were tackling was the 1000-ton engine, which fueled their determination to prove that the researchers from Warehouse Number 2 were just as competent as anyone else. Through brief exchanges with them, Jiang Fan discovered their willingness to collaborate, alleviating his concerns. A cohesive research team is paramount. Even the most promising projects can falter without unified effort. Upon concluding Jiang Fan's explanation of the design principles, the researchers from Warehouse Number 2 felt a surge of excitement. They believed the feasibility of Jiang Fan's 1000-ton engine design was remarkably high. Particularly, the two researchers from the command warehouse were exceedingly grateful they had chosen to stay behind. Jiang Fan devoted an entire morning to explaining every detail thoroughly. Liu Tianheng glanced at his watch and addressed the assembly. Everyone, please go have your meal. This afternoon, Engineer Jiang will provide you with detailed assignments. Through Jiang Fan's presentations throughout the morning, their impressions of him had evidently shifted significantly, as the respect in their gazes had notably increased. As Jiang Fan and Liu Tianheng exited, a few researchers hurried after them. Engineer Jiang, may we consult you on a few questions? Of course. They inquired about the propellant fuel nozzle material capable of withstanding temperatures of 4000 C. This material is classified as a high-temperature composite ceramic. As Jiang Fan walked, He elaborated until they reached the cafeteria, where he found a seat and continued his explanations. At that moment, someone mysteriously delivered a meal to Jiang Fan. After expressing his gratitude, he resumed his discourse while eating. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded in the cafeteria. A circle of individuals surrounded Jiang Fan. As they neared the end of their meal, researchers from the main experimental warehouse gradually entered. Upon noticing that those from the second experimental warehouse were nearly finished eating, they could not suppress their quiet laughter. Still researching a 1,000-ton rocket engine, they must be champions at dining. Just wait until we, under Engineer Ge, successfully develop the 700-ton engine. I wonder if they'll still be able to eat then. Look at Lao Zhao and his companion, choosing to pursue the 1,000-ton engine. I can't fathom their reasoning. It seems their brains have been kicked by a mule. They'll surely regret it later, considering their current pace. It's likely they won't develop the 1,000-ton engine even in a century. Come, let's not dwell on them. Let us eat quickly. We need to focus on our experiments soon. Chapter 167. The leaves outside the window at the headquarters of the Kyoto Military Region Hospital, in Old Long's hospital room. He scrutinized the examination results with a hint of jest. Dr. Wong, could there have been an error? I completed a full marathon just 2 years ago. Dr. Wong wore a pained expression. He too hoped he had made a mistake. Academician Long, we conducted 2 tests specifically for you, and alas, the results were consistent. Seeing the seriousness on Dr. Wong's face, Old Long's heart tightened. He furrowed his brow and glanced again at the report, which clearly stated, late-stage liver cancer. Late-stage cancer? Old Long, who had always been attentive to his health, could hardly believe he had cancer. Still in disbelief, he looked up at Dr. Wong. Dr. Wong, shouldn't there have been symptoms before reaching late-stage liver cancer? Yet, I haven't felt anything unusual. Academician Long, in the early stages of liver cancer, there are typically no symptoms. Only in the middle to late stages do noticeable symptoms such as pain in the liver region and appetite changes manifest. Old Long pondered these symptoms seriously. Over the past 2 years, he had indeed experienced intermittent abdominal pain, but he always attributed it to his chronic gastritis. Dr. Wong, that's incorrect. I have had intermittent abdominal pain over the last 2 years, but it always subsided after taking stomach medicine. The gastric medication is mildly alkaline, containing CaCO3, which alleviates liver pain. After hearing Dr. Wong's explanation, Old Long found that the symptoms did indeed align with his own condition. He had no choice but to accept the grim reality. His mood darkened. He knew a little about late-stage cancer. Typically, treatment is deemed unnecessary, and the time left is often short. Dr. Wong, sensing Old Long's despondence, felt a pang of sympathy. Academician, you must maintain a positive mindset and actively cooperate with our treatment. I believe we can curb the spread of cancer cells. Dr. Wong's tone was noticeably lacking in confidence. He was well aware that the average survival time for late-stage liver cancer is merely 5 months. If it were mid-stage liver cancer, they might still have a 5% chance of cure through medication combined with surgery. But now there was no prospect of recovery. Dr. Wong, how much longer can I live? With active treatment, perhaps 12 years, Dr. Wong stated, intentionally adopting an optimistic tone. I understand, Old Long replied, waving his hand to indicate he wished to be alone for a moment. Dr. Wong, observing Old Long's sorrowful expression, shook his head in resignation and exited. As the door clicked shut behind him, Old Long found himself alone in the quiet room. He reclined on the hospital bed, gazing out the window. It was already late autumn. The autumn wind wailed, and a solitary leaf clung to a branch outside. A gust of wind rustled the leaf, threatening to dislodge it. Yet remained steadfast, refusing to fall. It seized the moment when the wind calmed to gather its strength. The overcast sky loomed dark and gray, as if pregnant with impending rain. Suddenly, Old Long found himself concerned for the tenacious leaf. Would it succumb to the approaching storm? He quickly redirected his gaze back to the leaf. Just then, a strong gust of wind rattled the leaf, tossing it about. Deeply moved by the resilience of this leaf, Old Long silently cheered it on. Yet, in the next moment, the yellowed leaf could no longer withstand the savage winds and broke free from its branch, soaring into the air before disappearing from Old Long's sight. Sigh. Old Long exhaled, resigned to the inevitability of nature as fate. He mused, is life not akin to this leaf? When the time comes to wither, no matter how fiercely one resists or yearns, ultimately, one cannot escape destiny. Reflecting on his life, he felt little regret. He had devoted his existence to his country, contributing immensely, and now faced death without remorse. In truth, fate had been kind to him. In the twilight of his life, he had encountered Jiang Fan. Moreover, he believed that with sufficient time, Jiang Fan's exhibited talents would undoubtedly propel Longke into a technological powerhouse. His only lament was that he would not be there to witness that day. Knock, knock. The sound of a knock at the door abruptly pulled old Long from his reverie. He turned his gaze toward the entrance. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a cute little head peeking in. Upon seeing the visitor, old Long's gloomy mood lifted, and a joyful smile spread across his face. Xiaoxi, do you have no classes this afternoon? Grandpa Long, I'm a freshman. My classes are few, hee. Chu Ruashi entered, cheerfully holding a small bag. Grandpa Long, today I brought you your favorite candied hawthorn. Chu Ruashi pulled out the steaming candied hawthorn from a bag, and a delightful aroma enveloped the room. Old Long's stomach growled at the enticing scent. You little girl, you've awakened the cravings in me. He chuckled, taking the candied hawthorn. He broke it in half for Chu Ruashi. Xiaoxi, you must have some too. Chapter 168. Targeted cancer therapy. After a few days of recuperation at the military hospital, old Long, undeterred by Dr. Wang's objections, resolutely decided to discharge himself. In his view, having been diagnosed with liver cancer and knowing he had little time left, he saw no reason to waste his days in the hospital. Dr. Wang's insistence was in vain, so he prescribed a box of the anti-cancer targeted drug, lenvatinib, to the esteemed Long Lao. Upon examining the pharmaceutical company, Long Lao resolutely declined, exclaiming, Dr. Wang, I refuse to take imported medication from the beautiful nation. I want our own anti-cancer drugs from Dragon Country. Enraged by the remarks of his own student, who had joined the beautiful nation and developed a 700-ton rocket engine, claiming that the people of Dragon Country were worthless, Long Lao was driven to the brink, ultimately leading to his hospitalization due to a fit of anger. His disdain for the beautiful nation was palpable. He would rather consume less effective anti-cancer medicine produced in Dragon Country than accept any imported from abroad. Academician Long. The efficacy of lenvatinib from the beautiful nation is currently the best option for your condition, Dr. Wang implored. Long Lao, visibly irritated by the suggestion, retorted regardless. I will not take medication from the beautiful nation. You must prescribe me the drugs from Dragon Country. Dr. Wang, with a pained expression, replied, Academician Long, I must be frank with you. We have not developed any anti-cancer targeted drugs in Dragon Country. Long Lao suspected that Dr. Wang was merely attempting to deceive him into taking this medication, exclaiming, I refuse to believe that such a vast nation as Dragon Country cannot produce any anti-cancer drugs. Academician Long, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. You can verify this information online. Long Lao, indeed, retrieved his phone and began searching the internet. 2 minutes later, he slowly shut his phone, his face etched with sorrow. He was astounded to discover that, despite having 1 billion people, Dragon Country had failed to develop a single anti-cancer drug. What is the price of this anti-cancer drug from the beautiful nation? He inquired about lenvatinib. The market price for a box is 16,800 yuan, Dr. Wang replied. Long Lao gasped at the figure, 16,800 yuan. Each box contains 30 pills, making each pill 560 yuan. If one takes 3 pills a day, that amounts to 680 yuan daily. Such a price is only accessible to a select few wealthy individuals. For an average family, having just 1 cancer patient could lead to their financial ruin. With over 3.8 million cancer patients in Dragon Country, that translated to more than 3.8 million families affected. As a national researcher, Long Lao's medication could be covered by the state. But what of those who could not afford reimbursement? The thought was unbearable. Long Lao subsequently delved deeper into the subject of anti-cancer drugs with Dr. Wang. He learned that even the cheapest medication from country Y cost over 6,000 yuan per box, with each pill priced at over 100 yuan. Ultimately, Long Lao insisted that Dr. Wang prescribe him the most affordable medication, vowing never to consume drugs from the beautiful nation. With no other option, Dr. Wang reluctantly switched Long Lao to the medication from country Y, advising him to return for a checkup in 2 weeks. Upon returning to Dragon University, Long Lao felt a significant lift in his spirits. He first visited the laboratory, where he found Su Guangyuan and his colleagues engaged in experiments. After observing for a while, he expressed his satisfaction, saying, Excellent. At that moment, the trio, engrossed in their work, finally noticed Long Lao and greeted him warmly. You 3 are truly exceptional. Keep up the good work, and you will undoubtedly become the pillars of Dragon Country, he praised before leaving the laboratory with a sense of reassurance. Su Xiaoyu and the others exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Did I just imagine it, or did Academician Long actually commend us? Su Wangguinan Wunda Alao, Equali Popa. Their astonishment was understandable, as Long Lao had a reputation for his fiery temper and had never before offered them praise, leading them to think they had experienced a hallucination. Exiting the laboratory, Long Lao deliberately slowed his pace. This was the place he had called home for nearly 30 years. Typically, he walked briskly, a habit he had cultivated over the years. However, as he took his time to absorb the familiar surroundings, he found them to possess an entirely new charm. The azure sky above was adorned with fluffy white clouds, and the occasional bird flitted by. The towering poplar trees stood bare, their leaves long fallen. "Oh, what a sizable bird's nest!" Long Lao marveled. The nest, oval in shape, appeared from a distance to be a chaotic pile of twigs, but upon closer inspection, he realized that each branch was intricately intertwined, forming an orderly arrangement akin to a work of art. Long Lao marveled at the craftsmanship of nature. As he approached the grand tree, he was even more astonished to find that this poplar was one he had planted many years ago. A smile spread across his face as he reached out to pat the sturdy tree, as if greeting an old friend. An hour later, Long Lao donned a sharp suit and stepped out of Dragon University, radiating vitality, before getting into a business vehicle. Chapter 169, Drug Development. In the office of the nation's high-ranking leaders, the head urged, "Long Lao, you must cooperate with the doctor's treatment to facilitate your recovery." With a nonchalant demeanor, Long Lao replied, "I'm well aware of my own health." However, the leader attempted to continue persuading him, but Long Lao interrupted, stating, "The state has allocated 200 million yuan for my personal research funding. The projects I oversee, including the rocket propulsion system and energy battery, have yielded promising results, thereby not disappointing the nation. I wish to establish a research institute for drug development during the remainder of my time. Researching pharmaceuticals?" The leader was taken aback by Long Lao's proposal. Long Lao had indeed made significant contributions to the nation through his scientific endeavors over the years. It would not be an exaggeration to label him as the foremost academician of Dragon Country. However, his expertise lay in the fields of nanotechnology and rocket fuel, not in pharmaceuticals. "Academician Long, what has prompted your interest in drug research?" The leader inquired. "You may find it hard to believe, but in our vast Dragon Country, we lack even a single anti-cancer drug. Everything is imported from abroad. Currently, we have over 3.8 million cancer patients. Do you know how much the imported anti-cancer drugs cost? The cheapest pill is over 100 yuan. How many common people can afford that?" Long Lao spoke with heartfelt anguish. Before visiting the leader, he had specifically gone to the Kyoto Medical University Oncology Hospital, where he witnessed patients who, unable to bear the exorbitant costs of anti-cancer medications, chose to forego treatment. Many among them were in the early stages of cancer, where medication and surgery could lead to complete recovery. Long Lao had also consulted with a seasoned expert doctor, who revealed that the situations of those cancer patients were even more dire than he had imagined. Many families have been driven into crippling debt due to the high costs of anti-cancer drugs. Some cancer patients, not wanting to burden their families, had even chosen to take their own lives. Behind every cancer patient lay a shattered family. Long Lao recounted all he had seen and heard to the leader. The leader, with mixed emotions, understood the current state of Dragon Country all too well. However, he felt powerless to effect change. Dragon Country had started its technological journey relatively late. In order to catch up with the technologically advanced nations of the West, they needed to concentrate all resources on developing critical scientific projects, such as those in aviation, nanotechnology, new energy technology, and mobile internet. When these technological projects become the vanguards of Blue Star, they will then turn back to invigorate the weaker sectors of technology. The cycle of pharmaceutical research and development is exceedingly protracted, and the financial investments required are monumental. Thus, drug development does not fall within the ambit of national priority projects. Following an in-depth conversation with the leader, Elder Long expressed his support for the establishment of a pharmaceutical research institute, albeit with the stipulation that it must be submitted for national approval. With the leader's backing, Elder Long felt a renewed sense of confidence. All that remained was to await the national approval, after which he could officially embark on drug development. Naturally, the expertise of pharmaceutical researchers is of paramount importance. In recent years, drug development has not been a focal point of national support, resulting in a scarcity of university students specializing in pharmaceutical research. Nevertheless, there are still some pharmaceutical companies in Dragon Country engaged in small-scale drug development, primarily focusing on basic medications. When it comes to cancer drugs, however, very few companies in Dragon Country are willing to undertake such research. The challenges are immense, and without hundreds of millions or even billions in funding, any efforts would be futile. Upon returning to Longke University, Elder Long made a special trip to the library to borrow several books on drug development. On his way back, he recalled Jiang Fan and wondered how he was faring at the Kyoto rocket propulsion base. Consequently, Elder Long pulled out his phone and called Professor Li to inquire about Jiang Fan's situation. Chief Engineer Long, Jiang Fan is not here. Professor Li's words struck Elder Long with confusion. If Jiang Fan was neither at the Kyoto Rocket Propulsion Base nor at the Longke University Laboratory, where could he possibly be? Xiaoli, where has Jiang Fan gone? Professor Li relayed that Jiang Fan had left without notice. You mean he designed a 1,000-ton rocket engine? Elder Long exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Chief Engineer Long, you must educate Jiang Fan when you see him. As a researcher, arrogance and self-importance will hinder his achievements. Professor Li Kotiunat. Elder Long, filled with excitement, knew his student well. As long as Jiang Fan produced the design blueprints, failure was unlikely. This was a 1,000-ton rocket engine. If Jiang Fan succeeded in his research, it would mean that Dragon Country had directly surpassed the beautiful country, recalling by Yanlong's derogatory remarks about the people of Dragon Country. Elder Long felt a surge of exhilaration at the thought of Jiang Fan delivering a resounding rebuttal. The more he thought about it, the more thrilled he became. But just as he was about to burst into joyful laughter, a wave of intense emotion caused his liver to ache. Hiss! Professor Li, hearing Elder Long's pained exclamation, mistakenly assumed he was upset over his disappointing student. He quickly offered words of comfort. Chief Engineer Long, please do not be angry. Jiang Fan is actually quite commendable. After a moment's pause, Elder Long replied, Xiaoli, what did you just say about Jiang Fan? Professor Li hesitated. He is quite commendable. No, wait, the earlier part. Arrogant and self-important? He ventured cautiously. I think you are blind and have become senile. Elder Long retorted angrily into the phone. Chapter 170, Being Scolded. Professor Li was bewildered by Elder Long's inexplicable scolding. After hanging up, he was left pondering why he had been reprimanded. After a moment of contemplation, he surmised that Elder Long must be disappointed with Jiang Fan's performance, but unable to find him, had vented his frustration on himself. Once he understood, Professor Li solemnly murmured, Jiang Fan, I hope you can truly reform and not let me down. If Elder Long had heard these words, he would have surely been infuriated to the point of spitting blood. After ending the call, Elder Long took a pill and immediately felt much better. Simultaneously, he grumbled internally. How dare they call Jiang Fan arrogant and self-important? Just wait until you learn that Jiang Fan has developed controllable nuclear fusion and a nanometer chip. Let us see if you still dare to dismiss his design of a 1,000-ton engine as fanciful. Elder Long did not dwell on the matter for long and proceeded to call Jiang Fan. At the Northwest Base, in Experimental Warehouse No. 2, Jiang Fan was meticulously examining the composite solid fuel they had developed. The researchers in Warehouse No. 2 observed Jiang Fan with bated breath as time ticked away. After half an hour, upon seeing the results displayed on the testing equipment, a gentle smile graced Jiang Fan's lips. Chief Engineer Jiang, how is it? Well, we can proceed to the ignition experiment. Jiang Fan replied. That's fantastic. The surrounding researchers exclaimed joyfully. They had not anticipated that they would develop composite solid fuel in just a few days. Although they had encountered over 20 failures during the research process, it was nearly negligible. In the past, their projects had often suffered thousands of failures before achieving any significant results. Chief Engineer Jiang, for the ignition experiment, we need to go to the Leader S laboratory because we lack the fuel tank equipment for the engine here, said the supervisor of Warehouse No. 2, Tian Hongxian. All right, I will inform Chief Engineer Gu at the Leader's laboratory, Jiang Fan replied, preparing to head to the Leader's warehouse, unwilling to waste time coordinating with Commander Liu. Chief Engineer Jiang, I'll go with you, Tian Hongxian volunteered. Good. Thus, Jiang Fan and Tian Hongxian set off for the Leader's research warehouse together. Upon reaching the warehouse, Jiang Fan approached Gu Ziqing to explain their purpose. You've developed a new type of fuel? What a joke. Gu Ziqing said, disbelief etched across his face. In his estimation, Jiang Fan's design for the 1,000-ton engine would require at least a decade or 8 years of progress on the composite solid fuel. Yet here he was, claiming to have developed it in a mere 4 days and seeking to use the fuel tank from their Leader's warehouse. Jiang Fan, are you certain you've developed composite solid fuel? Of course. Otherwise, we wouldn't be conducting the ignition experiment. Jiang Fan affirmed. Gu Ziqing could not help but burst into laughter, immediately attracting the attention of many others. Several group leaders approached to inquire. Chief Engineer Gu, what is so amusing? Gu Ziqing struggled to contain his laughter, replying, he claims to have developed a new type of fuel capable of producing 1,000 tons of thrust. Can you believe it? New fuel? 1,000 tons of thrust? Are you kidding? They laughed. Do you have any idea how much energy is needed for 1,000 tons of thrust? Truly preposterous. They mocked Jiang Fan. Nearby, Tian Hongxian grew indignant. What's so funny? Just because you can't develop new fuel doesn't mean our chief engineer Jiang can't. A group leader, hearing Tian Hongxian's retort, replied curtly, Tian supervisor, when did it become your place to speak? Your warehouse number 2 has been established for nearly 8 years. What scientific achievements have you produced? Tian Hongxian was struck to the core by this remark, his face flushing with embarrassment. Indeed, they had not produced any technological breakthroughs over the years. The reason our warehouse number 2 has no scientific achievements, don't you all know? All the resources have been monopolized by you, making it impossible for us to conduct research. Back when our leader's laboratory was first established, we had nothing to work with. We have successfully launched rockets from Dragon Country. If we lack capability, we should admit it rather than making excuses, exclaimed an elderly research scientist. A true hero does not dwell on past glories. So tell me, what technological achievements have you made in the past 5 years in your esteemed research facility? Tian Hongxuan's words instantly incited anger among several researchers from the main facility. As tensions rose, Jiang Fan addressed Ge Ziqing, Chief Engineer Ge. Are you hesitant to allow us access to the propulsion fuel chamber out of fear that the advancements from our second laboratory might surpass yours? Ye Shiken scoffed. What a ridiculous notion. Even if you had another decade, you would still be unable to catch up with us. Prepare to be disappointed. Jiang Fan retorted, very well. I shall grant you access to the propulsion fuel chamber. I am eager to see what innovative fuel you have developed. Chapitre 171, a spectacle. The fuel chamber for the rocket's propulsion system was rather spacious, and the second laboratory lacked the proper conditions for ignition experiments. So Jiang Fan instructed his team to transport the fuel. Upon witnessing the liquids, the personnel from the main facility erupted into laughter. What composite solid fuel? This is merely liquid fuel, a display of pretentiousness. Composite solid fuels are not so easily developed. Even the United States likely lacks this technology. To expect to create a new material in just 4 days is absurd. I said it was impossible, but they insisted on seeing for themselves, only to insult our intelligence with this liquid fuel. Just moments ago, when the researchers from a main facility heard Jiang Fan claim to have developed a new composite solid fuel, their curiosity compelled them to abandon their experiments and observe, only to be met with profound disappointment. This is hardly composite solid fuel. It is simply an unknown liquid fuel. Moreover, they believed that these fuels did not even possess energy output superior to their current liquid fuels. The personnel from the second laboratory, overhearing the discussions among the main facility's researchers, remained silent, their faces betraying a mysterious smile. They eagerly anticipated the astonished expressions of the main facility's personnel. Ge Ziqing remarked to Jiang Fan, pray tell, is this what you claim to be your composite solid fuel? Indeed, that is correct. Jiang Fan replied. Are you attempting to deceive us? This is clearly liquid fuel. Ignoring Ge Ziqing, Jiang Fan turned to Tian Hongxian, Director Tian, let us commence. Very well. Director Tian called upon the more than 10 researchers from the second laboratory, who proceeded to pour the liquid fuel into the rocket's propulsion chamber. They then added a quantity of an unknown powder. The researchers from the main facility, intrigued, craned their necks to see what was unfolding. To their astonishment, the red liquid fuel rapidly transformed into a dark red solid before their very eyes. What was happening? They exchanged incredulous glances, witnessing this miraculous spectacle. The liquid fuel had transformed into solid form. How fantastical! It was akin to the work of a magician. As researchers, they understood that converting liquid to solid typically involved 2 methods, pressurization and cooling. The principle behind pressurization is quite straightforward. If the molecules of substance are closely packed, it is solid. If they're loosely arranged, it is liquid. If the distance between molecules is significant, it is gas. By applying pressure to gas, the molecules are compacted together, resulting in liquid and even solid forms. Cooling the liquid to reach its freezing point is even simpler. However, they had not realized that Tian Hongxian was employing pressurization and cooling to achieve this transformation. The personnel from the main facility were left utterly bewildered. The researchers from the second laboratory, seeing the astonished, confused, and shocked expressions of the main facility's personnel, felt a surge of pride and glee. Ge Ziqing and several group leaders were equally astonished. Their curiosity piqued regarding the underlying principle. Observing the smug smiles of the second laboratory's researchers, they quickly suppressed their intrigue. Ge Ziqing dismissively remarked to those nearby, the more flamboyant the display, the less practical it tends to be. What we need for rocket propulsion is robust power, not theatrics. Chief Engineer Ge is absolutely right. I suspect their fuel will struggle to ignite. Another group leader chimed in, hearing their leader's comments. The researchers from the main facility regained their rationality, firmly convinced that it was impossible for them to have developed a new fuel in such a brief period. Any new fuel development from discovery to technological maturity typically requires at least 3 years of experimentation. With that thought, they donned expressions of amusement. In contrast, the researchers from the second laboratory grew increasingly tense as they prepared the propulsion fuel. Although Jiang Fan had assured them of the success of the composite solid fuel research, they had yet to conduct an ignition experiment. Once the rocket's propulsion fuel chamber was secured to the experimental apparatus, Tian Hongxian informed Jiang Fan, Chief Engineer Jiang. All preparations are complete. We are ready for the ignition experiment. Very well, Jiang Fan replied. This would be his first ignition experiment as well. And although they had meticulously followed the design specifications, theoretically, there should be no issues, yet a twinge of anxiety lingered within him. The outcome of this experiment was vital for the morale of the second laboratory's researchers. A failure would severely dampen their enthusiasm. Still feeling uncertain, Jiang Fan approached the setup to conduct a thorough inspection. After confirming everything was in order, he instructed Tian Hongxian, prepare for ignition. As Jiang Fan's words echoed, the eyes of the second laboratory's researchers fixated intently on the propulsion system. Tian Hongxian inhaled deeply, and with a decisive click, he pressed the ignition button. Chapter 172, A Failure? As the ignition button was activated, the rocket propulsion fuel chamber failed to emit any flames. The researchers from the second laboratory, witnessing this outcome, felt a tightening in their chests, and an unsettling thought crossed their minds. Had they failed? Their expressions dimmed, though they understood that success in a new materials ignition experiment was not guaranteed on the first attempt. For years, their second laboratory had been overlooked, and their desire to prove themselves made them desperately yearn for this experiment's success. They had overlooked the fact that developing a new technological achievement requires countless trials before it can succeed. The personnel from the main facility erupted in derisive laughter. How amusing! They speak of new fuels, yet not a spark emerged. Honestly, that earlier display was quite entertaining. I suggest the researchers from the second laboratory pursue careers in magic rather than science. What a waste of our time researching a 700-ton thrust chamber and a 1,000-ton rocket propulsion system? What a fanciful notion. Research should be grounded in reality, just as we have done, to achieve success. Here in the comments, Gu Jiqing couldn't help but chuckle at Jiang Fan. It seems your new fuel has met with failure, hasn't it? It now appears that Gu Jiqing's decision was indeed judicious. Had he truly endorsed Jiang Fan's proposal for a 1,000-ton thruster, their propulsion project at the Northwest base would likely have met with failure. He speculated that, through the failure of this ignition experiment, Jiang Fan would come to realize that rocket propulsion is far more intricate than he had envisioned. The fanciful notion of designing a 1,000-ton rocket thruster was utterly unattainable. When Commander Liu Tianheng learns of this matter, he will undoubtedly apologize to me and wholeheartedly support my research into the 700-ton thruster. Chief Engineer Gu, there is no need for haste, Jiang Fan remarked with a serene smile. Observing Jiang Fan's demeanor, Gu Jiqing could not suppress a scoff within his heart. Not in a hurry. It had been 3 seconds, and not even a flicker of flame had emerged. Did he truly believe it would soon belch forth fire? Just then, the nozzle of the fuel chamber emitted a small yellow flame. Gradually, the flame intensified, erupting with increasing velocity. The yellow flame swiftly transformed into white, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The white flame lasted less than a second before it abruptly shifted to blue. The entire experimental warehouse was illuminated as if it were midday, rendering it almost unbearable to gaze upon. Due to the extreme temperature of the flames, a significant volume of white smoke billowed from the water reservoir below, and in an instant, a quarter of the 100 cubic meters of water had evaporated. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their hearts brimming with astonishment. The temperature of this flame was astonishingly high. They understood well that such elevated temperatures were synonymous with immense kinetic energy. By their calculations, this had to exceed the fuel capacity of a 500-ton thruster, perhaps even more than double that. The researchers in warehouse number 2 were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. They had not anticipated such success, and within a mere 4 days, they had developed a new type of rocket fuel. It felt like a dream. We have succeeded. We have truly succeeded. With the ecstatic shout of one researcher, the entire team in warehouse number 2 erupted in jubilant cheers. Meanwhile, the researchers in the main experimental warehouse looked on at the celebration with a complex mix of emotions. They found themselves at a loss. Should they join the festivities or remain silent? To be honest, at that moment, they were filled with envy. Ge Ziqing, too, stared wide-eyed at the blue flames erupting from the thruster, yearning to touch it and confirm the reality of this phenomenon. Yet, standing nearly 100 meters away, he could distinctly feel the heat wave wash over him. He had to concede that this was indeed genuine. Just moments ago, he had mocked Jiang Fan. Yet now he was soundly struck in the face by the reality of the situation. By visual estimation alone, the energy thrust produced by such flames undoubtedly exceeded 700 tons. Ge Ziqing averted his gaze and turned to the young man, whose face bore a smile. What astonished him further was Jiang Fan's composure. He appeared far beyond his 18 years. Had he achieved such results, he would have been unable to contain his exhilaration, at the very least bursting forth in jubilant cheers. Yet Jiang Fan's calm demeanor left Ge Ziqing feeling inadequate. The blue flames persisted for a mere 5 minutes before gradually extinguishing, as Jiang Fan had opted for a minimal amount of fuel for the experiment. Once the flames subsided, the water in the 100 cubic meter reservoir was nearly fully evaporated. Once again, everyone could not help but marvel at the extraordinary potency of this new fuel. Tian, please print the experimental data results. Jiang Fan instructed. Yes, yes. Tian Hongxian replied, brimming with excitement as he hurried to print the results. Once the data was printed, Tian Hongxian quickly handed it to Jiang Fan. But before Jiang Fan could reach for it, Ge Ziqing snatched it away, scrutinizing it intently. Chapter 173. I wish to follow you in research. Ge Ziqing's eyes widened as he perused the experimental results, his hands trembling in disbelief as he muttered this. The nearby group leaders, noticing Ge Ziqing's reaction, gathered around him. The experimental results indicated maximum combustion temperature of the fuel, 4,608 C. Maximum energy thrust of the fuel, 1,089 tons. By the heavens! The group could hardly contain their astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. A maximum thrust of 1,089 tons? Such explosive energy from the fuel was utterly terrifying. Prior to Long Lao's development of the 500-ton thruster, their research had only achieved a maximum thrust of 349 tons. This was a threefold difference. Jiang Fan was truly formidable. In just 4 days, he had developed such a powerful new fuel. They stood with mouths agape, staring at the experimental results in sheer disbelief. Others, witnessing their astonishment, grew curious about the findings that had elicited such a reaction. Could it be that Jiang Fan's fuel had achieved a thrust of 700 tons? Some impatient researchers pressed Ge Ziqing for answers. Chief Engineer Ge, what were the results of their experiment? Ge Ziqing, jolted from his stupor by their inquiries, slowly returned the results to Tian Hongxian. He was engulfed in a tumult of conflicting emotions. A thrust of 1,089 tons represented a new historical record for Long Nation, and even for Blue Star. Such an achievement would undoubtedly leave all nations of Blue Star in awe. As a leading figure in the aerospace domain of Long Nation, he ought to feel pride in such technological advancements for his country. Yet, he found himself unable to rejoice. He was compelled to acknowledge that Jiang Fan indeed possessed the capability to develop a 1,000-ton rocket thruster. Reflecting on the past, when Commander Liu Tianhang presented him with Jiang Fan's design for the 1,000-ton thruster, he had instinctively rejected it, now realizing it stemmed from his own trepidation. He feared the emergence of a new generation of young talents who might surpass him. Once regarded as the prodigy of Long Nation's aerospace sector, he could not pinpoint when this perilous notion had taken root in his mind, but in that moment he had to admit to harboring such dangerous thoughts. Ge Ziqing glanced at Jiang Fan, who was also smiling back at him, amplifying his feelings of guilt and remorse. He had previously made things difficult for Jiang Fan and even mocked him, yet Jiang Fan had not seized the opportunity to taunt him in return. Such magnanimity rendered Ge Ziqing deeply ashamed. What Long Nation truly needed were technological leaders with the grace of a great commander. He believed that the future advancements of Long Nation's technology would undoubtedly be bolstered by this young man. Ge Ziqing opened his mouth, wanting to say something to Jiang Fan, but ultimately left without uttering a word, his head bowed as he walked toward the exit of the main experimental warehouse. The researchers in the main warehouse observed Ge Ziqing's slightly stooped figure, feeling a profound, indescribable sentiment within. In their memories, Ge Ziqing had always walked with an upright posture, like an Iron Man, undaunted by any challenge. In the hearts of the older generation of researchers at the command warehouse, Ge Ziqing is revered as their spiritual leader. Once upon a time, he led them tirelessly to overcome various challenges, culminating in the development of a 100-ton rocket engine, followed by a 150-ton engine, and then a 200-ton engine. Ultimately, they achieved the remarkable feat of creating a 300-ton rocket engine, marking a glorious moment for them all. However, in that very moment, they witnessed their spiritual leader bow his head in resignation, quietly departing alone. It dawned upon them. Indeed, he has aged, and so have they. The current era no longer belongs to them, but to the youth. They had always believed they could still contribute to the nation, yet, observing the research outcomes from their Northwest base over the years, they now seemed to comprehend the harsh reality. They were mistaken. They no longer possessed the capability to contribute to their country and had fallen behind the advancements in national technology. Hence, the only sacrifice they could offer to their nation was to step aside, allowing more young talents the opportunity to showcase their abilities. Subsequently, several senior researchers from the command warehouse departed one after another, leaving the younger researchers puzzled by the unfolding events. Eventually, only around 200 researchers remained in the command experiment warehouse. Tianhong Xian, however, paid little heed to the commotion and announced to all, "The results of this experiment show that our newly developed solid fuel has achieved a maximum thrust of 1,089 tons. Upon hearing this news, everyone erupted into ecstatic cheers, igniting a fervor throughout the command experiment warehouse. Some researchers from the command warehouse exclaimed to Jiang Fan, "Chief Engineer Jiang, I wish to join you in the research of the 1,000-ton engine." "Chief Engineer Jiang, I too want to partake in the study of the 1,000-ton engine." "Chief Engineer Jiang, count me in as well." Chapter 174, Resignation. In the Northwest Base Command Office, Liu Tianheng gazed at the resignation letter on his desk and addressed Ge Zhiqing. "I cannot approve your resignation, Chief Engineer Ge." To which Ge Zhiqing replied, "Commander Liu, I reflected upon it all day yesterday. I am no longer worthy of the title of Chief Engineer." Liu continued, "As I mentioned before, Jiang Fan is merely overseeing the 1,000-ton rocket engine project temporarily. He will depart once this project concludes." Taking a deep breath, Ge Zhiqing slowly articulated, "It is not merely about Jiang Fan taking the position of Chief Engineer. The core issue lies with me. My mindset has faltered, and it is a serious problem." He painstakingly unraveled his concerns to Liu Tianheng. A profound silence enveloped them as they both stared at an indistinct point, lost in contemplation. Time seemed to stretch on, and Liu Tianheng eventually lifted a glass of water from the table, took a sip, and said slowly, "Xiao Ge, we have known each other for over 20 years. Sharing both the brilliance of the Northwest Base and its recent decline, I understand your sentiments. No one is infallible. After basking in numerous honors, we have lost our way on the path forward. You have identified your shortcomings, and I hope you can amend them, leading the Northwest Base back to its former glory, rather than surrendering. Moreover, the Northwest Base still requires your expertise. Do you not wish to partake in the development of the 1,000-ton rocket engine? Witness its success and elevate the aerospace endeavors of Longhua above the rest of Blue Star?" Ge Zhiqing, who had devoted his life to the aerospace field, yearned for Longhua's aerospace industry to become the dominant force on Blue Star. Reflecting on his previous selfish thoughts and his attitude towards Jiang Fan, he felt utterly unworthy to face Jiang Fan as chief engineer. "Liu Ge, I wish to yet. Xie Yi. How about this? I will retain your position as chief engineer, and once Jiang Fan leads everyone to develop the 1,000-ton rocket, we can reassess the situation. How does that sound?" Ge Zhiqing contemplated for a moment before responding. Then, "Liu Ge, may I continue to participate in Jiang Fan's research on the 1,000-ton rocket engine?" "Of course," Liu Tianheng replied with a smile, fully aware that Ge Zhiqing had dedicated his life to rocket propulsion. Faced with the project of the 1,000-ton rocket engine, it was impossible for him not to be intrigued. Overjoyed by Liu Tianheng's affirmative response, Ge Zhiqing felt a significant shift in his mindset, akin to being reborn. It was as if he had returned to the moment he first joined the rocket propulsion project, filled with vigor. "Liu Yi, I have one more request. May I serve as Jiang Fan's assistant?" "Assistant?" Liu Tianheng was evidently taken aback by Ge Zhiqing's unexpected request. Ge Zhiqing's familiarity with the rocket propulsion project surpassed anyone else's. Should he become Jiang Fan's assistant, it would undoubtedly greatly benefit the research of the 1,000-ton rocket engine. "I have no objections, but this requires Jiang Fan's consent." Subsequently, Liu Tianheng called Jiang Fan to explain the situation. Jiang Fan was equally astonished. "Chief Engineer Ge, as my assistant? Wouldn't that be too much of compromise for him?" Just then, Ge Zhiqing snatched Liu Tianheng's phone and declared, "Not at all. As long as I can participate in the 1,000-ton rocket engine project, I am more than satisfied." Jiang Fan could hardly believe the drastic change in Ge Zhiqing's demeanor. Evidently, the impact of the new fuel was profound. Chief Engineer Gu possessed extensive knowledge of the rocket propulsion project, including personnel, facilities, and technology. If he could serve as Jiang Fan's assistant, Jiang Fan was confident that the pace of research on the 1,000-ton rocket engine would undoubtedly accelerate. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan agreed. Delighted by Jiang Fan's approval, Gu Jiqing exited Liu Tianhong's office, eager to report to Jiang Fan in the No. 2 experiment warehouse. At that moment, a few of his old subordinates approached him. Chief Engineer Gu, we're nearly 50 years old now and can no longer keep pace with the times. We wish to resign collectively, allowing the younger generation to shine. Gu Jiqing was not surprised by their sentiments, as he had harbored similar thoughts before. How many wish to resign? Ye Shikin's inquired. 87 people. Very well, I approve. However, before you leave, you must complete one final task. Chief Engineer, rest assured. Whatever the task, we old-timers will ensure its completion. One of the researchers asserted. Good. Knowing you will fulfill your promise brings me peace. Gather everyone together. Let us assist Chief Engineer Jiang in completing the 1,000-ton rocket engine project. The 1,000-ton rocket engine? Can we truly participate in its research? Gu Jiqing observed the excitement in their faces, fully aware that their aspirations mirrored his own, fueled by a passionate love for the aerospace endeavor. Faced with the 1,000-ton rocket engine project, how could they not wish to be involved? Soon, the doors of the No. 2 experiment warehouse swung open, and Gu Jiqing, accompanied by over 80 researchers, entered. Tian Hongxian, witnessing this, initially thought Gu Jiqing was there to cause trouble and approached him to ask, "What brings you here?" "We wish to join Chief Engineer Jiang." Chapter 175, Huakong Pharmaceutical Company. Kyoto Huakong Pharmaceutical Company. Located in the southeastern direction of Kyoto, the economic development zone boasts a factory sprawling over an area exceeding 100,000 square meters, employing nearly 5,000 individuals. In a region where every inch of land in Kyoto is precious, the existence of such a vast factory is a testament to the formidable strength of Huakong Pharmaceutical Company. The entire factory is oriented in a rectilinear fashion, with 6 interconnected U-shaped buildings standing tall to the south, west, and north. Tucked away in an inconspicuous corner on the eastern side of the factory is a modest 2-story white building, occupying approximately 200 square meters. It consumes the entirety of the factory's profits each year. This is the research laboratory established 3 years ago by Huakong Pharmaceutical Company, dedicated to the development of anti-cancer drugs. The laboratory is equipped with a plethora of pharmaceutical instruments, all imported from abroad, and their value is substantial. Within the laboratory, there are a total of 11 pharmaceutical research technicians who can undoubtedly be regarded as the creme de la creme of talent in the Dragon Kingdom's anti-cancer drug development. In one of the laboratories on the 2nd floor, a young technician quietly addressed their chief engineer, Song Zhe. "Chief Engineer Song, I have heard that the company is facing difficulties and may be on the verge of bankruptcy." Song Zhe, however, paid no heed and continued with his experiments. Noticing that Song Zhe remained silent, the assistant reluctantly chose to remain quiet as well. After completing a molecular experiment, Song Zhe's expression momentarily furrowed. It was evident that he had once again encountered failure. Over the past 3 years, their team had conducted no fewer than 12,000 molecular experiments, all of which ended in disappointment. The process of developing targeted anti-cancer drugs generally unfolds in 3 stages. First, the identification of targets and drug molecules. Targets refer to specific molecules within the body that the drug acts upon to achieve therapeutic efficacy, while drug molecules must be screened from tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of candidates, a task fraught with challenges and high failure rates. Second, preclinical research entails conducting in vivo and in vitro experiments following the conformation of drug molecules. Failures in this stage necessitate a return to the initial phase for further screening. Third, clinical research not only incurs substantial costs, but also demands considerable time, typically ranging from several months to a few years, at which point the failure rate is already significant. In summary, the cycle of developing targeted anti-cancer drugs is prolonged, with a low success rate and exorbitant costs, averaging around 10 billion for a new drug's research and market launch. Song Zhe's laboratory had managed to identify 2 drug molecules, but both failed during the preclinical and clinical trials, forcing them to revert to the initial stage for further screening. Pouring himself a cup of coffee to take a brief respite, he prepared to embark on the next drug molecular experiment. His assistant, having organized the experimental results, approached him and said, "Chief Engineer Song, please believe me, my information is highly credible. Our senior technician has already identified a foreign pharmaceutical research company." Interrupting his thoughts, Song Zhe retorted, somewhat irritably, "Xiao Lu, Where did you hear such rumors? Lu Li, sensing that Song Zhe was engaging, became animated and replied with an air of mystery. Chief Engineer Song, this is no mere rumor. My uncle is the financial director of our company, and I happened to overhear it. Knowing that Lu Li's uncle held a significant position at Huikang Pharmaceutical, Song Zhe recognized the improbability of her securing a position as his assistant without such connections. Nonetheless, he remained skeptical of the veracity of this news. 3 years prior, when the owner first approached him about developing anti-cancer drugs, he had been shown the company's financial reports, revealing an annual profit of 20 billion, and the owner, Rindan, had assured Song Zhe that he could focus solely on research, as Huikang Pharmaceutical would support him for a decade. Thus, he had committed without hesitation, believing firmly that he could develop an anti-cancer drug within that time frame. Chief Engineer Lu, I suggest you start looking for other opportunities soon, where you may find yourself unemployed. Song Zhe replied dismissively. Xiao Lu, I believe you are simply idle. Go prepare the experimental apparatus. I am ready to commence the experiment. With a sigh of resignation, Lu Li left to gather the necessary equipment. After approximately 5 minutes of rest, Song Zhe plunged back into his experiments. In the office of Huikang Pharmaceutical's owner, Ren Diyuan, a look of distress clouded his face. The marketing manager sat opposite him, expressing indignation. These companies are exceedingly treacherous. Seeing our financial chain falter, they have banded together to bring us to ruin. Alas, the marketplace is akin to a battlefield. Faint, Dayuan sighed wearily. Run, we truly should not have ventured into anti-cancer drug development. In 3 years, we have expended 60 billion. And now we find ourselves in such dire straits. Ren Diyuan's determination to develop anti-cancer drugs stemmed from witnessing many citizens of the Dragon Kingdom unable to afford imported medications, prompting him to disregard opposition and firmly resolve to create domestically produced anti-cancer drugs. Over the past 3 years, Huikang Pharmaceutical had reinvested all of its profits into the research of targeted anti-cancer drugs. Originally, Huikang's antibiotics commanded half of the market share in the Dragon Kingdom, making it feasible to sustain a laboratory. However, in recent years, numerous pharmaceutical companies producing antibiotics had emerged, intensifying competition and severely diminishing their business volume, which now accounted for less than 10% of the market share. Coupled with a significant decline in profits, this had directly led to a rupture in their financial chain. With bank loans now due and competitors aware of their plight, they had collectively lowered prices to force Huikang Pharmaceutical into a corner, hoping to carve out a share of its market. Chapter 176, The Novel Drug Molecule in M9. Subsequently, Ren Diyuan convened a meeting with the company's executives to make several critical decisions. 1. Seek investment by selling shares of Huikang Pharmaceutical. 2. Mortgage the factory's fixed assets to secure a bank loan to repay previous debts. 3. Negotiate with several rival companies to halt the malicious price competition. All departments within Huikang Pharmaceutical sprang into action. However, 2 days later, the feedback from various departments revealed disappointing results. The marketing department had reached out to nearly 1,000 companies in pursuit of investment, with the marketing manager nearly exhausting himself in the process, ultimately securing only 2 million in investment, an amount utterly insufficient to effect any change. Regarding the mortgage loans, multiple banks outright rejected their requests, citing the substantial outstanding debts owed to other banks, which made them unwilling to take on such risks. In 2 days, they had failed to secure a single penny in loans. As for the competitors, several companies showed no interest in engaging with Huikang Pharmaceutical. In their eyes, the collapse of Huikang would yield at least a 5% increase in their own performance. Ren Diyuan felt increasingly powerless. It appeared that the company was truly on the brink of collapse. Slowly, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his desk drawer, a remnant from 3 years ago when he had resolved to quit smoking to demonstrate his commitment at the establishment of the anti-cancer laboratory. After a moment's hesitation, he opened the pack, extracted a cigarette, and lit it. As he took a puff, he found himself unable to suppress a couple of coughs. Having abstained for 3 years, his body instinctively resisted the smoke. However, after a few more puffs, he gradually acclimated, and a familiar sensation washed over him once again. He discovered that quitting smoking was an arduous task, yet resuming the habit could be triggered by just a fleeting thought. Ren Diyuan had yet to finish a single cigarette. The motions of inhaling, pinching, and flicking executed with effortless grace. Indeed, tobacco was a remarkable substance. The nicotine coursing through his veins swiftly rendered him numb, allowing him to momentarily forget his troubles. Just as Ren Diyuan was relishing this brief moment of tranquility, a knock resounded at his office door. He hastily extinguished the cigarette, discarding it into the trash, and subsequently opened the window, His reaction resembled that of a child caught sneaking a smoke. After completing this series of actions, he finally called out toward the door, "Come in." The door swung open, revealing Song Jia, his face alight with a broad smile. "Run, I bring good news." Without the numbing effect of nicotine, worries instantly reclaimed their hold on Ren Yuan. Nevertheless, he forced a smile as he replied, "Engineer Song has arrived. Please take a seat." As soon as Song Jia settled down, he exclaimed excitedly, "Ren, we've once again identified a new molecular target for the drug, an M9. The recent data indicates that this novel drug molecule exhibits remarkable therapeutic efficacy." However, upon hearing this encouraging news, Ren Yuan did not display excessive enthusiasm. Yet he refrained from interrupting Song Jia's explanation. "I could truly believe that this time we can develop an anti-cancer targeted drug, one that will significantly surpass the efficacy of the American drug, lenvatinib." Upon hearing this, Ren Yuan maintained his calm demeanor, which left Song Jia somewhat perplexed. Typically, Ren placed great importance on the achievements of their research lab. He would often drop by, even for minor breakthroughs, displaying considerable excitement. Yet today, Ren Yuan appeared unusually composed, which caught Song Jia's attention. "Ren, have you been smoking?" Ren Yuan's expression turned somewhat unnatural. He had previously promised Song Jia that he would refrain from smoking until they developed an anti-cancer drug. Yet here he was, having just smoked half a cigarette when he encountered Song Jia. Ren usually held his commitments in high regard, perceiving them as a testament to one's integrity. The reason for his breach of promise was that he had given up on the laboratory and the Huakong Pharmaceutical Company. "Engineer Song, I must deliver some unfortunate news. Our Huakong Pharmaceutical Company is on the brink of bankruptcy." "Bankruptcy?" Song Jia's face registered astonishment. In his view, Huakong was a large corporation. How could it possibly face such a fate? It suddenly dawned on him that just days prior, Lu Li had mentioned the company's impending closure, a claim he had initially dismissed. Now, hearing it from Ren Yuan made him realize it might indeed be true. "Ren, what will happen to our laboratory?" "The lab will have to be shut down. Huakong simply lacks the funds to continue its research and development," Ren Yuan replied with resignation. "But we've already discovered the new drug molecule in M9. With just one more year of clinical trials, we could potentially develop an anti-cancer drug that belongs to our nation." "Engineer Song, I am fully aware of what you are saying, but the company genuinely has no funds to support the laboratory's continuation." Song Jia, still unwilling to accept this fate, fervently argued for their cause. Ultimately, he recognized Ren Yuan's powerlessness. "Engineer Song, please return and make arrangements. Seek alternative paths. Our company will likely announce its closure within a week." Emerging from the boss's office, Song Jia was engulfed in profound dismay. For the first time, he felt tantalizingly close to success, yet it remained frustratingly out of reach. On his way to the laboratory, he received a phone call from a college roommate. "Old Song, have you considered working in the United States?" 4 days later, Old Long received approval for medical research and development. In recent days, the higher-ups had engaged in extensive communication with the approval authorities, drawing significant attention to this project. After investigating the annual import data of anti-cancer drugs, they were utterly shocked. The mere import of anti-cancer medications generated nearly 100 billion in sales annually within their nation. Furthermore, the figures continued to rise each year, with all that money flowing directly overseas. The most pressing concern was that these anti-cancer drugs were exceedingly costly, rendering them unattainable for many cancer patients in their country. Seizing the moment before the situation escalated further, the senior leadership of the nation decided to grant special approval for Old Long's application. Although Old Long was not particularly adept in medical research and development, he possessed a degree of recognition and was willing to undertake this endeavor. Finding qualified individuals in the realm of medical research and development within their nation proved to be a challenging feat. Many graduates from pharmaceutical programs either pursued careers in other fields or ventured abroad for research opportunities. The scarcity of pharmaceutical companies in their country, particularly in the development of anti-cancer drugs, was glaringly apparent. For many enterprises, profit was the primary goal. The development of anti-cancer medications required substantial funding, lengthy timelines, and did not guarantee success. Thus, many pharmaceutical companies opted out of engaging in research altogether. Upon receiving the approval paperwork, Old Long was also informed that Huakong Pharmaceutical Company was involved in anti-cancer drug research. As he pondered the lack of technical personnel, he promptly resolved to visit Huakong Pharmaceutical Company. Initially, he had considered enlisting the help of his student, Jiang Fan. However, upon contacting Jiang Fan, he learned that Jiang had made significant progress on a 1,000-ton rocket propellant. This revelation filled him with excitement, and he promptly assigned Jiang the task of developing the 1,000-ton rocket propellant. to allow Jiang Fan to focus on his research. Old Long refrained from mentioning his own cancer diagnosis. At Huakong Pharmaceutical Company, the entire factory was currently dormant. Once bustling with activity, it now exuded an air of desolation. Rubbish littered the factory pathways. Standing amidst the factory grounds, Rendon was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. He reflected on the glory days of Huakong Pharmaceutical Company. Alas, who could have imagined it would arrive at such a dismal state? If given the chance to rewind 3 years, he wondered if he would still persist in the development of anti-cancer drugs. Yet one thing was certain. Had he not pursued the development of anti-cancer medications, the company would not be facing bankruptcy. Lost in thought, he could not help but gaze towards the 2-story white laboratory to the east. Perhaps he should pay a visit. To bid farewell, Ren Yuan approached the laboratory. After wandering through the first floor, he noted that the equipment remained intact, yet the research personnel had vanished. Leaving behind scattered documents on the floor, he bent down to organize the papers and place them on a laboratory table. Just as he reached the door, a rustling sound behind him caught his attention. Turning around, he saw the documents on the table had once again been blown to the ground by the wind. At that moment, he suddenly heard a noise emanating from the second floor. Without further ado, he disregarded the scattered documents and ascended the staircase to the second floor. Entering a research room, Ren Yuan discovered someone clad in a white lab coat, diligently conducting experiments. "Engineer Song, you haven't left yet?" Upon hearing the voice, Songja turned around, recognizing it was Ren Yuan, and beamed as he produced several experimental results. "Mr. Run, this is my experiment on the novel drug molecule in M9. I am now 80% confident that we can develop an anti-cancer medication." Ren Yuan took the experiment report from Songja, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, and found himself at a loss for words. However, he truly needed to secure funding to continue the experiment. "Xiao Song, it is I who have let you down. Mr. Ren, I have given it considerable thought these past few days. It matters not if the company collapses. What is vital is that we have discovered the novel anti-cancer drug molecule in M9. We can seek investors together. I refuse to believe that in such a vast nation as Longke, there is no one willing to invest." Ren Yuan genuinely did not wish to dampen Songja's spirits. After all these years, Songja had dedicated himself to research and was unaware of the realities of the pharmaceutical market. In Longke, few are willing to engage in drug development, let alone research anti-cancer medications. The process of drug development is far from simple, as they themselves had experienced. Investing 6 billion over 3 years had only led to bankruptcy. "Xiao Song, you should take the drug molecule you've developed abroad." "Abroad?" Songja exclaimed, astonished. But he quickly grasped Ren Yuan's implication. With this anti-cancer drug molecule, he would undoubtedly be sought after by any pharmaceutical company overseas. However, should this anti-cancer drug come to fruition, it would have little relevance to Longke. "Mr. Run, this is a product of Longke's medical research. I will not take it out of the country." At that moment, Ren Yuan's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, an elderly voice came through. "Is this Ren Yuan from Huakong Pharmaceuticals?" "Yes, may I ask who this is?" "I am Long Jinghua from the Longke Medical Research Institute." Chapter 178, The Fraud. The Longke Medical Research Institute. Ren Yuan and Songja exchanged glances. It was the first time they had heard of such an institute. "Mr. Run, could this be a scam?" As soon as Ren Yuan hung up, Songja remarked, having studied pharmaceutical research, he kept a keen eye on developments in the national medical field. He could assert that no such institute existed in Longke. "Our company is on the brink of collapse. What would a scam even entail? He is already at our doorstep. We might as well go see." Subsequently, Ren Yuan headed alone to the entrance. Before long, he returned with an elderly man in tow. "Old Long, this is our anti-cancer drug lab." Ren Yuan warmly introduced their laboratory to the elder. As he approached the entrance, he had been skeptical about whether this was indeed a scam. What he had not anticipated was that the individual was none other than the esteemed academician Long from Longke. Upon learning that the country had established a medical research institute, Ren Yuan could hardly contain his joy. Though their company was on the verge of bankruptcy, at least Songja would have a pathway forward. Looking around at the lab's equipment, Long observed with some recognition, having recently studied literature on drug development. "Mr. Run, your company's equipment is quite advanced." "Old Long, I assure you, we invested a considerable sum to procure the most state-of-the-art instruments from abroad. Given these facilities, Huakong must possess significant capabilities. How could it be on the verge of collapse?" Long inquired, puzzled. Ren Yuan found it difficult to articulate the situation. "Alas, ultimately, it was our investment of 6 billion over 3 years into this laboratory that drained our financial resources. Recently, the company encountered some issues, and regrettably, we had to announce our closure. Old Long, setting that aside, didn't you mention you were in need of talent for drug development? I can introduce someone to you who will surely meet your expectations. Upon hearing that Ren Yuan was willing to recommend a pharmaceutical development talent, Long eagerly responded, Indeed. Where shall I meet this person? In a laboratory on the second floor. Ren Yuan then led Long upstairs, where they found Songja still hard at work in the lab. Hearing footsteps, Songja recognized it was Ren Yuan returning, and without looking up, he said, Mr. Ren, that individual claiming to be from the National Medical Research Institute is undoubtedly a fraud. There is no such department in Longwa. Ren Yuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and quickly replied, Engineer Song, I've brought him along. Perhaps you should ascertain his identity before making such claims. Upon hearing Ren Yuan's words, Songja promptly turned around, only to find an elderly man following behind. He immediately felt a pang of embarrassment, having thought that Ren Yuan was alone. How awkward it was to be overheard speaking ill of someone, only to have that very person appear. When Songja recognized the guest, he was taken aback, stammering as he spoke. Academician Long, what brings you here? Songja was quite familiar with Long, having often followed reports on him during his school years, as he was keenly interested in Longwa's technological advancements. Remembering his earlier remarks about Long being a fraud, he hastily explained, Academician Long, I am so sorry. I had no idea it was you. Haha, no worries. I heard from Mr. Ren that you have made some discoveries. Do share them with me. Long said with a hearty laugh. With Long showing no concern for the previous incident, Songja felt a sense of relief. At the same time, he was puzzled why Long, an expert in nanotechnology and rocket fuel, was now involved with the National Medical Research Institute. He decided to set his curiosity aside for a moment and began explaining the drug molecule NM9 he had discovered. Having recently studied, Long could understand parts of what Songja was presenting. Xiao Song, based on what you have stated, if the novel drug molecule NM9 passes clinical trials, does that signify the research is successful? Long inquired. One could say that subsequent stages involve preclinical and clinical trials, and only upon the successful completion of both can we deem the research a success, and the anti-cancer drug can be officially introduced to the market. I see, I understand. So what is your level of confidence in the novel drug molecule NM9? 80. Songja replied confidently. Upon hearing Songja's response, Long could not help but feel a surge of excitement. An 80 probability is already quite promising. Mr. Ren, would your laboratory be willing to sell to the state? Long asked Ren Yuan. Academician Long, I would be more than happy to, but Huakong Pharmaceuticals is on the verge of bankruptcy, and this facility will no longer belong to us. Long contemplated for a moment and then said, Mr. Ren, please provide me with your company's documentation. I will find a way to assist you with the funding issue. Really? Hey, Daiwan exclaimed, If Academician Long is willing to step in to help resolve the funding issue, Huakong Pharmaceuticals need not declare bankruptcy. Subsequently, Ren Yuan handed over the company's documentation to Long. Chapter 179. Success in Researching the 1,000-Ton Thruster. Time flies swiftly. The calendar soon turned to December. The northwestern region of Longwa was gripped by a cold wave from Siberia, resulting in exceptionally frigid weather. The biting northern winds howled ceaselessly, forcing people to huddle indoors around their stoves for warmth. At the entrance of the rocket base in northwestern Longwa, the door rattled under the relentless gusts. The two soldiers on duty were clad in thick military coats and wearing hats reminiscent of train conductors, yet they remained vulnerable to the cold wind's onslaught. Beep! Suddenly, the sound of a car horn echoed from within the base. One soldier peered inside and quickly swung the door open. Subsequently, another soldier assisted in removing the barbed wire barricade. A military jeep slowly emerged from within, and the two soldiers rendered a salute towards the vehicle. Gradually it departed. However, the vehicle had not traveled far when a chorus of shouts erupted at the entrance. Chief Engineer Jiang! Chief Engineer Jiang! The car came to a halt about 100 meters from the gate. Jiang Fan descended from the military jeep, followed closely by Lei Kuan, as the biting northern wind rustled their clothing. Chief Engineer Jiang, do come back whenever you have time. Chief Engineer Jiang, we will miss you. Chief Engineer Jiang. Jiang Fan waved at them, intending to speak, but the fierce wind choked back his words. At the entrance, Ge Ziqing shouted at everyone, 3, 2, 1, shout. Following his command, everyone in unison exclaimed, Thank you, Chief Engineer Jiang. Their voices thundered, resonating throughout the entire Northwest base. Simultaneously, over 200 personnel at the entrance deeply bowed to Jiang Fan. Moved, Jiang Fan returned their gesture with a military salute. Jiang Fan, get back in the car. Your clothing is too thin. Lei Kuan reminded him. Jiang Fan waved once more and re-entered the vehicle. Lei Kuan securely shut the door and took his place in the passenger seat. The car gradually pulled away. The more than 200 researchers of the Northwest base did not disperse, but continued to wave at the receding vehicle. It was only when the car vanished over a small hill that they lowered their arms. Many researchers were even moved to tears. Over the past month, Jiang Fan had successfully led them in developing a 1,000-ton rocket propulsion system. This marked the first significant technological breakthrough at their Northwest base in 7 years. They were profoundly grateful to Jiang Fan, especially the older generation of researchers who had thought that no major technological advancements would occur before their retirement. Little did they expect that in just 1 month, Jiang Fan would lead them to develop aerospace technology that surpassed all nations. He restored the former glory of their Northwest base and provided a perfect conclusion to their impending careers there. At the headquarters of the Dragon Country Aerospace Agency, excitement filled the air. We did it. We truly succeeded in our research. This is a 1,000-ton rocket propulsion system. Jiang Fan is truly remarkable. I must apply to the state for a substantial reward for him, exclaimed Director Zhang Kesong, brimming with enthusiasm. Commander Liu, prepare the documents. I will submit them immediately. This time, Jiang Fan has brought honor not just to our Northwest base, but to all of us from Dragon Country. By the way, Commander Liu, why didn't you bring Jiang Fan along? Liu Tianhang sighed. His mentor, Old Long, has been diagnosed with cancer and was hospitalized yesterday. Jiang Fan rushed back upon hearing the news. Old Long has cancer? Zhang Kesong exclaimed in disbelief. Old Long is a titan in our scientific community. It's hard to believe he has fallen ill. Alas, when we go to Kyoto for the work report, let us pay him a visit together. Subsequently, Director Zhang Kesong convened a meeting regarding the 1,000-ton rocket propulsion system. The meeting discussed the content to be reported to the state, along with various suggestions. Ultimately, they compiled a report, which Director Zhang Kesong would present to the senior leadership of Dragon Country. Upon learning about the successful development of the 1,000-ton rocket propulsion system at the Northwest base, the senior leaders of Dragon Country were overjoyed. They vividly recalled the humiliation inflicted by the beautiful nation a month prior, as well as by Yanlong's derogatory remarks about Dragon Country. This time, they were determined to retaliate. The high-ranking officials placed great importance on such research achievements. They swiftly convened an urgent meeting. Just as all the senior leaders gathered, the head received a piece of news and projected a video onto the screen in the meeting room. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the screen. It was by Yanlang, who had developed a 700-ton rocket propulsion system for the beautiful nation. What is this video? One of the senior leaders inquired. This is the European Union Technology Award Conference hosted by the beautiful nation, the head explained. The European Union Technology Award Conference is an organization of technology alliances among developed European countries, held every 3 years to honor individuals or organizations with significant technological breakthroughs. In the video, by Yanlang, having developed a 700-ton rocket propulsion system for the beautiful nation, was awarded the Rising Star in Technology Award. He expressed his gratitude, saying, I am immensely thankful to the beautiful nation for nurturing me and granting me the opportunity to become a citizen of the beautiful nation. I will strive to repay my homeland. The senior leaders of Dragon Country felt an overwhelming urge to slap him across the face. He truly epitomized the role of a traitor, a turncoat, and a thankless wretch. Did he not feel disgusted by his own words? One senior leader exclaimed in fury. He has long lost any sense of shame. The head responded. The video continued to play. Bai Yanlong's speech revolved around flattering the beautiful nation, making it utterly nauseating to witness. Following, there were interviews with Bai Yanlang conducted by reporters. Hello, Professor Bai. From your acceptance speech, it is evident that you hold a deep love for the beautiful nation and consider yourself loyal to it. The reporter stated, Indeed, the beautiful nation is worthy of my utmost devotion. Bai Yanlang replied, Professor Bai, regarding Dragon Country's recent announcement of developing a 500-ton rocket propulsion system, what are your thoughts? The reporter inquired. The people of Dragon Country lack creativity. They merely follow in the footsteps of others, modifying existing technologies and claiming them as their own independent research. I also doubt the authenticity of their announced information. Otherwise, how could they dare launch a rocket with a 500-ton propulsion system? Unlike us in the beautiful nation, who publicly announced our 700-ton propulsion technology and directly launched a rocket. The reporter pressed on, Professor Bai. The researcher behind the 500-ton propulsion system in Dragon Country is named Long Zhenghua, who was once your teacher. What is your evaluation of him? Bai Yanlang scoffed. Do you really think anyone from Dragon Country is qualified to be my teacher? I've heard Long Zhenhua is a luminary in Dragon Country's scientific community. What do you have to say about him? The reporter continued. Trash. Bai Yinling retorted. Smack. One senior leader slammed his palm onto the conference table. His eyes burned with rage as he gritted his teeth, saying what a buffoon to deny his own teacher and insult old Long in such a manner. They must witness the might of Dragon Country. Subsequently, several senior leaders convened and reached a unanimous decision before the European Union Technology Conference hosted by the beautiful nation concluded. Dragon Country made an announcement to the world. 1. Dragon Country has developed a 1,000-ton rocket propulsion system, which will launch the flying dragon head into the sky in 3 days. 2. In response to Bai Yinlong's derogatory remarks about Dragon Country, we demand a public apology from him. The announcement from Dragon Country instantly sent shockwaves around the globe. This news quickly became a hot topic of discussion at the European Union Technology Conference. Oh my gosh, can you believe a 1,000-ton rocket engine? Country D scoffed. This is utterly impossible. Just a month ago, the largest rocket engine on Blue Planet weighed only 500 tons. And now the Dragon Country boldly claims to be researching a 1,000-ton rocket engine? This is nothing but boastfulness. The beautiful nation chimed in. It seems they merely wish to attract global attention. We, the beautiful nation, have successfully developed a 700-ton engine. On what grounds can the Dragon Country claim to produce a 1,000-ton rocket engine? The nations attending the European Union Technology Conference expressed their disbelief. A reporter specifically conducted an interview with Bai Yinling, believing that, being a former talent of the Dragon Country, he would have the most authoritative opinion on the matter. Reporter, Professor Bai, what are your thoughts on the Dragon Country's announcement of a 1,000-ton rocket engine? Bai Yinling, this is an act of deception. Reporter, however, the Dragon Country plans to use this 1,000-ton engine to launch the Flying Dragon Leader in 3 days. Bai Yinling, the people of the Dragon Country are quite cunning. This tactic is known as the lure of the bait. They deliberately make such claims to convince everyone, only to later find excuses to backtrack. Reporter, the Dragon Country has accused you of insulting them and demands an apology. What do you have to say? Bai Yinling, if the Dragon Country truly succeeds in developing a 1,000-ton rocket engine, I would gladly apologize for my previous remarks. However, I firmly believe I shall never have that opportunity. The Dragon Country issued a global announcement, which caused a significant stir online among its citizens. Netizen 1, impressive my country. Netizen 2, a 1,000-ton rocket engine sounds incredibly powerful. Netizen 3, our Dragon Country's 1,000-ton rocket engine surpasses that of the beautiful nation by a whopping 300 tons. Netizen 4, wasn't the beautiful nation bragging? They must feel quite embarrassed now. Netizen 5, cursed Bai Yinling. He previously insulted the Dragon Country. Open your eyes and see clearly that we have indeed developed a 1,000-ton rocket engine. Netizen 6, Dragon Country, rise strong. Netizen 7, in 3 days. Witness how our Dragon Country's Flying Dragon Leader soars to the skies. Chapter 181, Identifying the Issues. At the Kyoto Military District General Hospital, Jiang Fan gazed through the window at the ailing Long Lao in the intensive care unit, filled with a profound sense of guilt. A month prior, when he departed for the Northwest base, Long Lao weighed around 65 kilograms. In just a month's time, he had visibly emaciated, his weight plummeting to 50 kilograms, a staggering loss of 15 kilograms. Furthermore, his hair had noticeably thinned, making him appear as though he had aged nearly a decade. Besai Jiang Fan, Kiu Lao Wachet Long Lao In An Gui. Although the two often engaged in playful banter, there was a deep mutual respect between them. He could hardly believe that Long Lao had transformed so drastically in just a month. At that moment, Dr. Wang emerged from Long Lao's room. Jiang Fan and Xiao Lao hurriedly inquired about Long Lao's condition. Long Lao had been diagnosed with late-stage liver cancer a month ago, and had he remained in the hospital for treatment, the cancer cells would not have proliferated so rapidly. However, he had insisted on being discharged. Jiang Fan and Xiao Lao listened intently as Dr. Wang detailed Long Lao's illness. Once Dr. Wang finished, Xiao Lao asked, "How much time does academician Long have left?" Dr. Wang shook his head with a heavy sigh, responding, optimistically, about 2 months. If the condition continues to worsen, possibly just half a month. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Fan felt as though his heart had been struck, momentarily stunned. It was the first time he truly felt the proximity of death. A surge of panic and fear washed over him as he recalled the first time he met Long Lao, who, despite his graying hair, was still vibrant and full of life. Their master-disciple relationship, which had lasted only 3 months, now faced the grim reality of separation by death. "Doctor, is there no possibility of treatment through surgery or other means?" Jiang Fan asked, his eyes reddening. If it were early or mid-stage cancer, surgery might offer a glimmer of hope. However, at this late stage, only medication and chemotherapy can provide control. Jiang Fan, unwilling to accept defeat, pressed on. "Is there truly no hope with the best medications available? The most effective drug on the market is the beautiful nation's targeted cancer drug, lenvatinib. But Long Lao has refused it, opting instead for a cheaper medication from country Y." Jiang Fan understood Long Lao's temperament. Throughout his life, his greatest adversary in the realm of technology had been the beautiful nation, leading him to shun their products entirely. "Does our dragon country not possess effective cancer-fighting medications?" At that moment, Song Zhe, who had been seated in the corridor, stood up and addressed Jiang Fan. "Currently, our dragon country lacks domestic cancer medications. We rely entirely on imports. Alas, if only I had known that academician Long was afflicted with cancer." Song Zhe reflected on the days when Long Lao tirelessly collaborated with their pharmaceutical research team, often working late into the night despite warnings to take care of his health. If he had known Long Lao was ill, he would have never allowed him to participate in the experiments. The result was that the drug molecule NM9 he developed failed in preclinical trials, while Long Lao's health deteriorated. Song Zhe could not comprehend how the preclinical trials of the NM9 drug molecule had failed. Jiang Fan and Xiao Lao learned from Song Zhe that Long Lao had been tirelessly engaged in cancer drug research during this period. Given his condition, how could he still be focused on developing cancer medications? Jiang Fan questioned, perplexed. "I can understand why Long Lao would do this. He wishes to make a final contribution to our dragon country at the end of his life." Jiang Fan couldn't help but admire his teacher, who always prioritized the nation above all else. "What a pity. Fate is unjust, allowing my teacher to suffer from cancer, threatening to take his life." Jiang Fan felt an overwhelming sense of loss. Yet what could he do? System. Task triggered. Assist Song Zhe in achieving success in the preclinical trials. Task reward. Cancer cell devouring capsule. Upon hearing the system's voice in his mind, Jiang Fan was instantly filled with exhilaration. A cancer cell devouring capsule. The very name suggested the ability to consume cancer cells within the human body, restoring health. He had not anticipated that the system would be so powerful, possessing such a miraculous capsule. If he could obtain this capsule and administer it to his teacher, wouldn't that mean his teacher could regain his health? Jiang Fan steadied his racing heart. First, he needed to complete the task to earn the system's reward. He glanced at the individual in the white research coat before him and asked, "You must be Song Zhe?" "Yes, that's correct," Song Zhe responded, surprised at how Jiang Fan knew his name. "How is your cancer drug research progressing?" "The drug molecule NM9 developed in our lab theoretically has an 80% success rate, but it failed during preclinical trials. Could you provide me with the chemical equation for the target and the drug molecule NM9? You understand chemical molecules?" Song Zhe exclaimed in astonishment. "Just a little," Jiang Fan humbly replied, for he had the system's reward of superchemistry overview, making him exceptionally knowledgeable in all aspects of chemistry on Blue Planet. Subsequently, Song Zhe procured a pen and a sheet of paper, meticulously inscribing the target and the chemical equation of the drug molecule. Jiang Fan observed intently, then slightly furrowed his brow and remarked, "The NM9 drug molecule is classified as a small molecule anti-cancer agent, comprising 4 distinct groups of COH linked to a chiral carbon atom. There is a subtle error here. COH, phenolic OH, and COOC can all react with bases. Hence 1 mole of this organic compound should only react with 4 moles of NaOH. Hiss." Song Zhe abruptly snatched back the paper, scrutinizing the issue Jiang Fan had pointed out. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter, feeling a wave of enlightenment wash over him. He expressed his profound gratitude to Jiang Fan before departing in excitement. Chapter 182, Deterioration. 2 hours later, Old Long regained consciousness, albeit in a profoundly weakened state. Churuashi hurried over after her class. Upon seeing Old Long in such a diminished condition within a mere month, her tears threatened to spill. With the doctor's permission, Jiang Fan took Churuashi's hand and entered Old Long's hospital room. "Xiao Fan is back. How is the research on the propulsion device progressing?" Old Long asked, mustering a faint smile, his voice barely above a whisper. Despite his frail condition, he still cared deeply about the research. Jiang Fan felt a pang in his heart as tears cascaded down his cheeks. He grasped Old Long's hand, nodding vigorously. "Teacher, we have made progress." "Really?" Upon hearing this, Old Long's spirit visibly brightened, and he attempted to sit up, propping himself on the bed. However, his weakened arm could not support his body, causing him to slump back down. Coughing violently due to his excitement, he grimaced as pain shot through his liver area. Jiang Fan quickly patted Old Long's chest, urging him to remain calm. Old Xiao also expressed concern, saying, "Old Long, given your current illness, it's crucial that you keep your emotions in check." Chu Ruoxi offered a cup of water. "Grandpa Long, please take a sip." Jiang Fan assisted Old Long in sitting up slowly, and after a couple of sips, the coughing subsided significantly. Old Long then grasped Jiang Fan's hand and said, "Teacher did not misjudge you. With your current achievements, I can die without regrets. Teacher, rest assured, you will not die. Did you not say that you would be our witness when Ruoxi and I marry?" Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, a smile spread across Old Long's face. He took hold of Chu Ruoxi's hand, placing it together with Jiang Fan's. "Xiao Fan, Ruoxi is a good child. You must treat her well in the future, understood?" "Yes, I will," Jiang Fan replied, glancing at Chu Ruoxi, who shyly lowered her head. Just then, the doctor entered and addressed the group. "Academician Long has just awakened and requires ample rest. Please step outside." Before leaving, Old Xiao said to Old Long, "Take good care of yourself. Once you recover, let us have a marathon duel." "Very well. How about we wager your collection of Wang Shiji's calligraphy?" Old Long chuckled. "You old rascal, you are indeed greedy. Last time I lost a set of Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain tea sets to you, and now you have your sights set on my calligraphy. What, are you afraid?" Old Long retorted. "Oomph, who says I am afraid? It's a deal. Once you recover, just watch how I win." Both Old Xiao and Old Long shared a knowing laugh, with matters in the lab awaiting his attention. Old Xiao bid farewell to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoxi remained outside Old Long's room, tending to him. In truth, they were not needed for care. As this was a military general hospital, and being a national figure, Old Long had nurses and aides assigned to him. By noon, Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoxi went to the hospital cafeteria for lunch. They had not seen each other for a month, ever since Old Long had joined their hands together. Jiang Fan had held onto hers without letting go. Chu Ruoxi regaled Jiang Fan with amusing anecdote from school during that time. After their meal, they leisurely returned to Old Long's room. At that moment, Jiang Fan noticed doctors bustling in and out of Old Long's room, and the curtains were drawn tight. He hurried over to inquire about the situation. The doctor informed him that Old Long's condition had suddenly deteriorated, becoming unstable, and they were working to control it. Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoxi felt a surge of anxiety, wanting to glimpse the situation, but they were barred from entering. Approximately an hour later, Dr. Wang emerged from Old Long's room, drenched in sweat. "Dr. Wang, how is my teacher?" Dr. Wang, wearied, replied, "This time, Academician Long's cancer cells have suddenly worsened, leading to infections in other organs. Although we have managed to stabilize him for now, the outlook is not very optimistic." Jiang Fan understood the implications of Dr. Wang's words all too well. If Old Long's cancer cells could not be controlled, he could be in danger at any moment. His heart raced with urgency, wondering how Song's experiment was progressing. He desperately needed the system's reward, the cancer cell digesting capsule, to administer to his teacher. Yet, he was acutely aware that achieving success in preclinical trials was no simple feat. They needed to conduct experiments on mice, observe the results, and analyze the findings, a process that would likely take at least a day. If any errors occurred, they would have to repeat the experiments, extending the timeline further. Throughout the afternoon, Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoxi remained vigilantly outside Old Long's room. When the doctor finally permitted them to visit, they entered to speak with Old Long. His complexion was noticeably worse than in the morning. However, fortunately, his condition had stabilized without the earlier complications. The following morning, Jiang Fan's mind resonated with the system's notification of task completion. Chapter 183. Will the cancer cells disappear on their own? Jiang Fan opened the system's reward, the cancer cell digesting capsule, and poured it into water, inadvertently allowing Old Long to drink it. He then inquired, "Teacher, do you feel any discomfort?" Old Long moved his arm and remarked, "I feel much better today than yesterday." "Xiao Fan, you needn't spend all your time in the hospital. Go attend to your own affairs." "Teacher, I have nothing pressing at the moment. Once you recover in a couple of days, we shall return to Longke University of Science and Technology," Jiang Fan replied cheerfully. Old Long sighed, "I am in the late stages of liver cancer. It is unlikely I will recover soon." "Teacher, your kind heart will surely be rewarded. Heaven will allow you to recover," Jiang Fan reassured him. Having witnessed the system's immense power, he believed that since he had given Old Long the cancer cell digesting capsule, recovery was imminent. This was the perfect opportunity to lay the groundwork for attributing the credit for recovery to divine intervention. Just as Jiang Fan and Old Long were conversing, Song Zhe rushed in, bursting through the door, and excitedly proclaimed to Old Long, "Academician Long, our preclinical trials have succeeded." Upon hearing Song Zhe's words, Old Long immediately tried to rise, but Jiang Fan quickly pressed him down. "Teacher, please remain calm. The doctor advised that you must not let your emotions escalate." Jiang Fan was genuinely apprehensive about his teacher. The emotional fluctuations were overwhelming, and before the cancer cell-absorbing capsule could take effect, his condition had worsened significantly. It was at this moment that Song Zhe realized that Old Long's physical state was exceedingly frail, making it imperative to keep emotional disturbances to a minimum. A sense of guilt washed over him. He blamed himself for being overly excited and not considering the implications. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, Old Long took several deep breaths, managing to calm his agitated emotions considerably. "Xiao Song, could you please elaborate?" Song Zhe found himself at a loss, uncertain whether he should speak or remain silent. Observing Old Long's complexion, which had brightened significantly, Jiang Fan encouraged, "Song, please proceed." With Jiang Fan's approval, Song Zhe adjusted his demeanor, striving to maintain a tranquil disposition to avoid exacerbating Old Long's emotions. "Academician Long, we owe a debt of gratitude to your student Jiang Fan. Had it not been for him, we would likely have missed the drug molecule in M9. Old Long cast a questioning glance at Jiang Fan, puzzled. For Jiang Fan had only returned from the Northwest base yesterday and had scarcely left the hospital. How could Song Zhe's success in preclinical trials be connected to him? Song Zhe continued, "Yesterday I showed Jiang Fan the equations for the target and drug molecules, and he identified the issue at hand." He recounted the events of the previous day to Old Long. The more Old Long listened, the more his spirits soared. His student was indeed remarkable. Having recently developed a 1,000-ton rocket propulsion system, he had effortlessly pinpointed the problem with their cancer-fighting drug through a mere chemical equation. "Xiao Fan, you truly are impressive. I can hardly fathom what you do not comprehend." Old Long exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Jiang Fan, beaming at the praise, responded, "Teacher, no matter how capable I am still your student. Ultimately, you are the most formidable. Ha! Look at you, mastering the art of banter." Moments later, a nurse entered, taken aback by Old Long's improved condition. With a cheerful demeanor, she remarked, "Academician Long, you seem remarkably well today. You appear to have shed a decade." "Indeed, joy invigorates the spirit," Old Long replied with delight. Subsequently, he rolled up his sleeve for the nurse to draw blood for testing. At 3 in the afternoon, Chu Ruoshi visited Old Long again and, noticing his remarkable state, jested, "Grandpa Long, I believe you are well now. Shall we discharge you today?" Old Long echoed her sentiment. "I concur. This place reeks of disinfectant. It is quite unpleasant." Just as they exchanged light-hearted banter, Dr. Wang entered with a cadre of medical personnel. Old Long was startled by their sudden presence. Through his recent treatment experiences, he understood that an influx of medical staff typically signaled a significant deterioration in his condition. "Dr. Wang, my condition hasn't worsened again, has it? I feel quite well," he inquired. Ignoring Old Long's concerns, Dr. Wang instructed the medical staff, "Commence the examination." Moments later, several medical personnel surrounded Old Long's bed, checking his pulse, blood sugar, and blood pressure. In a short span, they conducted a comprehensive examination, leaving Old Long bewildered. Pulse normal, blood sugar normal, blood pressure normal. Dr. Wang was taken aback by the results. Earlier, he had visited the laboratory to retrieve Old Long's blood test results from that morning and was astonished to discover that all indicators were within normal ranges. Shocked, he initially suspected a mix-up but confirmed that it was indeed Old Long's test report. He then returned with the medical team for a full examination, only to find that all of Old Long's bodily indicators were normal. Yet, just the night before, none had been within the acceptable range. Had everything returned to normal within a single day? Take Academician Long for an MRI. The medical personnel promptly wheeled Old Long away. Half an hour later, he was informed that there were no cancer cells remaining in his body. This revelation left him utterly stunned. Could it be that the cancer cells had vanished on their own? Chapter 184. Traditional Chinese Medicine Anti-Cancer Drug. The following day, Old Long stepped out of the gates of the Military General Hospital, deliberately glancing back. His time spent here felt akin to a harrowing nightmare. A month prior, he had been diagnosed with late-stage liver cancer, with only a few months to live. He had endured suffering and lamented the injustices of fate. Yet just yesterday, he had been informed that the cancer cells within him had disappeared. All bodily functions had returned to normal, as if he had never suffered from cancer at all. Even now, he struggled to believe it was true. From yesterday to today, Dr. Wang had performed numerous tests, all confirming the absence of any cancer cells. This was nothing short of miraculous. Could it truly be, as Jiang Fan suggested, that his inherent kindness had prompted the heavens to banish the cancer cells? Teacher, let's embark. Jiang Fan urged Old Long, shaking off his reverie. Old Long acknowledged that, regardless of the circumstances, he was now on the path to recovery. He took a seat in the car, not heading back to Longke University, but instead accompanying Jiang Fan to the Economic Development Zone of Kyoto. The pharmaceutical research facility of Huakong had now become a national research laboratory, and Songzhe was now the first chief engineer of the National Research Institute. This was beyond his wildest dreams. Upon seeing Old Long and Jiang Fan arrive together, Songzhe was filled with astonishment. "Academician Long, your health? You are fully recovered," he exclaimed. Old Long's hearty laughter belied any signs of illness. However, as a technician involved in cancer drug research, Songzhe was acutely aware that cancer patients typically had only a 5 cure rate, especially in the late stages, where the chances of recovery were virtually non-existent. "Chief Engineer Song, could you show us the results of the preclinical trials?" Old Long requested. Subsequently, Songzhe led Old Long and Jiang Fan to a room on the second floor, where nearly 20 cages housing white mice were situated. Each cage was accompanied by a logbook documenting experimental data. "Academician Long, this is the data from our preclinical trials. Based on the issues identified by Jiang Fan, we deconstructed and restructured the drug molecule to create a new one, which I have named an M98. This molecule precisely targets cancer cells, effectively controlling their regeneration and replication capabilities." Songzhe then presented the experimental data they had gathered over the past few days. After administering the drug to these white mice, the cancer cells within their bodies were successfully contained, and the areas of malignancy have been diminishing daily. "Chief Engineer Song, have you filed for clinical trials with the regulatory authority?" Old Long inquired. "I have already submitted the application. They sent personnel yesterday to conduct an assessment of the preclinical trials, and results should be forthcoming in the next couple of days." "Very well. I will liaise with the higher-ups to arrange for a hospital to collaborate with us for the clinical trials." Following this, Songzhe guided Jiang Fan on a tour of the entire laboratory. Although it was not extensive, the facility was exceptionally well equipped. "Jiang Fan, this is the formulation we are developing for the anti-cancer drug. Please take a look and suggest any necessary improvements." Jiang Fan was somewhat taken aback. He had no understanding of medicinal formulas. The last time he assisted Songzhe in identifying issues in preclinical trials was solely due to his profound expertise in chemistry. "Chief Engineer Song, I am not well versed in medicine. Xiao Fan, there is no need for modesty." Elder Long now held a high regard for Jiang Fan's capabilities, perceiving him as virtually omnipotent. Since Elder Long had expressed such confidence, Jiang Fan accepted the formula sheet. He scrutinized it earnestly, noting that it consisted of various chemical reaction components. While he could indeed comprehend the equations, their functions eluded him. Just as Jiang Fan was nearing the end of his examination, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. "System. Task selection triggered. Option 1. Develop an anti-cancer drug using traditional Chinese medicinal ingredients. Obtain a formula for the anti-cancer drug derived from traditional Chinese medicine. Option 2. Develop an anti-cancer drug using chemical components. Obtain a formula for the anti-cancer drug derived from chemical components." After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Fan, who had no intention of engaging in pharmaceutical development, decided to give it a try, since the system had presented him with choices. Without a second thought, he selected option 1, believing that any drug composed of chemical ingredients would inevitably harm the body. In contrast, traditional Chinese medicine sourced its materials directly from nature: roots, stems, leaves, fruits, and the like, substances that the human body could absorb without leaving toxic residues. Upon choosing option 1, a golden light emitted from the system, and a formula materialized in his mind. Although it was merely a single formula, Jiang Fan was astounded by the vast array of information regarding the medicinal ingredients. The formula comprised a total of 108 herbs, each with specific requirements pertaining to age, composition, color, and region. Such stringent criteria could likely only be articulated by the system itself. While Jiang Fan pondered this, the system spoke again. "System, this formula was developed by the ancient sages of the Dragon Nation, not by the system itself." "Ancient sages of the Dragon Nation? Could it be Hua Tuo or Li Shizhen?" "System, neither. They are far more ancient than them." "Then who?" "System, no comment." Although Jiang Fan did not glean specific names, he did acquire a significant insight from the system. The ancient Chinese medical practices were far more formidable than he had previously imagined. He then addressed Elder Long and Songzhe. "Teachers, Have you ever contemplated the possibility of developing an anti-cancer drug through traditional Chinese medical techniques? Traditional Chinese medicine? An anti-cancer drug? Both Elder Long and Song Zhu wore expressions of bewilderment. They had never entertained the notion of linking the ancient medical practices of the Dragon Nation with anti-cancer research. In the years since Western medicine infiltrated the Dragon Nation, its convenience and rapid efficacy had swiftly dominated the medical market, leading to a rapid decline in traditional practices. Presently, there were few traditional Chinese medicine hospitals remaining in any city, and those that still existed were often staffed with numerous Western doctors, touting the merits of integrated Chinese and Western medicine for its effectiveness. Jiang Fan, can traditional Chinese medical techniques truly yield an anti-cancer drug? Elder Long inquired, astonished. Teacher, let's not forget the 5000-year history of our Dragon Nation, rich in profound culture. The traditional medicine bequeathed by our ancestors is a treasure. Each medical text, such as the Huangdi Neijing, Nanjing, Shanghan Zabing Luan, and Shenong Benchao Jing, is a miraculous compendium of medical knowledge. As citizens of the Dragon Nation, both Elder Long and Song Zhu naturally held deep-seated faith in the wisdom of their ancestors. Jiang Fan, while we are in full agreement with your assertion, developing an anti-cancer drug through traditional Chinese medical techniques necessitates a vast repository of knowledge, of which I possess only a modest understanding in the realm of chemical drugs. Song Zhu voiced his inner thoughts. Elder Long concurred, stating, indeed, the techniques of traditional Chinese medicine are remarkable, addressing root causes without inflicting harm. Regrettably, our ancestors did not leave us a formula for crafting an anti-cancer drug, making it exceedingly difficult for us to conduct research independently. Teachers, I once came across a traditional Chinese medicinal formula for treating cancer called Longdan Wan in an ancient medical text. It included a method for its preparation and detailed its efficacy against cancer. The Longdan Wan formula? Both Song Zhu and Elder Long were once again astonished. Yes. Allow me to transcribe it for you. Jiang Fan then retrieved a sheet of paper and carefully documented the 108 medicinal ingredients. Elder Long and Song Zhu examined it closely, yet expressed their inability to comprehend it. Academician Long, I propose that we experiment with the formula Jiang Fan has provided. Song Zhu suggested. Although the NM89 molecular drug he had developed boasted a high success rate, it, like other anti-cancer drugs on the market, bore significant side effects. Many cancer patients who took these drugs for extended periods experienced varying degrees of liver damage and immune system decline, leading to further complications even before their cancer was effectively treated. If Jiang Fan's herbal anti-cancer drug could be successfully developed, it would mitigate these adverse effects. After deliberation, Elder Long and the others decided to pursue concurrent research on both the NM89 anti-cancer drug and the herbal anti-cancer formula. Currently, the NM89 molecular drug had yet to receive national approval and was still in the clinical trial phase, making an opportune time for them to embark on this new venture. They promptly visited the nearest traditional Chinese medicine shop. Although the system rewarded Jiang Fan with a formula consisting of 108 herbs, these were all relatively commonplace ingredients, none particularly rare. They easily gathered all the required materials, and the next step was to prepare the concoction according to the prescribed proportions. Thus, within the second floor of the Huakong Medical Research Institute, wisps of white smoke occasionally wafted through the air, a testament to Jiang Fan and his team boiling the medicinal herbs. Other technicians at the institute, witnessing this scene, mistakenly believed they were preparing traditional Chinese medicine for Elder Long. Following the prescribed boiling method, Jiang Fan labored for a full 3 hours, only to uncover a gray, viscous substance within. He scooped a spoonful with a wooden ladle. Its consistency resembled that of sesame paste, accompanied by an intensely bitter and unpleasant aroma that assaulted his senses. Elder Long reacted most dramatically, nearly retching. Jiang Fan hastily moved away, pondering whether this gray concoction was indeed safe for consumption, confident that the system would never deceive him. He pinched some of the mixture and placed it in his mouth, only to be interrupted by Elder Long's urgent warning. Jiang Fan, no. It's fine, teacher. These are merely boiled medicinal herbs and should pose no toxicity. Jiang Fan savored the taste with careful deliberation, quickly gulping down several swigs of water to alleviate the overwhelming bitterness. Jiang Fan, I shall conduct a component analysis of this mixture, Song Zhu declared, promptly collecting a sample into a transparent bag. Suddenly, Jiang Fan recalled that he had overlooked the final step of the formula, which required shaping the mixture into small balls and placing them under the sun for an hour. He glanced outside. The sun had yet to set. Thus, he rolled several small spheres with his hands, placing them on a clean sheet of paper by the window, ensuring they would receive ample sunlight. With everything in place, the next phase was merely a matter of waiting. Observing Elder Long's fatigue, Jiang Fan inquired with concern, "Teacher, are you feeling unwell?" "I'm quite well, though my energy feels markedly diminished," Elder Long replied. Jiang Fan speculated that Elder Long had endured considerable strain from the cancer cells previously, and while they had now dissipated, his body had yet to fully recover. With time and rest, he hoped Elder Long would soon regain his vigor. "Teacher, allow me to pour you a cup of water. Please take a moment to rest." An hour swiftly elapsed, and Jiang Fan went to inspect the drying pills. As he approached the window, he was astounded to discover that several of the once gray pills had astonishingly transformed into a resplendent golden hue.